As a top star in the entertainment industry, you never write or release songs, but instead, you keep living off your celebrity wife's success, just when all the fans online were advising her to stay away from you. A scumbag. She discovered a song you wrote during a live stream at home, which led you down the path of being forced to work. At this moment, you are comfortably lying on the balcony lounge chair, leisurely flipping through a beauty magazine in your hand, while sighing that being reborn is truly an art. In your past life, you were a top-tier superstar with unlimited glory, spending your life running around for a few pieces of silver, until 3 years ago, when you accidentally sent 3 dog emojis in the comments section, and then you crossed over into the body of a young man named Lin Dong. You originally wanted to shine in this world with the hit songs from your past life, but unfortunately, you have a wife who is a national goddess, and after thinking for 3 seconds, you decisively dismissed the shameful idea of making money to support the family. So, in the 3 years of marriage, you never mentioned that you could write songs and create. Your only job every day was to stay at home and write books. Of course, this job is also carefully selected by you. It doesn't really matter what you write, as long as you can stay at home and relax. Being a writer is a profession where going out to find women can be described as looking for inspiration. At this time, Ling Qingju was live streaming in her study at home. Originally, she wanted to talk about the possibility of the new song release being delayed, but unexpectedly, the bullet comments showed a different scene. Qingju, you are really being too irrational. How could you have married such a person back then? You are a national goddess, and that guy Lin Dong can't do anything. What good is there in being with him? Seeing this, Ling Qingju pouted slightly, seeming a bit unhappy, and her thoughts began to drift away slowly. 3 years ago, when she had a flash marriage with you, she did not deliberately hide it, so all the fans on the internet knew about it. At that time, she was in the period of her popularity rising the fastest, and the sudden news of her getting married shocked the entire internet. Everyone speculated about who this Lin Dong was, to be able to win over the national goddess. And when the all-powerful netizens dug up all your information, everyone was dumbfounded. It turns out that your profile has no information other than your name and age, such as occupation, works, income, etc. Looking at a blank A4 paper with a dozen or so empty spaces, the entire internet fell into a state of daze. This Lin Dong is simply a product with 3 lakhs. Where did such a person come from? And how can he be worthy of Ling Qingju? The entire internet was in an uproar over this matter, with everyone sending messages and calling Ling Qingju, urging her not to act impulsively. However, she seemed to hear nothing and continued to try on various wedding dresses. And then on a sunny day, she walked into the hall of marriage with you. Overnight, it seemed that many boys with cigarettes in their mouths and a faint sadness on their faces appeared along the roads of Huaxia. Qingju, why did you marry Lin Dong in the first place? Faced with the fans' relentless questioning, Ling Qingju hesitated for a moment, pouted her small lips, and a faint blush began to appear on her fair face. After a long pause, she shyly said, "Because he's good-looking." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire live stream's bullet comments were filled with question marks. Good-looking? What kind of reason is that? Although that kid Lin Dong does have some looks, can being good-looking fill your stomach? My god, my goddess, you can't be love-struck, can you? The blush on Ling Qingju's cheeks seemed to deepen a bit. She really is someone who was obsessed with looks, completely unable to control it. She didn't know how to explain it, but the bullet comments were never idle for a moment. Qingju, let's get a divorce. You can find someone better. Lin Dong really isn't suitable for you. Just look at what he's done in the past 3 years, staying at home every day waiting for you to support him. A man like that is simply a useless coward. Looking at the screen full of people saying bad things about you, Ling Qingju couldn't help but pout. In fact, she knows your situation. You haven't earned a penny in 3 years of marriage, and every month she has to transfer 200 million in pocket money to your card. She has thought that if you could be a bit more hardworking and outstanding than now, then there wouldn't be so many people opposing your marriage. But she found that you seem to not care about external evaluations, staying at home every day to write books. She has also recommended a few high-paying jobs to you, but you rejected them all. For this, Ling Qingju also feels helpless. How about we continue talking about the new song? Seeing Ling Qingju's unyielding expression, the fans in front of the screen couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. What a national goddess, yet she is just a face control. Ling Qingju's gentle voice continued to sound, "I've been a bit busy lately. The new song that was originally planned to be released in 3 days may be postponed for a week. I'm really sorry. However, I will keep working hard, and the new song will definitely not disappoint everyone." Fans in the live broadcast room are speaking one after another. "It's okay, I understand. We can wait a little longer. Qingju, you must pay attention to rest and not wear yourself out. The new song will definitely sell well. It's all Lin Dong's fault. A big man who doesn't work all day and relies on his wife to support him, making our family Qingju so tired." Ling Qingju looked at the bullet comments, her small face slightly drooping. How did it go from a good conversation to talking about Lin again? After chatting with the fans for a few more sentences, she planned to end today's livestream. At that moment, a fan suddenly suggested, "Qingju, let us see your wedding photos." The fans in the live room echoed in agreement. "Yes, show us. I collected 5 or 6 pictures from the internet and want to see more, please." Although all the fans oppose Aoi Qingju marrying you, the sight of Aoi Qingju in a wedding dress is something all the fans want to see. Seeing the fans continuously asking, Aoi Qingju blinked and smiled slightly. "Sure, but the photo album is in my cabinet. Let me go find it." As she spoke, she picked up the camera and walked to a drawer next to the bookshelf, opened the drawer, and indeed, there were several exquisite wedding photo albums placed inside. She picked up one album, but a piece of paper fell out from the gap of the album. "What is this?" Ling Qingju was taken aback for a moment, picked up the piece of paper, and found it densely filled with writing, with the title "The Wind Rises," and it was in Lin Dong's handwriting. Ling Qingju looked at the piece of paper in her hand with some confusion. In the live broadcast room, the fans also saw this piece of paper and then began to speak one after another. "The sentence is so short, it looks like a poem. Did Lin Dong write this? Don't tell me that guy Lin Dong wrote such a poem in just 3 years." Suddenly, a fan spoke up. "Wait, this looks a bit like lyrics, and there's a melody written next to it." Ling Qingju also noticed this bullet screen, so she looked at the melody and then glanced at the text beside it. Only then did she confirm that this was a song, and a quite good one at that, but it seemed she had never heard it before. The fans in the live broadcast room are also a bit confused. "I can't find this The Wind Rises online at all. Whose song is this? It can't be written by Lin Dongwon, right? Did someone modify someone else's lyrics?" Seeing this, Ling Qingju was even more puzzled. She couldn't find anything online. Could it be that Lin Dong modified someone else's lyrics? Her beautiful eyes turned, and then she cleared her throat and began to sing along to the melody, walking along the way, stopping and going, following the traces of the youth's drift. Just before stepping out of the station, I hesitated a bit. I can't help but laugh at this homesickness, which is still unavoidable, and the sky in Nagano is still so warm. The wind brings back the past. When I first got to know this world, I lingered in every way, watching the horizon as if it were right in front of me, willing to go through fire and water to experience it once. Now, having walked through this world, lingering in every way, I turn over the different profiles of time and unexpectedly stumble into your smiling face, with a melody that carries a faint sense of melancholy, sung along with the lyrics. It seems to be telling a story, accompanied by an indescribable sadness. In just a few sentences, Su Luowei was involuntarily stunned. It's melodic and surprisingly good. Yet it was as if she had never heard of it. "Good to hear. Ugh. What's this song? It's kind of catchy. Never heard a melody before. Is that Lovey's new song?" On the live feed, fans spoke up. They also realized that it was a melody they had never heard before. And although Su Luowei was singing in a clean voice, her voice was soft and warm, and when combined with this melody with a faint feeling of melancholy, it gave a very special touch. Su Luowei looked at the piece of paper in her hand with some disbelief. She took a slow, deep breath and continued on with the song. "And the sky of Nagano, still so warm, the wind blows up the old days. Once upon a time, when I first knew the world, a million things to linger over. Look at the sky as if it were in front of you, and I'm willing to go through fire to go through it again." The melody gradually rises, but for some reason, it still carried a faint hint of sadness. It was as if he was faintly thinking about something nostalgic. The light in Su Luowei's eyes grew brighter. In the live room, the number of pop-ups gradually decreased. The fans were listening attentively to Su Lu's clean singing. This song, there's a magic to it. A few lines are enough to give a sense of the story hidden within. It's a song with a story. The fans in the live broadcast room, unknowingly, had such a thought pop up in their minds. And, it's pretty good. Su Luowei's song continues. "Now walk through this world. A million things to linger over. Turning the years on their different sides. I was caught off guard by your smile." The melodic pitch rises to a crescendo, followed by the climax, the chorus. The fans in the live stream couldn't help but hold their breath. The song brought more surprises than they could have imagined. Everyone was a little excited to see how good the climax of a song like this would be. But, just when everyone was eagerly waiting for it, Su Luowei's voice stopped somewhat abruptly. The song in the live room came to a screeching halt. Fans have opened their eyes. What's going on? What about the back? Why did you suddenly stop singing? Lo, what's wrong? Su Luowei looked at the densely packed pop-ups on the screen. Her beautiful eyes widened greatly, and she flipped through the piece of paper in her hand again. Then somewhat innocently, he looked at the live audience. The songbook ends here, and the melody of the lyrics that follow are not written. With that, She showed the piece of paper in her hand, in front of the camera. Sure enough, on top of the piece of paper, the lyrics were written in full, but the sheet music was only a few lines long. What? There was immediately some commotion in the live room. That melody is too short. Not enough to listen to at all. What's wrong with Jiang Chen? You didn't even copy it completely? It's too short. Luowei. Jiang Chen is so short. Don't you care? The song The Wind Rises, in just a few moments, made an impression on the fans on the air. Although Su Luowei only sang the beginning part, and there was no accompaniment yet. That special, faintly melancholic melody was like a silk thread that tightly held the hearts of all the fans. It cuts off just halfway through the song, leaving many fans feeling a bit underwhelmed. True, no fun. Some reluctant people, intending to go online to find the full version of the song, suddenly remembered, wait, it seems that this song is not available online at all, and the melody has never been heard before. Could it be that Jiang Chen really wrote this himself? Chapter 3 Oops, the song I wrote was discovered. Sisters, I just looked up this song online and I can't find anything at all related to it. I searched for Wind Up and all that came up was news of small days ravaged by typhoons. So, it's an original song? Jiang Chen wrote this? No way. An original song. Why would he hide it in the closet? This piece of paper is yellowing and I don't know how long it's been sitting there. Didn't he not write anything for 3 years? Could he have that kind of talent? There was a lot of talk in the live room. Su Luowei gently clutched the piece of paper, but her beautiful eyes gradually flashed with disbelief. This song, was it written by Jiang Chen? Available at, isn't he a writer? How can you write a song? And, even if Jiang Chen was a writer, he had stayed at home for 3 years and hadn't written anything. How is it possible to write lyrics and melodies of such a high caliber? What makes her a little more puzzled is, if it was already written, why didn't you take it out and publish it instead of pinning it in this album? Isn't it a waste to put a good song here? She wouldn't have even realized it if she hadn't suddenly flipped through the album today in response to a fan's request. Various questions kept popping up in her mind. Su Luowei's two beautiful and lovely eyebrows slowly knitted together. The intuition that belonged solely to women told her that Jiang Chen seemed to be hiding something from her. But when we got married, didn't this guy all swear and promise that after marriage, he would be honest and not hide anything? She bit her lip gently at the thought. Then grabbing the piece of paper, he took the camera with him and headed in the direction of the top floor balcony. This is going to look for Jiang Chen? The fans in the live room were excited to see this. Hey, there's a good show. Jiang Chen is finished. Let's see how he explains it later. Dog man, just know how to make our lovey angry. He can't be let off lightly. Husband? The magazine covered Jiang Chen's face, shielding him from the direct sunlight. The languid man was reclining in his chair and was dozing slightly. This afternoon sun is so comfortable that you can't help but feel sleepy just by lying down for a while. Jiang Chen's nap time was often rather spontaneous, lying down when he wanted to sleep. Su Luowei wouldn't have bothered him anyway. After all, it's a great way for a qualified writer to get inspired. Suddenly, I don't know who lifted the magazine, and some harsh sunlight shone directly on his face, causing Jiang Chen's brows to furrow. He opened his eyes with a slight squint and was about to say something, but suddenly saw Su Luowei's beautiful face appearing in front of him, her beautiful eyes staring at him tightly, her expression a little serious and a little cute. Wife, what's wrong? Jiang Chen's heart thumped as he sat up suspiciously. Having been married for 3 years, he knew that whenever a woman gave that look, things were often not too simple. Look at this. What is it? Su Luowei pouted, then handed over a piece of paper. Jiang Chen took a look and froze. The Wind Rises? Didn't he write the lyrics off the top of his head when he was bored at home at the time? How did it get into Su Luowei's hands? Where did he put it after he wrote it? Kind of hard to remember. Anyway, it seems to be wedged inside some book. So, was it found by Su Luowei? She doesn't already know that she can write songs, does she? Jiang Chen felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running wild in his heart. Regret it? Why didn't you throw it away in the first place? Where did you find it? Jiang Chen did his best to maintain his composure. Su Luowei had been staring at Jiang Chen and didn't find any unusual expressions, so she had to ask. Clipped in the album of wedding photos. Honey, did you really write this? Yeah. Wrote it off the top of my head when I was bored. Why? Jiang Chen's brain was running extremely fast, and 2 scenarios were constructed in his mind: admit it, or refuse to admit it. What happens if you admit it? What happens if you don't admit it? But after his eyes glanced at the piece of paper in Su Luowei's hand, he had to give up on the latter idea. His handwriting, Su Luowei recognized. Now, the man is caught in the act. Can't even think about not recognizing it. Did you really write that? Hearing Jiang Chen admit it, Su Luowei's small mouth widened slightly, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Before she approached Jiang Chen to ask him about it, she was actually still a bit unconvinced that her husband could write such good lyrics and melodies. After all, the songs written on this piece of paper are really high quality. She had released a total of a dozen songs over the years since her debut, and none of them were of a quality comparable to this one. Aren't you a writer? How come you still write songs? She asked in surprise. Jiang Chen sighed softly in his heart, his expression as unpleasant as eating expired instant noodles. Sure enough, Su Luowei really did ask the question after all. This was casually written in the beginning of the scrap. How did it get discovered? It's going to be hard to hide the fact that he can write songs. What's to be done about this? Learned a little before. His mind frantically pondered various explanations. Expression management is also a bit of a concern in this moment. What? Did I hear you right? This song, was it really written by Jiang Chen? He admitted it himself, so there should be no mistaking it. You can write a song like that after learning a little? It can't be bragging, can it? But the lyrics were rummaged through the cupboard by Lo herself, so they shouldn't be fake, right? That said, I'm still a little unconvinced. Me too. Jiang Chen can actually write such a good song? It always feels a bit unscientific. There was a lot of talk in the live room. Although Jiang Chen admitted it himself, many fans still couldn't believe it. None of these pop-ups could be seen by Su Luowei, who was currently looking at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression. This song, The Wind is Picking Up, was it really written by her husband? She asked with some disbelief as she pointed to the score on the piece of paper. So, then why don't you finish writing it? The melody on it, it's just half of it. Where did the chorus part go? Where else could it have gone? I was halfway through writing it, and I was tired of chanting. Jiang Chen glanced at the piece of paper and said modestly, Ahem, honey, although I learned a little bit of composing at that time, I didn't learn much. It's just a half-assed level that can't be compared to professionals. So I haven't come up with the melody for this chorus part yet. What? Su Luowei's small mouth gradually opened wide and froze as she looked at him. Not much learning? Half-assed? Half-assed enough to write a melody like The Wind is Picking Up? Can you write lyrics like The evening breeze blows the gray hairs at your temples and smooths the scars left by memories? Are you talking like a human being? What do you mean? Are you saying that we, the professionals, don't know anything about music and can't write songs? Su Luowei's pretty face, for some reason, suddenly turned slightly red. In college, she had systematically learned the knowledge of composition and sound, and after her debut, she has not let go of her homework in this area. And two of the songs in her latest album release are precisely the songs she wrote herself. However, those two songs didn't have a very good track record. So, strictly speaking, she was the professional that Jiang Chen was talking about. The level is not as good as the half-assed professionals. She glared at Jiang Chen with some exasperation. Biting her silver teeth, she continued to ask, so why didn't you tell me about the fact that you can write songs? The sweat on Jiang Chen's head gathered more and more. The answer to that question he hadn't quite figured out yet. For a moment, he could only speak dryly. Ahem, honey, didn't I say that? I was just casually learning. Totally half-assed. It's not worth mentioning at all. Not worth mentioning at all. So I didn't tell you. Also, this answer again? Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen's very modest expression, but her silver teeth clenched in hatred. Instead of feeling that Jiang Chen's behavior was a bit odd, she felt that the guy was deliberately fooling around and mocking. Half-assed. It's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning at all. These adjectives always sounded a little harsh to her ears. She writes songs that fans keep bragging about, but the numbers don't fake, and those two songs have the worst numbers of the entire album. The incident had always been a careful knot in her mind. So, with these words from Jiang Chen, she always felt like she was talking about herself in a different way. She stretched out her little foot and stomped on Jiang Chen fiercely. Then, taking his seat in a side chair, he boarded his little face and looked away. Pissed off. Chapter 4, Admitting Mistakes? Hey! Jiang Chen rubbed the back of his foot and glared at Su Luowei. That little ninny. She's really hard on you. He originally wanted to stand up and show off his masculinity, letting this niece understand who exactly was the head of the family, but after seeing Su Luowei's seemingly somewhat angry appearance, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Neisan wouldn't have found out that he was intentionally slacking off and eating softly, would she? What if she gets angry and interrupts his life as a softie? Ahem. Lovey. Actually the thing is like this. He opened his mouth to try and find a reason, but alas, after half a day of his mind racing, he couldn't come up with a suitable thing to say. It is indeed too hard to make up stories. Su Luowei looked at his stuttering appearance and finally noticed a hint of something wrong. Jiang Chen's state. It's a bit perverse. Could it be that? I don't know why, but women's IQs always go into overdrive and their intuition is horribly accurate when thinking about issues related to husband perversity. so Su Luowei reacted almost instantly. Her beautiful eyes widened and she turned around, looking at him with disbelief. Jiang Chen, have you been lying to me all these 3 years? Oops. Discovered. Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Honey, this thing, it's not really what you think. Su Luowei's beautiful eyes flashed with a thoughtful light, and soon figured out the whole thing, standing up somewhat angrily. You actually knew how to write songs a long time ago, didn't you? But you've been hiding it all along. There's a reason for this. Honey, let me explain. Okay, go ahead. I'll listen to your explanation. Su Luowei crossed her arms and looked at him with some exasperation. No woman, no matter what she is going to be in a good mood when she suddenly realizes that she has been cheated on by her husband for 3 years. Jiang Chen stole a glance at Su Luowei and sighed with a difficult sigh in his heart. Forget it. It's better to just admit your mistake. There's no end to a woman's anger. So apologize early and you can still fight for forgiveness. Otherwise, when the little ninja really got angry, her own comfortable soft rice life would really be completely over. Wife. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden from you that I could write songs, he said, hanging his head in shame. Seeing Jiang Chen concede, Su Luowei couldn't help but flash a hint of laughter in her eyes, but she still kept her delicate little face. So now that you know you're wrong, what should you do from now on? What to do? What else can I do? To Jiang Chen, this was simply a giveaway. If the answer is, I will work honestly from now on, no longer be lazy and swinging, and be active and strive to be a man of honor, it would be better to kill him directly. In his last life, he was already tired enough. It was hard to enjoy his life for a few years. How could he end it? But if she answered anything else, Neisan wouldn't be satisfied. Jiang Chen asked tentatively, make you a meal? Su Lo slammed her face and shook her head. So I do 2 hours of chores? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei was furious and stomped her feet. You're also too lazy. Even when you're coaxing me, you're only willing to do 2 hours of housework? Wife. Jiang Chen, however, justifiably has his own set of theories. Let me ask you, the housekeeping ants we hired, how are they paid? By the hour. Where's the cook? Press. Benton? That's not right. Jiang Chen said. If I do the housework and cook again, who will pay these ants wages? Who's going to raise their grandchildren at home? We can't let our willfulness affect the happiness of other people's families. Su Luowei completely froze. A bewildered look at Jiang Chen. Being nice. How come it suddenly affects other people's family happiness? She was still confused, but the live stream was exploding. Wait. Why do I also feel that what Jiang Chen said is somewhat reasonable? Asterisk. Bull asterisk. Where's the sense in that? I was almost fooled by Jiang Chen. He's lying to you. Wake up. Don't be fooled by Jiang Chen. Auntie doesn't work here. She can work somewhere else. It was a long time before Su Luowei came back to her senses. Great. Almost got sidetracked by Jiang Chen again. Exasperated and wary, she looked at Jiang Chen. Were you just fooling me? No. Okay, then I don't want you to do chores or cook. You're not angry? Of course not. Su Luowei raised her own little fist and threatened. I want you to write a song. Writing songs? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. Su Luowei grunted coldly and nodded. This was the solution she had just come up with. Jiang Chen was just too cunning. If he was asked to do housework, he would definitely have all sorts of excuses to put it off. But writing songs is done independently, so there's always no way to rely on someone else. From now on, write one every month. No, write 2 songs, she said viciously. However, Jiang Chen's face was a bit odd. Writing 2 songs a month? Writing a song is the kind of thing that might be hard for others, but for him, it's nothing at all. In his previous life, he was originally a top heavenly king who was all round in film, television and song. There are so many songs in my head, it doesn't take 5 minutes to write one out. When the time comes to casually spend 10 minutes every month, write 2 songs out to fool the little ninny on the line. Eat soft rice thing is not affected at all. You call that a thing? Okay, right, Jiang Chen said with great difficulty. That's more like it. Su Luowei's anger finally subsided a bit. Jiang Chen looked at her appearance and knew that this matter was probably over. He waved his hand and yawned again. If there's nothing else, I'll sleep some more. For inspiration. With that, he prepared to return to the recliner to retrieve the dream that had just passed. Honestly, it's still pretty hard to have your nap interrupted. It's not too late to make up for it, right? However, when Su Luowei saw this look on his face, for some reason, the anger in her heart suddenly bubbled up again. She always felt that forgiving Jiang Chen just like that seemed a bit too cheap. After all, this guy had actually kept this from her for 3 whole years in order to be lazy. It's an abomination. No, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the jade hand she had originally put down reforked. You right now? Ha? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Su Luowei with a bewildered expression. Right now? Writing songs isn't farting. How can you just say it? Doesn't it need to be brewed? I don't care. I want you to write it now and sing it to me when you're done. Su Luowei looked at him fiercely. Her pretty little face had an unreasonable look. Got. This is going to be coaxing. Jiang Chen looked at the little nymph's appearance. The corner of his mouth twitched, where in his heart could he not understand what she was thinking. Women. They like to do this kind of farting with their pants down, but he also knew that at this time, as long as he casually wrote a few good lyrics and coaxed with sweet words, Su Luowei would subside. Otherwise, there's bound to be no end to this. Su Luo would torture him in every way possible. Cold war, crying, willfully picking fights, hunger strikes, until he surrenders and admits his faults. After 3 years of marriage, he would never go wrong with this kind of multiple-choice question that gives away points. He craned his head to look at the coffee table off to the side, where a ready-made pen and paper were sitting, left over from his boredom playing with paper airplanes yesterday. He sighed and walked over, picking up the pen and paper with a somewhat hard expression as he asked, "Honey, what song do you want me to write?" Su Luowei's pretty eyes turned, deliberately making things difficult. "You've done something wrong. Then, write a song admitting your mistake." Recognize a mistake? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. "That's right. I'm going to hear you sing about admitting your mistakes." Jiang Chen was very difficult. "Wife, writing a song is not like buying food on the street. Say what you want. This moment, where do I go to write a song that recognizes the wrong? Then I don't care. I'm just going to listen anyway." Su Luowei actually felt a little funny in her heart as she looked at Jiang Chen's tangled face. Still, she wasn't going to let Jiang Chen off the hook, proudly waving her small fists at Jiang Chen. She demonstrated. "No ink, go write it. I'm going back to my room now to get my guitar. And when you're done, you have to sing it to me live to qualify." On the air, fans were screaming for help. "Well said, lovey, that's the way to go. You can't forgive him so easily. I've known for a long time that Jiang Chen isn't a good person. I didn't expect him to cheat Luowei for 3 years. This dog man doesn't deserve forgiveness. He must be taught a lesson. Humph. In my opinion, it's better to just get a divorce." Jiang Chen opened his mouth and looked at Su Luowei with a look of disbelief. Nikki, however, ignored him and towed the line back to her room to get her guitar. Jiang Chen looked at his little petite wife's fluttering departing silhouette. The heart was gradually relieved. This one. Finally. Fortunately, Su Luowei's focus of attention didn't seem to be on the matter of him being intentionally lazy and eating soft food, but only asked him to write a song. Writing songs is nothing to him at all. Jiang Chen's mind relaxed and he resumed his lazy stance, leaning back on the sofa. Slowly, he pondered. What exactly is the song we're going to sing later to cheer up the little ninny? Admit it? A song popped into his head, but then he skimmed it and gave up. Admit a gross mistake. Real men, they can make mistakes, but never admit fault. He thought for a moment longer, and an idea popped into his head. Chapter 5. Jiang Chen, are you provoking me? When Su Luowei came back with her guitar in her arms, she found that Jiang Chen had already spread the paper on the desktop, holding a pen, and was earnestly writing something on it. His brow furrowed every now and then, as if he was racking his brain in thought. Seeing this image, Su Luowei couldn't help but spread a smile and spit out her tongue somewhat mischievously. She was also a singer, so she naturally understood that writing a song actually required a long preparation time. Lyrics, melody, arrangement, each step, requires a significant time commitment. Sometimes it's written and has to go through back and forth revisions. The 2 songs she wrote herself, just the lyrics, spent more than a month to polish. The melody is also in the teacher's guidance and help, only to continue to improve, the difficulty of which can be imagined. Her request for Jiang Chen to write a song on the spot admitting his mistake was a deliberately difficult request made entirely in a moment of anger. The purpose was to deliberately punish Jiang Chen so that he would understand his mistake. How dare you cheat her for 3 whole years just to be lazy? Ha! It's just too bad. However, now that she saw Jiang Chen's distressed appearance, the anger in her heart gradually subsided. The heart couldn't help but soften a bit again. It's so hard to write songs live. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even her teacher couldn't do it. So difficult for Jiang Chen, he will not be angry later. Having been married to Jiang Chen for 3 years, she naturally understood that Jiang Chen was actually not without a temper. If we push him, he'll freak out too. If she kept on being unreasonable, maybe she would be the one receiving the punishment tonight. By then, she'll be begging for mercy. How about, I'd better find a chance later. Forgive him? Su Luowei blushed and took 2 steps closer to see what Jiang Chen was writing. In the live broadcast room, The fans also seemed to see Su Luowei's soft heart and clamored. "Lovey, hang in there, never go soft. The dog man is bent on being a soft touch. He must be taught a lesson. Let him write. Let's see what kind of nonsense he can come up with. Let him sing. I'm going to record it and make fun of him exclusively later." Su Luo couldn't see the pop-ups in the live stream. She walked behind Jiang Chen, only to find that a few lines had already been written on the modest piece of white paper. She couldn't help but freeze. How is it that Jiang Chen was inspired in this short while? She looked at Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen's writing speed was so fast that it didn't look like he was creating anything at all. Instead it looked like he was ghost drawing. The handwriting is still the same as before. It's casual and informal, and between the lines, it reveals a languid energy. After writing a few words, his brow would furrow slightly. This was followed by a snap of his left hand on his calf and a cursing mutter under his breath. "Damn! Where did you get so many mosquitoes in broad daylight?" Su Luowei froze and watched the scene. After a long time, they were angry and clenched their silver teeth, and their little faces were a little green. Luckily, she had just thought that Jiang Chen was seriously thinking about it. But looking at Jiang Chen's appearance, he was completely making things up, not writing seriously at all. This guy, surprisingly, was just thinking about how to fool her without recognizing his mistake. Su Luo was furious, gritting his teeth. He was about to say something. "Okay, it's written." Jiang Chen, however, snapped and put his pen down with some triumph. Su Luowei glanced towards the paper and surprisingly realized that only the first line was slightly more neatly written. "The moon caused trouble." Instead, the next 2 or 3 lines are scribbled in such a way as to be unrecognizable, like big cats and small cats in threes. The heart couldn't help but become even more exasperated. It's only a few sentences in, and then it's done? Not to mention, the moon causing trouble? What kind of add-up song title is that? He was clearly told to write to admit his fault. What's it got to do with the moon? This guy, not only is he making stuff up, he's off topic. With an exasperated thought in his heart, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at her with a smile. "Honey, I've written it. Where's the guitar? Just write it?" Su Luowei said with a small face and a somewhat cold expression. "You're pretty fast." This smile of Jiang Chen's, in her eyes, was a complete look of confusion. It hadn't been 5 minutes since she'd gone to get her guitar and back. 5 minutes of your time and you're telling me that you finished writing a song? Isn't that just fooling around or something? What's more, the handwriting on that paper was like a ghost's drawing, so it was unrecognizable. That's natural. Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Luowei's abnormality, and from the drawer beside the table, he pulled out the cigarette case, and with a pop sound, he lit one for himself, then slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. In fact, he didn't usually smoke much, but at this moment in time, he couldn't help but want to light one up. No reason. It's all about that light pretentious feeling. Though for 3 years it's always been about soft food and laziness. But the matter of writing songs, he was serious. Once the top king of the entertainment industry, wrote songs that should be honored. Don't look at the lyrics. They're only a few lines long, but the soul in them has come through. And sometimes you don't need to write a song that's too detailed. You just need to get the feeling out. Jiang Chen faintly shared his experience of songwriting, posing. Writing only a few lines is, of course, for laziness. The whole song was already in his head anyway, so what was the point of writing so much detail? However, he didn't know that this pretentious look of his was really a bit underplayed in Su Luowei's eyes. She was about to explode with anger in her mind. She knew about the fact that Jiang Chen could smoke. However, she didn't like Jiang Chen smoking at all, and Jiang Chen knew about it, because in the past, when Jiang Chen smoked, she would always quietly go up and take the cigarette away when he wasn't paying attention. As time went on, Jiang Chen's smoking gradually became less frequent. So why did this guy light up a cigarette at this time of night and for what? To provoke her? Su Luowei bit her silver teeth hard, itching to go up and bite Jiang Chen hard right now. This asshole still doesn't realize his mistake. Keep fooling yourself. What kind of person just writes a few lines of gibberish and then writes a song? In the live broadcast room, the fans were also infuriated by Jiang Chen and were outraged. Dog man, how dare you be so perfunctory? It really pisses me off. Completely failing to recognize his mistake. Look at how pissed off our Lo is. Lovey, you can't spoil him. Pack your bags at once and let him sleep on the streets tonight. All married. Problems should be solved calmly. I suggest direct civil affairs. Don't ever trust him. What writing songs only depends on feelings. It's a total flim-flam. Coaxing his wife is so perfunctory. What an asshole. Never forgive easily. Of course Su Luowei wouldn't easily forgive Jiang Chen. She handed the guitar to Jiang Chen with an icy cold face. Did you really write it? Sure. Just a few lines? Whether a song is good or not is in the soul, not in the number of words, Jiang Chen said in a very pretentious manner. Speaking of which, pretending to be something he hadn't done in what seemed like a very long time. Okay, you sing. I'll listen. After Su Luowei finished speaking, she huffed and walked towards a side seat to sit down, hands wrapped around her chest, her expression icy cold. This time, she was really a bit angry. Jiang Chen's attitude was not serious at all. To actually think of fooling her with this kind of gibberish. Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Luowei's emotions, and his attention was fully focused on this guitar that Su Luowei had handed him. The guitar's workmanship was very exquisite, and at a glance, one could tell that it was expensive. It was a New Year's gift given to him by Su Luowei last year. However, he never played it. The pendulum has been swinging for 3 years. Now, once again, hold the guitar. The once overwhelming feeling of familiarity and nostalgia could still slowly surface. Quietly surveying the guitar in his hands, something gradually changed in his eyes. Memories of past lives continue to coalesce and dissipate in the mind. How many years has it been since you've played guitar? Can't quite remember. He did, however, remember the days when he was still young and spent all day and night in the training room holding his guitar and practicing his playing. During that time, he was still a nobody in the entertainment industry. At that age, he had nothing but hard work, nothing but music, nothing but training in his eyes. It was hard, but also very fulfilling and joyful. Various past events popped up in his mind like running lights. There's happy, there's painful, there's exciting, there's lost. He cradled the guitar in his arms and strummed the strings gently. Thump. The tone is great. The guitar should have been tuned and in tune by Nikki. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. No one knows how much effort it takes to grow from a trainee to a top showbiz diva. But he knows. Chapter 6: The Moon's Trouble. Su Luowei bought a villa that is located next to a park. The surrounding views are beautiful. Standing on the 3rd floor you can look out over the park landscape in the distance and a small lake in the center. It was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sunshine after fall is gentle and pleasant. Su Luowei's beautiful eyes glanced in Jiang Chen's direction. Her heart still angry. She planned that no matter what Jiang Chen sang later, she would never easily forgive this guy. He must be made to realize his mistake. Thump. Thump. However, when Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen again, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. I don't know why. It was only a matter of moments. The feeling Jiang Chen gave her just suddenly became a bit different. Obviously still sitting in the same chair, still dangling with a cigarette in his mouth. But Su Luowei just felt it. Jiang Chen seems to have changed. The previous Jiang Chen, just like the words he wrote, did as he pleased, lethargic and lazy. The whole day was not the slightest bit decent. But at this time Jiang Chen seemed to put all the lethargy in his body, and he was no longer playful and smiling. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a deep look running through his eyes. Su Luowei blinked her beautiful eyes carefully before confirming that she was not wrong. It was indeed deep. Jiang Chen looked at the guitar in his hands as if he was greeting his old friend. Su Luowei froze. For some reason, she suddenly sensed an inexplicable touch from Jiang Chen. It was a feeling that she had only found in a certain old-timer who was a singer-songwriter. At that time, she was not as well known as she is now, and her teacher took her to that old-timer for advice. The old-timer was very amiable. However, when he personally demonstrated to her, he suddenly seemed like a different person. The aura displayed in the moment was shocking, and the feeling Jiang Chen brought to her at this moment was surprisingly not inferior to that old senior at all. How is it possible? Su Luowei couldn't believe it. In the live room, the number of pop-ups gradually decreased. The fans were also very surprised as they looked at Jiang Chen sitting on the chair. Bam bam bam. A faint melody plays. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but directly strummed the guitar strings. His expression was calm, his movements were skillful, and he even looked like he had a faint sense of rhythm, which was very nice to see. But perhaps he had thought of something? His gaze began to turn inward, and the special aura on his body disappeared at that moment. However, Su Luowei felt that the inexplicable touch, seemed to have gotten stronger. She couldn't help but hold her breath. Jiang Chen had never played the guitar in front of her, and the one given to him had never been played. She had always thought that Jiang Chen couldn't play the guitar. However, people who can write songs usually play guitar. That was the reason she had just gone to pick up her guitar with the intention of trying it out. But Jiang Chen's performance, really surprised her. This state of composure was not at all inferior to any of the masters she had seen. Jiang Chen in the sunlight didn't look like he was casually fooling around, and looked serious, as if what he was doing at the moment was what he most wanted to take seriously. Could she the one who misunderstood? The Jiang Chen just now, was he really creating seriously? But how is this possible? That's a good look. That's ghostwriting. Su Luowei involuntarily clenched her fingers, and her heart gradually became expectant. So, what's one song that Jiang Chen will sing? Will it be as amazing as The Wind Rises? It shouldn't be possible with such a short creation time. Finally, the introductory guitar melody came to an end. Jiang Chen's somewhat hoarse voice spoke faintly. It's all your fault. Falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously fulfill the vanity of being loved. What? The moment of opening. Su Luowei suddenly felt that the entire world seemed to have become heavenly, and a burst of dimness came from the sun above her head. In his head, a question mark. Then another question mark popped up. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Chen. What do you mean by, it's all your fault? She remembered clearly that she had just asked Jiang Chen to write a song used to apologize for her mistake, right? How did it become her fault? However, Jiang Chen seemed to be completely absorbed in the tune at this moment, his expression serious. He even closed his eyes slowly. Thump thump. The guitar melody continues. So, Jiang Chen's song continued. It's all your fault, the way you favor people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes, always harboring a haze that makes you love and pity me. It's all your fault, your obsessive dreams. Like a spell. Who else could be stupid enough to be loved by you? Several it's your fault in a row. It was like a big brick falling from the sky, ruthlessly smashing Su Luowei's face, smashing her eyes, silver teeth locked, beautiful fingers, tightly clenched together, delicate little face, nose are about to be angry crooked. What exactly is the meaning of these lyrics written by Jiang Chen? She asked Jiang Chen to write the song to admit his mistake and he wrote this? This asshole. He obviously did something wrong himself. How dare he say it's Luowei's fault? Well, let him write a song. And in 5 minutes time, he writes this out? Damn. It's just too much dog. You want to beg for forgiveness with such a broken song? Hate. As long as Jiang Dog is not eliminated, Luowei will be infuriated by him for one more day. Brothers, let me go. I'm going to die with him. Mr. Righteousness, after you're gone, Luowei and I will visit your grave every year. In the live broadcast room, Su Luowei's fans, too, all of them are angry with the mouth and nose of the smoke, and can't wait to immediately put Jiang Chen in a sack at this moment, and ruthlessly beat him up. On the balcony, Jiang Chen's hoarse singing continued. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Luowei, and there seemed to be a hint of provocation in his gaze. It made the fans in the live broadcast even more furious. However, Su Luowei was suddenly stunned for a moment as she looked at Jiang Chen, who was singing, because Jiang Chen's eyes seemed to carry something else. The pitch of the song is rising. What emotion that had been repressed seemed about to be released immediately. It was also unknown why. The anger in Su Luowei's heart unexpectedly began to inexplicably dissipate at this moment. Her eyelashes fluttered violently. Because of Jiang Chen's eyes, she suddenly read them. Listen carefully. Emotions rise to the extreme in this moment. I admit it's all the moon's fault. You're so beautiful and gentle on a night like that. Only in a flash. I just want to be with you until I die. A few short sentences. Su Luowei, however, gradually froze. These lyrics are short, but the moral they contain is a complete shift in style in this moment. She is a singer and loves to write songs and delve into lyrics. The few lyrics Jiang Chen sang, she could hear them clearly. I admit it's all the moon's fault. You're so beautiful and gentle on a night like that. Only in a flash. Just want to be with you till the end of time. This is, an unspeakably strong feeling suddenly hit her. Because, she suddenly realized, this, not a song that admits fault or accuses her of doing something wrong. This is surprisingly, is a love song? Jiang Chen was there for 5 short minutes. Instead of writing a song about recognizing your mistakes, you wrote a love song? Chapter 7 A live room full of acid. I admit it's the oath that's to blame. It's the sweetest thing you can say. A heart of steel becomes a heart of softness. Jiang Chen's song continued. However, Su Luowei had long since frozen. She looked at Jiang Chen in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, Jiang Chen, too, seemed to have sensed her gaze and raised his head to look at her. It's your fault for falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously fulfill the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, the way you favor people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes, always harboring a haze that makes you love and pity me. The same lyrics he sang again. However, this time, Su Luowei heard it in her ears, but it was a completely different feeling. It's a love song, though the lines sing of your fault, but what Jiang Chen sings is not her fault, but a reason to love her. There is no admission of wrongdoing in this song, yet it is more tender than any words of apology, more beautiful than any words of love. It was a love song that Jiang Chen had written especially for her. This is Jiang Chen, a love song written specifically for her. I don't know why, but it was suddenly the only voice left in her head. Thoughts seemed to go back 3 years in this moment. In that scene where I first met Jiang Chen, that night, he carried a lost little girl on his back for a long, long walk in the moonlight. Along the way, He spoke softly and kept telling the girl jokes and fairy tales, comforting her and making her giggle. A little over an hour away. Jiang Chen, however, didn't have a single complaint and didn't even rest much, just along the way, diverting the little girl's attention in all sorts of ways, patiently answering every innocent and odd question the little girl had. The little girl didn't cry or fret either. They get along great. 2 hours later, he smoothly returned the little girl to her home without leaving a single word, but simply waved goodbye to the little girl and then turned to leave. He thought no one knew what he did, but what he didn't know was that on the girl's body was hiding the show's camera and microphone. As for himself, he was in a cafe not far away, watching Jiang Chen's every move. It was a program. The little girl was pre-arranged by the program. Instead, she was a special guest brought in by the program. That night, she heard every word Jiang Chen said to the little girl. She also memorized every odd fairy tale that was told. Originally, according to the program, after Jiang Chen returned the little girl to her home, she should be the one to step in and give Jiang Chen a commendation and an interview for his act of bravery. That time, however, she unexpectedly declined the show's request. She suddenly wanted to appear in front of Jiang Chen in a different way. Perhaps because of her refusal to show up, the images related to Jiang Chen ended up not being aired on the program. And then later, she then got flash married to Jiang Chen. Now, Jiang Chen's song was the one that had once again awakened her memories. The night I first met Jiang Chen, the moon is indeed beautiful and moving. So, according to him, it's all his fault that she fell in love with Jiang Chen. 2. Su Luowei suddenly unfolded her face, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile, and her gaze toward Jiang Chen was filled with tenderness. What kind of deep feelings? It will make two people take a lifetime commitment. I admit it's the oath that's to blame. It's the sweetest thing I've ever said. A heart of steel becomes a heart of softness. The song gradually came to a close. The sound of the guitar subsided as well. The song is over. The empty balcony suddenly became somewhat silent. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Su Luo didn't say anything either. She quietly looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes slightly red. Honey, forgive me, okay? Jiang Chen put down his guitar and said with a slight smile. Su Luo didn't hesitate at all. The next moment, flung herself into his arms. Voice whispered, yes. In the live broadcast room, the fans were outright dumbfounded, staring blankly at the two people embracing each other on camera. Wait, what the hell is going on? Jiang Chen didn't write a song admitting his mistake or apologizing. He even blurted out that everything was Su Luowei's fault. What? Did Su Luo just forgive him straight away? What kind of operation is this? Lovey, wake up. What a few lines of scribbling on paper is all this guy did. The original clamor of the live broadcast room. At this moment, there was only silence. After a long time, only then did someone slowly tap out a line on the screen. This song, it's kind of catchy. One after another, the pop-ups came alive again. It's actually a love song. Who could have expected that? Was this really written in 5 minutes? Isn't that paper ghostly? Dog man, flamboyant, sings a little bit of a song. Jiang Chen is just too good at coaxing women. Luowei is in danger. Honey, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be mad at you. Su Luowei snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, her voice low and soft. Jiang Chen touched her head and said gently, it's okay, I've forgiven you. Live stream. Su Luowei was perhaps really a bit touched by Jiang Chen's song, stayed in his arms and refused to come out. It was as if a faint scent of dog food was emanating from the entire live broadcast. Everyone looked sourly at the scene in front of them, but they didn't know what to say. The song Jiang Chen had just sung brought them a bit of a shock. It's still a bit of a flashback. Jiang Chen hugged for a while, feeling the concave and convex soft and delicate body in his arms. His hands unexpectedly could not help but gradually become a little unsteady. He coughed. Ahem. Wife, I suddenly feel that the sunlight is a bit harsh. So why don't let's go to our room and continue talking. Su Luowei's head burrowed out of Jiang Chen's arms and glanced at the air, realizing that the sun had completely hidden itself in the clouds by now. Her cheeks became more playfully red in a moment. Gently pushed Jiang Chen. Unorthodox. Straight. The live feed hasn't been turned off yet. Chapter 8 Invisible Wings. In the live broadcast room, the fans' mouths had already been stuffed with dog food and could not stand it, and they were banging on their keyboards and cursing angrily. Dog thief, where do you put your hands? Let go of my goddess at once. Aha, I'm going to duel you at a time and place of your choosing. Holy, where's my knife? Where did my knife go? Lo, don't believe his bull asterisk. He's trying to scheme. Crooked. Demon spirit? Someone here is being a hooligan and suggests a direct death sentence. Jiang Chen noticed the camera on the side and also shook his head with some regret. I didn't expect that today it was so hard to let the little ninja be touched once. It was exactly the time when he could go further. but he ran into so many light bulbs. These guys, they've got nothing better to do than find a class. What are you doing on the air all day? Getting ready to light up the planet? Old. Honey, I'll go down first. Perhaps she was shy. Or perhaps she was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to control it. Su Luowei said with a reddened face as she broke free from Jiang Chen's arms in some panic. It took her a moment to remember that she was still on the air and that she had forgotten to show her fans the wedding photos. Fine. Jiang Chen sighed lightly and didn't force himself. However, Su Luowei's words changed. And then she suddenly looked at him curiously as if she had remembered something. Honey, did you really write this song in 5 minutes? Now that the emotion of being touched had subsided a little, she realized that the song The Moon Causes Trouble was far too complete, far too high to be a work that could have been done in 5 minutes. Of course not. Jiang Chen shook his head and was straight up honest. The inspiration for this song came a long time ago. I just wrote it out in its entirety. No wonder. Su Luowei came to a realization. No wonder Jiang Chen could sing such a complete song after writing only a few lines. Still, this has been awesome. So you're so good at writing songs. Is there something else you're hiding from me? She followed up with a somewhat odd gaze at Jiang Chen. Of course not. Jiang Chen was flustered in his heart and quickly coughed. Over the years, I've written a total of 2 songs, all of which were discovered by you. Really? Really? Jiang Chen's gaze was incomparably sincere. However, Su Luowei didn't seem too convinced, waving her little pink fist threateningly towards Jiang Chen. If you lie to me again, you'll see. Okay, good. Looking at Nasan's departing back, Jiang Chen sighed slightly in his heart, then continued to recline in his chair. The sun was peeking out of the clouds again, shining down on him in a warm and cozy way. He propped his hands behind his head in a more comfortable position. This late afternoon sun coupled with the occasional fall breeze was so soothing that he soon yawned again. Ha! Reaching down, he picked up the magazine from the floor and put it back over his face, squinting his eyes gently. I hadn't sung in many years, and the song I just sang was comfortable and enjoyable. It was just a few minutes, but it reminded him of a lot of things that used to happen. He loved to sing and dance at that time, but he wasn't very talented. So in the company's practice rooms, he was always one of the last to go, singing song after song in the mirror, repeating the motions over and over again. Always work harder than anyone else. Eventually, one step at a time, he climbed the ladder of divas. The trainees who were once more talented than him have long since lost sight of even his back. It was a hard time, but it was also pure. Immerse yourself fully in your dreams and chase them with all your might. Although in the end, lost his life. But for some reason, he didn't regret it much. The road was all of his own choosing, and this path to the heavenly king had at least given him a view he'd never seen before. There's nothing to regret. If he hadn't taken such a trip before, even if he were allowed to choose again, he would probably still embark on this path without hesitation. And so on. Jiang Chen's brows suddenly knitted. What's with the flashbacks to the old struggles? Not good. Not good. That's a bad habit. Now he was choosing a different, more leisurely path. Lying around every day, enjoying life, enjoying his time, and eating enough soft food for 10 years was his goal. Anyway, the scenery at the peak had already been savored. So what was the point of going through it again? So, what's the point of thinking about all the bad things you do? He yawned and lifted the magazine, which was about to slip from his face, back up. Fortunately, it was a bit of a revealing day, but Nasan didn't ask for too much. And, only 1 manuscript has been found. 2. I seem to write a lot of nonsense on the spur of the moment at the time. It's been too long and I don't know where it was received. It would be kind of bad if Nikki found out again. Downstairs in the study, there were faint sounds of Su Luowei talking to her fans. Jiang Chen rested his hands on the back of his head, and made up his mind that he would never write a random song at home again, and that all the things he had written before would have to be found and thrown away. Life is something that should most definitely be used for enjoyment, not tossing around. Why struggle when you're not destined to run out of money in this life? Wasn't there some bull written yesterday? Luckily dropped it. The study. Su Luowei picked 2 random wedding photo albums out of the cabinet, and after giving the fans an eyeful, she was a little impatient to say goodbye to the fans and close the live broadcast. In the next few moments, she resumed her place at the heel of the table, looking at the 2 pieces of paper on the tabletop, her eyes still glittering with a faint gleam of incredulity. These 2 pieces of paper. 1. With the lyrics and melody of The Wind is Rising, which she had earlier dug out of her wedding photo album. The piece of paper had probably been wedged in the album for at least a year or more, and the edges of the paper were already vaguely yellowed. Even the color of the ink of the handwriting was much duller. The other one, on the other hand, was The Moon Causes Trouble, which Jiang Chen had just handwritten. The paper was still brand new and white, and the ink color of the handwriting was very sharp. except that the very center of the piece of paper seemed to be stained with some oil. It should be the traces left behind when Jiang Chen ate the potato chips yesterday. Su Luowei pouted her lips somewhat unhappily, then reached out her slender hand and gently touched the oil-stained place, seemingly a little distressed. This guy Jiang Chen doesn't pay attention at all. After gently scrubbing for a while, the oil stains finally lightened up a bit. Her eyes fell on the scribbled, yet sentimental, lines of lyrics with them. I admit it's all the moon's fault. The night is so beautiful and gentle, only in a flash. I just want to be with you until I die. She read it softly, and the disbelieving gleam in her eyes couldn't help but strengthen a few more points. Is it really a song that Jiang Chen wrote in 5 minutes? It was inspired a long time ago, but this is just too unbelievable. Moonstruck is written from a very particular point of view of affection for a loved one. It's all your fault. Made me fall in love with you. It's all because the moon is so beautiful and enchanting that it makes me just want to be with you until the end of my days. What's wrong with Jiang Chen's brain? It's amazing that you can come up with such a love story. A hint of delight and sweetness flooded Su Luowei's heart. The only thing that's a bit of a shame is that Jiang Chen has only composed 2 songs over the years. This guy, if only he could spend all his time writing music. The tenderness and gentleness in her eyes couldn't help but increase a few more points as she recalled the way Jiang Chen had sung to her with full of affection a few minutes ago. After a few moments of thought, she stood up and walked over to the cabinet, rummaging through a pretty notebook to carefully clip the 2 pieces of paper in. However, just as she was about to put the laptop back in the drawer to put it away, her cell phone suddenly rang. Buzz. The cell phone screen lit up and a name surfaced. It was Agent Su Jingchu calling. Hello, Sister Jing? Hey, Lo, I'm almost at the door. A tall woman holding up the phone on the green path in the small area, looking at the exquisite villas staggered on both sides, sighed softly and continued. I'm sorry I couldn't stay. Yao Si Chun. He seemed determined to leave and picked this time of year. Obviously your new song is about to be released. How should this be? He's the music director of our company, and if he leaves, a lot of things will be delayed. I've been working on this today. Okay, we'll talk about it when we meet. Hanging up the phone, the woman let out a deep breath and continued on her way. Not far away, the fountain statue was clattering and spouting water, and around each villa, there were green lawns, flower beds, and trees dotted about, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh flowers and grass everywhere. However, Su Jingchu was not in the mood to enjoy these beautiful views. Her steps were quick, and in a few moments, she was in front of the front door of a villa. Ding dong ding dong. Su Jingchu stretched out her slender fingers and pressed the doorbell. The crisp doorbell rang and she tucked her phone away in her bag, her eyes glancing around a little bored. But when her gaze fell on the greenery not far away, she couldn't help but freeze. What's that? The head of the greenery, trimmed in the shape of a bear, looks quirky and funny with a paper airplane sticking out of it, hitting the bear right in the head. And I don't know which kid's prank. Su Jingchu was a bit curious and took 2 steps forward, removing the paper airplane. Originally wanted to throw it into the trash can, but after looking at it, he realized that inside the paper airplane, there were some words vaguely penetrating through it, and it seemed to have written something. Curious, she unwrapped the paper airplane. The tiny piece of paper with the crease was found to have quite a few words written on it. It was a line of little phrases. The piece of paper looked up and it was 5 words, invisible wings. Invisible wings? Every time. All strong in their wandering and loneliness. Every time. Even if it hurts. And no tears. I know. I have invisible wings. The sentences are so short. Did someone write the poem? Su Jingchu took a closer look at the paper and realized that the poem seemed to be written okay. The font is really a bit uncomplimentary. Crooked. Arbitrary. A stroke. All seem to reveal a lethargy. Who wrote this? Su Jingchu had some doubts in her heart, but didn't think much of it, instead putting the piece of paper in his bag. Never mind. I found it in front of Lo's house anyway. Just ask her later. Chapter 9 Su Jingchu's shock. Su Luowei hung up the phone and carefully put the notebook away in the drawer. This drawer was specially used by her to store important information, and the outside of the drawer was also equipped with a delicate small lock. Closing the drawer just in time for the ding-dong doorbell to ring downstairs, she picked up her cell phone and headed in the direction of the stairs. Su Jingchu was 10 years older than her, and was the agent she had been working with since her debut, and it wasn't the first time she had come to her home. And usually if there was anything important, for the sake of convenience, she would come directly to the house to discuss it with her. A year ago, she broke away from her original company and formed her own studio. Su Jingchu also submitted her resignation to the original company with her at that time, and continued on to the new studio as her manager. Out of this, she had always been grateful to the other party in her heart, and even specialized in the first floor of her villa, reserving a room for Su Jingchu. And sometimes, when she chatted late, she would also retain her to rest here for the night. Overall, Su Jingchu was not an outsider. Click. Su Luowei threw the gate open. Standing at the doorway was, indeed, the tall Su Jingchu. Sister Shizuku, she greeted with a smile. Su Jingchu wasn't polite, and after changing her shoes, she walked straight in, complaining, just in time for rush hour. The road was jammed with traffic for too long, or else I would have arrived long ago. Drink some water first. Su Luowei handed her over a glass of water. The two made some more small talk, making their way to the couch and sitting down. Sister Jing, what was that about on the phone just now? Su Luowei first waited for Su Jingchu to take a few sips of water before continuing to ask. Talking about work, she originally had some homey little girl demeanor, but also put away. Can in just a few years' time to become the new popularity of the little diva? Get the title of national goddess. She can rely on more than just face value, behind the hard work, not at all less than others. Half a year ago, her studio began to develop in the direction of a formal entertainment company, and the studio recruited a number of trainees in addition to her assistant and manager. So, she would often appear as the boss of the group. Over time, the aura of female president on her body was also unconsciously strong. But strangely enough, no matter how high cool and domineering she was outside, as soon as she returned home and saw Jiang Chen, she could always instantly go back to the state of a little woman at home, spilling her guts and playing tricks, and she was good at everything. Jiang Chen, it's really her soft spot. Lovey, here's the thing. Su Jingchu sighed again and said, 2 days ago, didn't Yao Si-chun, the music director of our Chenwei Entertainment, suddenly mention leaving his job? Su Luowei nodded. This matter, she knew. In the meantime, I've been contacting new music directors in addition to retaining him. Originally there was some progress, and several old-timers in the music industry, when they were negotiating, showed a clear intention that they could work together. But when I contacted them again today, they didn't know what was going on, and all of a sudden they all changed their tune, saying that they wouldn't cooperate with us, Chenwei Entertainment. When I asked them why, they also said it was unclear. Even Yao Si-chun's side, they don't reply to my messages at all. At those words, Su Luowei slightly frowned. Her new song was originally scheduled to be released in 3 days, but during this time, the music director in the studio, Yao Si-chun, didn't know what was going on, and was always delaying the production of her new song with various reasons. Near the release of the new song, it was even a sudden departure. This has resulted in her new songs being in limbo so far, with lyrics and melodies unfinished, not to mention arrangements and production, promotion and release. Just now in the live broadcast, she had already told her fans that the new song would be postponed for a week for release, but even if another week was added, time was actually very tight. The only way to catch up was to immediately find a new music producer and work overtime to catch up. After all, Yao Si-chun's deliberate delay earlier had wasted too much time. But what made her somewhat unanticipated was that today, when Sister Jing went to negotiate with those music producers who were interested in cooperation, they were all let down. Now, it's a little too late to get a new music producer, so her new song, if nothing else, will likely be pushed back even further. Breaking faith in front of her fans so repeatedly is still having an effect on her popularity. Luowei, I suspect that this is someone behind it, Su Jingchu said after hesitating for a moment. Su Luowei nodded. In fact, during this period of time, she also sensed a bit of abnormality. Over the past 2 weeks, several announcements originally prepared by the company for the newcomers were suddenly cut off, and the reasons for this were somewhat unclear, and all of these things were originally the responsibility of Yao Si-chun. Coupled with the strange things that Jing's side was experiencing nowadays, with several music producers releasing their pigeons at the same time, she wouldn't believe it if she said that no one was deliberately pushing for it behind the scenes for such a coincidental thing. There must be someone behind the scenes intentionally targeting them. Chenwei Entertainment. And moreover, this troublemaker was most likely Yao Si-chun. However, after a few moments of careful thought, she frowned again. Yao Si-chun was just a music director. Even if he was a bit famous in the music industry, it was impossible for him to have so much energy to command other music producers. Behind this, I'm afraid there's an even bigger force that's driving it. Su Jingchu froze for a moment. You mean there are other entertainment companies involved? It should be. Only they have so much energy to contact so many music producers at the same time, and only they are willing to pay the price to convince those music producers to give up cooperating with us. After all, the entire music scene is not up to 1 or 2 entertainment companies. Su Luowei took a deep breath and nodded her head. Yao Si-chun is not capable enough to try and do this, and there's no reason for it. Chenwei Entertainment has been developing well for a while now, and they're just trying to take advantage of my new song's upcoming release to catch us off guard. Speaking of this, Su Jingchu also gradually figured out a lot of things. She clenched her teeth and cursed with some indignation. This Yao Si-chun, really a bastard who eats out of his own house. Has he forgotten that when he didn't have much fame? It was you who kept insisting on using his songs so that they could keep appearing in the middle of the music scene. Now that he's got some fame, he's starting to do this kind of inhuman behavior. Su Luowei was silent and didn't say anything. Yao Si-chun's betrayal also put her in a somewhat bad mood. Yao Si-chun was her senior at the same school, studying composition. Back then she had just made her debut. It was the time when there was a lack of songs, so her teacher recommended Yao Si-chun to work with her. It is also this layer of relationship in so many years. She has also been holding the teacher out of the same door to support each other to work together. I did not expect now but, however, the most important thing at the moment was not dealing with Yao Si-chun's matter. During this period of time, because of the successive cutoffs of the newcomers' announcements, as well as the sudden departure of the music director, the hearts within the studio had become a bit unstable, and in the circle of trainees, there were even some rumors circulating about the imminent closure of Chenwei Entertainment. Her brow furrowed again at the thought. The entertainment industry itself is a fame and fortune field. Turning on each other and hooking up with each other can be seen everywhere. Over the course of this year, as her popularity grew, the momentum of Chenwei Entertainment also grew, and there were already vague hints of it becoming a regular entertainment company. With such a rapid growth rate, it must have moved a lot of people's cakes. It was only a matter of time before she was targeted, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. At this time of year, Morning Vista Entertainment is still a bit unprepared. What to do? Forget it. There's no need to think so much right now. Su Jingchu was angry for a while, then looked at Su Luowei with some heartache. I'll go and grab a few other musicians to contact. No matter which company did this, I'd like to see if the entertainment industry is one of theirs to say. With your current popularity, there are definitely still people willing to write songs for you. Big deal. Let's lower the quality of the songs a little bit and get through this difficult time first. Su Luowei, however, shook her head. Don't, Sister Jing. If you really do that, you'll be in their trap. My song doesn't really matter. Su Jingchu froze for a moment, then looked at her with some puzzlement. Couldn't the most important thing right now be to settle the matter of Su Luowei's new song first? Su Luowei didn't continue to speak. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a thoughtful light as she quietly contemplated. At this moment, her thoughts were very clear. Yao Si-chun's betrayal, and all the things that had happened within the company, all of them slowly passed through her mind. After a long time, she slowly said, they're running towards Chenwei Entertainment, so deliberately going after my new song is just the first step. But that's not really their goal, because even if my new song isn't released on time, it's just going to lose some popularity, and there's not much of an impact on what I can do. Then what is their goal? Su Jingchu was stunned for a moment, puzzled. Su Luowei was silent for a while before she gritted her teeth. Her delicate lips moved slightly, and slowly spat out two words. Build momentum. Building momentum? That's right. Su Luowei nodded her head, took a deep breath, and continued. Chenwei Entertainment was founded less than a year ago, and its roots are still very shallow compared to those big name companies in the entertainment industry. What they want, I guess, is for everyone to see the gap between us, Morning Vista Entertainment, and those big name entertainment companies. As long as they can make everyone realize in the next few hours that Morning Vista Entertainment isn't a strong enough entertainment company, that's enough, and that's Morning Vista Entertainment's biggest shortcoming. But, they do that, does it do them any good? Su Jingchu's eyes widened. She was just an agent, all of a sudden talking about the heated exchanges between companies. Her mind was still a bit unable to keep up. Su Luowei smiled slightly and looked at Su Jingchu. Sister Jing, if everyone has already seen Chenwei Entertainment's shortcomings and decline, then, when the crossfire really begins, do you think that there will still be people who will choose to stand on our side? Hiss. Su Jingchu sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. After Su Luowei said this, she also instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. She has been an agent in the entertainment industry for over a decade. If she were to draw an analogy, the various companies within the entertainment industry are like one giant pool, and any kind of resource in the entertainment industry is a drop of water in the middle of these pools, and the drop of water is able to flow between the pools as it pleases. But if when all the drops of water suddenly learn that one of the pools is on fire, the water that flows in will all be vaporized. All the water droplets, then, will no longer lean towards that pool, and over time, even if that pool is not actually on fire, the water inside will gradually dry up, without the nourishment of new drops of water. The ultimate fate that a pool can wait for is only to dry up and die out. So, what do we do now, regarding this issue? In fact, Su Luowei already had an idea in her mind. She said calmly, "First of all, we must immediately find another new music director for Chenwei Entertainment to stabilize the situation within the company first. And secondly, the release of my new song must not be delayed any further, and the quality must be guaranteed. Otherwise, it will definitely be used as a target for attack." Su Jingchu had a tangled face. But, where are we going to find a suitable music director in such a short period of time? And it's so hard not to hold up your new songs. Su Luowei didn't say anything. A lazy figure popped up in her mind. That guy can write a song in just 5 minutes? Can he solve my problem? Either try him as the new music director of Morning Vista Entertainment. He will say yes. Sister Jing, regarding the candidate for the music director, I have in my heart, have an idea for the time being, Su Luowei said after hesitating for a moment. However, she didn't directly name Jiang Chen. She hadn't asked Jiang Chen's opinion on this matter yet, so she didn't dare to pack her bags. I will try to talk to him, and if he agrees, it might solve our current problem. Got a candidate? Who is it? Su Jingchu instantly asked with some curiosity. She basically knew all the famous music producers in the entertainment industry. In this momentary effort, she hadn't really thought of a suitable candidate, but she didn't realize that Su Luowei's site already had a direction. The expression on Su Luowei's face, however, wavered a bit. His situation is a little unique and I'm not really sure, so after I talk to him, I'll talk to you. Su Jingchu looked at her expression and suddenly understood something. She hesitated and asked, Lovey, isn't this guy not very famous? Su Luowei thought for a moment, then nodded. Jiang Chen was actually quite famous, but it was all curses. In the music world, there really isn't much of a reputation. Su Jingchu took a deep breath. Sure enough, Su Luowei was planning to saber rattle. Ever since she had known Su Luowei, this niece was not of a peaceful nature. Although she was smart, she was not at all steady in doing things. Back in the day, getting married was also a good idea. Picking an unreliable man and marrying himself off early. No one would listen to anyone. Now that I've started my own company, I didn't realize that my nature was still the same as before. Luowei our current situation is indeed a bit bad, but if we think carefully, we can still contact some experienced music producers. You can't just joke about things like that, she advised bitterly. Su Luowei smiled. Sister Jing, how could I joke about Chenwei Entertainment? This guy I'm looking for, he's not much of a celebrity, but he's a real musical genius. He may not have much of a reputation now, but I'm sure he'll be famous in the music world before long. Su Jingchu sniffed, but in her heart, she skimmed her lips with some disbelief. Genius? She'd seen too many geniuses. There is no shortage of talent in the entertainment industry. Only those who can keep going on this path are true geniuses. The rest, at best, are individuals. She frowned and continued to ask, so the guy you have in mind, has he written anything? After thinking for a moment, Su Luowei revealed a smile and said, yes, I even watched him write one today. With that, she got a pen and paper. A little thought followed, and then, on a piece of paper, the names of the 2 songs were written down. The wind is picking up. The moon causes trouble. Chapter 10, when Nikki changes into sexy lingerie. The living room was very quiet. The only sound was the rustle of the pen tip on the paper. Su Jingchu watched from the sidelines. Su Luowei's writing speed was very fast. The lyrics and melodies of the 2 songs had been deeply memorized in her brain, and in less than 10 minutes, the paper was filled with densely written lyrics. Her font was beautiful and neat, much better than what Jiang Chen had written, and after she finished writing, she picked up the paper and checked it over before handing it over to Su Jingchu with dissatisfaction. Su Jingchu took the white paper and looked at it, but her brows frowned slightly. Is it windy? The moon causing trouble? They were both song titles she hadn't heard before, but both songs were given by Su Luowei, so she was patient and continued to read on. In the first song, the wind is picking up. It's a walk in the park. Follow the trail of a teenager adrift. The moment before leaving the station, there was some hesitation. I can't help but laugh at this nearness. Remains unavoidable. In the cool morning light, smile sweetly. Once upon a time, when I first knew the world, a million things to linger over. Look at the sky as if it were in front of you, and I'm willing to go through fire to go through it again. After seeing only half of it, Su Jingchu's eyes kept widening. She had been an agent for so long that she actually knew a bit about sound, and there were at least a couple dozen songs that had passed through her hands. But the song The Wind Rises, just by looking at the lyrics, it's already a very rare super high quality. And lyrics of this level simply can't be written without a certain amount of accumulated songwriters. Lovey, this song, it's written by which teacher? Seeing such a high quality work, Su Jingchu directly added the honorific title of teacher as she held the piece of white paper and looked at Su Luowei with some excitement. I think that if you can release this song a week later, there must not be any problem. Su Luowei looked at Su Jingchu's surprised expression and smiled gently, but next, shook her head with some regret. This song is indeed very good, but it is not yet finished. The melody is only half made. The remaining half, that old teacher is not inspired for the time being. Otherwise, if it could be completed, this song could definitely make a name for itself in the singing world. Like this? That's a shame. Upon hearing this, Su Jingchu also let out a somewhat regretful sigh, and then, her gaze returned to the white paper to look at another song. The moon gets in the way. It's your fault for falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously fulfill the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, the way you favor people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes, always harboring a haze that makes you love and pity me. I admit it's all the moon's fault. The night was too beautiful and you were too gentle, only in a flash. I just want to be with you until I die. This was a love song, and just by looking at the lyrics, the phrasing didn't seem very flashy, but Su Jingchu still showed a shocked look on her face, because she knows that in the pop music world, the market for love songs is huge, and love songs are the hardest to write. After all, there are just too many people writing. This song, The Moon Causes Trouble, is written from a very special, grounded perspective of affection for a loved one, with a very high degree of completeness. On paper, there's the full melody. She hummed gently against the melody, and immediately realized that it was unusual. The melody was catchy and very gripping, and the rhythm was clear and fast, such a high-quality love song. As soon as it was released, the degree of transmission would definitely not be low. Lovey, what about this song? You can sing this song too. With a shocked gleam in her eyes, she once again looked at Su Luowei with excitement. As long as she could come up with this song for the launch party in 10 days, her fans would surely be shocked as well. However, Su Luowei still shook her head. Sister Jing, this song is indeed very good. However, it is not suitable for me to sing because it has already been sung. Su Jingchu froze for a moment. Sung? Which singer sang it? Why have I never heard it before? She had been busy with the music director today and hadn't really had time to watch Su Luowei's live broadcast. Oops. Who else could it be? That guy. Su Luowei's face couldn't help but blush a little, gently pushing Su Jingchu. Who exactly sang it? You don't care. The song, anyway, is inappropriate. This is the love song Jiang Chen gave her. In her heart, this song would always belong to Jiang Chen. She was also only willing to listen to Jiang Chen sing, and she didn't want to take the song out until she had to. Okay. Su Jingchu let out another regretful sigh. However, after watching 2 songs in a row, she had a rough idea of the strength of that musician in Su Luowei's mind. And anyone who could write a song like this, the level of composition would definitely not be bad. Could it be that person really be the legendary genius? As she was pondering, Su Luowei's side had already begun to explain. Sister Jing, you hardly need to contact other musicians for the time being in these 2 days. However, you know a lot of people, so you can try to find out which company is behind the manipulation this time? As long as I can find the mastermind behind this, I will definitely not be able to let it go. Su Luowei gritted her teeth and said with some hatred, having been bullied by others, if she didn't make a counterattack, how could she still mix in the entertainment circle in the future? Good. I'll immediately mobilize my connections and poke around when I get back. Upon hearing this, Su Jingchu also nodded with a grave expression on her face. After saying goodbye to Su Jingchu, Su Luowei locked the door, and with the paper filled with lyrics and melodies, she once again returned to the living room, and on the roof of the building, that guy Jiang Chen seemed to still be taking a nap. She put the lyrics away and sat down on the couch, her hands propped up on her chin, looking out the window and thinking quietly. The matter of the studio was fine as long as it was handled step by step. She wasn't in a hurry. However, the matter of wanting Jiang Chen to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment wasn't an idea that came to her on a whim. When she found out that Jiang Chen had written a song like The Wind Rises, she knew that Jiang Chen was talented at writing songs, and that he was clearly more suited to writing songs than writing. After all, writing has been going on for so many years and nothing has come out of it. But writing a song was as if it wasn't a difficult task for him, and in just 5 minutes, he was able to write a complete love song, something that even her teacher couldn't do. Su Luowei was almost certain in her heart that as long as Jiang Chen started writing songs, he would definitely make a name for himself in the music industry. Compared to those things in the studio, she actually hoped that Jiang Chen's talent would not be buried. But, Su Luowei frowned a little bitterly. Jiang Chen has always been addicted only to writing. For 3 years, he kept writing, and even when he knew he could write songs, he deliberately hid it from the public. just so he could write in peace at home. So, what on earth would it take to get him to give up writing and take a job as a music director at Shanwei Entertainment? Su Luowei beamed and pondered for a few more moments. Then, it was as if she suddenly thought of something. The beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She walked to her room on the second floor and rummaged through the cabinets to find a small, delicate box. This was the sexy lingerie Jiang Chen had purchased online earlier and had always wanted her to try it on. But she had never agreed to it because she felt it was too shy. This matter had always been a small wish in Jiang Chen's heart. How about tonight? The more Su Luowei thought about it, the more she blushed. Then, clutching the small box, he walked out of the room. Chapter 11 Nini's Reward. Jiang Chen didn't know how long he had slept until he felt some coolness on his body, which caused him to sneeze and wake up. The magazine on his face had long since fallen to the floor, and he sat up, sniffling and looking ahead in some confusion. Sisters, who's counting on me behind my back? At this time, in mid-air, the sun had completely set, and in the sky, there was only a light red evening sun. The night had gradually descended, and in the distance, many houses were lit up. Jiang Chen yawned and stretched again, and after picking up the juice on the table, he leaned back in his chair somewhat lazily, biting the straw while admiring the sunset in the sky. That was a great night's sleep, and I'll be able to play a few more games tonight. So, what's a good thing to do tomorrow? It's been a while since I've been out. How about a fishing trip? The weather seems to be all right lately. Writers should go out and look for inspiration, or play chess with the grandpa in front of the neighborhood. Last time, I didn't pay attention at once and lost 3 sets in a row, letting those old men have a good time fooling around. Damn it, he was going to get it back this time. While the thought was going through his mind, Su Luowei's playful voice suddenly came from downstairs. Honey, let's eat. Jiang Chen touched his stomach, indeed a little hungry. He slipped on his slippers and, after another somewhat lazy stretch, headed downstairs. However, just as he traveled to the dining room, he froze, because usually the dining room was bright and spacious, but today the lighting was a little hazy, and vaguely, you could see shifting light on the walls. A little puzzled, he took a few more steps forward and the long dining table came into view. On the dining table, a few slender candles, quietly burning, emitting a faint warm yellow light, swaying in the gentle breeze. In the center of the table, there are carefully prepared dishes, with tempting colors and aromas. Alongside the fine cutlery were 2 beautiful goblets, which had been half filled with red wine. What's going on here? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. Usually Su Luowei, although she also occasionally cooks at home, but due to her busy schedule, most of the time she cooks simple meals, like today, so sumptuous is quite rare. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw Su Luowei walking out of the kitchen with the dishes in her hands. She was wearing an apron and her soft silky hair was tied behind her head. She looked like a gentle and well-behaved little daughter-in-law at home. Noticing his frothing look, he also smiled a little sheepishly. What are you looking at? Sit down. Tonight, reward you. Jiang Chen's heart was suddenly energized when he heard this. Reward him? Could it be that the song that he just sang has touched the little ninny? So, specially made this table of dishes to treat herself? He rubbed his nose and grinned a smile, silky and unceremonious. He sat down on the main seat and reached out his hand again, taking Su Luowei's thin waist over. Honey, don't get busy yet. Let your husband hold you. Wait, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Unexpectedly, Su Luowei struggled up with an embarrassed face. Jiang Chen thought she was talking about the apron, so he cooperated and let go of her. Go on then. I'll wait for you here and have a nice drink with me tonight. Su Luowei fled away with a red face. Jiang Chen sat alone at the dining table and waited. However, after waiting for several minutes, there was no sign of Su Luowei. What's taking so long to change an apron? He muttered suspiciously and was about to stand up to see what Su Luowei was doing. However, she saw that Su Luowei had already changed her clothes and was slinking down the stairway. As soon as Jiang Chen looked up, he couldn't help but freeze, only to see that the little ninny was wearing a tight-fitting black dress, the delicate fabric clinging to her skin, gently outlining her bumpy curves. This dress, of course, he recognized, because that is what he carefully selected. The design of the neckline, just right to show the little ninja's collarbone and elegant neckline. The hemline of the skirt gently swinging, while swaying with Su Luowei's steps, white smooth legs, swaying in front of the eyes, like a charming landscape. It gracefully came into his view. Today's reward. A bit fierce. Jiang Chen touched his nose, baffled by his thoughts. Honey, I'll pour you a drink. Su Luowei lightly moved her lotus steps and walked to Jiang Chen's side. Her face flushed scarlet as she playfully sat down and handed her red wine glass to him. Drinking? Jiang Chen glanced down at the red wine glass and swallowed uncontrollably in his throat. What's the point of drinking at this point? The flames in his heart, which had already been somewhat pressed, rose once again. This little leprechaun. Have to clean up tonight. He picked up the glass of wine handed over by Su Luowei and drank it all in one go. Then, in the midst of the little nymphette's exclamation of surprise, he picked her up by the waist and walked straight in the direction of the second floor. You, what are you doing? Dinner's not ready yet. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen once again carried Su Luowei down the stairs. Su Luowei's face was flushed and her hair had become a bit messy. Jiang Chen gently placed her on the chair. It's all your fault. The dishes are getting cold. Su Luowei looked at the table full of dishes that hadn't been moved at all and snapped. It's okay, just warm it up. I'll warm it up. You rest here for a while, Jiang Chen said with a smile, and then carried the dishes toward the kitchen. And serious things compared to what is the relationship between eating some cold dishes. 10 minutes later, he re-emerged from the kitchen with the dishes. That's when dinner officially started. Here, have a bowl of soup first. Jiang Chen very thoughtful to Su Luowei shang a bowl of soup. Just some intense tossing and turning. Really to the little girl tired not light. Su Luowei's beautiful eyes glared at him, but she didn't refuse. Took the soup and took small sips. After tossing and turning for so long, she was really kind of hungry too. After a few more moments of eating, most of the dishes on the table were already missing, and both of them were somewhat half full. Only then did Su Luowei's pair of beautiful eyes sneak a look at Jiang Chen. The timing was just right. She planned to formally cut to the chase. Hubby, she said with a bit of a pout, will you promise me something? Chapter 12, Jiang Chen, how dare you go back on your word? The flickering candlelight reflected Su Luowei's face even more moving. Jiang Chen was in a good mood, but shook his head directly. No. Su Luowei froze for a moment. Why? How can you say no? It shouldn't be. The atmosphere is baked here. Humph. Daughter-in-law. You haven't heard the saying that a man who learns to say no can reduce his troubles by 90%. Jiang Chen, of course, has his own set of theories, proudly explained, especially in front of a beautiful woman. Can refuse to refuse, cannot refuse to find ways to refuse, usually develop the habit of refusal. The trouble naturally disappeared. Jiang Chen had also summarized a lot of experience after several years of swinging life. The very first one is that the vast majority of a man's troubles in this life tend to come from women. When I was young, I was governed by my mom. When I grew up I was governed by my daughter-in-law. And when I got old I had to be governed by my daughter. You can't lie down to watch TV. You can't smoke more than one cigarette. And you have to hit apply for a Coke. That's why men must learn to say no. Especially to requests from beautiful women. It wasn't a request. It was one giant crater. He said it with a half-joking tone. But Su Luowei was truly furious. Jiang Chen was right. He really did have something to trouble him about. Although the two had agreed before they got married that they would not interfere with each other's work. But isn't this a special case? The music director of Chanwei Entertainment left the company, and she wants a new music director in Jiang Chen's company. She still looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation, her beautiful eyes blinking beautifully under this flickering candlelight. Hubby, that song today, The Moon Causes Trouble, although it was inspired early on, you wrote it in just 5 minutes. This strength I think is completely fine. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. 2 generations ago, at this time immediately noticed a hint of something wrong. The attitude of the little ninny was very abnormal. Never used to talk to myself like that. The word color is a knife. Is it possible that the time has come to pay the price for all those excessive demands that I have just made? Thinking of this, he coughed and stopped pretending, choosing to show his hand immediately. Who said I wrote that song in 5 minutes? Su Luo was puzzled. No, isn't it? I obviously watched you write it out live. Actually, I wrote this song a long time ago. Jiang Chen sighed. With that, he stood up and lifted the table with force, then took a small, folded piece of paper from the bottom of the table's legs, used to pad the table's legs. Check it out. Su Luowei took a look, but her small mouth couldn't help but open wide in surprise, because when this dusty paper was spread out, the content on it was clearly the song Jiang Chen sang on the roof of the building today. The moon causes trouble. The lyrics and melody are in can. But this paper, she clearly remembered, was what Jiang Chen had used to pad the foot of the table more than a year ago. When did this guy write this? And he, to use such a great song to pad the legs of the table? Su Luowei's small mouth was slightly open, looking at the piece of paper in her hand with disbelief. The paper's creases were very obvious. Its color was slightly yellowish, and it was a little damp to the touch, proving that the paper had indeed been matted under the table a long time ago, and that there was no way it could have been faked. This song was written a long time ago? She suddenly felt a little short in the head. So how long did it take you to write this song? Can't remember. Anyway, it's pretty long. Jiang Chen looked at the chandelier above his head and silently pondered. 10 minutes? Or 20 minutes? It's certainly not short anyway. Su Luo asked in a different way. So how many songs have you written in total over the years? Of course it's 2 songs. It's not that simple to complete a song. Just these 2 songs alone took me quite a bit of time. Jiang Chen sighed lightly. After 3 years of marriage, he simply can't go wrong with this kind of multiple choice question. Exposing one's strength for no reason is tantamount to self-destruction. What's more, he wasn't lying. Combined, the 2 songs must have taken over 20 minutes anyhow, which is quite a lot indeed. Su Luowei stared blankly at the somewhat flip-flopping Jiang Chen, her thoughts completely messed up at this moment. What? The Moon Causes Trouble was written by Jiang Chen a long time ago? He spent 3 years and only wrote 2 songs? So he's not really good enough to be a music director? What kind of music director writes only 2 songs in 3 years? Normal music directors, regardless of quality, produce at least 10 songs a year or more. With Jiang Chen's speed, he would never be able to take on the job of music director. So, what is she doing tonight? Jiang Chen was also a bit taken back at this moment. The thing that Su Luowei wanted to trouble him about was presumably related to writing songs. Right? Honey, you know, my dream is to become a great writer, to write works that will last through the ages. This has always been my dream. If I can't realize it, I can't sleep at night. Can you understand? He said with a stern face, very seriously. Su Luowei looked at the serious, eloquent Jiang Chen in a daze. I don't know why, but my heart was gradually becoming exasperated, and I couldn't wait to pounce on him and bite him right now. Don't understand. She gave Jiang Chen a heavy cold snort in some anger. Then stomping his feet, he stood up in exasperation and stomped upstairs. She wanted Jiang Chen to be the music director at Shenwei Entertainment. Not because she really couldn't solve those problems herself, but she didn't want to bury Jiang Chen's talent. But today things are not at all what she thought they would be. Jiang Chen looked at her back and couldn't help but stare. This little ninny, how can you just flip out? Didn't you already promise you'd write her a song at home? Just thinking about. After a long time, Su Luowei's somewhat exasperated voice came from upstairs again. Eat up, and wash the dishes when you're done. 10 o'clock at night. Su Jingchu returned home, and while rummaging through her bag for her keys, she suddenly turned over the paper airplane with invisible wings written on it. She tapped her forehead lightly. Oops, why did you give this to Lo? Forget it. I'm going to her place in the morning anyway, so I'll give it to her then. With that, she shook her head and put the paper airplane in her bag again. Then he pulled out his keys and opened the door to his house. Chapter 13, Oops, the song I wrote has been discovered again. The next morning, Su Luowei woke up early. Last night, it really pissed her off. Though when this matter is thought about, it seems that Jiang Chen can't be blamed for all of it. After all, he's just a writer, and to be able to write 2 songs within 3 years is already very outstanding. But for some reason, she was just angry. So much so that she didn't pay much attention to Jiang Chen all night. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still sleeping upstairs. It was his habit not to get up until 10 o'clock every day, because when you're a writer, you have to keep a clear head at all times. She took a large gulp of water with some exasperation, then hung her head and looked out the window. Actually, she had also thought carefully about what Jiang Chen had said last night. There really isn't any music director that does only 2 songs in a 3-year period. After all, the music director was in control of the entire company's music creation, and she wasn't the only artist in the studio. There were many new signings that needed musical work as well. If you really let Jiang Chen serve as the music director of Shenwei Entertainment, under this kind of high-intensity pressure, perhaps, it will also play the opposite effect, to combat his creative self-confidence. Su Luowei sighed softly. Never mind. Jiang Chen was, after all, only 24 years old and not yet a professional, and to be able to write 2 high-quality songs was already hard for him. This music director thing, still can't force it too much. Look for other music industry seniors. Ding dong ding dong. Just thinking about things, the doorbell had rung. Su Luowei put down her glass of water and opened the door. Su Jingchu's somewhat windy figure was out at the door. She was carrying a shoulder bag, holding the phone, not knowing who she was explaining something to, and only after a long time did she hang up the phone. Luowei, I've already arranged things on the studio side. How did you talk to that music teacher yesterday? She asked while changing her shoes. Su Luowei's face, however, suddenly reddened a little, and she mumbled a little. No, didn't talk about it. Ha? Su Jingchu froze for a moment. How is going on? She had thought yesterday that Su Luowei had some certainty before she talked to that music producer. How come there's no deal? That guy. I thought about it later, and he doesn't seem to be suitable to be a music director. Su Luowei sighed, and her face was a bit frustrated. Su Jingchu changed her shoes and walked into the house. Luowei, can you tell me who that music production teacher you mentioned is? To be able to write 2 such high-quality tunes, he shouldn't be unknown in the entertainment industry, right? Su Luowei hesitated for a while. It was about Jiang Chen. She actually kind of didn't want to say anything. However, the two songs The Wind Rises and The Moon Causes Trouble were going to be released sooner or later, and she wouldn't be able to hide them from the public by then. So, after hesitating for a while, she continued, "It's Jiang Chen." "What?" Su Jingqiu froze for a moment, her mouth wide open. Jiang Chen, isn't he a writer? He can write those two songs?" The mind can't help but add, "What writer? In 3 years, this guy hasn't written anything at all." Pure and simple as softy. If he hadn't been relying on Lo to support him, he would probably be begging for food on the street right now. A guy like that can write songs? Of course, these words were not too good for her to say in front of Su Luowei. Only the expression on her face betrayed her thoughts. "Sister Jing, those two songs, they were written by Jiang Chen." Su Luowei beamed and said somewhat helplessly. This was the reason why she was reluctant to speak out about Jiang Chen. Everyone around her seemed to have a strong opinion about Jiang Chen, and whenever Jiang Chen was mentioned, everyone reacted violently. Wait, Su Jingqiu looked like she suddenly thought of something. "Luowei, you're not thinking of letting Jiang Chen be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, are you?" Before Su Luowei could speak, she immediately said with a stern face again, "No way, Luowei. This matter is resolutely not allowed. How can Jiang Chen be the music director? What kind of nature he has? You're not unaware of it. If we let him be the music director, something will definitely go wrong." Saying that, she looked at Su Luowei with a tense face. "Luowei, you mustn't substitute your personal feelings into your work. Sister Jing, don't get excited first. This matter, I've already talked to Jiang Chen yesterday, and he didn't agree either." Su Luowei hadn't been able to find a chance to speak until Su Jingqiu stopped, and only then did she smile bitterly. He didn't agree? Su Jingqiu froze for a moment, a little surprised, then immediately skimmed his mouth. "Fortunately did not agree. Otherwise Chenwei Entertainment will be ruined in the hands of this soft rice man." Su Luowei nodded and sat down on the couch with some frustration. Su Jingqiu looked at her appearance, but sighed in relief. "Nei-san, it's only good that he didn't agree. Listen to me, Jiang Chen, he is really not suitable to be the music director. This position is too important. Jiang Chen you know the state he's been in at home these past 3 years. If he's truly talented, how could he not write a single thing for 3 years? Those two songs, there must be some kind of misunderstanding in there. In short, you marrying Jiang Chen is your personal matter, and there's nothing I can do to stop you. But the matter of making him the music director is an absolute no-no." Su Luowei looked at the nervous Su Jingqiu, and for a moment she didn't know how to explain, and could only nod helplessly. "I know, Sister Jing, she actually figured it out. If Jiang Chen had only written 2 songs in his 3 years, then he really wasn't suitable to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Alright, Luowei, don't be too anxious, the car will be there. The matter of the music director, we'll think of another way. I thought of several more seniors in the music industry yesterday. I'll go call and contact them later." Su Jingqiu sighed in relief and continued to comfort. Su Luowei nodded. "By the way, Luowei, this is a paper airplane I picked up yesterday in front of your house. I saw words written on it, so I didn't throw it away. Take a look. Is it yours?" Su Jingqiu suddenly remembered something again and took out a paper airplane from her bag. "What paper airplanes?" Su Luowei was a bit puzzled as she took the paper airplane and spread it out in her hand. Originally, she thought that it was just some little kid throwing it around, but when she saw some familiar handwriting on the paper, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be stunned. On the paper, there were small phrases written line by line, and she recognized almost immediately that it was Jiang Chen's handwriting, and the above. "Invisible wings, every time, all strong in their wanderings and loneliness, every time, even if it hurts, and no tears. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying, fly over despair." If it hadn't been for yesterday's events, perhaps Su Luowei would have thought that it was some strange poem written by Jiang Chen. But now, she was understanding. Here are the lyrics, and the lyrics. The further down she looked, however, the more alarmed she felt. Finally, see that, all dreams bloom, chasing the young. How loud and clear the song is. As a professional idol singer, Su Luowei has a great sensitivity to words. Sometimes she can tell if a song is good or bad just by looking at the lyrics. The lyrics written on this paper, which she had only roughly read once. She vaguely felt the faint feeling of sadness and tenderness contained therein. The lyrics, they're well written. This song, it's sure to be a great song too. The only pity is that the melody is not written on the paper. So this is the 3rd song written by Jiang Chen? Chapter 14. What song is he singing? The early morning sun held the hand of the light wind and ruffled the curtains at the window one at a time. The light flickered, and in front of the window, a beautiful figure looked but a little angry. "Lo, you recognize this paper airplane?" Su Jingchu asked curiously from the side. Su Luowei, however, gritted her teeth in hatred and clenched the piece of paper, her eyes flashing with a hint of danger. "Recognize? Of course I recognize it. I saw a similar one yesterday." Su Jingchu couldn't help but freeze for a moment as she looked at her gritted teeth. "Why do you look so angry at Su Lu's appearance? What's so special about this paper airplane? Who wrote this? Who else can there be besides Jiang Chen?" Su Luowei gritted her teeth. She looked down at the paper covered in creases again. The paper was clean and white, the ink on the paper, clear and bright. It was obviously something that had just been written in the past few days. Most importantly, the day before yesterday Jiang Chen played paper airplanes on the roof of the building. This thing she also knows. At that time also let him do not throw to come. The truth, almost instantly, came out. The content on this paper was what Jiang Chen had written 2 days ago. Su Luowei was furious and clenched her silver teeth. Jiang Chen had deceived her again. "Honey, I've only written 2 songs in 3 years." It was as if the guy's words of faith last night were ringing in his ears again. If this guy really only wrote 2 songs in a 3-year period, then what's on the paper? Luowei. This poem was really written by Jiang Chen? Su Jingchu asked curiously. Su Luowei nodded. She was completely certain in her mind that the lyrics were what Jiang Chen had written 2 days ago. Su Jingchu was surprised in her heart. That guy Jiang Chen could write such poetry? But after just a moment, she was somewhat disbelieving again. What's the use of writing good poetry, and cannot change money, still have to rely on Luowei to support, every day to write these useless things? No wonder up to now have not published any works. She was just thinking about it when she heard Su Luowei huffing and puffing on the side. This is the lyrics written by Jiang Chen, and if nothing else, this is most likely the 3rd song he's written. Song, lyrics, Luowei. Jiang Chen, he really knows how to write songs? Su Jingchu froze for a moment, then looked at Su Luowei in shock. She had always assumed that the paper was a poem copied from somewhere. Su Luowei nodded and was about to say something when Jiang Chen wandered down the stairs. "Ha!" He yawned heavily and came down the hall with lazy steps in his pajamas. "Honey, I'm hungry. Where's breakfast?" He walked in the direction of the dining room, but found that there was no breakfast on it, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Su Luowei, as long as she was at home, usually at this time, she would have breakfast ready for him. What's going on today? He turned around, but saw that in the living room, Su Jingchu and Su Luowei were both sitting on the sofa, and both of them were looking at him with somewhat complicated and strange gazes. "Yo, old Primrose is here too." He raised his hand in a lazy greeting. It wasn't the first time Su Jingchu had come to the house as Su Luowei's agent, so he naturally recognized it. However, when Jiang Chen's words fell on Su Jingchu's ears, it made the corners of her mouth twitch. Her name was Su Jingchu, and generally those younger than her honored her with a sister Jing, and those older would only call out Xiao Jing. Only Jiang Chen, from the first time they met, had been calling her old beginner, which sounded like any old animal, very unpleasant, and no matter how many times it was said, the guy never changed. She took a deep breath and slightly twisted her head slightly in some anger, not intending to continue ignoring Jiang Chen. Su Luowei's expression, on the other hand, did not change. Jiang Chen thought she was still angry over yesterday's incident and walked over with a smile. "Yo, daughter-in-law, still angry?" Su Luowei looked at his playful appearance and couldn't help but feel even more exasperated in her heart. With an icy face, he asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Yeah, sleep well." Jiang Chen didn't notice the difference, deliberately sticking to Su Luowei's body and sitting down beside her. Su Jingchu was watching from the side and her heart straightened. Jiang Chen, this guy, his face is really thick. "Oh yeah?" Su Luowei, however, didn't have much of a reaction and continued to say expressionlessly, "But I didn't sleep much yesterday, so I got up early this morning, and then at the entrance of our house, I picked up a paper airplane." She shook the paper in her hand gently, a little startled. The strange thing is that the paper airplane has something inexplicable written on it, and the handwriting is familiar. "Husband, do you know what's going on?" After saying that, she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, looking at Su Luowei's hand, the somewhat familiar white paper, and the faintly visible handwriting on it. The heart snapped thump. Holy, no way. Didn't he fold that thing he wrote the day before yesterday into a paper airplane and throw it away? Su Lo can even pick this up? What kind of luck is that? In hell. Why did you have to hand it out at the time? Jiang Chen had a hard expression on his face like he had eaten a fly. Old wife, you listen to my explanation. He forced a smile and looked at Su Luowei. Okay, you explain. I'll listen. Su Luowei flashed a smile, looking as if she wasn't angry at all. However, Jiang Chen knew that this was a sign that the little girl was really angry, and if he continued to make peace with the situation, the little girl might really go berserk. After hesitating in his mind for 3 seconds, he decisively gave up the idea of continuing to struggle and honestly admitted his mistake. Sorry, wife. I was wrong yesterday. I've spent the last 3 years actually, only written 3 songs. Jiang Chen was worthy of being a 3-year married veteran. 1 second he was apologizing. The next second he was actually ready to lie to the little ninny again. Su Luowei really wanted to immediately grab Jiang Chen's wrist and bite it hard, but Su Jingqiu was still here, so she could only look at him in exasperation. Jiang Chen, just how long are you going to lie to me? Honey, it's just a misunderstanding. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and said very sincerely, I promise, this is the last song. Su Luowei gritted her teeth in her heart and took several deep breaths before she felt a little better, but when she then wanted to continue saying something down the line, she realized somewhat helplessly that she didn't seem to be able to do much about Jiang Chen right now. After all, there didn't seem to be much of a difference between writing 2 songs in 3 years and writing 3 songs in 3 years, and it still didn't allow Jiang Chen to serve as the music director. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I'll go and get busy. I don't know why, but I'm particularly inspired to write today. Jiang Chen was also very sensible, and when he saw that Su Luowei didn't say anything, he immediately planned to retreat directly. However, Su Luowei did not intend to let him off the hook and gritted her teeth. Wait, what else? Jiang Chen turned back and smiled sincerely. Su Luowei took a deep breath, waved the paper on her hand and huffed. You can't leave until you finish this song. After taking a few deep breaths, she also figured out that Jiang Chen was just an exhausting character and it was useless to force him. Despite lying to her, it wasn't as if the guy hadn't done anything. At least the song written on the paper was quite suitable for her, and it was just right for the immediate need. As for the music director position, just find another suitable candidate before the new songs are released. No problem. Jiang Chen sighed with relief in his heart and gave an okay gesture. It's just 1 song in the district. The impact is not significant. He knew that the little girl's anger has actually been eliminated most of the time. Wait a moment after the song and then say a few good words. Coaxing. This matter is even unveiled. Then he can still go on living in style and still be the hottest guy in the whole neighborhood. By the time Jiang Chen re-entered the living room with his guitar, Su Luowei's face really looked much better. He smiled a little, cradling his guitar and strumming the strings a little. In the living room, both women's eyes turned toward him curiously. Su Jingqiu's eyes were still full of doubts. Jiang Chen could really write and sing songs? How could she not see that at all? This guy is playful, lazy, uninspired, and has no sense of decency all day long. How is it possible to have the talent to write songs? But at this moment, Jiang Chen's attitude slowly became serious. It doesn't matter how much you usually swing for the fences, but every time he sings he means it. It's as if this has become a habit for the top divas, and it's hard to change. Feeling the gradual changes in Jiang Chen's body, Su Jingqiu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Su Luowei also gradually held her breath, looking at Jiang Chen with unblinking eyes. The inexplicable touch that I felt from Jiang Chen last night seems to be slowly reappearing. Jiang Chen lightly closed his eyes and adjusted his posture. Fingers then strummed the guitar strings skillfully. Ding 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 ding. Dense as rain. The strings rang out suddenly. It's an audition. Su Jingqiu looked at Jiang Chen's fingers flying up and down and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had never seen this kind of auditioning technique from Jiang Chen before, but could intuitively feel that it wasn't simple, as Jiang Chen's movements were not only fast, but also looked very comfortable with a burst of rhythm. The strings rang out with a speed that was sonorous and dense, and in just a few moments, the audition was complete. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, slowly closed his eyes. Singing requires emotion, and he's looking for the emotion he wants. Su Luowei and Su Jingqiu glanced at each other, both seeing a flash of surprise in the other's eyes. Jiang Chen's approach was more professional than many singers who had been on the road for years. A few moments later, Jiang Chen's eyes slowly opened, his eyes suddenly becoming sad and deep at this moment. Fingers flicked the guitar. A melody with a faintly sad feeling plays. Su Luowei listened attentively with bated breath and couldn't help but nod in her heart. There's something inexplicably sad about this intro, but the melody is extremely catchy. Afterward, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. Forgot how long. Never heard from you again. Tell me your favorite story. A sad and raspy song came on. However, Su Luowei and Su Jingqiu froze almost simultaneously, because the song Jiang Chen was singing at this moment was completely different from the lyrics written on that paper airplane. Chapter 15, The Fairy Tale. There was some silence in the hall for a moment. Only Jiang Chen's hoarse voice carried a hint of melancholy. Su Luowei picked up the lyrics in her hand and looked at them again carefully. Only then was she sure she hadn't read them wrong. The song written on the paper was called Invisible Wings. And the lyrics were completely different from what Jiang Chen was singing now. So, what song is Jiang Chen singing now? I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm starting to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried to me. Fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen lyrics one line after another. However, Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's eyes were both wide open and full of froth, because they realized that the lyrics that Jiang Chen was singing at this time, although none of them had ever seen them before, the song was quite good to listen to. Jiang Chen's vocals were also surprisingly good. He has a very attractive vocal range, clear and standardized pronunciation, and his mood and pitch are spot on. Su Jingchu's mouth was slightly open as she looked at Jiang Chen with some disbelief. She works as an agent, so she has a good eye for artists. At the beginning, she was the one who had a glimpse of Su Luowei, sure that this beautiful and simple girl would be able to make a big fire, and that's why she was willing to serve as Su Luowei's agent all the time. But now, she felt a hint of a completely different aura from Jiang Chen's body. Elegance, a sense of control. What's going on here? She didn't know how to describe the aura, yet she remembers that this feeling seems to be felt only when facing those few top kings in the entertainment industry. What the hell is going on? Is it really the Jiang Chen he used to know? And, this guy, isn't he a writer? Why do you sing so professionally? I cannot be your prince. Maybe you won't understand. Ever since you said you loved me, the stars are bright in my sky. Jiang Chen didn't notice the two women in the living room looking the same as he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to his youthful high school days. That year, the school party. He sang the song on the stage with deep emotion to his favorite girl. Downstage, the lights swung from side to side and screams were heard. The students were shouting his name. That year, he was in love and confessed his love in the boldest way possible. The girl was beautiful, and when she smiled she would show two tiny tiger teeth. That night, she agreed to his confession and they got together. It's true that the carefree time and the sweetness of that time is missed. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. Just 1 month later, the girl then changed schools to another city because of her father's job transfer. The night of the farewell, his eyes were red, and he was alone in his room, singing the song until late, very late. In the hall, Jiang Chen's song continued. However, he kept his emotions repressed, as if waiting for an opportunity to explode. Finally, I'd like to be in a fairy tale. The angel you love. Open your hands, turn into wings and guard you. You have to believe. Believe we'll be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the end. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Jiang Chen in the center of the hall, their brains stopping their thoughts for a moment. The climax of this song. It's obviously just a very calm song, but it seems to be sung as if it's tearing your heart out. A faint sense of sadness that makes one's heart flutter. The lyrics and melody are a heart-wrenching mixture of love and regret. You have to believe. Believe we'll be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the end. You cried to me. Fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen's song still continued, but Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's eyes gradually turned red. The expression froze as he looked at him. If nothing else, this guy Jiang Chen seems to have created another super high-quality love song? Oh, right together. Ours. The end. Finally, the song subsided. In the hall, there was silence. Jiang Chen waited quietly in place for a few moments, waiting for the emotions to subside before he gently breathed out and put his guitar down, looking over to the two women on the couch, who were already in a state of stupor. A faint yet pretentious smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. Then from the cigarette case, he gently pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a snap. This was a prop that he had prepared in advance long ago to use for pretending. The white smoke lingers. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His head tilted slightly as he looked at the ceiling, as if he was thinking about life. The pose was cool and he felt good. He was satisfied with the dumbfounded expressions that Su Luowei and Su Jingchu had just exuded. Not bad. The singing of a top diva deserves to be shocking. He turned around blandly and found a chair to sit in. Next, it was time for flowers and applause, and he was ready to receive all this glory that was his. But, strangely, he waited for a few moments, but the imagined compliments did not ring out. Aha, what's going on? He looked forward with some confusion. However, after seeing Su Luowei wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes, she also looked at him with a bewildered expression. Honey, what song did you just sing? Ah, fairy tales. Isn't it all written on that paper already? Why are you asking me? Jiang Chen said casually. Su Luowei grabbed the piece of paper again and looked at it, then placed it in front of him with an expressionless face. What's going on? Is there a problem? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled as he came forward and looked at the piece of paper as well. On the paper, his own handwriting was very familiar. The title of the first line is instead a 5-letter word that dragons out, invisible wings. Looking at the title that seemed to bubble with light, Jiang Chen's expression froze completely. With his mouth slightly open, the cigarette involuntarily fell to the ground, sparks leaping in all directions. What the hell is going on here? He clearly remembered that what he had written on the paper the day before was a song full of light sorrow, right? Isn't it a fairy tale? How did it become invisible wings? The moment Jiang Chen only felt like his brain had been hit by a meteor. His head was spinning, and the world was turned upside down. Day of the Dog. He got his memory mixed up. 2 songs, both filled with a light sadness, but it was invisible wings and not fairy tales that he had put on paper the day before. That's okay. Su Luowei suddenly revealed an absolutely beautiful smile, squatted down, picked up the cigarette but he dropped on the ground, and tenderly patted his shoulder. Honey, for once, I'll give you time to take your time and think about it, and when you've come up with a good reason, you can explain it to me. After saying that, she stubbed out her cigarette hard and threw it into the trash can. Then with a calm face, he headed upstairs. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky as if he had lost the ability to think, his expression stagnant. At this moment, he only felt 100,000 grass mud horses running wild in his heart. What the hell is going on? How could he have mixed up his memories? At the same time, he regretted very much why, just now, he hadn't bothered to check the piece of paper. If it had been checked, wouldn't have made such a cheap mistake, right? Regret. Not at first. On the side, Su Jingchu, however, took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of shock. Jiang Chen's performance today had really given her too much of a shock. The song Fairy Tale, coupled with Jiang Chen's singing voice that was not at all inferior to that of a top singer. She was almost certain that as long as Jiang Chen could take this song and go on the road right now, he'd be instantly on fire. But isn't this guy a softie? When did you become so talented? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that he had been deliberately hiding himself before? Chapter 16. My grandfather's name was Huhuka. If sorrow had a name, Jiang Chen felt that it should be called a fairy tale. The penthouse. The weather is perfect. The sun was shining brightly and falling warmly on my body. The breeze was still fresh, and the greenery on the balcony swayed gently, making a pleasant rustling sound. However, Jiang Chen's mood hit rock bottom at this moment. He collapsed into his sleeper chair and looked up at the blue sky, his eyes lightless. A single slip of the tongue. One wrong step. If he could do it all over again, he would have scrutinized that piece of paper, from beginning to end, with all seriousness. That way, he won't sing the wrong song at all. It also doesn't reveal more of your strength. But there are no pills of regret in this world. So, after 5 minutes of swinging for the fences, he had no choice but to admit the truth to his wife. Yes, he can write songs and has simply written more than 3 in 3 years. Eventually, he won Nikki's forgiveness, but at the same time, under the coercion of the little ninny, she also obtained the position of the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. From the little ninny's mouth, he learned that the music director of Morning Violet Entertainment had already left, and that last night's reward was precisely an attempt to get him to take on the role of the new music director. Jiang Chen silently looked up at the sky and sighed silently. The soft life was going well. How did it suddenly turn out like this? Honey, thank you. Under the sunlight, Su Luowei's eyes were like a curved moon, and she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Jiang Chen sighed again in his heart. Sure enough, the prettier a woman is, the more it only affects a man's knife speed. If it wasn't for the fact that the little ninny would be pampered, how could he easily agree to such a thing? He just likes writing too much. That's why he deliberately hides his talent for writing songs for fear that will let him write songs and delay the writing. He should have been allowed to experience the position of music director to change his lethargic nature. On the side, Su Luowei pouted her lips and was explaining something to Su Jingchu with a haughty face. Is that right? Su Jingchu looked at Jiang Chen, who was as limp as mud on the recliner with an incredulous expression, but the shock on her face was still slow to dissipate. Just now, at Su Lu's angry plea, Jiang Chen, in front of the two of them, wrote out the melody of that song Invisible Wings as well. Su Luowei compared the melody on the paper and just simply played and sang it, and her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't stop glowing. She was beside herself and listened. Beautiful and catchy indeed. Better than any of Su Luowei's songs since her debut. Songs like this. Jiang Chen actually folded it into a paper airplane and threw it around? This is too. Su Jingchu was shocked and thought for a long time before a word slowly popped up in her mind. Defeat. That's right, defeat. She was certain that whichever singer got a song like Fairy Tale or Invisible Wings would treat it like a treasure. A song of this quality, with just one song, would stand up well in the singing world. However, Jiang Chen seemed as if he didn't care at all. If Lovey hadn't been asking for it, he wouldn't have even bothered to write out the melody for Invisible Wings. This guy, is it really that random? Just now, Su Luowei had once again proposed that she wanted Jiang Chen to be the new entertainment director of Chunwei Entertainment. Su Jingchu hesitated for a moment, but in a rare move, she didn't raise any objections. She had read all 4 of Jiang Chen's songs. If she really had to describe Jiang Chen in one word, it would be genius. A true genius. 4 songs in a row, all of them rare and superb quality. It's hard to see this in those old-timers of the music industry. No one can guarantee that their creative work will always be played at a high and stable level. Inspiration is something that sometimes depends on luck. And Jiang Chen is still a newcomer at the age of 24. He didn't even put all his time and energy into writing songs. If only Jiang Chen wasn't so addicted to writing. Su Jingchu thought for a good few moments before she couldn't help but look at Su Luowei and let out a heartfelt sigh. It's a shame that Jiang Chen has such talent but wastes his time on writing. What's so great about writing? 3 years and you haven't written a thing. You might as well be writing songs. Not yet. Su Luowei glanced at Jiang Chen with slanted eyes and let out a soft cold snort. The beautiful eyes then narrowed slightly again, happily continuing to enjoy the lyrics and melody at hand. She was in a good mood. The song Invisible Wings, she liked it very much. It fit perfectly with the style she usually sang in, as if it was tailor-made for her. She scrutinized the lyrics for a few more moments before she put them away with satisfaction. Then she lightly moved her lotus steps and walked over to Jiang Chen's side, bending down to gently kiss him on the cheek. Husband, a reward for you. Delicate soft lips kissed gently on the face. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in any mood to feel it at all, as he glared and skimmed his head with a hard look on his face. Ignore me. I'm honoring a dying dream. Su Luowei covered her mouth. Jiang Chen's words made her unable to stop laughing again. The guy had been looking this breathless after agreeing to take the position of music director, as if all his strength had been drained out of his body. Humph. What a dream. 3 years of writing and nothing comes out. Su Luowei gently twisted at Jiang Chen's waist, pouted and said, I thank you. It's better to give up your dream of becoming a writer before it's too late. That job doesn't suit you at all. It's better to write songs properly. You can definitely make a career. Jiang Chen's expression became even harder. Was he talking about being a writer? He was paying homage to his life of leisure. I don't want to talk. My stomach hurts. He turned away in a depressed manner. Seeing that Jiang Chen still refused to take care of herself, Su Luowei also stood up somewhat angrily. Hands crossed. Then you can continue to slowly reminisce here. Anyway, you've already promised me that you'll take up your position at Morning Vista Entertainment in 3 days. So unless you can write a decent book within those 3 days alone, you'll go to work honestly. When she finished, she snorted coldly and headed downstairs. Even though she's got the new song, there's not much time left before it's released and she still has a lot to do. Su Jingchu sighed and also followed her, going downstairs together. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the sky, transfixed. 3 days. There's still 3 days to go. Could it be that his life of leisure was about to end in 3 days? Not. It wasn't the result he wanted. But, what else is there to do when it comes down to it? Suddenly, what Su Luowei had just said came to mind. Unless you can write a decent book in those 3 days, go to work honestly. Wait, who said they couldn't be a good writer? Jiang Chen reacted furiously. As long as he can write, isn't that all that matters? By then, even if you quit your job and write at home without worrying, Neisan should be able to talk, right? After figuring that out, he sat up suddenly and tapped the table heavily, his thoughts growing clearer. Yeah, why hadn't he thought of that before? Writer equals leisurely life. A life of leisure equals writers. If you want to be able to continue your laid-back swinging life at home in the future, you must keep your status as a writer. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then he jerked up from the recliner. Putting on his slippers, he returned to his room and turned on his computer. Time waits for no one, and he wants to start his journey as a writer right away. But, he didn't have a lot of time, and it wasn't easy to become a good writer in a short period of time. After a little thought, Jiang Chen typed in the search page, essay contest. As an author who hadn't had any work in 3 years, he wasn't going to slow down and start from scratch, but was going to go straight for the essay contest. This kind of contest, by itself, carries its own heat and can quickly spread the word about his pen name and work. Soon the computer screen showed the search results, but they were all major websites. About the metaphysical and urban themes of the Internet Literature Essay Contest, Jiang Chen browsed for a while and shook his head with some disappointment. It wasn't the kind of content he was looking for. Releasing a novel on this kind of platform was subject to copyright signing and didn't really fit his requirements, and the subject matter wasn't the type of thing he wanted to write about. After a moment's thought, he re-entered the page, Literary Writing Contest. This time, what came out? Not much, but basically more in line with Jiang Chen's needs, were all major literary forums writing contests. There is no signing requirement. Just posting. Jiang Chen silently sifted through it before his eyes fell on one of the writing contest titles. Dragged the mouse and clicked in. The page expands, but it's a rules page for a women's literary writing contest with an entry portal at the bottom. Xia Literature Forum. The 17th National Women's Literature Novel Writing Competition. Writing theme, love. Subject, unlimited. Number of words, more than 500. 000. Entry method, forum posting. Selection method, live webcast voting. Registration requirements, forum real name authentication account. Women's literary fiction? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then fell into thought. This writing competition was organized by the largest literary forum in Huaxia, belonging to a semi-official organization with a relatively large influence, and it didn't need to be signed, which was very much in line with his requirements. The only thing that's somewhat problematic is this one women's literature fiction writing contest. The writing theme is still love. When has he, a grown man, ever read a sweet romance novel? What's to be done about it? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and pondered once more. Love. What novels had he read that had written about love? Several honkers popped into his head, but he passed on them all. These novels, while well written, lacked the element of romance to qualify for the writing contest. Suddenly, a book that he had once read in the middle of the night, slowly came to his mind. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That book. It seemed like a love story was told in it. Why don't we just write this one? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer, dragging the mouse to register his account in the forum, and then directly clicked on the enrollment portal at the bottom. A page pops up on the screen that requires you to fill out information about your work. Book title, pen name, male and female protagonists, book message. Jiang Chen skimmed through it, but his eyes lingered at the location of the book's title column. With the original book title? But that original title had a ghost element to it, which didn't seem to fit well with the romance contest theme. How about changing the name? Although the book is mainly about grave robbing, but there is no lack of love story in it. Why don't we call it? He tapped the keyboard gently and typed the corresponding information on the page. Book title, Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. Pen name, Zhang Lang Talent. Male and female characters, Huzayabachi, Yang Malian. Book message, are you ready for this? This is going to be a whole new way to open a love story. After filling out the information, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then opened the document on his computer. Start typing the first line of text. My grandfather's name was Hu Huka. Chapter 17, Shocked Sun Ruinen. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen also felt strange. I don't know if it was due to rebirth, but when he came back to life in this world, he realized that all of his memories from his last life seemed to have been stored in the depths of his mind. There was a place where densely packed drawer after drawer was placed, and these drawers contained all the memories of his last life. All it took was a gentle pull on one of the drawers, and the memories contained within would come to him. He could look back on his entire life as if he were looking through a photo album, and everything, every image and fragment, was as clear as if it had just happened. It was an amazing feeling. He can even see himself peeing on his workbook when he was a kid in kindergarten. Therefore, when he recalled that horrible tune rating masterpiece in his mind, the memory image of the time when he had stayed up all night to finish the book slowly surfaced in his mind. Jiang Chen didn't even have to think back much. The original text of the book came out of his mind in a steady stream. His fingers rapped on the keyboard with speed. After 10 or so minutes of work, on the document interface, thousands of words appeared. During that time, Su Luowei even made a trip up here with her breakfast and fruit plate, and when she saw Jiang Chen actually knocking on the keyboard in earnest, she was furious and laughing. What? You haven't given up yet? Sure. Jiang Chen nodded, stubbornly saying, I'm showing my cards. I'm going to become a big writer. Let's see what else you have to say then. Then you keep up the good work. Su Luowei stomped her foot in anger, but on second thought, this was probably Jiang Chen's last struggle. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Chen didn't know how many times he had said this kind of thing, but he had never written anything. Thinking of this, she didn't take Jiang Chen's words to heart. Anyway, the guy will naturally give up after a while when he realizes it's not working. She put down the fruit plate, explained to Jiang Chen and left the door. Su Jingchu was still waiting for her downstairs. Jiang Chen was the only one left in the room who was still crackling and fighting. 4:32 p.m. Ding dong. Huaxia Literature Forum. Editor Xiao Sun's background suddenly received a message. Application for writer's entry. He froze for a moment and looked at the time in the bottom right corner, which was only 5 minutes before the registration deadline. The forum has designed this writing contest with a total entry period of 2 months, with entries open for the first month. But those who really wanted to participate in the race basically completed their registration in the first half of the year. After all, what's the point of entering a competition when you sign up too late? leaving little time for writing and too little time for presenting your work. Without enough time to get a grade? Thinking about it, he kindly reminded, "Hello, I am the editor of the Huaxia Literature Forum Su Luowei. Now the registration time has almost closed. This time registration is even more not easy to produce results. Suggest that you participate in the next round of the writing contest. Similar writing contests will be held every few months. There is no need to rush. The opportunity to have a lot of." After sending the message, he yawned and prepared to close the window, but before he could close his mouth, he received a new message on his computer. "No need. Just join this round." Su Luowei froze for a moment, looking at the faint message but couldn't help but smile. Doing editor for many years, this kind of head iron newcomers he has seen a lot. Look at the other side of the pen name is also very strange. It is estimated that is just beginning to learn to write, confident in their own writing, but do not know how deep the water in the line of writing. He couldn't help but ask, "Is this the first time you've written a book?" "Aha. In that case, I suggest newcomers not to head iron. There's only a month to go before the end of the competition. Even if you write 2,000 words a day, it won't be enough to finish a beginning. It's better to prepare well and participate in the next round of the competition. I've seen too many newcomers like you who ended up giving up in disgrace because they didn't achieve anything. And I'm suggesting this because I don't want to dampen your self-confidence and enthusiasm for creativity." The other party, however, seemed oblivious. "I'm not like them." Su Luowei laughed. "See, the head iron newcomers have not seen such a head iron, encountering such a stubborn person." For some reason, some thoughts of wanting to have a good fight with this newcomer suddenly arose in his heart as well. "What do you feel different about yourself? Your head works better? Inspiration bubbling up as soon as you lay down? Or do you have an endless supply of stories in your belly? Can you write a plot with just a few keystrokes? Can you write 150,000 words in a month? Or even 200,000? No one is disturbed, so it should be fine. Ugh, take my advice, young man. Prepare well for the next round. Writing a book isn't as easy as you think." Su Luowei shook his head and advised anyway. He felt the other man was either a stiff upper lip or blindly confident. There are just too many of these newcomers. This is how he began to learn to write, with full enthusiasm and confidence to submit articles everywhere. But the result is a nose to the grindstone. It was only after several years of agonizing pain that he gradually began to learn to write. "Hello, long-winded." Su Luowei was really angry when he saw this message. "Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. It's just a thing. It's just a thing." In the end, he sighed and chose to pass this newbie author's application for enrollment. There was no way around it. And now, although there were still 2 minutes before the end of registration, it still fell within the registration time frame, and he had no right to refuse people's registration. Besides, some people just have to hit their head on an iron gate to no pain. Since this young man is so disobedient, let him try. What's the saying? When people teach people, they can't be taught. When things are taught, they can be taught. When this creation gets bumped on the head, he'll realize how practical the advice he just gave was. After passing the enrollment application, Jiang Chen has been able to upload his own work. The conversation with his editor, Su Luowei, didn't bother him. In this world, only he knows what he can create with this book. In his world, this book was a precedent for a whole new topic, so how could it not be hot? Shaking his head at the thought, he began tapping on the artwork page and uploading his content. WAC Literature Forum. At 5 p.m., entries for the love-themed women's literature contest had been closed for more than half an hour. Su Luowei organized all the information on the enrolled books and was ready to report up. However, his eyes froze for a moment as he glanced at a pen name named Zhang Lang Talent. He remembered that the pen name seemed to be the same as the headstrong newcomer just now, right? The title of the book he uploaded is The Lights We Blow Together All Those Years Ago. Su Luowei clicked on the book information and read it. Well, the title of the book is okay. It's supposed to be written as a love story of the older generation of the last century. The title of the book is only a very small aspect though. The most important thing that makes a book a success is the content. Newcomers are the most lacking in this area, both in terms of penmanship and childishness of the plot. And on top of that, they don't like to hear opinions. With the head iron nature of this journeyman, he's probably the toughest kind of newcomer to get. There's not much ink in your stomach, but you always think you'll be famous with a book. The reality for these newcomers, however, is that they often can't get through a day of simmering battle without getting through 2,000 words. He shook his head and sighed softly. I looked at the information about the book and realized that those years, we blow the lights out together had been updated, and I couldn't help but heave a smile. Dragging his mouse, he clicked on the details of the book. He wanted to see how many words the guy had written as an argument for his idea. However, when the pages of the books were unfolded, The expression on his face was suddenly as if he had seen a ghost. Because that book information clearly shows the book's updated word count for today. 60,000? This jangler updated 60,000 words in the first day? He rubbed his eyes several times to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Not 600, not 6,000, but 60,000 words. His mouth was wide open disbelief. Even the top writers can't do that many word updates in a day, right? Is this guy scribbling? He hastily clicked on the body of the book. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Huhuka. Kyoto, China Media University. 4:30 in the afternoon. The bell rang for the end of class. A class had just ended in the stairwell. Okay, that's it for this class. Here's the assignment for the topic. On the podium, the professor in his 50s was writing the content of the assignment on the blackboard, while the students in the classroom had gradually started to pack up their things. It's Friday, there are no classes for the next 2 days, and everyone is mentally mulling over their schedule for this weekend. Some are going to clubs, some are planning to go straight to an internet cafe and pack it in for the night. Some local students in Kyoto, on the other hand, were planning to go straight home. Mumu, do you want to go shopping together later? Mumu was seriously memorizing the content of the homework on the blackboard, but her roommate, whose hair was dyed a light pink color, suddenly came over and asked with a smile, "Shopping?" Mumu sniffed and was somewhat moved, but after hesitating for a while, she shook her head. "No, I want to read a book this afternoon." "Geez, you're in over your head. Why do you think about studying all day long?" The pink-haired girl nodded her head with some hate. "How are you going to find a boyfriend if you keep this up? I'm telling you, there might be some cute guys this afternoon." Mumu blushed slightly. In fact, she wasn't trying to learn. Last night, she paid attention to a women's literature writing contest in the Huaxia Literature Forum. There seems to be a lot of new work published on it. She's been in a bit of a book famine lately and wanted to look there to see if there were any books she liked. She is a senior-level book lover. Since childhood, she loves to read books, especially novels. As long as she looks at it, she will often get addicted to it. The kind of waste of time and food. This was something, however, that no one around her knew about. Because she had always done well in her studies, everyone assumed she was taking her studies seriously. I'll just read a book and go shopping with you on the weekend," Mumu whispered with some embarrassment. "Ugh, well, then I'll bring you back good food tonight." Seeing that she really didn't seem to have any desire to go shopping, the fan-haired girl stopped trying to persuade her, and after gently pinching her cheek, she turned to inviting her other roommates. Mumu packed up her things, and after saying goodbye to her roommates one by one, she went straight back to the dormitory. Perhaps it's because most students have plans in the afternoon. The dormitory building, which was originally somewhat noisy and unusual, was a bit cold at this time of the day. In the corridors, there was little to be seen. Her dormitory, too, was quiet. The roommates, apparently, have their own arrangements. Those who had boyfriends went off to find them, while those who didn't were invited by the pink-haired girl to hang out together. Mumu put her book bag on the table. Slowly, he climbed onto the bed and lay down. In fact, she was enjoying the cleanliness. As a veteran book lover, she prefers to read in this quiet environment where she can be completely free from outside distractions. However, such quiet times are apparently very rare at school. Therefore, she didn't delay too much time, and after lying on the bed for a little while, she directly took out her cell phone and opened the website of the Huaxia Literature Forum. The Women's Literary Fiction Writing Contest has a special page for displaying your work. You can find all the participating novels on it, thousands of them, and on the side of the display page, there are several ranking lists, popularity list, updates list, tremendous list, there's even a troll list. Instead of aimlessly looking for books on the main page, Mumu directly clicked on the popularity list. The titles on here are the ones that have gotten the most votes so far. Mistaken for a blind date, the domineering president is in love with me. After the flash marriage, the husband's vest can't be hidden. No more pretending. Mr. Big wants to tear me apart every day. Mumu's finger gently slid the list page, but her brows tightened slightly. She had read many novels in this genre. Isn't there anything fresher? Soon, all the titles on the list had been gone through and she couldn't find anything she wanted to read. All she could do was sigh and look aside at the update list again. The update list shows the works with the most updated words for the day. A category of books that focuses on a large quantity of food, but can be a little less quality. However, Mumu didn't care. She was now book poor, as long as she had the right book to read. I had thought that there was little hope of finding a good book on the update list. However, when Mumu saw the first book, she couldn't help but freeze. First place on the update list, those were the years we blow the lights out. Updated word count, 60,000. Looking at this somewhat odd title of the book, by Mumu was also a bit puzzled. Those years we blow the lights out together? What's this book? I can't believe I updated 60,000 in one day. It's too fierce, isn't it? But, the title of the book looks as if it's quite romantic. Is it about a romantic love story from the 1950s or 1960s? I don't think there were electric lights back then. Out of curiosity, by Mumu slid her finger and clicked on this book. Those years we blow the lights together. Author, Jiang Chen Talent. Book message, are you ready for this? This is going to be a whole new way to open a love story. Look at the author information and the somewhat odd message on the front page. By Mumu. However, couldn't help but laugh a little. You've run out of talent? It seems to be a man's pen name. Men, can they write good women's literature? And it's pretending to be something that would be a whole new way to open a love story. What? You have to be ready to read your book? Do you look down on us female readers? Poof. By Mumu gave a cold snort in her heart. Since childhood, what type of love story hadn't she read? How dare you look down on yourself? Looking for a beating. With some disbelief, she slid past the front page and went straight to the main text. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Huhuka. What was unexpected was by Mumu. This jangler is a huge update, but the writing is excellent. The story as written has a great sense of age and feeling. Seems like a good book. By Mumu secretly said in her heart. No wonder this author is so crazy. She adjusted her posture and continued to look down carefully. White paper. Rats. Deserted tomb. Ancient tomb. For the next few moments, she gradually immersed herself in the story, remaining in her initial position without moving again. In the empty dormitory, she could even hear her breathing gradually becoming ragged. Chapter 18 I want to go to the bathroom. Time passes by. Huaxia Literature Forum. Sun Ruonan spent more than an hour to finally finish reading the 60,000 words uploaded in those years. The lights we blow together. He received several work texts on his computer urging him to turn in information, which he ignored. It wasn't really that he wanted to spend so much time on the book, but he simply couldn't help himself. In the past, the editor's ability to read a book at a glance was surprisingly ineffective with this book. The writing in this book is so mature that you can't help but want to seriously move on. Most importantly, the story shown in this book was novel. He had never seen a similar grave-robbing theme before. Love. Adventure. Also with a hint of horror. That's a masterful writer of books. And the top kind at that. Sun Ruonan remembered the conversation he had just had with Jiang Chen Talent, and immediately felt his face being slapped. Holy, this is new? This guy's penmanship was so much higher than the vast majority of authors he'd seen that he wouldn't believe it if he said he was a newcomer. Could it be a 40-something-year-old thing pretending to be a pig in front of himself? In disbelief, he clicked on the message, only to find that the age column read 24 years old. The eyes could not help but become dull once again. No, it's not going to happen, is it? A 20-year-old can write something like that? Really? Kyoto, China Media University. A breeze blew through the balcony door curtains and raised them, bringing down a thermos on the table with a clunk and a crunch. Ah! By Mumu only felt that her heart seemed to have suddenly missed a beat as if she couldn't help but scream. Suddenly, he turned around and looked around the dormitory with a horrified look on his face. She heaved a sigh of relief after realizing it was the sound of a water glass falling to the floor. Get out of bed and close the balcony door. When she returned to bed, she couldn't help but shudder a little again. I don't know why, but originally she felt very clean and cozy in her dormitory. In this moment, however, it seemed to have suddenly become a little too silent and eerie, especially when she closed the doors and windows behind her. The only sound that could be heard in the entire room was her breathing alone, causing her scalp to tingle. It always seemed as if there was a pair of eyes behind them, staring blankly at them, her heart pounding violently. She twisted her head, her eyes looking around the dormitory for a long time. After confirming that she hadn't found anything out of the ordinary, it was only then that he breathed a slow sigh of relief and proceeded to pick up his cell phone, staring at the text on the screen with a shocked look on his face. What is written in this book, those years we blow the lights out together, is not too scary. True. Is it really a love story? By Mumu was a little afraid to look down, but I don't know why. The hand just doesn't obey the command to pick up the cell phone again. What's with this urge to scroll down even though you know it's horrible? By Mumu cried and hesitated for a long time before she gritted her teeth, found a position against the wall, and continued to read. Little by little, time passed. It was also getting darker. Finally, when the sun completely set over the mountains, By Mumu finally finished reading the 10th chapter. Underground Lake Adventure. She let out a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, flipping through her phone in disbelief. That's all you've read? What about the back? What's the back storyline? Can Hu Xiaobai and the others escape alive? She always had the feeling that the plot was just starting to get good, but the author purposely stopped and broke it off here. It's so hateful. At the end of chapter 10, there's a message from the author. I'm tired of writing, so I'll take a nap and write again tomorrow. Mumu looked at the somewhat lazy message and was a bit speechless. What the hell is this guy writing? Wasn't it promised to be a sweet love story? How come it's so scary? This kind of book really should. It really should. She gritted her teeth and moved those were the years we blow the lights out together off the shelf. This kind of book. It really should be banned. But not for a moment. She gulped again and couldn't resist adding those were the years we blow the lights out together back to her bookshelf and clicking several times at the end of the chapter to urge more. This book. Toxic. It's obviously so horrible, but it still makes you want to hold back. Mumu was a bit tearful, and when she turned her cell phone off and tried to calm down, but suddenly realized, the dorms seemed to be getting a little darker. The room, which was already silent, seemed to become even more eerie and bizarre at this moment. LOL. Suddenly, she heard a subtle rattle, like something moving gently around the room. Mumu's mind instantly flashed through all sorts of horrifying images, and her body was so creeped out that she couldn't move a muscle in fear. For a good half hour. It was only when nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room that she breathed a small sigh of relief. But the face quickly turned strange and red again. I want to go to the bathroom. She cried out and cowered under the covers, showing a pair of pitiful eyes. He looked around very nervously, but did not dare to get out of bed at all, because she always felt as if there was something waiting for her under the bed. And the empty, dark hallways outside the house are apparently even more terrifying. Why would you write such a horrible book for a women's literature contest? What an asshole. Woo woo. 9:50 p.m. The pink-haired girl and her roommates were laughing and talking as they returned from shopping, but suddenly some strange realization that the dormitory, which should have been lit up, was at the moment dark. What's going on here? Is Mumu not in the dormitory? The girls pushed open the door to their dormitory with some confusion and flicked on the lights, only to be taken aback by the scene before them, only to see, Mumu covered her stomach with a red face, and in a very weird position. She was kneeling down on the bed. A pair of beautiful eyes were wide open and were looking at them pitifully. Mumu, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? The girls rushed forward and asked. Mumu was almost on the verge of tears. What took you guys so long? I need to go to the bathroom. Mumu, you're too timid, aren't you? Alone in the dormitory, but you don't even dare to go to the toilet? Outside the restroom, the pink-haired girl said with some hatred. No, not inside the restroom, came by Mumu's somewhat soft argumentative voice. I read a book and was scared like this. Humph. What's so scary about reading a book? Did you read a horror novel? The pink-haired girl snorted in disdain. No, it's a novel from the women's literature contest on the theme of love. Mumu's soft voice came again, but this time, she lost her voice in the middle of her sentence. So, is that book All Those Years We Blow the Lights Out really a romance novel? How come it never feels quite like? Ha ha, Mumu. You still say you're not small in guts, but you're actually scared by a romance novel that you don't dare to go out of the door. Outside the restroom, the pink-haired girl's somewhat rampant laughter resounded. You send me that romance novel and I'll see how horrible it is. Mumu sighed softly, and while blushing slightly, she also pulled out her cell phone and sent those years, the lights we blow together, to their 323's roommate group. Ding dong. Several of the girls' cell phones, almost all, received messages at the same time. This is the book. Mumu said softly. Oh, let me see. The pink-haired girl grunted and pulled out her cell phone, tapping on the group's message. All Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together? The title of this book looks quite romantic. It's about a love story from that time in the 50s and 60s? The pink-haired girl bristled, not caring at all. She then clicked on the book and read straight through. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Hu Huka. Chapter 19, Su Jingchu's Panic. It was 11:30 at night, the time when the lights went out in the dormitory of Huaxia Media University. The entire girls' dormitory building had all the lights out in a flash. Since the next day was a weekend, the whole building was much cleaner than usual. The commotion outside the house gradually quieted down. 3:23. The atmosphere in the dormitory, however, seemed a bit eerie, with the silky night breeze not caressing the curtains, as if there was someone hiding there, secretly watching them. Aha! Mumu, I'm going to strangle you. The pink-haired girl poked her head out from under the covers a little nervously, observing the pitch-black dormitory. She didn't know why, but after reading those years, the lights we blow together pushed over by Mumu, she always felt like there was something spooky hiding in the dormitory. Why did you send me this book? She looked in by Mumu's direction with a sad face. It's causing me to not be able to sleep at all right now. Woo hoo hoo. I have a date tomorrow. Mumu had already balled up in the comforter. I I didn't mean to do it. You're the one who always wanted to see it, and you've just clicked hyped up. Half an hour ago, in dormitory 323, all the girls had clicked on those were the years we blow the lights out together. So much so that now everyone is cowering under the covers, not daring to show their heads at all. This book is horrible. Why would any author write a book like this? Ooh, I've been lied to. This isn't a love story at all. I'm going to report this book. 2. Why don't we send the book to other people to read? After a long time, one of the girls suddenly said, words. The dormitory was suddenly silent for a moment. Then, several of the girls reached for their cell phones in unison. Such a nice romance novel. It should indeed be shared. 10 o'clock at night. Su Jingchu dragged her tired body back home. After coming out from Su Luowei's house today, she first accompanied Luowei to record her songs, and then went to the company to register the copyrights of those songs of Jiang Chen's, and had been busy until this time to come back, so she was really a bit tired. Jiang Chen's performance in the villa in the morning was completely out of her expectation, so much so that it was hard for her to imagine until now that those super high-quality songs came from the hands of a lethargic, soft-spoken man. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Isn't it true that chessless, asshole writers can't write anything at all in 3 years? What's with the sudden change of heart? Did he really write those songs? Su Jingchu finished her bath with a hint of doubt and skepticism, exhaled softly, and came out of the restroom in her bathrobe, very comfortably half lying on the sofa. In the living room, she had only a small nightlight on, a soft, warm glow that was extraordinarily peaceful and restful in the night. She was enjoying the relaxation, grabbing her cell phone from the table. She had just washed her hair and she was going to watch a video for a while her hair dried before she went to bed, as she had always been in the habit of doing. However, just as she was about to click on the video, her phone ding-donged and she suddenly received a message. It was from her BFF. Jinger, today I saw a romance novel in my circle of friends. It's quite good. I'll share it with you. Behind the text was a link. Su Jingchu was a bit puzzled as to how her best friend was sharing a novel with her so late at night. This BFF of hers, she doesn't seem to be a big fan of books in general. Besides, the novels nowadays, moving around with bosses and blind dates and all that, it's not interesting at all. She clicked on that link with some confusion, only to find that it was a novel with the theme of love. The title of the book is called All Those Years We Blow Out the Lights Together, and it was written by Jiang Lang. Su Jingchu looked at the title and introduction of the book and felt as if it was a bit different from all the other types of romance novels she had read before. Those years we did together. Things? It's kind of romantic to look at a book with this kind of title. So, is this a meme-type romance novel? A love story about the 50s and 60s? Su Jingchu was in her early 30s this year, and her favorite thing to read is novels with some sense of age. It's the kind of novel that makes her feel real, serene, and closer to life. How about we skip the video for tonight? It's a rare novel recommended by my best friend, so it shouldn't be too bad. She scrolled down a bit and found that the book also seemed to be participating in the women's literature writing competition organized by the Huaxia Literature Forum, and the results seemed to be quite good. Without much further hesitation, her fingers, moving gently, clicked on Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Hu Huka. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Jingchu suddenly felt some chills on her body. She looked up and realized that her hair was dry, and the time, by now, was 12:30 in the evening. She couldn't help but wrap the bathrobe around her body a little more tightly, but for some reason, that cool feeling never dissipated. There seemed to be a somewhat frightening silence in the room. The living room was originally looking warm and cozy with a nightlight. It seemed to have become eerie even in this moment, like a pair of emotionless eyes that were silently observing her. Su Jingchu couldn't help but shiver. Rushing to his feet, he turned on all the lights in the living room. Thought it would give me some peace of mind, but I didn't realize that under the light, there were many more shadows in the room that the light couldn't reach. After sitting on the couch for a while, she looked behind the bookcase, under the couch, and the shadows in the door of the room not far away. Her heart couldn't help but clench again. These shadows, they can't be hiding something terrible, can they? Room a little afraid to go back. What to do? Su Jingchu felt a bit humiliated. I'm a woman in my 30s, and I'm still too intimidated by a romance novel to go back to my room. This is something that would probably be laughed at if it were told. What kind of asshole wrote this ing? Those were the years we blow the lights out. Who taught him to use this kind of book? For a women's literature writing contest? Want to scare people to death? Su Jingchu took a few deep breaths. She was scared to death even at her age. So wouldn't those 18 or 19-year-old girls be scared straight into tears? After looking around the living room for a moment to make sure there was nothing out of the ordinary, she then reclined on the couch a little more relaxed. Then, clicked on the link that her BFF had sent her. This asshole. How dare you send her a book like this at night? She can't even sleep now because of the damage, so she'll have to settle the score with her later. But now? She looked at her phone and pondered for a few moments, then clicked on the link and gave it a direct forward to her blog, the place she dedicated to sharing and documenting her life. The years are quiet, at 12 o'clock at night. After reading this book, the feeling is very deep, and I can't sleep for a long time. Below the text, she included a link to those were the years we blow the lights out together. After doing this, Su Jingqiu revealed a somewhat mischievous smile. A book this good shouldn't be exclusive. Such a peaceful night shouldn't just keep her awake, either. Sharing it out is the way to go. Besides, she didn't think she was lying on purpose at all. That's the book she's reading, and she's having a bit of trouble sleeping from it. Not wrong at all. Blame it on the author of this book. This asshole. Who told him to write a love story like this? Su Jingqiu's account has several thousand followers, so it was a quick reply. Wow. Really? Am in a book famine. I'll check it out. Thanks to the blogger for sharing what appears to be a romance novel. My favorite genre. Bookmarked it for now. I'll read it after my shower. My favorite kind of book is one that pulls at the emotions. Thank you. Good people are safe. Su Jingqiu looked at the comments and silently closed the blog. Subsequently, gritting her teeth, she dialed her best friend's number. She had to ask if the silly woman was a bit of a livewire. What's the point of sending her this book in the middle of the night? Chapter 20 Explosive New Book Results. Early the next morning, Su Jingqiu appeared at Su Luowei's home with huge dark circles under her eyes, startling Su Luowei, who had just gotten up. Last night, she stayed up until after 3 o'clock. If she hadn't set 4 or 5 alarms this morning, she wouldn't have been able to get up. Sister Jing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well yesterday? Su Luowei asked with a look of astonishment. Since she had known Su Jingqiu, the other party had always appeared in the image of a capable and strong woman, and this was the first time she had seen this listless look. Ugh, don't mention it. I met an asshole best friend and an unscrupulous author last night. Su Jingqiu sighed, took a sip of the coffee in her hand, and said in a strong voice, I have to admit that the book Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together was so well written that she was completely addicted to it and wondered which unscrupulous author had written it. I can't believe I'm publishing such a horrible book in a romance contest. Ha? Su Lo was even more puzzled. Asshole BFF? Unscrupulous author? What author? There's not much point in talking about it now. When the evening is over. Say it to you again. The corner of Su Jingqiu's mouth twitched and she whispered, let's talk about work first. Ah. Su Jingqiu suddenly didn't hold back and yawned, tears squeezing out of the corners of her eyes. This action made her a little embarrassed. Su Luowei was now her nominal boss. Although the two had a good relationship in private, she still didn't want to look too lazy during working hours. Ahem. Here's what's going on right now. Su Jingqiu gently pinched her thighs, and only continued to report after her spirits were slightly better. In the studio, the notice of the new music director's imminent arrival has already been sent down, and the trainee side is still stable for now. But the two artists who have already made their debut seem to be still a bit wobbly. Su Luowei sniffed and gently nodded. In the studio, there were 6 or 7 artists who had made their debut. If that entertainment company really wanted to go after Chen Wei Entertainment, it would definitely contact these artists. There are always messy rumors coming out of the studio these days, and I'm guessing it has something to do with these swinging artists. After a moment of slow contemplation, she asked, Sister Jing, did you find out exactly which entertainment company is targeting us? After contacting many old friends to get a little bit of news, I heard from a friend that Yao Sichun seemed to have joined Pouring City Entertainment after leaving from Chen Wei Entertainment. Su Jingqiu hesitated for a moment before saying, this news she wasn't sure if it was true or not at the moment. Tilted City Entertainment? At those words, Su Luowei, however, froze for a moment. Tilting City Entertainment was one of the more famous entertainment companies in the country, and although the size of the company was not as large as the top ones, it was definitely not small. This entertainment company is famous for being a company that only signs female artists. Under the banner of Tilting City Entertainment, there were almost exclusively female artists. A few years ago, when she made her debut, Tilting City Entertainment even threw an olive branch at her. However, Tilting City Entertainment's reputation for its style in the circle wasn't too good, so she didn't choose to join at that time. And the founder of this entertainment company is an actress just like her, Chan Yukman, a first-rate female artist in the entertainment industry. 5 or 6 years before her debut, having made records and acted in a number of TV shows, she wasn't that bad in terms of popularity. Tilting City Entertainment was an entertainment company founded by Chin Yumen 5 years ago, and with a few years of development, the scale was already relatively substantial. Unexpectedly, the one who wanted to lay hands on Chen Wei Entertainment would be this company. Su Luowei's brows knitted slightly. Su Jingchu's complexion was also filled with worry. Although Qingcheng Entertainment only signed female artists, their strength was not bad in the entertainment industry. Chen Yuman is quite pretty, and was also a top stream actress in the beginning, with a very wide range of connections. She actually couldn't figure it out. Qingcheng Entertainment was developing well on its own, so why did it suddenly have to lay hands on them? Chanwei Entertainment? What should they do when faced with such a strong enemy? Su Jingchu twisted her head to look around for a moment, but she didn't see Jiang Chen's figure and couldn't help but ask, how's Jiang Chen's status now? Is he ready for his appointment as music director on Monday? Speaking of Jiang Chen, Su Luowei only seemed to gradually come back from her thoughts, but her face was a bit strange. That guy. I was expecting him to be depressed for at least a little while longer, but to my surprise, since yesterday afternoon, he seems to be completely back to normal and is writing again. In the end, Su Luowei also shook her head somewhat helplessly. Su Jingchu frowned slightly, whether or not Jiang Chen was capable of taking on the position of music director. In fact, she still held a certain amount of skepticism in her heart. This guy, who may have a little talent for writing songs, is just too addicted to writing. What's the point of holding out like this when you clearly have no talent for writing books? She sighed darkly in her mind. Today, Morning Vista Entertainment is in a time of internal and external problems. I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to have someone like that as the music director of Morning Vista Entertainment. 11:30 in the morning. Jiang Chen yawned and walked out of his room. The little ninny had just called him, saying that she had to go to the company with Su Jingchu to take care of some things, so that he should eat lunch on time by himself. Breakfast had already been prepared for him. It was on the table on the balcony of the top floor. After Jiang Chen looked at the time, he directly decided to eat breakfast and lunch together. Not only could he save food, but he could also save a little bit of time for his nap. Sure enough, by the time he'd finished washing up and settled down for breakfast again, the time had come to noon. He glanced at the sun overhead and proceeded to pick up another piece of buttered bread and stuff it into his mouth. Breakfast has just been eaten, so this piece, let's call it lunch. Biting into his bread and coming into his writing studio, Jiang Chen unhurriedly turned on his computer. After posting "Those were the years we blow the lights out together" yesterday, he just shut down his computer and didn't look at the exact numbers. Today he was going to update another 60,000 words, and before that he had to see how the numbers were going. In fact, he posted "Those years, the lights we blow together" on the platform of the Women's Literature Writing Contest yesterday, with a little bit of uncertainty in his mind. After all, the book is essentially a grave-robbing novel, not a romance. It's the only novel that came to mind yesterday on a whim, so I didn't think much of it and just chose to publish it. However, when he thought about it during his nap, he realized that there were still several books that were more in line with the love theme required for the contest. Myth, for example, and then Immortal Sword and Sorcery. But now that the raw rice is cooked, it's a little too late to make any changes. Never mind. That's it. Who says there's no romance in a Tomb Raider story? And with his book, it's not completely off topic. Jiang Chen sighed somewhat helplessly in his heart. He then logged into the backstage of the Huaxia Literature Forum, found the Writers' Center, and clicked on the backstage data of "Those years, the lights we blow together." But, after just one look, he couldn't help but freeze. Readers, 34, 335. Add to bookshelf, 12, 392. Reminders, 3,394 times. Recommended, 1244 votes. Comments, 1024. What the hell? Last night, a total of 30,000 people read his novel? Chapter 21 Forum Management Shock. The neat and tidy workroom is filled with the slightest hint of a quiet, ethereal scent. Su Luowei knew that Jiang Chen liked to spend time in the studio and had specially placed some flowers and greenery to add fresh air. However, Jiang Chen must usually be too lazy to take care of it, often forgetting to water it, so much so that every once in a while, someone would have to come and replace the greenery. At this time the greenery by the window has just been replaced a few days ago. The small copper leaves do not know their future fate. Swaying under the breeze of the light body, carefully surveyed the computer desk in front of the new owner. The old man's gaze, however, grew surprised. What's going on here? This women's literary writing contest, is it that hot? Or is it that all the young ladies in this world are fond of reading Tomb Raider novels? What he didn't know was that many of the girls who had read the book last night, with the idea that good things should be just shared with the best friends, reposted his novel all over the major social media platforms, resulting in tens of thousands of young ladies who didn't have a good night's sleep on this night. Jiang Chen looked at the data for a while, thinking that the girls in this world are really bookish, and the main writer of tomb-robbing romance novels even like to read them? He clicked on the novel's homepage to see what people had to say, but when he scrolled down the page to the comments section, he realized that the comments section was a sea of curses. Author, are you human? Such a horrible book. And you brought it to the women's literature contest. Ah, author, I'm going to kill you. What time did I go to bed last night? Do you know? Do you know? Your kind counts for nothing. I got up in the middle of the night last night to change my pants and my mom thought I wet the bed. Dog author. No more updates today. Or else I'll definitely send you razor blades. You guys are exaggerating. I read this book while walking at night. I don't feel anything at all. It's not just stealing. It's over. Upstairs. Are you alive? Should I call the police for you? Jiang Chen looked at the various angry spewing comments and froze once again. What's going on? Where are the likes? Where's the good reviews? Why are they all cursing him? Are these women crazy? The book. It's true that it's a bit scary. But, can you blame him for that? Yesterday he remembered such a novel with love elements. If not write it, what else can write? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he rolled his mouse and continued to scroll down. After reading hundreds of reviews in a row, he realized that there were actually some positive reviews in the comments section. For example, author update soon. I want to read the back storyline so badly. It's a bit scary though. Thanks to the author. My girlfriend read this book yesterday and couldn't sleep all night and asked me to go stay with her. I got yelled at by my teacher tonight and I sent her this book anonymously. Guys, did I do the right thing? It's horrible, but I love it so much. What do I do? I'm not a pervert, am I? How come you've only updated 60,000 words? Author, are you good or not? If not, replace me. Jiang Chen was slightly relieved. It seemed that this novel was still loved by some people. After all, the data wouldn't be faked. He had just looked at the list. In just one night's time, his book Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together took down the 8th position on the popularity list. It also came in 9th on the hype list. This kind of data can almost be described as explosive. Keep in mind that he's only been releasing this book for a day as well. Among the entries, it was estimated that no other book's data could have such a horrifying growth rate as his. And as long as he could maintain this growth rate, taking the number 1 spot on the popularity list would only be a matter of time. As for the nasty comments that have appeared in the comments section, maybe, just an accident? Jiang Chen thought carefully, and suddenly felt that this speculation was quite reasonable. Yes, an accident. It should be an accident. The ladies are just using this special way to remind him to update early. It's a woman. They always like to do this kind of farting with their pants down. He sighed softly at the thought. The young lady of this world, overly enthusiastic, to use this way to urge for more work, is indeed a bit unexpected. He shook his head and closed the website page somewhat helplessly. Then open the document on your desktop. Start typing today's chapter. 3:20 p.m. Kyoto, headquarters of the Chinese Literature Forum. In the conference room, an emergency meeting was being held, with a dozen or so top management surrounding the two sides of the conference table, all with somewhat strange expressions. So the complaints that have been coming in from the back office since last night are all about this book? At the head of the conference table was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses named Jiang Chen, the person in charge of the Huaxia Literature Forum's Women's Literature Writing Competition. She looked at the report that her assistant had compiled up, but her expression was a bit complicated. When she had just arrived at the company this morning, she received a report from her assistant that this women's literature writing competition they had organized had received a large number of complaints and reports. At first, she was nervous, thinking that there was a problem with some part of the competition, but after listening carefully to her subordinate's report, her expression froze straight away, because her assistant told her that the hundreds of complaints received in the backstage last night were all directed at a book. The book is called Those Were the Years We Blow Out the Lights Together. There is no offending content in the book, but rather the author has made the story of grave robbing so real and scary that female readers who have finished the book are too scared to sleep, so they have chosen to complain. In one night's time, number 3 on the popularity list, number 1 on the hype list, number 1 on the update list, and number 1 on the troll list. 34,000 reads, 12,000 added to bookshelves, 3,394 calls for action, 1,224 recommendations, and 1,024 reviews. Jiang Chen lightly read the data on the paper, and while his expression was somewhat strange, his eyes were constantly flashing with shock. The book's numbers, they're going up too fast, aren't they? Taking such high numbers in just one day of release? Did this author called Zhang Lang Talent secretly swipe votes? Sister Zhang, the people from the technical team have investigated. The book's data is all true. There are no traces of vote scrubbing. At the conference table, a young man, also wearing glasses, stood up and reported. According to the survey, the book's numbers are on fire because of the large number of readers who retweeted and shared it yesterday. According to the background display, the source of readers of Those Years, the lights we blow together. A large portion of them are newly registered users of the forum, of which female users account for 80%. Just yesterday alone, the forum's newly registered users amounted to more than 20,000 words. The people in the middle of the conference room were all a bit shocked, and the sound of exchanging words suddenly rang out. Huaxia Literature Forum, an old literary forum, although relying on a semi-official background, has always existed in the literary world, but in recent times, with the continuous rise of major online literary platforms, the influence of the Huaxia Literature Forum is constantly going down. The forum's new registered users are decreasing, and the activity of the old users is also decreasing day by day. And if it continues like this, their Huaxia Literature Forum will soon become an empty shell. The forum executives certainly realize this, and have been holding various events and contests in recent times in hopes of regaining popularity. But even in this case, it would be remarkable to have more than 1,000 new registered users every day. I didn't realize that the number of new subscribers last night was over 20,000. That's the amount the forum usually gets in a month. Could it be that all these new subscribers were brought in because of that book? Those were the years we blow the lights out together? But this book received complaints. Isn't that a bit too much? The crowd looked at the report's collection of bad reviews and complaints from readers, and their expressions were once again shocked. Guys, what do people think of this book? What should be done with it? Jiang Chen looked around the office and asked with a slight frown. If it were normal, a book that received so many complaints would have been taken right off the shelves. But those were the years we blow the lights out is different. The book's numbers are just too good, and in just one night's time, it made all 4 lists. Even that troll list that was just to add to the conversation. This book was listed. Moreover, the ranking was quite high, and in one night's time, it had rushed to the first position. This kind of weirdness simply hadn't happened before. I suggest that this book be disqualified. At the conference table, someone stood up. I've read this book. What's written in it is actually a story of grave robbing. The author's penmanship is good, and it's very well written, but it's a bit incompatible with the love theme of our competition. And we are a women's literature competition after all, and the appearance of such overly horrible books on the list still has a certain impact on the majority of female readers. This is also the reason why we received hundreds of complaints in our back office in just one night. And if we don't take action, the public pressure we face will definitely be even greater. I don't agree with old Lee. As soon as he spoke, another person immediately stood up. In this book, although it's centered on a grave robbing story, there's no shortage of romance elements in it, and I think it fits perfectly with the theme of our contest. In addition, our forum has been silent for so long, it's not easy for a new book with potential to appear, and I think it's a book that we should instead focus on supporting so that more people can see it. The man called Oldly from earlier snorted in disapproval. There are plenty of new books with potential. I think this book merely happened to post the horror toon rating story on a platform for women's literature, triggering a gimmick that gained it a super high level of attention. This kind of behavior is okay to claptrap for a short period of time, but as time passes, it will be revealed in its original form, and we can't afford to be blinded by the benefits in front of us and lose out on a small amount of money. You fart. You have no idea of the current state of the forum. I think the book, the conference room, quickly became noisy. The dozen or so people in charge basically split into 2 factions, one of which believes that this kind of horror novel should never have appeared in a writing contest for women's literature, and that the book should be taken off the shelves immediately. The other school of thought feels that all those years we blow the lights out together doesn't have any violations and the numbers are so good that it would be a shame to take it off the shelves. Jiang Chen looked at the somewhat noisy conference room and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. In fact, she was a bit undecided in her mind. The Chinese Literature Forum organized the Women's Literature Writing Competition for no other reason than to enhance the influence of the forum. But the book, Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together, used in a writing competition for women's literature does seem a bit speculative and gimmicky. The Huaxia Literature Forum is, after all, a semi-official website, and it would be a bit of a losing proposition if public opinion was sparked as a result. What exactly should be done about it? She tapped the pen in her hand, thinking faintly. Sister Zhang. Just at this time, her assistant pushed in the door with a somewhat nervous face and reported, "Those years? The lights we blow together has just been updated with another 60,000 words, and now, it has moved up to 6th place on the popularity list." What? Hearing her return, Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and the conference room, too, grew silent. The crowd of management, all of them were looking at the young girl assistant with some incredulity. Chapter 22. The Diva of Sons tricked me into buying tea. How many words does a normal author probably update per day? 4,000? Or 6,000? Even 10,000 words a day is considered very high. But how many words have been updated for this jungle? 60,000? Is he a tentacle monster? There was a bit of silence in the conference room for a while, with everyone staring wide-eyed. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, but took the computer handed by the little assistant and carefully checked it out. Sure enough, the main page of those years we blow the lights out together had gone from 60,000 to 120,000 on the word count displayed. At the end of the last chapter, there was also a message from author Jiang Lang Talent. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Let's write this today. Take a nap, and then 60,000 more tomorrow. Under the message were dozens of comments. Asterisk. Author greatly. Are you still human? 60,000 more a day, ah? Who can resist that? Holy crap. Other than that word count. Voted for you. Go for it. Very well. I went ahead and had the courier intercept and return the blades that were mailed yesterday. Let it go. I won't fall for it again. I have to watch it after I go to the bathroom tonight. Looking over the Jiang Lang Talent message, and one of the reader's comments, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. He updated 60,000 words yesterday, 60,000 words today, and he's going to update another 60,000 words tomorrow? How much does this guy actually write every day? Could it be that his 60,000 words yesterday were not all that was saved? In the conference room, the other people in charge didn't say anything, and everyone was on their cell phones, carefully looking at the data related to those years we blow the lights together. At this time, the 4 lists of the Women's Literature Writing Competition, the Popularity List, the Hyped List, the Update List, and the Troll List, the top 6 positions, surprisingly, all appeared with the name those years. This situation has not been seen in the various competitions held in the past. The conference room was, for a moment, somewhat quiet. Jiang Chen's thoughts in his mind were getting more and more complicated. This book was a novel with the theme of grave robbing no matter how you look at it. How could it directly kill through the list of romance novels? This is outrageous. What's going to happen now? Jiang Chen hesitated for a long time before gradually making a decision in her mind. She collected the shocked look in her eyes and knocked on the table. Looking at everyone at the conference table, retain all the rights and interests of the entry of those years, the lights we blow together, and at the same time, have the PR team get ready immediately. Take it down? Are you kidding me? This book is going to explode. This amount of updates, this data, this quality, add to that the fact that it comes with its own talking points and gimmicks, and how can a book like this not explode? They run a contest that will get tons of attention because of the book, which is a win-win thing, and it would be silly to give up on the book for fear of public opinion. The question their organizing team should be thinking about is how to avoid the impending onslaught of public opinion, not silly discussions about whether the book should be taken off the shelves. Sister Zhang, are you planning to have the PR team suppress public opinion? Someone asked in disbelief. I think we've all fallen into a thinking misconception. Jiang Chen, however, shook her head, and in her eyes, the light of contemplation loomed. After a long time, she took a light breath and looked at everyone in the room. The dozen or so people in charge sniffed and looked at her with some confusion. Why should we try to suppress public opinion? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and continued. This Jiang Lang Talent deliberately wrote this kind of horrible romance novel to participate in the women's literature contest, scaring and crying hundreds of thousands of young ladies. His behavior is very bad, but we, the organizers, are also victims, and we are innocent, aren't we? What can we do with this book, which is a tomb raiding story but also has elements of romance, and fits the entry requirements perfectly? The people in the conference room froze at the words. Then, dawning realization widened his eyes. Or people are in charge. It's hard not to admire this aspect of human marketing. Yeah, Jiang Lang is a bad guy and an asshole, but what does it have to do with them? Their organizers can be tremendously nice people. Even if public opinion erupts then, they can totally take themselves off the hook. If people want to criticize, they can just criticize Jiang Lang. The crowd couldn't help but give a thumbs up at the thought. That's it. Preserve the rights to the entry of JLT and let him keep writing. He's the one who scared Missy into crying. What's it got to do with us? Jiang Chen rubbed his somewhat numb fingers and stretched heavily in his chair. How long has it been since you've been this serious about your work? 60,000 words just uploaded. Several hours of intense coding had left him feeling a little sore all over. The hot results of the new book made the bottom of his heart much stronger. Humph, didn't Nini say she just needed to be able to write decently? This book is finally up to snuff, isn't it? Let's see what the little girl can say then. What's the point of going to a company and becoming a music director when you can just do it at home? Standing up and moving his somewhat stiff body, he pulled out his cell phone again and looked at the time. Not bad, it was only 4:30 p.m. And if he didn't procrastinate at this time, he would still be able to take a nap. He yawned and was about to shut down his computer to take a nap when he noticed the chat program in the lower right corner suddenly flashing. Jiang Chen was puzzled and clicked on the window, only to find that it was a friend request. Hello, I'm Sister. The profile shows the other person as female, and the avatar looks like a woman in her 20s. Very pretty and elegant. Jiang Chen looked at the window to apply for a friend. Froze for a while, but some disdain skimmed his mouth. How this world's network is also full of female goblins who are fooling people to buy tia. The avatar is so pretty. It looks like it's a webcam from the internet, right, sister? Yuck. He yawned and typed in the reply box. I'm sorry, I don't like senior sisters. Only little senior sisters who can be pampered. Then just click on the decline to friend button. Finish up and take a nap. Jiang Chen closed the computer and stretched again, walking out of the studio. Ding dong. In the exclusive dressing room of the singing diva, the cell phone on the desktop suddenly rang. Yan Shuoxin picked up her cell phone and glanced at it, but she couldn't help but frown slightly. She then exited the chat program. Finding Su Luowei's phone number from her address book, she dialed it. Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly. Instead, the cell phone next to the bed suddenly rang. Hello? He said with a faintly nasal voice. Instead, Su Luowei's exasperated voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen, I was worried that you wouldn't know what to do as a music director for the first time, so I specifically asked my senior sister for help so that she could guide you in the right direction. And how dare you talk nonsense? And what do you say about not liking senior sister and only liking little senior sister who likes to be pampered? Tell me properly, which little sister who can be pampered do you really like? Ha! It took Jiang Chen a long while to react. Ha! That person who added him as a friend was really Su Luowei's senior sister? Not the leprechaun selling tea? Honey, let me explain. Jiang Chen frowned, tangled for a while before he could hold back a sentence. If I said that I thought she was trying to trick me into selling tea, would you believe me? Chapter 23 The Red Bean and the Dream. The angry Su Luowei certainly wouldn't believe Jiang Chen's bull ******. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen pulled out his somewhat numb ears and returned to the studio helplessly. No way. If he didn't, Neisan wouldn't let him go tonight. Hello senior sister? It was a misunderstanding just now. He opened his computer and went through the friend request of senior sister Yan Shuoxin. The thing is, 5 or 6 girls kept adding me this morning, trying to sell me tea, so I accidentally created a misunderstanding and took you for a tea seller too. Jiang Chen while explaining, the heart while spitting. Damn, this woman had friends also do not say clearly. Ghost know you in the end is not Luowei's elder sister. After a long time, it took a message to come through on the chat window. Yan Shuoxin, aha. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless. Okay, senior sister, if there's nothing else, I still have some things to do. We'll talk next time. He yawned, ready to turn off the computer and go back to his nap. What a senior sister. It's purely a delayed break. What's so hard for him about a position like music director that he needs to bring in help? The little ninja is also too unintelligent. Tonight must be properly punished. Just as his finger touched the shutdown button, he suddenly received another message from sister on his window. Yan Shuoxin, Luowei studio is having problems. You know? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, and the finger on the off button slowly retracted. Morning Vista Entertainment is having problems? What's going on? Neisan had only mentioned the matter of the music director's departure in the past 2 days, and hadn't said much else. Salted fish in the river, what happened? Yan Shuoxin, Luowei really didn't tell you. She really spoiled you. Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he looked at the message on the screen. Damn, talk about things, how come it's escalated to a family conflict? Salted fish in the river? It was a while before Yan Shuoxin continued to send messages. Yan Shuoxin, there are entertainment companies that are deliberately targeting Chunwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen froze for a moment as he looked at the message on the screen. Chunwei Entertainment was targeted by another company? Why hadn't the little ninny ever told him about it? In the past 2 days, he only knew about the departure of Chunwei Entertainment's music director, and he didn't know anything else. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Although he usually did not ask too much about Chunwei Entertainment, he knew that it was common to be targeted in the entertainment industry. No wonder little Ninny always wanted him to be the music director in the past 2 days. So she was bullied by someone else. So his soft life was interrupted all because someone wanted to target Morning Vista Entertainment? Jiang Chen's gaze gradually became angry. Damn. It turned out that he had spent the last 2 days so tired. And it was all because of someone else. Who the hell is it that's holding up the old man's soft food? Is it too much of a life to wait to find a way to die? After slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, he continued typing on the keyboard. That's it? Anything else? Yan Shuoxin, Yan Shuoxin, isn't that enough? Oh, you make it sound so scary. I thought it was Lovey suddenly not wanting to continue the struggle that scared me. Jiang Chen slowly struck the keyboard, but his expression gradually regained its calm. No matter who it is, it's impossible to break his soft bowl. As long as the pair dared to reach over and target Morning Vista Entertainment, then he would just cut it off. As long as the cuts were hard enough and painful enough, the next time the other party saw Chenwei Entertainment, not only their hands, but even their feet would feel pain. The law of survival in the entertainment industry is the law of the jungle, and it was in this thorny and hostile environment that he slowly climbed to the top diva position, one step at a time. Anyway, he had already promised little Nikki that he would join Chenwei Entertainment as its music director, so why not just clear out Chenwei Entertainment's rivals when the time came? After hearing about the problems encountered by Chenwei Entertainment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but experience some changes in his mind. Yes, he does want to swing for the fences and eat softly, but the prerequisite is to be able to let Nikki develop properly without having to worry so much. In his last life he did not marry and eventually left the world still alone, so even he himself had a hard time believing that in this life he had actually gotten flash married to Nikki as soon as he came over. He cherished this bond. A life of leisure is good, of course, but it's also important to keep Nikki happy. Jiang Chen sighed darkly in his heart. Originally, he had planned to announce that he had become a big writer in a few days, but now the situation was a bit different. Forget it. It's better to talk about it after solving the trouble of Chenwei Entertainment first. And, of course, he never liked people meddling in what he wanted to do, because he's too lazy to explain his thought process to others. So it's better for this tea-selling senior sister to stay on the sidelines for a while. Shuexin Yan. Yan Shuexin, you're incorrigible. Yan Shuexin, I really don't know why Luowei made you the music director. Actually, I don't quite understand why Luowei asked me to be the music director. Can sister help me persuade her? Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. My childhood dream was to be a writer and write classics that would live on for generations. For the sake of this dream, I had teared up, but I didn't expect that what I got in return was people's lack of understanding and respect. If senior sister can do me this favor, I will definitely treat you to dinner then. This time, the computer screen was quiet for a long time without receiving a new message. Jiang Chen snuffed out his cigarette in the ashtray and leaned back against the seat's backrest with satisfaction. Oh, you're still a senior sister. Fighting me? The small window on the computer blinked up again. Yan Shuexin, I don't want to joke with you. Luowei is my little sister. I can't just sit back and watch what happens to her. Yan Shuexin, so, I will step in to help solve the problems encountered by Chenwei Entertainment. But I only have a maximum of 3 months, and within 3 months, you can ask me for advice on any problems you encounter. Yan Shuexin, but if after 3 months, you still don't have the ability to take on the position of music director, I will suggest that Luowei change the position. It's not suitable for you to continue to sit in the position of music director. Jiang Chen looked at the message on the screen and the corner of his mouth twitched. This woman, too stubborn too. She's already made herself so clear, but she's still so insensitive? He sighed and looked much more serious, typing slowly on the keyboard. Salted fish in the river, Yan. I think you've got one thing wrong. Yan Shuexin, salted fish in the river. It's my dream to be a writer, so I had no intention of staying in the music director position for more than 2 months. Salted fish in the river, 2 months from now. I'll settle the trouble with Chenwei Entertainment, then quit the entertainment industry, quit singing, and return to being a writer. Salted fish in the river, if you can help me persuade Su Luowei at that time, I promise you that the promise of a meal will still be valid. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, a plan had slowly emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. The trouble with Chenwei Entertainment had to be solved, but his leisurely life couldn't be affected either. So he gave himself 2 months. In 2 months' time, solve all the troubles and rivals, and help Chenwei Entertainment to gain a thorough foothold in the entertainment industry, so that little Nene could easily become a little boss lady. He then stepped down as music director and returned home to continue being a writer. The plan was perfect. It's a great way to save both your job at Morning Vista Entertainment and your own laid-back life. Neen is happy. He's happy. All is well. The message was sent. For a full 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Chen didn't receive any messages on his computer. I don't know if the senior sister Yan was infuriated by him. When Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, he was ready to leave. It was only then that a message popped up with a ding-dong on the chat program. Yan Shuexin, ha, big talk. Jiang Chen shrugged. Just quit the chat program and turn off your computer. Oh, sure enough. In this world, just telling the truth will always be met with disrespect and lack of understanding. His goal, really, is to be a writer. How come no one understands? In the dressing room, Yan Shuexin put her cell phone down, her brows furrowing on her cool face. I had heard that my little sister's husband was not a good match. I didn't realize that this guy's personality was a lot worse than she had imagined. Cynical and arrogant. Solve all the troubles of Morning Vista Entertainment in 2 months? And then announce your retirement from singing? What a pipe dream. What the hell does this guy think the singing world is? Is the singing world something you can get in and out of whenever you want? I don't know what on earth little sister was thinking, letting someone like that be the music director. Yan Shuexin sighed softly in her heart. The current situation at Morningvale Entertainment is not a good one. Yao Si-chun's departure from Chenwei Entertainment and joining Qingcheng Entertainment had not been avoided by anyone, and people in the entertainment circle could learn about this news if they had the heart to ask around a little. Currently, in the entire entertainment circle, there were already many people who knew that Tilting City Entertainment was about to launch an attack on Chenwei Entertainment. Scooping up the music director was just the first step. What other tactics will follow is anyone's guess. But that didn't stop people from watching. Chenwei Entertainment, an ordinary small studio, is actually competing with such a big company as Qingcheng Entertainment, which is not an egg against a stone. Looking for death. The people in the entertainment industry are obviously more unfavorable to Chenwei Entertainment. After all, Chenwei Entertainment was just a startup company, and now that the music director was missing, the overall strength had dropped even more. Even her manager had heard that the hearts within Morning Vista Entertainment were a bit unstable lately. Several in-house artists and trainees began to question the future of Chenwei Entertainment and began to contact other entertainment companies. This is not a good thing for an entertainment company. Alas, little sister's eye for people. Yan Shuexin shook her head. When Su Luowei had made up her mind to marry Jiang Chen, several of their senior sisters had dissuaded her for a long time, but to no avail. Now that Chenwei Entertainment had encountered such a big crisis, Jiang Chen was actually acting as if nothing had happened. This kind of man. Yan Shuexin sighed softly. And after a few moments of quiet contemplation, she turned her head to look at her agent. Sister Lan, all the announcements for the next few days, push them off for me. What? Want to take some time off? Well, there's been a problem at Lowe's studio and I have to go check it out. Okay, I'll talk to the company. Lanara didn't care and yawned a little wearily. As a diva, it was normal for Yan Shuexin to want to take a break once in a while, and no one would say much about it. However, Yan Shuexin frowned slightly. Her agent would rarely show such weariness. Sister Blue, didn't sleep well last night? Nor. Lanara looked as if she was a little embarrassed and torn, and after some thought, she fished out a folded piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Yan Shuexin. I went to visit a friend in my circle 2 days ago, when I passed a path but suddenly got hit in the head by a paper airplane that had something written on it, and I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Paper airplanes. Yan Shuexin took it suspiciously and found that the paper was indeed covered in creases. When the paper was spread out, there were only 6 lines of small phrases on it. Azuki bean. I haven't gotten a good feel for it yet. Snowflake bloom climate. We're all trembling together. We'll understand better. What is tenderness? Shuexin, do you think what's written on this paper could be a song? Lanara excitedly recounted her speculation. That place is an upscale neighborhood, and I've heard that many musicians in the circle have bought houses there. Was it destiny arranged by God to send a song specifically to me? I'm thinking about going back to that place and asking who wrote the song so I can contact him and have him write a song for you. In the past few days, Lanara had been looking for resources for Yan Shuexin's new song. Yan Shuexin's demand for songs borders on being picky, causing her to contact many musicians without finding the right song and almost falling into a spell. Suddenly I picked up a paper airplane and was floored. Yan Shuexin, however, shook her head somewhat unimpressed. The handwriting on the paper, one more scribbled than the other, didn't look like it was written by a serious musician. Besides, it's just a few lines, so you can't tell much at all. Plus, who in their right mind is a musician who folds their songs into paper airplanes and flies them around? The odds are it's just some kid in the neighborhood scribbling it. Sister Lan, you're too tired. Take this time to rest. Don't rush the new song. She returned the paper to Lanara. Okay. Lanara knew that Yan Shuexin didn't agree with her idea, and her expression was a bit frustrated. You can sit at this friend of mine's house sometime. Yan Shuexin thought for a moment before suddenly handing her another number. Your friend? Which one? A psychiatrist. I've heard that he's very good at relieving stress and has a preventive effect on many mental illnesses. Yan Shuexin said faintly. The corner of Lanara's mouth twitched. Straight away, he rolled his eyes and leaned back on the couch. Chapter 24, The Unique Hobbyist Chen Yuman. Si-chun, you've completely offended Chenwei Entertainment this time. In the spacious and quiet office, the turquoise tea on the tea table was bubbling with a slight heat. Yao Si-chun and a man and a woman were sitting separately around the tea table, savoring the treasured Westlake Longjing in front of them. It's not like the common imposters on the market. The real Westlake Longjing. The shape is flat and smooth, straight and sharp. The leaf blade is tender green and fresh, uniform and heavy. After brewing the tea, The fragrance is lasting, the taste is fragrant and sweet, and the soup color is tender green and clear. On the main seat of the tea table was a beautiful woman. She is obviously very proficient in the tea ceremony. Slender fingers, warming the cup, placing the tea, washing the tea, brewing the tea, making the soup, distributing the tea. A set of movements in a flowing stream. Looks both beautiful and comfortable. Aren't you afraid that Su Luowei will find you in trouble? The middle-aged man laughed. Yao Xichen sat across from the middle-aged man, who was in his 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a formal suit. His appearance looked quite calm. So what if you're offended? So what if it doesn't offend? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, he picked up his teacup and shook his head, smiling to himself. Luowei is my fellow sister. I've been writing songs for her for 6 years, but in her eyes, she's always had only that loser in her sights, and has never looked me in the eye. I originally thought that after she got married she would quickly realize that Jiang Chen wasn't right for her and would come to her senses, but it's been 3 years, and yet she still doesn't have a single thought of leaving that loser. I just can't figure it out. Now that I'm not getting any younger, I really don't want to wait any longer. It's a bit of a pity that Su Luowei, such an outstanding woman, married that Jiang Chen. At those words, the middle-aged man nodded his head rather approvingly. Yao Xichen picked up the teacup in front of him and slowly took a sip, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Although I, Yao Xichen, am not from a rich and powerful family, I have always worked harder than anyone else. Nowadays, I have a bit of fame in the singing world, so if I'm with Luowei, I can definitely help her achieve better development. I really don't understand. What part of me is not good enough for Luowei? Why does she never want to look at me more? Then what good is Jiang Chen in the end? Married for 3 years, without any income, always relying on a woman to support him. Losing to such a person, I'm really not willing at all. Yao Xichen tightly gripped her teacup and drank the tea in it, a hint of unwillingness vaguely showing in her eyes. The middle-aged man didn't move to fill his teacup. The pretty woman who made the tea on the side, smiled slightly, and once again added new tea to the pot. Though she sat on the main seat, she had not spoken, and was quietly, with a quiet face, doing her own business, as if the topic that was going on at the tea table had nothing to do with her. If anyone who knew her was here, they couldn't help but gasp out in shock, because she was Chen Yuman, a well-known actress in China, and also the helmsman of Qingqing Entertainment. Alas, stay for love, hurt for love, hate for love. The middle-aged man shook his head inside. In the past, it was because you were too good to Su Luowei that she was blinded by a momentary emotional impulse. Now that you've chosen to leave and Morning Violet Entertainment is in an unprecedented crisis, she'll soon realize your importance, and when that time comes, she'll naturally choose to let you go back. Yao Xichen shook her head, a cold smile spreading across her face. Since I have chosen to leave, I won't go back easily. I think very clearly, no matter how hard I try to help Luowei, in the end, the one who will benefit is just that loser who hides at home and waits for death. And now, the news is coming out from within Chenwei Entertainment that Luowei even plans to let this loser be the new music director, which is simply laughable. Lovey's out of her mind, and as long as she doesn't leave that loser, I'm not going to stop. Only after Chenwei Entertainment closes down completely will she realize who has been silently helping her behind the scenes all these years, and who is the one who can ultimately stand by her side when problems arise. Yao Xichen's voice was filled with a hint of accumulated anger. Good. Bold enough. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up. In this matter, all of us at Qingqing Entertainment will cooperate with you. Nowadays, the entire entertainment circle almost knows the news that we're about to lay our hands on Chenwei Entertainment. Coupled with the fact that you've already left from Morning Vista Entertainment, the hearts of people within Morning Vista Entertainment are in turmoil, and anyone with a clear eye can see that Morning Vista Entertainment is currently at the end of its strength, with both internal and external problems. There aren't many people who dare to stand on Chenwei Entertainment's side. As for the artists that Chenwei Entertainment has already signed, I've already arranged for people to make contact, and before long, I believe I'll be able to pull together a group of people. Next, I'll have the media side start creating public opinion. 2 days later, I guarantee that the internet will be full of negative news related to Chenwei Entertainment. Ha! Saying this, the middle-aged man paused for a moment, and with a smile on his face, he continued, I'm sure that there isn't a single brand name that would be willing to work with Chenwei Entertainment in this situation. As long as we can maintain this situation for 2 months, Chenwei Entertainment will naturally not be able to hold out. Yao Xichen slowly sipped a mouthful of tea, a complex light flickering in his eyes, but he did not speak. What the middle-aged man said no. The most important thing in the entertainment industry is momentum. As long as Chenwei Entertainment's decline became apparent, by then, even if they didn't do anything, the entire entertainment industry would automatically shun Chenwei Entertainment. At that time Su Luowei would naturally realize that she was so important. When the middle-aged man saw that Yao Sichun did not speak, he glanced at him and smiled slightly, not continuing to talk about this matter, but turning to other topics. After a few more sentences, Yao Sichun's mind was deep in thought, and he clearly no longer had the heart to sip tea. So he took a deep breath and got up to take his leave. The middle-aged man smiled and sent him to the door before pacing slowly back. Things all set? On the main seat of the tea table, Chun Yuman's beautiful eyes glanced at him and asked. Arranged. The middle-aged man smiled confidently. I've greeted all the music producers I can think of. At least within these 2 months. No music producer will dare to explicitly stand on the side of Chenwei Entertainment. Chenwei Entertainment is after all just a small studio. The gap between its strength and ours is still very obvious. People who can hang out in the entertainment industry aren't stupid. They know how to choose. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuman's red delicate lips gently hooked, revealing a seductive smile. That's good. I'm relieved that you arranged it. After saying that, she poured out the somewhat cool tea in her cup and poured herself another cup of warm tea. Her red lips moved slightly and slowly took a sip. The middle-aged man looked at her appearance, but he sighed slightly. You man, must you work with this Yao Sichun? What? Jealous? Chen Yuman raised her head and glanced at him faintly, revealing a delicate smile. The middle-aged man sat down in his chair and was silent, not speaking. Chen Yuman raised the teapot with both hands and poured a cup of tea into his teacup, ranting, Yao Sichun is nothing more than a pawn in my eyes. My true goal. You should know. It is precisely because I know that I am jealous. The middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh. You man, we've known each other for more than 10 years now. Why haven't we closed our hearts yet? I've been fooling around with you all these years, and you've had enough fun out there, haven't you? If you don't marry me again, the pressure from the family side is going to be a bit much for me to handle. Chen Yuman's charming eyes turned and glared at him, disgruntled. You smelly men, what's the point of getting married? I don't want to spend my life with a man. At those words, the middle-aged man's face was a bit ugly. Fine, fine, I promise you, after I take Su Luowei, I will honestly go home with you, get married and have children. Knowing that he was angry, Chen Yuman playfully glanced at him and covered her mouth and laughed lightly. The middle-aged man's face then looked much better. He pondered for a long time and said seriously, this is the last time I'm going to fool around with you, and when this is over, whether you want to or not, I want you to come home with me and get married and live an honest life. I know. Speaking of this matter, Chen Yuman also seems to be a little angry. Teacups on the table, willow eyebrows raised, a look of exasperation. The middle-aged man sighed, didn't say anything else, and left the office straight away. Only after he left did Chen Yuman's complexion return to normal. She looked at the tea table, the teacup that Yao Sichun had just drank from, and skimmed her mouth with some disgust. Wrap the teacup in a paper towel and throw it in the trash. A toad wants to eat swan meat. A stinky man still dreams of coloring Su Luowei? That little Nini Su Luowei can only be mine. Chen Yuman. No one can snatch her away. Chapter 25, Hubby, can you write a song for me? Mu Ning. Do you think the new music director of our Morning Vista Entertainment is really that asshole writer that the internet said? Morning Vale Entertainment. In the trainee dormitory, a girl with a pom-pom head clutched her cell phone and asked with a worried face. Her name was Xia Listening Ching, a trainee that Morning Violet Entertainment had just signed this year. There were a total of 4 girls living in the dormitory, all of which were the new trainee girls who had entered Chenwei Entertainment this year. The girl sitting across from her was called Yi Mu Ning, and she looked very pretty. At the moment, however, she was a little flushed, wearing athletic tights, a ponytail, and a dry look in her clear eyes, as if she had just returned from a run at the gym. Although she hadn't been in the company for long either, this little girl had already become the captain of all the trainee girls by virtue of her talent and hard work. Xia Listening Ching liked Yi Mu the most, and after encountering a problem, the first thing she wanted to do was to listen to her opinion. But perhaps attracted by the topic, the attention of several other girls in the dormitory shifted. It's rumored that this Jiang Chen, for 3 years, has been moping around the house, completely relying on Sister Luowei to support him. I don't know why Sister Lovey married such a person in the first place. Can such a person do a good job as the music director of Morning Vista Entertainment? It's too bad we've only just signed and we've got such an unreliable music director. I originally thought that Chenwei Entertainment was developing quite well, but I didn't expect it to change in the blink of an eye. The girls were talking. Yi Mu Ning's bed was next to the balcony, but her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled and she didn't say anything. The recent happenings at Morning Vista Entertainment Studios are no longer a secret in the entertainment industry. Those who are interested can probably get the full picture of the whole thing with a little bit of poking around. Yesterday, she had actually sent a quiet message to the company's manager, Sister Jing, inquiring about the new music director. Perhaps because she didn't feel the need to hide it, Su Jingchu gave a direct reply. That's right. The one who is going to be the new music director of Chunwei Entertainment is Luowei's husband, Jiang Chen, the legendary imposter writer who hasn't written anything for 3 years. The soft-boiled man who relies on Luowei's sister's support for 3 years. Yi Mu-ning sighed softly in her heart. Sister Luowei was her idol. So after graduating from school half a year ago, she rejected the olive branches handed to her by major entertainment companies and chose to join Chunwei Entertainment straight away. I didn't realize that before 3 months had passed, Chunwei Entertainment had encountered such a big trouble. That said, have you guys been approached by anyone from other entertainment companies in the past few days? A girl suddenly asked. Hearing her words, the dormitory suddenly fell silent for a moment. No one said anything, and there was something mildly unnatural about their expressions. In the entertainment industry, it is a taboo to contact other entertainment companies privately. Although they did receive contact information from several entertainment companies in the past few days, this kind of thing could not be publicized to the public. That girl obviously also knew that she had slipped up, and covered her mouth in some embarrassment, not saying anything else. That was the end of the small talk. They had training in the afternoon and they only had a short hour break, but several of the girls looked a little distracted. Chunwei Entertainment has been a bit shaky lately, and these trainees, although they are not exposed to the level of mutual tug-of-war between the companies, are forced to worry about their own future. They have all signed several years of trainee contracts with Chunwei Entertainment, and if Chunwei Entertainment doesn't have enough resources to help them make their debut, their futures will all be wasted here. For a while, the faces of the crowd were a bit complicated. Yi Mu-ning sighed in her heart. Yesterday she also received several messages from Pouring City Entertainment. The content on that message was also very simple. Nothing more than some words advising her to break away from Morning Violet Entertainment and join their Leaning City Entertainment instead. Xingcheng Entertainment is very generous to say, as long as she is willing to change the company, a series of subsequent problems arising from the breach of contract will be resolved by them, will not let her have any worries. Yi Mu-ning didn't bother with them though, but she knew that she was definitely not the only one in the company who had received a similar message. And there seems to be quite a few practicing students that are starting to falter. Early the next morning, when Jiang Chen yawned and came out of his room, Su Luowei had already gone out. She seemed to have a lot of things to be busy with in the past 2 days, and yesterday she was also busy until very late in the evening before she came back with a tired face, and after taking a bath she directly drilled into Jiang Chen's arms and fell asleep. Jiang Chen had originally wanted to ask her about Chunwei Entertainment, but looking at the tired look on the little ninny's face, he didn't open his mouth. Anyway, he had already promised that he would be the music director of Chunwei Entertainment for 2 months, and during these 2 months, no matter who, as long as they dared to make a move against Chunwei Entertainment, he would let the other party know what it meant to swim in a cesspool looking for death. Of course, the writing side of things he hasn't given up. This afternoon he updated again, as usual, with 60,000 words. Those were the years we blow the lights out seems to be slowly catching fire on the internet as well. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen was also very strange. This kind of horror toon rating novel in the guise of a love story, and I don't know which point of the netizens was poked and prodded. Those who have read it seem to have a strong desire to share it, and have taken to their social media platforms, frantically recommending this romance novel that keeps people up at night. So much so that his novel stats are skyrocketing all the way to the top. After finishing the words, he took the time to look at the data and found that the number of readers had risen to more than 200,000, and the number of people who had joined the bookshelf, also gradually up to reach as many as 80,000. In just 3 days, this statistic can be completely described as a miracle. I believe that with a few more days of fermentation, the book will become even more popular. By then, the pen name of Zhang Lang Talent would gradually appear in the public eye. I also wonder what kind of shocked expression Nikki will have when she realizes that she has written a hot book. Jiang Chen thought silently in his heart. At night, Su Luowei was still busy until after 11 o'clock. Even Su Jingchu didn't go back to her house, choosing to stay in the villa instead. Finally finished recording the song today, Su Luowei was wearing a close-fitting silk nightgown and came out of the bathroom, her hair naturally falling over her shoulders. She slowly climbed onto the bed and curled up in Jiang Chen's arms, murmuring softly. Jiang Chen gently stroked her head, but his brows furrowed slightly. In the 3 years of their marriage, he had never seen Su Luowei show such a tired demeanor. It seemed that the trouble encountered by Chunwei Entertainment this time had indeed made Su Luowei a little nervous, so much so that she had to become busy during this period of time. He gently stroked the little ninny's hair, but the displeasure in his heart became more and more apparent. Who, exactly, would dare to lay hands on his woman? If you really wear out the little ninny, how can you still eat soft rice in the future? Hubby, have you written a book in the last few days? Su Luowei had curled up in Jiang Chen's arms murmuring something. Jiang was looking down. Found Su Luowei has fallen asleep. Black hair lined with white skin. Beautiful face quietly in front of his own. Small mouth from time to move a little. Is talking in his sleep. A tenderness suddenly welled up in the old man's heart, and he gently pinched Su Luowei's small nose. Of course not. It's so hard to write a book, and it's hard to be able to write it so easily. So can you help me write songs? This time, Jiang Chen didn't reply. Instead, he said silently in his mind, sure, as long as you want to, I could always write you songs. Well, thanks. Thanks hubby. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was woken up by Su Luowei. The little ninny lay in his arms, tickling him gently with her hair. It wasn't until he opened his eyes in a daze that he said, somewhat angrily, get up, you big slob. You said you were going to work today. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her small waist and was still planning to roll over and sleep for a while longer. However, he was broken free by the little ninny and pushed and shoved him hard. Get up, you big lazy pig. Jiang Chen sighed slightly and sat up. Well, it looks like there's no more sleeping. He looked outside at the sky. It was just dawning outside the house. The sun hadn't even fully risen yet. It's just too much of an ordeal to be at work at this hour. How did your old self get through it all? After a yawn, he got up and out of bed. Look at this situation. If we don't help Nasan stabilize the studio first, don't even think about sleeping for the next 2 months. Chapter 26 The Singing Diva Who Came to the Door. The morning air always has a waking coolness to it. After Jiang Chen opened the window to breathe a few mouthfuls of cold, fresh air, the sleepiness from his early start suddenly subsided a lot. It has been a long time since I woke up early. Suddenly get up so early. Looking out the window gray light, but the heart has some special feelings. How many years ago? He was also used to waking up at this hour and heading to the practice room for training. There was also a popular saying in those days, have you ever seen the sun at 4 a.m.? But he had more than seen the sun at 4 a.m. Even the shooting star at 4 a.m. He had seen it twice. Nowadays, when I look back on this hard struggle, there are always some inexplicable feelings in my heart. I want to thank myself for that time, but I also feel that it was too hard. If I enjoy life and be an ordinary person, will I live a happy life too? Jiang Chen thought for a while, only to realize that there is no answer to this question and that everyone has a choice that belongs to them. He shook his head and smiled, stretching a bit as he headed toward the restroom. Now that you have traveled a road full of struggle, then in this life, he'll take it as it comes. One has to try different ways of living, otherwise one will get tired of always struggling non-stop. After washing up, the sun gradually spread its small corner from the sky, and warm rays shone into the villa from the window. By the time Jiang Chen and Su Luowei walked down from upstairs together, Su Jingqiu had already bought breakfast back from outside. However, just as Jiang Chen was preparing to eat breakfast, he found that in addition to Su Jingqiu on the sofa on the hall, there was also a beautiful woman he didn't recognize sitting on the sofa. This woman looks really beautiful. White skin, slender eyebrows, nose slightly straight, slim and chiseled body, slightly curled long hair hanging over the shoulder. Through the hair, you can vaguely see the slender pink neck. Surprisingly, her face doesn't lose to Nasan at all. She was sitting on the couch, quietly flipping through a fashion magazine, her movements elegant with a faintly condescending touch. On the side, Su Jingqiu was completely like a boss lady delivering breakfast compared to this woman. However, Jiang Chen's heart is flooded with a little doubt. This woman looks like how to seem a little familiar. It seemed to him that he had never seen such a person before. And it was amazing that this woman didn't feel the least bit uncomfortable as an outsider when she was clearly sitting in his home. Even when he saw him coming he had absolutely no intention of getting up. His cool eyes just glanced at him faintly before moving away and landing on the little ninny instead. Sister, what brings you here? Su Luowei saw her but her face was joyful, and with some surprise, she ran forward and hugged her. Honestly, Jiang Chen had seen many images of two women hugging each other. However, the image of two stunning women, whose looks and temperament were completely unmatched, hugging each other together was something that hadn't been seen much. This shot, it's totally luscious. Jiang Chen silently admired with an eye and soul that belonged uniquely to old men. Two women, one cold and bright, one warm and compassionate, appeared in front of the eyes at the same time. It was really hard to distinguish whose face was a little more outstanding. If you want to compare figures, you have to go to the beach. Ahem. The old man interrupted his somewhat evil thoughts with a quick cough. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts gradually drifted towards the seashore, Su Luowei's name that she had just called the woman suddenly appeared in his mind. Sister? And so on. Jiang Chen's heart thumped. What did Su Luo just call her? Could she be Yan Shuexin? Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed, finally remembering at this moment why this woman looked a bit familiar. So the woman who tried to sell him tea the other day was her. That avatar is so pretty. I can't believe it's not a web image found online? Jiang Chen's mouth opened wide, his expression gradually becoming a bit strange. Damn. When did such real avatars exist in this cyber world? Nah, your breakfast. To the side, Su Jingchu raised the meal bag in her hand, signaling him to go over for breakfast. Okay, thanks, just put it on the table. I'll give you a 5-star review later. Jiang Chen nodded. Su Jingchu, hubby, let me introduce you. She is senior sister Yen. Su Luowei's sweet voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his quirkiness. Jiang Chen thought to himself, of course I know that this is Sister Yen. We even negotiated the tea business together 2 days ago. Hello senior sister Yen. He raised his hand and greeted somewhat reluctantly. After figuring out the woman's identity, he immediately lost interest. This woman is obviously here for trouble. Never good. Sure enough, Yen Shuoxin's gaze indifferently surveyed him and said in a clear and cold voice, Senior sister Yen doesn't dare to be called that. Just call me Xiao Yen. Meh. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, thinking that the more beautiful a woman is, the easier it is to hold a grudge. That day he was not just a light pretending to be a pussy. As far as remembering to now, I've heard from the experts that you mustn't eat breakfast on an empty stomach in the morning, so I suggest we all hurry up and eat something to pad our bellies. Pretending not to hear, he took his place at the table and picked up a donut. Su Luowei, however, didn't fall for it. She glanced at Yen Shuoxin and then at Jiang Chen, and soon realized that something was wrong, and instantly stepped forward with some exasperation, and pinched hard at Jiang Chen's back waist. Hubby, did you say something weird to senior sister Yen again the day before yesterday? Yen Shuoxin also walked to the other end of the dining table and sat down at this moment, her gaze not falling on Jiang Chen at all, as if the whole thing just didn't have anything to do with her. Jiang Chen said as he covered his backside. How could it be? I even said I treat senior sister Yen to dinner the day before yesterday to thank her for her help. Really? Su Luowei was a little unconvinced. Sure, ask her if you don't believe me, Jiang Chen said with conviction. He did say something about inviting Yen Shuoxin to dinner that day and was very sincere. Yen Shuoxin, however, grunted coldly with an expressionless face. While not uttering a retort, Jiang Chen was indeed going to say that he was going to invite her for dinner, but in a flirtatious tone, not really trying to thank her. Humph, count yourself honest. Su Luowei didn't notice the abnormality and hummed arrogantly, similarly sitting down on the chair next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen secretly sighed in relief, thinking what the hell is this woman doing here? If you don't have anything to do, go sell tea. Why do you come to someone's house early in the morning? After a bit of a ruckus, several people finally all took their seats at the table and ate their breakfast honestly. Yen Shuoxin finally said her intention after drinking a bit of porridge. Luowei, I'll accompany you to the company today to see if there's anything I can do to help. Yeah. Su Luowei's eyes lit up as she sniffed. Although Sister Yen had only debuted 2 years before her, she was a true singing diva. Because Yen Shuoxin only focuses on the identity of a singer, she usually hardly participates in other programs except for music-related work. So this senior sister is much stronger than her in terms of musical attainments, connections and resources in the entertainment industry, and influence. Morning Vista Entertainment is under so much pressure today. It would definitely be a lot easier if sister was willing to help. Silly girl. Yen Shuoxin's cool eyes were filled with a hint of hidden tender favor. Su Luowei was her only little sister, and back then when she was studying with her teacher, it was the best relationship between their sisters. If not her, then who? I still have some resources on hand. I've heard that Shenwei Entertainment has been robbed of a lot of circulars during this period of time, so first take these resources and distribute them to the artists underneath to stabilize the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Luowei nodded her head repeatedly. She had been busy recording songs for the past 2 days, and she hadn't dealt with much of anything in the company. The departure of the music director, various announcements being cut off one after another, plus the poaching behavior of other entertainment companies. The company has long been disorganized within the company. Though she realized this, she had a lack of resources on hand. Thank you, senior sister. Yen Shuoxin nodded, and then her gaze glanced at Jiang Chen again in a clear and cold manner, saying faintly, however, all of these resources only treat the symptoms. If you want to put the artists in the company completely at ease, it still depends on whether the newly appointed music director can convince everyone or not. On my side, I can contact a few old-timers in the music industry and ask them to serve as music directors at Shenwei Entertainment to help you stabilize the situation. Su Luowei froze for a moment. Then the big eyes blinked, giving Jiang Chen a somewhat puzzled look. Sister Yen should know about Jiang Chen's upcoming role as the music director of Shenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in his mind and didn't say anything. If he hadn't known that Shenwei Entertainment was in trouble, he would have been eager to push off this music director job. Doesn't it smell good to be a writer in the comfort of your home? Looking for inspiration? Senior sister. Jiang Chen has already agreed to be the music director. I'm sure he can do a good job. However, after Su Luowei thought for a moment, she still said to Yan Shuexin, although senior sister meant well, as a wife, she had to give Jiang Chen more support. Morning Vista Entertainment, which always starts with the word morning. At those words, a faint trace of disappointment passed through Yan Shuexin's eyes. This girl, she's usually quite smart and clever, but when it comes to the critical moment, why does she get confused? The day before yesterday, she had just a brief chat with Jiang Chen and realized that not only did this person not have much ability, he was also very arrogant and cocky. Open mouth showbiz, closed mouth singing. Now that I've seen it in person, it's even more disappointing. The whole person looks lazy, not motivated at all. Typical eye candy character. How can someone like that be a good music director? Although Su Luowei said that she believed Jiang Chen on her lips, she still seemed to be unavoidably worried in her heart. Honey, where did the suit I got you last night go? After all, Jiang Chen's usual lethargic behavior really left no doubt in one's mind. Today is your first day on the job. Meet with everyone. You have to introduce yourself. Dress formally. The first impression can't be too bad. Right. There's also a script I prepared for you that contains the introduction and speech. I've had this written by a specialist. The writing is excellent. When the time comes you can just read from it and you're guaranteed to impress everyone. She rambled on and stood up, and she didn't know where she'd rummaged through a document with imprinted handwriting, placing it in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the manuscript in front of him, which filled 5 or 6 pages, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The manuscript. It's got to be 10,000 words, right? Is he or she going to be on stage for an hour reading from a script? This is outrageous, isn't it? He used to be in an entertainment company, and the thing he hated most was when the leader spoke on stage. Nonsense and a waste of time. Is he going to be one of those people? The little ninny seemed to be going for a suit. Jiang Chen quickly reached out, pulling her back. What's the point of wearing that thing? It's not to get married. A nap is too much choking. The so-called first meeting and introductions had crossed his mind a long time ago. The problem within Morning Vista Entertainment today was that people's hearts were unstable, so what he should do more than anything else was to find a way to stabilize them. A fine suit and a passionate 10,000 word speech. None of this works. The most important thing you can do to convince people in the entertainment industry is to rely on your strength. So he wasn't even going to spend more than 5 minutes on stage, because it doesn't take 5 minutes to show what you're made of. It's torture to change into a fine suit for those 5 minutes. And there's no need for this manuscript. Jiang Chen pushed the manuscript aside as well. Then how do you introduce yourself? Su Luowei froze for a moment. Proctoring. Playing on the spot? But what if you get nervous and can't think of a word? A talented writer doesn't get nervous or run out of words at all. Jiang Chen said, unimpressed in his heart. It was just a first meeting with a group of trainees. It wasn't much of a scene. So where was the need for so much preparation? It simply doesn't fit the demeanor of a great writer or his decades of struggle in the entertainment industry. Of course, he didn't forget to emphasize who he is, a talented and great writer. Since you want to live a life of leisure, he intends to never forget his identity as a writer, no matter what he does. After all, being a writer was his real dream, though he was able to become a writer solely by carrying around in his head the books he had once read. But how can the world of the cultured be called moving? I have it in my head and you don't. So that can only be called inspiration, not plagiarism. What? You're not convinced? Then you bite me. Sometimes a little bit of rascality would make the world a much less troubled place. Hearing his words, Su Luowei froze for a moment, then clasped her hands and sat down in her seat with some exasperation. This suit and manuscript were carefully prepared by her for Jiang Chen's first day at work. On the side, Yan Shuexin couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with a gaze that was a few more points clearer. This guy. What a mess. Chapter 27, Jiang Chen's self-introduction. In the end, Jiang Chen still didn't change into a suit and went out the door in simple casual clothes. Although Su Luowei was furious, she saw that Jiang Chen seemed to be less resistant to being a music director, so she had no choice but to let him be. A group of 4, in 2 cars, traveled to the office. Su Luowei hadn't met Yan Shuexin for a long time, and pulled Jiang Chen into Yan Shuexin's car. Yan Shuexin drove a British-style limousine with a black body and white interior, very much in line with her cool style. At this time the sun is only just rising. The road has gradually had some pedestrians. Su Luowei accompanied Yan Shuexin on the co-pilot to talk, so Jiang Chen had to sit alone in the back seat. It's a good thing that the most comfortable position in this executive-class sedan is usually the back seat. After he got in the car, he leaned back against the backrest, resting on the comfortable cushions, which was quite cozy. It was a bit of an early start today, so much so that he quickly stifled a yawn. It was about an hour or so drive to the office, and he was going to take that time to catch up on his sleep. Yan Shuexin's beautiful eyes looked through the rearview mirror, her gaze clear and cold as she glanced behind her. Jiang Chen's languid appearance of yawning fell into her eyes, and the impression of Jiang Chen in her heart immediately deteriorated a few more points. Yawning early in the morning. What company has a music director as lethargic as him? Su Luowei and Yan Shuixian were talking. There was also the faint sound of music in the car, the singing of a gentle woman. Senior Sister Yan, this is Senior Sister Su Rongfei's new song, right? Su Luowei listened to the song and suddenly her eyes lit up, asking with some curiosity. Apparently, it's a song she hasn't heard yet. Aha! Yan Shuexin nodded, her tone still clear and cold. Deep Love, a new work by Sister Su, is also composed by Sun Yongjian, music director of Bluestone Entertainment. And this kind of love song with the theme of deep love has always been well received in the market. I've heard that Senior Sister Su spent a lot of money to take this song down, intending to put it into her next album. Su Rongfei is a senior female singer who became famous early in the entertainment circle. Graduated from the Magic City Conservatory of Music as did Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin, but was nearly 10 years older. That's why both of them called her Senior Sister Su. That's nice. Su Luowei couldn't help but praise it. Su Rongfei's voice was really good, melodious and graceful, with a kind of airy goddess feeling, compared to her voice in which there was much less airiness and more gentleness and serenity. This song is not the final version. Yan Shuexin, however, shook her head. I heard that Sun Yongjian spent more than a month writing this song, and it's only the first draft at the moment, and it will only be completely perfected in another week. Senior Sister Su sent me this first draft of the song, so that I could help her find her emotions. The release of a song is not as simple as it seems, and there is often a lot of detailed tweaking going on behind the scenes. Both the lyrics and the song, as well as the vocal and mood of the singer, are crucial. The full version of the song must be better. Su Luowei nodded, and after thinking about it, she suddenly looked at Jiang Chen in the back seat. Hubby, what do you think? She purposely pulled Jiang Chen onto the car in the hopes of finding an opportunity to regulate the relationship between the two of them. Yan Shuexin and him. Jiang Chen was able to write Fairy Tale and Invisible Wings, so the level of sound must not be bad. There was just some misunderstanding between the two. At this moment, as long as Jiang Chen wasn't a big dummy and said a few more professional words, Senior Sister Yan's impression of him would definitely be much better. Yan Shuexin, however, frowned slightly. Bluestone Entertainment is a relatively large entertainment company in the circle, and Sun Yongjian is also a famous senior musician in the industry, so there is naturally nothing wrong with the songs he writes. What could Jiang Chen, this arrogant fellow, say? Little sister is really a bit screwed up when it comes to her feelings. To be honest, Jiang Chen had already closed his eyes at this time with the intention of catching up on his sleep, but he didn't expect to be suddenly asked by Su Luowei. He didn't bother to say any more nonsense and just skimmed the comment. Average. Hard to fire. In his opinion, the song's cutting angle was average, and the melody was sparse and not very ear-catching, relying entirely on Su Rongfei's unique timbre to hold it together. It's one of those songs that you can listen to, but have a hard time trying to catch fire. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the coolness in Yan Shuexin's eyes grew a few points more. With any song, no one knows what the end result will be until it has been tested in the marketplace. This guy Jiang Chen dares to open his mouth and talk nonsense even if he doesn't know anything. What? Has director Jiang written a better song than Deep Love? She raised her cold eyes and asked in a silky voice. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't fail to write similar songs at home. So you're just bull ting? Jiang Chen looked indifferent, just being honest. Meh. Yan Shuexin snorted coldly and stopped speaking, clearly unimpressed with Jiang Chen's words. There was some silence in the car for a while, and neither of them spoke again. Su Luowei, on the other hand, was helpless. What the hell is this? What's going on? How can the two not get along when they've obviously never met? 9 o'clock in the morning. All the trainees of Chenwei Entertainment received a message. In an hour, the newly appointed music director would be in the large practice room, meeting with all of them and then doing a brief self-introduction. The news made all the practicing students freeze in disbelief. New music director in town? It's not really that asshole husband of Sister Lovey, is it? What are they going to do if it's really him? With deep concern and curiosity, all the trainees walked in the direction of the large practice room as one after completing their morning homework. Chenwei Entertainment has a total of 3 practice rooms, 2 small and 1 large. Since Chenwei Entertainment was only a startup company with limited strength, the company was not located in a high-grade office building, but rented a single factory building in the business park area. This kind of plant is not only cheap to rent, but also large enough to be used with a simple renovation, which can save a lot of money. In Chenwei Entertainment, just the area of a large practice room alone was as large as 500 square meters. It features a 5-meter high stage. And the venue looks very spacious, which is simply not possible in a high-end office building. This largest practice room is where the company usually uses to hold events and tests. Every month, all the trainees are tested in this practice room. On the stage sat the music director, instructor, or Su Jingchu and others. This kind of test is not only to supervise the daily training of the trainees, but also to improve the ability to adapt to the stage. So the requirements are very strict. If any of the trainees failed 3 consecutive tests, they would be directly discouraged. 9:50 a.m. The 23 trainees of Chenwei Entertainment were all gathered in the large practice room. All girls. In this regard, Chenwei Entertainment's development route was actually somewhat similar to that of Qingcheng Entertainment. Su Luowei was worried that Jiang Chen would mind, so she usually preferred signing female artists, resulting in the company always having a yin and yang within it, and it was on the verge of developing into a country of daughters. The girls walked into the large practice room in 2s and 3s. The group, which was still a bit noisy, suddenly quieted down, because in the large practice room, Su Jingchu had already arrived. They, the fledgling trainees, were still a bit intimidated when they faced this national goddess's gold medal agent. After all, this gold medal agent, but holds the power of life and death of all their acting career. On the other side of the large practice room, there is a small raised platform that can accommodate 4 or 5 people. Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin ascended this high platform early and sat down. They could see the whole room from their position, but the trainees had a hard time spotting them. Normally, it's okay for the music director to talk to the trainees on their first day of work and familiarize themselves with each other, even if she doesn't come. But after all, Jiang Chen had never had any experience as a music director, and Su Luowei's heart was still vaguely worried, and after hesitating for a long time, she still pulled Yan Shuexin and ran ahead to sit on this high platform. Silly ninny, you're just too emotional. Yan Shuexin sat beside Su Luowei and sighed with some concern. On the way just now, she recommended a few more candidates to Su Lo who could serve as music chief, but all of them were rejected by Su Luowei. This little senior sister of hers seemed to have made up her mind that she wanted Jiang Chen to be the music director. Senior sister. Jiang Chen, he actually has strength. It just hasn't been realized yet. I'm sure he can do it. Su Luowei took a deep breath and said firmly, but that look, instead, was more like a pep talk. LOL. Yan Shuexin secretly shook her head in her heart. This silly senior sister. Smart and clever looking. How come she has grown a love brain? Never mind. It's good to let that Jiang Chen try. When he screws up, it's time for the little girl to recognize reality, right? The time soon came to the appointed 10 o'clock. All the trainee girls plopped down at the bottom of the stage. But the legendary music director doesn't seem to have shown up. The stage was empty. At first, everyone was able to remain patient and wait quietly. But 5 or 6 minutes later, still no one appeared on the stage. The trainee girls, gradually, were somewhat pressed to cross their fingers. Why haven't you come yet? Couldn't have overslept, could you? It's possible. I heard that Sister Lovey's husband sleeps at home until noon every day. To hell with a music director like that. Will I ever get to the day when I can simmer down and make my debut? Ugh. I actually don't have any hope for Chenwei Entertainment anymore. I, too, kind of want to consider other companies. Shoo, keep it down. Don't get heard. Yi Muning was sitting right in the middle of all the girls, and she could hear what the others around her were saying. She looked at the empty stage in front of her and pursed her lips with a very complicated expression. At this moment, in her mind, more than anything else, it was not disappointment, but incomprehension. Why? Why did Sister Lovey marry such an unreliable jerk of a boy in the first place? And why did they make this unreliable guy the music director? Why hasn't this asshole shown up when it's clearly time? Why doesn't Sister Lo come out and say something even at this point? Obviously, even if the music director is unreliable. But as long as Sister Lovey shows up, everyone will be more at ease too. Su Lo was her idol. She liked the soft-spoken and delicate Su Luowei. And she also liked Chenwei Entertainment. And she didn't want others to say anything bad about Chenwei Entertainment. But it's like things are always moving in the worst possible direction. Yi Muning's gaze was tightly fixed in the direction of the stage. Her fingers clenched tightly, and a worried look gradually appeared in her eyes. Looking at the trainee girls who gradually became impatient and boisterous, Su Jingchu's eyebrows on the side were also a bit anxious. This Jiang Chen guy, how come he went to the toilet and disappeared? In fact, she could visualize it from the performance of these trainee girls in front of her. The current turmoil of hearts within Chenwei Entertainment had indeed reached a more serious point. If I had put it 2 weeks ago, let's not talk about the music director being 5 minutes late. Even if he was delayed by things for half an hour, who would dare say anything? This Jiang Chen left an impression of lethargy and diffidence on all the trainees on the first day. How can this team be led in the future? On the high platform, Su Luowei clenched her 2 fingers tightly together, and there was some worry in her heart. Music directors, in general, are portrayed as strict and responsible in the company. But Jiang Chen was so late for his first meeting with everyone. Later on, even if you do a good job of introducing yourself, you can't avoid giving everyone a bad impression that you're unreliable. What's to be done about this? Just when everyone was preoccupied, there was a sudden pop in the practice room. The lights all dimmed, with only the stage lights still on. It's the crew manipulating the lights. A sound of footsteps followed. From the direction of the stage, everyone's gazes were directed towards the stage, only to see Jiang Chen, dressed in casual clothes, finally appear. He went up the steps, not a quick step, but a comfortable one to look at, giving a feeling of calmness and unhurriedness. In fact, Jiang Chen's gaze was more or less helpless. He didn't mean to be late. Who knew that the terrain of this factory was actually so complicated that he got a little lost after going to the restroom? It took half a day to find the place. To be honest, he is a little bit of a roadie. I don't know if it's because his brain is filled with too many things, but it's always hard to remember some of the less important things, so there was a delay of several minutes. Luckily, though, by the looks on everyone's faces, they all seemed to understand. Below the stage, however, the trainee girls were directly whispering, "He's the new music director? Sister Lovey's husband? I think so. I've seen pictures of him online. He's not bad looking, but unfortunately he's a jerk and doesn't feel very trustworthy. Why is he wearing casual clothes for such a formal occasion? He's not taking us seriously. Can you really be a good music director when you look lazy and are so late? If I could rate it, I'd give him a bad review." Seeing Jiang Chen finally show up, Su Jingchu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless, it was good to show up, even though the tardiness had left a rather bad impression on everyone. But if I can introduce myself properly later, I can still barely salvage some impression points. With everyone watching, Jiang Chen walked directly to the center of the stage and picked up the microphone on top of the stand. Off stage, the girls were talking. I'm all curious how he's going to introduce himself later. "Hello everyone, I'm Su Luowei's husband?" "No, it should be, hi everyone, I'm the asshole writer." Hey, you guys aren't allowed to make me laugh. I can't even hold it in." But to the surprise of all the girls, Jiang Chen raised the microphone but didn't start talking right away. Instead, his gaze turned slowly around the field. Then, as if he had noticed something, he slowly walked towards the piano on the side of the stage. Jiang Chen's gaze looked fairly calm, but all the girls below the stage who had inadvertently locked eyes with him sensed something different. The gaze of a new music director seemed to carry a deep and subdued quality. The girls blinked and wondered if they had misread the situation. Why is this asshole superintendent not at all what was expected? This stoic state of standing on stage was much better than expected, as if having many years of stage experience. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen arrived in front of the piano and slowly sat down, letting out a soft sigh of relief. To be honest, he actually wanted to say a few words and have a stunning opening speech before slowly showing off his strength. But after picking up the microphone, it was a little hard to realize that I couldn't really seem to say anything. He's not the kind of character that can boast, much less the talent of a great writer to impress everyone with a few words. Well, he admitted it. Showdown. He's simply not a competent great writer. He copied Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out, and the author is actually someone else. He's just a mover and shaker. So he chose to be silent. Choose to hide yourself. He didn't want to reveal himself as soon as he opened his mouth. Fortunately, he also has decades of stage experience, and the whole singing thing, he's still got some grip on it. Jiang Chen mounted the microphone on a stand next to the piano. He didn't take the draft that Nikki had prepared for him. More than a rousing speech, Morning Vista Entertainment needs a solid music director right now. Showbiz will always be a place for the weak and the strong. Without strength, saying more will only add to the joke. The music director, of course, has to prove himself with his music. Please enjoy. First, the pop-up performance by director Jiang. A female staff member came on stage at the right time to introduce everyone. She was a staff member that Jiang Chen had arranged in advance. Even good music needs an opening. He didn't intend for everyone to listen to the song in an inexplicable way. Below the stage, the girls glanced at each other, all with some surprise in their eyes. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei were no exception. They couldn't help but sit up straight. Opening with music is really a great way to introduce yourself. The music director, of course, should show strength first. They had all heard Jiang Chen sing, so they couldn't help but look forward to it. Which song does Jiang Chen plan to sing? Fairy Tales or Moonstruck? Chapter 28. The Silence. The large practice room was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's hands landed on the black and white keys of the piano, but his brows furrowed slightly. The opening statement is done. Available. What kind of song is he going to sing? Inspirational songs? sad ballad, or... The names of many songs suddenly flashed in Jiang Chen's mind at the same time, each song representing a memory that embraced each other. It's really a bit hard to choose. I don't know why. What Yan Shuexin had said earlier, however, suddenly came to mind. This song is called Deep Love. It's sister Su's new composition, and it's also composed by Sun Yongjian, the music director of Lu Stone Entertainment. These kinds of love songs, which are based on deep emotion, have always been very well received in the marketplace. So the type of song that people prefer to listen to these days, is it a love song? Jiang Chen thought silently. He remembered the song Deep Love that he had listened to in the car, and he also remembered Yan Shuexin's cool gaze with a hint of questioning. In fact, he knew Yan Shuexin's thoughts very well. This senior sister wants to help. She was Su Luowei's big sister and wanted to help Chunwei Entertainment get through the hard times and get on the right track. She has a good starting point, but having taken the position of music director himself, he doesn't really like being told what to do. A team with only one voice is the most effective way to manage. He's the music director, so it's only his voice on the team. This is something that Diva, or whoever, has to keep in check. In that case, play a love song. The name of a song slowly surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. He needed to tell Yan Shuexin with a song. Diva, you're fine, but please exercise restraint. In the spacious practice room, the sound of a piano melody with a hint of sadness suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen's fingers pressed gently on the keys. The trainee girls, one by one, stared blankly at Jiang Chen in front of the piano. This music director, he actually plays the piano? Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's expressions were also a bit dazed. This was because the melody flowing from the piano in front of Jiang Chen was something that none of them had ever heard before, and it was completely different from the 4 songs known to Jiang Chen so far. What's this song? Could it be that this is Jiang Chen's 5th song? Su Luowei's eyes flickered with a flash of shock in addition to disbelief. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Chen play the piano. In 3 years, she had never seen Jiang Chen play the piano. So this guy is not only proficient on the guitar, he even plays the piano so well. How much more is this asshole hiding from me? Su Luowei lightly bit her red lips. On her stunning face, it seemed like she was pouting, and she looked at the stage with some complexity. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth. Can't help but be a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. A youthful and pious vow. Sink silent in the deep. The song rang out, inside the practice room. However, the girls' gazes were a little dull. It was because Jiang Chen sang lyrics and melodies that none of them had ever heard before. This is an original song written by your director Jiang. Su Jingchu, who was frozen for a long time at the side, finally came back to her senses and hurriedly seized the opportunity to say. At those words, the trainee girls were all wide-eyed. Original songs? No way. Does it mean that this asshole director not only plays the piano, but also writes songs? Really? The girls refocused their attention on Jiang Chen's song, and realized that the song seemed to be quite good. The faintly melancholic melody, paired with a somewhat raspy voice, is extraordinarily catchy. Revisit it a couple times. The end is still losing you. The melody flows faintly above the stage. Jiang Chen's eyes closed slightly, as if he was feeling something, searching for something. This is the performance of emotional immersion in the song. Professional singers singing, more or less unconsciously reveal such a state. The scene, once again, secretly amazed the girls. Jiang Chen's performance was nothing like that of a professional singer. But isn't he a jerk writer? What the hell is going on here? Finally, the melody rises to an extreme. I am condemned by love to a life of solitude. Don't fight back. Don't let go. The pen can't finish the circle. The heart fills up the margins. It's you. Yan Shuexin's expression was completely frozen, staring blankly at Jiang Chen in front of the piano. She felt that Jiang Chen, who was sitting in front of the piano at the moment, seemed like a completely different person. The original kind of lethargic look on the body was swept away, and replaced by a deep calmness and composure. Same singer. She could feel the calmness and confidence that Jiang Chen conveyed, as if no matter what happened, he could control the stage with ease. As a diva, this inexplicable feeling had never arisen even when she was facing other singing divas and queens. But the only thing that was completely different was the feeling towards Jiang Chen. What the hell is going on? And the song still seems to be a deep love song? She remembered the song Deep Love by Su Luowei from the car earlier, and remembered what she had said at that time. The eyes couldn't help but burst out with more shocked colors. The melody of this song compares favorably to that of Deep Love. A light melody, but sung with a general feeling of tearing your heart out. Isn't that a sign of great love? Could this be Jiang Chen's own song? Did he really write songs with deep love themes? One question after another kept surfacing in Yan Shuexin's mind. On the side, Su Luowei's expression was a bit strange. She also didn't expect that Jiang Chen would sing another song that she hadn't heard of at all, and it was also a love song with the theme of deep love. This is not with Sister Su. Is this not a fight with Sister Su? And the quality of this song seemed to be much better than Senior Sister Su's one. This song, if released, Sister Su's deep love, will it be affected? Why does love condemn all beings to solitude? There's no escape. A knot that can't be untied from the brow. A destiny that can't be undone. It's you. Jiang Chen's somewhat hoarse voice. The melody once again rose much higher. A mood of sadness and loneliness pervaded the practice room. The girls on stage froze. Feel the melody of the song. Feel the deep love-like intoxication in the melody. It was then that they suddenly realized that the singing strength of this music director was beyond their imagination. Its emotionally charged vocals that only the top singers have contributed to. How is it that a jerk writer can sing so well? Everyone couldn't help but have a question pop up in their minds. That stage, every one of them has been on it. But their performance on stage could be described as a world of difference compared to Jiang Chen on stage at this moment. There is no comparison at all. Can't help but be a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. A youthful and pious vow. Sink silent in the deep. Jiang Chen sang a verse of lyrics and the piano melody under his hand kept going. He opened his eyes and looked at the black and white piano keys that kept beating in front of him. But his heart suddenly felt some emotions. How long had it been since he himself had sung a song soundly? How long has it been since you've expressed your emotions to the fullest with music? He suddenly felt an urge to release all the emotions that had accumulated within him over the past 3 years. Sing and express anyway. How about letting go and releasing the emotions in your heart completely? With that thought, his fingers tapping on the keys suddenly gained some sense of power. The pitch also rises steeply in this moment. I am condemned by love to a life of solitude. Don't fight back. Don't let go. The pen can't finish the circle. The heart fills up the margins. It's you. The girls' gazes were all completely frozen at this moment. Soprano. It was like a high note that could penetrate one's eardrums. Close at hand. It rang out right in front of them. They could even see Jiang Chen's gaze gradually becoming agitated. The song went on and on without a break. Everyone could feel the sense of madness and power displayed in Jiang Chen's song. Why does love condemn all beings to solitude? There's no escape. A knot that can't be untied from the brow. A destiny that can't be undone. It's you. The pitch surprisingly jerked up again. He's showing off. Yan Shuexin, who was on top of the high platform, suddenly spoke. What? Su Luowei froze for a moment. Froze and twisted her head to look at her senior sister. Yan Shuexin, however, had a complicated look on her face, staring incredulously at Jiang Chen on the stage. She felt Jiang Chen's deliberately raised pitch just now. The tone of the song, normally, shouldn't need to be this high. But as a singer herself, she suddenly understood what Jiang Chen meant. He's showing off. Yan Shuexin took a deep breath, forcing the shock in her heart to be pressed down, and then pointed at Jiang Chen on the stage and said, at those words, Su Luowei also reacted quickly. She then realized why Jiang Chen had suddenly pulled up the volume. So it's all about showmanship? That's right. Yan Shuexin guessed correctly. Jiang Chen was all about showing off. Since he wanted to convince the trainees, he naturally had to show enough strength. It is superfluous for the practicing students to speak of emotions in melodies. What do a bunch of little ass girls know? Against them, it's just a matter of straight up vocals to overwhelm. Below the stage, 20 or so girls, their eyes were all wide with disbelief as they looked at the man on the stage. A hissing melody, and a song that pierces the eardrums. In this moment, it almost turned their perception of the stage upside down. Can their former stage really still be called a stage? Is such a high note really humanly possible? Ah, losing you. Ah, I'm losing you. Finally, Jiang Chen's song gradually came to an end. The melody also falls slowly, but the powerful soprano voice seems to still ring in the ears. In the practice room, there was silence and no one spoke. Jiang Chen stood up after taking a few gentle breaths. It's been a long time since I've sung a song so carefree. The feeling of unleashing your emotions in your voice is really smooth. Halftime, the emotion in his eyes was winding down. And again, he seemed to be still a bit intent. With everyone watching, he took the microphone to the edge of the stage and surveyed the trainee girls on stage. It's time to say something. The song had been sung and he had to introduce himself. He couldn't just not say a word. But, what should be said at this time? Faintly playing a pussy? Or do you take the opportunity to pour some chicken soup? Or perhaps make some of the same old leadership statements? Jiang Chen had the hardest time realizing that he still couldn't seem to come up with any good opening or closing remarks. What exactly do you have to say to make everyone's eyes pop and be amazed? No answers in my head. Sure enough, he's not exactly a passably great writer. He can't tell a story, and he can't wrap the future in the same flamboyant language as the polished leaders. He needs to continue to work on this aspect. Under the baffled gaze of all the girls, He sighed softly in his mind. Eventually the microphone was raised and there was only one simple sentence. I'm your new music director. The room was silent. The original singer of the song Silence is Na Ing, but Zhou Dong and Zhang Jia have both sung it. It is recommended that you can listen to Zhou Dong's before listening to Jia's. Zhou Dong's is very flavorful and Jia's pitch is very high. The second half of the book, which is in accordance with Jia's high pitch, is written in accordance with Jia's high pitch. Newcomer new book please support. Ask for a little gift. Chapter 29, The Shock of the Trainees. Yes, Jiang Chen thought for half a day, and then held his tongue. He couldn't think of anything amazing to say, so he had to introduce himself in the simplest terms. Jiang Chen's self-introduction was over. When he finished that sentence, he put down the microphone and walked off the stage, but no one bothered to stop him, and no one felt they should try to stop him. Su Jingchu stood at the bottom of the stage, taking a deep breath with a face full of shock. The way Jiang Chen introduced himself was so simple that it could even be described as blank, but it seems that extraordinarily effective. She craned her head to look at the trainee girls in the arena. The 20 or so trainee girls below the stage were all sitting quietly on the floor, their expressions and gazes still a bit dull and shocked, and there wasn't any noise. It took several minutes for the girls to gradually come back to their senses, glancing at each other with incredulity in their eyes. Is the guy who just sang on stage really the legendary asshole writer? Sister Lowell's husband? Their new music director? The aura and stage effect that the young music director had just shown on stage had really made them feel what it meant to be shocked. There were no frills, no euphemisms, just the sheer explosion and sense of power was enough to dazzle everyone. The stage in this practice room was more familiar to them than anyone else, but it was because of that familiarity that they felt even more shocked, because every single one of them has been on that stage. Every month all the trainees have to undergo the company's assessment here. Anyone who can sit here at this point has been on stage more than 10 times. And the musical director in the company had been sitting below the stage, evaluating and scoring. They had thought that the pressure would be greatest when they were tested on stage, but now that their identities were swapped, they still felt a numbing pressure. If the next assessment, sitting at the bottom of the stage was Jiang Chen, then, what are they going to do? Can you still perform on stage like you just did? Will you be scolded if your performance is not up to par? For a moment, almost all the girls were a little vaguely nervous. The silence. Jiang Chen said that the name of the song is Silence. On the high platform, Su Luowei looked at the text message coming from her cell phone. Her beautiful eyes were full of smiles. Just after Jiang Chen left from the stage, she couldn't help but send a message asking what song he was singing. It didn't take long to receive a reply. The text message was just one short word, silent. This guy, secretly writing songs again without telling me, causing people to worry for so long. Su Luowei stomped her foot in some exasperation, but after putting away her cell phone, her eyes carried a faint smile. Jiang Chen's performance today was completely out of her expectation, and she was satisfied. Mayor, on the side, Yan Shuaxin was reading softly. The expression on his face was vaguely shocked. It was a song that she heard with deep emotion, sadness, and more than anything else, obsession with love. It's like that song, Deep Love. It's like a different, tit for tat. Did that guy write a song just for today? But this, how is it possible? How could he have prepared a similar song ahead of time when she was just casually playing music in the car for a while? Yan Shuaxin gently took a deep breath, a complex look flickering in her eyes. Jiang Chen's performance today had really given her too many surprises. Isn't this guy a jerk writer? How in the world do you write a song like that? Moreover, she could sense that Jiang Chen's singing level was also excellent, and his performance on stage was not at all inferior to that of top singers. Even if she went up for that song just now, she might not be able to do it better than Jiang Chen. The new music director is gone. So the trainee girls quickly received the notice of dismissal and walked out of the large practice room in twos and threes, each with an unspeakable look on their faces. Today's initial meeting was nothing like they had imagined before. The new music director seems to be quite competent. So what do they do next? Stay with Morning Vista Entertainment or consider another company? Just now, Su Jingchu had already announced in public that all training in the morning was cancelled and everyone could rest for half a day. So instead of heading to the other practice rooms, the girls headed in the direction of the dormitory with heavy hearts. What to do? I'm so torn right now. This director John seems to be very powerful. Me too. I got another text from Dumpster Entertainment last night. The new director Jiang has such a powerful aura on stage. Should it be okay? Honestly, he writes pretty good songs. I think so, and he's a really good singer. Yimu Ning walked at the very edge of the crowd and did not participate in the other girls' discussions. Her eyes were much brighter and more colorful than when she was just in the middle of the practice room. Jiang Chen's performance on stage just now had given her a great shock. She completely did not expect that Luowei's sister, her writer husband, was so good at singing. But among the legends, isn't he a douchebag writer? The suspect writer who hasn't written anything in 3 years. What the hell is going on here? Yi Mu-ning took a deep breath, unable to come up with an answer. But no matter what, as long as things start to move up in a good direction, that's enough. Sister Luowei was her only favorite idol, and Shenwei Entertainment was the first entertainment company she joined. If it was possible, she still wanted to continue to stay at Morning Vista Entertainment. Mu-ning. As she was thinking about things, a voice suddenly rang out next to her calling her name. Yi Mu-ning turned her head, but she saw a girl standing under a tree by the roadside, waving at her. Stop walking. The girl under the tree she recognized. Her name was Lin Lorong, one of the artists that Shenwei Entertainment had currently debuted. It wasn't the first time Lin Lorong had approached her in the past 2 days, but Yi Mu-ning didn't like her at all, because she felt that Lin Lorong's little mind was just a bit too much. But after all, they were from the same company, and she hesitated before heading in Lin Lorong's direction. Lin Lorong was 2 years older than her, quite tall and well built, and I heard that she was also once the school beauty of whichever school she graduated from, and had modeled for many fashion magazines. Morning. Lin Lorong revealed a somewhat haughty smile. How about it? You've met that asshole director, right? Isn't it disappointing? Yi Mu-ning looked at her, but didn't say anything, silently waiting for the other party to follow. Sure enough, Lin Lorong gathered her hair and continued to speak to herself. I've already told you, Shenwei Entertainment has completely failed. Think about it, once Director Yao leaves, what's left of this company? No matter how good Su Luowei is, she can't write songs. We're all artists in the company. We must be smarter and more able to make a way out for ourselves. Just now Director Yao called me again. He said that he admires you, and if you're willing to break away from Shenwei Entertainment and join Tilting City Entertainment, he can take the lead and sign you up with an S-class contract. It's a deal only for artists after their debut, and the share percentage is higher than your current contract. You're still a trainee now. It's already very impressive to get this kind of treatment. Believe me, Tilting City Entertainment is a big company. The development potential must be much bigger than Shenwei Entertainment, and you can definitely get more opportunities there as well. Lin Lorong crackled a lot, and only then did she realize that Yi Mu-ning hadn't said anything yet. She smiled awkwardly and coughed as she continued to ask. Morning, what the hell were you thinking? I can tell you, this kind of opportunity is very rare. If it wasn't for the fact that Director Yao sees that you usually train well enough, he wouldn't have let me keep contacting you. Sister Lorong, have you already joined Tilting City Entertainment? Yi Mu-ning, however, did not answer her question, but turned to ask after quietly looking at her. For some reason, Lin Lorong was a bit uncomfortable by this gaze from Yi Mu-ning, but in order to convince this practice leader, she still nodded her head stiffly. That's right, you know, I've been helped by Director Yao to keep an eye on those sons of mine, and Tilting City Entertainment has offered a better deal. Then I understand. Yi Mu-ning nodded thoughtfully. Understand what? Lin Lorong froze for a moment. You, willing to join Tilting City Entertainment now? Yi Mu-ning, however, shook her head and refused dryly. I think Superintendent Yao he may have gotten it a little wrong. Getting it wrong. What? Superintendent Jiang is not Superintendent Jerk. Ha? Lin Lelong didn't seem to hear it. Superintendent Jiang, not Superintendent Jerk. Yi Mu-ning repeated it again carefully. Then without waiting for Lin Lorong to say anything else, she nodded and turned around to walk in the direction of the practice room. She wasn't going to go back to her dormitory. There was still some time before the noon break, and she hadn't quite gotten the hang of the dance her teacher had taught her last time, so she was going to practice a little longer. Under the shade of the tree, Lin Lorong froze in place alone. Superintendent Jiang is not the asshole superintendent? What do you mean? Legendary asshole writers are turning the tables? Or is it? Is Yi Mu-ning crazy? Chapter 30 Jiang Chen, how dare you molest a female artist? This guy is just so obsessed with writing that he's been purposely hiding his talent for writing songs. On the way to the office, Su Luowei explained why Jiang Chen had refused to show his talent all this time. Is that so? Yan Shuoxin looked a bit odd. Everyone knew that although Jiang Chen claimed to be a writer to the outside world, he hadn't written anything in 3 years and was a complete jerk. I didn't expect to show such astounding talent in music. To be able to write a song like Silence is already at a level no worse than many professional musicians. Lovey asked him to be the music director of Morning Vista Entertainment, so maybe it's really worth a try. Jiang Chen always wants to spend all his time writing. It's really a waste of his talent. Senior sister, you have to help me persuade him when the time comes. That guy can't write at all. Su Luowei took Yan Kerson's arm and said with some indignation. Yan Shuoxin froze at his words, because it seemed like she'd heard similar words somewhere 2 days ago. In 2 months, I'll help Shenwei Entertainment gain a complete foothold in the entertainment industry, then step down as music director and continue to be my writer. If you can help me persuade Su Luowei at that time, the promise of a meal will still be valid. It seems like, it's what Jiang Chen said. Yan Shuoxin thought back, but her expression suddenly became a bit strange. This couple, they're not playing a very new game, are they? There were some complications in her mind, but she nodded. She should be on Su Luowei's side in all senses and reason. What's more, Jiang Chen really isn't suited to be a writer. The fact that he couldn't write anything for 3 years is proof enough that he simply doesn't have that kind of talent. Remove that bookshelf. Who put it here? Don't you know I hate reading books? One look gives me a headache. This computer configuration is so bad. Playing games is stuck to death. Hurry up and change it. And that sofa, why is it a mahogany one? It's hard to lie down and not comfortable at all. Replace it with a leather one. In the spacious office, Jiang Chen was directing a pretty girl back and forth. He himself, however, was reclining in his chair in a very cozy posture. When Su Luowei appeared in Jiang Chen's office with Yan Shuoxin, she couldn't help but be exasperated by the scene in front of her. Jiang Chen, Su Luowei, who was still in a good mood, was suddenly furious with her willow eyebrows. This asshole. Luckily, she had just been praising him to senior sister Yan on the road. I didn't expect to turn around and screw up here again. Sister. That girl's little face was originally bitter. When she saw Su Luowei coming, it was as if she saw a savior and ran to her side as if she was escaping. Her name was Su Mengyao, and she was Su Luowei's schoolmate. Just passing by here. Who knew that after it happened to be seen by Jiang Chen, he was called to help clean up the office together. She thought to herself that Jiang Chen was Luowei's senior sister's husband and the new music director of Chenwei Entertainment, and thought that there should be no problem if she just helped to simply clean up a bit. Unexpectedly, where is this guy trying to clean up his office? It's almost like he's trying to tear down the whole office and redecorate it. She's just a soft little girl, and it's not like she's on a decorating crew. Elder sister. He just asked me to move a bed over for him. Su Mengyao pulled Su Luowei's hand with an aggrieved and grieving face, as if she had just been viciously bullied by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Su Luowei was practically furious. Su Mengyao was her fellow disciple and hadn't even graduated from school yet. She wouldn't be here if her teacher hadn't let her practice at Morning Vista Entertainment first in order to exercise her. Yan Shuoxin's gaze was also a bit icy. Teacher Su Mengyao's newest disciple was naturally also her little sister. Seeing Su Luowei suddenly appear, Jiang Chen coughed and sat up. He had just seen this little girl looking dull, much like his sister in his last life. So I deliberately teased a few sentences, but I didn't expect that it was actually Su Luowei's little sister. Wait a minute, Su Luo really has a little sister? Ahem. This office is quite nicely decorated and sunny. He picked up the pen and paper by the table. A serious look, as if he was seriously thinking and writing something. Ahem. Where did you just think of? Oh yeah. Hustling for the outside world must be done first. The biggest problem with Morning Vista Entertainment today is internal instability. Although he had just introduced himself and had initially shocked the trainees, there was still a lot of work to be done, especially on the side of debut artists. Trainees and debut artists are two completely different groups, both with completely different goals, eyes and focus. Not only is it inconvenient to appease if you mix it up, but it can also lead to more problems. It would be more appropriate to deal with the two separately. In contrast, the side of the trainee is better operated, and the girls who have not yet debuted are most valued for their debut resources. You can settle the trainees down completely first, but there's another, bigger problem to deal with before that. Think about it. The pen in his hand began to shift from random scribbling to regular writing. Missing is a pain that breathes. This song, that should be enough. Seeing Jiang Chan's feigned serious work stance, Su Luowei took a deep breath in exasperation, but she also cried a little. The guy is obviously talented, but he's just too much of a weirdo and a slacker. Su Mengyao also demonstratively spat her tongue at Jiang Chen from the side. This master's brother-in-law is really bad. Just now it was obvious that he was being lazy, and now he was actually pretending to work with a serious face. Su Luowei pulled Su Mengyao's hand and sat down on the sofa on one side. Yan Shuoxin still had that clear and cold look. She clasped her hands to her chest, her beautiful eyes slightly raised as she glanced at Jiang Chen, who was pretending to write seriously in front of her desk. While the guy seems to have a talent for music, the style of acting is just a bit off the wall. At the moment, Chenwei Entertainment has not completely stabilized internally. Jiang Chen, as the music director, couldn't just relax. According to her idea, this is the time when you should talk to each artist and trainee individually to understand each one's thoughts and help them plan their future course of development in order to stabilize people's hearts. But looking at Jiang Chen's leisurely and languid appearance, it seemed that he didn't have this intention. Elder sister, how did it go with the trainees today? Su Mengyao followed Su Luowei and sat down on the sofa, asking curiously. She knew that Jiang Chen was going to meet with all the trainees this morning, but Su Jingchu's notice was only sent down to all the trainees, and as she was considered an artist who had already made her debut, she didn't go over to join in the fun. In fact, there was still some curiosity in her mind about this asshole writer husband of her senior sister. Jiang Chen had never been a music director before. He wouldn't say something laughable in public, would he? Not bad. Su Luowei raised her head, her beautiful eyes glaring at Jiang Chen with some displeasure. This music director sang a song he wrote on stage, and it subdued all the practicing students. Ha! Su Mengyao's eyes widened, her expression somewhat disbelieving. This softy teacher's husband can sing? And write songs? You don't think so? Really? That song couldn't have been written by Sister Luowei herself and then lied to the public that her husband wrote it, right? She stole a glance at Su Luowei, guessing in her heart. After all, this senior sister Su Luowei of his own was known to be good to her husband. Even the teacher could only sigh helplessly and shake his head straight when he mentioned this about senior sister Luowei, a good girl, all ruined on a man's body. Su Mengyao sighed silently in her heart, then asked with a smile, so can we relax now? She knew that it seemed like Morning Vista Entertainment had encountered some problems recently. Everyone was on edge. Senior sister Luowei and sister Jing were busy all day and night, and she couldn't even find anyone she could talk to if she wanted to. Su Luowei, however, shook her head. It's not that simple. During this period of time, people from other entertainment companies are constantly contacting the trainees and artists in our company. Your brother-in-law just initially shocked the practicing students, but to really stabilize the hearts and minds of the people, he still needs to get a good talk from each and every one of them. Obviously, Su Luowei's thoughts were the same as Yan Xuexin's. Oh, Su Mengyao nodded with seeming understanding, and stole another glance in Jiang Chen's direction. This guy, up to now, is still there pretending to write something seriously, as if he is afraid that others do not know that he is working seriously. It does not look reliable at all. Can really do a good job as a music director? I've got the trainee side all set up, and everyone's information I've organized. Right at this moment, Su Jingshu walked in sweating profusely while holding a large pile of information and looked at Jiang Chen. Which one of the trainees do we start the appointment with first? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, raising his head to look at the stack of information that was 7 or 8 centimeters thick, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Sure enough, the trouble he feared most appeared. Damn, this old woman Su Jingshu really has nothing to do after eating her fill. What's the point of carrying so much information? Do you want to tire him out? What to interview? What a bunch of practicing kids to talk about. Old Primrose, do you know what were the 3 things I hated most when I used to work at the company? He asked slowly. Su Jingshu rolled her eyes, thinking, you're the old animal. You're the one who's an old animal. You're a jerk who gropes for fish at home every day. And you go to work. When have you ever been to work? What is it? She asked with a cold grunt, not in a good mood. First, a meeting. Second, the leaders are meeting. Third, the leader asked me for a meeting alone. Jiang Chen knocked on the table and said seriously, you're making it difficult for the superintendent by making me give every single one of them a little meeting right off the bat. In fact, Jiang Chen's biggest worry as the music director was not how to appease the internal people or how to resist the targeting of other entertainment companies, but rather the intervention of Su Jingshu and the others. He simply didn't intend to stay in this music director position for too long, so he was bound to resort to some special means to try to solve the problem in the shortest possible time. But Su Jingshu and the others were already used to the step-by-step development path, and their thinking and ideas were completely different from his. The best these people can come up with when faced with a difficult situation is nothing more than looking for foreign aid or negotiation. It simply doesn't get to the root of the problem. I think the first thing we need to do if our company wants to grow bigger and stronger, that's to reduce meetings. It's good to communicate with things on the phone. Meetings are a waste of time most of the time. Jiang Chen emphasized. Special times, special approaches. In order to avoid pointless bull ********, he could only choose to be strong. Su Jingshu thought to herself, you're saying all this simply to be lazy and don't want to interview these trainees. With some anger, she placed the information in her hand, heavily, on the table. That won't do. The mentality within the trainees is very unstable right now. And you, the new director, has just taken over. So you must strike while the iron is hot and stabilize the situation completely. Otherwise, if Poor City Entertainment has any other small moves behind them, our Chenwei Entertainment will be in complete chaos. Lao Chua, you have a serious work attitude, which this director appreciates, but it's just that the pattern is too small. Dealing with problems like you do won't do any good at all except exhausting yourself. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed slightly. Su Jingshu took a deep breath with an ugly face, wanting to continue saying something, but Jiang Chen had already casually picked up a copy from the thick stack of information on the table. He looked through it briefly and realized it was quite a coincidence. On the profile, The information recorded was that of a 19-year-old girl, as well as the most outstanding trainee of Chunwei Entertainment at the moment, Yi Mu Ning. Chunwei Entertainment this year just recruited into the trainee, training very hard, just into the company more than a month on the trainee captain. Good thing too. Jiang Chen patted the information in his hand and said indifferently, let this superintendent show you what it means to be productive. If he wanted to completely solve the trouble of Su Jingchu, he still had to use some special methods. Chapter 31, First Day at Work, Bullying the Little Girl. Though it was so thought, but Jiang Chen's tone really sounded a bit arrogant, and so did his words. So, the women in the office are upset. Su Luowei bit her silver teeth, thinking about whether or not to go up and pinch this guy hard so as to keep him honest. Su Jingchu was also angry, but after taking a few deep breaths, she finally chose to follow Jiang Chen's orders. After all, this guy is the real music director. Although Chunwei Entertainment was founded by Su Luowei, most of the shares were actually credited to Jiang Chen's name, which few people knew, but she had always been Su Luowei's manager, and when Chunwei Entertainment was founded, a lot of the information was even handled by her, so she naturally knew more than others. Su Luowei's kindness to Jiang Chen was actually a bit more excessive than most people guessed. So, this guy, although he was very underpowered, was the actual real owner of Morning Vista Entertainment. How Jiang Chen wanted to manage his company. In the end, it wasn't her turn to make the decision. She could only give advice on these matters, but could not overstep her bounds. Thinking of this, Su Jingchu gritted her teeth and held back her heart's displeasure as she pulled out her cell phone and dialed Yi Mun's number. Hello, morning, do you have a moment? Come to the office. The music director is looking for you. After hanging up the phone, Su Jingchu let out a breath and was about to turn around and leave when Jiang Chen called out to her again. Don't worry, sure, get me another trainee contract over here. The most basic kind. Old animals, again. When Su Jingchu heard this, she really wanted to slap the information on the table hard on Jiang Chen's face. She clenched her fists in exasperation, then leaned down and rummaged through a side cabinet, pulling out a blank contract document. The contracts of entertainment companies are all graded, and the contracts signed are different when dealing with different levels of artists. The percentage of share and treatment varies from one level of contract to another. The kind of contract that Jiang Chen had just asked for was the most basic trainee contract, with the lowest share percentage and the lowest treatment. Here, Su Jingchu handed the contract to Jiang Chen without any good humor, but her eyes couldn't help but become a bit skeptical and wary. What does this Jiang Chen guy want with this kind of contract? He wouldn't want to mess around, would he? Yi Mu Ning is the best and brightest seedling of the trainees, and it's not this contract that she signed with the company. At first, Yi Mu Ning was, but she specifically signed in, and she liked this little girl very much. The person was beautiful, talented, and hard enough to work hard herself, and most importantly, she was persistent and had a firm idea in her mind. It's a bit like Su Luowei back in the day. Su Luowei was the national goddess she had brought out, and this had always been her proudest point. If Su Luowei hadn't insisted on marrying this asshole Jiang Chen later on, she wouldn't have had any regrets in her heart at all. Now that she saw a good seedling similar to Su Luowei back then, how could she not be moved? This Yi Mu Ning, she was planning to focus on training as the company's core artist. The contract that Yi Mun signed with the company was also specially approved by her, and it was the highest level and the highest percentage of share of the trainee contract. When Yi Mu Ning officially debuted, it would also be changed to a formal artist contract, and the treatment and share percentage would be increased. She walked up 2 steps, wanting to see what exactly Jiang Chen was planning to do. Alright, old first, you may stand down, but Jiang Chen waved his hand after casually flipping through the contract. But I suggest you observe from the sidelines. After all, such a good learning opportunity is still rare, and after today, you should have a good idea in your mind when you talk to the artist again in the future. Su Jingchu froze for a moment, then took a deep breath, rolled her eyes widely, and somewhat exasperatedly placed all the information in her hands on the table. She really didn't want to be here for a second. As a gold medal agent, with a total of more than 10 years of brokerage career, she had signed almost 100 artists, and Jiang Chen was still blustering about letting her study? With a cold snort, she didn't bother with Jiang Chen and turned around to walk in Su Luowei's direction. When she also sat down on the sofa, Su Luowei looked at her helplessly, then took her arm in a comforting gesture. To be honest, when there was an argument between Jiang Chen and Su Jingchu over work matters, she was kinda at a loss as to who to help. In fact, she also felt that what Su Jingchu said made sense. This is the time for the music director to approach each artist individually and have a good talk, which helps to stabilize people quickly. However, the division of labor within the entertainment company was very clear. Jiang Chen was the music director of Chunwei Entertainment. Within his purview, even she has to behave. Forget it, Jiang Chen probably has his own ideas. After thinking about it for a long time, Su Luowei could only say this comfortingly. Su Jingchu was probably also infuriated, and it took a while before she calmed down. Well, let's see what this new music director has to offer. She let out a soft, heavy snort through her nose. Su Luowei looked at her still angry appearance, and in her heart, she also sighed somewhat helplessly and shook her head. 5 minutes later, Yi Muning's pretty figure appeared at the office door. She had obviously just arrived from the practice room, wearing tight dance practice clothes and some fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Thump, thump, the little girl knocked politely on the door. Come in. Jiang Chen sat on the chair and said indifferently. Yi Muning's mood seemed to be pretty good. Her ponytail was tied behind her head, swinging and looking spirited. She walked into the office and quickly saw Su Luowei and the others on the sofa to the side, and froze for a moment. Sister Lovey and Sister Jing are here? And that one, could it be? Sky. Gosh, it's Diva Yan Shuexin? Why is she here too? Seeing her idol at once, as well as the legendary Diva Yan Shuexin, Yi Muning stood in place somewhat dumbfounded. Her time to Chenwei Entertainment was actually not very long, and Su Luowei hadn't seen a few faces in total, so she was at a bit of a loss for words. Lo, Sister Lo. Ah, no, Mr. Su. Su Luowei could see her nervousness and spread her face to show a gentle smile, comforting her. Don't be nervous, just pretend we don't exist. Superintendent Jiang has something to talk to you about. Go ahead. Okay, good. Only then did Ji Muning take a deep breath, nod her head, and walk in the direction of Jiang Chen's desk with somewhat stiff footsteps, but despite turning around, his chest was still thumping hard. To die for. She couldn't help pinching herself with her right hand. What's with the lack of competition? It's so humiliating. Available. There's Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin, a national goddess and a rising diva. How can you not be nervous when you see two people at the same time? She took several deep breaths before suppressing the fluctuations in her mind. At Jiang Chen's gesture, he walked over to the chair across the desk and sat down. Jiang, Director Jiang, you're looking for me? Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze landing on Yi Mun to take a closer look at her. 19-year-old girl. The appearance is still a bit green, but it is indeed a beauty embryo. The value of the face is surprisingly not at all inferior to Su Luowei back then, only that the temperament of the two is completely two different styles. Nikki gives people more of a feeling of being delicate with toughness. On the surface she looks like an arrogant national goddess, but in private she's actually quite clingy. And Yi Munei didn't know why, but even though she looked polite, she gave him a feeling that she was rejecting people from the inside out. Though at this point she looked restrained and nervous. It took Yi Muning a while before her mood gradually calmed down. She then raised her head and also observed Jiang Chen with some curiosity. This legendary national soft rice man. Before today she had only read rumors on the internet, but had never seen him in person. Originally, she also thought that this new music director was the kind of person who couldn't do anything and could only rely on Sister Lovey to support her and muddle through every day. However, Jiang Chen's performance on stage just now was what made her realize that the other party's true abilities were not at all what they appeared to be on the surface. With the strength of this music director, if he wanted to be a singer, he could make a debut in minutes. However, at the moment, the new music director looks a little bit. Jiang Chen was currently leaning back in his chair in a very cozy position, flipping through a piece of information. Yi Muning. Right. Yes. Yi Muning agreed. But in her heart, she had become somewhat puzzled and confused all over again. Was the slouching man in front of him really the same person as the explosive music director on stage earlier? This guy, can he really lead Morning Vista Entertainment far? Jiang Chen nodded and closed the information in his hand. Yi Mun was indeed excellent and fully met his requirements. He picked up a contract from the table and handed it to her. I just looked at the contract you signed with the company, and I think it's a bit inappropriate. If you still want to get better development in Chenwei Entertainment, you can sign this contract instead. With that, he moved the contract in his hand toward the front. This is the contract that Su Jingchu just brought over. After reading Yi Mun's profile, Jiang Chen's heart was also moved to focus on cultivation. This little girl's hard work and excellence can be felt just by going through the material. However, if resources are to be invested in Yi Muning's body, the contract has to be modified first. After all, anything that can come out of his head is a top market proven resource. Every song is worth a lot of money. So what's the difference between giving a song directly and giving it away? If even the share percentage for the trainees is as high as 25%, how should it be distributed when it comes to the artists? That's why anyone who focuses on training has to have their contract modified before they can do so. It was a rule he had pondered before coming to the company. In business, for artists who like the company, he can provide more resources and more opportunities, but the rules can't be messed with. Yi Muning froze for a moment. Her expression gradually froze as she looked at the large words trainee basic contract on the contract that was pushed in front of her. Everyone else in the office, too, froze. This is a trainee base contract? Yi Muning took a long time before she picked up the contract on the table with some disbelief. Yes, you're not mistaken. Jiang Chen nodded and casually picked up another piece of draft paper from the table, handing it to Yi Noon together. That's the song he just wrote. Go back and think about it. And if you agree to change the contract, what's written on this paper is yours. He never did anything to force people. If you want to get the song, you have to change your contract, which is fair and reasonable. Everything is laid out on the counter and clearly marked. Yi Muning could go back and take her time to think about it, as long as she eventually gave her choice. While listening to his words, Yan Shuexin and the others couldn't help but frown. Because of the piece of draft paper Jiang Chen had just picked up, they all recognize it. That was obviously something Jiang Chen had just scribbled on it casually while pretending to work seriously. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Su Jingchu couldn't help but stand up, but Jiang Chen had already waved his hand. Alright, it's a rare opportunity. Take the stuff and go back to think about it. I have a lot of work to do. Chapter 32 The Breathing Pain. The sky was blue and the clouds were beautiful. Birds were playfully twittering in the boughs of the trees along the road. But when Yi Muning walked out of the office with the contract, her expression remained frozen. She just felt her head go blank. In fact, when she received a call from Sister Jing 10 minutes ago, she had a little leap of faith inside. When Sister Jing announced a half-day vacation in the practice room, the trainee girls guessed that the new music director would probably talk to everyone individually. After all, it's the best way to deal with the stormy waters of Morning Vista Entertainment these days. So even though the girls were resting, they didn't dare to run around. They were patiently waiting for Sister Jing's notice. And of all the girls, she was the first to get the call. This newly appointed music director didn't even interview the artists who had already made their debut first, but met her first. This meant that Chanwei Entertainment valued her, meaning that the company executives felt that she had more potential than those artists who had already made their debut. Yi Muning, who felt this, was very happy. She had been in Morning Vista Entertainment for 3 months now, and had always been the hardest working one out of everyone. Every day in the training room, she was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. When Sister Jing first learned of this, she even gave her a separate key to the practice room, so that she could practice in the room whenever she wanted. She loved to sing and loved the stage. Ever since she was a little girl, when she was 9 years old, her father enrolled her in a professional dance class in order to satisfy her desire to sing and dance. Working early and late every day, relying on overtime and more than 30,000 yuan squeezed out of his teeth. Practicing dance is actually hard, especially the leg presses hurt like hell. Many of the women in the class would break down and cry on a regular basis. Yet she never cried. More hard work and pain. She gritted her teeth and got through it, because she really loved the stage, and she wanted to be on a stage in the limelight one day, delivering their songs and dances to everyone, to every corner of the world. She has her own goals and her own persistence. She hoped that her mom, even in that farthest place, could hear her own song. But, when Jiang Chen slowly pushed that contract in front of her, for a moment, she just felt as if all her efforts over the years had all come to nothing. What she had tried to hold on to for the past 10 years or so, no matter how much pain and suffering she had been in, had been viciously ripped to shreds by that man. I just looked at the contract you signed with the company, and I think it's a bit inappropriate. If you still want to continue to develop in Chanwei Entertainment, you can sign this contract instead. Jiang Chen's words were like a thorn in her ear once again. So, was her effort only worthy of the lowest trainee contract in the eyes of this music director? Yi Muning bit her somewhat pale lips. She's obviously trying so hard, obviously so fond of Morning Vale Entertainment. Why? Why did you do this to her? Obviously Lovey-san was there, and obviously Jing-san, who liked her very much, was also there. Why didn't they say a word? Is this all agreeable to them too? Yi Muning suddenly stopped in her tracks and raised her head with a somewhat frozen expression. The road ahead, blocked by something, was somewhat dimly lit. She glanced up and realized that she had unknowingly made it to the door of her dormitory. Inside the door of the dormitory, there was the faint sound of other girls giggling and playing. She gripped the trainee contract tightly in her hand, biting his lip with all his might. Tears were flowing down his face somewhat uncontrollably at this moment. Where else could she go if she was dropped by Chanwei Entertainment? Where else? Could her dreams be realized? This time she was in a trance, as if she had returned to that night when she was 6 years old. Noisy crowds, ambulances with rapid sirens, blinding red and blue light. She stood alone, holding her doll, silently behind all the crowd. The eyes were dull and his face was blank and helpless. Click! The door was opened. The girl with the balled-up hair seemed to be on her way out the door, but was startled to see her. Holy Muning, why are you here? Scared me. Xia listening Qing laughed and patted her chest, then the smile on her face gradually froze. It was because she noticed that Yi Mun's state seemed to be a bit off. The impression was that Yi Mu-ning, who had always been very resolute and hardworking, was standing in the doorway with a somewhat dull gaze. Her eyes reddened, and crystal and somewhat pale teardrops slowly slipped and dripped from her fair cheeks. Oh my god. Morning, what happened to you? Xia listening Chung hurriedly pulled Yi Mun into the dormitory. This unusual scene also drew the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. The girls got out of bed one after another and surrounded Yi Mu-ning. Morning, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Did something happen? However, Yi Mu-ning did not speak as she slowly walked into the dormitory. Returning to his bed, he gently hugged his knees and bit his sleeve, tears streaming down his face. See this scene. The other girls in the dormitory were all looking at each other. Yi Mu-ning usually never cried like this. What the hell happened? In the past, even when faced with the toughest mentors and the most grueling training, she simply gritted her teeth and persevered, strong and not at all like a girl. But this time, she actually cried like this in front of everyone. Hey, is morning back? Suddenly, the door to the dormitory was pushed open again, and a girl with a bit of baby fat walked in with a smile. I just saw you go to the music director's office. Come on, is that a good? The baby fat girl stopped her voice in mid-sentence, because when she walked into the dormitory, she suddenly realized that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Then he saw Yi Mu-ning who was sitting on the bed silently shedding tears. What's wrong? She stopped dead in her tracks and looked a little dazedly at the other girls in the dormitory. But everyone was shaking their heads. Morning was like this as soon as we got back, and we don't know what's going on. Wait a minute. Xia listening Qing suddenly asked. What did you just say? Mu-ning just went to the music director's office? The baby fat girl nodded. Yeah, I just happened to be passing by at the time, and I even said hello to Mu-ning. Xia listening Qing turned her head, her gaze falling on a document that fell on the bed in front of Yi Mun. Just now when Yi Mu-ning returned to her bed, this document fell from her hand, and she thought at the time that it was something unimportant, but now it seemed that the document was probably related to Yi Mun's current state. Taking a deep breath, she took 2 steps forward and picked up this document on the bed. The title of the document in a few large words on the cover quickly attracted the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. What is this? The trainee foundation contract. Seems like the lowest level kind. Why would Morning have this contract with her? Did the new music director give it to her? I think so. She didn't have this document in her hand when I just saw her. A few girls looked at Yi Mun, who was silently weeping on the bed, and then looked at the contract in her hand. At once they all vaguely guessed what was going on. No way. Is that new music director going to make Mu-ning sign a trainee-based contract instead? Is he crazy? Yi Mu-ning is the best performer out of all the trainees. When Mu-ning entered the company, she signed an S-class trainee contract. I remember or Sister Jing's special approval. All the practicing students only Mu-ning is this kind of contract. S-class trainee contract. In addition to the monthly salary, you can also get an additional 25% share percentage. But this most basic trainee contract is only 10%. This director Jiang is really crazy. Pissed off. It's simply nonsense. A few girls looked at Yi Mu-ning who was hugging her knees on the bed and whimpering silently. The hearts are all in a bad place. Yi Mu-ning was the best performer and hardest worker among all the trainees. She was treated like this. So what would happen to them? Is Chenwei Entertainment already planning to give up on them completely? I'll go find Sister Jing. Xia listening Qing took that contract and bit her lip and suddenly said, anyone could see Yi Mu-ning's potential. She didn't believe that Chenwei Entertainment would give up on Yi Mu-ning. She's going to ask Sister Jing what's going on with this contract. Was it the asshole music director's own haphazard decision? Or the company's? Don't be impulsive. The baby fat girl stopped her in a hurry. Let's just ask for clarification. In case it's a misunderstanding. Yi Mun has become like this. What other misunderstandings are there? Xia listening Qing didn't listen at all. Between the two arguing, a piece of draft paper, however, suddenly fell out of the sandwich of contract documents. What is it? Xia hearing Qing froze, then bent down and picked up the piece of paper. Just see this draft paper filled with lines and lines of little phrases. In the first line, there is a 5-word title. The Breathing Pain. The new book is not easy. Please support more. Ask for bookshelves. Ask for comments. Ask for a little free gift. Chapter 33 Yi Mu-ning's shock. Jiang Chen, why would you joke about something like this? In the office, Su Jingqiu finally couldn't help herself and asked Jiang Chen. When Yi Mu-ning passed in front of her with the contract in hand and dull eyes, she only felt her heart being seized hard. She could respect the talent of Jiang Chen's music director. She could respect the position of Jiang Chen's music director. But watching Jiang Chen just spoil the fruits of her labor, she just couldn't accept it. Yi Mu-ning's situation, she has done a detailed investigation. She knows that this year 19-year-old girl has been insisting on what, but also know why this little girl why then everyone to work hard. So when it came to the company, she was willing to give Yi Myun more support and help. But the dullness, confusion, and sense of helplessness that had just passed over the little girl's face made her heart feel like it was blocked by something. Jiang Chen as the music director. Lazy all day, a little positive, she could care less. Chunwei Entertainment is Jiang Chen's company in the end. It's not her turn to intervene on what to do. But the fact that Jiang Chen was actually making fun of a hard-working and serious trainee like Yi Mu-ning was a little too much for her to bear, and she felt both angry and guilty in her heart. Who said I was kidding? Jiang Chen looked at her lightly. I'm serious. He himself knew best what the song he had just given to Yi Mu-ning represented. How can you sing at this level without changing your contract if you want to? It can't be for nothing. Yes. Su Jingshu took a few deep breaths and asked through clenched teeth. Then, why did you say that you wanted Yi Myun to sign the trainee basic contract instead? Do you know that Yi Myun is the best and trains the hardest out of all the trainees? She's a potential newcomer that the company intends to focus on cultivating, and other entertainment companies have even offered debut artist contracts to dig her up? Of course I know. Jiang Chen was simply expressionless. It was because of this knowledge that he intended to focus on cultivating Yi Myun. Otherwise wouldn't the pain that breathes just be given away? Su Jingshu gritted her teeth in anger. You knew and you just changed the contract. Didn't I just say that? I think this contract suits her better. Jiang Chen didn't do much explaining at all, because it wasn't necessary. Yi Mu-ning is not a little cutie. When she goes back and sees the song on paper, she will naturally make a decision. As the music director, how he manages the trainees and arranges the resources is completely within his purview. Su Jingshu was the one meddling in his affairs for no reason, the one who was doing it in vain. You can only have one voice on a team. This is the most efficient way to manage. He had his own plans and thoughts, so he didn't really want anyone to interfere with his arrangements. There aren't many people in the world who can read his arrangements, and if anyone can come along and intervene all over again, how can they carry out their work? Chunwei Entertainment had previously been managed by Su Jingshu, but he didn't intend to be slow in handing over his work to Su Jingshu and cultivating a tacit understanding. This is the only way to force a grind. If anything, the song's silence was meant to keep Yin Shuexin restrained. Then this time should also allow Su Jingshu to realize how to work with herself. You. Su Jingshu's chest rose and fell violently, and she was a bit unable to say anything out of anger. Su Luowei rushed forward and helped her smooth out her breath. Pissed off, Su Jingshu took 5 or 6 deep breaths without slowing down. Su Luowei patted Su Jingshu's back, and actually had some doubts in her heart. Although what Jiang Chen had just done was indeed a bit excessive, Su Jingshu wasn't that angry. Was she? It was the first time she had seen Su Jingshu so excited. Sister Jing, let's slow down first. Why don't we listen to Jiang Chen's explanation first? Su Luowei hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up for Jiang Chen. Su Jingshu, however, shook her head. Lovey, you're always too much toward him. He doesn't know anything at all. It's total nonsense. At this moment, Yan Shuexin and Su Mengyao also stood up from the sofa. They were actually not too clear about the internal affairs of Chunwei Entertainment, but what Jiang Chen had just done they all felt was a bit wrong. How could a trainee who had already signed a contract change it indiscriminately? And it's a change in the direction of worse treatment. Who would agree to such a thing? It's just that they didn't expect Su Jingshu's reaction to be so great. Su Mengyao spat out her tongue and hurriedly picked up a cup of water from the water fountain and handed it to Su Jingshu. Su Jingshu held the cup and took several sips before she managed to get her breath back. She looked around the office, at the puzzled expressions on several faces, and knew that people probably didn't know much about what was going on inside. After a slight sigh, he slowly explained, you all may not be too clear about Yi Myun's situation. This little girl is only 19 years old this year, but she's one of the hardest trained and best I've ever seen among the trainees, which is a bit inferior even to low back then. With that, she glanced in Su Luowei's direction. Su Luowei's face suddenly blushed slightly. In fact, she had already worked very hard back then, just not to the extent of desperation. In fact, I used to be very curious as to why girls so young were training so hard. Su Jingshu continued. One night 2 months ago, I was working late at the office before I got home, and when I walked by the practice room, I found her still in there for extra training. In a moment of curiosity, I went in and asked her that question. The little girl was blushing a bit, but she just smiled and said she wasn't afraid of being tired. I knew she didn't want to talk about it, so I talked with her for a long time again. In the course of chatting, I found that she is actually a pretty cheerful and humorous girl, and she found it interesting when I talked about a lot of things that happened in the past. Finally, when I saw it was getting really late and I was ready to go back, I asked her the same question again. This time, she was silent for a long time before she slowly told me the truth. Hearing this, the faces of several people in the office were all a bit curious. What exactly did GMO Ning say? Su Jingchu sighed and continued. This little girl told me that her mom died in an accident when she was 6. She's always missed the time when her mom was around, and she remembers that when she was a little girl, her mom loved to listen to and hum songs. So, she wanted to become a singer in particular so that her mom could hear her sing as well. She felt that if she stood tall enough and her song carried far enough, then her mom would surely be able to hear her even in faraway heaven. She said that her mom used to hum songs to her, and now that she's older, she should be the one to sing to her own mom. Su Jingchu's eyes reddened a little as she spoke at the end. That's why she will always work harder than anyone else. Is that she hopes she'll one day be able to stand on a higher and bigger stage and perform for her mom? Listening to Su Jingchu's words, the few women in the office couldn't help but be a little silent. None of them had expected that Yi Mu Ning, who usually looked so strong and hard-working, had such a story behind her. No wonder this little girl isn't afraid of anything. Behind the seeming strength. Actually, just missing mom I guess. The atmosphere in the office gradually became silent. Several women's faces were a bit strange. Then their beautiful eyes looked coldly at Jiang Chen. Even Su Luowei, in a rare move, crossed her arms. Thinking about it that way, what Jiang Chen had just done was indeed a bit excessive. People's little girls usually work so hard so that they can get more opportunities on stage. This guy, however, took off the practitioner basic contract and gave it to someone else. How big of a blow was this to Yi Nyun? The scene just now of the little girl walking out of the office with the contract. Somewhat disoriented, they all watched. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the unkind gazes the 4 women were giving him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn! How does he know the details of this Yi Mu Ning? It doesn't say that on the one I just went through either. To blame. Shouldn't we blame Yunchu for being lazy and making a mess of the data? What are they all staring at him for? Dormitory. The pillared girl read softly from the paper. You always said there was plenty of time. You can wait for me. The old me didn't know. Not necessarily tomorrow, but later. Missing is a breathing pain. It lives in all the corners of my body. It hurts to hum the songs you love. It hurts to read your letters. Even silence hurts. Regret is a breathing pain. It stays rolling back and forth in the bloodstream. Regret hurts if you don't post it. Hate doesn't know you're hurting. I swear I'll never lie again. I'll hold you as tight as I love you. I'm becoming more and more like a seashell. Fear of the heart being touched. It's good to have you back. It would be nice to start over. The girl's voice kept ringing in the quiet dormitory. What does it say? After Xia hearing Qing finished reading, she scratched her head in some bewilderment, flipping the piece of paper over and over twice, only to find that on the other side of the draft paper, there was also a score written on it, and froze for a moment. It seems to be a song? At that, the other girls came over curiously. Everyone didn't notice. Yi Mu Ning, who was originally sitting on the bed, seemed to tremble violently with her long eyelashes after hearing those phrases, then looked up in some disbelief. What's written on that paper? Is it a song? Did you hear Haru read all the lyrics? For some reason, she listened to that one line of lyrics. The heart, which was originally full of aggression and sadness, seemed to be touched by something hard. If she heard correctly, could this song be? A thought that shocked her beyond belief slowly emerged from her mind. Chapter 34 Missing is a breathing pain. It's really a song with the melody written next to it. The baby fat girl looked at the contents of that draft paper from the side and also said with some surprise, but why is this draft paper with the song on it wedged in this contract? Xia listening Qing was a bit puzzled. You guys say, is this song that Director Jiang wrote? A girl asked. Everyone then looked at Yi Nyun on the bed. This contract document was brought back by Yi Mo Ning. She should know it best. At this moment, the tears on Yi Mu Ning's face had stopped, and she glanced blankly at the piece of draft paper. The image of Jiang Chen handing her this draft paper more than 20 minutes ago came to mind once again. What's on this paper is yours if you're willing to change your contract. She nodded frostily, her voice breaking. It's, Director Jiang gave it to me, he said. If you are willing to change the contract, just give me what's on this paper. At that, all the girls couldn't help but freeze. What? What is this request? Change the contract and give away the song? Mu Ning, don't believe his bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can you change your contract for one song? That's right, you're on an S-rank trainee contract. The share percentage of the basic trainee contract is also too low. This is a total scam, the girls murmured, somewhat exasperatedly. Xia listening Qing's gaze, however, remained on Yi Nyun's body. Yi Mu Ning seemed to be in a much better mood at this time compared to before, and was willing to open her mouth to talk. Could this transformation have something to do with what's on this piece of paper? She looked at the draft paper she was holding and suddenly said, why don't we try to sing the song? The girls in the dormitory all looked at her with surprised faces. However, Xia hearing Harvest did not do much. She was observant. Just now, Yi Mu-ning had obviously stopped her tears after hearing the lyrics of this song. This song seems to have struck a chord with Yen Yuning. Would it be a little better if it was sung? Think about it. She didn't wait for Yi Nun's reply, and directly turned around to go to the cabinet by the wall and took out the guitar. The trainees usually have to practice their songs, and everyone almost always has a guitar. She returned to the bedside with her guitar in her arms and saw that Yi Mu-ning didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her, so she became even more certain of what she had in mind. She took a seat on the bed opposite Yi Morning and placed the piece of draft paper on the small table next to the bed again. The melody on the sketchpad was one she had just gone over roughly, though it was still a bit unskilled. So, instead of rushing to start the song first, she silently read the lyrics and melody several more times. It was then that he gently strummed the guitar strings, coughed, and cleared his throat before singing slowly against the draft sheet. The first view from the Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights mimic falling stars. I finally arrive, but sadder. One to fulfill our dreams. The girls in the dormitory gathered around, and they all watched curiously as she sang the song on the page line by line. The melody with a faint feeling of sadness came out of her mouth and slowly echoed in the dormitory. None of the girls' faces, though, showed any particular expression. After all, the melody of these opening lyrics doesn't sound like anything special. The melody is rather bland, with just a hint of a faintly melancholic undertone. You always said there was plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't know before. Not necessarily tomorrow. There will be a later. Xia Listening Ching sang a few more lines. The melody gradually starts to rise and seems to suddenly become catchy. The girls glanced at each other, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. If this song was written by that new director Jiang, it seems to be a bit on the level. But, just because of such a song, they want Yin Yun to change to a base contract with a much lower share percentage. Isn't that still a bit much? Xia Listening Haru continued to sing down the line. Missing is a breathing pain. It lives in all the corners of my body. It hurts to hum the songs you love. It hurts to read your letters. Even the silence hurts. The crescendo part is gradually ringing out. The girls, however, all froze. Even Yin Yun on the bed. Her expression fell into a stupor at this instant. The chorus of this song. So good. The girls froze and looked at Xia Listening Ching on the bed. Xia Listening Ching held her guitar, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, she felt as if she had caught a bit of the feeling of the song, and hastened to gaze at it, not daring to relax. Continue to feel it in earnest, seriously immersed in the song. Regret is a breathing pain. It flows in the bloodstream rolling back and forth. Regret hurts if you don't post it. Hate doesn't know you're hurting. It hurts the most when I can't see you. Good to hear. It's really nice to hear. The girls' eyes twinkled with a bit of amazement, but all of them were in a bit of disbelief. They all knew about Xia Hearing Ching's singing skills, which were not particularly outstanding among all the trainees. However, at this time, they felt that the song sung from Xia Listening Ching's mouth was so catchy and melodious. Oh my god, that song is so catchy. This melody, and the lyrics, there's a gripping feeling when you listen to it. It's so well written. Did that new director Jiang really write this? Amazing. This song is going to be a hit. The breeze swept over the balcony. Somewhat mischievously, he lifted the gauze curtains one at a time. The sunlight cooperated. Light and shadow spilling onto the floor of the dormitory. Bright for a while, dark for a while. Yi Mu-ning's hair fluttered gently under the gentle caress of the breeze. The tear tracks on her face had dried up, and her gaze was dull as she looked at Xia Listening Ching. Her song kept ringing in my ears. I swear I'll never lie again. I'll hold you as tight as I love you. My smile is fake. The soul is like floating. I'm becoming more and more like a seashell. Fear of the heart being touched. It's good to have you back. It would be nice to start over. 2 minutes later, as the last note fell from the guitar in the pillared girl's hand, she finally took a deep breath and looked up at her roommates. The dormitory was quiet. There was only a clattering sound as the breeze flipped up the trainee contract on the table. Enough time had passed. Only then did one of the girls murmur, "It's really good. What is this song? I kind of want to cry." Me too. I don't know why, but when I listen to this song, my eyes get red without realizing it. Missing is the pain of breathing. It's a love song, right? I didn't expect director Jiang to be this good at writing love songs. I've never heard this kind of melody before. This song is going to be a fire if it's released. Yeah, love songs of that quality are so rare. The girls chimed in. Wait a minute. Nope. Yi Mu-ning's mouth on the bed, however, opened slightly. Her small fists clenched tightly, and her fingers turned a little white. The mind kept emphasizing. It's not a love song. At this moment, her eyes were filled with disbelief. If anything, there was just disbelief and skepticism in her mind before. Then when Xia Listening Haru finished singing, she was able to be completely convinced. It's definitely not a love song. Rather, this is. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Words. Xia listening Qing suddenly remembered something. Her eyes looking towards the practitioner basic contract on the desktop, and she somewhat involuntarily swallowed her saliva. Say, does Director Jiang mean that you can get a song like this as long as you change this contract? She had just finished her sentence. All the girls in the dormitory stopped their voices. Eyes then fell in unison on the contract, and the dormitory fell silent. Xia listening Qing's words reminded them, if anything, you can get this kind of song if you sign a trainee base contract. What will they choose? No one spoke, but the blazing gazes in their eyes accidentally revealed the true thoughts in their hearts. Just kidding, is that even a choice? If we can get a debut with this song, it's going to be a fire. Contracts and whatnot don't matter at all compared to this. What about a 25% split? What about a 40% split? If it's not hot, it's useless even if the company gives you 100%. Xia listening Qing laughed a little and raised her head when she was about to say something, but she realized that Yi Mun had gotten off the bed at some point. She stood on the floor without shoes, barefoot, her fingers a little shaky as she picked up the piece of draft paper from the table. Beautiful eyes stared at the lyrics on the page in complete stupefaction. Xia listening Qing spat out her tongue, a little embarrassed, and a little envious. Mu Ning, I'm just kidding. This love song is specially written for you by Director Jiang. Right. It seems that the company is going to focus on training you. When the other girls heard this, they all looked at Yi Mu Ning with some envy. Alas, no wonder Director Jiang wants to re-sign the contract. That's the kind of song that's destined to catch fire for anyone who gives it to them. Yeah, this time the company has really put in the blood. Such a good song. Actually not even leaving it for Sister Luowei to sing. It looks like Mu Ning will soon be ready to make her debut. Yi Mu Ning didn't hear what the people around her were saying. At this point, there was only one voice left in her mind. This song, not a love song, not a love song, the song. It's written for Mom. She clutched the piece of draft paper tightly, her hands trembling. Once again, the tears were not held back and ran down the sides of his cheeks. The girls in the dormitory were all a little stunned by the scene in front of them, looking at each other, all with puzzled faces. Yi Mu Ning wiped the corners of her eyes, no longer hesitating, took the piece of paper and ran straight to the door. Only the dormitory was left with a group of girls staring at each other wide-eyed. Half a day later, it was only then that Xia listening Qing suddenly remembered. Ugh, Mu Ning, you haven't put on your shoes yet. Chapter 35, Barefooted Yi Mu Ning. Jiang Chen, do you still think you should joke with Yi Mu Ning like this now? In the office, Su Jingxu took a deep breath and said in a bad tone. Her thoughts were simple. Yi Mu Ning was Chen Wei Entertainment's hardest working and most promising trainee, and shouldn't be subjected to such aggravation. She didn't ask about anything else, but this matter, she strongly disagreed. A few other women in the office also looked at Jiang Chen upon hearing this. This time, even Su Luowei kept a rare silence. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair somewhat breathlessly. What the hell is going on here? It was only now that he understood Yi Mun's situation, but precisely because of this, he knew that song might be more suitable for Yi Mu Ning, so his mind will remain unchanged. If Yi Mu Ning wanted to get a better development in Chen Wei Entertainment, then she had to change her contract. It will give her access to more resources. It wasn't just Yi Mu Ning. In the future, it's the same for every artist in Morning Vista Entertainment. That's not going to change for anyone. See that he doesn't speak. Su Jingxu became even more exasperated, followed by a wave of extreme disappointment surging through her heart. She had originally thought that with Jiang Chen's talent, he could at least do well in the position of music director. But to his surprise, Jiang Chen's handling of the situation was a complete mess. Su Luowei could see Su Jingxu's disappointment. However, she didn't choose to get angry at Jiang Chen like Su Jingxu did, but instead walked behind Jiang Chen and reached out her small hands to gently knead his shoulders. Hubby, I also think that the contract we just gave to Mu Ning was a bit too much. Why don't we call her back and have another talk? Su Luowei knew that although Jiang Chen usually looked like he didn't care about anything, he was actually a stubborn person who could only go along sometimes, and if he used a strong attitude to communicate, it would only backfire. If Jiang Chen's temper was really provoked, things might even get worse. Perhaps it was Su Luowei's approach that eased the tension in the office slightly. I don't care. Su Jingxu took a deep breath and her tone calmed down a little, yet she was still very resolute. Yi Mu Ning was recruited by me personally. I won't allow her to leave Chen Wei Entertainment just like that without a head. If Jiang Chen isn't going to talk, then I'll go find her and talk myself. She thought very clearly. A trainee full of potential like Yi Munii, if she chose to leave Chen Wei Entertainment because of today's incident, it would definitely be a loss for the company. Jiang Chen sat in his chair, tilting his head back to look at the sky, and sighed darkly in his heart. Su Jingxu is actually kind of warm-hearted. but just manages to be too broad. Caring is messy. Sometimes mother-in-laws delay things even more. He believed that Ji Morning would definitely know what to choose if she could take a serious look at the contents of the paper when she returned to the dormitory. But man's plans are not as good as God's. Who would have expected that Yi Myun just happened to be in this particular situation? Had it been any other trainee, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Jiang Chen silently shook his head in his heart. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of this incident to forcefully grind out a work fit with everyone. The course of events, however, seems to have taken some deviation. If we don't make it clear to these women today, there's probably no way to wrap this up properly. Who knows when Yi Mo-ning will see that draft paper? In case this stupid chick doesn't realize it until tomorrow, then these women probably won't let him sleep well tonight. Su Jingchu, the old woman, has always had a one-dimensional attitude towards her work, and has never been able to tolerate half a bit of sand in her eyes. Forget it. It's better to set the record straight. Jiang Chen sighed and pulled out a cigarette from his cigarette case. Somewhat depressed. Where do I begin to explain this hook 8 thing? Su Luowei knew that Jiang Chen making this move meant that a compromise had been made in his heart, and that smoking was merely to soothe the depression in his heart. She gave a gentle smile and winked at Su Jingchu. Call Yi Mu-ning back. Jiang Chen swallowed the clouds for a while before exhaling and knocking on the table, saying, that's all. It's done. Let's just pick it apart. Originally just wanted to get along with this group of women as ordinary people. I did not expect to get disrespect and lack of understanding in return. Then let's have a showdown. Let's not pretend. Okay, I'll call her now. Su Jingchu sniffed and was relieved. Jiang Chen was finally willing to compromise. To unring the bell. If Jiang Chen could speak, it would certainly be much better than her trying to say it on her own. She pulled out her cell phone and found Yi Myun's number. Just as she was about to press the dial button, the door to the office, however, was met with a couple of faintly urgent knocks. Thump, thump, thump. The crowd turned their heads to look. However, he saw Yi Myun's figure, and didn't know when he had already appeared at the door of the office. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy, and she clutched a piece of draft paper tightly in her hand, as if she had just cried. The few people in the office couldn't help but be a little surprised to see her figure. The crowd's eyes then looked somewhat involuntarily towards her lower body, for they both realized that this little girl who had suddenly appeared in the doorway had no shoes on. She was barefoot, standing on the somewhat cold floor. The tops of the white feet were stained, but you could still tell that they were very nice feet. The skin is delicate and smooth. Stepping on the somewhat cold floor, the ankles are slender, the curves are soft, the toes are delicate and small, just like a carefully carved jade sculpture. It is very cute. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she gasped for air, as if that was how she had just run barefoot. Su Jingchu's gaze landed on the piece of draft paper in Yi Myun's hand, and her heart couldn't help but thump. She knew it was Jiang Chen's scribbling sketch paper. Jiang Chen, this bastard. Not only did he take the practitioner basic contract and joke with Yi Myun in such a nasty way, but he also used a piece of draft paper to fool this somewhat heartbreakingly stupid girl. Seeing this somewhat disoriented appearance of Yi Mu-ning, there was also some hidden heartache in her heart. She could imagine what kind of despair and aggravation Yi Myun would feel in her heart when she went back and realized that what Jiang Chen had just given her was just a scribbled draft paper. Morning, what brings you here? Su Jingchu walked up and spoke with a somewhat tangled face. Just now I was about to call you and ask you to come over. What he said to you before, Director Jiang, was a joke, so don't take it to heart. At those words, Yi Myun was frozen for a moment, staring at her in a daze. She came over this time for the very song on paper. If she had guessed correctly, the songs meant more to her than anything else. She was willing to sign any contract if she could get the song. But, and what did Jing mean by what she just said? Director Jiang is joking? She was a bit overwhelmed as she looked at Su Jingchu and then at Jiang Chen in front of her desk. Could it be that this song, Director Jiang wasn't going to give it to her again? It's because she didn't give a timely reply at that time. So Director Jiang got angry? Yeah, sorry, I was just. Yi Mu-ning's face went pale for a moment, and she looked flustered as she tried to explain. But her voice was getting smaller and smaller halfway through, and finally bit her lip and lowered her head. Yes, everything is her fault. At that time, when Director Jiang handed her the song, he'd already emphasized the things on it, but she hadn't paid any attention to it. It was her mistake. There was no way she could fool herself, and there was no room for sophistry. Could it be that she couldn't even keep this song? The song is clearly. Yi Mu-ning's appearance made the few people in the office a little surprised. Su Jingchu took 2 steps forward, wanting to continue to comfort a few words. However, Jiang Chen sat on the chair without moving, slowly extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. He detected the somewhat heartbreaking gaze in the little girl's eyes and knew that what was on the draft paper, the other party should have read. Maybe she's the only one who can read it so quickly. In the office, his faint voice rang out. Don't worry. I'm not kidding. That draft paper is for you. The prerequisite remains. Change the contract. That's the rule in the company, Jiang Chen said in a calm tone. At this moment, there seemed to be no need to explain anything further. Yi Muning's state was already enough to explain everything. Seeing this, Su Jingchu couldn't help but look anxious again. How did Jiang Chen talk about the contract again for a good reason? She was about to say something in exasperation. However, Yi Mun beside her suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and gratitude. Without any hesitation, her voice trembled. Thank you, Director Jiang. I do. At those words, everyone in the office couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 36. The draft paper turned out to be a song. Mu Ning. You. What did you just say? Su Jingchu looked at Yi Mun with some disbelief, and she somewhat wondered if she had just heard it wrong. I'm sorry, Sister Jing. Yi Muning lightly bit her lips and said with a somewhat choked voice. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hesitated just now. Please give me another chance. I'm willing to sign the trainee-based contract instead. You're willing to change the contract? Su Jingchu, however, was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. What the hell is going on here? She was a little confused. Yi Muning is now signing a S-class trainee contract with the company, and the Pouring City Entertainment side has offered better conditions to poach her. So why would she think of changing her contract? Yes, as long as the company will let me sing the song, I'll do anything. Yi Muning clutched the draft paper in her hand and said seriously. After listening to her, several people in the office froze for a moment before they dropped their gaze on Yi Mun's hands. The piece of draft paper that Jiang Chen had scribbled on was clutched tightly in the little girl's hands, as if it was some particularly valuable treasure. Yi, can you show me the paper you're holding, please? Yan Shuoxin's eyebrows moved slightly as she stepped forward in some confusion. If she remembered correctly, this draft paper seemed to be the one Jiang Chen had just scribbled on the desktop pretending to work, right? Seeing Empress Yan Tian suddenly speak to herself, Yi Mun first froze for a moment, then said somewhat nervously, Can. She took a serious look at the draft paper in her hand, then handed it to Yan Shuoxin. Yan Shuoxin took the draft paper and found that there were indeed some scribbles on it, but it's followed by a line of little phrases. The melody is also composed next to the phrases. Su Mengyao and Su Luowei both came over at this time and stood behind Yan Shuoxin, looking toward the paper in unison. What's written on the paper, surprisingly, is a song? Looking at the phrases and melodies on the paper, Yan Shuoxin's complexion couldn't help but change a bit. The breathing pain. First view from Tokyo Tower. Watching the lights mimic falling stars. Missing is a pain that breathes. It's living all over me. It hurts to hum the song you love. It hurts to read your letters. Even the silence hurts. Regret is a breathing pain. She looked at the lyrics line by line on the page. The amazement in his eyes, however, grew stronger. As a diva, her level of sound was naturally much higher than Xia listening Harvest. Just reading through the lyrics, she knew it was definitely a good song. Good songs have meaning, and the lyrics of the song are very strong in meaning. The angle of cut is also exceptional. That's the sign of a good song. There was a somewhat incredulous glint in her eyes. At this moment, she could be sure that this draft paper was the one that Jiang Chen had just scribbled on. Could it be that? Did Jiang Chen write such a song in those few short minutes? How is this possible? His demeanor at the time was clearly not serious at all. Yan Shuoxin had trouble believing it in her mind. She knew a lot of great music producers. There are a lot of people who are at a level where even she has to shout teacher. But never before has anyone been able to create a song with such a high degree of completeness in such a short period of time. That guy, what the hell? At this time, Su Jingchu also saw the lyrics on the paper. However, she had the lowest level of tone out of everyone here, and it wasn't quite possible to tell if the song was good or bad in a short time. She looked at Yi Mun with some incomprehension. Warning, so it's for this song that you're willing to change your contract? Yi Muning nodded and bit her lip after hesitating for a moment. I know that Director Zhang's willingness to give me this song is already taking extra care of me, and if changing my contract isn't enough, I can add some more years. Su Jingchu froze again. Yi Muning currently signed a 5-year contract with Chenwei Entertainment. This is already considered a relatively long period of time among the trainees, who usually sign for 3 years. Within 3 years, if the trainee performs well, she can re-sign the debut contract. If it wasn't for the fact that she offered Yi Mun a better deal at the time, and also promised a lot of benefits after her debut, it would also have been impossible to sign for such a long period of years. For this song, as far as you go, Su Jingchu was a bit puzzled. She wanted to say, for this song, do you have to pay so much? But halfway through his words, he realized that he was the manager of Chenwei Entertainment, and instantly closed his mouth. In fact, What she didn't know was that Yi Noon was thinking more clearly than she was. She knew that if she followed the normal development progress, after 5 years, if her popularity could step into the ranks of first and second tier stars, then she could completely change companies and continue to develop. This allows for the opportunity to get a better contractual deal. But she knew better in her mind that it all had to be based on her having name recognition. The song Pain That Breathes is worth more to her than anyone else. This song, it's going to be a fire. Take this song and go out on the road. It's as if she was directly airlifted to the second tier of stars, without even having to walk the road. Besides, it's just out of the gate. In any other entertainment company, a trainee with absolutely no name recognition would never have gotten a song like this anyway, because it's a complete waste to have a trainee sing a song of this quality. The best person to sing this song in Morning Vista Entertainment is actually Sister Lovey. She's the only one who sings enough to bring in the company. Director John's willingness to give her this song was totally handing out benefits. That base contract, with a 10% split, pales in comparison. On the side, Su Luowei and Su Mangyao also gradually finished reading the lyrics on the paper. The two men looked at each other, their eyes glittering with incredulity. The quality of this song is just wonderful. Jiang Chen, how the hell did he write that? Su Luowei had already seen Jiang Chen write songs more than once, so even though his heart was full of surprise, he could still barely contain it. However, Su Mangyao's mouth was directly opened wide. With a face of disbelief, he looked at the draft paper in Yan Shuoxin's hand and then at Jiang Chen in front of the desk, back and forth several times, unable to suppress the shock in his heart. Isn't this guy a douchebag writer? How did he write it? Also, didn't he just pretend to be lazy? When did you write the song? Chapter 37 Yi Mu Ning's breathing pain. The shocked look in the eyes of Su Luowei's few people was also felt by Su Jingchu. Her complexion was suddenly a bit complicated as she looked at Yi Noon. Mu Ning, why don't you sing this song for me, so I can feel it too? When Jiang Chen had just asked Yi Noon to change her trainee base contract, she was the one who reacted the most violently. She had thought that Jiang Chen was fooling around and had thrown a huge tantrum, but now the situation seemed to have suddenly become a bit off. People Yi Mu Ning simply couldn't wait to change the contract. Some irrational people seemed to be her. Her eyes glanced at the sketch paper, her eyes full of complexity and disbelief. Is this song really that good? Why are they all so shocked? Queen Yan? She was somewhat unable to judge, so she could only let Yi Noon sing and listen to it. I'll get the guitar. Su Mangyao suddenly raised her hand very aggressively. In fact, her situation wasn't much better than Su Jingchu's. As Yan Shuoxin and Su Luowei's little sister, she was still a student in school, plus she was usually more playful, so the gap between her professional level and her two sisters was not a half a star. In those few moments, she could only get a vague sense that what was written on the paper was a great song, but there is little certainty as to exactly how good it is. There was incredulity in her eyes. She was the first to come in this office, so no one knows better than her that that draft paper was originally just next to the printer. Completely blank A4 paper. It was still Jiang Chen who instructed her to take it over, so she could be incredibly certain that what was on the paper was what Jiang Chen had now written. During that time of posturing, Jiang Chen has finished writing a song? This is too outrageous. Su Mangyao pressed down the fluttering in her heart, and from the next office, she fetched the guitar. Yan Shuoxin also took a deep breath and returned the draft paper back to Yi Noon. The song was written by Jiang Chen, and she was curious to hear how far Yi Noon could go. The little girl took the guitar and the sketchpad, but was a little unresponsive. Why are you suddenly going to let her sing? Or in front of Sister Lovey and Yan Shuoxin? Yi Mu Ning's complexion was obviously a bit tense. It's okay, don't be nervous, just sing carefully. Su Luowei went up and gently stroked her back, softly comforting her. Good. Yes. Yi Mu Ning looked at the draft paper in her hand, took a deep breath, and her gaze gradually became firm. She was the best trainee of Chunwei Entertainment, with strong professional abilities and mental qualities. After all, the scene wasn't usually much better when you're being tested on stage. This is a special test. Although neither Sister Jing nor Sister Luowei had explicitly said so, whether the song should be given to her or not, it was definitely not enough to rely on the care of the music director alone. The resources of the entertainment company are all valuable, and each allocation of resources must be assessed so as to convince the public. So, Yi Mu Ning took a deep breath, hugged her guitar, and sat down on a chair. Even for this song, she must do the best she could. She had to prove that she could sing the song. After sitting down in the chair, instead of rushing to start the song, she first picked up the piece of draft paper and went through it twice, critically. Just now in the dormitory she had already heard Xia listening Ching sing it once, so she already had a basic impression of the lyrics and melody, and only needed to simply familiarize herself with it again. In the office, no one spoke and everyone waited patiently. Only Jiang Chen, with a somewhat languid posture, was half lying on the seat. In fact, he was also a bit curious as to whether Yi Moon could perform this particular song well. Half a day later, Yi Mooning finally put the draft paper down and cleared her throat, then reached out his beautiful white fingers and slowly strummed the guitar strings. A melody with a hint of melancholy gradually sounded. The first view from the Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights mimic falling stars. I finally arrive but sadder. One to fulfill our dreams. Driven by the melody, Yi Mooning gently opened her mouth. Her voice is very nice. There is a kind of ethereal feeling. The basic skills are also practiced very solid. Pitch pinpointed in place. Just as soon as she opened her mouth, Su Luowei could not help but nod her head. This girl was indeed one of the best out of all the trainees, and had every potential to become a professional singer. No wonder Sister Jing was planning to focus on training her. And the little girl was a good dancer, with a great body and looks. With enough resources invested, the growth will surely be beyond anyone's expectations. You always said there was plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't know before. There may not be a later tomorrow. Perhaps it was because she wasn't too familiar with it. Yi Mooning's song seemed a bit hesitant at first, but soon, she found that special feeling and gradually immersed herself in the song. In the office, the crowd was listening attentively to the melody, then nodding every now and then. The melody of the song is really well written and the little girl's delivery is great. But, Yi Mooning's eyes suddenly turned red. In the lyrics, not necessarily tomorrow, but later, she couldn't help but let her mind wander back to that day. She came home from school and pestered her mom in the kitchen to take herself to the park to see the Candyman show. Instead, Mom laughed and pinched her little nose. What's the hurry? The grandpa who sells Candyman comes every day. Mommy will go with you tomorrow. It turned out to be the next day. The old grandpa selling Candyman is really here again. She also gave her a bunny Candyman with a smile on her face, but the gentle figure that had promised to accompany her never appeared again. 2 teardrops, wordlessly, fell from her cheeks. Missing is a breathing pain. It lives in all the corners of my body. It hurts to hum the songs you love. It hurts to read your letters. Even the silence hurts. In the office, several women all froze. Originally, they were still listening attentively to the melody, nodding their heads in affirmation every now and then, but the moment Yi Mooning opened her mouth, they only felt their brains go blank. Everyone felt as if their insides had been seized hard. Heartache, regret, nostalgia, longing. They didn't know how to describe the emotions Yi Moon expressed at this time, but none of that matters anymore, because this time of year, they looked at Yi Mooning, who was already completely teary-eyed. Gradually it became clear what this song really means. Even Yan Shuexin, whose level is as high as that of a diva, surprisingly didn't realize in that short period of time just now that the emotion that the song was really trying to express was nostalgia for mom. No wonder little girls will for this song. Yan Shuexin looked towards Yi Moon and the piece of draft paper, her complexion gradually becoming complicated. Aside, Su Jingchu had been completely speechless with shock. The moment the actual melody of the song kicked in, she finally understood why Yi Mooning had made such a choice. Without even putting on his shoes, he rushed over. This song, it belongs to her, and only she can sing it well. The song, for her, was priceless. In the office, the atmosphere grew silent. Everyone was listening attentively to Yi Mooning's song and melody. 2 minutes later, Yi Mooning's song gradually came to an end. It's good to have you back. It would be nice to start over. The song and the melody stopped at that moment, but Yi Mooning's choked voice didn't stop. At this moment, she finally could no longer suppress her emotions and whimpered in a low voice. Mom, my daughter misses you. Do you hear me? The office was unusually quiet, and only Yi Mooning's intermittent crying could be heard. No one bothered her. This girl has been repressed for too long and needs to let it out. I don't know how long it's been. Yi Mooning's cries finally tapered off. She suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen in her seat. Superintendent Jiang, thank you. As long as I can sing this song, I'll agree to any conditions. Please. The girl's voice was choked and a little shaky, and it sounded incredibly heartbreaking. Ahem. Jiang Chen tapped his fingers on the desktop and was about to stand up and say a few pretentious words, but Su Luowei had already stepped forward and hugged her tenderly. Don't worry, the song is yours. I promised for you, Director Jiang. Well, Chapter 38. We all want to change our contracts. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. What's it like when the pretense is interrupted? It's hard to bear. It's hard? In short, he felt as if he had punched cotton at this time, and it was very difficult. He had even thought of his own pretentious tirade, but he didn't expect to be upstaged by the little ninny. This is like, I was hungry in the middle of the night and crawled up to have a bag of instant noodles. The water boiled and the bowls were cleaned, but when I tore open the last bag of instant noodles, I realized there was no seasoning packet inside. Jiang Chen sighed somewhat helplessly in his heart and leaned back in his chair, his eyes lifeless. Happy disappeared. In the office, Yi Muning gradually stopped crying under Su Luowei's comfort. Su Jingchu didn't know where to find a pair of slippers and let the little girl put them on, telling her to go back and have a good rest first, and that the matter of changing the contract could be done tomorrow. Wait for Yi Muning to leave. The office suddenly became a little quiet. A few of the women didn't seem to have slowed down from what had just happened. It was a long time before they looked at each other, and then their gazes were somewhat strange as they looked at Jiang Chen. They all understood the song Breathing Pain sung by Yi Muning. No one would have thought that the deep meaning of this song, which at first glance looks like a love song, would be so touching to the heart. It was as if it was specifically tailored for Yi Morning. This Jiang Chen guy, how the hell did he write it? Honey, did you know about morning ahead of time? Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen with some lack of patience and asked. At those words, Su Jingchu and the others, too, gradually reacted. The gazes then all looked at Jiang Chen with some mischief. Yeah, there's no such thing as coincidence in this world. It couldn't be that Jiang Chen, this guy, had specifically inquired about Yi Mun, and then wrote such a song to coax the little girl into changing her contract. Could it? If that's true, that's just too much of an asshole. Jiang Chen felt the questioning gazes of several people, and in his heart, he violently rolled his eyes. At the time the song, he really just wrote it off the top of his head. Who knew that Yi Muning was in this situation? Would you believe me if I said that it was all predestined from above? He said slowly. Several women all shook their heads. Good. Jiang Chen stood up with some exasperation. Then I'll go find Yi Mun now and ask her to return the song to me. Come on Les. Su Luowei somewhat unkindly pinched him in the back waist before stopping him from tossing and turning carelessly. In fact, she was still willing to believe Jiang Chen's words after careful consideration. After all, even she wasn't too clear about Yi Mun's situation, and if Su Jingchu hadn't learned about it out of curiosity at the time, perhaps none of them would know about it today. This little girl always silently hides her heart all deep inside and easily doesn't open it to anyone. It was not a bad thing for her to be able to let out the emotions she had suppressed inside for years today because of this song. It really was like what Jiang Chen said. All this, it's all God's plan? For a moment, no one in the office spoke. More or less odd thoughts bubbled up in everyone's mind. Could it be that there really is fate in this world? And this song was sent to Yi Muning precisely under that indescribable, indefinable coincidence? And perhaps, it was the mom in that faraway place, telling Muning through this meditative and special way. She, in fact, has always guarded her daughter's side. Looking at the several people who gradually fell into deep thought, Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, even though he didn't really believe in that whole gods and ghosts thing either. But his very existence is the most indefinable thing of all, and there's no way to delve into such things. Come to think of it, it's important to live your life. The reason why Yi Muning got the song, apart from coincidence, also had to do with her usual hard work. If he had just picked up the information and realized that Yi Mun's daily performance wasn't this outstanding, then perhaps the person who got the song would be the next trainee. It all depended on Yi Muning's usual efforts. Alright, stop gawking. The trainee side has stabilized. Hurry up and take this pile of information away. He knocked on the table, unceremoniously interrupting everyone's thoughts, and then pointed to the pile of information on the desk. At those words, Su Jingchu first froze for a moment, then subconsciously retorted. You've only interviewed one person, how can you stabilize them? Even if Yi Mun is fine, what about the other trainees? Unconsciously, Su Jingchu was guilty of that old habit of meddling. After all, Chenwei Entertainment used to be managed by her alone, and she had to worry about everything, so it was really hard to shift over for a while, but that was before. And Su Luowei didn't have much time to manage the company. Su Jingchu could decide a lot of things on her own, so naturally she needed to worry about everything. But now that Jiang Chen is the music director, the situation has been completely different. The division of labor between the two parties needs to be very clear in order to ensure that the work is carried out smoothly. Old Cho, how on earth did you mix into the company in the first place? It couldn't have been through the back door, could it? Jiang Chen opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. When Su Jingchu sniffed, she immediately clenched her teeth in anger in her heart. What do you mean blend in with the company? She's a gold medal agent, the national goddess, Su Luowei, was all brought out by her. Jiang Chen, I'll admit that you did do a good job just now, keeping Yi Mun thoroughly, she said somewhat unconvincingly, but the current situation of Chenwei Entertainment isn't as optimistic as you think. Other entertainment companies are constantly contacting our artists and trainees, causing everyone within the company to be in a very unstable state. And if we don't take advantage of this time to stabilize the situation, we'll be even more passive later on. That's why it's safest for us to be a little more serious and make appointments with each of the practicing students in a step-by-step manner. She was saying, Instead, there were suddenly a few more soft knocks on the office door. Thump, thump, thump. The figure of a girl with a pill hairstyle appeared in the doorway, and behind her, there were a good 7 or 8 girls. Please, may I ask? Jiang, is Director Jiang in? The pill-popping girl standing at the front of the room asked, a little torn and a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Su Jingchu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She naturally recognized these girls. They were all trainees recruited into the company in the same batch as Yi Moon. What do you guys want with Superintendent Jiang? Su Jingchu suspiciously beckoned for these girls to come in. The girls obviously didn't expect that there were so many people in the office besides Jiang Chen. Sister Jing, Sister Lovey is all over. And, Yen Diva. For a moment, all the girls who walked into the office were a little nervous. Even Xia Listening Ching, who had always been big-headed, was a bit abashed at this time. We came to see Director Jiang. Is to talk about the contract. She stammered a little. Contract? When Su Jingchu heard this, her brows furrowed. What contract to talk about? Haven't you all signed your contracts? What? It's only been 3 months and you want to change to a better contract? Her expression was a bit stern, because she knew that during this period of time, the conditions that other entertainment companies offered these trainees in order to poach them were better than one another. If it wasn't for the fact that there is still a liquidated damages contract on the contract, I'm afraid that a large portion of the trainees would have packed up and left long ago. These girls aren't here to ask for a higher contract level, are they? No. Xia Listening Ching was startled and quickly shook her hand. We're just also want to change the signing of the practitioner basic contract. Speaking of the end. Her voice faded and her head went down in some embarrassment. Yi Mu-ning returned to the dormitory. They slowly learned the whole story from Yi Mu-ning's mouth, including the entire process of Director Zhang's conversation with her, as well as the conditions Director Zhang offered at that time. Just change your contract and the song is yours. They've all heard that song Breathing Pain and they know what it means. It wouldn't be any different than riding a rocket if you could debut with this song. Especially Xia Listening Ching. It's a song she even sang. The ear-catching melody and lyrics were so intentional that she instantly felt like a debutante. If only she had a song like that to debut. But alas, this song Jiang director has already confirmed that it is for Yi Moon. They are envious again, but only eyeballing the part of watching. So this same group of trainee girls couldn't help but become a bit foolish under the envy and gluttony. What Director Jiang means, isn't it? You can get a song like this if you change your trainee base contract? If that's the case, what's the difference between that and pie in the sky? A couple of the girls were torn up in their dorm room for a long time. In the end, with mutual encouragement, the intention was to take a chance for themselves. After all, one wants to be one step ahead of the rest in a place like showbiz. Sometimes it doesn't work to not be proactive. Opportunities don't come to you on their own accord foolishly. If they were to lose the opportunity to other trainees because they weren't proactive enough, they would simply hate to slap themselves twice. What did you say? Su Jingchu froze for a moment. You guys want to change the trainee base contract? At those words, not only Su Jingchu, in the office, several other women all froze as well. Chapter 39 Jiang Chen's Discipline. Yes. Xia hearing Qing's voice was as low as a thin mosquito, hanging her head, not daring to look directly into Su Jingchu's eyes. At those words, Su Jingchu subconsciously opened her mouth. Yet again, I found myself seeming a bit tongue-tied and at a complete loss for words. These trainees in front of her were all hand-picked by her in the first place, and signed A-level trainee contracts with a share of around 20%. But now they're demanding, in front of their own faces, that all of them change their trainee base contracts. What the hell is going on here? Su Jingchu only felt as if the entire world had become somewhat unreal. She's a gold medal agent. The national goddess was brought out by her. She has signed hundreds of artists in her hands. But this moment, and she has no way of comprehending what is happening in front of her. In the office, there was some silence for a while. Everyone's gazes gradually fell on Jiang Chen in front of the desk. The matter of changing the contract was first brought up by Jiang Chen, and at this point it seemed that he was the only one who could make the final decision. Jiang Chen glanced at the crowd with a slight frown. All of them want to change their contracts? Oh, how is that possible? You think his songs are cabbage? Just send a song to any random person? Yi Mu-ning that got the song entirely through her own efforts. He didn't say a word. Instead, moved the pile of information on the table to himself and slowly looked it up. Everyone watched his movements with some curiosity. Halftime, he seemed to have found what he was looking for and pulled a copy from the pile of information. In the office, his faint voice rang out. Xia hearing Haru, right? Yes. When Xia Listening Ching heard Superintendent Jiang call out her name, she was instantly jolted and hastily stood up. Jiang Chen continued to look through the information in his hands. Entered Morning Vista Entertainment for 3 months. Took 6 tests. Grades: 5 A's, 1 B. Yes. Xia listening Haru nodded gently and grinned. In fact, she still had some confidence in herself, and her performance was already considered to be at the upper level among all the trainees. After all, the S grade, in the whole of Chenwei Entertainment, only Yi Mu-ning had gotten it. Instead, she has a streak of 5 straight A's. With that kind of performance, you want to sign a trainee-based contract too? However, Jiang Chen slowly closed her profile and asked in a serious tone. He didn't speak in a loud voice, but the experience and urbanity of his last life allowed him to present an aura of anger-free authority at all times. In his last life, as a top heavenly king, he had opened his own company and brought up many artists. When he got serious, he naturally gave people a sense of oppression. One time, all the girls' expressions froze a little, and no one dared to speak. The atmosphere in the office, which had been fairly mild, suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Xia listening Qing's smile gradually stiffened on her face. She raised her head in disbelief, but as soon as she came into contact with Jiang Chen's intimidating gaze, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart and hurriedly lowered her head again. She had expected to be praised. I didn't realize that this new music director was so harsh and scary. Next to the sofa, Yan Shuoxin looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly seemed to have changed, was somewhat surprised. Today, Jiang Chen always gave her a feeling of being puzzled. This guy was obviously only 24 years old, but the authority in his body was not at all inferior to many big shots in the circle. It was like that when I just sang on stage, and it's like that now. Is he this mean at home too? She pulled Su Luowei's hand beside her and nudged towards Jiang Chen. Su Luowei sniffed, but her face couldn't help but blush a little. In fact, Jiang Chen was usually quite easygoing at home, but sometimes getting angry can be suddenly scary. In this situation, if she still dared to continue to make Jiang Chen angry, she would definitely not fail to receive a punishment. Yan Shuoxin watched Su Luowei's face change. How could she not understand what she meant? The heart couldn't help but sigh. This senior sister of his was really being held to death by Jiang Chen. Do you guys really think that Yi Mu-ning got that song because of luck? Jiang Chen's voice sounded once again. The office was dead silent. The trainee girls obviously didn't expect the music director, who didn't look much older than them, to be so fierce either. Each one of them hung their heads like frosted eggplants. I'm sure you've all seen how hard Yi Mu-ning usually works. She's the best of all the trainees, and signing a trainee-based contract is the company's way of rewarding her, because I saw in her that I wanted something for myself, and her hard work and dedication was enough to impress me. And on you. Jiang Chen paused when he said this. I can't find any bright spots at all, and you guys are still whimsically trying to sign a trainee-based contract? After his words, the girls' faces became incredibly ugly. On the side, Su Jingchu and Su Mengyao listened to Jiang Chen's words, but their faces both turned very odd. This Jiang Chen guy, a mouthful of trainee-based contract. And what's more, only trainees who work hard enough and are good enough are eligible to sign a trainee-based contract. As if the contract is that advanced. However, they were aware that in all entertainment companies, the trainee-based contract was the worst one. Morning Vale Entertainment is certainly no exception. Such a bad contract. When did that become a reward? 2. However, the unbelievably frustrated and downtrodden expressions of these trainee girls in the arena. Yet another silent statement of the fact that, yes, this contract, the reward, is something they all really want to sign. One time, the gazes of the few women in the office looking at Jiang Chen were all a bit complicated. It was only at this time that they suddenly realized how much that song Breathing Pain appealed to this group of trainees. They all seemed to have just been restricted in their thinking by Yi Mu-ning's special situation. It always felt like the song was because it happened to fit better with Yi Mun's situation in order to make Yi Mun willingly change her contract. But actually think about it carefully. Even if you put aside that particular connotation and analyze the lyrics and melody alone, Breathing Pain is definitely a rare piece of work. A song like this is never going to be obscure as soon as it's released. Among the several people, Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin were both big stars who had been in the industry for many years. However, even the girls, when they first debuted, simply couldn't get a song like this. A song of such high quality. Even those singers who are already well known in the entertainment industry would try to get it by all means, not to mention the freshly minted trainees. Chapter 40 The Possibilities. The originally spacious music director's office was a bit crowded due to the addition of the trainee girls, but with so many people clearly standing on the scene, the silence was a bit eerie. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and none of the trainee girls dared to speak first. Behind Su Jingchu, Su Mengyao's pair of big, beautiful eyes that were looking at Jiang Chen but suddenly blinked. After sensing the girl's desire for Jiang Chen's song, an idea couldn't help but pop up in her mind. Although he had already made his debut with Chenwei Entertainment, he was actually no different from the vegetarians who hadn't made their debut. After all, she was still a student. Most of her time needed to be put on top of her studies, and only after she graduated from school could she be considered to have officially stepped into the entertainment industry. But if she gets a song like this before she graduates, then, when she stepped into the entertainment industry herself, her eyes snapped up into little stars. If that was the case, wouldn't she be the most powerful female entertainer in the entire school? By then, the class would have to envy her with bated breath. Thinking of this, she instantly looked at Jiang Chen with hopefulness as well. Do you guys still think, now, that you're qualified to sign this trainee-based contract? Jiang Chen's lecture didn't seem to be over. In the office, all the girls were almost on the verge of tears. Yes, sorry, we know it's wrong. Xia listening Cheng lowered her head, biting her lips lightly and said with a sobbing face. She felt both aggravated and sad. She had never been reprimanded in front of so many people in her entire life, and it was in front of Sister Lovey and Queen Yen Tian. This added to the fact that she felt a million embarrassments and shame in her heart. If it was possible, she really wanted to dig a hole in the ground right now, go in, and never come out again. The office was terribly silent. Well, you've disappointed me, so all of you go back and think about it. The trainee-based contract is not something you can sign right now. It needs more hard work and dedication, and I hope that next time, something will come out of you that impresses me. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, yes. The girls walked toward the door in somewhat downcast silence. Jiang Chen's reprimand just now had obviously hit them all a bit hard. When they decided to come to the superintendent Jiang, they simply did not expect this outcome. The young superintendent was so stern. How can they survive in the company from now on? But, by the time all the girls had made it to the door, yet another voice was suddenly heard ringing through the office. At the end of the month, arrange an examination to screen out the best performing trainees. It was Jiang Chen who was talking. The trainee girls at the doorway, all of a sudden, couldn't help but slow down their steps. All of them perked up their ears and listened carefully to the voices in the office. Examination? Screening trainees? What does Director Jiang want? Okay. Su Jingqiu took a deep breath and nodded. Although she didn't know what Jiang Chen was planning to do, she still agreed. Assessing the trainees was originally the music director's job. Let's pick another trainee and change the contract when the time comes. Just when there was a flurry of speculation in everyone's mind, Jiang Chen's voice sounded once again. His tone was calm, but the words he said caused everyone to freeze. Again, pick a trainee and sign a contract instead? What's that supposed to mean? Could it be that? The trainee girls all stopped in their tracks in an instant and looked at Jiang Chen in front of the desk in surprise. Su Jingqiu also froze for a moment. However, Jiang Chen didn't explain anything more. He casually took a piece of white paper from the table, unscrewed the cap of the fountain pen, and slowly wrote on the paper. Seeing this scene, both Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin couldn't help but freeze for a moment, their beautiful eyes glancing at each other before they violently stood up from the sofa. Did Jiang Chen is writing another song? The two walked a little closer to the desk. It was discovered that Jiang Chen was really writing something on the paper. He writes songs on the spot. This image made them all involuntarily stop in their tracks, not daring to rush forward to disturb Jiang Chen in front of his desk. The whole office was very quiet. The trainee girls all stayed in the office, curiously looking at the scene in front of them. There was no one to rush them, and no one noticed them. It was because the gazes of everyone in the office at this time were focused on Jiang Chen's body. Yan Shuexin's face was still the same cool look, but her brows were furrowed as she carefully watched Jiang Chen's writing movements. This was the first time she had ever, in all seriousness, watched the sister-husband write a song. Su Luowei clenched her fingers, but her eyes flickered with a slight color. Su Mengyao quietly stood on her tiptoes, wanting to see what Jiang Chen was up to. Unfortunately, though, she couldn't see what was on the paper at all when she looked at it from this angle. Jiang Chen wrote slowly, yet no one showed impatience. Everyone waited patiently. The trainee girls even stood still, not daring to say a word. Time passes by. Finally, 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen put down the pen in his hand and placed the paper on the desktop, handing it to Su Jingqiu. Just this one. For the trainees, it's enough. Words. The trainee girls were all a bit surprised and looked at each other for a few moments, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. This completes a song? No modifications needed? Su Jingqiu took a deep breath and stepped forward to receive the white paper handed by Jiang Chen. She had watched Jiang Chen write songs back when she was at Luowei's house, but at that time, Jiang Chen seemed to be writing songs that he had created before, so she didn't find it surprising that the speed was a bit faster. But the song on the page at hand was one she had never seen before. In other words, Jiang Chen, in this short 10 minutes, wrote another new song? This guy's talent, is it really that strong? Su Luowei and Su Mengyao had long been impatient to come forward. taking the white paper from Su Jingchu's hand and carefully looking at the lyrics and melody on the paper. Although Yan Shuexin was not as eager as the two, her footsteps also subconsciously went in the direction of the two. The three beautiful women eventually looked at the paper in unison. The possibilities. Maybe the southern sun shines on the northern wind. Maybe the time was blown away and there's no trace of it. Maybe there's only one unforgettable person left in the story. On the paper were lines of neatly written sentences. Each line has about the same number of words, and each starts with possibly, like a neatly rhymed poem. Can a sentence like that be used as lyrics? What's the score for this? All three gazes were filled with doubt. Wouldn't the rhythm sound weird if the lyrics were pretty much the same for every line? What the hell was Jiang Chen thinking? The three women read the lyrics and, with deep confusion, looked together at the score next to them. 2 minutes later, Yan Shuexin's beautiful eyes directly froze. She had the deepest attainments in sound, so she quickly finished the tune and even went over the melody and lyrics in her mind. Immediately after that she came to an overwhelmingly shocking conclusion in her mind. It's a good song. The mood of the lyrics, though, doesn't convey a particularly strong emotion, and the melody is relatively simple, but she just sang it in her head a little. Instead, it was found to be a very catchy melody. It's the kind of song that, once you've heard it once, creates a memory point in your head that's perfect for passing on. So, she was almost certain that the song would not be less popular. Su Luowei and Su Mengyao followed close behind, similarly watching the melody. A look of amazement also gradually spread across the beautiful faces of the two. They were also quick to sense the specialness of the tune. The song, it's simple, but it's good. This is the most direct and true feeling in their hearts. The two of them looked at the densely packed lyrics and melody on the paper, and then at Jiang Chen, who was in front of the desk, with a bemused look on his face. A somewhat unbelievable thought couldn't help but arise in all of their minds. Is there really such a big difference between people's brains? How in the world did he write a song of this quality in 10 minutes? At the entrance of the office, a group of trainee girls, looking at the shocked expressions on the faces of Diva Yan Shuexin and national goddess Su Luowei, couldn't help but become surprised as well. There seemed to be 1,000 kittens scratching at his heart as if he was curious. What kind of song was written on that piece of paper from director Zhang? How could it make both Queen Yan Tian and Sister Luowei show such a surprised expression? Chapter 41 The Red Bean is. He wrote it? Alright, all of you go back first and prepare well for the test at the end of the month. The doubts in the hearts of the trainee girls were not answered after all. After Yan Shuexin and a few others had finished reading the lyrics, Su Jingchu directly sent all the trainee girls out the office door. From among Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei's expressions, she already knew that this was a good song. A very good song. It was the perfect song to use to stabilize the trainees, and she couldn't let this great song be exposed now. The trainee girls all left the office with some reluctance, but the thoughts in his mind itched as if he had been scratched by a cat's claw. Written by director Zhang. What kind of song is it? Will it be as good as the song Breathing Pain? They were all eager to know the answer, but Sister Jing didn't seem to have any intention of announcing that song right away. The girls walked out of the office building with mixed feelings. This visit to the superintendent's office has been a whirlwind of activity. From the very beginning of the expectations of a new song and a new contract, to being mercilessly reprimanded. Originally thought that there was no hope for a new song again, but did not expect a last-minute peak. Director Zhang even directly took out a new song as a reward for the next trainee assessment. As the girls passed by the practice room, their minds couldn't help but recall what Jiang Chen had just said. At the end of the month, conduct a test and bring me the report of the best performing trainee. Let's pick another trainee and change the contract when the time comes. End of the month. End of month appraisal. The gazes of all the girls became blazing almost simultaneously. Superintendent John's meaning was clear enough. At the end of the month, he'll pick another trainee to revise his contract. Then the attribution of the song will inevitably be announced at that time as well. If they can perform well enough at the end of the month, then they have a chance. Su Jingchu sent all the girls out of the office. Then he silently turned around and moved the huge pile of information on Jiang Chen's desktop. Jiang Chen was right. It was true that the current trainees of Morning Vista Entertainment did not need to go back to one by one for an interview. With Breathing Pain and with the two songs possibilities, she was almost certain that all the trainees would be going crazy in the practice room for the next month for extra practice. As for those messages from other entertainment companies, oh, and unless they can come up with a song of the same quality, it's just a waste of a little phone bill. The reason why she took such initiative to move the materials was that she didn't want to face Jiang Chen's dejected appearance. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He paced slowly in his office. Lao Chu, I think what you just said is right. These trainees really need to have a good talk. It's amazing that each and every one of them is thinking of signing a basic contract. There's no motivation at all. You help me take a good look at which trainee would be more appropriate to talk to first? I'll do a good job of working on their minds. Young people have to be young, don't you think? Su Jingchu gritted her teeth, took a few deep breaths, and fell silent. Su Luowei didn't have the good sense to step forward and pinch Jiang Chen before making him stop his taunting. Jiang Chen bristled and resumed his seat in front of the desk. Hubby, both of these songs, you wrote them on the spot? Su Luowei looked at his appearance, her eyes flashing with curiosity and color. If Jiang Chen could write a complete song in just 10 minutes, that would be too impressive. How could it be? Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand, not wanting to expose his songwriting abilities too early. All these songs were written back in the day when I was at home, and I just happened to get them out and use them. Oh, Su Luowei nodded. In fact, this answer was similar to what she had guessed in her mind. When Jiang Chen suddenly sang the song Fairy Tale, she knew that this guy had probably also secretly written quite a few songs, but asshole men always hid them in order to be able to hide at home and write, so she couldn't be bothered to ask more at that time. However, at this time, she really could not hold back her curiosity somewhat. Then how many songs have you written over the years? How many songs? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. 100? Or 200? He didn't really remember. Anyway, that's how people are. When they're bored they always remember a little bit of the past to pass the time. In 3 years, who knows how many songs he wrote. Of course, this is definitely not the time to tell the truth. Not much, just these few songs, counting the song maybe just now. I don't have much stock left in my stomach. Yes? Su Luowei, however, was a bit unconvinced. She always felt that Jiang Chen's head was like a treasure chest, always able to come up with a new song whenever the moment was critical. Of course, you think writing songs is farting around. Just say it, 3 years is pretty good to write these songs. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. I didn't mean that. Su Luowei's face was slightly embarrassed, and she was also a little embarrassed. Jiang Chen was indeed right. How could writing a song be so simple? Counting possibilities. Jiang Chen had already come up with 7 songs in the past few days. It's rare enough to write such quality songs in 3 years. Many musicians don't necessarily write a song of this quality for 10 years. She really shouldn't continue to be greedy. Okay. On the side, Yan Shuoxin seemed to be listening to Jiang Chen as well, but what no one noticed was that after Jiang Chen's words fell, her fingers clutching the possibilities paper suddenly tightened a bit. Wait, she looked closely at the lyrics on the paper, and then her eyes gradually glittered with disbelief. Why do you always feel that this scribble seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Now, can you tell me properly what kind of trouble Morning Vista Entertainment is in? Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Yan Shuoxin's change in demeanor, but instead knocked on the table and asked. To be honest, he still wasn't quite sure what problems Chenwei Entertainment had encountered, actually able to make both Su Luowei and Su Jingchu feel helpless, and even Yan Shuoxin, the singing diva, didn't seem to be able to help much. At those words, Su Jingchu and Su Luowei glanced at each other. Su Luowei blushed. She had been too busy during this period of time, and it seemed like she hadn't really told Jiang Chen about the details of Chenwei Entertainment. Here's the deal. Su Luowei spat out her tongue and explained honestly. 5 minutes later. So, the so-called troubles of Chenwei Entertainment were brought about by this Yao Si-chan and Ching Chang Entertainment? Jiang Chen gently raised his eyebrows. An entertainment company founded by an actress? And a mangy music director? Don't take this lightly. Ching Chang Entertainment has a wide range of connections in the entertainment industry and is also very strong. Plus Yao Si-chan is very familiar with Chenwei Entertainment. If they join forces, it's a simple matter to try to find some trouble for Chenwei Entertainment. Su Jingchu couldn't help but say when she saw his unimpressed look. 9 out of 10 of Morning Violet Entertainment's current announcements have been cut off by Pouring City Entertainment, and only Luowei's side hasn't been affected too much. Right now, there are rumors everywhere outside that Chenwei Entertainment is about to be blocked, and within our company, that's why we're in such a state of panic. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and said indifferently, what's there to be afraid of? But it's just a medium-sized entertainment company. I thought it was a big deal. Since they dare to make a crooked move against Chenwei Entertainment, let's have a good run-in with them, and see whose fist is harder. You think you're playing house? We're not even going to be able to compete. Can we compete with each other? Tilting City Entertainment is several times bigger than us. Su Jingchu sniffed and couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm telling you, there's no fooling around. I've already discussed this with Lo. Everything is about stability at this time. After all, we don't have any deep hatred with Dumping City Entertainment. No matter what tricks Dumping City Entertainment uses at that time, we don't pay attention to it. After a long time they will naturally feel bored and give up. We'll lose some notices in the meantime, but it's been the safest way to go in the long run. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and shook his head, returning to his chair and sitting down. 2 silly women, developing in a place as weak and strong as the entertainment industry? even holding this kind of soft-hearted and indecisive mind. So if people don't bully you, who do they bully? However, his position is the music director, who is only responsible for the music resources of the artists and trainees in the company. How exactly the company operates and develops is a matter for Su Luowei and Su Jingchu. As long as Su Jingchu didn't interfere with his work or arrangements, he didn't intend to meddle too much in this area for the time being. After all, Chenwei Entertainment had been run by them since its inception, so they were definitely more familiar with the company's various businesses. And there's simply no way to tell right from wrong in a short period of time with such differences in company business philosophies. Su Jingchu, this old woman, in addition to conscientiousness, the ability is not much, but the level of lifting the bar is first class. There's no point in continuing to argue with them. He knew that most of the competition in the entertainment industry revolved around resources. As long as he could come up with enough resources here, Chenwei Entertainment wouldn't have too many problems. And even if Qingcheng Entertainment was well prepared, it would only be able to touch the nose and suffer. All right. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently, then lowered the seat back and found a comfortable position to lie down. Since the work has been completed, it's time for this director to catch up on his sleep. Our company's office hours are a bit early, so this is inhumane. In the future, if it's not over 10 o'clock, don't ever wake me up. He yawned and pulled another blindfold from his pocket. It was specially prepared when he left the house in the morning. In the office, several of the women were a bit dumbfounded to see him about to get ready for bed. This guy hasn't been at work for more than an hour. Has he? Just ready for a break? If you guys don't have anything to do, just get out of my office and don't disturb my rest. Before putting on the blindfold, Jiang Chen also gave a special explanation. How can you be the music director and only be at work for an hour? Su Jingchu's character had always been rather strict and rigid, and when she saw Jiang Chen's unorthodox appearance, she subconsciously wanted to speak. But just as the words came out of her mouth, she slowly stopped her voice as if she had been grabbed by the throat, because she suddenly saw the piece of white paper in Yan Shuoxin's hand. On the paper were the lyrics Jiang Chen had just written, The Possibilities. Looking at the handwriting faintly peeking through on the back of the paper, her emotions became very complicated all of a sudden, because she knew Jiang Chen was right. This guy had only been on the job for an hour, but it seemed like the biggest problem in the company had actually been solved by him. As soon as he came up, he used a song called Silence to subdue all of the 20-odd trainee girls. Introducing himself with just one sentence made the biggest impression on everyone. Back in the office, the breathing pain that was written casually, surprisingly made even Yi Mu Ning willingly and gratefully change her contract. And as far as she knows, during that time, his main focus was on molesting Su Mengyao. Finally, there is this song Possibilities that she has in her hands. A song that was enough to shock the diva Yan Shuoxin and the national goddess Su Luowei. A song that would make all the trainee girls give longing looks and wait in line with bated breath for a contract change. And all of this was done by this guy in front of me, in less than an hour. This kind of productivity is really... There was some silence in the office. Yan Shuoxin's body on the side, however, suddenly trembled a bit, her eyes flickering with light. She finally remembered why she thought the handwriting on the paper looked a little familiar. The other day, her agent, Lan Ara, happened to show her a piece of paper similar to this one. Same scribbled handwriting. Again, it's a line of little phrases. Again written on white paper. But the title name on that piece of paper, instead of Possibilities, was Red Beans. Chapter 42. How many songs did Jiang Chen actually write? Jiang Chen had already put on his blindfold and slumped down in the chair. The office was silent, with Su Jingchu and Su Luowei staring wide-eyed. Yan Shuoxin's heart, however, surged with a wave of complex emotions. If that Red Bean was also a song written by Jiang Chen, how many songs did this guy write in a few years? However, the sentence on the piece of paper Lanera picked up was only a few short lines. She wasn't sure if it was a song written by Jiang Chen. What to do? Should we ask about this? However, she glanced at Jiang Chen, who was reclining on the chair in a somewhat languid state, but her heart hesitated once again. Even if I asked, would this guy admit it? Su Jingchu looked at Jiang Chen, who had already gone into a state of rest, and skimmed her lips, her heart in her mouth. Chenwei Entertainment's problems during this period of time had kept her busy and nervous every day, and she hadn't gotten a good night's sleep for several days. But even so, the problem is still not solved, and is even moving in a worse direction. Instead, the lethargic jerk of a writer in front of him is flirting with the female artist while casually settling. It felt as if he was a school third-rate student who had studied tirelessly for 10 years before finally getting into the most ordinary university. Just as she was happily checking her acceptance letter, she suddenly received the message. The punk next door who loitered and womanized all day has been bailed out by Qingbei University. This gap is really making a little crazy. Su Jingchu gritted her teeth for a long time before she was able to suppress the complex emotions in her heart. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's performance in this short hour had indeed completely pressed down Su Jingchu's mind that wanted to intervene. From today onward, Su Jingchu guessed that if she wanted to intervene in Jiang Chen's music director's job again, she couldn't help but have that song breathing pain and possibilities floating in her mind. Several women in the office looked at each other a few times, were a little speechless. Jiang Chen's performance today was truly shocking in retrospect. After only an hour in the position of music director, a large portion of the problem, it seems, has actually been solved by him. Only, this guy's stance of strutting around in a chair is just a little beat up is all. Never mind, let him rest for a while. He did get up a little early this morning. Su Luowei, who was still heartbroken for her husband in the end, shook her head and said, she knew that Jiang Chen usually woke up after 10 o'clock, and getting up so early as he did today hardly ever happened. Su Luowei had already opened her mouth, so Su Jingchu couldn't say anything else and just skimmed her lips. The trainees are settled, but on the side of the debut artists, they haven't completely stabilized yet, and that's the music director's job. During this period of time, Tilting City Entertainment has been constantly stealing our announcements, and the mentality of several of our artists has long been less stable. Forget it, on the debut artist side, let senior sister Yan and I go talk to them, Su Luowei said. Senior sister Yan still has some resources on her side. I believe that as long as she can come up with enough resources, she will be able to stabilize their mentality for the time being. She felt that she was a bit more familiar with these artists compared to Jiang Chen, and with the help of senior sister Yan, she should be fine. It'll have to do. Su Jingchu nodded helplessly. A few people discussed the situation for a moment and were about to leave the office. Sister Lo, Sister Jing, it's not good. A somewhat winded girl, however, burst in, looking a little anxious. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu froze for a moment and looked toward her. The girl they all knew, an assistant to one of the artists in the company. Little Yun, what happened? Su Jingchu asked suspiciously. This girl was brought over by her from the original company in the first place. Followed her for a long time to learn. Usually do things are very stable. Why is it so fidgety today? Young princess, she was beaten, the girl said in tears. What? Su Jingchu and Su Luowei were startled when they heard this, and stood up in a hurry. Chu Youfei was one of the youngest signed artists of Chenwei Entertainment, only 18 years old, cute and cuddly looking and usually very witty. How did you get hit? Moreover, Chu Youfei was different from all the other trainees and artists. She took the route of an actress and didn't know anything about music or dance. According to the company's arrangement, she was supposed to be playing a maid on the set of a drama today. This was an announcement that Su Luowei had, a few days ago, personally picked up for her. The scene was well shot. What's going on? Where is the young consort? Su Luowei asked with a frown. It's back at the office. I'll call her over. The girl's face was dejected. With that, she rushed towards the office door. When she's gone, in the office, several of the women looked at each other a little. With such a thing happening all of a sudden, Jiang Chen naturally had no way to continue sleeping. He sat up from his chair, his brow furrowed. An artist under Morning Vista Entertainment has been beaten up? What's going on here? He took the blindfold off his head and sat up straight. The assistant girl finally walked back 3 minutes later with a girl behind her. The girl's age looked to be only 16 or 17, giving the impression that she had not yet reached adulthood. She was petite, wearing a beige dress, her hair slightly disheveled, and her complexion a bit shriveled. The moment she walked into the office, however, all eyes landed on her face in unison, because one side of the little girl's cheek, surprisingly, had already been slapped red, swollen, purple, originally delicate white face, the whole puffy a big circle, the swelling edge, and can even see a few fingerprints. See the cheeks. The few women in the office couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What happened? Who hit it? Su Luowei pulled Chu Youfei 2 steps closer, and after carefully examining the wounds on her face, the coldness on her face was almost uncontrollable as it flowed out. The girl, however, bit her lip and lowered her head with red eyes, as if she had some reluctance to speak. Tell me. Su Luowei pulled her a bit and asked again with a stern face. Under Su Luowei's serious gaze, the girl also seemed to be a bit scared, and after a long time, she whispered, "It's Sis Siki." Su Luowei, however, froze for a moment. Sister Siki? Who is it? When Su Jingchu on the side heard this name, her face was suddenly changed, her eyes flickering with disbelief. She looked at Chu Youfei and then Su Luowei, her expression gradually becoming complicated. Lu Siki, an artist from Tilting City Entertainment, 10 years older than Young Concubine, is one of the female lead actors in that drama. It was only after a long moment that she sighed and silently explained. At that, everyone in the office froze. Dump City Entertainment? It's Dump City Entertainment again. Su Luowei's small face gradually became ironic. There's no need to over-explain it at all. It's almost anyone's guess as to how this is going to play out. It must have been done by Tilting City Entertainment. They were deliberately targeting Chenwei Entertainment's artists. Su Luowei took a deep breath. Her fingers clenched tightly in anger. She didn't expect that a big company, Tilting City Entertainment, would go after a little girl. Sister Lo, it's okay, I'm not in pain anymore. Chu Yofei raised her head and forced out a smile. She also knew that there had been some bad blood between Chenwei Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment recently, so Su Luowei had been very busy during this period of time and often disappeared. She felt that at this time, it would be best if she didn't cause any more trouble for Sister Lovey. But this action, however, accidentally tugged at the bruise at her cheek, causing her expression to stifle a stiffening. What reason did she use to hit you? Su Luowei looked at the redness on her face and asked with an icy face. Under Su Luowei's gaze, the little girl somewhat involuntarily lowered her head. There's a slapping scene, and Sister Siki told the director that she wanted to play it more realistically. So, the director let you shoot like this? Su Luowei's tone grew colder and colder. Chu Yofei nodded. Sister Siki is one of the main actors and she plays just a maid. The director certainly valued her opinion more. Then why don't you refuse? Su Luowei gasped. Even if it's a movie, you can't hit someone like that. The little girl seemed to hesitate for a moment, then buried her head even lower. The director said that if we don't shoot it, we have to replace it. Chapter 43, Su Luowei's Tears. Everyone in the office suddenly fell silent and didn't speak again. Chu Yofei is a very spiritual little girl that Su Luowei found in the film and television city at the beginning. Neither went to the film and television university, nor was she from the science class. That's why every acting opportunity is important to her. Before this scene started, she already knew that she would be beaten, and she also knew that Lu Siki was deliberately making it worse. But in order to keep this opportunity to appear as a maid, she held strong and insisted on it. Su Luowei could even imagine the scene of the little girl being beaten in front of dozens of people. After the beating, she had to say her lines through gritted teeth. She looked at the little girl's somewhat puffy cheeks and bit her lip, her eyes gradually turning cold. After a while, it wasn't until the little girl realized no one was talking that she looked up at her with some confusion. How many times did you shoot this scene? Su Luowei asked. 6. 6 times. Chu Yofei forced out another smile. Sister Luowei, it's really fine. In fact, when the director looked for me to talk about the scene, I was already prepared. The director even complimented me at the end, saying that I shot it well and that he would cast me next time. Su Luowei's fingers were clenched tightly, but her face was so calm that no one could tell the emotions in her heart. Okay, I get it. You go back first. Let Xiaoyan take you to get some medicine. Aha. Chu Yofei politely nodded at Su Luowei, then followed her assistant out of the office. When she's gone, in the office, there was a gradual silence, with no one speaking first. Su Luowei suddenly took a deep breath and turned her back to the crowd. All eyes turned toward her. Jiang Chen, however, noticed that the moment the little ninny turned around, her eyes seemed a little red, her body trembled slightly, and on the floor under her feet, 1 or 2 drops of water gradually appeared. Nikki cried. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei's gently trembling petite body, and his heart ached like a knife. He had been married to Su Luowei for 3 years and had never seen her cry. This was the first time he had seen the little ninny shed a tear. He knew that Chu Yofei's beating must have made the little ninny's heart sad. After all, these 6 slaps were a complete unmitigated disaster for Chu Yofei. She was beaten simply because she was an artist of Chenwei Entertainment and her boss was called Su Luowei. So to be bullied, to be on set, to be slapped hard by a female artist, 10 years her senior, just now in front of the little girl, Su Luowei might still be able to forcefully hold back the anger and sadness in her heart. But now that Chu Yofei had left, her emotions were somewhat completely strained. On the side, Su Jingchu's heart was also very unfavorable, but she had been an agent for more than 10 years, so she naturally knew that the entertainment industry was like that. Sometimes it was glamorous and sometimes it was brutally scary. Things like getting a few slaps in the face were not at all uncommon in the entertainment industry, and she'd seen it all before when she'd been hit even harder. You have to put up with it even if you are aggravated and angry. There is no reasoning at all. She hesitated for a moment, walked over to Su Luowei and advised, Luowei, don't feel bad. When you're in the entertainment industry, there's no one who isn't aggrieved. That's just the way the circle is. It's always the big ones bullying the small ones. We're not a match for Tilting City Entertainment yet, so we can only hold back for now. Let's see. During this period of time, it's better to temporarily keep young concubine from going to the set, and this announcement will be pushed off first, until we get through this period of time. Su Luowei bit her lips tightly and didn't say anything. After a long time, she shook her head with a soft sniffle. That way young concubine will have been beaten for nothing. What can be done if we don't? Su Jingchu sniffed inside. If we go to the set again, we might even be bullied by that Lu Siki for a reason. Tilting City Entertainment is much stronger than us. Even if we go to the door, we simply won't be able to get a statement. And we might even be sneered at. Su Jingchu sighed with helplessness in her voice. On the side of Chu Yofei, I'll go see her later and give her some compensation. Luckily, the little girl herself was more understanding and didn't cry. Su Luo didn't say anything. Jiang Chen knew that she must be even more upset in her heart at the moment. With the cleverness of the little nymph, how could she not understand in her heart these things that Su Jingchu had just said? It was precisely because she understood this that she was saddened and shed tears. Instead of immediately finding Qingqing Entertainment to demand a claim and help Chu Yofei out, she knows that she is now simply not capable of doing this. Chu Yofei, this beating, destined to be in vain. On the side, Yan Shuexin also gently patted Su Luowei's back to show comfort. Although she had been able to walk to the position of diva, she had seen and heard a lot of similar things. Still, it was more than a little uncomfortable in her mind when it suddenly happened right in front of her. In fact, in her heart, she still recognized Su Jingchu's statement. Chanwei Entertainment's situation is very unstable at the moment, and everything still has to focus on the development of the company as a whole. Moreover, even if they can't swallow this breath in their hearts, they can't do anything about Qingqing Entertainment. In front of the absolute strength gap, any more grievances can only be broken and swallowed in the stomach. Jiang Chen was silent and didn't say anything. He was tempted to step forward and comfort the little ninny, but after taking a deep breath, he tried to restrain himself. At this time, everyone could mess up, but he couldn't. He knew that Chanwei Entertainment had suffered the biggest blow since its founding. Little Nicky and Su Jingchu had both underestimated the cruelty of competition in entertainment companies too much before. Especially Neisan. The years of her debut had developed too smoothly, and in less than 3 years, she had become a super popular national goddess. Beside her, there was Su Jingchu who always protected her. Yan Tianho was her senior sister, and there were also highly respected teachers above her. Under this kind of environment, Neisan hadn't experienced much aggravation or frustration at all. Even in the year or so since she started her own entertainment studio, the biggest obstacles she's encountered have really been nothing more than minor hiccups. Now, Chanwei Entertainment is about to completely engage with Tilting City Entertainment. The entertainment industry also finally showed its truest and most hideous side in front of this simple silly ninny. Nicky needed this process to completely realize the cruelty of the entertainment industry. He, on the other hand, in his mind, directly placed Tilting City Entertainment on the death penalty table. Su Jingchu said it before. There was no deep hatred between Chanwei Entertainment and Tilting City Entertainment, but there was after today. To make Ninny shed a tear is the greatest hatred of all. He would use all means to make Tilting City Entertainment pay. Under Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu's 1-2 punch of persuasion and consolation, Su Luowei didn't say anything else, only biting her lips hard. She actually knew it better than anyone in her mind. At this time, she had absolutely no way to take Qingqing Entertainment. Even if her heart was again unwilling and aggrieved, it was useless. Tilted City Entertainment was founded much earlier, is much larger, and has a much wider network of people. With her current influence and connections, she simply didn't have the strength to be able to compete with an entertainment company. She stood in place for a long time in a daze. The eyes gradually turned helpless from the initial exasperation, resignation, and aggression. The red, swollen bruises on Chu Yofei's cheeks, and the way she smiled and said it was fine, was like it was engraved in her heart, and could not dissipate for a long time. Her fingers clenched tightly. Is that really all there is to this? Yao Si-chan deliberately delayed her new song. Qingqing Entertainment cut off their announcements behind their backs. All these things, she could accept. But to beat a little girl like this for the sake of targeting her Chanwei Entertainment was something she just couldn't stand. This was something she definitely didn't want to just let go of. And, any ideas? Jiang Chen. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes a little red as she looked at Jiang Chen in front of her desk. Do you have any ideas? In this helpless moment, the only person she could think of in her mind was Jiang Chen. The gazes of the crowd all looked toward Jiang Chen in unison. To be honest, if Su Luowei hadn't suddenly mentioned it, they were about to forget that in this office, there was also a music director who had just taken office. However, several of the women looked at him with little hope. After all, it's the guy's first day on the job. While there seems to be some talent in songwriting, what can one do when faced with this kind of intercompany sparring? At this level, even Diva Yan Shuexin had no way to compete with Qingqing Entertainment. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen, however, gazed calmly and gently knocked on the table. Of course, I have 3 ways. At those words, the crowd froze. Chapter 44, his bottom card is the red bean? What way? Su Luowei froze for a moment and seemed to have found some hope. her gaze tightening as she looked at Jiang Chen. The first one. Do unto others as they do unto you. Jiang Chen stood up. Isn't the actress who hit the man named Lu Siki? With your status as a national goddess, just find a reason to call her out and return her 6 slaps in public is all. Forgive her for not daring to fight back. This way, when Chu Yofei's anger from the beating is out, you will feel better in your heart. At that, everyone in the office froze. Do you really treat competition between companies like a house? Su Jingchu instantly gasped. I can guarantee that as long as Lu Luowei really does this, the next day it will appear on the headline section of all the entertainment news. At that time, not only will Chen Wei Entertainment be completely hopeless, even Lu Luowei will be finished with it. Yan Shuexin on the side also sighed somewhat helplessly. Jiang Chen's approach is indeed too childish. The entertainment industry is not a place to fight and kill. Even if you beat people back, your own reputation will be greatly affected. Su Luowei's gaze also seemed to be slightly disappointed. However, she still continued to ask, also, is there a second way? Of course I have. Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed at Su Jingchu. The second way. Listen to old Primrose. Let's put up with being ostriches. Go home and eat what you should eat. Sleep what you should sleep. Today's matter will be treated as if it never happened. When we get through this period of time, perhaps Tilting City Entertainment will be dissuaded from continuing to target us. However, this matter depends on luck. In case Tilting City Entertainment just refuses to give up, we'll play it out together. Upon hearing this, Su Jingchu once again rolled her eyes, but did not speak out again to retort. This approach is something she has always supported. With Chen Wei Entertainment's current situation, taking the initiative to fight head-on with Qingcheng Entertainment was completely no different from looking for death. It would be better to play it safe and avoid its front, as long as it honestly walks its own path. Tilting City Entertainment will not be asking for trouble. The color of disappointment in Su Luowei's eyes seemed to grow a little more, and she slightly tilted her head, not wanting Jiang Chen to see her loss. Any more? Of course, there is one last way. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to Su Luowei and waited for the little ninny to tilt her head and look at him suspiciously. Only then did he lift his hand and gently wipe away the tears from her cheeks. What I just said was just a tease. The last way is to leave this matter to me, and I will make that woman surnamed Lu apologize to your Chu Yofei in public. Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen in a daze, because at this time, Jiang Chen's gaze was very serious, and this was the first time she had ever seen Jiang Chen show this kind of look even when he wasn't singing. What can I do if I give it to you? Lu Siki was obviously listening to the instructions of Qingcheng Entertainment before she dared to lay her hands on her so ruthlessly. Su Jingchu sighed from the side, with Qingcheng Entertainment stepping in to defend her. There's nothing we can do at all. Obviously, she didn't think highly of the last method Jiang Chen had said. Yes, however, Su Luowei took a deep breath under Jiang Chen's gaze and nodded her head very seriously. I believe in you. She trusted Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen would rarely speak with such an attitude. She knew that Jiang Chen would be serious about this. Luowei, don't be impulsive, Su Jingchu said in a hurry. This Jiang Chen guy was clearly an impulsive master when it came to doing things. Leave it in his hands and there's no telling what kind of mess might happen. Chen Wei Entertainment was Su Luowei's heart and soul, and at the same time, it was also a place where she wanted to work hard and realize her ideal ambitions, and it would be a real pity if it was ruined in Jiang Chen's hands because of that. She's still trying to produce a few more big stars. Su Luowei, however, shook her head, not knowing if it was because she had Jiang Chen's support. Her gaze gradually became firm. Sister Jing, I've already figured it out. Young concubine was beaten because of Chen Wei Entertainment. This matter, I must give her an explanation. Otherwise, I will never be able to get past myself. And there's no way for Chen Wei Entertainment to explain to all the artists. In this matter, I support Jiang Chen, no matter what method he uses, as long as he can. Take a breath for young concubine. I'll accept any result. At those words, Su Jingchu opened her mouth to say something else, but after seeing the firm gaze in Su Luowei's beautiful eyes, she stopped her voice, and it was a long while before she sighed. These two couples really don't have a single one that can save people's heart. She raised her head and gave Yan Shuexin a look of help. At this time, if we could get Queen Yan Tian to step in and persuade her, it might still have a little effect. Yan Shuexin naturally understood what Su Jingchu's eyes meant, but she thought about it for a moment, but didn't go directly to persuade Su Luowei, instead turning her gaze directly to Jiang Chen. What are you going to do? At this moment in her mind, the first thing that surfaced was surprisingly the creased white paper with the lyrics of Red Bean. Jiang Chen dared to say this. Could it be because he still had a hidden card in his hand? For example, that song Red Bean. Is that one of the songs he wrote? The others followed along and looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to hear what he would say. It's not easy? I didn't expect Jiang Chen to shrug his shoulders directly. Spend $200. Buy out Qingcheng Entertainment's janitorial staff. Let her pour all of Qingcheng Entertainment's fortune trees to death with boiling water. And then let her unplug the network cable once every hour, disgusting them to death. In the office, there was a moment of sudden silence. All of them looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. This is your method? Su Jingqiu opened her mouth for a long time before she asked incredulously. Su Luowei's little face couldn't help but collapse as well, her pretty eyes looking towards Jiang Chen, her eyes full of questions. Yan Shuexin held her forehead and sighed silently. Su Mengyao skimmed her lips and made a face at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and returned to his seat, thinking that these women were too humorless. He wouldn't have said those words on purpose if he hadn't been looking at the little ninny sad and thinking of making the atmosphere in the office a bit lighter. Besides, don't you guys realize that the highest end of business warfare often requires such plain and simple tactics? Su Jingqiu this old, all day long just no tense nerves, originally a little bit of, but also by her nervousness, purely eaten up, nothing to find trouble. He reclined slowly against the back of his chair and lit a cigarette. The few women didn't wait for his answer, so they all felt a bit puzzled, but then they saw Jiang Chen's expression gradually become serious. He suddenly took a pen and paper on the desktop and slowly wrote down a few names: Tilting City Entertainment, Yao Si-chun, Lu Si-chi. Then he looked at the three names on the paper, his brows slightly knitted, seemingly pondering something, his fingers tapping on the desktop sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making a da sound. The sunlight filtered through the window and fell on his desk, turning the white paper and the tip of the pen on the desktop golden. No one bothered him. However, apart from Su Luowei, the gazes of several women once again became a bit odd. After what had just happened, Jiang Chen's unreliable image slowly stood up again in the hearts of the crowd. Although Jiang Chen's current state and appearance were serious, for some reason, there was just no way to generate any sense of trust for him in everyone's hearts. This guy, he's just a little bit unreliable. A few minutes passed. Jiang Chen's brows remained furrowed. In fact, to him, all the troubles that Chenwei Entertainment was currently experiencing were not difficult to solve at all. Just the songs he had already written so far were enough to help Morning Vista Entertainment survive the crackdown. If that's not enough, then write a few more songs. But what he wanted to do, however, was not just that. Tilting City Entertainment's sudden targeting had brought about a great crisis for Chenwei Entertainment, but at the same time, it had also shaped an excellent opportunity. An opportunity that was enough to completely open up Chenwei Entertainment in the entertainment industry. What he wanted to do was to make good use of this opportunity, so that Chenwei Entertainment could completely gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. After all, he wasn't planning on wasting much time in the entertainment industry. These small actions of Qingcheng Entertainment were undoubtedly a stepping stone sent to him. As long as he could step on Qingcheng Entertainment to climb up the ladder, it would be hard for Chenwei Entertainment to develop faster. And right now, the only thing missing is a line that would allow him to completely string together the names of Qingcheng Entertainment, Yao Si-chun and Lu Si-chi. A line that would allow Chenwei Entertainment to keep stepping on Qingcheng Entertainment to move up the ladder. Time passed, and the sunlight had gradually shifted from the tabletop to the floor. More than half an hour passed. Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, and a preliminary plan slowly emerged in his mind. He sat up, grabbed a pen from the edge of the table, and drew a big cross over each of the three names on the paper. Several of the women watched his movements with some confusion. Jiang Chen didn't explain, his gaze calmly looking at the somewhat piercing three names and large cross on the paper. For a long time, he finally slowed down to finalize the plan in his mind, and after sighing softly, his gaze was cold as he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. A blocking order. It's been how many years since I've seen one? I didn't expect to employ this tactic again. It would be on a small entertainment company. Chapter 45, Bullying Director Jiang. Hey, Granny. Morning Vista Entertainment, Artist Lounge. Xu Youfei had returned to her dressing room. Sister Yun had just said that she was going to buy some medicine in the pharmacy, so she told her to stay in the lounge by herself for a while first. She had just walked into the dressing room when the phone in her bag suddenly rang. It was her grandmother. Silly girl, why can't I see you when the cell phone you bought me is black? Over the phone, Grandma's somewhat puzzled voice came. Granny, I'm at work right now. I can't answer the video. Xu Youfei's voice paused for a moment before she whispered. In fact, she had deliberately turned off the camera. The scars on his own face, he didn't want Grandma to see. Ooh-hoo, Grandma didn't notice her abnormality. Silly girl, how's it going to be working at the new company? Are you tired? Not tired at all. Xu Youfei looked at the bruises on her face in the mirror for a long time before squeezing out a smile. Everyone takes good care of me, and during this time, I've taken several announcements from the company, so I can make a lot of money. Girl, it's Grandma who is incompetent and doesn't have the money to pay for your education. Otherwise you wouldn't have to come out to work so early. Your father left early, and your mom never came home. So over the years, you've suffered a lot following your grandmother. On the other end of the phone, Grandma suddenly became sad. Grandma, why are you talking about all this again when you're so nice? Chu Yofei said in a somewhat petulant tone. Fine. Grandma won't say anything. Girl, you must take care of yourself over there. It doesn't matter how much money you make. You have enough to spend yourself. Granny's body and bones can still be active for a few more years. Well, I know. Don't worry. The director even praised me today, saying that I acted well. And Sister Luowei also takes good care of me. Everything is fine for me here. Don't you worry. Chu Yofei softly comforted. On the other end of the phone, Grandma barked out so many more instructions, and she agreed to them one by one. Granny, I have to get busy. It wasn't until she gave a gentle reminder that Granny responded. A little embarrassed. Oops, Grandma accidentally said too much again. I'll stop. You go ahead. Waiting for Grandma to hang up the phone reluctantly, Chu Yofei looked at the screen that was gradually going out before slowly placing the phone back on the desktop. Actually, she's not busy at all. It's really a bit of a pretense. The nose was suddenly so sore. Tears fell from his eyes in this moment. Somewhat strained. She didn't cry when she was beaten on set. When she got back to the office, she didn't cry either. But the moment she heard her grandmother's voice, all the grievances and emotions in her heart kept trying to pour out unheeded as if she could no longer control them. She looked at her red, swollen cheeks in the mirror, finally biting her lip and stifling a low, choked sob. In fact, she was really aggravated and in pain, but she couldn't cry, because, in this world, she simply couldn't find any place to rely on. When she got her first role in her life at the movie studio, she had then told herself that no matter what difficulties she encountered, she must work hard and persevere. She wanted to be a big star like Sister Lovey, make enough money and then get her grandmother out of the mountains and live a good life. So after coming off the set, she kept telling herself that she mustn't cry, to hold back. But when she was alone in this tiny room, when Grandma's voice fades from the phone, when the world is silent again, she was finally falling apart. She wanted so much to be herself in this closed little world. I don't know how long it took, but when Jiang Ruoyan pushed open the door of the dressing room, Chu Yofei had already collected her tears. Only her eyes were still slightly red. Jiang Ruoyan was carrying a plastic bag from the pharmacy, followed by an older woman, young concubine. I heard you were injured. As soon as the woman entered the dressing room, she first asked a question, and then couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, looking at Chu Yofei's cheeks in the mirror and covering her mouth. Tao Wanrong met Jiang Ruoyan on her way back to the company, and seeing that the other party was carrying medicine in her hands, she curiously asked a couple of questions. When she heard that the medicine was for Chu Yofei and that the little girl was injured, she hurriedly followed her to take a look. Originally, she had thought that Chu Yofei had only suffered some minor injuries, but she had not expected this appearance. Who beat you up like that? The woman asked incredulously. Chu Yofei was a young girl that the company had only recently signed, and like her, belonged to the cast. Shenwei Entertainment currently only had 2 of their artists who took the actor route, so the 2 were fairly familiar with each other. She loved this somewhat cute little girl. I just didn't expect that the little girl who was fine when she left the house this morning would be like this when she came back. Sister Young, I'm already fine. Chu Yofei forced a smile. How can it be okay? Tao Wanron looked at the somewhat shocking scars on the girl's face and said with great pain, the same bottom of the barrel actors. How could she not be aware of all the twists and turns in the middle of the set? This silly girl is obviously being bullied by the other actors. Such a pretty little face, but it was slapped into this state. Take a few hits? Filled with heartache, she picked up the makeup remover towel from the table and asked in a low voice as she wiped the makeup off Chu Yofei's face. 6. Down. The touch of the cold wipes on the hot cheeks made the little girl's mouth twitch again. Who hit him so hard? Chu Yofei didn't say anything. Zhang Ruoyun on the side directly coldly hummed. Who else could it be? Lu Siki of Qingqing Entertainment. At those words, Tao Wanrong froze for a moment, then leisurely sighed. Hearing the words Tilted City Entertainment, she had already roughly understood what was going on in her mind. The recent conflict between Shenwei Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment. They, the artists, had also received the news a long time ago. I just didn't expect that Tilting City Entertainment would suddenly lay such a heavy hand. Originally, she was still thinking of letting Chu Yofei go to General Manager Su and let the company help her out. However, after learning that the other party was someone from Tilting City Entertainment, there was some helplessness in his heart, and he slowly dismissed the idea. Shenwei Entertainment was now under the deliberate suppression of Qingqing Entertainment, and with all sorts of troubles, it was difficult to defend themselves. Although Mr. Su is a big star of the first tier. He must have been busy lately. How could he have time to care about something like this? Forget it, young consort, just bear with it. She softly consoled. This is how it is in our entertainment industry. Especially for us small actors. How can we not be aggravated? 2 years ago, when I first started out, I was also beaten several times. And at that time, I was still crying. Now, I'm used to it. Getting slapped around a few times is kind of within the realm of acceptable. As long as it's not too much and you just put up with it. She gently wiped Shufiai's little face. Poor City Entertainment is several times bigger than our company. We simply can't afford to mess with it. Sister Jing even told me yesterday that during this period of time, everything should be done in a steady manner. In this matter, you shouldn't blame Mr. Su. She's really nice. It's just that the entertainment industry is completely a circle that relies on strength. And when it comes to this kind of thing, she can't do anything about it. Shu Yofei gently nodded. Well, I know. In fact, she knew better than anyone in her mind. If it was possible, Sister Lovey would definitely help her get a statement. It's just that Tilting City Entertainment really can't afford to mess with it. Chenwei Entertainment was Luowei's sister's heart and soul, and she wasn't the only artist in the company. It couldn't be because of her that the whole company was in a desperate situation, and then how could they explain to the other artists? So, she didn't blame Sister Lovey at all for this incident. Sister Lovey had done her a huge favor by being willing to sign her in the first place. It's nothing to suffer so little on the set yourself. Besides, isn't that the way it is in show business? Who hasn't been wronged by these seniors in the company? Tao Wanrong continued the cotton swab and slowly applied the medicine to Chu Yofei's cheeks. But just then, ding dong, buzz buzz buzz. It was amazing how several bells rang at once in the small dressing room. All three received text messages on their cell phones at the same time. Chu Yofei's cell phone was on the desktop, and she glanced at it suspiciously. The text message was from the company. Notice, due to the fact that our artists were injured for no reason while working outside, from today onwards, all of our artists will suspend their work and rest in the company on standby, with their wages subsidized by the company during the period. Jiang Chen. Seeing this text message, Chu Yofei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Suspend all announcements? No way. What is the company planning to do? On the side, Zhang Ruoyun read the text message, but her expression seemed to freeze for a moment. Somewhat incredulously, he muttered, "No way. Is it true that the conversation I just heard at the door of the superintendent's office? What conversation?" Chu Yofei and Tao Wanrong were puzzled. It's. Zhang Ruoyun hesitated for a while before continuing. When I just passed by Director Zhang's office, I happened to hear him say to Mr. Su very seriously that he would definitely make that woman surnamed Lu apologize properly to our Chu Yofei. Ha! At those words, both Tao Wanrong and Chu Yofei could not help but freeze. Our young Princess Chu? What kind of talk is that? It seems to say pretty much what it means anyway. Zhang Ruoyun nodded with great certainty. I listened very clearly outside the door. Director Zhang's tone was very serious and overbearing. Sister Jing didn't seem to agree too much at that time. But Mr. Su has always listened to Director Jiang, so after hesitating for a while, he could only agree. Ha! Tao Wanrong and Chu Yofei both gradually opened their mouths wide. The overbearing river director who wants to stand up for his young consort? Chapter 46. The Wind Rises complete. Jiang Chen, why did you send such a text message? In the office, Su Jingchu looked at the text message on her cell phone, but she was very confused. The artists in the company right now are all having a lot of opinions because of the reduction in announcements, and I was previously discussing with Luowei that we could use Yen Tianho's resources to stabilize them first. Wait for the situation to get better before developing other resources. You're good. All of a sudden you directly suspended everyone's announcements. It's a wonder the artists don't make a scene then. Just now, Jiang Chen used a special cell phone in the company to send a mass text message to all the artists and assistants, even her. But when she carefully read the content of the text message on her phone, she froze. This asshole Jiang Chen, after taking over Chenwei Entertainment, he really started messing things up. Is it possible to just stop something like a notice? Several artists in the company already had a lot of opinions because of the announcement being cut off. If they were to stop all their announcements, wouldn't that be adding fuel to the fire? On the side, Su Luowei was also looking at him with some confusion, not knowing why Jiang Chen was doing this. Jiang Chen sat in his chair and didn't rush to speak. Instead, his brows knitted slightly in contemplation. In fact, he was in a state of hesitation regarding how to deal with the artists in his company. Suspending everyone is, of course, for their protection. Tilting City Entertainment was already starting to target Chenwei Entertainment's artists, and if they continued to let their artists out to work, they would definitely be deliberately targeted. One couldn't just stand by and watch them being bullied like Chu Yofei. But what next? Now that the company is in turmoil, it would be normal to take a soft and calming approach. However, from Su Jingchu and Su Luowei's mouths, he learned that several artists in the company nowadays were showing signs of turning back under the pull of Qingqing Entertainment. He was certainly able to directly take out enough resources to stabilize all the artists like he did with the trainees, but it wasn't the result he wanted. For an entertainment company, the group of artists is the core and the cornerstone of development, and whether or not it can achieve better development in the future depends mainly on whether or not it can cultivate better artists. But if an artist who has been trained keeps thinking about how to betray the company in his mind when he encounters just a little bit of crisis, is there still a need to train him? Thinking of this, he gently tapped on the table, a particular idea gradually taking shape in his mind. Perhaps it was the excessive behavior of Tilting City Entertainment that made him no longer merciful either. The previous way of handling the situation of slowly pacifying everyone in the company and then slowly taking out resources to fight the competition with Tilting City Entertainment was no longer suitable for the current situation. Since there were already people in the group of artists who were completely biased in favor of Tilting City Entertainment, he felt that there was no need to appease them anymore. Instead, he's going to take a more aggressive approach. Morning Vista Entertainment has reached its most critical moment, but it's also an opportunity for transformation. Only artists who were willing to remain in the company even at this moment and support the company through the difficult times, he would stay and give more resources to cultivate them. And those who jumped the gun and wanted to leave as soon as they saw the company in trouble, then let them be. Yes, it's a test. A month's time can pay off handsomely for whoever sticks with it. But if he couldn't even last a month, and even help Tilting City Entertainment against the company, it was none of his business how miserable he would be in the future. Shenwei Entertainment was destined to take its place in the entertainment industry in the future, and he did not intend to take these fickle people along with him. Jiang Chen lifted his head and realized that the gazes of several women had fallen on him, seemingly waiting for his explanation. He pondered for a moment, but wasn't going to tell everyone what was on his mind. Appraisals need to be kept confidential or they tend to lose their effectiveness. He thought for a moment, then suddenly took a piece of paper from the desk next to him and began to write something on it. At the sight, the women in the office froze. What's this guy up to again? Su Luowei's mood had improved a lot by this time, and she gently walked behind Jiang Chen, only to find that Jiang Chen was writing furiously on the surface of the paper, and the title of the paper's header was very familiar to her. Just the other day, she had rummaged through the cabinet that held her wedding photos and found one just like it. The wind is picking up. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. Why does Jiang Chen suddenly want to write The Wind Rises here? Isn't the melody of this song not completely finished due to lack of inspiration? Does it mean that? Does he want? Now, she had sung The Wind Rises and knew it was a great song of excellent quality. And the process of writing every great song is very difficult. There is just so much to prepare and revise. So although she loved the song, she had never pushed Jiang Chen. She felt that Jiang Chen would naturally perfect the song one day when he was suddenly inspired. It's just that she didn't expect this time to come so soon. Watching Jiang Chen write furiously, her heart couldn't help but follow suit. Yan Shuexin and Su Mengyao also curiously walked over. Both of them couldn't help but freeze for a moment as their gazes landed on the paper in front of Jiang Chen. Is it windy? Another song they've never seen before. The two continued to look down. It's a walk in the park. Follow the trail of a teenager adrift. The moment before leaving the station, there was some hesitation. I can't help but laugh at this nearness. I was overwhelmed by the size of the world. Also indulges in its dreaming. No truth. No falsehood. No struggle. No fear of jokes. Looking at the tip of Jiang Chen's pen, a steady stream of beautiful lyrics flowed out. The eyes of the two gradually became stagnant, and shocked expressions continued to flow out. The quality of the lyrics is really beautiful. It was like two completely different directions from the possibilities that Jiang Chen had just written. Just the little lines alone gave them a sense of the beauty and depth of meaning. Lyrics like this simply can't be written without a full depth of literary skill. They didn't even have to look at the melody. Just by looking at the lyrics, they could tell that it was definitely a good song. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have time to pay attention to their thoughts. He quickly finished the lyrics and started writing the melody. Su Luowei pursed her lips, and the tension in her heart increased. Can Jiang Chen make up the song this time? Su Jingchu also walked over with a puzzled face. She knew the song The Wind Rises as well, except that when she saw it the other day, the melody was only half written, which was a shame. What was Jiang Chen trying to do by writing out this crippled song at this time? Under the gazes of several people, Jiang Chen put down his pen very quickly. In just a minute, he had written to the point where the melody had broken off last time. Su Luowei clenched her fingers tightly, and Su Jingchu's brows furrowed slightly. Then, Jiang Chen's pen tip continued to fall. The subsequent melody flows out slowly. Su Luowei couldn't help but widen her eyes, raising her head and glancing at each other with Su Jingchu. The two men's gazes were filled with surprise. Jiang Chen can already make up the song? Time passes by. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen finally put away his pen, and after picking it up and reading it once, he directly handed this piece of paper filled with words to Su Luowei. Su Luowei had long been impatient to take the paper, then read it carefully. Yan Shuexin and Su Mengyao also came over, looking at the lyrics and melody on the paper, their gazes once again surprised. Jiang Chen really did write another song, and the quality of the song is still, it's very high. Not only the lyrics, but the melody seems to be very beautiful. Jiang Chen sat in his chair, looking at the several women with a look that changed from shock to even more shock. The three stunning women, each with their own distinctive characteristics, were just as fussed over as if they had never seen a good song before. If he wrote 2 more songs, wouldn't these women just jump up and down in fear? Aside, Su Jingchu also seemed to be curious to know what exactly Jiang Chen had written in the second half of the paragraph. She moved 2 steps forward, wanting to move over to watch with a few of Su Luowei's people, but Jiang Chen's brows immediately furrowed. Wait, there's a strange thing that seems to be getting mixed up. Ahem, he coughed, interrupting Su Jingchu's movements and at the same time drawing all 3 women's gazes to himself. I'm going to touch base head-on with Tilting City Entertainment. Which of you is against it, and which of you is in favor of it? He capped his pen and said. The reason he chose this time to write The Wind Rises was to give these women a little confidence. Tilting City Entertainment was nothing more than a medium-sized entertainment company, not to the point of being able to cover the sky with only one hand, and not at all as scary as imagined. At that, several of the women all froze. I object. Su Jingchu immediately raised her own hand. She still felt that Chenwei Entertainment should still focus on stability at the moment, and risky things should not be done casually, otherwise all those years of hard work would not have been wasted. Jiang Chen gazed at Su Luowei. Obviously, it's what she thinks that counts here. The main reason why he had done so much padding and work was also to boost Neisan's confidence. Nikki clutched the paper in her hand, took a deep breath, and nodded. I'm for it. Looking at the song The Wind Rises in her hand, for some reason, a sudden surge of confidence came over her as well. With Invisible Wings and The Wind Rises, she was confident that she would be able to boost her popularity by a large margin in a short period of time, completely stabilizing her name as the little national diva. When the time comes, there will also be more strength to fight against Tilting City Entertainment. Su Jingchu glanced at Su Luowei with some desire to speak, as if she wanted to say something, but then held back. The gazes of the crowd, all together, looked towards Yan Shuexin. Although Yan Shuexin wasn't from Chenwei Entertainment, as Su Luowei's senior sister and a serious rising diva in the singing world, her opinion was obviously important as well. However, at this moment, Yan Shuexin's expression appeared a bit hesitant. Her brows slightly furrowed as her gaze fell firmly on the piece of paper that Jiang Chen had just handed over. To be honest, she was initially supportive of Su Jingchu's idea, but this song, The Wind Rises, suddenly shook her mind a bit. During this time, she was working on new songs for the album herself. In addition to reaching out to musicians in her circle, she has also tried writing her own songs. At first, she had some confidence in the songs she wrote. However, after continuously reading the several songs written by Jiang Chen, she had a sudden and inexplicable thought in her mind about her own songs. That is, elementary school essays. Yes, she felt that the songs she had written were completely elementary school compositions compared to Jiang Chen's. This discovery made her look extremely complicated. She's a diva and she's losing out to a douchebag writer in the matter of songwriting? What's more, she knew that Jiang Chen had, most likely, another song called Red Bean in his hands. She took a deep breath and hesitated for a long moment before nodding silently as well. I'm in favor. Jiang Chen's talent on the path of music was, I'm afraid, even better than she had imagined. Maybe, could try to trust him for once. Seeing this, Su Jingchu was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Hasn't Queen Yan always been on her side? Why the sudden reversal? Confused. Yan diva, how can you trust men so easily? There was one last girl in the office who hadn't commented. Su Mengyao pretended to think for a while, then raised her hand very positively. Actually, well, I think. However, Jiang Chen's side had already clapped his hands heavily, directly announcing the final result. Okay, the vote is 3-1. Let's read it together. No, let's the hell out of Tilted City Entertainment together. Su Mengyao? Chapter 47, Lanara. Where did you pick up the paper airplane? Morning Vista Entertainment. Artist Lounge. The rice bamboo on the table quietly stood its own upright little body, trying to bring a little fresh green to this room. But as more and more artists walked into this lounge, the tension and bewilderment in the room grew. Ugh, Yarrow, did you just get a text? Several artists who received the text message hurried back to the company. During this time, but girls didn't have much left in the way of announcements per se. A lot of resources have been taken away from other entertainment companies. The main purpose for them to run out every day is still to meet more directors of various programs and try to get more job opportunities. After all, resources are the most important thing if you want to make it in the entertainment industry. It was just about lunchtime, and Morning Vista Entertainment had its own cafeteria. However, after receiving the text message, the artists instantly lost all thoughts of eating lunch and all gathered in the company's large lounge. What exactly does this text message from the company mean? Suspend all the artists' announcements? No way. This period of time is already a poor notice. If the direct suspension of work, let them go to drink the northwest wind? There are still daily wages and allowances, but that's just enough to live on and doesn't make a big difference at all. Do you know what this text message from the company means? I don't know. Was it sent by mistake? Who is this Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen you don't even know? It's Sister Luowei's husband, the new music director. Ah, is that the asshole writer? Put. He's the one who sent this text. Ah, does he know anything about the job of a music director? It's not like he's messing around, is it? It's possible. After all, I heard he used to be a writer. What a writer! Supposedly all 3 years were spent at home. Alas, how did Sister Luowei find such a strange husband? Ugh, what are we going to do with such a music director? Why don't we go ask Sister Jing later? In the dressing room cubicle, Su Luowei, Tao Wanrong, and Zhang Ruoyan listened to the complaints and spitting faintly coming from the lounge outside the door. Looking at each other, they were both a little stunned. Director Jiang suddenly stopped all the artists' work. It couldn't really be related to Chu Yofei's beating, could it? But, why would you do that? To protect the artists? Could be too protective? For artists, announcements and resources are the things that come first and foremost. Chu Yofei gently bit her lip. If this is really about her, what should she do? She didn't want to jeopardize the work of the other artists in the company because of herself. In the office, seeing Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin surprisingly both support Jiang Chen, Su Jingqiu sighed quietly. She knew there was nothing more she could say on the matter. I'm afraid, this silly girl Su Luowei had always been toward Jiang Chen. However, she couldn't figure out why Queen Yan Tian also suddenly changed her attitude. If Yan Shuoxin had voted against it like her, perhaps the two could have found a chance to persuade Luowei. But now this situation is. Su Jingqiu shook her head helplessly. Forget it. Let's just listen to God. I hope this Jiang Chen guy doesn't mess around. Honey, what are you going to do? Su Luowei took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen. Of course his first take a nap. After raising enough spirit and then dry his damn Qingcheng Entertainment. Dog day Qingcheng Entertainment. Harmed the old man to take a nap or disturbed several times. Sooner or later to get it dead. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and yawned, then cursed as he re-pulled the blindfold from his pocket. After such a long delay, it's finally time to get some rest. Napping. A nap? Several of the women were staring at him with dumbfounded faces. Su Luowei froze for a moment, then cried her little face off. She thought Jiang Chen had some special plan. The corners of Yan Shuoxin's mouth also twitched. For some reason, she always had the feeling that she had been tricked. I knew it. I was just about to say no to that. Su Mengyao skimmed her mouth and muttered in an unconvinced whisper. Jiang Chen, you suddenly stopped all the artists' announcements. Aren't you going to give a statement? What should I do if someone asks? When Su Jingqiu saw Jiang Chen's unimpressed and casual demeanor, her eyebrows couldn't help but jump a few times. Don't worry. I won't give a single word on the artist's side. Jiang Chen pulled out his ears and said indifferently. Since the decision was made to take a test on the artists, it is natural that there will not be any appeasement efforts. Otherwise, if we leave all the artists behind, who's to blame? Why? Su Jingqiu also reacted after a long time and asked without understanding. There's no reason. It's just like this. Jiang Chen said lazily. The appraisal is confidential and cannot be disclosed. I can tell you that during this period of time, Tilting City Entertainment has been poaching our artists. This irresponsible attitude of his made Su Jingqiu a bit angry and anxious. What if by then all of our contracted artists are going to break their contracts and jump ship to Tilting City Entertainment? I've worked hard to sign all these people one by one. Are you going to let them all go? At those words, Jiang Chen froze for a moment, and instantly became a bit anxious. He slapped down the table heavily and said, Of course not, old chore, you're not allowed to let any of these people go. It seemed that Jiang Chen still understood the seriousness of the matter, and Su Jingqiu secretly sighed in relief in her heart. She was about to say something else, but then she heard Jiang Chen continue slowly. If any artists propose to terminate their contracts, all of them will be approved, but absolutely no one will be allowed to be let go. At the very least, all of them must be allowed to stay at Chunwei Entertainment for another month. Su Jingqiu froze for a moment, not understanding. What does it mean that you can be released from your contract? but not let go? If you let them all go, won't there be no spice packets in my instant noodles? No one can let go of his seasoning packet, Jiang Chen faintly explained, then put the back of the seat down and started his lunch break in a very cozy manner. Eventually, when Su Jingqiu and Su Luowei came out of Jiang Chen's office, neither of them could understand what Jiang Chen meant. What? Instant noodles? Seasoning packets? Jiang Chen, this asshole, can you make things clear or not? Su Jingqiu zipped up her handbag fiercely and said indignantly. On the side, Su Luowei smiled helplessly at her. Before leaving the house, Jiang Chen had assigned tasks to both her and Yan Shuoxin. In the past few days she had to be busy recording the song The Wind Rises, in addition to some other preparations, so there's not much time to come over from the company side, so they can only leave it to Jiang Chen to fool around. Luckily, there was still Su Jingqiu in the company who could help keep an eye on things. Jiang Chen may have his own ideas, she consoled. Let's just trust him. I can feel that he should be serious this time. Su Jingqiu sighed somewhat helplessly. At this point in time, can there be any other way? Let's hope he really has a way to deal with Tilting City Entertainment. What no one noticed was, after Yan Shuoxin walked out of the office, her complexion was somewhat complicated. She walked in the last one, her brows slightly furrowed as if she was thinking about something on her mind. The paper airplane Lanera handed her 2 days ago. Was it Jiang Chen's notes or not? The song Red Bean, was it a song written by Jiang Chen or not? For some reason, after walking out of Jiang Chen's office, the idea of figuring out the truth in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She had already seen 4 songs written by Jiang Chen. Silence, Breathing Pain, Possibilities, Wind Up. Each one is top quality. If this song Red Bean was also written by Jiang Chen, how good would it sound? She couldn't help but have the lyrics written on the paper come to mind. I haven't felt it yet. Snowflake bloom climate. We're shaking together. We'll understand better. Yan Shuoxin is a person who likes to study songs, and it is the years of being almost demandingly picky about music that have allowed her to go further and further down the road as a singer and become the youngest singing diva. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's lyrics came to her mind again and again, trapped in her thoughts. Finally, she took a deep breath and, unable to resist any longer, pulled out her cell phone and dialed her agent. She wanted to ask Lanera about the paper airplane that said Red Bean. What neighborhood had she picked it up in? Chapter 48, Jiang Chen is a demon. Su Luowei had to record a song, so she waited at the entrance of the company for Yan Shuoxin to finish her phone call before they walked together towards the door of the company. But no one noticed that after Yan Tianho put away the phone, her eyes flashed with a shocking and unbelievable light. After the call, it was only then that she sort of got the definitive answer. That paper airplane. It was picked up in Lo's neighborhood, and Lanara's description of the scenery around the path was exactly the same as the green facilities at the entrance of Luowei's villa. Therefore, there was almost no need to doubt that this song Red Beans was written by Jiang Chen. This guy, he actually folds the songs he writes into paper airplanes and flies them around. Really, asshole. After Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin left, Su Jingqiu shook her head and walked towards her office. However, when they passed by the artist's lounge, they suddenly heard a murmur from inside. I think since Sister Luowei is willing to marry Director Jiang, she shouldn't be that bad, right? What do you guys say? Is this text message a mistake sent by Director Jiang? Should we go and remind him? Che, how dare you guys think that? A somewhat contemptuous voice rang out. Su Jingqiu frowned slightly for a moment as she heard that it was Lin Leirong's voice. According to the information she had gotten, Lin Leirong had been acting very jumpy this whole time. If nothing else, he should have secretly signed a contract with Tilting City Entertainment. And it's only a matter of time before he breaks away from Chenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen is just a soft rice man. He eats and drinks at home every day. What can he be capable of? Lin Leirong's voice was a bit snarky. If it weren't for Su Luowei forcibly protecting him, this guy wouldn't even have the qualifications to see our faces. I'm telling you guys, with him as the music director, Morning Violet Entertainment is not far away from completely collapsing. And Su Luowei will definitely regret it when the time comes. I advise you all to think about your own back roads, but don't follow Chenwei Entertainment to the end. Anyway, I am planning to look for Su Jingqiu to terminate her contract tomorrow. And Director Yao of Qingcheng Entertainment has already promised to take on all the responsibilities of breach of contract for me. Humph. When the time comes, I'll make sure to fool around in front of this old woman. I've been on the receiving end of her ever since I joined the company, and I've been looking at her for a long time. Su Jingqiu gritted her teeth as she listened outside the door. Lin Leirong, this little wannabe, seemed to have long predicted that Chenwei Entertainment would definitely be finished, so her attitude was both arrogant and unscrupulous. She almost couldn't hold back several times, wanting to storm through the door and reprimand her, then tell her to pack up and get the hell out of there immediately. But at this time, The words Jiang Chen had just said suddenly popped into her mind somehow. You're not letting any of these people go. If you let them all go, won't there be no spice packets in my instant noodles? Seasoning packets? What exactly is a seasoning packet? What does this guy mean when he talks in a cloud? Why must these dissident artists be left behind for at least a month? Wouldn't it be better to just get rid of people? Su Jingchu's brows furrowed in thought. Jiang Chen, this guy, usually didn't do much serious work. He just liked to put on airs and say things that people couldn't understand. Wait, for some reason, a sudden flash of light went through her mind as she thought about it. No way, could it be that? Jiang Chen's true thoughts are. Her eyes couldn't help but widen as a gleam of incredulity flowed through them. Lin Lorong dared to be so reckless precisely because she expected Chenwei Entertainment to be finished. But what if? Jiang Chen really had the certainty to deal with Qingqing Entertainment. What if it was Qingqing Entertainment that was ultimately finished? What happens then? Jiang Chen dared to say that kind of thing in front of Su Luowei, which meant that in his mind, there was still a way he could deal with Pouring City Entertainment, right? She found that when she adjusted her perspective of looking at the problem to be in line with Jiang Chen, her thoughts became strangely clearer. What if the party that kept hitting the wall in the next month was not Chenwei Entertainment, but Tilting City Entertainment? So what will be the reaction of these artists who are at this moment in the lounge, who are constantly voicing their complaints and questions, when the time comes? If an artist was impatient at this moment, they would ask her to terminate their contract and prepare to jump to Tilting City Entertainment, then only to find out within a month that the loser was Tipping Point Entertainment. What kind of reaction will the other side have when the time comes? Especially this Lin Lorong. She would come tomorrow to break her contract and have to fool around and gloat in front of herself. But if by then she suddenly realized that her backer was no longer reliable, what kind of reaction would she have then? How should she face herself and these co-workers in front of her? Su Jingchu felt her scalp tingle just by simply thinking about it, and her toes couldn't help but pick at the ground. If she was the one facing this situation, she would have chosen to dig a hole in the ground and bury herself, because it's just so embarrassing and horrible. No wonder that bastard Jiang Chen made sure to keep all these people even if he agreed to terminate the contract. No wonder he's suspending everyone and not interviewing a single artist, because he wasn't at all worried about the hearts and minds of the artists and the company being unstable. Or rather, he was trying to make the hearts and minds of all the artists unstable. This guy, it's just on purpose. Su Jingchu stared wide-eyed and sucked in a breath of cool air. She felt she had vaguely touched the truth. That's right, that must be it. Jiang Chen must have done it on purpose. This is a special test he sets for all his artists. In the time he set, all the artists had to make their own choices, whether to choose to believe, or betrayal. That's why he gave it a month. That's why he asked himself to keep all these people, because he's going to take his time and savor the choices and reactions of these people. He treats everyone like a flavor packet. Once someone chose to betray Chenwei Entertainment, what lay ahead of them was not a sunny avenue at all, but the door to hell that Jiang Chen had specially prepared for them. Only those who choose to stay will be able to follow Morning Vista Entertainment and enjoy the fruits of victory together. This is a complete test for the heart, and they are all pawns in the test. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, stood at the highest position, looking at them indifferently, as if enjoying a special farce. This guy, he's the devil, he must be evil. Su Jingchu's eyes flashed with shock and some horror. No wonder, this guy keeps emphasizing can't let go of his seasoning packet, because he merely treated his encounter with Tilted City Entertainment as a bag of instant noodles. If anything, knocking out Dumped City Entertainment represents the pasty side of this bag of instant noodles. Then Lin Lorong and all the artists of Chenwei Entertainment are the seasoning in this packet of instant noodles. What's the point of eating this bag of instant noodles without the flavorings? Instant noodles are only tasty enough when seasonings are added. After Su Jingchu thought about this, she immediately felt a chill slowly rise from her heart. Jiang Chen, this asshole, was simply playing with people's hearts. She took a deep breath and looked horrified as she took a few steps backward, then left the doorway of the lounge with a slightly disorganized pace. At this time, she had very complicated feelings. It was because she realized that although she had guessed what Jiang Chen was thinking, but it also seems that he must follow the steps he has set out in advance. There is simply no second way to go. What's more, she realized that she simply didn't have the courage to stop, either because she suddenly realized a problem. That is, she was surprisingly also eager to see. When Tilting City Entertainment was completely crushed, what kind of expression would that Lin Lorong actually show? She really wants to see this. Jiang Chen is really an asshole. The attraction of these seasonings he prepared was extraordinary, so much so that he couldn't help but fall into it himself. This guy is manipulating the hearts and minds of everyone, not just the artists, but also her. He's the devil. He must be the devil. Su Jingchu took a deep breath, looking stunned and incredibly complicated as she slowly walked in the direction of her office. Chapter 49. Let Su Luowei give birth to a little girl. After Su Jingchu's few people had all left from the office. In the office, only Su Mengyao was left standing stupidly in front of Jiang Chen's desk. She blinked her big eyes with a hopeful and lustful face, as if she had something she wanted to say but was too embarrassed to speak, only waiting for Jiang Chen to take the initiative to ask her. Jiang Chen guessed the other party's mind after just one look at her, but he had no intention of giving the little girl any chance at all. What? Xiao Su, you're still not going out? Do you want to go behind Su Luowei's back and subvert me? Su Mengyao immediately widened her eyes and jumped up with a very violent reaction. Bah! Bah bah bah! Who wants to subvert you? I'm just standing here thinking about things. After that, she huffed and walked out of the office. He went out without forgetting to close the office door with a heavy bang. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless. This stupid girl had the idea of "I want a song too" written all over her face. And she still had the nerve to say that she was thinking here? Do you really think his songs are like cabbages that you can have whenever you want? I've written several songs in a row today, and it's already completely overtime. So any more writing would be inhumane. After Su Mengyao also left, the office was finally completely quiet. The breeze crossed the window every now and then, gently shaking the small potted plants by the wall, bringing a gust of coolness to Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a big yawn and very comfortably slumped down on the chair. After tossing and turning for so long, I was finally able to catch up on some sleep. Has JLT updated today? 4:50 p.m. At the headquarters of the Huaxiao Literature Forum, Zhang Qinan asked the assistant beside him. Not yet. The young assistant shook her head as she clutched her tablet. She refreshed the contest page and realized that all those years we blow the lights out together was still 185,000 words. Zhang Qinan couldn't help but frown slightly. What the hell is going on? Zhanglang Talent has been updating at 3 or 4 p.m. for 3 days in a row. But today it's already 5 p.m. and it hasn't updated yet? Could it be that the consecutive 60,000 word updates of the last few days had consumed all of his savings? She clicked on the forum's backend data in a somewhat irritated mood. Over the past few days, those years we blow the lights out together has continued to fester on the internet, and has been vaguely on the verge of exploding. But they have also received a large number of complaints in the comment box of the organizers of the competition. The complaints invariably came in response to the jungle, and many were from female readers who were too frightened to sleep. They spouted all sorts of jaded asshole behavior and demanded that the platform take the book off the shelves immediately. Although the number of such complaints is high and the language is very strong. However, Zhang Qinan is not much on the heart. After all, the readers are all mouth is not the person. This can be seen from the data. Just 3 days' time, Zhanglang talented end of the hyped data on the more than doubled. It shows that the book itself is also very high quality and engages the reader. What really got to her was that they had also received a lot of complaints from participating authors over the past 2 days. Most of the authors who participated in the women's literary writing contest were women, and everyone wrote love stories. But in a writing contest with a romance theme, a Tomb Raider novel pops up out of nowhere and takes such a high position on the list that it makes female authors have a lot to say. Everyone is taking their books seriously and following the rules, except for this asshole named Gangster who is clamoring for a gimmick and deliberately using horror fiction to torture women in general. This is very bad behavior. Women authors have asked the organizers to disqualify the book immediately. Originally, Zhang Qinan was able to resist the pressure and suppress all these complaints and opinions. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this book, Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together, has all the momentum to burst into flames. In time, their forums and writing contests will be able to capitalize on the momentum and gain a lot of attention. How can a book like this, which can explode all over the internet, just be taken off the shelves? It gave her a bit of a headache though. After 3 days of continuous and steady updates, Zhanglang Talent has suddenly stopped moving today. It's not like the guy couldn't handle the pressure himself and chose to cut off his work, is it? If that was true, what was the point of her persistence? Did you get a reply to the message you sent to Django this morning? Zhang Qinan took a deep breath, turned her head, and looked at the little assistant. Neither. The young assistant shook her head. Zhang Qinan exhaled deeply. What the hell is this jungle guy up to? Hasn't he looked at a computer all day? Have you been writing all day long? She picked up the glass of water at the table and took a slow sip of her tea, sputtering in her mind. Jiang Lang, you mustn't go to the palace to become a eunuch. Otherwise I'll be sure to send you a razor blade. For an afternoon. No one came to disturb Jiang Chen's sleep. After Su Jingchu left the door of the lounge with a complicated mood, she went straight back to her own office and froze for a long time before she began to deal with various matters. She has a lot to do. First of all, the sudden stoppage of so many artists in the company was equivalent to a temporary contract break, and she had to explain it to the brand and the client one by one. It was a good thing that there weren't many announcements during this time, and dealing with them didn't take too much of her energy. The next step was to register the copyrights for the songs that Jiang Chen had written during this time, one by one. This was something Su Luowei had explained to her before she left on purpose. These next songs of Jiang Chen's would be authorized to be sung by the artists in the company, and the copyright must be registered in advance. And Shenhui Entertainment is going to make up the copyright license contract with Jiang Chen. Although Shenhui Entertainment was completely owned by these two couples, and most of the shares were under Jiang Chen's name, but something like a copyright must be clearly defined and can avoid a lot of mess later on. Jiang Chen is both a shareholder of the company and a song copyright owner. So, the guy is basically just totally writing songs for himself. The artists who sing are just doing him a favor. After all, the company itself takes a cut of the notice fees for the revenue the artists earn by singing these songs, and there are additional royalties to be deducted. The vast majority of the proceeds would fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Thinking of this, Su Jingchu couldn't help but have another weird thought. I don't know why, but it seems like all of them, women, are changing their ways to make money for Jiang Chen. There was no need to mention Su Luowei. This silly nymph's heart was completely hung up on Jiang Chen's body. As for the company's trainees in Yin Yun's situation, after the contract was changed, the split ratio came directly to an exaggerated 9-1. That is to say, in the future, after Yi Mu-ning's debut, all the circular fees she receives, the company will take away as much as 90%. Isn't this the equivalent of Yin Yun making money for Jiang Chen in a different way? And still, Yi Mu-ning was willing and grateful to do this. From this perspective, this little girl's percentage of devotion to Jiang Chen was even similar to Su Luowei's. What's even more outrageous is, in the company, there were more than 20 other trainees that were lining up, waiting with bated breath to help Jiang Chen make money. Thinking of this, Su Jingchu couldn't help but let out a leisurely sigh. It's a real people pleaser. She works from morning till night all day long and earns nothing more than a small salary and a share. And this guy, Jiang Chen, laying at home every day, munching and drinking, playing with his life, and there were so many beautiful and excellent girls to make money for him. This guy, he's really playing the soft food life for all it's worth. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed and sat up from his chair, his eyes looking around somewhat blankly. Who's talking about him behind his back? By now the sun had fully set outside the room and the office was dim, probably because he had just woken up. Jiang Chen felt a burst of coolness coming from his body. He yawned and stood up to close the window. He was about to turn on the lights in the office as well, by the way, when the cell phone on the desktop suddenly lit up and buzzed and vibrated. It's after 5 p.m. Who would call? Jiang Chen picked up the phone, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, because the screen displayed an extremely familiar name, Chen Huifang. Hey, Mom! Jiang Chen picked up the phone. That's right, Chen Huifang was Jiang Chen's old mom in this world. As a traveler, Jiang Chen had originally thought that he would be relatively indifferent to family relationships. Unexpectedly, Chen Huifang's appearance completely broke his thoughts, because this middle-aged woman's rambling and enthusiastic maneuvering always made him feel a wave of long lost from his old mother's push. In his last life, Jiang Chen's old mother had died early, and he had spent more than 10 years drifting around without support before coming to this world. The experience of 2 lifetimes had made his eyes and mind completely different, and very few people or things in his daily life could touch him, with the exception of Chen Huifang, because as Jiang Chen's mom, Chen Huifang will not care about her son's thoughts, no matter what Jiang Chen state, what emotions. She is in accordance with their own ideas, and constantly instill their son from the mother's care. Son, did you have lunch at noon? 8 at 6 in the morning. 6 o'clock, can that be called lunch? Chen Huifang was furious with a burst of rambling, and Jiang Chen could only listen honestly. This is the norm for almost every call. Jiang Chen felt that he and Chen Huifang were two completely different people. The only thing he had in mind in his life was to put up a good fight and then enjoy life. And as long as Nikki was happy, there wasn't usually anything he needed to worry about. But Chen Huifang is different. Her husband has to worry about her husband at home, and her son has to worry about his son when he goes out. And every day there seems to be endless words to say and groans to spit. The most important thing is that she surprisingly doesn't feel tired and is full of energy every day. Good. Faced with Chen Huifang's various claims, Jiang Chen could only keep nodding his head. However, just as he was about to yawn again, Chen Huifang suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Morn, you and Su, when exactly do you plan to have kids? Put. Jiang Chen almost didn't choke on his saliva and coughed violently. Mom, why are you suddenly talking about this? To be honest, he hadn't really thought about it before. Su Luowei is a national goddess and he has been floating in the entertainment industry for decades. Getting married in your 20s in the entertainment industry is already considered an early marriage, let alone having children. And suddenly, Chen Huifang, however, was a bit hateful. You and Xiao Su have been married for 3 years. and there's no sign of movement until now. If I don't worry about it, I don't think I'll ever have a grandchild in my life. Cough cough. Aren't we in a special situation? Jiang Chen explained dryly. What are your special circumstances? Chen Huifeng, however, didn't agree with Jiang Chen at all. Her thoughts were simple. Since you've already gotten married and also plan to live a good life, it's only a matter of time before you have kids. Why don't you give birth earlier? This is not only good for Xiaosu's health, but we grandparents can also help out some. And the parents won't be too old when the child grows up in the future. Are you going to have another one in your 40s or 50s so you can just count the gray hairs on your head when the kids grow up? I have to say, Chen Huifeng's output is really strong. So much so that Jiang Chen couldn't even offer any rebuttals and could only nod frequently. Good. I know. What's the idea on Su's end? Chen Huifeng asked again suddenly. Jiang Chen only felt that one head was 2 sizes too big, and said stiffly, Luowei is still young, so she shouldn't be ready yet. No way. Chen Huifeng, however, vetoed it flatly. Nizi spent several days with me during the new year. Can I still not understand? Su likes you, so she's not resistant to this. The biggest sticking point is with you. Ha! Jiang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. You're really a real mom, aren't you? Dare to say anything. His 2-hour capacity. What could go wrong? I'm certainly okay with that. He immediately shook his head and seriously corrected. We're all in good health. We're just not ready. Who told you that? Chen Huifeng also rolled her eyes in exasperation. I mean, have you not visited Xiaosu's home yet? Jiang Chen was stunned. It was true that he hadn't been to Su's house once in the 3 years of his marriage. Although Su Luowei would follow him home for New Year's every year before taking the time to go back to her own home. But whenever Jiang Chen proposed to go to Su Luowei's home to pay New Year's call, it was always delayed due to Su Luowei's temporary arrangements at work. He knew the nature of work in the entertainment industry, and it was common to not stay home, so he didn't care too much. However, when Chen Huifeng reminded him, he realized that he had married someone's daughter for 3 years and had not yet come to the door once. I don't think it's that Su isn't ready. It's more likely that her family doesn't agree and that's why she's been putting it off. Chen Huifeng's words were filled with the sobriety of someone who had been there. Mom doesn't know what the hell your boy did in his past life to marry such a nice girl. But since you're married, it's necessary for you to make a trip to the house, whether the family agrees or not. In many places, girls can't get married and have children until they've met their parents face to face. So take this to heart and take on the responsibilities of a man. And don't put too much pressure on little Su. Jiang Chen nodded silently. Okay, I know. It does seem a bit uncalled for that you haven't visited your daughter-in-law's house in 3 years of marriage. But the whole having kids thing. Jiang Chen's thoughts couldn't help but drift away a bit. Does he really not want to have kids? Didn't seem to have thought about it seriously before. Now that it was suddenly brought up by Chen Huifeng, his mind couldn't help but conjure up scenes after Su Luowei's pregnancy and childbirth. Think about the child was born. He was at home every day. With the child. With the little Ni. This kind of life seems pretty good. There was no need to worry about career matters. As long as Su Luowei was willing, he was fully capable of helping the little ninny make a comeback to the entertainment industry at any time. Jiang Chen hadn't gotten married in his last life and hadn't thought about having children. At this moment, however, it was suddenly a little heartfelt. If Ninny could really give him a little girl, then he does not have to do anything every day. Just stay at home with the little girl fooling around. Play hide and seek is also quite good. Chapter 50. Jiang Chen wrote another song? Magic City. By the road. Wearing a sun hat and large sunglasses, dragging her suitcase, the woman looked at the scene of traffic and skyscrapers in front of her, her expression gradually falling into a stupor. Where is it? Her hair was slightly curled, and she was wearing sexy high heels with a tight black dress and luscious red lips under her sunglasses. Although wearing large sunglasses, but still can be seen, this is a very beautiful woman. A tight dress, but also outlined her sexy body arc. This eye-catching dress. Along the way do not know how many pedestrians attracted the attention. And there are even a few unlucky guys, due to look too involved and accidentally crashed into the roadside sharing bicycle. The woman was oblivious to the fact that the traffic jam not far away was none other than her own cause. She looked at the completely unfamiliar street in front of her and frowned slightly. Damn Chinese Literature Forum. The headquarters was obviously in Kyoto, but why did it have to organize the event in Mordor? And also did not arrange for a special car to transport her, causing her to come all the way from Kyoto. But even the direction is a bit discernible. She hesitated for 2 seconds before decisively pulling out her cell phone and dialing for help. Hey, hello, I seem to be lost. Ding dong. Jiang Chen's side had just ended the call with Chen Huifeng when his cell phone vibrated again. But this time it was a text from Nikki. Su Luowei said that she had already recorded the demo tape of The Wind Rises with Sister Yan, and was at the door of the company at the moment, asking if he wanted to go to dinner together. Jiang Chen touched his stomach and realized that he was indeed a bit hungry. This sleep went straight into the afternoon, and I can't believe I didn't even get to eat my noon meal. Chen Huifang admonished is also right. People are iron. Rice is steel. A meal is not eaten hunger. Next time, don't starve yourself for work. He patted his belly, grabbed his cell phone, and headed for the office door. The company's corridors were quiet, perhaps because he had suspended all of the artists' work. Everyone left work quite early. Even Su Jingshu didn't know where she had gone. This old primitive. He won't sneak off to hide somewhere to be lazy. Will he? Jiang Chen muttered in his heart. When he arrived at the front door of the company, he realized that Su Jingshu and a few others had turned out to be waiting for him in the parking lot earlier. Su Luowei stood aside holding up the phone. Her expression seemed a bit dumbfounded, and she didn't know who she was talking to. Yan Shuexin still had the same cool look, her aura powerful as she stood in the middle of several people. The little girl Su Mengyao was also there, but perhaps because she was still angry from the morning's incident, when she saw him walking towards her, she purposely snorted coldly and turned her head away, not wanting to bother with him. Oh, little girls just love to hold grudges. It's just that she didn't write a song for her, so why do you remember it until now? Jiang Chen walked over to Su Mengyao's side and deliberately pretended to cough. Xiao Su, I just put a piece of paper on the desktop. I feel it should be quite suitable for you. Do you want to take a look? Su Mengyao froze for a moment at his words, and then her eyes immediately lit up. A piece of paper? Does it say? Even Yan Shuexin and Su Jingshu couldn't help but turn their gazes over when they heard his words. Jiang Chen wrote another song? Okay, I'm going to check it out. Su Mengyao hurriedly nodded her head, not forgetting to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes as she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Chen. Thank you, senior brother-in-law. I knew you wouldn't forget me. No need to thank you. Go on. It won't be good if you're seen later. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Yeah. Su Mengyao nodded, and after wiping her tears, she cheerfully headed in the direction of the office building. Su Jingshu and Yan Shuexin looked at her back, glancing at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Jiang Chen wrote a song for Su Mengyao? No way. May. Why does it always feel like there's something wrong somewhere? This guy, can he be that kind? 5 minutes later, Su Mengyao's figure reappeared at the entrance of the office building, and she was really holding a piece of paper in her hand. Su Jingshu and Yan Shuexin's expressions froze once again. Jiang Chen really wrote a song? However, when Su Mengyao walked in front of her, Su Jingshu was about to ask something. The little girl's expression, however, was straight up taut, pointing at Jiang Chen. His face was filled with grief. Bastard senior brother-in-law. You dare to lie to me. I searched for half a day, and this is the only thing on the table. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingshu both froze for a moment, looking towards the piece of paper in the little girl's hand in unison, only to find that it seemed to be an advertising flyer. Castle Peak Cerebral Palsy Rehabilitation Hospital, caring for children with cerebral palsy. Starting from me. The corners of Yan Shuexin and Su Jingshu's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Jiang Chen, this is really bad. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, when did I say that there was something else on the table? The advertising flyer was something he found when he entered the office this morning. I don't know what kind of unscrupulous dispenser threw this kind of advertising leaflet through the door. I wanted to throw it away, but his office had just gotten a new one and he didn't have a trash can ready, so he just threw it on his desk. Su Mengyao knew that she had been tricked, and when she thought that she had just actually rummaged through the office for half a day, she was so angry that tears were about to fall out of her eyes. She wiped her tears and turned around, full of aggression, deciding to never bother with Jiang Chen again. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingshu glanced at each other, their expressions both somewhat speechless. When Su Mengyao ran into this scoundrel Jiang Chen, she really couldn't even reason with him. At this time Su Luowei seemed to have finished her phone call as well, and her face was a little weepy as she walked over. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. He looked at the little ninny's delicate body, and in his mind he couldn't help but remember what Chen Huifang had just instructed him to say. If he really let Su Luowei give birth to a little girl for him, it seems to be quite good for him to hold the little ninny on the left and the little girl on the right. Su Luowei didn't notice the dissimilarity in Jiang Chen's gaze, and said in a soft voice, I wanted to go for dinner, but Yi just called and said that she seemed to have accidentally gotten lost. Yi? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then seemed to remember something. It wouldn't be that roommate of yours, Gong Yi, would it? Su Luowei nodded. Gong Yi was her college roommate. Gong Yi was still a bridesmaid when she and Jiang Chen got married, so Jiang Chen knew her as well. However, it seems that there has always been a bit of bad blood between the two, and when they meet, they always look at each other in a bad way. She came to Magic City, originally wanted to give me a surprise, but it seems that she found the wrong way, Su Luowei said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes when he heard this. although he had only met Gong Yi, a woman he had only met a few times. His impression of her was just one word, and that was big waves, because this woman not only has big waves, but big waves and waves. Obviously, she was the same age as Su Luowei, but she always liked to dress herself in a mature imperial style, and the personality is big and uninhibited. When you see something that doesn't look good, you're bound to come out with sarcasm plus spit. That's why he could never get along with this woman, because Gong Yi couldn't help but engage in a bit of cynicism every time she saw him. Why don't we go ahead and pick her up? Su Luowei looked at him a little embarrassed and said. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, obviously somewhat reluctant. Gong Yi? Why does that name sound familiar? Su Jingqiu also heard the conversation between the two from the side, but suddenly asked with some curiosity. She wouldn't be the one reported on the news 2 years ago. Actress who slapped director Zhang in public on the set, right? Chapter 51, Boys who are handsome are just easy to target. Su Luowei froze for a moment, not realizing that Sister Jing actually had concerns about her roommate as well. But back then that incident, a lot of news media were involved in reporting it, and there were a lot of people in the circle who knew about it. She hesitated, then nodded. Yui Miyagi was indeed an actress back in the day. A year ago just graduated from school. Gong Yi, because of outstanding appearance, took over the female lead in a drama. The director is still the domestic famous director Zhang. The play is a big production. The cast is very strong, and Gong Yi opposite a full 7 or 8 first-line stars, but she is the only female lead in the play. It can be said that as soon as this drama is finished, Gong Yi's popularity can immediately move from a debut newcomer directly into the ranks of second-tier female stars. Debuting under such circumstances, Gong Yi was basically no different than picking up a golden dollar on the road. Even Su Lo called over to congratulate her, but then I don't know what happened. The crew has clearly announced the cast on the network, but Gong Yi suddenly announced a strike, but also on the set in front of all the people, slapped Zhang big director a hard slap. As for the reason, then it seems to be because Gong Yi's character in a play that she liked a lot at the time was suddenly deleted by director Zhang. Gong Yi was very angry and went to find director Zhang to argue. Then after arguing for half a day to no avail, in a fit of anger, he slapped the director angrily, and then later, Yui Miyagi then declared a strike, and the angry director Zhang personally put out the word to make Gong Yi never get another scene to shoot. Sure enough, from that day on, Gong Yi's figure never appeared on the screen again. Su Jingqiu suddenly brought up this matter, and Su Luowei's expression was actually somewhat helpless. Gong Yi was obviously a great beauty, but when she was in school, she was known for her love of reading books. Often, I was criticized by the teacher in class by name for peeking at novels. Sometimes she would even argue with someone for a long time over a character in a book. It's okay to enjoy reading novels originally. It was just that what Su Luowei somewhat didn't expect was that Gong Yi hadn't changed this even after her debut on the set. Novels are changed into movie and TV dramas. It's normal to have deletions and cuts in the plot and characters. Who would have thought that Gong Yi would have an argument with the director because of this kind of thing? Even ended up slapping the director. Now more than a year has passed. I don't know how she's really doing now. Damn. This woman is a troublemaker. Just get lost and let her go straight to the police. Uncle Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said reluctantly. He and Gong Yi definitely had some bad luck, and every time he saw this woman he got a headache. However, Su Mengyao, who was on the side, deliberately tried to sing against him. Just go, Sister Luowei. I want to go too. I also want to meet Sister Yi. I still want to ask her what really happened back then. It's been a long time since I've seen this girl. Go check it out. Yan Shuexin on the side actually nodded and said after a long time of contemplation. She and Su Luowei are sisters from the same school, and she also met Gong Yi a few times in school, and she was quite impressed with Su Luowei as her roommate. Su Jingqiu nodded along. Women are gossipy. Apparently, she was also interested in this Gong Yi as well. Yay! The vote is 4-1. Su Mengyao raised her hand and couldn't wait to announce the result, then spat her little tongue at Jiang Chen and crossed her arms, looking at him with flair. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, secretly spitting in his heart. Sooner or later I'll sell you to a rich man's house as a nanny. Since several of the women had already made their decisions, Jiang Chen's reluctance didn't seem so important. The group decided on this. Set out to pick up Yui Gong and find a place to have dinner on the way. Jiang Chen originally didn't want to get on the bus yet, intending to emphasize his opinion once again, but in the end, under the strong protest of the stomach, and quite helplessly, he chose to compromise. Half an hour later, the two cars they drove out and finally found Gong Yi in front of a kindergarten. To be honest, Jiang Chen couldn't imagine at all what it took for a woman to be this stupid. I can't believe I got lost all the way from the airport to the kindergarten door. He was even tempted to put a camera in the woman's head and study how the hell she did it. as Su Jingshu was worried that Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei's appearance would trigger a traffic jam. So in the end, it was decided that Jiang Chen would get out of the car and help Gong Yi carry her luggage onto the car. Under the curious gazes of a group of young kids, Jiang Chen put the suitcase into the trunk with great displeasure and closed the car door. A few years passed. Gong Yi's appearance didn't seem to have changed much, and her outfit was still in the sexy imperial style, although she was wearing large sunglasses and a sun hat that covered her face. However, Jiang Chen knew that if this woman took off her sunglasses, I was afraid that the turnaround rate of the pedestrians on the road would be doubled again. Gong Yi was simply born to be an actress. In addition to a body that was tantalizing enough to make a mistake, it was surprising to see that she had a scourge and flavorful face. Luckily it was shut down before it even debuted. Jiang Chen silently spat out a sentence in his heart. Otherwise this woman would not know how many love-struck teenagers she was going to plague on the TV screen. These are the flowers of our country. Couldn't stand the ravages of such a leprechaun. When Gong Yi got on the car, the two cars didn't stop where they were and drove directly to a private kitchen restaurant. The so-called private kitchen restaurant is actually a farm estate that hosts only 3 or 4 tables of guests per day. Such estates are usually set up in more remote locations. The manor house has different private rooms, all separated by separate courtyards, focusing on a privacy and confidentiality, very popular amongst celebrities from all walks of life. Of course, the consumption of a meal in such a place is not low, and the consumption of a meal in any courtyard is often tens of thousands of dollars or more. And the restaurant they were going to now was called Moonfeast House. Shuexin Yan is the investor behind it. So under the arrangement of Yan Tianho, the staff of the private kitchen had thoughtfully prepared a quiet little courtyard of private rooms for a few people. The two cars were guided by the staff and drove straight into the middle of the courtyard. Get out of the car. Gong Yi then gave Su Luowei a big hug with a big grin. It's been a long time. Vi. Missed you. Me too. Looking at the two who were passionately embracing each other, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth on the side twitched, and images of some spherical objects colliding couldn't help but appear in his mind. It won't crush, will it? What are you looking at? Just as he was fantasizing, Su Luowei suddenly reached over and slapped his arm in an unkind manner, pulling Jiang Chen out of his unnameable thoughts. Lo, why is this mongrel salted fish tagging along? Gong Yi seemed to have noticed Jiang Chen's gaze as well, and her face immediately turned icy cold. Jiang Chen's screen name was Salted Fish in the River, so Gong Yi had always taunted him as a salted fish. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, thinking you Gong Yi, if it wasn't for the fact that I just helped you carry your suitcase onto the car, you stupid woman would still be staring at the kindergarten entrance. Su Luowei also seemed to be aware of the two's habit of being at each other's throats whenever they met. Somewhat helplessly holding his forehead, he took Gong Yi's arm and snapped, never mind, let's go inside and talk. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Tell me quickly what you've been doing all this time. Only then did Gong Yi let out a cold snort and stop looking at Jiang Chen. Lovey, you've been married for 3 years. Why are you still always looking towards this asshole? I told you in the beginning. Don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy is actually a scoundrel with a skin thicker than a city wall. The two women held hands and headed for the box. Jiang Chen stood silently, lighting a cigarette with indignation and emotion in his heart. Thinking that boys are better looking is how easy it is to get targeted out there. He was the one who took Su Luowei by virtue of his strength in the first place. How did he become a practicing cheater? Gong Yi was simply slandering. Yan Shuexin, on the side, suddenly nodded her head as if in recognition. Jiang Chen felt a little comforted inside, and after exhaling a deep breath of smoke, he turned his head and asked, Old Yan, do you think so too? Yan Shuexin's cool eyes gave him a somewhat puzzled look, then nodded. I just suddenly thought that Yui was right about the word scoundrel. It really does fit you quite well. After saying that, she walked in the direction of the box without looking back. Jiang Chen froze in place for a moment. Slightly, big bummer. Su Mengyao spat her tongue at him, flaunted a cold snort, and also walked in the direction of the box. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened as he tilted his head back to look at the sky. After a long time, he sighed softly. What the books say is really right. The prettier a woman is, the more she can cheat. Chapter 52. Oops. The novel I wrote was discovered. By the time Jiang Chen walked into the box, several women were already chatting. The environment inside the box was elegantly decorated, and a table was not too big, just enough to seat 8 people. But the room was much more spacious than expected. Chinese-style sofas, tea tables, wall paintings are all available, and there are even some tiny Luohan pines on a small table on one side of the wall, which has a very ancient flavor. Yui, what have you been doing all this time? Su Luowei asked curiously. When Gong Yi was first blocked, she actually thought about finding some resources for Gong Yi, but they were all politely rejected by her. So over the past year or so, She wasn't quite sure what Gong Yi was busy with. "I'm not shooting anymore." Gong Yi seemed to be a little smug and waved her hand. "Filming and stuff is too troublesome, often changing the script around. It's annoying. I started writing a novel straight away." "Huh? As a writer?" At those words, the women in the box froze for a moment. Then their gazes looked in Jiang Chen's direction. If they remembered correctly, Jiang Chen seemed to be a writer as well? It's a mixed bag kind of thing though. Humph. What kind of writer is he? It's been so long and nothing has been written. Gong Yi obviously noticed Jiang Chen as well, skimming her lips and snorting disdainfully. "It's 3 years. 3 years without writing anything." Su Mengyao immediately stretched out 3 fingers and grunted for emphasis. Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen. She remembered what she had told Jiang Chen a few days ago. As long as you can write a decent book, then you won't be allowed to be the music director. In the past few days, Jiang Chen has been banging on the keyboard in the studio as soon as he is free, and he doesn't know if he has written anything. "Sister Yi, so you became a writer in only a year?" Su Mengyao was now interested in being able to anything that could spit on Jiang Chen, and asked after her with bated breath. "That's for sure. I just happened to recently enter the Women's Literature Writing Contest organized by the WAF. My book was originally ranked number 1 on the popularity list, and I came to Mordor this time to participate in the contest organizers' event." Gong Yi nodded with some arrogance, but when she said this, a trace of indignation suddenly appeared on her face. Unfortunately, it was overtaken by a douchebag romance novel at lunchtime today, and now it's only in second place. "Wow, that's pretty impressive too." Su Mengyao froze for a moment and couldn't help but praise. She had originally thought that Gong Yi was just writing for fun, but she didn't expect to achieve such good results. Then, as if she had remembered something, her gaze glanced if anything in Jiang Chen's direction. Much better than some cheating senior brother-in-law who only pretends to be something he's not. Jiang Chen was the only one in this box who could be called senior sister's husband, and the meaning of the targeting was very obvious. Jiang Chen bristled, but did not say anything. In fact, his heart was also a little surprised. Gong Yi actually also participated in the competition of the Huaxia Literature Forum? That's a hell of a coincidence, isn't it? And so on. The book that overtook her at lunch today, shouldn't it be? On the side, Su Jingchu's face suddenly changed. Women's literature writing competition? She remembers the last time her best friend sent her the horror romance book that kept her up at night, and it seems to be the contest she entered. Yui, with some curiosity, she asked, "What's the name of that novel that backfired on you? What else could it be called?" Speaking of this, Gong Yi seemed to immediately come on fire and said through clenched silver teeth, "The title of the book is All Those Years We Blow Out Lights Together. I get angry when I see this book." Upon hearing this, the several women in the box, other than Su Jingchu, were all a bit curious as to what was going on with this book that could make Gong Yi so angry. The corner of Su Jingchu's mouth twitched. She knew, was the book. This horror romance novel, which she had actually been catching up on for the past few days, caused her to be afraid to sleep alone at night. So for the past 2 days, she had been finding excuses to stay at Luowei's house. Jiang Chen's eyebrows also raised slightly. He hasn't updated today, so he's not quite up to date on the book. Just know that when I watched it yesterday, it was still number 3 on the popularity list. I didn't expect that today. It actually rushed straight to the first place, and even made Gong Yi angry. Those years we blew out the lights together? It sounds quite romantic. Su Mengyao asked, "Is it written about a love story from 50 or 60 years ago? My grandmother told me that there were no electric lights back then." Gong Yi's expression, however, was suddenly a bit strange. The title of this book does seem like a love story, but only after you kind of get into it do you realize how horrible it is. And it's still the kind that you can't stop reading at all. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, if you've read it, you'll definitely understand what I mean. This book is an absolute asshole of a book. Gong Yi secretly sighed in her heart. She actually wanted to expose the evil deeds of this book, but she hesitated for a long time and eventually gave up the idea. Hated the book though, but for some reason, she always restrained her inner urges whenever she introduced them to her friends. This book is placed in this section of romance novels like an unknown riddle. It wouldn't be much fun to just reveal the mystery. The only way to deeply understand what makes this book an asshole is to have experienced it firsthand. Before she had opened Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together, she also could never have imagined that the book would keep her awake for days. Hearing her words, the few women in the box, other than Su Jingchu, instantly became even more curious. What the hell kind of book is this? To actually make Gong Yi show such a tangled expression? Su Mengyao's curiosity was heavier. The first one didn't hold back, directly opened her cell phone and searched for Those Years, the Lights We Blew Together. In a few moments, all the information about the book appeared on the screen. Sure enough, just as Gong Yi had said, The book was being entered into the women's literature writing competition, and the theme of the writing was love. Instead, she couldn't help but gasp when she clicked on the writing contest leaderboard page. Wow! This book is awesome. It's #1 on all the lists. At this time, Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin were also somewhat interested in their own cell phones and found the same homepage of the competition. Sure enough, on the 4 leaderboard lists on the contest page, the first place positions, heck, they had all been taken by this book. Those years, the lights we blow together, popularity list, hype list, updated list, even that troll list, which is mainly used to create buzz about the topic, is no exception. See here, several people's expressions became even more curious and puzzled. How can this novel dominate 4 lists in a row? Does it mean that the love story written inside this book is moving and sadistic? You can't help but want to watch it, but you also want to vomit on it? Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin looked at each other and both clicked in with some curiosity. They usually read novels to pass the time when they are resting. Su Luowei, in particular, still has to read scripts occasionally, so she's not resistant to things like novels. The corner of Su Jingchu's mouth twitched as she watched both of them seem to be ready to start reading, and she originally wanted to say something, but after thinking for a moment, she sighed and gave up. Forget it. It's not fun to talk about such things. Perhaps, clicking on the book without knowing anything about it at all is the most proper way for it to be opened. Only then can you appreciate the essence of this book. Chapter 53, Zhang Lang is a genius. Author, Zhang Lang Talent. Book message, are you ready for this? This is going to be a whole new way to open a love story. Go to the homepage and the screen displays basic information about the book. Su Luowei looked at it then looked up curiously. Hubby, this author's pen name is Zhang Lang Talent Exhaustion. Very similar to your pen name, Salted Fish in the River. Ugh. Have you read this book? Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard this. As expected, anything that had anything to do with Gong Yi would become troublesome. Of course he has read this book. Not only has he read it, but he has even published it in the Huaxia Literature Forum. Originally, he had planned to use the book to prove his writing ability to Su Luowei as a way to excuse himself from his position as music director. However, now that Shanwei Entertainment has been targeted by Qingqing Entertainment, the company's artists are being bullied, and Nicky is sad and upset. He has no choice but to postpone this matter for the time being. After completely resolving this trouble with Tilting City Entertainment, he would choose an opportunity to announce his identity. I'll be sure to fool around in front of Nasen when the time comes. Ha! This time, naturally, it's better to act as if you don't know first. Thinking of this, he directly skimmed his mouth, somewhat disdainful. I'm not interested in watching this kind of mindless writing contest. It's not interesting at all. I'll just write a random book Pleasant Goat Loves Red Wolf and enter it, and I'll probably get first place. Listening to Jiang Chen's big words, the corners of the women's mouths in the box all twitched at once. Somewhat speechless, this writing competition of others is organized by the Huaxia Literature Forum, which belongs to the semi-official level of the national competition, and in the field of writing, it is already the highest level of competition. Winning places and certificates in competitions is something you can put directly on your life resume. And you, a jerk writer, can't even look at it? And what sheep? Wolf. If you did bring this animal love book to the competition, would you not be laughed at by everyone? Su Jingchu directly rolled her eyes. Su Luowei also blushed slightly. Jiang Chen really didn't have any talent in this aspect of writing, and the things he said made people laugh and cry from time to time. Gong Yi snorted coldly with a despicable expression on her face. How can this guy call himself a writer when he doesn't have a clue? Box. The women snorted coldly and no longer cared about Jiang Chen, but continued to look through their cell phones. Scratch down the book cover page to the body of this novel. Chapter 1, That Year of White Paper. My grandfather's name was Hu Huka. Time passes by. Several women were engrossed in the story. Wait for the waiter to push in the door with the food. It took Su Luowei a moment to stifle a shiver and snap back from the text on the screen. She raised her head and similarly saw the unbelieving gleam in Yan Shuoxin and Su Mengyao's eyes. This romance novel. How could it be so horrible? And even if it was scary, there seemed to be a different kind of magic that kept drawing them down. What the hell is going on here? Several people had never read this kind of love story related to grave robbing and exploration, and they immediately felt that the plot, although horrible, was very original. And this Zhang Lang is so well written that every episode seems to hide a hook that keeps hooking their curiosity to keep scrolling down. So even though the horror is getting stronger, there's still no control at all over the finger that's swiping down the screen. Indeed, it's a good book, and so on. It took a few people to react. Why is such a horrible novel on the popularity list of the Women's Literature Writing Contest? And, it's still a love-themed writing contest. This is too outrageous. The women couldn't help but look strange. They felt that after reading this book, Even if they were sitting in this brightly lit box at the moment, they could feel that there seemed to be a cold air slowly coming out from behind them, and they were a little afraid to look behind them. So what if? What about a girl who clicked on this novel alone? On a big night? You're not too scared to come out from under the covers, are you? The three of them looked at the book on the screen of their cell phones that was like a bully, dominating the first place of the 4 lists of the women's literature writing competition. And at this moment suddenly understood why this book could not only dominate the popularity list, but also lead the top spot of the troll list. Because it's a totally off-the-wall novel. What Gong Yi had just said, they could gradually understand. It really is an asshole novel. This jangler is also an asshole. How bad does one have to be to think of writing such a horrible love story in a women's literature writing contest? Is this going to scare all the ladies to tears? Su Luowei took a deep breath and looked at Gong Yi with some disbelief. How can such a book that doesn't fit the theme of the competition keep dominating the popularity list? Don't the organizers care? Humph. Organizers? Speaking of this matter, Gong Yi seemed to be angry as well. I can't tell you how many readers have complained about this book in the meantime, but the uniform response has been that it contains romance elements, fits the theme of the contest, and doesn't violate any rules. Ha! At that, several of the women were in a bit of disbelief. It's a total horror novel, and that's not a violation? Gong Yi sighed and continued. After all, in the organizers' competition rules, it doesn't say that romance novels can't incorporate other elements. Technically, the book, and really, sort of fits the entry theme. At that, she bristled with resentment. This Jiang Lang is also equivalent to playing a game, so that the organizers can't do anything with him either. At those words, the expressions of the crowd were a bit strange. It's really a forest of new things. This was the first time they had heard of such an outrageous thing. And this Jiang Lang is indeed a ghostwriter, writing blatant horror novels in a love-themed writing competition, surprisingly making the organizers unable to do anything about him. The jungle is really bad. Su Mengyao huffed. No, I should say smart. Yan Shuexin frowned slightly in contemplation for a moment, but then shook her head. If I'm not mistaken, this Jiang Lang, I'm afraid it's a genius. The crowd froze and looked at her with some curiosity. Even Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. All the women in this room were accusing the jungle of evil, making him a little embarrassed himself. He just wanted to write a good book in the first place. He really didn't want to toss so many girls in the middle of the night. Yan Shuexin actually thought he was a genius? Why? Chapter 54 Parting Love. In the quiet box, everyone looked towards Yan Shuexin. Existence is reason. And the fact that this book still managed to take the #1 spot on the popularity list despite being a little out of line with the theme of the contest is obviously not something that can be achieved entirely by gimmickry either. Yan Shuexin continued. I just read it and realized that the plot of the book is very original, written in a way that has never been seen before in stories related to grave robbing. The writing is very good. The realism and suspense are shaped very well. That's why it's an empathetic and scary read. So I think if you put this book in the category of horror fiction, it would be a classic as well. At those words, the crowd couldn't help but nod. Obviously all very much agreed with what Yan Shuexin had said. Jiang Chen quietly picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip of tea, and secretly nodded in his heart. Yan Shuexin's analysis was not wrong at all. How hot this book was in the beginning, only he knew in this box. This is the first novel that pioneered the toon rating genre. If it wasn't hot, how could it have attracted so many authors competing to imitate it? But this journeyman has chosen to post it in a women's literary writing contest. Yan Shuexin shook her head and continued. I think it's very likely that this Jiang Lang talent is still a genius who knows how to market. At those words, the expressions of the crowd were all a bit surprised, looking towards Yan Shuexin in puzzlement. Have you ever thought that when the readers clicked on the book, they kept thinking that what they were about to read was a sweet romance novel, so they were not fully prepared psychologically, and reading the book under such circumstances, the horror feelings would be even more profound. That's why it could scare many girls to sleep at night. Yan Shuexin continued. So I think the odds are that Jiang Lang is deliberately releasing this book in a love-themed women's literature writing contest. Counterintuitive maneuvering will not only make the book a deeper experience, it will also earn the book more buzz and retweets. But this kind of thing simply can't be done without enough gumption and self-confidence. That's why I think Django is not only a talented author, but must also be an extremely marketing-savvy genius. After hearing Yan Shuexin's analysis, the few women in the box reacted. This Jiang Lang is so powerful? Su Mengyao said with wide eyes. Hard to believe. She just felt bad for the jungle just now. Gong Yi gritted her teeth, originally wanting to say something to retort, but after careful thought, she remained silent somewhat helplessly. She knew that Yan Shuexin and Su Jingqiu were right, although Jiang Lang Kai Dai was bold enough to use this way to gain attention. But without a little bit of strength, who would dare to operate like this? This book, Besides, is really well written. Jiang Chen's expression on the side was a bit strange. The teacup in his hand just picked up and involuntarily put down. His mind silently recalled that afternoon the other day when he had chosen to release Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. The man of that time had given so much thought to it in just a few minutes? Could he really be the legendary genius? Box. None of the women spoke again, but nodded silently. The race theme aside, this book is truly a rare masterpiece, with excellent writing and plot content, and a great sense of immersion and realism. It's like this author has actually robbed graves, and it's great at catching the eye and creating conversation. No wonder it's done so hot in just a few days. Only Jiang Chen frowned slightly, seriously pondering whether he really had a talent for marketing or not. Originally, I wanted to hear more from everyone to express their opinions, but seeing that several women were gradually becoming silent, I simply coughed and deliberately said, in my opinion, this Zhang Lang is not a marketing genius at all, but is just a person who clams up and sells his name. How can such a person be a writer? It's simply an insult to the word writer. And this book of his, I just took a look at it. The writing is simply bull asterisk. Nonsense. This book can actually take the first place in the popularity list? That means this writing contest is nothing more than that. Sure enough, he was immediately slammed by all the women as soon as he spoke. Su Mengyao, humph. Senior brother-in-law. You can't write yourself and you still have the nerve to talk about others? I see that other people's Jianglang talent is well written. It's horrible but it just makes people want to read on. Su Jingchu nodded her head. Indeed, this Jianglang talent posted his teen rating novel on a female romance novel platform, but still managed to take the #1 spot on the popularity list. From this perspective, one has to admit that he really is a genius at writing and marketing. Honey, you're talking nonsense again. This book is really quite good. Su Luowei also cried and laughed a little. Although Gong Yi somewhat didn't want to speak in Jiang Lang's favor, Jiang Chen was clearly even more annoying. Senior sister Yan is right. This Jiang Lang talent is a bit of an asshole, but he is indeed a genius at marketing and has a high level of writing. She bristled and followed suit. In just 3 or 4 days after the release of his book, he was able to create several topics on the internet, easily taking the #1 spot on all the major lists, and even the organizers couldn't do anything with him. That's something that no other author can do at all. Jiang Lang is indeed a rare talent. Yan Shuixin was even more direct, commenting directly after glancing at Jiang Chen. But the more they railed, the more Jiang Chen felt comforted in his heart. Sure enough, the jungle is indeed genius. At the end of the day, several women couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw that Jiang Chen still looked like he was oil and salt and didn't care at all. This guy, he's really thick-skinned. In the next few moments, everyone began to eat in earnest. Occasionally, other topics are talked about during this time, but this guy, Jiang Chen, didn't know what was going on. Whenever a few women talked about other topics, he said nothing and ate his vegetables and dried rice in silence. But as soon as someone brings up Jiang Lang, it's as if he's been touched by some scales, and he immediately goes into a fighting stance, spewing Jiang Lang and Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together into oblivion. In a nutshell, you've run out of talent? Nothing. Those were the years we blow the lights out? Bull asterisk. This made the hearts of the few women in the box furious, with all sorts of intense language, refuting Jiang Chen's words. But by this time, Jiang Chen was as if a dead pig wasn't afraid of boiling water, just listening with his eyes slightly narrowed and a smile. It seemed unconcerned, neither retorting nor chiming in. This attitude of his made everyone feel like they had punched their fists on cotton. Finally, the meal gradually came to an end. Jiang Chen patted himself on the back after eating and drinking his fill, picking up his cigarette case with the intention of going outside for a bit of fresh air. He had just had a great meal and couldn't help but eat a little bit more, causing his stomach to swell up, so he had to take a walk in the yard to kill his appetite. When he lazily left the box, Su Mengyao directly grunted twice. Jiang Chen's senior brother-in-law is really shameless. He actually keeps saying that people's Jianglang talent is bull asterisk, when in fact, he himself is the one who is the most bull asterisk. It's the same surname Jiang. Why is there such a big difference? Su Jingchu also shook her head, somewhat helpless. He's a salted fish in a river. A big salted fish. Of course he's worse. Su Mengyao made a face. Ever since she was cheated by Jiang Chen with the advertisement sheet, she had a very strong opinion of him. I've decided, from today onwards, I'm a fan of Jianglang Zhaizhen, and I'll read every chapter Jianglang Zhaizhen updates from now on. The more my brother-in-law hates it, the more I'm going to support it. She held up her hand and grunted. Su Jingchu nodded. In fact, she felt the same. Jiang Chen might still have some talent in the area of songwriting, but as a writer, he really couldn't. Do you guys think he's jealous of the jungle? She suddenly thought of something and looked to the others and said. At that, the women in the box froze. Hasn't Jiang Chen's dream always been to become a great writer? Su Jingqiu thought about it and continued analyzing. Nowadays, when he sees that other writers have suddenly achieved such good results and their pen names are so similar to his, do you think he will have thoughts in his heart? No wonder as soon as Jiang Long's talent is mentioned, senior sister husband's reaction is so great. So it's envious and jealous? Su Mengyao had a look of sudden realization. Definitely. This guy hasn't written anything in 3 years. How could he not have a little idea in his mind? Gong Yi frowned her pretty eyebrows and analyzed. Since ancient times, the literati have been the most contemptuous of each other. Jiang Chen shouts all day long about writing heirloom masterpieces, and his heart is more prone to cynicism. Speaking here, she shook her head. Originally thought that this guy was uninspired all day long, and that wanting to be a writer was nothing more than just talk. But I didn't expect that the heart actually cared so much, to the point that he couldn't help but be jealous of others. What's the use of just being jealous of others? Su Jingqiu bristled. Luowei. Jiang Chen is in this situation. You need to persuade him more as well. Su Jingqiu looked at Su Luowei. If you don't have a talent for writing, why must you still waste your time in this direction? I think we need to think of a way to make Jiang Chen completely recognize that he's actually not a piece of writing material at all, and with this time he might as well put more on Shenwei Entertainment. At those words, the expression on Su Luowei's small face gradually became tense. Although Jiang Chen used to be lazy every day, his mentality had always been very good. He wasn't in a hurry, and he wouldn't deliberately disparage other people. Why is today so abnormal? Is it really because of jealousy? Was it a gradual change of heart due to a momentary rush because he hadn't written anything in 3 years and he himself had made him the music director? Think about it. Su Luowei gently bit her lip. In fact, she knew that Jiang Chen wasn't untalented. He was just simply unsuitable for writing. He writes great songs and is a strong singer. He's actually a genius. A musical genius, who just chose the wrong target. Such amazing talent should be placed in the field of music so that it doesn't get buried. In the box, the women chatted some more, and a meal gradually came to an end. Sister Yi, did you come to Magic City this time just to participate in the activities of the Huaxia Literature Forum? As he was about to leave, Su Mengyao suddenly asked. She didn't know if it was because they had spit on Jiang Chen together, but she found herself feeling very fond of this valiant senior sister and wanted to play with Gong Yi for a few more days. Unexpectedly, Gong Yi shook her head. It's not all about participating. She thought for a moment, and suddenly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small, compact notebook. I came to Mordor this time, and I wanted to ask Lo to help me find a musician. The rights to my novel have been eyed by an investor for adaptation into a TV series, but when it comes to the drama's interludes, the investor said it would be better if there were songs that fit the book's romantic plot. So I wrote the lyrics to a song and tried to find the right musician to compose it and try it out. Su Luowei opened the delicate notebook and found that Gong Yi had indeed written the lyrics. Parting love. The scent of coffee on the corner still smells like you. Our shadows, so long and drawn. Every step is heavy. Every step looks back. The lights of the city can't illuminate the confusion of the heart. It's obvious that this is a love song with a parting theme. Gong Yi's writing is also very good, so it's no wonder she was able to get a top ranking in the writing contest. Lovey, you know a lot of people. Can you help me find an awesome musician to arrange the song? Gong Yi took Su Luowei's hand and said in a pleading manner. Words. Instead, a sudden wave of silence fell over the box. The women looked at me. I looked at you, and their expressions were all a bit strange. Awesome musicians? They seem to have seen one today. Chapter 55, Help Gong Yi compose a song? 10 minutes later, a few women walked out of the box, but found Jiang Chen was sitting alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, slightly tilting his head to look at the moon in the sky, a cigarette clamped in his hand, silent and silent, the smoke lingering. His back looked as if he was a bit lonely and depressed. The women all stopped in their tracks and looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. In their impression, Jiang Chen had always been a cynical, go-with-the-flow scoundrel. It was the first time they had seen such a state full of depth and gravity. This guy, it's actually kind of pathetic. It must be hard to be a writer for 3 years and not have anything written in your heart. Usually it's just a matter of pretending not to care. Su Jingqiu leisurely sighed and said. At that, the women nodded silently. The current Jiang Chen's back did look a little faintly sad. It was also the first time Su Luowei had seen Jiang Chen exude such a depressed state. With some heartache, she walked forward and slowly hugged Jiang Chen from behind, saying softly, Hubby, let's give up writing, okay? We'll stay in Morning Vista Entertainment from now on. Write songs well, and I'll be with you all the time. She didn't want Jiang Chen to have a hard time because of the writing thing anymore, and she didn't want Jiang Chen to be questioned by others because of the lack of writing talent thing. As long as Jiang Chen was willing to give up writing and write songs properly, with his talent, he would soon be famous in the music industry. When that time comes, no one can question him anymore. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. He had just taken a few steps in the courtyard and felt that his stomach was really propped up a bit, so he sat down to slow down for a while and smoked a cigarette in the meantime. But why was Nikki suddenly telling him this? To make him give up writing? How is that possible? He turned around, his face full of doubt. Wife, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to harm me? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei stood in place, looking at Jiang Chen with an exasperated sigh, because Jiang Chen not only broke free of her arm, he also pinched her cheeks hard. Woman, a strong twisted melon is not sweet. I advise you to die of this heart. This guy, he's being weird again. Su Luowei's willow eyebrows rose. Obviously she was now talking to him seriously about writing. However, Jiang Chen had already resumed his seat on the stone bench and continued to look up at the sky in sorrow. Damn, it's too bracing. Next time I'll specify that I can't eat so full. Yard. A few women looked at the angry foot-stomping Su Luowei, and the oily Jiang Chen. This asshole doesn't know the slightest thing about empathizing with the woman behind the scenes. Sister Jing, Luowei wouldn't really be planning to let this guy compose music for me, right? At the entrance of the box, Gong Yi suddenly looked at Su Jingchu with some nervousness. Just now, Su Luowei said that this song Parting Love could be found for Jiang Chen to try, and only then did the group of people leave the box. She thought it was a joke at first, but at that moment it snapped out of place, because not only did everyone not have any particular reaction to this matter, at this moment, they were even standing still, seemingly waiting for Su Luowei to talk to Jiang Chen about composing the song. I'm afraid that's true. Su Jingchu stroked her forehead helplessly and didn't know how to explain to Gong Yi about the fact that Jiang Chen could indeed write and sing songs. No way. Is he good? The corners of Gong Yi's mouth twitched, her tone full of skepticism. I guess in her mind, her good girlfriend Su Luowei had been brainwashed by a man, and was actually thinking of letting a jerk writer compose the music. Beside the stone bench, Su Luowei and Jiang Chen finally got down to business after making a fuss. She took out the compact notebook and handed it to Jiang Chen. Yi's novel is ready to be adapted for a TV series, but it's still missing a suitable song. Can you help her with the lyrics for this one? Husband, can you make a tune? Jiang Chen froze for a moment and glanced at Gong Yi before taking the notebook. Parting Love. The scent of coffee on the corner still smells like you. Jiang Chen looked at the lyrics, then listened to Su Luowei explain the whole story, and realized that Gong Yi wanted to find a reliable musician to compose the lyrics she wrote. But most of the musicians in the scene who make songs make the tunes before they write the lyrics. Instead, Gong Yi's approach was the complete opposite, composing the lyrics first and then hiring someone to compose the music, making it significantly more difficult. It's a song about falling in love and parting. I just looked at it. Gong Yi's lyrics are actually quite well written. If we can compose a suitable tune, the quality of the song should be good. Husband, can you help Yi think of a way? Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen blearily, her big beautiful eyes blinking with a hint of pleading. She naturally knew the difficulty of it, but Gong Yi was her best girlfriend during college, so she still wanted to try if she could help. Jiang Chen looked at the lyrics and pondered for a moment. Although Gong Yi was usually always at odds with herself, she was nevertheless the little ninny's best friend from her college days. Now that there is something to ask for his help, and the little ninny is speaking for her, it is not easy for him to push back. However, when he thought for a while and raised his head, he saw Gong Yi muttering to Su Jingchu with a questioning face. Sister Jing, this salty fish can really write songs? Has Lo been brainwashed by him? We can't just stand by and watch Lo fall into it. I had a hard time writing these lyrics. Can he read them? Su Jingchu had a difficult face and didn't know how to explain. Jiang Chen was a jerk, yes, but he was really good at writing songs. Today's songs alone had refreshed her 3 views several times, and now she was even more afraid to make random comments. Jiang Chen saw Gong Yi's appearance. I thought to myself, you, Gong Yi, you beg me to compose a song and still dare to cricket me behind my back? So he pretended to ponder for a long time under the gazes of several women, then patted the notebook on his hand. It's okay, but there are some parts of these lyrics that need to be modified. What is to be modified? Su Luowei asked at once. Of course it's modified according to the melody. There are some not so well written lyrics that might not go well with the tune, Jiang Chen said indifferently. At those words, all eyes looked towards Gong Yi. She wrote the lyrics, so of course it's better to ask her opinion first if you want to change them. Gong Yi obviously still questioned Jiang Chen more than she trusted him. After all, this guy was a notorious asshole writer. I've been polishing these lyrics for a long time, so don't you dare change them, she said with a slight frown on her brow. A little unhappy. Don't worry, I'll only modify the unsuitable lyrics, and leave you with all the suitable ones, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Let Jiang Chen try. Seeing that Jiang Chen was willing to help, Su Luowei quickly said. She knew Jiang Chen's songwriting ability and would definitely not mess around. Gong however, skimmed her mouth. Thinking stupid girlfriend, you are also too deep in it. Why always believe what this bastard said? She pulled Su Mengyao, trying to get everyone to follow suit and persuade her. However, they were surprised to find that everyone actually nodded silently, seemingly agreeing with Jiang Chen and Su Luowei's words. Even when his gaze fell on senior sister Yin, the other party gently nodded, meaning that this matter was feasible. Gong wasn't stupid. Seeing this scene, her heart immediately sensed something different. Could it be that Jiang Chen really know how to write songs? How come even senior sister Yin looks like she approves of him? After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded with approval and looked at Jiang Chen. Okay, you can try it then. Chapter 56 Clouds and Smoke Become Rain. I'll get my guitar from the car. Su Mengyao raised her hand very positively. She was most curious and wanted to see what kind of tune Jiang Chen would write. A group of women also took seats in the courtyard. 2 minutes later, Su Mengyao finally fetched the guitar from Yan Shuoxin's car. Jiang Chen took it and realized that this guitar was more compact and feminine compared to the one Su Luowei had given him, presumably for Yan Shuoxin's usual practice. Thump, 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 tested the pitch a couple times. Jiang Chen secretly nodded in his heart. Yan Tianho was really professional. The tuning of this guitar was spot on. On the side, Yan Shuoxin watched expressionlessly as Jiang Chen tested his guitar. The guitar was indeed dedicated to her. It hasn't been used by anyone but her. Jiang Chen was the first. If it wasn't for those songs today, if it wasn't for that song Red Bean, she probably wouldn't have let Jiang Chen touch her guitar. But now, she was even more eager to satisfy the curiosity in her heart. What kind of tune would Jiang Chen compose for Gong Yi? This guy's musical talent, is it really that strong? Beside her, Gong Yi's gaze, on the other hand, remained questioning. This guy, can he write songs or not? Don't be fooling yourself. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen finally finished testing the guitar and didn't let the crowd wait much longer, his fingers directly fluctuating the strings. The guitar melody with a light melancholy feeling suddenly flowed out slowly from his hands. Exactly what kind of tune to give Gong Yi? He had long had an idea in his mind. The 5 women at the scene, all silently savored the melody. Afterward, Jiang Chen opened his mouth indifferently. Your good night is subconsciously compassionate. I stayed late into the night to cure insomnia. The handwritten letter was left at the bottom of the suitcase. Too late to give meaning to the journey. A song with a sense of parting sorrow resounded in this small courtyard, but all the women in the yard froze. Because the lyrics Jiang Chen was singing at this moment were completely different from the ones on Gong Yi's notebook. Did Jiang Chen change all the lyrics at the beginning of Gong Yi's song? The women's eyes widened, but they realized that these lines of Jiang Chen's lyrics seemed to be very well written as well, and the melody is very catchy. The light sense of melancholy sings directly to that feeling of parting. Gong Yi's eyes directly widened as she looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief. This guy, can he really write and sing songs? At this moment, Jiang Chen's appearance as he held his guitar and played and sang was completely indistinguishable from that of a professional singer. So much so that Gong Yi rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Was this still the asshole Jiang Chen she remembered? If everything has turned to rain, can I turn into sludge? Once again, I'm staining you. If life is a passing movie, oh, let me wake up from my sweet dreams again. Jiang Chen's song continued to ring out. The look of surprise on the women's faces increased. It was because Jiang Chen had actually not adopted a single line of Gong Yi's lyrics until he sang it. This guy, has this been forgotten about? What should I do? Should I warn him? Su Luowei's gaze was also a bit puzzled, and she was hesitant to talk to Jiang Chen about it. The chorus has arrived. How I'd like to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance. Dimly lit silhouettes under streetlights. The longer you go, the longer the trail goes. Su Luowei froze. Everyone on the scene froze. The melody of Jiang Chen's lyrics never fluctuates much, but it is sung straight out of a knife-like sense of parting. How I want to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance before I part. This is the longing of many parting lovers in their helplessness. But in real life, how many people or even a glance belongs to the luxury? Without realizing it, we've parted ways with many of them, never to meet again. The women listened attentively to Jiang Chen's song. The mind no longer thought of reminding Jiang Chen, nor did it want to. They want to keep listening. For some reason, the song gave them an inexplicable touch. Everyone has regrets in their youth, and there is someone they can never see again. And Jiang Chen sang the regret out. How I'd like to see you again. At least the joke's still on. Autumnal equinox of the street's first leaf fall. We're drifting away. Gong Yi also completely froze. She realized that Jiang Chen's song was almost a perfect fit for her. Whether it's the lyrics, or the melody, she couldn't help but think of the scenarios in the plot of her own book. The hero and heroine part under a streetlight. The music plays, "How I Want to See You Again, even if it's just a quick glance before I part." Yes, that's what it feels like. This song is what she wants. Gong Yi's mouth gradually opened wide. On the side, Yan Shuoxin also took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. She had guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts at this point and knew why Jiang Chen would not adopt the lyrics on Gong Yi's book. But the heart still couldn't help but be shocked. This song by Jiang Chen is so well written. Yui Gong is finished. The station whistle blows. Misses your voice. We carry our past into the crowd. Looking for a place to put myself. How I'd like to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance. Jiang Chen's song gradually fell. He strummed his guitar strings twice to end his set. The yard was silent. All the women froze and looked at him. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either. And with a very pretentious snap, he lit his cigarette, then looked at the sky in some silence, as if he was pondering something, feeling something. Halftime. Su Luowei was finally unable to hold back and went up to ask, "Hubby, why is it that none of the lyrics in your song are the same as the ones in Gong Yi's book?" There was doubt in her eyes. "Didn't we agree to help compose Yi Gong's lyrics? How come the lyrics are all different?" "Oh." Jiang Chen flicked his cigarette ash lightly. "I've changed all that." Changed? Su Lo froze. "Didn't I just say that I would change the lyrics that weren't written very well?" Jiang Chen explained indifferently. "Hear this." Only then did Su Luowei finally understand what Jiang Chen meant, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Sure enough, she was wondering why this guy was so nice today, actually directly agreeing to help Gong Yi write a song. Didn't realize it was waiting here. "You're not making changes. You're deleting all the lyrics that Yi Gong wrote writing a new song." Everyone's gazes couldn't help but look towards Gong Yi. Jiang Chen's meaning was already obvious. All the lyrics written by Yui Gong were so bad that they couldn't be used. They all had to be changed. Not a single line left. Gong Yi blushed slightly. What does Jiang Chen mean by this? That all the lyrics she writes are crap? "Jiang Chen, what do you mean?" She stood up in anger. "It doesn't mean anything." Jiang Chen looked at her lightly. "Your lyrics are not written well, so you can only change them to this. If you're not satisfied, you can find someone else to try again." "Oh, crickets behind my back and you want me to write a song? You're beautiful to look at, but you can't be beautiful to think about." Gong Yi wanted to say something else, but she realized that Jiang Chen had already lazily stood up and walked in the direction of the car. A few women looked at Jiang Chen's back and stood in the courtyard looking at each other. Jiang Chen's maneuver was completely out of their expectation. No one expected that Jiang Chen would write a song that had nothing to do with Gong Yi's lyrics. This guy. It's on purpose, isn't it? It was because Gong Yi had just muttered a few words to him that he intentionally deleted all of Gong Yi's lyrics and wrote a completely different song. After the crowd gradually figured out the reason for this, they cursed Jiang Chen in their hearts for being careful while looking at Gong Yi with some sympathy. If I'm not mistaken, unless Gong Yi took the initiative to admit her mistake and compromise next, Jiang Chen would definitely not give this song for nothing. The fact that I just changed the entire lyrics of Gong Yi is a lesson learned. Jiang Chen had already eaten this silly girl. They were sure that if Gong Yi dared to mutter to Jiang Chen's face again, she would never get this song in her life. And it's probably hard for Gong Yi to find other musicians even if she takes the lyrics with her. After all, after hearing Jiang Chen's song, what other musician in this world could write a tune comparable to the one he had just sung? This was something that even Yan Shuoxin wasn't sure about. Chapter 57 Young Writers Exchange? The women guessed correctly. Jiang Chen was doing it on purpose. He promised to write a song for Gong Yi, but he didn't intend to let Gong Yi get it so easily. So he just discarded all of Gong Yi's lyrics and came up with an original. "You want a song? Fine. Just apologize honestly and give it to you with a better attitude." The evening breeze gently brushed the camphor trees in the yard, and the leaves touched each other, making a rustling sound. Gong Yi stood under the tree, her slightly curled hair blown up by the breeze. Instead, her face was a shade of green and white. As smart as she was, she naturally understood Jiang Chen's meaning very quickly. This guy just does it on purpose. Want to compromise with him yourself? No way. She wanted to yell at Jiang Chen's back. "Bastard. I don't want the lyrics you changed." But the scene of Jiang Chen singing in the courtyard just now kept coming back to her mind. Jiang Chen's song is really good and fits her perfectly. Although the lyrics are different. Although Jiang Chen deleted all of her lyrics, it doesn't seem to matter. This song, it's really catchy. Su Luowei on the side was also looking at her with a helpless face. She didn't know how to intervene in the bad blood between Jiang Chen and Gong Yi. Being able to Jiang Chen to write a song for Gong Yi was already not easy. The rest can only rely on Gong Yi's own efforts. Several women stood in the yard for a while. In the end, You can only shake your head in love. The song is in the hands of others. Not using your words. Not using your song. If you want a song, you can only bow your head. They pulled Gong Yi and walked in the direction of the car together. 2 cars in total. Su Mengyao happened to be all the way with Yan Shuoxin, so after she bid farewell to the crowd, she directly got into Yan Shuoxin's car. The other one was Jiang Chen and Su Luowei's nanny car. Su Jingchu was in charge of driving. Naturally, she opened the driver's door and got in. With a nanny car like this one, the 2 center seats are generally the most comfortable. Usually when Su Luowei and Jiang Chen went out together, they would sit here. However, at this moment, Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen, who was lazily lying on the seat, and after hesitating for a moment, she directly opened the passenger door and sat on it as well. The matter between Jiang Chen and Gong Yi was still unresolved. She wanted Gong Yi to have more chances to talk to Jiang Chen. In the courtyard, only Gong Yi was left alone. She was also going to sit in Jiang Chen's car, but at this moment, she looked at Jiang Chen in the back seat, but she couldn't help but cross her arms, because Jiang Chen's posture was languidly reclining on the chair against the door, with both feet occupying the aisle. It wasn't good for her to get on the car at all. Hey! She was tempted, as usual, to say out loud, "Stinky salty, put your foot down," but the words couldn't help but turn into, Can you put your feet back? Gong Yi, are you mistaken? This isn't a kindergarten-bound car. We're going home. Jiang Chen's expression was strange when he saw it was Gong Yi. What's this woman doing in her car if she doesn't go to a hotel herself? Gong Yi sniffed and her delicate face involuntarily blushed slightly. She knew this was Jiang Chen mocking her for just getting lost. I've just made a deal with Lo that we haven't seen each other in a while and we have a lot to talk about, so we're going to sleep together for the next few days, she said through clenched teeth. You guys sleep together? What about me? Jiang Chen froze. How would I know? Gong Yi bristled. Jiang Chen glanced towards Su Luowei with some suspicion, but at this time, the little ninny was talking to Su Jingchu, so he could only helplessly tuck his feet inward and let Gong Yi get into the car. The car drove slowly, but the atmosphere in the car was a little weird. Su Luowei wanted Gong Yi to find an opportunity to initiate a conversation with Jiang Chen about the song. However, Gong Yi had a red face, but she was unable to open her mouth several times in a row. After spitting on Jiang Chen for 3 consecutive years, it was a bit humiliating and difficult to think that she would suddenly open her mouth and beg Jiang Chen. Who would have thought that this guy could write such a good song? Gong Yi didn't say much on the way. Of course Jiang Chen's side wasn't idle either. He suddenly remembered that his novel, it seems, has not been updated today. It's almost 8 p.m. We have to hurry. More than half an hour later, the car slowly stopped under the villa. Jiang Chen was the first one to get out of the car, and after greeting Su Luowei, he walked in the direction of the villa gate without looking back. Yard. Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen having a hurried back, and was instantly somewhat helpless. Jiang Chen had just told her that he was going to the studio to write something and might be busy until rather late. So this guy really hasn't given up on the writing thing after all. She thought back to the discussion of everyone at the dinner table today, and then to the scene of Jiang Chen singing in the courtyard. The heart grew even more worried. Jiang Chen obviously possessed such a powerful talent for writing songs, but he was always obsessed with the whole writing thing, to the point that his mindset had shifted. She just wanted Jiang Chen to shift his focus to writing songs, but she always failed to get an understanding. How on earth can we get Jiang Chen to give up writing? Jiang Chen doesn't seem to be willing to give up writing at all. You know a lot of people in the writing world. Do you have any good ideas? Su Luowei looked towards Gong Yi and said with eyes full of sorrow. She thought that Gong Yi, who was also a writer, might have something to offer. When Gong Yi heard this, her eyes suddenly looked towards Jiang Chen's direction in a complicated manner. Jiang Chen's performance today had given her too much of a shock. Who would have thought that the usually lazy asshole would write such a good song? And he even deleted all the lyrics he worked so hard to write. She gritted her teeth in defiance at the thought. This guy obviously doesn't know how to write, but he keeps pushing through and refuses to give up. Really not even a little self-awareness. I do have a way. Can make him give up writing. What way? Su Lo asked. Gong Yi snorted coldly. Just make this guy realize that he really doesn't have any talent in the area of writing. After a while, it seems that this side of the Magic City is going to organize a national young writers exchange, so we'll bring him along to participate then as well. I'll arrange for some young and outstanding authors to have a good chat with Jiang Chen in advance, so that he'll realize the gap between himself and the other authors, and naturally, he'll be able to disabuse him of the idea of trying to stick to writing. Gong Yi knew that the threshold for a career as a writer wasn't really that high. However, it is not easy to become a qualified writer. One of the biggest obstacles is persistence. Many people will encounter various difficulties in the process of writing and choose to give up. When Gong Yi first started writing novels, there was a time when she especially wanted to give up. Especially seeing girls younger than herself casually writing novels with better grades makes her skeptical. If it weren't for the help of some friends she met later in the day, there's no way she wouldn't have been able to hold out. So she also planned to do the same to Jiang Chen, so that Jiang Chen could feel the perils of society. Writers exchange? Does this work? Su Luowei froze for a moment. Of course. Gong Yi suddenly gave a bad smile and pinched her cheek. That's because you're not a writer. That's why you don't have the ability to realize how talented these writers are nowadays. This Young Writers Exchange Conference invites all the literary high achievers who have graduated from major universities. To be honest, if it wasn't for the organizer's invitation, I kind of didn't want to go. It's just a little bit too much pressure to stay with that group of civilized heavenly beings. Jiang Chen will be under even more pressure when he's in front of them, and by then he'll definitely realize that he's still a long way from becoming a qualified writer, and naturally think about giving up. Okay, right. Su Luowei hesitated for a long time before she nodded. It's okay to try if it works. Chapter 58, Jiang Chen. Don't. You can't. Jiang Chen had no idea that his wife was planning how to arrange herself. He went back into his studio and went straight to his computer. I haven't logged on to the WASL forum all day today to check the numbers. If Gong Yi hadn't suddenly mentioned it during dinner, he wouldn't have known that his book had taken first place on the popularity list. You know, it's only been 4 days since he released his book. The rate of increase is indeed a bit off the charts. Do women in this world not like to sleep in the middle of the night? When he clicked on the back end of the Writers Center, that's when he realized. The number of readers of all those years we blow the lights out together has risen to 390,000, while the number of people who have added it to their bookshelves has reached a whopping 140,000. He's been on all 4 lists of the writing contest, and he's been on the top one, especially the popularity list. At mid-morning, Blind Date at the Wrong Table. Bully's Vest Can't Hide was still hanging on for dear life at number 1. But as soon as lunchtime rolled around, it squeezed itself right off the top of the list, and the gap between the popularity values of the 2 books is still widening at the moment. Jiang Chen clicked on the homepage of Blind Date Goes to the Wrong Table. Overlord Vest Can't Hide and found that it was a female romance novel that had been updated for more than 40 days and was very popular. The pen name at first glance is that of Gong Yi, Gong Zhongiren. If we hadn't run into him, the book might have held the number 1 spot. But now, only to be ravaged by him. For the next few moments, Jiang Chen didn't look at the data, but instead flipped up the comment section. This book has been thoroughly up on all aspects of data. Bursting into flames is pretty much the order of the day. He had just even been on Weibo, and saw a hot search related to this book, sharing horror romance novels in the middle of the night. Can you still have such a best friend? He couldn't help but be a bit speechless in his heart. The ladies of this world really seem to have found a special way to open this book. The comment section is still full of curses. However, as the word count of the update increased, many favorable reviews related to the content of the book gradually increased. There were a lot of people who actually took it seriously after realizing that it was actually a grave-robbing stream novel that they had never read before. There was even a heated discussion about the plot in the comments section. All in all, it's a total hodgepodge of readership for this book right now. Some are normal female readers who come in through the contest entrance. Some of them are eaters who run from social media sites to see what's going on. Others are superbly wrong seeds who have been tricked into experiencing a horror romance novel by their best friend. Judging by the swath of cursing in the comments section, the last type of reader seems to have the highest percentage. Jiang Chen could only shake his head speechlessly at this. He guessed that his book would never be obscure, but he didn't expect it to be so weird and bizarre. If this keeps up, won't he become the public enemy of women all over the internet? This nifty. It won't be dangerous to go out from now on, will it? Just as he sighed and wanted to close the website and continue to start today's coding task, he realized that in the background of his account, he received a text message. The message was from the forum official, and when you clicked on it, it was a picture-style invitation. Dear Jiang Lang Talent, hello, thank you for your support of this women's literature writing competition. As your entry those years, We Blow Through Lights Together has achieved very excellent results in the contest. You are especially invited to participate in the live broadcasting event 3 days later, when a reporter will conduct an interview. Live streaming the event? Jiang Chen didn't even think about it and directly clicked no. Just kidding. There are hundreds of thousands of ladies on the internet right now who can't sleep at night after reading his books and can't wait to tear him apart. If he went to a live event under these circumstances, if he was recognized, he would be knifed alive by these female readers on the spot. Other than that, in the future, the family will probably simply not be able to finish unpacking the razor blade delivery alone that comes in the mail every day. It's a good thing that the only information he has registered on the site right now is a pen name. None of his real identity information has been uploaded. Now in this situation, He felt it was better to play it safe. Never publish your true identity. He didn't need to make money from his writing for a while anyway, and as long as he didn't sign a contract or attend a live event, no one would recognize him for who he really was. As for copyright, as long as the novels are published on the Huaxia Literature Forum website, the copyright issue doesn't have to be much of a concern. After all, it's a semi-official platform, and the copyright aspect is very well protected. The thought settled him. Close the site, open the document, and begin to continue coding. 11:30 at night. It was only then that Jiang Chen dragged her somewhat tired body back home. Zhang Lang is such an asshole. It's after 11 and I can't believe he's not updating. It caused her to wait in the company until after 11 o'clock, and finally she was a little disheartened before she left work and went home. She sighed and was about to rest on the couch for a while when the cell phone in her bag suddenly rang. It's the assistant calling. She had just pressed the answer button when her assistant's excited voice came on the other end of the line. Sister Nan, the jungle is updated. What? Jiang Chen immediately sat up straight from the sofa. He updated? How many words were updated? 60,000 words. 2. The young assistant said. The word count for those were the years we blow the lights out is now up to 247,000. At those words, Jiang Chen froze for a moment, her eyes widening in some disbelief. 60,000 again? She thought that Jiang Longcai's burst of updates a few days ago had depleted the stock of manuscripts, but she didn't expect to see another surge of 60,000 words of updates today. This guy, how many articles does he have in his hand? Did he leave a message for his readers after the update? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. She wondered why Django was updating so late today. Just a moment. I'll take a look. The little assistant's voice paused, and after a moment, she continued. Yes, he said. Her voice suddenly became a little odd. He said, sorry, he went out to work during the day and just got back now. At those words, Jiang Chen froze for a moment. What the hell? Going to work? You have to work during the day? Doesn't he work full-time? How does this guy manage to work and still update a steady 60,000 words a day? Is he a tentacle monster? Jiang Chen was filled with shock. However, now doesn't seem to be the time to dwell on that. She commanded in a slightly agitated tone. Immediately notify your colleagues in the technical department on the night shift to make some material out of it and start promoting those years we blow the lights together across all channels. This book, it's going to be fire. Yes, the little assistant agreed in a hurry. Right. About to hang up the phone, Jiang Chen remembered something and asked, did he reply to the invitation to the live event that he sent to Jianlang Talent this morning? Back to. The little assistant's voice became even more odd, a little hesitant, but he refused and replied, boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out. What? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. What the kind of reason for rejection is that? Ding dong. That night, I don't know how many girls' cell phones suddenly popped up with a message. Your subscription to those were the years we blow the lights out together has been updated. Click here to read it. Gong Yi was in her room packing her bags. By now she was out of the shower and wearing a slightly loose silk robe. The curves of her beautiful body and her white, soft skin were hidden, but she didn't care. She was the only one in the room anyway. Tonight she decided not to sleep in the same room as Su Luowei after a long time of agonizing. It's not that I'm worried about Jiang Chen not having a place to sleep. Rather, she really didn't want to sleep where Salty once lay. Smack. Especially after Jiang Chen deliberately deleted her lyrics. This feeling of dislike became even heavier. Asshole. Django is updated again. As she took her laptop out of her suitcase and set it on the table, the message from the Women Writers chat group in the lower right corner suddenly blinked on. This group is a spontaneous chat group set up by all the participating female authors, who usually talk about anything and everything from all over the world. But ever since JLT started posting books, the main topic of conversation in the group seems to be how to crusade against this asshole JLT. As expected, there were hundreds of chats in the group at this point. Another 60,000 words. This asshole, to deliberately get stuck updating in the wee hours of the morning. It must be on purpose. Updating at this time of day could scare more ladies. It's so hateful. I wonder how many more girls won't be able to sleep tonight. We've been complaining for so long. What did the organizers say on their end? There's no effect at all. I just saw that the front page of the Huaxia Literature Forum are replaced with the cover page of this book. Damn it. Not only are they not dealing with it, they're even starting to help publicize it. The organizers are also a bunch of assholes. They even lied to us that they were also victims. I think they are enjoying themselves now. Alas, it can't be helped. Who made the book fire? And the organizers want to rub people's nose in it. No more fire. This is a matter of principle. This Jiang Lang talent has a bad heart, clowning around and scaring hundreds of thousands of girls. We can't let him off like this. Guys, I have an idea. My sister is the president of the Magic City Women's Writers Association, and this is something that I've already told her about. She replied to me that in 3 days, we can launch a complaint on the internet against Jiang Chen in the name of the Women Writers Association to safeguard the rights and interests of female readers in general. This guy has offended so many female readers. There's bound to be a lot of people who will be on our side when the time comes. Support! We must do justice to so many sleepless female readers. As long as there are enough complaints, even the organizers won't dare to deliberately favor him anymore. Yes, Jiang Lang is not writing a book properly, but even using this kind of crooked means to gain eyeballs and traffic. It's totally provoking all of us female writers. I think we can also challenge Django to take the book off the shelves if he loses. If he's afraid to respond, it means he's weak-minded. And we're going to take the book off the shelves in regards to him. 2. It's been a long time coming for everyone. The female authors in the group were in a group discussion about how to deal with the jungle. There is something really nasty about this asshole's behavior. Not only does it cause distress for many of our female readers, but it also makes many of them sleep less soundly at night. After all, by that book, The Lights We Blow Together, they basically couldn't hold back their curiosity and flipped through. So much so that female authors, who would have loved to code at night, couldn't find any form for days on end, always feeling that there was a pair of glasses staring eerily at them behind their backs. And since those were the years we blow out the lights caught fire, there's not a lot of people reading the hegemonic romance stories they write. This guy, he's everyone's public enemy. Gotta stick together and teach this asshole a lesson. Gong Yi also nodded with great approval after looking through the chat logs. She would have loved to teach this jungle a lesson if it were possible. And her eyes rolled, now that her book was in the number 2 spot on the popularity list. If Jiang Lang Jie, a tomb raiding novel that played on the wrong side of the law, was taken off the shelves, wouldn't her novel be number 1? And it's really time for this asshole to be fixed. Thinking about it, she sent a message to the group as well. Izzy in the palace, support. By the time Jiang Chen came out of the studio, the time had already passed 12. Gong Yi was finally a bit self-aware and didn't hog his bed. Little Neisan was perhaps a bit tired, and after taking a bath, she directly laid down on in the bed and fell asleep. Jiang Chen gently got into bed and hugged the little ninja from behind. Originally he still wanted to chat with the little ninja about making a man, but seeing the little ninja in this tired state, he didn't open his mouth. However, at this time, the little ninny subconsciously turned around and snuggled into his arms, her little mouth murmuring dreamily, "Jiang Chen, don't. You can't." The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, his expression directly stiffening on his face. What the hell? Who are you saying can't? Chapter 59, Su Mingyao's Plea. The next day was still sunny. The sun climbed halfway up the sky and the morning fall breeze was both cool and soothing. When Jiang Chen woke up from his bed, Su Luowei had already left the house early with Su Jingchu. Perhaps because yesterday's protests had paid off, Nikki didn't wake him up early today, but went to the office first on her own. She had a lot ahead of her. Yesterday was just a simple recording of a demo of the song in the studio. And later on, not only did we have to arrange the arrangement for Wind Up, but we also had to re-record a version that could be officially released. The process would last for several days, so Suliwei would be busy all this time. Jiang Chen sat on his bed and thought about it, realizing that he didn't seem to have much to do today. There was already a plan in place to deal with Tipping City Entertainment, but as long as it was done in a step-by-step manner, it would ensure the peaceful development of Chenwei Entertainment. However, how to completely solve the rivalry of Tilting City Entertainment was something that needed to be thought about carefully. A centipede dies but never falls down. Although Tilting City Entertainment wasn't big, it definitely wasn't small either. And to completely eliminate this entertainment company, some more thorough means were definitely needed. At that thought, he yawned and walked out the bedroom door. Quiet and elegant cafe. 2 imposing women sat together at a window table on the 2nd floor. Downstairs, someone was playing beautiful piano music. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it had already arrived at work time. There weren't too many people in the cafe. Otherwise there would definitely be someone who would have realized that the 2 women sitting here by the window were both singing divas with the highest status in the singing world today. In the entertainment industry, it takes a lot more than hard singing prowess to earn the title of diva. Popularity, connections, works, qualifications, and even face value. Every aspect needs to stand at the top of the entertainment industry to qualify for this title. The 2 in front of them, one was Yan Shuixin, the newest diva in the singing world this year, and the other was the veteran diva who had already been in the singing world for more than a decade, Wang Lin. Both of them are singing diva-level characters, and I never thought that they would make an appointment to meet in this cafe so early in the morning today. Shui Xin. Or else, you should stop meddling in the affairs of Chenwei Entertainment. Wang Lin gently shook the spoon in her hand, looked at Yan Shuixin and said, On the side of Qingqing Entertainment, they don't want you to meddle in this matter anymore. You should know that Luowei is my senior sister. Yan Shuexin's face could not be seen as she said indifferently. Of course I know, but you can't help much, can you? Wang Lin smiled slightly. Chenwei Entertainment can't fight Qingqing Entertainment no matter what. Why do you need to get involved? Why don't you just let it go and give me face? Yan Shuexin furrowed her brows slightly, seeming somewhat puzzled. With your status, when were you willing to speak for Qingqing Entertainment? When she received a call from Wang Lin this morning, she was also vaguely shocked and incomprehensible. With Wang Lin's seniority in the entertainment industry, even she has to call out a teacher in private. Tilting City Entertainment even invited her out? Don't worry, I'm just stepping in to help Tilting City Entertainment with a word. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Wang Lin shook her head, picking up the coffee in front of her and slowly taking a sip. A few years ago, once owed them a favor. If you promise, today I'll count it as repaying this favor. Words. Yan Shuexin, however, didn't relax at all, and her brows instead became even more furrowed. Although Wang Lin spoke lightly, she knew that at the other party's level of seniority, casually saying a word in the entertainment industry, there were tons of people who would compete to give face. If she didn't agree to Wang Lin's request today, it might not seem like much, but in fact, it had already been considered dismissing the other party's face and offending them. For that, she could care less, but not so with Morning Vista Entertainment. Wang Lin hadn't returned the favor of Leaning City Entertainment this time, so would she directly target Chenwei Entertainment next time? Chenwei Entertainment was currently in a time of internal and external troubles, and it was already difficult just to deal with the deliberate targeting of Pouring City Entertainment. And if they added Wang Lin, a veteran diva, to the mix, that's almost no flip-flop. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. Wang Lin also seemed to see Yan Shuexin's difficulty inside as she continued. I know that this matter will be very difficult for you, so if you have any requests, I can also promise you, like, I could get those old guys to step up and write a song just for you. You just got the title of Diva this year and are in need of a good song to establish your position. You know, my songs are basically written by those old guys. The songs they write are of guaranteed quality, and I don't think you can hire these guys yet with your current connections, right? Why don't you just think of it as making a deal with me? How about that? She smiled and looked at Yan Shuexin. At that, Yan Shuexin was frozen for a moment. She didn't expect that Wang Lin actually made such a request. The songs written by those old-timers in the music industry are indeed very powerful. Some of them have even retired from the music industry, and it is almost unlikely for singers in the entertainment industry to get songs from them. As it turns out, Wang Lin was confident that she could convince herself of the bottom line, is a good song that can establish a diva position. For some reason, a lazy figure suddenly surfaced in her mind. Isn't that what this guy does best? Can he fix this? The crease-covered paper that Lanera had handed her was still in her mind. That song Red Bean, would it be a good song? She was silent for a long time. Her mind kept quiet in thought. Wang Lin also didn't say anything, patiently waiting for her reply. She believed that the conditions she gave were tempting enough, and she also believed that the other party would definitely choose to compromise in the end. A few more minutes passed. Yan Shuexin suddenly took a deep breath, but shook her head, making a decision with a helpless look in her eyes. Sister Lin, why don't? Let's make a bet. Wang Lin didn't expect Yan Shuexin to suddenly talk about this and looked at her suspiciously. What's the bet? I'll take you to meet someone, and if nothing goes wrong, it shouldn't be a problem for me to ask him to write a good song. Yan Shuexin looked at her. If he can also write a song that doesn't lose out to those old guys, I hope that today's matter can just be put to rest, and I also ask you to follow up by not targeting Chenwei Entertainment anymore. Oh, Wang Lin suddenly became interested. Which old man did you invite? Yan Shuexin shook her head, the look in her eyes somewhat complicated. He's not an old man. He's just a young man, only 24 years old this year. Wang Lin froze for a moment, then looked at Yan Shuexin with some disbelief. A 24-year-old writing songs that don't lose out to those old guys? Is it possible? Then what if he can't write it? Wang Lin shook her head and smiled, clearly not believing Yan Shuexin when she spoke. Then I'll agree to your request and stop meddling in the affairs of Chenwei Entertainment. Yan Shuexin took a deep breath. It was the best choice she could make after much deliberation. In any case, no matter what, Wang Lin couldn't be allowed to stand against Chenwei Entertainment. The veteran diva was well aware of how influential she was. With just one word from the other party, Chenwei Entertainment would risk being left out in the cold by the entire entertainment industry. In this circle, there are too many people who want to sell Wang Lin's diva face. If Jiang Chen can't do it either, then she could only temporarily give up meddling in Chenwei Entertainment's affairs in exchange for Wang Lin's non-interference. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Lin raised the coffee in her hand and said softly, Villa, When Jiang Chen walked to the stairway, he realized that the sound of two women conversing was actually faintly coming from downstairs. Sister, why hasn't he gotten up yet? Seen your brother-in-law? How should I know? Isn't it normal for that guy to sleep in? But it's almost 11 o'clock. You've said that 3 times already. If you need to see him about something, just go upstairs and yell for him. Humph. I'm not going. Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled as he headed downstairs. He knew about Gong Yi staying at the house last night, but that little girl Su Mengyao, how come she also appeared in the villa in the morning? When he took a lazy step and appeared in the living room, he saw 2 women sitting on the sofa in the living room. Gong Yi was still dressed in a sexy royalty outfit, and was sitting on the sofa holding her laptop to code words. Upon seeing his figure, it was a direct cold snort and shifted his gaze to the other side. Apparently, the woman was still mad at him about things, but it was already a lot more honest than usual. Otherwise the cynicism would probably have started by this time. Su Mengyao, on the other hand, sat up straight and seemed to be holding a cup of water. However, Jiang Chen realized that there was no water in the little girl's cup at all, because not only did she not make any movement to swallow, but her eyes were also surreptitiously glancing in her direction through the rim of the cup every now and then. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. What is this stupid girl up to again? On the dining table, Su Luowei had already prepared breakfast. He deliberately ignored Su Mengyao and directly took a seat on the dining table and began to enjoy his breakfast. After 2 minutes, Su Mengyao suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked towards his direction with a cup in her hand. Yoo-hoo! That's sinking in? You're going to show your hand? Jiang Chen laughed in his heart and pretended not to see it as he continued to eat his breakfast. He wanted to see what the little girl was planning to do. However, what he was a bit surprised by was this. Su Mengyao actually didn't speak to him, but instead carried her cup and passed right by him. Only when he passed the table, obviously with his face facing straight ahead, a pair of eyes glanced over to sneak a peek at him. There was a drinking fountain positioned behind Jiang Chen. The little girl faked her way to where the water fountain was, caught a glass of water, and stood up again, sipping it slowly. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in his mind. This stupid woman, so blatantly peeping at herself, really think she can't find out at all? He took a sip of his milk without a good grace, still intent on pretending he didn't see the stupid girl, and buried his head to continue eating his breakfast. But, after only a few moments, he realized that the light in front of him seemed to be blocked for a moment. Puzzled, he looked up. However, he realized that Su Mengyao had run to the spot in front of his dining table to drink water at some unknown time. After 2 sips, there was a deliberate cough, as if he was afraid he wouldn't notice. Jiang Chen was finally a bit speechless. He put down his chopsticks. Xiao Su, is there something you want to see me about? Who knows? Su Mengyao shook her head and didn't admit it at all. Her expression was innocent. Nope, I'm just standing here drinking water. The air is good here. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you're faking it too much. If you don't have anything to find me today, I'll eat all the bowl in front of me. He didn't bother to rub it in with this little girl, and directly waved his hand nonchalantly. Then get out of the way and don't stand here or you'll scare all the fresh air out of me. And what if I can't get any fresh air in the morning? Su Mengyao sniffed and stomped her foot, looking as if she was a bit angry. She grunted heavily, carrying her cup and huffing in the direction of Gong Yi. Humph, little man, Jiang Chen sneered, shooing away the little silly girl. He then slowly continued to gather the bread in front of him. After breakfast, as per usual, he planned to take a leisurely lie down on the roof and take a nap before heading to the office. But just as he had just slumped in his chair, however, he found Su Mengyao's figure, who had also appeared on the balcony at an unknown time. Still holding her glass, she pretended to be looking out over the balcony. Then little by little, he moved himself around and finally blocked himself from the sun. Jiang Chen was really a bit speechless. What the hell is this stupid girl up to? He simply pretended not to see it and closed his eyes. However, it was soon realized that something seemed to be wrong, for there was a sudden darkness in front of them, as if someone was blocking the sunlight. He snapped his eyes open, only to find Su Mengyao's body coming up to his face at some unknown time. It seemed to be trying to observe if he was really sleeping. When his eyes snapped open, she then stood up in a bit of a panic as if she had been caught red-handed doing something bad and forced an explanation with her hands behind her back. It seems like a mosquito just flew past and I was trying to help you chase it away. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Where are the mosquitoes in the middle of the day? Why don't you make up a better excuse? He said somewhat in a bad mood. Su Mengyao, if you're fine, hurry back to school and don't always hang around in front of my eyes. There's nothing wrong with me. I just thought the sunlight here was nice and wanted to come up for a walk. Su Mengyao's eyes rolled twice, still refusing to admit it. Jiang Chen was on the verge of laughing at this stupid girl. He yawned and said indifferently, really, it occurs to me that I seem to be allergic to sunlight. so I'd better go back to my room and sleep. With that, he stood up, intending to head in the direction of the room. Seifu. Seeing this, Su Mengyao was in a hurry and hastily pulled on his sleeve. This asshole senior brother-in-law. It's 11 o'clock. I've only just woken up, and I can't believe I'm thinking of going back to bed after breakfast. What kind of lazy person is that? But she came early this morning and waited until now. If Jiang Chen went back to sleep again, how long would she have to wait? She looked toward Jiang Chen, a pleading look on her small face. Oh, finally pressed it. Jiang Chen snorted coldly and resumed his chair with an expressionless face. 5 more minutes. Tops. Su Mengyao stood on the side with a pitiful expression, her 2 fingers very tangled in front of her body pointing at each other. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, lazily lying on the chair. Anyway, he'd figured out that as soon as the 5 minutes were up he'd go straight to his room and go to bed. No more dilly-dallying with this stupid girl. Su Mengyao stammered for a long time before she swallowed and opened her mouth. Master, sister, husband. Will you write me a song too? Chapter 60, The Materia Medica. Jiang Chen was on the verge of laughing. He knew the stupid girl was here for the song. Xiao Su, aren't you still studying at school? It's not like you've officially debuted. What's the rush for a song? He looked at Su Mengyao with some confusion. Although this little girl also wanted to ask him to write a song yesterday, she didn't seem to be as eager as today. Su Mengyao stammered and said with an aggrieved face, in a few days, our school's 80th anniversary party, our class is going to rehearse a program. There will be many leaders who will come to see it. The class next door is also rehearsing a program. In order to win the ranking, they actually invited their own senior sister over, who has been in the business for several years and is very popular. I've also asked senior sister Yen, but she seems to be a judge. Sister Luowei hasn't had much time lately either. The little girl spoke in a broken voice, but Jiang Chen still understood. In short, it was Su Mengyao's class that wanted to line up a program to get a place at the school gala. But the next class doesn't talk about martial arts and actually parachuted in a debutante senior sister straight away. In that case, Su Mengyao's class was not confident that it could take the ranking. After turning to Su Luowei and Yen Shui Xin both to no avail, the little girl finally had to find herself. Is it the 80th anniversary of the Magic City Conservatory of Music? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this year seemed to be quite special. The 60th anniversary of the lifting of the nation's pomp and circumstance seems to be this year as well. Magic City Conservatory of Music is worthy of being one of the oldest conservatories in the country, and the history of its establishment is surprisingly 20 years earlier than the day it was founded by Shangshi. 2 days run into each other. It is no wonder that so many leaders will visit this 80th year school celebration. And he also knew that this Magic City Music Academy that Su Luowei graduated from had a great influence in the Chinese music industry. And many of the teachers inside were famous music professors in China. Nikki's teacher was one of them. Su Mengyao would undoubtedly gain the extra attention of many leaders and old professors if she could take a place at this 80th year school celebration party. No wonder the little girl took it so seriously and came to the house early in the morning to beg him to write a song. But Jiang Chen pulled out his ears. His demeanor still not very interested. I haven't had much inspiration lately to write songs. Are you kidding? His songs aren't like cabbages. You can have them if you want them. Not even if you're Su Luowei's little sister. Seifu, I'm also willing to sign a trainee base contract, so just write one for me. Okay. Su Mengyao bit her lip and ran to Jiang Chen's side, gently shaking his arm and pampering him. She had promised her classmates that she would figure it out today. No. Jiang Chen still refused with an expressionless face. Su Mengyao hadn't officially made her debut yet. And with her relationship with little Nasan, the contract she signed didn't even count. By then, not only would his song be gone, but the little girl might even be scooped up by another company at a high price. Wouldn't he have lost his wife and his army then? Humph. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth and stood up with an exasperated sigh. If you don't write for me, I'll follow you all the way. Eat after you, drink after you, and sleep after you. Oh, I'm going to go to the bathroom then. Jiang Chen yawned and headed directly in the direction of the restroom. However, Su Mengyao seemed as if she had made up her mind and kept following behind him. Even if he had closed the restroom door, she would have had to stay outside the door with her nose covered. For crying out loud, elder brother-in-law, I won't give up. Just count on staying inside for an hour. I'll keep waiting. Jiang Chen stayed in the restroom for a long time, and half the time he didn't have any urge to urinate, so he couldn't help but sigh in a dark leisurely manner. To be fair, it feels kinda awkward if there's a pretty woman guarding the door when you go to the restroom. As if someone is deliberately eavesdropping outside the door. If he let this little silly girl keep following him, how could he still be dashing today? 2 minutes later, seeing Su Mengyao in the doorway, it seemed that she hadn't left yet. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and he opened the door somewhat angrily, intending to give this silly girl a little lesson. is it true that as long as I help you get the party ranking, I won't bother me anymore? Su Mengyao thought that Jiang Chen had compromised, so she hastily nodded her head as her eyes lit up. Senior brother-in-law, I wouldn't have come to you if I had any other way, so just help me. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. I can help you, but writing you a song won't work for a while, at least not until after your official debut. He pretended to sigh and said, Ha? Su Mengyao froze for a moment. How else are you going to help us get a ranking if you don't write songs? It's not that simple. I'll just come up with a program for you guys that you don't have to sing to get a ranking. Su Mengyao was a bit puzzled. You don't have to sing to get a ranking. There's a show like that? How many people are you going to arrange to be on this program of yours? Jiang Chen asked. Counting me, there are a total of 8. All girls. We were going to form a girl group and rehearse a singing and dancing program. Su Mengyao broke her fingers. Jiang Chen nodded, an evil idea slowly surfacing in his mind. You girls, I assume you all have a foundation in dance? Yes. Can you do calisthenics? Also, skip a little too. Well, good. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I just happened to remember a program where calisthenics with music jumped out at me. If you guys want to take places at the school gala, you could try this. Calisthenics? Su Mengyao's mouth opened wide when she heard this. Master's sister husband. Are you sure? What kind of person performs calisthenics on a party program? Wouldn't that be weird? Sure. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned around and from the room, fetched the computer. When he was idle and bored, he happened to have recorded the tune of Materia Medica in his computer, and he didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Su Mengyao followed behind him, her expression still entangled in doubt and disbelief. Aerobics at the school gala? Will it really work? Teacher, what's the name of the calisthenics? You said, Sifu? Most of the calisthenics she's done. She always thought it would be weird to do calisthenics on stage. Is this really not going to be a joke? Shuttlecock drill. Ever heard of it? Jiang Chen's faint voice came from the room. Nope, never heard of it. Su Mengyao thought for a moment, then shook her head somewhat blankly. Oh, that's a relief. Su Mengyao froze, full of doubts as she was about to ask something. Soon, though, a light melody was blaring from the computer. If Hua Tuo were to live again, all the foreigners have been cured. Chapter 61. You don't understand the intricacies of shuttlecock ing. Su Mengyao's expression gradually froze. This is a new song by your senior's husband? Both men in the room stood quietly, with only the stereo by the computer blaring music over and over. 2 minutes later, the song, is it satisfactory? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. Full. Satisfied. It took Su Mengyao a long time to come back to her senses, and then she looked at Jiang Chen with starry eyes. Sifu, are you going to bring this song to us? Of course not. Jiang Chen, however, shook his head. This is just background music. You guys just need to take care of the calisthenics. Ah, calisthenics again. Su Mengyao immediately showed a flash of disappointment. This calisthenics move is simple. I'll show you. Jiang Chen ignored Su Mengyao's expression and led her towards the balcony. Oh, the hole has been dug. And you still want to run? He set the computer on the balcony table, then pressed play on the music again. This calisthenics is just a few moves. Watch it. First one, the shuttlecock move. Touch your right ankle with your left hand and your left ankle with your right hand. Su Mengyao blinked her big eyes and watched Jiang Chen's movements very carefully. She realized that the calisthenics looked a little strange, but with this fast-paced music, it seemed to have a rhythm to it. It's like dancing. Second action. Lift your leg back and touch your ankle too. Jiang Chen once again changed his movements, still very rhythmic. Su Mengyao herself had a foundation in dance, and seeing the hunt, she felt that all these movements were very simple, so she quickly followed along. She had a good foundation in dance and learned it in just a couple of looks. Third move, touch the back foot. Jiang Chen continued. For the fourth maneuver, raise the right and left legs and touch the knees. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen paused. How's it going? Did you learn? Is this calisthenics just these 4 movements? Su Mengyao asked with wide eyes and curiosity. What? It's not enough? Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Those few moves alone are enough to put you through the ringer. Enough is enough. Su Mengyao said hurriedly, her eyes somewhat incredulous. After some practice just now, she realized that although these 4 movements were simple, they danced beautifully, with rhyming and rhythmic movements. It's really quite a bandwagon with that musical melody from Sifu. She could imagine how eye-catching the picture would be if at the party, all 8 of them girls were on stage together neatly dancing this shuttlecock drill. This master's brother-in-law. It seems he invented an awesome calisthenics. A meaningful smile flickered across Jiang Chen's eyes. If that's enough, get back to practicing. Good. Su Mengyao nodded stupidly. But soon there were some concerns. But, Would it be a bit too monotonous to just dance these few maneuvers? And can we really take the rankings? Don't worry. Jiang Chen waved his hand. These few moves coupled with this song, it's no problem at all to help you guys get a ranking. With that, he pointed to the audio file on his computer. It was only then that Su Mengyao realized the name of the song on the screen, Materia Medica. Her eyes lit up for a moment, and she suddenly remembered that this senior brother-in-law of hers not only wrote great songs, but also had great singing skills. So she hurriedly said, "Senior sister husband, why don't you come and help us then too? We'll dance calisthenics and you'll sing." What a great stage effect that would be. Jiang Chen had long been itching to hurry up and get rid of the little girl. We'll see, if you guys can get these moves down in the meantime, I'll make one appearance. But, he was deliberately irritating. These movements look simple, but it's actually quite hard to practice them well. You are dancing in unison. So it's very important to have a sense of power and neatness in your movements. It's hard to do without 8 hours or more of training a day. Can you guys really do it? Su Mengyao immediately grunted. Of course. You're also looking down on us too much. We've all danced before. Practicing 8 hours a day is nothing at all. This shuttlecock drill, the movements are so simple. We won't get tired even if we practice from morning to night. She waved her fist, full of energy. Good. Then get practicing. And I'll check your results after a while. Jiang Chen said with a slight smile and waved his hand. Alright, senior brother-in-law. Don't worry. I promise to practice for more than 8 hours every day. I won't let you down. Su Mengyao nodded her head vigorously. Looking at the silly girl's energetic departing back, Jiang Chen laughed in his heart, then gradually slumped down on the chair. Shuttlecock drills, 8 hours a day? Lu Qinghong didn't even dare to say such things. Little silly girl, you'll soon realize how complicated the world of calisthenics can be. After practicing this drill, you're lucky if you can stand normally. Shouldn't have time to bother yourself next, right? Morning Vista Entertainment, Artist Lounge. Due to Jiang Chen stopping all the artists' notices, all the artists of Chenwei Entertainment didn't go out today and all gathered here. Did Director Jiang come to work today? Not yet. It seems. It's almost noon. Why isn't he here yet? It was Chu Yofei who was bullied by Qingqing Entertainment. Not us. So what gives him the right to stop our announcements? What should we do? We can't just keep waiting around like this, can we? Alas, I heard that our announcements were stopped. Probably because Director Jiang wanted to help Chu Yofei out and planned to find trouble with Qingqing Entertainment. Is he crazy? That's Tilting City Entertainment. You guys, do you think he's got his eye on Chu Yofei? The little girl is so good looking and young. No wonder. It's simply a mess. Such a small matter. Thinking of fighting hard with Tilting City Entertainment. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Why don't we go find Sister Jing? That's right. If I don't get a statement today, I'm going to file for termination. And I'm already there anyway. In the lounge, a girl in her mid-20s spoke, but suddenly stopped her voice. However, everyone understood what she meant. Anyway, I'm already connected to Tilting City Entertainment, and with that fallback, she's nothing to be afraid of at all. Hearing her words, the minds of the artists in the lounge gradually became active. In the past, they might not have been in a position to make demands on the company, but it was different now. The situation of Chenwei Entertainment was not optimistic, and Tilting City Entertainment had not sent them a lot of messages behind their backs, so they all felt that now was the time when the company needed to pay attention to them. They can't let that Director Jiang mess around anymore. I'm going to go talk to Sister Jing, the 20-year-old girl who had just spoken suddenly said, then looked to the other girl on the side. Ji Wen, want to come along? At those words, the entire lounge looked toward them. It was because these two girls were the two most popular artists of Morning Vista Entertainment. They were also the two people that Su Jingchu had always planned to focus on cultivating. If even they are thinking of terminating their contracts with the company, what's left of Chenwei Entertainment? Outside the door, Yan Shuexin and a woman wearing a hat and large sunglasses were slowly walking down the corridor of the company. The conversations coming from the lounge all fell into the ears of the two. The sunglasses woman took a leisurely pace and surveyed the internal layout of Morning Vista Entertainment with interest. I heard that Su Luowei, that girl, actually asked her writer husband to be the company's music director. Is this true? It's true. Yan Shuexin nodded with a godless face. The sunglasses woman, however, stared blankly, a hint of disbelief showing in her eyes. Has the situation in Morning Vista Entertainment been messed up to such an extent now? In her opinion, that jerk of a husband of Su Luowei's was not suitable to be a music director at all. Yan Shuexin didn't say anything. To be honest, when she first heard the news, she also thought that Jiang Chen wasn't suitable to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment at all. Shuexin, aren't you giving up yet? The sunglasses woman smiled slightly. In this situation, even if you stand on the side of Chenwei Entertainment, what can you do to help? That girl Su Luowei was only overwhelmed by love to trust her husband unconditionally and ended up making such an absurd decision. Are you going to be as irrational as her? Yan Shuexin suddenly stopped and looked at her. What? Am I wrong? Yan Shuexin shook her head and took a deep breath. You are quite right. However, there is one thing that is wrong. Wang Lin froze for a moment. Which bit? A hint of shock and complexity gradually appeared in Yan Shuexin's eyes. I actually believe that guy, and it's still out of sanity kind of thing. Wang Lin froze for a moment, somewhat not understanding Yan Shuexin's meaning. You believe him too? Yan Shuexin nodded with a complex expression. She only believes what she sees. She saw that Jiang Chen could write songs, and was still a very good kind. Just the few songs he saw yesterday were enough to shock the entire music scene. The guy's talent in the field of music was definitely one of the best out of everyone she'd ever met. So she chose to trust Jiang Chen, even though the guy didn't seem very reliable. But at this point, there was no choice but to trust him. This person I want to bring you to meet is the new director of Chunwei Entertainment, Jiang Chen. She pointed to the office in front of her, her tone a little complicated. Wang Lin froze again. Then her expression was a bit surprised. Chapter 62, Director Jiang. Don't mess around. Jiang Chen? Su Luowei's husband? The young man you say is a great songwriter is him? Wang Lin asked in surprise. Yan Shuexin nodded. Wang Lin stood still a bit unresponsive. And so on. Shui Xin. You're not trying to tell me that the songs written by this Jiang Chen can rival those old guys, are you? Are you kidding me? However, Yan Shuexin didn't answer her doubts as she took the lead and pushed open the door to Jiang Chen's office and walked in. The office was empty. That guy really hasn't shown up for work yet. Yan Shuexin furrowed her brows slightly, and just as she was thinking about whether or not to call Jiang Chen, Wang Lin also walked into this office belonging to the music director with a somewhat odd expression on her face. At this point, she had gradually begun to be convinced that the person Yan Shuexin wanted to bring her to see was Su Luowei's asshole husband, and instead, she wasn't so anxious in her heart. Su Luowei was overwhelmed by love. What about Yan Shuexin? She was also mesmerized by Jiang Chen. In short, the end of the bet was almost certain to be a win for her. Even she had heard of Jiang Chen's name. How can a third-rate writer, the representative of a mongrel softy, write a good song? Her demeanor gradually became lighter as she slowly surveyed the empty office and smiled. It's okay, I've heard of Superintendent Zhang's habits, and anyway, I've freed up my time today, so it can wait. In the lounge, the two most popular artist girls of Chunwei Entertainment met up and walked together towards Su Jingchu's office. As they passed the doorway, though, they noticed a female artist in the lounge who was a few years older than them. Sister Ling, do you want to come along? Ezra Moon asked in passing. Never mind. Yang Ling froze at her words, but shook her head. She was the earliest female singer signed by Morning Vista Entertainment. When she was still just a street singer, she could only take some small supermarket business opening activities, and her income was very unstable. Later on, it was still Su Jingchu who discovered her and felt that she had the potential to become a professional singer before signing her into Chunwei Entertainment. Yang Ling can still remember it clearly. When she first learned that Chunwei Entertainment was the company founded by the national goddess Su Luowei, she was truly taken aback. Su Luowei is a first-tier actress in China. How could you sign yourself to her company? Although she was a bit older than Su Luowei though, but was very much admiring this girl who had become a big star at a young age. She also knew about the recent situation of Chunwei Entertainment, but at this critical moment, she had no intention of changing companies. Morning Vivian Entertainment, she kind of liked it and stayed used to it. Okay. Seeing this, Yi Jiwen didn't force herself to do so, and pushed the door straight open, heading out, but wait for the lounge door to close. Yang Ling, however, could faintly hear them talking. Ugh, do you think she didn't receive the message from Tilting City Entertainment? I think so. The name is also too earthy. What's her name? Yang Ling. Tilting City Entertainment shouldn't like her type of artist, right? No wonder she refuses to go to Sister Jing. I guess she's worried that there's no way back. Alas, if Morning Vista Entertainment is gone by then, where else is she going to go? Guess it's back to singing on the streets. That's too bad. Ha ha. Listening to the murmurs, Yang Ling secretly sighed in her heart. In fact, she had received a text message from Tilted City Entertainment. Yao Si Chun, likewise, offered her a better deal than Chunwei Entertainment. Only she still remembered her delight and excitement when Sister Jing had placed the contract in front of her more than a year ago. She had always been grateful for Morning Violet Entertainment signing herself up. So even though Morning Violet Entertainment was now in crisis, she hadn't entertained the idea that she would have to leave right away. At this time now, Mr. Su was probably already having a headache, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Mr. Su. The corner of the lounge. Chu Yofei's expression gradually became somewhat complicated and tangled. By now her face was covered in a large bandage, though some redness was still faintly visible through the edges. She had heard all the words discussed by Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen in the lounge just now. Director Jiang, it can't be true that it's for your own. It's because of me that I've stopped all the other people's announcements, isn't it? Was he really planning to go after Tilting City Entertainment just to help himself out? Just now they were saying, Director Jiang is doing this because he has a crush on himself. That's why he did it. It can't be true, can it? Oh my god. One time, Chu Yofei only felt her heart was in turmoil. She felt that if it was really because of such a reason that the artists of Chenwei Entertainment had a big opinion, then she was too sorry for Sister Lovey. How could one face Sister Lovey in the future? She bit her lip and hesitated for a long moment. Eventually, a decision is made. She was also going to ask Sister Jing nicely, as embarrassing as this whole thing is, but it's better to ask. If Superintendent Jian really intends to do this, then he must be advised not to mess around. I want out of my contract. In Su Jingchu's office, Lin Leirong condescendingly placed the documents on her desk. Application for separation. Su Jingchu looked at the document, but her expression did not fluctuate in any way. She learned yesterday that Lin Leirong would terminate her contract. This little wave of hooves has long been on the same page with Tilting City Entertainment, and it's only a matter of time before the contract is terminated. Nevertheless, she followed the process of picking up that application for separation and briefly looked at it and asked, "Sure you want it?" In the column of reasons for leaving, it was written that he was unwell. She was a bit speechless. This Lin Leirong was really quite capable of making things up. This reason, it should have been thought up for her by the side of Tilting City Entertainment, right? Use the reason of unwellness to terminate the contract, and when the time comes, you can still wrestle with the company on the responsibility of breach of contract. Lin Leirong's expression was full of arrogance. Originally, she had wanted to wait for Su Jingchu to be shocked and retain herself before she spoke sarcastically and disgusted this old woman. However, Su Jingchu's face had been calm, as if she had anticipated that she would come to terminate her contract. This made Lin Leirong more or less disappointed. She felt that Su Jingchu might not have reacted yet and deliberately emphasized again, "I've already thought about it. Today is the day I must terminate my contract. Even if the company retains it, it's useless." Oh, however, Su Jingchu remained in a bland manner. Taking a pen directly from the table, he signed the application for separation. No need to hold back. I approve. Chapter 63, Sister Jing, does Director Jiang like me? Seeing the situation, Lin Leirong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A bit surprised. This is agreeable? She's got a lot of things she's prepared to say that haven't been said yet. What's with this punch-in-cotton feeling? She fumed a little, but continued. I know there's a liquidated damages clause in the contract, but I've arranged for an attorney to come and interface with you afterward. The lawyer was of course arranged for her by Tilting City Entertainment. Like this situation, although the contract is signed for liquidated damages, it is not necessarily necessary to perform exactly according to the contract. There's a lot in there to riff on. For example, whether the liquidated damages are set unreasonably, whether the breach of contract is true, and how much damage the breach of contract actually caused to the original company are all criteria for the final determination of liquidated damages. In short, it's all what lawyers do best, and it's guaranteed that you can rip them off for a year and a half without having to pay out a dime. She figured this time, the other side should always sink in. But who knows? Su Jingchu directly shook her head. Don't worry, Morning Vista Entertainment doesn't intend to pull any punches with you in terms of breach of contract responsibilities. As long as you can do one thing, I can even not pursue your breach of contract responsibilities. Ha? Lin Leirong froze again. No recourse? Without her having to pay for the breach of contract? What's going on here? Really? Really? She asked with some disbelief. Of course it's true, but you have to follow my requirements as well. Su Jingchu shrugged and nodded. The liquidated damages signed on the contract is only $500,000, and Lin Leirong Bay has Qingcheng Entertainment as a backer behind her. Lawyers on both sides of the tug-of-war not only cannot collect the money not to say, but also waste a lot of manpower and resources. In the end, after a year or two of stalemate, we may only receive $100,000 or $200,000. They, Chenwei Entertainment, were after all not the kind of entertainment company that was open specifically to make money from breach of contract fees. Liquidated damages are created simply to prevent artists from defaulting on their contracts within the timeframe and costing the company money. But after figuring out Jiang Chen's thoughts yesterday, now she had a better way in mind to deal with these artists who betrayed on the brink. Thinking of this, she didn't immediately hand the signed application for separation back to Lin Leirong, but put it into her drawer. What? What do you mean? What am I going to do? Lin Leirong felt as if she had fallen into the middle of Su Jingchu's rhythm. However, at this point, her head was just a little bit unable to respond. Before coming to Su Jingchu's office, she had envisioned many other possibilities and conversations in her mind. However, the situation in front of him was not expected in any way. It's very simple. I want you to stay in Chenwei Entertainment for 1 more month. After 1 month, you can just leave Chenwei Entertainment, and it's not even a breach of contract for you. Su Jingchu said faintly. Just, that's it? Lin Lorong gradually widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. That's too easy an offer, isn't it? Just stay at Chenwei Entertainment for another month and you can just get out of your contract without any problems? Really? This is much better than Tilting City Entertainment arranging for a lawyer to handle the breach of contract situation for her. After all, she is an entertainer. It's best to minimize unnecessary bad press by not getting caught up in cases of financial disputes. It's only a month, and she's not missing that time at all. Okay, no problem. As if she was afraid that Su Jingchu would back out, she said in a hurry. Good. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Su Jingchu waved her hand and said in a flat tone. When Lin Lorong walked out of the office, her expression was still a bit dull. Dismissal. And that's how it went down? There was no talking, no arguing, not even the lawyers that were already on hand. As long as she stayed in Chenwei Entertainment for 1 more month, she could successfully terminate her contract. What's going on here? When did the company become so nice? She walked in the direction of the outside of the building with a puzzled look on her face. Yaji, look, isn't that Lin Lurong? In the distance, the two of them, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen, who were preparing to talk to Sister Jing about something, happened to see Lin Leirong, who had already walked out of the office building, through the window. It seems like she just came out of Sister Jing's office. Yesterday she was talking about finding Sister Jing to terminate her contract. I wonder how she's doing with Sister Jing. Why don't we go to her and ask her first? The two of them looked at each other with some curiosity and gossip in their gazes. How do companies deal with the problem of artists terminating their contracts? Blocking plus liquidated damages? Or something else? Good. Then we'll talk to Sister Jing this afternoon. Zhang Yaji nodded. She also felt that it would be better to ask Lin Lorong first. The two made an immediate decision to turn around and head in the direction of the outside of the building as well. Su Jingchu sat in her office and exhaled deeply. After Jiang Chen instructed her not to let a single person go yesterday, she came up with this not-so-successful solution. While it was able to keep all the artists in the company for the time being, it also waived the liability for breach of contract. It would be fine if everything went well on Jiang Chen's side. But in the end, all of these artists would have to pay for their betrayal. But what if things don't go well on Jiang Chen's side either? Tumblr Entertainment is not that good. After dealing with Lin Lurong's termination of contract, she couldn't help but worry in her heart. The thing she was most afraid of at this point was that after Lin Lurong terminated her contract, other artists would scramble to follow suit. What will we do then? Even if she gave up pursuing the breach of contract, the most she could do was to keep the artists in the company for 1 more month. 1 month later, all her hard work for over a year is about to go down the drain. When she thought of this, a look of worry couldn't help but show in her eyes. Jiang Chen guy, in the end there is no grasp, was thinking. There was a sudden thump knock at the door. Is someone trying to get out of their contract again? Su Jingchu frowned and said in a somewhat icy tone, come in. However, when the door was opened, it was a somewhat unexpected figure that entered. Young princess? Su Jingchu froze for a moment. What are you looking for me for? Sister Jing. Chu Yofei's petite body walked into the office with an expression that looked as if it was somewhat torn. It's okay. If something comes up, facing this delicate little girl. Su Jingchu's tone slowed down a lot and said gently. However, Chu Yofei's expression was still full of tangles. Because she was simply too embarrassed to ask directly if Superintendent Jiang liked herself enough to stand up for herself? It's just too awkward to ask. She hesitated for a long time after. It was only then that he stammered a little and asked, Sister Jing, I want to ask Director Jiang, why did he suddenly stop everyone's announcements? That text message. Did he accidentally send it by mistake? Chapter 64 Jiang Chen. I want it now. Chu Yofei asked the question in a different way. However, Su Jingchu misunderstood her and asked in a soft tone, why are you asking all of a sudden? Did you hear something in the restroom? She knew that after that text message from Jiang Chen was sent out yesterday, the artists were sure to have no small amount of opinions. Chu Yofei hesitated for a moment, then nodded her head and said truthfully, people don't quite understand, and others say, that Superintendent Jiang is only to give me a head start. Her voice faded and her face flushed slightly in embarrassment. Su Jingchu didn't know what was going on in her mind. They're right. The reason why Director Jiang made that decision yesterday was to give you a break. She sighed and said, ha? At those words, Chu Yofei immediately widened her eyes. No way. Did Director Jiang really do it for her? Actually, yesterday, I was a bit disagreeable. Su Jingshu sighed again and said, but Superintendent Jiang has always insisted, and even Mr. Su supports him, so, alas, there's nothing I can do? Chu Yofei's beautiful eyes were once again wide with disbelief. What? Even Sister Lo supports it? But, Chu Yofei had a tangled face. She felt as if her brain was even more messed up now. What the hell is going on here? You don't think that's very nice, do you? Su Jingshu asked. Chu Yofei subconsciously nodded. This way? When? Of course it's not good. Ugh. I don't think it's too good either. This will obviously make the company's artists more unstable. Su Jingshu shook her head and muttered. But that guy Jiang Chen is bent on having his own way. Even Diva Yen supports him. I can't do anything about it. She looked at Chu Yofei, who was filled with nervousness, and felt a trace of comfort in her heart. There were still people in this company who understood her and were willing to stand by her. I happen to be going to ask him something. Why don't you come with me and ask him about it? She put away the worried look in her eyes, stood up, and patted Chu Yofei's little head. She had to find Jiang Chen and ask him whether he had the certainty to deal with Pouring City Entertainment or not. And when the time came, she wouldn't let all the artists in the company get away and still not be able to do anything about Pouring City Entertainment, right? Then the joke's on you. Chu Yofei nodded with a somewhat dull expression. At this point, her mind was a little messed up. She wanted to find Director Jiang and tell him not to sacrifice the entire Chenwei Entertainment for herself, but I don't know how to say it. No way. Gotta work up the courage, even if it's for the sake of Sister Luowei. He definitely can't let Superintendent Jiang mess up. She took a deep breath, silently cheering herself up in her mind. When I see Superintendent Jiang later, I must muster up the courage to tell him to stop fooling around. Because of that text message, both Sister Yaji and Sister Shiwen seemed to want to terminate their contracts with the company. They were the two most popular artists in the company, and Sister Jing had invested so many resources in them. If this goes on, Chenwei Entertainment will really collapse. By the time Jiang Chen arrived at the company, the time had already come to a little past 1 in the afternoon. After Su Mengyao left, he had wanted to take a nap on the balcony, but was worried that the girl would return home to him if she realized something was wrong when she got back, so simply came straight to the office, where he was quite comfortable taking a nap anyway, and no one was bothering him. He yawned and walked into his office, only to suddenly realize that there were actually 2 women already sitting on the couch in his office. One is Yan Shuexin. The other woman was unrecognizable in a sun hat and large sunglasses. By the looks of it, it should be Yan Shuexin's friend. Yo, old face, good morning. He raised his hand in greeting, then sat down in his own office chair and said, Lovey seems to have gone to record a song. Didn't you tag along? He thought that Yan Shuexin had come to look for Su Luowei, but Yan Shuexin acted as if she hadn't heard him. The beautiful eyes glanced at him with a slight frown. Early? What time is it? Beside Yan Shuexin, Wang Lin sized up Jiang Chen with interest through her sunglasses. This young man, he should be the Jiang Chen that Yan Shuexin was talking about, right? Su Lo's asshole writer husband? As rumor has it, it looks lazy and not up for anything. Can't seem to find anything else to like about it other than being a little bit better looking. Yan Shuexin actually believed that he could write a song comparable to those old guys, so she wouldn't have been overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's face value, just like Su Luowei, right? The mind has all sorts of misgivings though, but she didn't say anything at this time. Anyway, Yan Shuexin's bet with her had already been established. As long as Yan Shuexin was willing to admit defeat later on, it would be fine. Jiang Chen had already opened his computer at this moment, and he planned to look at today's novel data first. However, Yan Shuexin stood up from the sofa and walked straight to his desk, her gaze still cold, but her tone was very serious. I'm not looking for Lo, I'm here for you. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Yan Shuexin with some confusion. Looking for him? What is it? In his impression, it seemed that he didn't seem to have any interactions with this Yan Diva. Did he? Ever since the last time we chatted online, the woman didn't seem too keen on herself. What could he want with himself? I'd like you to write a song. Yan Shuexin didn't beat around the bush, but said directly. Time waits for no one. Wang Lin is still waiting here. There has to be an outcome to this matter today. Ha? You want me to write a song? Jiang Chen heard, but the corner of his mouth was difficult to place draw. I thought to myself, what the hell is going on with these two sisters today? One ran to his house begging for a song and the other ran to his company asking for a song. Does he really think he's spelling yuzu? And anyone who wants to come over and slash at him? I'm not inspired today. Sometime later, he waved his hand, somewhat helplessly. I really don't want to write any more songs today, but even if Yan Shuexin didn't mention it, he was planning to write a song for this diva sister after a while. After all, you want to fight with Tilting City Entertainment. Nikki alone would be a bit too much of a force to be reckoned with. When the critical moment came, throwing out the heavy bomb that was Yen Tianho would definitely shock a large circle of people, but after all, the status of Yen Diva is unusual, and there are relatively few songs that can fit her singing style. He hadn't figured out what kind of song he wanted to write. Red Bean or Legend? Later or Meet? I can't wait that long. I want it today. However, Yen Shuexin shook her head, her face incomparably determined. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. I thought, damn, you're too eager, aren't you? Want it today? But I'm not in good shape today, and how can I give it to you now when I'm sleepy and low on energy? He still waved his hand. Uninspired, out of shape, bad weather. Next time. The couch. Wang Lin looked at the scene with great interest. Originally, she had thought that in the face of Yen Shuexin's request, this Jiang Chen would surely agree to it with alacrity. How many musicians dream of being able to write a song for a diva? Any song that a diva is willing to sing is a huge boost in fame for any musician. What he didn't expect, however, was that Jiang Chen had rejected it outright. Yen Shuexin's expression gradually became icy cold, and she seemed to be somewhat angry. She also didn't expect that this fellow, Jiang Chen, was the one who directly rejected her request. This asshole. Do you know how many people out there are dying to write a song for her? Well, if you don't write, I'll stay here the whole time and watch you work, she said icily. She had her own way of facing assholes like Jiang Chen. At those words, Jiang Chen's expression stiffened for a moment. I thought to myself, your mom Yen Shuexin, you and Su Mengyao didn't receive training at the same rogue school, did you? How come the trickery is exactly the same? What a day. If he's not in shape today, does this woman still plan to force her way in? But, after waiting a few moments, seeing that Yen Shuexin really didn't seem to be joking, she kept standing in front of her desk without leaving. It was as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running wild in his heart. I can't believe I didn't read the calendar when I woke up today. How can you even encounter this kind of trickery twice in a row? Thump, 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 just when the two were somewhat at a standstill. Instead, there was a sudden knock at the door. Chapter 65, Songs that can establish the position of a diva. Jiang Chen. Su Jingshu pushed the door in with Chu Yofei, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that the atmosphere in the office seemed a bit off, and then saw the two women in the office. Why is Queen Yen Tian here too? And who's the guy with the sunglasses? Oh, you guys talk first, our business will come later. She didn't care and shrugged, pulling Chu Yofei aside. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly. The office seems to be filling up more and more, and Yen Shuexin was still standing in front of his desk in a I'll force myself if you don't want to manner. How is this for a nap? What did you do with the manuscript for all those years? You know this whole writing thing. He wasn't going to tell Nikki yet. Half a day later, Jiang Chen felt that his heart was really as hard as a dog in the sun. Yen Shuexin was a diva and Su Luowei's senior sister. Neither can they beat nor scold. And when they play a scoundrel to her face, they really can't do much about her. But Jiang Chen is also the first time to see the high-cold Yen diva playing a scoundrel. It had to be said that it was quite a headache for a high-cooled woman to play a scoundrel. It doesn't seem to be much weaker than Su Luowei's sappy offense. Seeing that Yen Shuexin in front of him didn't seem to have any intention of retreating at all, he sighed somewhat helplessly in his heart. Forget it, forget it. This group of sisters and teachers are harder to handle one by one. If you really bother with them, you'll only exhaust yourself. Yen Shuexin was after all not an outsider, so let's give her the song in advance. He looked at Yen Shuexin and said irritably, yes, but you should know my rules. The singer only has the right to sing, and there's a contract to split the profits 91%. Deal. Yen Shuexin was relieved and immediately said. At those words, Chu Yofei, who was on the side, immediately widened her eyes. What do you mean? Diva Yen actually approached Director Jiang to ask for a song? Or is it a 91% split? Even Su Jingshu was a bit surprised. Could it be that even Queen Yen Tian is going to start helping this asshole writer make money? What the hell did this guy do in his last life? How can he have so many wonderful women all around him, constantly making money for him? Su Jingshu thought with an odd expression. What song do you want? In front of the desk, Jiang Chen asked with some irritation. He hadn't thought of a song for Yen Shuexin yet, so he wanted to hear her ideas first. He had originally thought that Yen Shuexin would say whatever, both, or something like that in response, but surprisingly, this senior sister was not polite at all. I've just been promoted to diva now. My reputation is still a bit shaky, and I want a song that will help me establish my position. Jiang Chen froze for a moment at his words. He then looked at Yen Shuexin with some disbelief. What? What did you say? The song that helped you set the stage? Brother, do you know you're a diva? If you can't even secure your position in the singing world, who else can? You still want a song that's going to lay claim to the diva position? Why don't you fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Sending you to heaven is a little easier than this thing, isn't it? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly. Yan Shuoxin looked at Jiang Chen and frowned slightly, seemingly a bit angry. What do you mean by that look? She also knew that what she was asking seemed a bit much, but it was a bet between her and Wang Lin. What could be done? She gritted her silver teeth, but still didn't budge. Anyway, do your best. I just want a song like this, she said in a somewhat stiff tone, then sat down on the chair opposite Jiang Chen. Apparently, it was planning to wait here for Jiang Chen's new song. Jiang Chen's eyes were somewhat speechless. What's with this feeling of being supervised? However, after a mental sigh, his fingers still tapped lightly on the desktop, his mind slowly pondering. The song that would help set the stage for the diva? Which one is better? In the office, everyone was quiet as they looked at Jiang Chen, who was deep in thought. Only Wang Lin's expression was a bit unimpressed. She didn't think Jiang Chen could write such a song. Xu Youfei's gaze was filled with curiosity. She had never seen this director Jiang write a song, so her heart was puzzled. With Yan Tianho's identity, why would she want to find this director Jiang to write a song? There should be a lot of people in the entertainment industry who want to help Queen Yan write songs. Su Jingqiu and Yan Shuoxin were both a bit expectant and nervous in their hearts. They knew that Jiang Chen could write songs and that the songs he wrote were of high quality, but the request Yan Shuoxin had just made was unprecedentedly high. Can Jiang Chen write a song like this? Time passes by. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen's fingers tapping on the desktop slowly stopped. He looked up with a slight frown. To be honest, at this time in his heart, he had really come up with a song that would not only satisfy Yan Shuoxin's request, but also find an answer to the thing that had been troubling him. Originally, he was still pondering on how exactly to completely solve Tilting City Entertainment. Now that Yan Shuoxin suddenly brought it up, he had some ideas. But, the only problem is that the song seems to pick on people a bit. I don't know if Yan Shuoxin is suitable either. With her current fame and status, singing the song seems a little less interesting. After all, Yan Shuoxin had only just been promoted to Heavenly Empress not long ago, and her fame and seniority had not yet sunk in enough. This song, is it suitable for her to sing? Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression was a bit strange, Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingqiu both looked at him with some suspicion. Never mind. Half a day later, Jiang Chen sighed slowly. Just this song, can't think of anything better than it for now. Solving the dumpster is the most important thing at the moment. He grabbed a pen and paper from the table, getting ready to write the song down. Seeing the situation, everyone in the office was a little surprised. Got a thought so soon? Wang Lin's brows furrowed slightly. Could this Jiang Chen really write songs? Wait, doesn't he need to brew? He's writing so soon? She had seen hundreds of musicians in China, to say the least, and it seemed that no one was writing songs like this, right? She sat up slightly straighter with a grave expression. Yan Shuoxin also stood up, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen's pen tip. What kind of songs would he write? Could it be the song, The Red Bean? Seeing Jiang Chen ready to write, she secretly took a deep breath in her heart. Jiang Chen, do you really want to? Will this song really fit the bill for me? If this bet was lost, Chenwei Entertainment's situation would be even worse. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Chen's fingers, however, slowly came to a halt, the tip of the pen hanging over the surface of the paper, hesitant to fall. Seeing the situation, the crowd was a bit strange. Why did you suddenly stop writing? Especially Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingqiu, who had both seen Jiang Chen write songs. The guy is usually pretty unreliable, but when he writes songs, he's like a different person. Fast and good. Songs written off the cuff are enough to shock the music world. Why does it seem like your mind is stuck today? Wang Lin smiled faintly, her body relaxing slightly. Where is the song that can help the diva to establish her position so well written? This kind of classic and good song. She has only accumulated a handful of songs after so many years in the entertainment industry. It's not unusual to be unable to put pen to paper on such short notice. Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingqiu both looked toward Jiang Chen with some confusion, only to see that Jiang Chen, who was usually a bit cynical and lethargic, looked a bit grave in his expression at this moment. He looked at the paper in front of him and froze. His expression seemed to be a bit grave, and he didn't make any movements for a long time. What the hell is going on? Yan Shuoxin frowned slightly and was about to speak. Jiang Chen at this time, however, slowly put down his pen hair and sighed softly. Forget it, this song, I'd better sing it directly to you guys for a bit. Words. The crowd froze. Straight. Singing straight? Jiang Chen nodded with a somewhat complicated expression, but didn't explain. In his mind, this was a song that needed to be taken seriously. It would be a little too monotonous to simply put it on paper. There's no way to express the complexity of the emotions involved. You want to sing? I'll get the guitar? Su Jingqiu stood up and asked. No need. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and stopped her. After a pause, his voice was grave. For this song, use the piano. Su Jingchu froze for a moment. This solemn look on Jiang Chen's face caused her to be a bit surprised. She had never seen Jiang Chen take a song so seriously. The last time Jiang Chen played and sang Silence in front of all the trainees, his expression was also much more casual than now. There's also a piano downstairs in the music theory classroom, closer to us, but the practicing students seem to be in class right now. She pointed in the direction of the stairs. Then go to the classroom. Jiang Chen nodded. Since I'm going to choose to sing the song, let's make it a little more formal. Okay, I'll take you guys. After thinking for a moment, Su Jingchu nodded her head as well and didn't say anything more. It wasn't the first time Jiang Chen had sung in front of the trainee students anyway. He's the music director, and it's only right that he shows the process of making music in front of the trainees once in a while. When Jiang Chen and Su Jingchu walked out of the office together, Chu Youfei was a bit flustered as she bowed to Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin before following closely behind the two as well. In the office, only Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin remained. The two men looked at each other. Regrets? It's not too late if you want to change. I still have plenty of time today. Wang Lin stood up and flashed a smile. For Jiang Chen as a person, she felt that she had won a little too easily. It's even a bit of bullying. Winning the bet so easily. Yan Shuoxin wouldn't be unconvinced by then, would she? However, Yan Shuoxin took a deep breath and shook her head. No, I believe him. And now, there's only so much you can believe in him, she added silently in her mind. After all, other than Jiang Chen, she couldn't really think of anyone who had written a song that could compete with the few old guys behind Wang Lin. Those teachers have disciples and students from almost the entire music scene. Fine, as long as you don't regret it. Wang Lin was naturally happy to take it easy and stood up, heading in the direction of the office door. Yan Shuoxin took a deep breath and followed her. Chapter 66 As You Like It. The corridors were empty at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Morning Vista Entertainment, somewhat alone in its afternoon clarity. The trainees are in the classroom, and most of the artists have nothing to do but go back to their dormitories to rest. From time to time, a warm breeze with the temperature of the afternoon sun pours in from the corridor window, bringing the slightest soothing tiredness. But none of the party in the hallway at the moment had the time to feel the pleasant afternoon breeze. Approaching the trainee classroom, a burst of the teacher's lecturing voice came out from inside. When people sing, they must be careful to substitute their emotions. Emotions can help us express songs better. When Su Jingchu pushed open the door of the classroom, the teacher happened to be teaching the girls a lesson. Noticing the rattling of the door opening, the girls all looked in their direction. Su Jingchu was a little embarrassed as she looked at the music theory teacher sitting at the piano. See, can you pause the lesson for a while? We have something we want to use the piano for. The music theory teacher sniffed, but her brows furrowed slightly. She is the special music theory teacher for Morning Vista Entertainment. If it wasn't something particularly important, she didn't really want anyone interrupting her lessons. Even Su Jingchu couldn't. She opened her mouth and was about to refuse. However, at that moment, the door to the classroom was once again pushed open. Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin walked into the classroom. The classroom erupted in gasps. Oh my god, it's Queen Yan Tian. Why is she here? Is it something important? Superintendent Jiang is also here. The trainee girls were talking. Su Jingchu once again looked at Zhang Cici in embarrassment and explained. Director Jiang is going to write a song for Yan Tianho. This matter is quite important. Zhang Cici is a schoolmate specially recruited by Su Luowei from the Magic City Conservatory of Music, and her knowledge of music theory is very solid, so she has to be as polite as possible when she talks. At those words, Zhang Cici froze for a moment. Superintendent Jiang is going to write a song for Diva Yan? Jiang Chen? She didn't come to the office yesterday. However, he had also heard about the fact that Chinwei Entertainment's new music director was Su Luowei's schoolmate's husband. Originally, she had wanted to ask the girls about Jiang Chen after class. And yet, I didn't expect it. This rumored jerk of a writer had come straight to the classroom and was going to write a song for Diva Yen? No kidding? There was some doubt in her mind, but she nodded calmly and got up from her chair. Even if she didn't trust Jiang Chen, she couldn't not give face to senior sister Yen. Su Jingchu then breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the practicing students in the classroom, and clapped her hands. Girls, excuse me, let's take a break while Director Jiang temporarily uses the piano. Zhang Cici also nodded her head at the side and commanded, everyone take a seat on the side. Our lesson will continue later. In this type of music theory classroom, there are no tables, chairs or benches set up, and the girls mostly sit cross-legged on the floor. Yan Shuoxin was a diva, so it was obviously not appropriate to have her sit on the ground like the trainees. Luckily, in the corner, there were a couple of small benches. Su Jingchu served a few over. Wang Lin wasn't polite. She just took it and sat down. she was usually in her practice room, and when she got tired of practicing her songs, she would just sit on the floor. However, even sitting on a small bench, her aura was still strong. Her posture was elegant and not the least bit graceful, causing the gazes of the girls in the classroom to be unable to resist looking towards her. Even Su Jingchu was a bit surprised. Who was this woman wearing sunglasses? Yan Shuexin's friend? Why is her aura so strong? Yan Shuexin didn't say anything, brought over a small bench and sat down beside Wang Lin. The bet between the two was not told to anyone, and naturally, there was no need to reveal Wang Lin's identity. And next, it's time to get to the point where the winners and losers will see the light of day. Yan Shuexin clenched her fingers tightly and raised her head toward Jiang Chen. This guy, is it going to work or not? At this point, there was something odd about the picture in the classroom. Jiang Chen walked alone to the seat of the piano and slowly sat down. The others were either sitting cross-legged on the floor or on small benches. This appearance, on the contrary, was as if everyone was listening to Jiang Chen's lecture. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's demeanor appeared somewhat extraordinarily solemn, as if he was preparing for something very important. He slowly adjusted his sitting position and took a few more deep breaths. It was only then that he dropped his fingers to the piano keys and slowly closed his eyes. This is looking for emotion? Jiang Cici, who was at the side, froze for a moment, and then was a bit surprised in her heart. She had just taught a lesson about how music requires emotion, and how singing must incorporate your own emotions so that the song will be more moving. I didn't expect this director Jiang to come straight to a live demonstration. Does he know music too? In her seat, Wang Lin couldn't help but nod when she saw Jiang Chen in this state. This Jiang Chen, other than that, his posture and appearance looked pretty much like such a thing. And that's about it. She still didn't feel that she was going to lose her bet. She hadn't seen a musician who could outshine those old guys in all her years. What's more, Jiang Chen was still just a young man who was only 24 years old. Half a day later, Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes somewhat complicated, and slowly said, "This song, called As You Wish, goes out to all the fathers and mothers." At those words, everyone froze for a moment, a little confused. As You Like It? What's this song? Is it, again, a new song written by director Jiang? Almost all of the trainee girls had heard Jiang Chen's live performance of Silence, and Yi Muning even knew that this director Jiang had also written the songs Breathing Pain and Maybe. So, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Will this song, As Good As It Gets, be as good as Breathing Pain? Only Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin frowned slightly. As You Like It? A song for the fathers? What do you mean? Did Jiang Chen write this song for his father? Jiang Chen didn't explain, nor did he say anything more. Fingers then landed on the piano and pressed gently. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of a melodic piano melody with a hint of sadness resounded in the classroom. Wang Lin's eyebrows shot up. This Jiang Chen's piano skills seems pretty good. Ha! As the saying goes, I'm an outsider looking in, but an insider looking out. As soon as Jiang Chen's piano sounded, she sensed something unusual. It was because Jiang Chen played the piano with a good grasp of rhythm, moving freely and with a smooth melody. This level of playing was surprisingly not at all inferior to the few piano masters she knew. Even Yan Shuexin couldn't help but be surprised again. Last time Jiang Chen played and sang Silence, her attention hadn't been focused on Jiang Chen's playing level. Now a careful feeling, but immediately found different. Jiang Chen's piano level was surprisingly no worse than his singing. Noticing this, a strange thought suddenly came to her mind. This guy, how come it seems like he knows a little bit about everything except he can't write? Chapter 67, A Song for All the Fathers. Soon the piano intro melody came to an end. Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth. You're a long way off. Lights in the mountain fog. I'm a child, walking in your eyes. The voice was slightly muffled. The melody also carries a faint sense of melancholy. Yan Shuexin and Wang Lin were both listening carefully, savoring the melody and lyrics. Especially Wang Lin. A flash of shock gradually passed through her eyes. Because of this song by Jiang Chen, as of now, there have been no problems. The melody and lyrics are well written. It does count as a good song if it lasts all the way through. You're the bright moon and clear wind. I'm the dream that you've been taking care of. I'll be with you all my life, whether I see you or not, and I will love the earth as you love it. The smile you wish for. Your hand I'm hobbling on. Please take me to tomorrow. As Jiang Chen sang, the melody seemed to rise a bit, and his eyes, without realizing it, had produced some fluctuations. It's a sign of being completely immersed in your emotions. Classroom. The trainee girls were a little surprised. It was because the last time in the large practice room, the singing style that this director Jiang had shown was completely different. Last time it was deep emotion, an outburst of emotion after reaching the breaking point. But now, they could hear a faint touch of nostalgia in Jiang Chen's song. The girls who noticed this were secretly surprised. The singing strength of this director Jiang is really unfathomable. A little different from the trainees, the two divas, Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin, were listening carefully to the lyrics Jiang Chen was singing. At their level, appreciate a song beyond simply listening to the melody. It's more about the mood and emotion of the whole song. A good song is bound to bring a special mood and emotional resonance to the listener. It's also the only song that has the potential to become an enduring classic. When Jiang Chen sang Your Hand I Hobbled in Holding, both of them couldn't help but nod. Jiang Chen's song in honor of his father seems to have been written quite well. The melody and lyrics are handled well, sang with a sense of longing and gratitude. It's already considered a good song if the back isn't too much of a problem. But the corner of Wang Lin's mouth gradually hooked into a faint smile. To help Yan Shuexin establish her position as a diva with just a song like this seemed to be a bit short of the mark. A song in honor of my father? This selection of songs makes a lot of sense though. But unfortunately, the same type of song has never done very well in the market. After all, a father's love is like a mountain. Themes involving fatherhood generally seem heavy, and with the exception of a few special days, there's basically very little use for this kind of song. To summarize in one sentence, that is, the selection is popular, but the application scenarios are very niche. A song like this is hardly going to help a diva sink her reputation in a short period of time. To be honest, the fact that Jiang Chen, the legendary soft rice man, could write such a song had already surprised her. She was before today. It was absolutely unimaginable that this notorious Jiang Chen would still have this kind of ability. But, alas, the balance of victory in this bet was still tilted toward her side. Trying to write a song for a diva is still a bit too difficult for this young man. Maybe, in another couple decades, he'll have that kind of power. Wang Lin smiled slightly. Yan Shuexin didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes kept looking in Jiang Chen's direction. However, a closer look would have revealed that her fingers, without realizing it, had been clenched tightly together. This bet, is it really going to be lost? Jiang Chen's song continued. The lyrics, however, seemed to gradually change a bit. If ever you were bitter over my sweetness, I will live as you wish. May it not be in vain, may it be courageous. Every day of this feast. When you hear this sentence, both Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin's expressions froze for a moment, and then their faces looked a bit puzzled. This blooming every day? What does that mean? Isn't this song in honor of your father? What's with the lyrics all of a sudden? Did Jiang Chen write it wrong? The two men furrowed their brows slightly as they continued to listen. You are the ages, the sky where the stars are burning. I'll sing you a song if I'm an admirer. You are what I came for, and where my heart is. All the roads of the world will meet you. One line of lyrics, as if still singing the praises of his father. However, the mood displayed had already changed in a quiet manner. Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin's brows grew tighter and tighter. At that moment they both realized something was wrong. Jiang Chen seems to be singing about more than just his father. But what is he singing about? And what is he missing? What is he thankful for? As you wish? What exactly does that mean? The mountains and rivers are unharmed, and the fireworks are ordinary. But you look out as you wish. Oh children, sleep in peace and dream, like you love so much. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's pitch suddenly rose much higher, and his eyes, which had always been a little red, finally failed to hold back at this moment. 2 hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Memories of my childhood slowly came back to me. At one time his grandfather, too, had been one of these forefathers. Growing up he grew up listening to his grandfather's stories of those hard times. At that time, they were full of enthusiasm, conquered the battlefield, overcame the enemy, and created one miracle after another. Bullets flew and artillery fire roared. The punchline sounded, all soldiers will fight their way forward, blocking bullets with their bodies and building bridges for their comrades. The blood-soaked figure charged the enemy again and again, until victory. Jiang Chen sometimes heard half of the story and used to be curious. Grandpa, war is scary. Aren't you afraid to die? Grandpa smiled and rubbed his head. Who's not afraid of death? Even the King of Heaven is afraid of death when he comes. It's just that, we all know, if we don't fight this battle, then it will be fought by our dolls in the future. At that time, your father had just learned to crawl. And when I thought that this doll was going to go to the battlefield in the future, I wasn't afraid even if there were more bullets in front of me. Jiang Chen was only 8 years old at that time, and his grandfather's tone was flat, but he froze for a long time without speaking. At the time, he couldn't understand the full meaning of his grandfather's words, but he could imagine if he had a family and children later on. So would one be willing to block out all the dangers for the sake of the child? Will, definitely. Jiang Chen could give an immediate answer in his mind almost without having to think about it. If Su Luowei really gave birth to a baby for him, he would definitely protect their well-being even if he gave everything. This is a choice that every father is bound to make, just as his grandfather did back then. So it was with such a simple idea that my fathers went to war back then, merely wishing, for their descendants, a good life of peace and tranquility. Nowadays, many of them have aged, and many of them died back in the day, but they were rewarded for their efforts. This mountain and river are in full bloom. That's miles and miles of rivers and mountains. This prosperity, it has been as they wished. This song is for all the fathers and mothers. Without their dedication back then, there would not be a nation in full bloom today. Wang Lin and Yan Shuoxin's expressions gradually froze in disbelief as they looked at Jiang Chen in front of the piano. A thought popped into his mind uncharacteristically. No way. No way. Could it be that what Jiang Chen just said about as expected turned out to be this meaning? Dedicated to all the fathers also refers to a feeling of scalp numbness instantly struck the hearts of the two. If that's true, then this song, the meaning of. The two men looked at each other. Both saw the disbelief and shock in the other's eyes. Chapter 68. This pomp and circumstance has been as they wished. Neither of the two divas were expecting it. What Jiang Chen really meant by the fathers in his mouth was surprisingly like this. At this time in the classroom, Jiang Chen's exorbitant singing was still continuing. The emotions that had been brewing and suppressed within his heart finally came out completely at this moment. And I will dream of the reunion you dreamed of. May it be forever as you wish. Take the long road you've traveled. Love you like this. The song melody kept going up and up as if there was no end to it. Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin's gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. The two didn't even realize that they had subconsciously stood up. At this moment, they finally understood what Jiang Chen was really trying to express with this song. And it is by understanding that the hearts of the two people were just like a huge wave surging up, unable to calm down for a long time. What's the date this year? They know better than anyone. The country is in full bloom and is celebrating its 60th anniversary. This song, if it were to appear on top of the stage, it's enough to blow the nation away. They never dreamed of it. What Jiang Chen had just said about as expected turned out to mean this. It is indeed a song dedicated to the fathers. It is a song dedicated to the fathers by all the Shangshi children and grandchildren of Huaxia. The significance of this song, incredibly heavy, yet incredibly precious. Behind the two, the trainee girls were looking at them with puzzled and confused faces. They didn't understand why Queen Yan Tian suddenly stood up with a shocked look on her face. The song didn't sound like much at their level for a while. It just feels so good, and there's something about it that makes you want to cry. But what were they doing standing up all of a sudden? Queen Yan? Even Su Jingchu was a bit surprised. Her mind was also a bit uncluttered. Did Jiang Chen write another awesome song? There may be one other person in this classroom who can understand the shock in the hearts of the two divas. That would be Ginger Sissy. As a talented musician who had graduated from the Magic City Conservatory, she quickly heard the deeper meaning in Jiang Chen's song as well. She stared at Jiang Chen, who was sitting in front of the piano, with wide eyes and some disbelief. Can this guy really write songs? And so awesome to have written such a touching song. A full half hour later, it was only then that she came back to her senses and gave Yan Shuoxin another shock-filled look. This song should be for Sister Yan, right? Sister Yan's luck. It's also too good. Such a great song to go with this special day. She was almost certain that as long as senior Sister Yan could sing this song, then her position as a diva in the entertainment industry would be completely solidified. In a short period of time, there was simply no one who could shake her position. And she's only just stepped into the diva position. Write your unwritten psalms. The moon in the sky and the thoughts in my heart. You are always by my side. With you for a lifetime of clarity. Like your young face. Finally, Jiang Chen's song slowly stopped. The lilting piano also slowed to a halt as the song came to a close. His fingers rested on the piano keys for a long time. Half a day later, the emotion subsided before he slowly withdrew his own hand. Exhaled deeply. Sitting in his seat, he didn't speak for a long time. Su Jingchu looked with a somewhat complicated expression at this somewhat grave figure in front of the piano. To be honest, she had never seen Jiang Chen in this state before. What the hell does this song mean? Why did even the usually cynical Jiang Chen take it so seriously? Chu Yofei stared with big eyes. Today was the first time she saw Jiang Chen sing, only to find that the young director Jiang was not at all as cynical and unorthodox as the rumors had suggested. The way he plays the piano and sings at the same time is really serious and awesome. His vocals hit home and he writes songs. This song, it's really good. However, why did he go to war with Tilting City Entertainment despite the fact that he was obviously so powerful? Clearly right now, stabilizing the interior of Morning Vista Entertainment was the most important thing. If all the artists in the company run out, then even if he is good, he has no use for it. A full half hour later, it was only then that Jiang Chen stood up from his seat and turned to look at Yan Shuoxin. The complex emotions in his eyes seemed to have not completely dissipated, and he asked with a calm face, "This song, should that be enough?" Trying to help Yan Shuoxin establish her position as a diva wasn't difficult for him. But it wasn't that easy to completely solve the Tilted City entertainment at the same time. That's why he chose to come up with this song. This year is the 60th anniversary of Centurion, and this is the perfect time to release the song. Yan Shuoxin's mouth was slightly open, her eyes filled with complexity as she looked at Jiang Chen. Before walking into this classroom, she would have never imagined that Jiang Chen would have written such a song. This song is more than enough. Simply, beyond imagination. In her heart she understood beyond measure the special significance of the song. In this particular year, the impact of whoever can stand on stage and belt this song out is absolutely huge. It's a song that resonates with all the children and grandchildren of China, because all of them, under the patronage of those fathers, were able to create today's prosperity. And it's a song that can raise more than just awareness for the singer altogether. Status and influence will be able to get a huge boost because of this song. Even the Diva, no exception. So, what does this song As You Wish really mean? She asked with a very complicated look on her face. Although she had already vaguely guessed the answer in her mind, for some reason, she still wanted to confirm it to Jiang Chen in person. With her eyes watching closely, Jiang Chen nodded gently and said in a very certain tone, "Now this mountain and river are as prosperous as they want them to be, isn't it?" Yan Shuoxin opened her mouth, but found herself completely speechless. There was nothing but shock and disbelief in his eyes. She knew that what Jiang Chen had said wasn't wrong at all. This present-day prosperity was indeed spelled out, bit by bit, by the forefathers of those years with their bodies and blood, without them fighting a battle without fear of sacrifice. How could we have peace and well-being today? But how on earth did he? How did he come up with this idea? Wang Lin beside Yan Shuoxin. The expression on his face when he looked at Jiang Chen was also extremely complicated. Compared to Yan Shuoxin, she was more than dreaming that the answer Jiang Chen gave would be such a song. Chapter 69, this song, can I sing it? Could those old guys have written a song like that in such a short period of time? A question slowly surfaced in Wang Lin's mind, and then she silently shook her head in her mind. Even they. It won't work, will it? Such a clever angle of entry. The kind of song that resonates with millions. How could it have been written without divine inspiration? And this Jiang Chen, it seems, is only 24 years old. She took a deep breath. The song. It was completely beyond her imagination. If Yan Shuoxin could sing the song, it would be enough to establish her position as a diva. However, after carefully feeling and pondering in her heart, she slowly shook her head with some regret in her heart. This song, in fact, is not suitable for Yan Shuoxin. It wasn't that Yan Shuoxin's vocals weren't enough, but it meant that she wasn't able to fully handle the song with her current popularity and credentials. This song picks the singer, even if she's a diva. Not just anyone can, because the kind of implication and resonance behind what it represents is just too heavy. It's more about composure and experience to get the song right. As for Yan Shuoxin's age, she was still a little young, and such a young diva standing on the stage simply couldn't sing with that sense of composure. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Yan Shuoxin also pondered for a long time. She had a very complicated expression, sometimes frowning, sometimes pursing her lips, sometimes torn, sometimes regretting, as if she was making a difficult decision. Eventually, several minutes later, she sighed deeply with a regretful look on her face. Then he smiled somewhat helplessly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, I can't sing this song well." The thoughts in her mind were exactly the same as Wang Lin's. As I Wish gave her a tingling sensation as a professional singer. She could sing the song flawlessly, but as a junior with little seniority, she was simply unable to manage the sense of precipitation in it. Even if she herself is now a diva, it's still the same. This song represents so much. It needs to carry the emotions and resonance in the hearts of countless people, and there is no way for an average singer to convey the emotions in it. This song, it's just too provocative, and she, for the time being, is not qualified for it. Maybe in 20 years, it's still possible to try. At those words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What the hell? Weren't you the one who wanted the song in the first place? Why don't you sing now, playing with me? Besides, this song was what he was going to use against Tilting City Entertainment. Is it something you can have if you want it and not sing it if you want to? He frowned slightly, opened his mouth, and was about to say something when he saw Yan Shuoxin suddenly turn her head and look at the woman next to her who had been wearing a hat and large sunglasses. Her face was very complicated, and a hint of envy vaguely showed in her eyes. "Sister Lin, what do you think? There shouldn't be anyone better than you to sing this song." At those words, everyone in the classroom froze. The gazes then swept in unison toward Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin didn't say anything for a long time, and her expression was very complicated, as if she was pondering something. Jiang Chen's song had completely disrupted her plans and thoughts. It was only after a long while that she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. "Director Jiang, between you and Tilting City Entertainment, Is there still a possibility of peace talks? Jiang Chen froze for a moment and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart. Who is this woman? Why did she suddenly ask about Tilting City Entertainment? Could it be an undercover agent sent by the other side to unplug the network cable? Tilting Entertainment made my woman cry. Don't you think? He raised his eyebrows slightly and let out a cold snort. Not at all polite and cold. Ever since the moment the little ninja's tears hit the ground, Tilting City Entertainment was on top of his list of people he had to get killed. No one noticed that after hearing his words, the body of Chu Luowei, who was on the outermost part of the crowd, suddenly trembled a bit, and her white and red face was filled with a stunned expression. This bet is mine to lose. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then leisurely sighed and smiled helplessly. With that, she slowly took off her sun hat, and her sunglasses. A head of long, beautiful hair slowly fell from the brim of her hat, while her face was revealed to the crowd. Oh my god. The classroom erupted in gasps. It's Wang Lin. It's Wang Lin Diva. Oh my god. I love her so much. Holy, I can't believe I'm seeing two divas. No wonder the aura is so powerful. Wait, how did Queen Wang Tian appear here? For a moment, everyone in the classroom was a bit dumbfounded. Su Jingchu and Chu Luowei also looked at Wang Lin with shocked faces. None of them had expected that the person who had just stayed in an office with them and sat on a small bench in the practice room together would be this Wang Tiandao who had reigned over the entertainment industry for many years. Compared to Yan Shuexin, the newest diva, she was the one who could be said to be the woman who stood completely at the very pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Jiang Chen also froze for a moment. When the woman took off her sunglasses, he always felt that the woman in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. The other girls were heard exclaiming later. It took him a moment to realize that the woman was also a diva. Wang Lin gave a slight smile to the crowd as a response to the gasps of surprise. His eyes then looked toward Jiang Chen and he took a deep breath. When the song As Good As It Gets came out, she knew she had lost, and not only had she lost, but she had lost badly. You even end up losing your own kind. This is a real loss. After all, even she had to be moved by the significance that this song represented, and compared to it, the favor from Tilting City Entertainment was simply insignificant. Chen Yuman has also kicked the real iron plate this time. She let out a bitter laugh, then said to Jiang Chen in a tone filled with helplessness, Superintendent Jiang, this song of yours, As You Wish, can I sing it? After saying this, a trace of incredulity also spread across her face. Ming, the purpose of her coming here today is to persuade Yan Shuexin to let go of Chunwei Entertainment. But now, she had to give up her initial idea, and even had to take the initiative to ask this director Jiang for a song, just because. The significance of this song is just too important. Yes, as Yan Shuexin just said, upon listening to the song, she knew that it was an incredibly fitting song for her. In the entire entertainment industry, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could be more suitable and qualified than her to sing this song, and even if she did sing, she definitely took advantage of the situation. This song will elevate her status and influence to another level, and this influence is not just as simple as mass popularity, but on another level altogether. Her words fell. The entire classroom was silent. Everyone froze and looked in the direction of Wang Lin and Jiang Chen. What does this mean? Wang Lin, the diva, is asking director Jiang for a song? Chapter 70, The Shocked Girls. Su Jingchu's mouth was wide open, with a face of disbelief. She wasn't a singer, and so far she hadn't understood the deeper meaning among Jiang Chen's songs, so she was puzzled in her mind. Was this song so powerful? Everyone subconsciously looked at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's brows frowned slightly. This song, his initial idea was for Yan Shuexin. In the next confrontation with Tilting City Entertainment, throwing Yan Shuexin and this song out is definitely considered a king bomb. However, Yan Shuexin nodded towards him somewhat eagerly at this moment, signaling him to agree immediately. It's a song that she's really uncomfortable with the chorus, otherwise how could she have given it up? However, she was also thinking clearly. Even if he couldn't sing it himself, as long as he could get Wang Lin to sing it, it would be the same as finding a huge boost for Chunwei Entertainment. Wang Lin's status in the entertainment industry was far from comparable to what she had now. If Wang Lin could appear on stage with Jiang Chen's song, then the significance for the current Morning Vista Entertainment is absolutely huge. In the entertainment industry, no one dares to belittle Chunwei Entertainment anymore. I can bid $5 million for this song, and I don't want a penny of the subsequent copyright share. Seeing that Jiang Chen still seemed to be a bit hesitant, Wang Lin was very quick to add another sentence. At this stage of her life, money is completely unimportant, and what she values more is the meaning that the song can bring. Su Jingchu desperately blinked at Jiang Chen. Brother, she's Wang Lin, singing's top divas. She sings your songs and not only pays, but doesn't take a cut. Where to find such a good thing? Seeing Su Jingchu and Yan Shuoxin both nodding at themselves, how could Jiang Chen not understand what they meant in his heart? However, compared to Su Jingchu's few people, he was more aware of the meaning that the song represented. Having Wang Lin sing this song definitely helped her as well. So after a long hesitation, he shook his head. Money or no money, I don't really care that much. I have another role to play with this song, so if you insist, then let's talk more about it in the office. Wang Lin took a deep breath and didn't expect Jiang Chen to agree so easily. She nodded, agreeing to Jiang Chen's proposal, and the few of them turned around and walked towards the door in unison. But before he could walk out of the doorway, he heard Jiang Chen behind him whispering orders to Su Jingchu. Go prepare a contract for $8 million, and additionally state that we will only accept a one-time payment. No installments are allowed. Hearing this voice, Wang Lin's footsteps stalled and became a bit disorganized, and her face looked extraordinarily strange with it. This guy, didn't he say, doesn't care about money? And is it really okay for you to discuss rip-offs with impunity in front of people behind their backs? She hasn't agreed to the $8 million thing yet. She turned her head to look at Yan Shuoxin, but realized that at this moment, although the young diva's face was also a bit strange, she was doing her best to remain calm, as if she hadn't heard Jiang Chen's words at all. Not bad for a new diva. Great acting skills. She sighed softly in her heart and also pretended not to hear Jiang Chen's words, her footsteps returning to normal as she slowly walked forward. The group slowly walked out of the classroom under the staring eyes of all the trainee girls. All the girls' eyes froze a little. No one had expected that the woman who had just been with them, sitting in the same practice room, would be Wang Lin Diva. And what shocked them even more was that even someone on the level of Wang Lin Diva had actually come specifically to ask Director Jiang for a song. Not only do you not want any cut, you have to pay an extra $5 million in cash. They didn't know about the bet between Wang Lin and Yan Shuoxin, and only thought that Wang Lin had specifically come to Chunwei Entertainment to beg for a song. But the truth, while a little different from what they thought, wasn't far off. Regardless of what Wang Lin had shown up at Chunwei Entertainment with in the first place, the only thing she had in mind right now was to fight for the right to sing As You Wish from Jiang Chen. And the thing that shocked the girls the most, then it was Jiang Chen's words before he walked out of the classroom. Not only did Director Jiang not agree to Wang Lin's request for a song in person, but he actually wanted to raise the price to $8 million? This can be really. At this moment, Jiang Chen, the new director, was rapidly climbing up the ranks among the girls. Suddenly, the girls in the silence seemed to remember something, and their gazes were all a little complicated as they looked towards Yi Mu-ning's direction. The girls all knew about Yi Mu's even going so far as to change her contract yesterday in order to get a song from the company. There were still some trainees who didn't know the inside story, and they all secretly laughed at her in their hearts for being too stupid as well. But now it seems, Yi Mu-ning seems to be taking advantage of the Skya, Director Zhang Song, but even Wang Lin Diva have to contribute $8 million to ask for. Yi Mu-ning simply changed the contract split and got it. What's this if not taking advantage of the situation? Even Ying Yun's heart was very shocked. The gratitude towards Jiang Chen in his heart was once again much higher. Everyone, pay attention. No one is allowed to spread the word about what happened today. Before Su Jingchu left the classroom, she sternly admonished all the trainees. Wang Lin Diva negotiated with Chunwei Entertainment about cooperation. It's still classified and absolutely no one should know about it. At this time she was overwhelmed. The depression brought on by Lin Lerong talking to her about terminating her contract in the morning was directly swept away. Jokingly, even Queen Wang Lin Heavenly Empress is going to carry out cooperation with Chunwei Entertainment. What does a small, unimpressive artist in the district count for? Is there any impact on the company? Morning Vale Entertainment, Dormitory Building. Laron, how's it going? Did you just talk to Sister Jing about getting out of the contract? What did Sister Jing say? Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen came together in Lin Lerong's dormitory and asked curiously. The artists who have already made their debut in Chunwei Entertainment have their own separate dormitories with a small living room and bedroom of their own. Lin Lerong took out 2 bottles of juice from the small refrigerator and handed them to the two. But her expression was a bit odd. Talks were made, but she didn't say anything. She just signed off on it. Ha! Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were both a bit surprised. Agreed straight away? No retention? Lin Lerong shook her head, and she also said that as long as I'm willing to stay at Chunwei Entertainment for an extra month, she won't pursue me for breach of contract. This time, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were truly shocked. Not even a breach of contract? When has the company ever been so nice? Originally, they thought that with the current situation of Chunwei Entertainment, they would definitely use all kinds of methods to stop the loss of artists. What the hell is going on here? Zhang Yaji frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, You guys, do you think Sister Jing could be trying to slow down the situation first by doing this? At those words, Lin Lerong and Yi Jiwen both looked at her. Zhang Yaji continued, After all, now that the entire entertainment industry is not so good news for Chenwei Entertainment, if in the next period of time, Chenwei Entertainment spreads the news of artists' termination of contract, wouldn't that add to the problem? I think Sister Jing is trying to stabilize the situation first by making this concession. That way, at least it won't confuse the company too much internally. And a month's time, the company is probably thinking that by that time Tilting City Entertainment should have given up too, and then offer other better conditions to keep us. After hearing her out, Yi Jiwen and Lin Leirong both couldn't help but nod their heads, thinking that what she said made sense. Lin Leirong, on the other hand, had a dazed look on her face. No wonder Su Jingqiu was so nice today. It turns out that she was trying to make the company's situation look a little better through this way. She bristled, a little unimpressed in her mind. Su Jingqiu thought too well. Director Yao had already told her that Qingcheng Entertainment was serious this time, and definitely wanted to bring down Chenwei Entertainment, and wouldn't just give up. After 2 months, it was inevitable that only one would remain between the two companies. The one that fell was naturally Chenwei Entertainment. And no matter how Su Jingqiu stabilized the situation now, it was useless. And then we may have to face an even more serious situation than we are facing now. In that case, that's a relief. Izzyman patted her small chest. Why don't we go talk to Sister Jing this afternoon too? Tell her to resume our announcements or else we'll have to mention the termination of our contract as well. She looked towards Zhang Yaji and said in a somewhat haughty tone. As the most popular female artist of Chenwei Entertainment, she felt she had the capital to make a deal with the company. Zhang Yaji nodded. Okay, we'll go over together in the afternoon. Sister Jing will definitely compromise. Are you really going to sing this song? What about the favor ode to Tilted City Entertainment? Walking down the classroom hallway, Yan Shuoxin suddenly looked at Wang Lin and asked curiously. At this time, her expression had gradually become relaxed. No matter what Wang Lin chose, this bet was hers to win. With Wang Lin's status in the circle, a promise given would never be easily reversed. For the rest of the time, Wang Lin would at least not be on the opposite side of Chenwei Entertainment. Wang Lin's face was still a bit complicated as she sighed somewhat helplessly. I've done my best to promise Tilting City Entertainment, only they seem to have kicked the can this time. It shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? I don't know if it's because the heart is gradually letting go. Her tone also became slightly more playful as she winked at Yan Shuoxin and said with a smile. And, do you think, compared to this song, the favor of Dump City Entertainment is still important? Yan Shuoxin froze for a moment. It was the first time she had seen such a Wang Tianho, obviously almost 40 years old, but seems to have maintained the innocence and fun that belongs to a little girl. No wonder. Back then, she was able to take the whole of China by storm and charm so many men. However, she knew that the veteran diva was not wrong at all. When Dump City Entertainment found themselves up against this song, they'll know exactly what they're dealing with. She was even now kind of vaguely looking forward to that time. No wonder that guy Jiang Chen wasn't nervous at all. Did he anticipate all this? Chu, is there something you want to see me about? When Jiang Chen returned to his office, he realized that Chu Youfei was still following behind him with a somewhat dull expression, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Just now, he had seen this little girl following Su Jingqiu's side all the time, as if she had something to tell herself. He was also really rather impressed with this little girl when she showed up in the office yesterday. Originally, the idea of completely getting Qingcheng Entertainment killed hadn't arisen in his mind, but it was accompanied by Chu Youfei having a small face slapped red and swollen by the other artists. The helpless aggrieved in tears of the little ninja, Tilting City Entertainment in his heart also step by step on the death penalty table. Words. Chu Youfei froze for a moment, only then realizing that she had just left the classroom one step ahead of Sister Jing under her loss of concentration. Cluelessly, he followed Jiang Chen back into the office. Facing Jiang Chen's gaze, she shook her hand in a hurry, a little flustered. No, Jiang, Superintendent Jiang, there's nothing wrong with me, Seeing the gazes of the two divas on the side seemed to be looking over with some curiosity, Chu Youfei's face turned red, hating to immediately dig a hole in the ground to hide in, her heart regretting it immensely. I should have known better than to come along. Who knew that Director Jiang was so powerful that even Diva Wang Lin begged for a song with him without a cut and had to pay several million in cash? What are these trivial matters in the company in front of him? Even if all of them small artists were added up, there's no way they could compare to half of Wang Lin's divas, right? Moreover, just now, Wang Lin Diva had already asked for herself. Director Jiang seems to have made up his mind to go to war with Leaning City Entertainment. There is still no way to negotiate with the kind of. What more could she say? Oh, Jiang Chen nodded indifferently and didn't care, gently waving his hand. Since it's fine, just help pour the tea here. It just so happens that there's a shortage of a small assistant. Yes. Su Luowei froze for a moment. Then her eyes snapped wide open. That's two divas sitting in this office. It's usually an honor to speak to them for a moment or two. A little more communication would have definitely helped her. She knew that Director Jiang was giving herself a chance to make a little more impression in front of the two divas. So she nodded her head very gratefully. Thank you, Director Jiang. I will definitely do a good job. After a few minutes, Jiang Chen looked at the little girl who was enthusiastically making tea for Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin not far away. The three women didn't know what they were chatting about. But in any case, Su Luowei's face suddenly became red and flushed with shyness and embarrassment. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. He clearly meant to serve himself tea. What's going on over there? Chapter 71, Queen Yan Tian's messy state of mind. 10 minutes later, with Su Jingshu walking into the office with the contract, a negotiation that could decide the fate of the two companies was quietly opened in this office. But rather than negotiating, it was more like Jiang Chen was unilaterally making conditions. About the song As You Wish. He'd considered it carefully in the time he'd just had. This song taken to Yan Shuoxin to sing is indeed reluctant, and compared to Wang Lin, Yan Shuoxin's biggest advantage is the identity of the little ninja's senior sister. This status puts her naturally on the side of Su Luowei and Chen Wei Entertainment. So although reluctantly, Jiang Chen was more than willing to give the song to her. But Wang Lin is different. This veteran diva far surpassed Yan Shuoxin in terms of seniority, influence and popularity though. However, the attitude between Chen Wei Entertainment and Qingcheng Entertainment was vague, and even vaguely favored Qingcheng Entertainment's side. From the questioning in the practice room just now, it was clear that Wang Lin still hoped to reconcile the relationship between them and Qingcheng Entertainment, and if at the critical moment, this diva played another hand to backpedal, it would undoubtedly put Chen Wei Entertainment in a great passive position. This was a situation that Jiang Chen would never allow to occur, so his terms are simple. $8 million in licensing fees aside. The song must also be released at my discretion. If the song is not released within the stipulated time, then the contract is voided and the song is taken back by me unconditionally before claiming liquidated damages. Hearing this very harsh conditions, Wang Lin also frowned slightly. In fact, she understands Jiang Chen's meaning, which is nothing more than wanting to take the song out at the critical moment and catch Pouring City Entertainment off guard. But in doing so, it was equivalent to putting her completely on the opposite side of Tilting City Entertainment. It even became a hitman for Chen Wei Entertainment. It was a little different than what she had in mind. However, although she could not take the favor of Tilting City Entertainment to heart, she also did not want to make an enemy of it for no reason. If Queen Wang Tian doesn't agree, you can just go back. I think even if this song is not suitable for Yan Shuoxin, there should still be quite a few heavenly kings and queens in the entertainment industry who are interested in it. Seeing that Wang Lin seemed a bit hesitant, Jiang Chen wasn't spoiled and said directly, if it wasn't for the fact that Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingshu both pushed for this Wang Lin diva, he might not have wanted to give her this song to sing. Hear this. Wang Lin raised her head somewhat helplessly and glanced at Jiang Chen. Though over the years it had been years since anyone had dared to speak to her in such a raw tone, but at this time the song is in the hands of others, but had to bow down. The value of this song is simply immeasurable. Thinking of this, she finally shook her head in her mind and gave up holding on. I'm now finally convinced that Tilting City Entertainment has really messed with someone they simply can't afford to mess with, so I hope you guys don't make too big of a deal out of it. Wang Lin looked deeply at Jiang Chen before nodding her head and agreeing to the conditions he had set out. $8 million and $5 million is not much of a difference to her. As for Jiang Chen's request to take control of the release time, by the time the song is shown to Tilted Entertainment, they should be able to understand their choice as well. She can't be blamed for this. 10 minutes later, Wang Lin signed the contract and at the same time transferred $8 million to Jiang Chen's account. She then got the full lyrics and sheet music for As You Wish as well. Things settled down and the atmosphere in the office all lightened up a little. However, Wang Lin was still trying to persuade Jiang Chen. If it's possible, I still hope you won't go too far. You should understand the reasoning behind the gun. The entertainment industry is actually quite small. Relationships within the circle are intricate. A lot of people are going to be looking up and down later. If Chen Wei Entertainment still wants to be at ease in the entertainment industry in the future, it might be the best option to put things to rest after thwarting City Entertainment. Oh, it's not certain who's the bird and who's the gun. Jiang Chen, however, bristled with disinterest. Who cares so much when you're being bullied to your doorstep? If he dares to reach out to Chen Wei Entertainment, he will choose to cut off his hand. But if he dared to bully his woman, then he could only rip the other's head off and kick it as a ball. Ugh, forget it. Wang Lin saw Jiang Chen's face of oil insult and knew that the other party hadn't listened to her words at all. Unable to help himself, he sighed and stood up, ready to leave. However, when she walked to the door, she suddenly remembered something as if she turned her head to look at Jiang Chen with a somewhat complicated gaze. Director Jiang, at the end of the month, a large-scale girl group talent show I'm involved in recording will start recording in Kyoto. Are you interested in coming as a mentor? On this trip to Chunwei Entertainment today, she saw Jiang Chen's talent. This guy is not some asshole writer. He's a musical genius. If he was put on a bigger platform, it would surely shock more people. A girl group talent show? At those words, Su Jingchu's eyes immediately lit up. This program that Wang Lin is involved in. She's heard of it as well. It's called Idol Girl Group. It is the first large-scale female group talent show in China. The investment is very big and the pre-promotion started 2 months ago on all channels. The entertainment companies involved in the recording are all close to 3 dozen. And it is said that it took the program team more than a month just to sift through the tens of thousands of trainees to find the girls who met the requirements. It can be said to be truly one in a million and very eye-catching. But after Jiang Chen froze for a moment, he bristled and refused without hesitation. Not interested? At the end of the month? Oh, by the time that time comes, he'll probably have completely resolved the matter of tilting City Entertainment and stabilized Chunwei Entertainment. And it's time for him to step down as music director and work on the big deal of how to make a baby with Su Luowei. Who has the guts to participate in some girl group talent show? Wang Lin sniffed in silence for a moment, nodded her head, didn't speak again, and turned around to leave Chunwei Entertainment. Su Jingchu instantly froze in place, holding the contract and looking at Jiang Chen, her face red with anger. This, such a good opportunity. Why don't you say yes? Do you know that if you can participate in this program, your popularity can skyrocket in a short period of time, even comparable to a first-tier star? And you can make money even if you're lying down at that time. And those who can serve as mentors in this program are the top singers in the music industry. Many people are eager to be on the same stage with them, and you even refused directly? Su Jingchu had a dazed, hateful look on her face. However, Jiang Chen had already taken a seat in front of his own desk and skimmed his lips. It's not like I'm a female porn star who needs to lie down and make money, much less be so highly visible. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to criticize you a few times. Old first. In one's life, just make enough money. Don't always be lustful and greedy and sexless. That way you'll never be satisfied and you'll never experience true happiness. He leaned back in his chair comfortably. Look at me. I gave up a chance to be famous, but I gained happiness. The reasoning behind this is too small for you to comprehend right now, but as soon as you're a little older, you'll understand my good intentions. Su Jingchu rolled her eyes in anger and turned around. You're the old animal. You're the one who wants it all. You're the one who's greedy. You're the one who can't get enough. Is it wrong that she just wants to make her business bigger and make more money? You're the one who's not big enough. After Su Jingchu left, Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. After being tossed around so much, he also lost his interest in taking a nap, so he just turned on the computer and prepared to finish today's coding task. However, on the side, Yan Shuoxin and Xu Youfei seemed to be staying in the office. He waved his hand. If you guys don't have anything to do, go back. I'm going to start working on my literature. At those words, Xu Youfei then remembered. This Superintendent Jiang, it seems, is also a writer to come, but it is headed with asshole. Yes. She stood up with a slightly odd expression on her face. After a slight curtsy, he exited the office with a light hand. Yan Shuoxin also stood up from the sofa. However, she didn't leave immediately, but instead gave Jiang Chen a somewhat complicated look. It was because her mind suddenly recalled what the guy had once said when she first came into contact with Jiang Chen. My dream is to become a writer who will live on in the world. So I'll solve the trouble with Morning Vista Entertainment in 2 months' time. Then it will be time to quit singing, step down as music director and continue my work as a writer. At that time, she still thought that this guy was completely delusional and arrogant, but only for 2 days. The guy then wrote several great songs that are classics. Simply, like a miracle. Such horrible musical talent had simply never been seen in all the years she had been in the business. Even the Magic City Conservatory of Music was founded 80 years ago, and it had never been heard of. That anyone could do such a thing. The college's sizzling seniors from every class can't. Not her teacher. Neither can those old guys. But Jiang Chen could. But he, clearly a writer. And it's still the kind that does nothing all day. How the hell did he do that? Is such a musical genius really planning to quit singing after 2 months? Thinking of this, an inexplicable taste suddenly surfaced in Yan Shuoxin's heart. She took a deep breath and after giving Jiang Chen a deep look, she turned around and slowly left the office. Originally, she had always had an unwavering attitude towards her musical path. And over the years, she's made a name for herself. But for some reason, her heart was a little messed up at this moment. What has always been held and cherished, it seems to count for nothing in front of others. This feeling, it's really quite a blow. Chapter 72, The Different Paths of Artists. Sister Jing, We hope that the company can resume our announcements immediately. Just after 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen knocked on Su Jingchu's office door at the same time. After the two of them came out of Lin Lorong's dormitory, their bottom line was much stronger, and they directly opened the door to Su Jingchu to make their request. Yeah, there would have been a lot less announcements this time of year. After being tossed around like that again by Superintendent Jiang, all of our development has been greatly affected, Yi Jiwen said with great dissatisfaction. Su Jingchu looked at the two girls in front of her. They are two of the most popular female artists in Morning Vista Entertainment at the moment. Also the two people that Tilting City Entertainment wanted to poach the most. In fact, she knew that both had long been thinking of breaking their contracts. After all, Tilting City Entertainment was a big company and gave better treatment, and the two might have been hesitant before. But now that Jiang Chen suddenly stopped all the artists' work, it made all these restless artists unable to hold back. She pondered silently in her mind, the expression on her face unchanged. If the two had come to him this morning to mention this, she might have been a little concerned. After all, Morning Violet Entertainment had trained a total of just a few artists in a little over a year. If all of them were poached, Chenwei Entertainment would really become an empty shell. However, after looking for Jiang Chen, her heart was completely relaxed. Even Diva Wang Lin wanted to work with them, Chenwei Entertainment. Even if the entire Chenwei Entertainment's artists were to make a fuss about terminating their contracts, so what? With the case of Wang Lin's Diva, are you still afraid of not being able to recruit artists? Of course, the normal process still has to be followed. After thinking about it, she still maintained her patience and said, Yeah Ji1, you should also be aware of the company's current situation. Stopping the announcements at this time, one is to better deal with Pouring City Entertainment, and the other is to protect our artists. This is not just Director Zhang's decision alone, but also the company's decision. Mr. Su and Director Jiang are now trying to figure out how to solve the troubles brought about by Tilting City Entertainment. As long as they can solve Tilting City Entertainment, the announcements will naturally resume. By then, your development will not be affected in any way, and you will even go further. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were both a bit unimpressed in their hearts. What Su Jingchu said was obviously perfunctory platitudes. What does it have to do with them if the company is going to deal with Pouring City Entertainment? Besides, they had long since received private text messages from Tilting City Entertainment pulling them in, so they weren't afraid of being targeted at all. And you say you can't resume your announcements until after you settle the dumpster? How long will that take? Just with Mr. Su alone, plus that asshole Director Jiang, you want to fight against Pouring City Entertainment? Isn't this a fool's errand? The company wants to tie them to the same battleship, but they're not stupid. Sister Jing, Zhang Yaji shook her head with a resolute gaze. What you're talking about is corporate level stuff that we don't really understand. All I know is that if the company isn't willing to resume our announcements, then we'll have no choice but to file for termination of our contract. Jiwen and I are just small artists who don't want to completely tie our future to the company. I hope you can understand. Su Jingchu couldn't help but silently sigh in her heart. Looking at the situation, there's no use in further persuasion. She didn't say anything, but simply took out 2 applications for separation from service from the drawer. The company's decision is not going to change, so you can go back and think it over again. And if you still want to terminate your contract in the end, fill out this form and hand it in to me. Su Jingchu placed the form in front of the two. This was the last chance she could give. And if in the end the two still chose to terminate their contract, there was nothing she could do about it. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen looked at each other's eyes for a moment. They were both a bit surprised. They originally thought Su Jingchu would compromise with them. After all, they were two of the most popular artists in Chenwei Entertainment. Is the company really not afraid of them being poached? Even if you guys have offered to terminate your contracts, I would still like you to stay at Chenwei Entertainment for 1 more month. After both of them had picked up the documents, Su Jingchu seemed to have remembered something else and slowly continued. At that time, the company will not pursue you for breach of contract. Both of them looked at Su Jingchu with some confusion. She added with a slight smile, It's Director Zhang's decision. When Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen came out of the office, their expressions were both a bit confused. They originally just wanted Sister Jing to resume their announcements, but Su Jingchu seemed as if she wasn't afraid that they would jump ship at all. After a brief explanation, it was straightforward to give each person an application to leave, and it was also very thoughtful to tell them that as long as they stayed in Chenwei Entertainment for a full month, they would not be held accountable for breach of contract. It's as if she's not an agent, but a staff member specializing in terminations. What the hell is the company up to? Aren't they worried about losing artists at all? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Zhang Yaji's tone. The two of us are the most popular in the company. If we leave, what's left of Chenwei Entertainment? That's, as I see it, There is no need for Chenwei Entertainment to stay. So go back and fill out this application, and leave in a month. By then Morning Vista Entertainment is probably going to go down as well. Ezra Moon also seemed a bit angry. However, she stopped her voice in mid-sentence, because at this time, Chu Yofei's figure also appeared in the middle of the corridor. Jiwen snorted coldly and rolled her eyes, pretending not to see her as she walked straight ahead. After Chu Yofei was beaten up, asshole writer Jiang Chen suspended all the artists in the company. So if it wasn't for this pest, none of their announcements would have been affected. Chu Yofei stood in place, looking at the backs of the two gradually leaving without speaking. She had heard everything the two had just said. In fact, in the past, she was quite envious of both Sister Yaji and Sister Jiwen. The two weren't much older than her and were much more popular. But now, the two seem to have gone down a completely different path. Will Morning Vista Entertainment collapse in a month? It's not. Superintendent Jiang is so great. Even Wang Lin Diva. She shook her head, took a deep breath, and continued on ahead. Su Jingchu sat at her desk, carefully organizing the information. Although the artist's termination has come to an end, but that guy Jiang Chen wrote another song out and wants to register the copyright immediately. Also Jiang Chen as a music director has a lot of things to take care of, but this guy is lazy every day. It's simply impossible to deal with the chores. So, she was also responsible for recruiting an assistant for Jiang Chen to help with these things. Buzzing. Just then, the cell phone on her desktop suddenly rang. It was Yan Shuexin who called. Hello, Shuexin? She pressed the answer button with some curiosity. Yan Tianho just seemed to have gone to find Luowei, right? Why are you calling her all of a sudden? The phone connected and Yan Shuexin's voice came from the receiver. Jingchu, Tilting City Entertainment is starting to mobilize the media. Su Jingchu froze for a moment. What? Chapter 73 Rivals with a Heart of Gold. 10 minutes later, Su Jingchu appeared in Jiang Chen's office with an anxious look on her face, sending a message on her cell phone to Jiang Chen. 80% of the announcements were lost in 1 month. Who did Chenwei Entertainment offend? The release of Su Luowei's new song has been delayed again, and the reason behind it is mind-boggling. Can you start a company just because you're popular? A list of artist companies that have closed down in recent years. Vigilance. Chenwei Entertainment is in trouble on all sides. Partners are evacuating in a hurry. 3 years after bursting into flames, the former national goddess started to go downhill after breaking away from the company? Jiang Chen sat in front of his computer, slowly reviewing these media articles. Tilting City Entertainment must have started preparing for these things a long time ago. Otherwise how could it have contacted so many media outlets overnight? Su Jingchu gritted her teeth. After receiving Yan Tianho's reminder, she immediately logged on to Weibo, only to find that the amount of negative topics on the internet about Chenwei Entertainment and Su Luowei had suddenly doubled dozens of times and was still increasing. The pushers behind this are known by their toes. Jiang Chen looked at these articles on the screen, but his expression was a bit strange, because just before Su Jingchu came in, he happened to have also seen several hot searches about himself on the internet, deliberately scaring millions of young ladies to tears. How odious is the writer's jungle? How dare you provoke all the women on the internet? Zhanglong's talent is gone. Please take your book off the shelf immediately. The Magic City Women Writers Association issued a statement strongly condemning all malicious behavior that disrupts the market for women's literature. Listed as most unwelcome author in women's literature and jaded. What the hell did he do? Because I clicked on this book. It gave me insomnia for almost a week. Jiang Lang, you give me back my sleep. At the same time, a surprising number of voices decrying Jiang Lang's lack of talent popped up on the Weibo hotlist. Jiang Chen looked at these articles that called himself a big, unforgiving asshole. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Who the hell was behind this? This is nasty. The two sides can't have an appointment, can they? Drop the cup as a sign and do it at the same time? He hasn't even broken 1 million reads on his novel yet. How is it that you're scaring millions of ladies to tears? He shook his head, somewhat breathlessly, and turned off these article pages through and through, without his expression becoming the slightest bit flustered by it. With a twist of his head, he realized that Su Jingchu was still beside him, looking at him with an anxious expression, as if waiting for his answer. When is Lo coming back? He coughed and asked lightly. I just spoken to her on the phone and should be on her way back now. Su Jingchu said with some concern. Then let's wait for her to come back first. Tilting City Entertainment has finally made a move, which saves me a lot of work. Jiang Chen nodded, not panicking in the slightest. Tilting City Entertainment's action had been expected by him, since the other party wanted to target Chenwei Entertainment. How could they not take the initiative to make something happen? And this overwhelming negative news on the internet is clearly an attempt to deliberately discredit Chenwei Entertainment and build momentum for the follow-up. This kind of malicious hype is considered one of the most common in the entertainment industry. After all, The most important thing in this circle is reputation. If the reputation is ruined, both the company and the individual will suffer tremendously. At those words, Su Jingqiu froze for a moment. What do you mean? You finally did it? Have you been waiting for Tilting City Entertainment to make a move? Jiang Chen didn't explain any further. Open the writer's back office. Compared to Tilting City Entertainment's expected initiative, he was more curious as to who was behind the deliberate targeting of the Jiang Lang talent account. To realize that it had only been a few days since he had released the novel, it was surprising that it had caused such a huge backlash. This kind of sudden outbreak of hot topics. If he said that there was no organization behind it that was deliberately promoting it, he would not believe it. Female readers' tweets alone obviously don't generate this much negative conversation. He checked his backstage information and found that while the internet was abuzz with public opinion about Jiang Lang talent these days, the Huaxia Literature Forum didn't seem to have sent him any messages. It also seems that the organizers were a bit ambiguous about the matter and didn't take down his book right away. So after Jiang Chen thought about it, he simply uploaded all the 60,000 words of the manuscript he had just finished, as a powerful retort to these gossips. And he was also somewhat oddly surprised to find that under this gradual fermentation of online opinion, the reading volume of his book, Those Years, We Blow the Lights Together, not only did not suffer any impact, but also began to rise wildly as if it had been installed with a data booster. The votes on the popularity charts are already on the verge of leaving the second place far behind. It shows the amount of conversation on Twitter, which is also bringing a lot of new attention to his book. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's heart was also filled with some inexplicable emotions. I'm also not sure if the overwhelmingly negative conversation is a blessing or a curse for his book. Sister Nan, public opinion on the internet has erupted, and it seems that the Magic City Women's Writers Association is behind the push. Huaxia Forum headquarters. In the conference room, an emergency meeting was held, with the staff reporting the situation to Zhang Nanqin. The Magic City Women Writers Association? Zhang Qinnan sniffed and frowned slightly. If I remember correctly, this seems to be an unofficial organization, right? That's right. I've already investigated. This association was co-founded by a few female writers, and it was started for a very short period of time, only 1 year. A middle-aged man on the left-hand side of the conference room nodded, and according to our analysis, the reason why the Magic City Women's Writers Association is willing to push for this public opinion to fester is probably to rub it in. Rubbing it in? All eyes in the office turned toward him. I just went to the official website of this Women's Writers Association, and in just this half day's time, there are more than 100 more female authors who have registered as members on their website, and most of them, they are also female authors who are participating in our contest. The middle-aged man explained as he faced his laptop toward the crowd. At those words, the crowd's gazes were a bit strange. According to the strategy that Nan had laid down earlier, the reason why their organizer had been willing to stand on the side of Jiang Langjai, it was also mainly for the sake of rubbing in the heat. I didn't realize that now that Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together is on fire. A fellow traveler has popped up in the opposite direction. Sister Nan, the number of complaint letters we received in the back office has fully doubled today. Someone with a worried face stood up and reported. The public opinion on the internet is now somewhat pointing at our organizers, and many people are accusing us of not vetting carefully and putting this kind of horror novel into the middle of a romance writing competition. Upon hearing this, before Zhang Qinnan could speak, the middle-aged man from earlier continued. Based on my analysis, I think the ultimate goal of this Female Writers Association may be to put pressure on us in this way. If we are forced by this public pressure to take Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together off the shelves, then it will certainly be a successful battle for this Women's Writers Association to defend their rights. In time, more women writers will choose to join their association. Zhang Qinnan quietly listened to the returns of the crowd and did not speak immediately, but fell into silence. These hot search phrases that popped up out of nowhere were really a bit unexpected for her. Half a day later, she asked, tapping the table, "Has there been any response from the jungle?" A staff member reported, "There's been no response yet, but, just now, he updated another 60,000 words. All the numbers forth, those were the years we blow the lights out now. They're skyrocketing. The number of views on our contest page is skyrocketing as well. More and more people are following us as a race." Upon hearing this, the people in the office glanced at each other, all of them somewhat excited. Whatever the final outcome of this public opinion will turn out to be, their purpose had been realized, and the splash of traffic had finally fallen on their heads as a semi-official platform. Whatever the end result, they don't lose out. The Chinese Literature Forum has gotten a huge exposure that can't be bought with money. Zhang Qinnan mused for a long time, and the rise in the numbers of those years, the lights we blow together, made her heart a little excited as well. If this trend continues, this book will surely become an internet hit novel, and they, the Chinese Literature Forum, will have a huge opportunity to grow because of this book. Finally she stopped thinking, tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, and began to announce her decision. In any case, the opportunity has come. We can no longer be afraid of this conflict of public opinion. We have to deal with it with a lot of spirit. The operations department is always on the lookout for any developments in Gangnam Style. The PR department is prepared and ready to respond to public opinion on the internet. We want to tell all netizens that the contests organized by our forum are always fair, just and open. There's no violation of the rules for Django, and he's gotten to where he is solely because of how well he writes. Let's all go our separate ways and work as fast as we can to silence online opinion, while teaching this female writer a lesson in what it means to be professional. Jiang Chen's powerful voice rang out in the conference room. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, and half an hour later, Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin were also one after the other, both returning to the company. Chapter 74, Jiang Chen Super Doubles. What's the situation now? Su Luowei asked with a tight little face as soon as she entered the office. She was originally in the recording studio working on the arrangement and immediately rushed back after receiving Su Jingshu's phone call notification. Not so good. Su Jingshu shook her head, her face filled with worry. Several endorsement brands have already called me and asked me what's going on. And now there are as many as 3 or 4 negative hot searches about us on the internet. More than a dozen media outlets are involved in the story. And the bottom line is that, as this trend continues, more and more people are expected to follow suit and repost it. Tilting City Entertainment must have been preparing for quite some time with such a big move all of a sudden. Upon hearing this, both Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin's brows furrowed slightly. Although Tilting City Entertainment had been targeting Chenwei Entertainment during this period of time, the tricks used were nothing more than some small moves behind the scenes, and the fight between the two companies was limited to the entertainment circle. And now Tilting City Entertainment is obviously have the intention to make this matter known to everyone. They're probably coming toward you. Yan Shuexin pondered for a while and suddenly looked at Su Luowei and said, "You are the core of Chenwei Entertainment. If you want to bring down Chenwei Entertainment, you have to divest the brand parties that work with you. Without the financial support of these partners, Chenwei Entertainment is the equivalent of a kite with broken strings. And it's only a matter of time before it hits the ground. That's why they're making such a big noise to affect the confidence of the various partners in Chenwei Entertainment." At those words Su Jingshu's face was a bit ugly, and Su Luowei's little face was also tight, biting her lips before looking at Jiang Chen. "Hubby, what should we do next?" Jiang Chen had always advocated a head-on confrontation with Pouring City Entertainment, and it was times like this that she wanted to hear what Jiang Chen had to say. However, somewhat to her surprise, Jiang Chen looked as if he also had a bit of a headache at this moment, his brows furrowed and his fingers constantly tapping on the table in an agonizingly thoughtful manner. When Su Jingshu saw him like this, her heart became even more anxious. This guy won't fall off the chain at the critical moment, right? You were the one who said you wanted to deal with Leaning City Entertainment. Have you lost your mind now? I think we should release a statement on the company's account to respond to the questions on the internet. She couldn't help but say. Then contact some of the media and write some positive report articles out. In an effort to de-escalate the situation. No matter what, it's important to stabilize a few of our co-branders first. That's where the foundation of our Chenwei Entertainment lies. Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei both nodded their heads. Although Su Jingshu's method of handling this was a bit moderate, it was the best method that could be thought of at the moment. Dumping City Entertainment is really bullying people too much. 10 minutes ago, I even received a call from one of the media involved in the report, saying that they would come to our company for an interview. When Su Jingshu said this, she seemed to remember something and said through gritted teeth, "It's obviously arranged by Pouring City Entertainment, and when the time comes, it's sure to be all sharp and tricky questions. No matter how we answer, they'll end up adding fuel to the story." Su Luowei shook her head somewhat helplessly. This kind of media, directly reject. Wait. However, just as she was in the middle of her sentence, she was interrupted by Jiang Chen's voice. "A press is coming for an interview? How did you reply to them?" Su Jingshu was startled by his action. I'm not stupid. Of course I refused. What? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. What's wrong? Su Jingshu was a bit puzzled. Of course it's wrong. Call them back and tell them we're willing to do an interview as soon as possible, preferably set for tomorrow morning. Ha! At that, several people in the office froze in disbelief. Why? Su Jingshu's eyes were wide with disbelief. This media is a bad influence. What's the point of giving them an interview? To amplify the sound. Of course. Jiang Chen sighed with hatred. I counted 1,000 times, but I didn't count. Xingcheng Entertainment's pattern is so small, tossing for more than a month to make a fart movement. Let a person's headache. Several people froze and looked at him. What do you mean by a little bit of a fuss? They've been on several hotspots. The eyes of the entire internet have gathered. And this is still a load of commotion? Cood, was that what you were thinking about when you just looked like you had a headache? As expected, Jiang Chen's tone was filled with disappointment and contempt. Xingcheng Entertainment is too stingy. How much attention can this few hot searches attract? I think we still need to add fuel to the fire for him. With that, he looked at Su Jingchu. Our company's response statement shouldn't be issued for the time being. Everyone remains silent during this period of time. But the media side still needs to be contacted and try to get as many as possible. At those words, Su Jingchu nodded her head even though she hadn't come back to her senses yet. She thought that as long as she found some more media to speak for Chenwei Entertainment, the situation could be more or less salvaged. But then he heard Jiang Chen continue. You prepare more red packets and send them to these media outlets, telling them to step up their efforts to keep up with Tilting City Entertainment's tempo, and create a smear campaign together to discredit Wei Entertainment. Ha! Su Jingchu almost thought she heard wrong. Smear? Smear Morning Vista Entertainment? Exactly. Jiang Chen nodded. I want news about Chenwei Entertainment to hang on the hot search list for at least 3 days, so that it can trigger the attention of the entire network. You want such a high level of attention for what? Su Jingchu felt that her mind was a bit spinning. What kind of person pays a mercenary to hack themselves? Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen with some incomprehension. Only Yan Shuexin didn't say anything. She gave Jiang Chen a deep look, although she still didn't quite understand what Jiang Chen was trying to do. But at this time, the first thing that came to her mind was that song called As You Wish. When the guy sits down at the piano and sings Wish for the eternity you wish for, take the long way you go. She knew that this guy, as unreliable as he looked, had the ability to work miracles. Forget it, don't ask, just listen to him. She shook her head, suddenly, and said. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu both looked towards her with some confusion. Don't forget what a contract he just signed, Yan Shuexin said with a faint expression. At those words, Su Jingchu came back to her senses. Yeah, Chenwei Entertainment still has Wang Lin as an ace in their hand. No matter how much these media outlets sing the praises of Morning Vista Entertainment now, but by using this card, all rumors will naturally be dispelled. Only Su Luowei didn't know what was happening and had a somewhat blank expression. She'd been out recording songs today and hadn't had time to catch up on what was happening at the office. Yan Shuexin glanced at her, and then briefly explained everything from Wang Lin looking for her in the morning and asking her to give up meddling in Chenwei Entertainment, to the bet between the two, to the two of them going to Chenwei Entertainment together to look for Jiang Chen to write a song. In the end, Jiang Chen sang As I Wish in the classroom, and Wang Lin lost. Wang Lin offered $8 million to be able to sing this song and gave up all her cut. Yan Shuexin finished speaking. Several people in the office were a little surprised, including Su Jingchu. It was also the first time she had heard about the bet from Yan Tianho's mouth. So, Diva Wang Lin, now she's also signed with Chenwei Entertainment? Su Luowei's face was filled with disbelief after hearing this. Yan Shuexin shrugged her shoulders and didn't retort. That's right, Wang Lin is now considered a contracted singer of our Chenwei Entertainment. As long as Wang Lin Diva can step in, these negative news will naturally not break. Su Jingchu nodded her head excitedly. Then, I'm relieved then. Su Luowei was instantly relieved. The beautiful eyes then glanced at Jiang Chen, a gleam of fascinating luster in them. Jiang Chen's performance had once again exceeded her expectations. It was a very good decision to make this guy the music director. Only Jiang Chen in front of the desk rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Where is this coming from? You guys are just about ready to play the Wang Lin card? This was the last resort that he had prepared, and he definitely had to stay in the most critical moment to throw it out. Tilting City Entertainment is now a bit of an operation, if he had to describe it. That's when the landlord has just started the game and the other team is the first to throw a pair of threes. What's there to panic about? In this match, he wanted more than just to break bread with Tilting City Entertainment and split the winners and losers. What he wants is to drive Dump City Entertainment off the poker table. So, this round, instead of choosing to play his cards, he super doubles, straight up 100 times. I just don't know. Is Tilting City Entertainment ready for this? In the office, only Yan Shuexin's gaze was somewhat complicated. What Jiang Chen had done in the past 2 days had proven once again that he was a qualified music director. But the more she did so, the more the words Jiang Chen had said to her that day would come to her mind. In 2 months, I'll be out of show business. This guy, is he really not going to sit down all the way at the music director position? Think about it. For some reason, her mind, which had always been as calm as water, couldn't help but be faintly fluctuating at this time. Chapter 75. This is not the bus to kindergarten. For the rest of the day, several people were basically listening to Jiang Chen talk about work arrangements. After initially despising Pouring City Entertainment for some time because of its small-mindedness, Jiang Chen also adjusted his thoughts, and one task after another was sent down in an organized manner. In his arrangement, Su Jingchu's most important job was to stay in the company to maintain its normal operation, in addition to the task of helping to add fire to Qingqing Entertainment. Instead, Su Luowei was leaving Mordor on a business trip, but of course her main task at the moment was to prepare her new song. After all, Tilted City Entertainment was currently focusing all the firepower of its public opinion offensive on her new song. In a few days, it would be the release time of the new song that Su Luowei had agreed with her fans, and if there was another delay, she would undoubtedly fall into the trap of Tilting City Entertainment. Public opinion on the internet would also erupt again, moving in an unfavorable direction towards Chenwei Entertainment. Come but not come is not a gift. Qingqing Entertainment, since he did it, he is not prepared to hide, directly flinging the other party to let the other party sober up a bit. Nearly 20 minutes or so into the meeting, a few women walked out of Jiang Chen's office with different expressions on their faces. They were both in a much more relaxed state at the moment, compared to the worry and nervousness of half an hour ago. However, the expressions on their faces were still a bit odd, as the tasks Jiang Chen had arranged for each of them were all very abnormal. Su Jingchu, in particular, not only had to contact the media and fire shots at herself during this time, she also had to keep an eye on the status of the artists within the company. In short, there was so much going on that Su Luowei had asked her to recruit herself an assistant or two, but Su Jingchu seemed to be enjoying the busyness, with a radiant look on her face. Luowei, Shu Eshin, I'll go and get busy first. Jiang Chen emphasized several times that we can't let go of that media that wants to interview us. I still have to contact them quickly. Su Jingchu pulled out her cell phone and said somewhat helplessly. Yan Shueshi nodded and didn't say anything. Su Luowei hesitated, but called out to her, Sister Jing. Wait. Su Jingchu stopped in her tracks, somewhat puzzled. Su Luowei's face was somewhat hesitant and torn, looking at her and then at Yan Shueshin. What's wrong? Luowei. What else? Yan Shueshin also asked. Sister Shui Xin. Sister Jing. I have something related to Jiang Chen that I don't know what to do. Can you guys help me think of a solution? Su Luowei dwelled on it for a long time before saying. At those words, Yan Shueshin and Su Jingchu both froze for a moment. What is it? It's like this. Jiang Chen he. Su Luowei took a deep breath, lowered her voice, and came to the two men's ears and said quietly. 10 minutes later, Su Jingchu returned to her office with a calm demeanor, started calling this media outlet called Starlight Entertainment newspaper. Hello, this is Su Jingchu from Chenwei Entertainment. We spoke on the phone half an hour ago. It's like this. Our director Jiang, Starlight Entertainment News, Miao Baiqiu, who was the editor-in-chief, was discussing the next entertainment news to be released with the staff. Editor Miao. I just had Xiao Chen call Chenwei Entertainment. However, they rejected our interview request. In the office, a boy wearing glasses stood and walked over to report. Expectedly, Morning Vista Entertainment is definitely not going to give an interview under these circumstances. Miao Qiubai nodded faintly. Did you record the phone call? Recorded. Okay, later on, send out a circular. Attach this recording, and say that we have contacted Chenwei Entertainment, but the other party refused to be interviewed. And the netizens will think that Chenwei Entertainment is too weak-minded to accept the interview. Miao Qiubai commanded. Understood. The boy grinned and gave an okay sign. Like this kind of circular? He has written many times, the bends and turns of which are clear. Naturally understand what Miao Qiubai means. The same thing can be read completely differently with a little bit of writing. For example, female college students attend college during the day and work as escorts in bars at night. That's a news headline that would make one think that college girls are shameless. But if it was changed to, bar escorts work at night and use their free time during the day to study at the university, it will make a big difference to the impression of the girl. Now that he has the recording of the call with Chenwei Entertainment that refused the interview in his hand, it is even easier for him to try to write a piece that will make the netizens feel that Chenwei Entertainment is weak-minded. Just as he turned on his computer and was about to start writing today's article, another colleague in the office, Xiao Chen, pushed the door in hurriedly. Editor Miao. Su Jingchu from Chenwei Entertainment called and said they're willing to be interviewed tomorrow. The office froze at the sound of his voice. They're willing to be interviewed? Miao Qiubai also froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. The man with the glasses raised his head suspiciously. He knew that the previous request for an interview with Chenwei Entertainment was just a trap. The main purpose was still to obtain this recording in his hand. I didn't realize that Chenwei Entertainment really agreed. What did they say? Miao Qiubai asked. Xiao Chen scratched his head. This Su Jingchu said that their director Jiang wants to have a chat with us. Director Jiang? Miao Qiubai's gaze was a bit odd. Could it be referring to that legendary Jiang Chen? Su Luowei's mixed-up writer husband? She and the boy with the glasses looked at each other, both feeling a bit puzzled. Editor Miao. So am I still sending this manuscript? The man with the glasses pointed to the document on the computer and smiled helplessly. Don't send it yet. Niao Qiubai's eyes were full of curiosity as she stood up. Tomorrow, after interviewing this soft food director, let's see what the other side really wants to say. Good. At night, it was still Su Jingchu who drove and sent Jiang Chen and Su Luowei home. What was a little strange, though, was that Su Luowei had been asking strange questions along the way. Honey, would you be mad if one day I didn't have as much time for you? No way. Ah, why aren't you angry? Oh, that would piss me off. That doesn't work either. I can't be with you because I have something to do. How can you be mad? I'll ask it another way. Su Luowei grunted and went on to ask again. Would you be mad if one day you got up in the morning and realized I didn't have breakfast for you? No, I can get it myself. No, you can't get it yourself. You're still sleeping. Su Luowei waved her hand hastily. Only I or someone else can make breakfast now. In any case, you can't make breakfast. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Let's start over. Su Luowei paused and rejoined. So if I didn't make breakfast today, and now there's someone else's breakfast on the table, would you be mad? Jiang Chen thought carefully this time before saying, no, I won't. Just have something to eat. I'm not picky. Who knows? After hearing his words, Su Luowei seemed a little unhappy. How can you not be angry? Don't you feel bad that you didn't get the breakfast I made this morning? I'm pissed. That doesn't work either. How can you be mad when I haven't made breakfast but have gotten someone else to make you breakfast? Jiang Chen, old primary. Isn't the kindergarten coming up ahead? Let me off. Su Luowei, Su Jingchu. The group returned home in this noisy atmosphere. Although Su Luowei was still not too satisfied with Jiang Chen's answer, she didn't ask similar strange questions again. Of course, a woman's dissatisfaction always comes right to the surface. After returning home, Su Luowei gave Jiang Chen a not-so-gentle cold snort before heading upstairs. Jiang Chen looked at the little niece's light and colorful back with a little bit of arrogance. Also do not care. After changing slippers, suddenly remembered what Chen Huifang said that day. Married for 3 years, he and Su Luowei had never discussed the matter of having children, nor had they ever been to Su Luowei's home. It was also true that this large house of several hundred square meters was a bit bland with only 2 people living in it all the time. Maybe it's time to add another tiny figure. Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but float slowly when he thought of this. Why don't we work on it with Nikki tonight? Chapter 76 Honey. I remember an English text. Magic City Music Academy. Just after 9 o'clock at night, the school building was dark, and the students who were studying at night had already dispersed from the building one after another. The security guard held up a flashlight and began inspecting the classrooms one by one. However, when he walked to the door of a dance practice classroom, he found that the lights were actually still on. A rhythmic melody came out of the classroom, and faintly the girls could be heard shouting the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These girl dolls, dancing at this late hour. The security guard shook his head somewhat helplessly. The teaching building can be open to students until 12 o'clock. If there are students still practicing, he doesn't kick them out, but rather strolls through all the teaching buildings before coming back here to check. He skimmed his eyes over this classroom and continued on with his flashlight up. In the classroom, the melody finally slowed to a halt. The girls heaved a sigh of relief, and their legs went limp, and they all fell to the ground at once, their chests rising and falling violently as they gasped for petulant breath. Mengyao, this shuttlecock drill you made us learn. How come it's so tiring? Yes, yeah, I feel like I can't feel my legs anymore, but we've only been dancing for 2 hours, and this calisthenics, is it really decent? I don't know. The teacher's husband told me. This shuttlecock drill will definitely get a ranking. Su Mengyao cried out. She was also tired and panting at this time. At that, the girls froze. Elder sister. Husband? A girl suddenly rolled over and stared at Su Mengyao with big beautiful eyes. Didn't you tell us to go get help from senior sister? How did you turn into senior sister's husband? At first, I did look for senior sister Luowei and senior sister Shuixian, but both of them were unavailable. So, in the end, we had to look for senior sister husband. Su Mengyao said bitterly. This shuttlecock drill, he's the one who taught me. Wait, the girls suddenly reacted. The senior brother-in-law you're talking about. Shouldn't it be the one of Luowei's senior sister? Jerk writer husband, right? The girl didn't say the words out loud, but everyone could understand the meaning. Yeah, that's him. The girl was instantly shocked and pounced on her, ruthlessly choking her. Su Mengyao, I'm going to choke you to death. Wasting my time all night. If he dares to teach, you dare to learn? Yeah, what does he know? He's a jerk writer. You Why did you ask him for help? I thought Lovey-senpai taught you that. It's over. It's over. My leg is ruined. What's going to happen with less than 2 weeks to go until the school gala? The girls wailed. In fact, even Su Mengyao noticed a hint of something wrong at this time. She always felt as if she was being punked by Jiang Chen. Because this shuttlecock drill was so tiring to dance. Just over an hour. She was so tired that she was paralyzed on the floor and didn't even want to move a bit. You should know that she is not in poor physical condition. And she usually works out and runs even more consistently in order to practice dancing. No. No way. Looking at the wailing faces of the crowd, Su Menyao's face was somewhat torn and hesitant. Jiang Chen master brother-in-law seems to be quite powerful. Shouldn't be able to trap her, right? She thought it was really very graphic and rhythmic when a few of them had just danced this shuttlecock drill together and looked at it in the mirror. There doesn't seem to be any other problems other than being a little tired of jumping up and down. If one could really dance with a sense of power and neatness as Jiang Chen's senior brother-in-law had said, then the effect presented on stage would be very good. 2. Why don't we practice tomorrow? I think we just danced pretty good. She hesitated for a moment and said, if that's not possible, I'll go back to him and ask him again. As team captain, she is responsible for deciding the team's performance program, so the girls could only wail at her words and continue to limp on the floor. Tired. Destroy. The twilight is deep. After the day's exertions, the villa gradually quieted down. Su Luowei finished her bath and also climbed onto the bed like a kitten, using Jiang Chen's thigh as a pillow and cozying up to the mask. My mom called the day before yesterday and asked about us. Jiang Chen rubbed the little nymph's hair and took the initiative to bring up the topic. Mom, what did she say? Su Luowei immediately became a little nervous and perked up her little ears to ask. Having been married for 3 years, she has always been careful to maintain the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship between herself and Chen Huifang. Although Chen Huifang wasn't a difficult woman to get along with, whenever Jiang Chen's parents were involved, Su Luowei would always pay some extra attention. This was something that even Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire. It was said that mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship was a difficult scripture, but this kind of problem didn't seem to happen to Su Luowei. Every time I go home, the little ninny always put down the identity of the big star. Like a good daughter, like the 2 old people coaxed happy. Ahem. She asked when we were planning on having kids. Jiang Chen lightly coughed and said, speaking of this topic, the old man's hand also began to be less honest, quietly through the little niece's pajamas, exploring inside. Su Luowei didn't know for a moment if she should answer Jiang Chen's question or block Jiang Chen's big, dishonest hand. Apparently she hadn't thought about this carefully either, and it was a long time before she said in a bit of a panic, what do you think? I think having more than one little one in the house seems to be just fine. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. You don't have to worry about the company. After resolving Tipping City Entertainment, Chunwei Entertainment will almost be able to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry, and cultivate a few artists in the back to earn $1 or $2 billion a year. When the time comes, you'll have no problem if you want to stay home and be the boss lady or keep appearing on stage. At those words, Su Luowei froze. Currently the main profit point of Morning Vista Entertainment is still on her. He could only earn more than $20 million a year, but Jiang Chen had directly doubled this goal hundreds of times. Can such a small company really make a profit of $1 billion or $2 a year? However, her mind no longer had the energy to think about this at this point, because Jiang Chen's big hand was actually getting more and more unruly. Her delicate body trembled lightly for a moment, her face turned red, and a complex look flickered across her gaze. Little baby? I don't think I'm ready. She struggled a bit with this. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. What else do I need to prepare? After 3 years, the 2 of them are an old married couple, so what else is there to prepare for? Anyway, it's just not ready. Su Luowei's expression twisted a bit and turned her head. How about, let's talk about this matter after a while. When she finished, she scrambled to her feet in a panic. It's mask time, I'm going to wash my face. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei's back as she walked towards the restroom in a panic, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He could sense that Ning didn't seem to want to talk about it. What was the reason for that? Could it really be the same as what Empress Dowager Chen had said? That it was because of what happened at home that caused the little ninny to have some concerns? After 3 years of marriage, he had yet to make a trip to Su's house, and in that respect it was indeed a bit negligent of the little ninny's feelings. It seems that after being busy for a while, no matter what, I have to go to the Su family to walk up, so that the little ninja can let go of the concerns in her heart. Jiang Chen thought silently. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was tossed awake by Su Luowei in his arms. He also needed to get to the office early today since the interview he had arranged with Starlight Entertainment newspaper was in the morning. I should have known to make an afternoon appointment. Jiang Chen rubbed his head and yawned heavily. Get up, you big lazy pig. Su Luowei heard his complaint and covered her mouth to laugh a little before nudging him to get up in a hurry. However, after Jiang Chen's gaze glowered for a moment, it suddenly rested on Su Luowei's chest. The little ninja didn't wear pajamas, but a camisole. The fabric of the clothes was very thin, sticking to the body to outline the delicate curves of the torso. It looked very seductive. Last night the two of them, each with their own preoccupations, didn't have time to think about anything else after lights out, and were soon asleep. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just gotten up. His qi and blood were at their peak, and his gaze towards Su Luowei gradually became fiery. "You, what are you looking at me for?" Su Luowei sensed that Jiang Chen's state was a bit off, and her body instantly and subconsciously stepped back. This bad guy wouldn't be trying to. But horse, it's almost time to go to work. Ahem, wife. I had a very interesting dream last night about an English text. Jiang Chen didn't give the little ninny a chance to escape at all, and directly swept her into his arms. "Here, let me tell you what that text is all about." "You lied." An hour later, Jiang Chen appeared in the middle of the living room in high spirits, but Su Luowei's face was a little scarlet. But fortunately, no one else in the villa noticed anything unusual. Su Jingchu thought that Jiang Chen, the asshole, was sleeping again. That's why he came down so late. And her nose coldly snorted with some contempt. Gong Yi's gaze towards Jiang Chen was still very complicated. She was hesitating whether to give up the insistence in her heart and take the initiative to admit her weakness to Jiang Chen so that she could get the right to use clouds and smoke become rain. However, the grudge between her and Jiang Chen had been building up for 3 long years, and it was difficult to put down her face for a while, so she could only stalemate at the moment. The good thing was that she was also busy for the past 2 days, so she could not face this for a while. Of course, she didn't dare to taunt freely anymore, seeing that she had now reached Jiang Chen, for fear of angering him and making things worse. The jungle is over. That asshole. Perhaps there was no place to vent her anger towards Jiang Chen in her heart. She indignantly used her knife and fork to poke a few holes in the poached eggs on her plate, finding a new object to spit at. Obviously on several hot searches, the result is not only not sanctioned, the book seems to have gotten even hotter. Su Luowei didn't hear what she said and was a little curious. What are you talking about? What else to say? Gong Yi skimmed her mouth. Zhang Lang is a talented person. That asshole author that I mentioned to you guys last time. What's wrong with him? Su Jingchu asked. These days, she also reads a little bit of The Lights We Blow Together before she takes a night off, so she's still quite concerned about this book thing. The female authors in our authors group have been unhappy with the jungle for a long time, Gong Yi said with a sigh. That's why they organized some activities yesterday, launching an accusation against Jiang Lang talent on the internet, and also pulled in many female readers to participate with them, with the original idea of getting the organizers to take down Jiang Lang talent's books through public opinion pressure. But who knows? After being on several hot searches, not only has his book Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together not been sanctioned, but its popularity has grown even higher, and the numbers have been skyrocketing. Right now the organizers are also completely on Jiang Lang talent's side, refusing to take the book off the shelves no matter what. So even though everyone is furious, they can't do anything with Jiang Lang talent for the time being. At those words Su Luowei was also a bit surprised, but she had never encountered such a thing before, and though she wanted to say a few words of comfort, she didn't know how to speak. Honey, do you have any ideas? She suddenly remembered that Jiang Chen seemed to have a strong opinion about Jiang Lang's talent as well, so she looked over at him. Jiang Chen also froze for a moment. He had seen the hot search related to Jiang Lang talent yesterday and was curious about who was targeting him. It was only now that I realized that it was the group of female authors in Gong Yi's group that had come up with it. Of course I have. I've long been displeased with this Jiang Lang, so I'll find a way to sanction him today. He waved his hand lightly, like it was all on me. Che, big talk. Gong Yi bristled, not believing what he said at all. Su Luowei also pushed him as if she was pouting, and Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. Regarding the matter of Jiang Lang talent and Chen Wei entertainment, an idea had actually arisen in his mind for a long time, and it was just the right time to take advantage of this matter to take the heat on the internet to another level. After a quick breakfast, the three of them drove out in 2 cars. When Jiang Chen arrived at the company, a staff member came over to inform him that an interviewer from Starlight Entertainment newspaper was already waiting for him in the office. Jiang Chen knew it was time for him to perform on the stage. He nodded, straightened his collar, and walked towards the office with a proper face. Chapter 77, Is Jiang Chen crazy? Niao Bai sat in Jiang Chen's office, somewhat curiously sizing up the legendary asshole writer in front of him. As the editor-in-chief, she originally didn't need to participate in the live interview, but she was really a bit curious about Jiang Chen, so she personally led the team over. She wondered why this director Jiang still dared to give an interview under the current situation. Aren't you afraid of saying something you shouldn't and then sparking a worse public opinion? But when Jiang Chen walked into the office with a straight face, she suddenly realized that the other party didn't seem to be as bad as the internet said. At least the look is really quite handsome. And it looks proper, not lazy and casual like the rumors. Hello Director Jiang. I'm a reporter from Starlight Entertainment newspaper. Meow. She held up the microphone and walked over to Jiang Chen's desk with a professional smile on her face. Excuse me, are we conducting an interview here? Instead of revealing his identity as editor-in-chief, Niao Qiubai took on the interview assignment himself. Right here. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at the camera next to him. Has it started recording already? Yes, it has started. Good. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and had a righteous look on his face. So, before the interview begins, I'd like to say one thing first. What is it? Niao Qiubai looked at Jiang Chen with some curiosity. As far as she knew, this should be Jiang Chen's first interview. But this new director of Chenwei Entertainment didn't seem nervous at all, facing the camera with ease as if he had been interviewed often. Jiang Chen said with a very serious expression, as a writer, I'm going to criticize someone by name today. Critique? Who do you want to criticize? Niao Qiubai froze for a moment and asked in confusion. Could it be that Jiang Chen was planning to angrily spray pouring City Entertainment at the camera? Her eyes lit up. If that was the case, then today's interview was going to be interesting. The jungle has run out of talent. Jiang Chen's answer was completely unexpected. This asshole doesn't deserve to be a writer at all. Listens to him. Everyone in the office froze. Who? Niao Qiubai thought he had heard wrong. Who is? John Long's talent? Her gaze was a little confused. As editor-in-chief of the entertainment paper, she wasn't too familiar with the writers' community. A staff member came aside and whispered something in her ear, briefly explaining the situation of the jungle. It was only then that Niao Qiubai gradually realized that Jianglang Kaijun turned out to be an author who participated in a women's literature writing competition, and had nothing to do with Qingcheng Entertainment at all. Why did Jiang Chen criticize him? Jianglang deliberately writes horror stories at women's literature contests, scares millions of young ladies to cry, and uses such cheap tactics to gain gimmicks and popularity. Asshole. Shameless. As a writer, I resolutely resist and protest this shameless behavior. Today I want to speak up for all female readers and defend the rights and interests of the majority of female readers. His book Those Years, The Lights We Blow Together, although it is quite well written, is not worth reading at all. I advise all female readers to never click on this book, or you will surely regret it. This book has already kept thousands of young ladies awake, so I suggest, let's all boycott the jungle, and boycott all those years, blowing the lights out together. Jiang Chen frantically outputted for a full 2 minutes before stopping himself. The office became silent for a while, and the people from Starlight Entertainment newspaper were all a bit dumbfounded. They felt like their brains were having trouble turning the corner for a while. Today, didn't we agree to interview something related to Morning Vista Entertainment? How come this director Jiang suddenly cursed Jiang Lang's talent? Niao Qiubai also reacted only after a long time, and she looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled face. Jiang, Superintendent Jiang, we've recorded your real name critique. Do you have anything to say? No more. Sorry for the delay. Let's start the interview. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and his tone seemed a bit embarrassed as well. Only then did Niao Qiubai breathe a sigh of relief, nodding his head and taking out the manuscript he had prepared long ago, his face reverting back to that smile. Then we'll officially start the interview now. The first question. During this period of time, many voices on the internet have been saying that Chenwei Entertainment's business situation doesn't seem to be too good. Director Jiang, may I ask if this is true? Of course it's a rumor. The netizens are purely fooling around. Jiang Chen shook his head rightfully. During this time I have taken over the position of music director of Chenwei Entertainment, and I can tell you very responsibly that under my leadership, Chenwei Entertainment will definitely be able to go farther in the future. You know, I'm a writer by trade, and the last thing we writers need is talent. So managing Morning Vista Entertainment isn't that hard for me. But of course when it comes to writers, there's another person I have to bring up. Gangster. I emphasize once again that this man is absolutely shameless, and I advise everyone never to read his books, especially Missy. Once you click on this book, it's over. There may be some of you who don't know the name of the book, so let me introduce you to it. Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out. This is absolutely the worst book I've read in years. Another 2 minutes of frantic output and the office was once again silent for a long time. The corner of Niao Qiubai's mouth twitched as he began to ask the next question. I heard that national goddess Su Luowei's new song will be delayed again. May I ask if this is true? How can that be? Another rumor. Jiang Chen once again vetoed. I can tell you all responsibly that I've long since written several songs for Su Luowei, and I can release them at any time. At those words Niao Qiubai froze for a moment. You write songs? You still write songs? It's not blowing awesome, is it? As has just been said, the last thing we writers need is talent, Jiang Chen said with an air of entitlement. The whole songwriting thing isn't really that hard. After all, the word count is so small. It's a lot easier than writing. But when I think of writing, I have to think of the asshole that is John Lang. People trust me and make sure you don't go see his Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out. This is a book I would call the worst ever. It's better than this book. In short, whoever reads it regrets it. If John Lang Kaijun dares to appear in front of me at this time, I will definitely give him 2 slaps on the face. In the office, the expressions of the people gradually became dull. This interview lasted a full hour long, during which at least 50 minutes or so, Jiang Chen kept on disliking John Lang wildly. More than an hour later, Miao Qiubai walked out of Jiang Chen's office with a colleague and a very strange expression. Jiang Chen's interview was nothing like they had imagined. In the face of their carefully prepared Chenwei entertainment-related questions, Jiang Chen didn't seem to care much at all, and every question would be pulled to the John Lang talent, and his point can basically be summarized in 2 sentences. First, JLT is shameless. Shameless, scum, assholes, and the scum of the writer's earth. Secondly, people should never read the book Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. Whoever reads it will regret it. Even more outrageous. After the interview, Jiang Chen even stuffed red envelopes into each of them, solemnly explaining, "Hard work everyone," and reporter Miao, "Today's interview, I hope you must report it well, exposed the shameless behavior of John Lang talent. This, and safeguard the interests of the majority of female readers. It's something that's incumbent on me as an author, you all as media people. When it's done, there will be another thank you. Sister Miao, this interview, how are we going to report it when we go back?" After getting in the car, the colleague in charge of organizing the interview was baffled. He knew that the company had taken money from Tilting City Entertainment, and that the report was going to try to discredit Morning Vista Entertainment as much as possible. I didn't realize that Jiang Chen had just stuffed them with red envelopes as well, and they seemed to be quite thick as well, which could be a bit difficult to deal with. Miao Qiubai's face was very complicated. Before she left this morning, she envisioned many possibilities. Jiang Chen would be angry, patient, explaining, defending, pleading. The only thing I didn't expect was this situation today. This guy actually ranted and raved about Jiang Lang Jiajie for almost an hour during the interview, even if he ended up stuffing them with red packets, all to get them to report more on Jiang Lang Jiajie's shameless behavior. This guy, he hates this jungle so much? Obviously everyone's name is Zheng. Miao Qiubai pondered for a long time, sighed, shook his head and said, "Report it truthfully. Tilting City Entertainment's claims and Jiang Chen's claims don't seem to be in conflict. Today's interviews are enough to put Chenwei Entertainment on several more hot searches. Being a music director but not caring about Morning Vista Entertainment." The interview process was bullish and wildly critical of irrelevant jungle talent. With a report like this, I'm sure the Tilting City Entertainment side will be satisfied. Yes, the co-worker nodded with a very bright eye. After the crowd from Starlight Entertainment newspaper left, Jiang Chen sat down at his desk and quietly pondered for a moment before pulling out his cell phone. "Sure, book your flights. You guys are due for a business trip." 10 o'clock in the morning. Starlight Entertainment News was among the first to tweet about it. The reason for the stormy weather of Chenwei Entertainment has finally been found. And the music director Jiang Chen only has Jianlong's talent in his eyes? The article generated a lot of attention when it was published. Chenwei Entertainment has been a hot topic itself for the past 2 days. Plus there's some kind of unknown force behind it that's silently pushing it. In just 10 minutes, dozens of well-known bloggers retweeted the post. And half an hour later, the images of Jiang Chen's interview appeared one after another on major video sites. Whenever the beautiful Mao reporter mentioned Chenwei Entertainment in the video, Jiang Chen dismissed it with a few sentences. But as soon as he mentions the jungle, he's like chicken blood, and he can't stop until he's been spewing wildly for a few minutes. Starlight Entertainment newspaper's editor is also a talent. After he edited the serious interview clip, he still seems to feel a little bit not addictive. And then Jiang Chen wildly sprayed Jiang Lang talent clip are specially extracted, cut into a semi-ghost video, with music and subtitles, looking very sensational. As soon as this video was uploaded, it set the internet ablaze straight away. In just an hour's time, the strange matter of asshole writer Jiang Chen angrily spewing asshole writer Jiang Lang's talent had managed to make it onto the hot search. Even Gong Yi, who was in closed coding at home, saw the news in the writers group. She froze as she looked at Jiang Chen, who was spraying Jiang Lang's talent in various frenzies in the video, and her expression went straight into a stupor. This guy, is he crazy? Chapter 78 The Backstory. Gong Yi scrolled through the bottom of the video, fans angrily scolding Jiang Chen's comments. Her beautiful eyes froze and froze. "Jiang Chen, give me back Su Luowei. Ah, I'll kill you. Jiang Chen. Hello, a dog's head store? Do you have Jiang Chen's head for sale? I'll pay $100,000. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Here's a delivery for you. Please come to People's Square quickly to sign for it. Okay. People's Square, right? I'll be right there. Everyone. Excuse me. Do I have to go through a security check to enter People's Square? I'm on a construction team and I'm carrying a bit too much stuff. Jiang Chen. What the hell is going on? Why would he say something like that during an interview? Had his jealousy of the jungle's talent gotten to the point where he had absolutely no control over it? Otherwise, People's reporters are obviously asking about things related to Chunwei Entertainment. He always pulls to Jiang Lang talent to do what? This is not intentionally looking for scolding? To be honest at this time, not to mention Gong Yi was a bit confused. Even the netizens who were surfing were a bit puzzled. Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's talent? Who was Jiang Langkai? They weren't quite sure, but the name Jiang Chen was really familiar to them. The dog thing Jiang Chen, the shameless man who hugged away the national goddess Su Luowei back then, the creator of the wife-taking hate. Thinking of the grudge between Jiang Chen back then, the various netizens became agitated. No matter what, they all flooded into the comment section and cursed angrily, vowing to take Jiang Chen's dog's head. And that's just the beginning. Soon after, the Water Army, which was jointly funded and sponsored by Qingcheng Entertainment and Chunwei Entertainment, also entered the battlefield. Chunwei Entertainment is really going to fail, actually letting someone like this be the music director. It's outrageous that he would say that writing songs is easier than writing. Is there any mistake? Morning Vista Entertainment has encountered such a big problem, and the music director actually only cares about the jungle? Su Luowei is really unlucky to have married such a husband. He also said he wrote a couple of songs for Su Luowei. Laugh out loud. Chunwei Entertainment will be cool. Stand this post as proof. Not cool in March I live eat. The water armies were in the comments section, frantically swiping all sorts of negative news related to Chunwei Entertainment. And there are some bloggers and small media outlets who have received money and started to repost these videos and articles, analyzing the bad situation of Chunwei Entertainment from all angles. In a nutshell, it's all about one thing, no surprise, Morning Vista Entertainment is about to be carried away. But Jiang Chen's appearance made that accident happen unexpectedly. Therefore, there are no surprises in Morning Vista Entertainment and it will definitely be carried away. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The Magic City Women's Writers Association also finally reacted. Originally they were still suffering from the fact that the public opinion on the internet was not violent enough, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to deliver a divine assist right away. So a whole bunch of female authors and female victims have been posting and blaming the jungle on the internet. Jiang Lang, are you a human being? I can't believe you're writing a horror novel on a women's fiction platform. I haven't slept well for a week. Jiang Lang, you come out and let's talk about it. What's wrong with not being able to sleep? I spent my paycheck this month on a new mattress. Woohoo! Jiang Lang is exhausted. Do you dare to expose your vest? I'll send you razor blades every day. Defend the rights and interests of female readers and resolutely resist the jungle. Get out of women's literature. You're not welcome here. With the woman's frantic attack, the netizens are gradually figuring out what's going on. It turns out that this jungle is not a good thing either. Actually writing horror novels on women's romance novel contests, scaring hundreds of thousands of ladies to sleep at night. It's just too much of an asshole. Such asshole writers should be sanctioned as well. The hordes that reacted the slowest were the Jiang Lang talent fan group led by the organizers of the Huaxia Literature Forum. After all, it is a semi-official organization that is slightly slower to deal with events. When Zhang Qinan heard his assistant report to him that a mongrel writer named Jiang Chen had frantically and angrily sprayed Jiang Lang talent on the internet and managed to put Jiang Lang talent on the hot search, he didn't react for a long time. Jiang Chen is who? It wasn't until the forum staff then placed Jiang Chen's information on her desk that the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. How dare a shameless asshole writer like Jiang Chen accuse Jiang Lang of being out of talent? Simply didn't put their Huaxia Literature Forum in their eyes. So the various departments of the forum, after some deliberation, also acted swiftly. The PR and operations departments, working in tandem, organized a large group of readers and fans and began to fight back on the internet. Jiang Chen, do you still have a face? How can you criticize Jiang Lang's talent? Jiang Lang's talent is abominable. But Jiang Chen, you're not qualified to scold him. You're a soft-boiled writer and you dare to say that people have run out of talent? Chunwei Entertainment is like this. You don't know how to help. And you're still mixing it up every day? You're the one who should get out of the literary world. Asshole writer Jiang Chen. Even if I'm not as talented as you are, I'm 10,000 times better than you. Jiang Chen, you're so shameless. People, Jiang Lang's book is only 1 million reads. How dare you say 10 million? Even Zhang Qinan, personally sent out a tweet. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chen from the Huaxia Literature Forum. I've just seen some heated remarks about our platform's authors on the internet, and I think it's ridiculous. Writers should fight with words and talent, not with their mouths. Jiang Lang is the best genius I've ever seen, and he's already proven himself with his talent. And Jiang Chen? Oh, just a jumper. Never heard of him. For a time, the entire network was like a chaotic battlefield, directly disorganized into a pot of porridge. The four parties were mixing it up like crazy. It's straight up dumbfounding to the uninformed eaters of the internet. Holy, what a day. What's going on? Softyman Jiang Chen yells at asshole writer Jiang Lang. What kind of operation is this? It can't be. Is Chenwei Entertainment really going out of business? Is it really that hard to read a book by Django? Suddenly kind of want to find out what's going on? Eat melon. Eat melon. I had a feeling something big was going to happen when I woke up this morning. And it was. After reading the article, Jiang Chen is indeed an asshole. Su Luowei is so poor. Can I carry her away? You guys fight first. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The hot searches on the hot search list related to the keywords Jiang Chen, Jiang Lang talent, Chenwei Entertainment. Those years, the lights we blow together. And Su Luowei directly dominated 7 or 8 hot searches. And Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's talent. This hot search phrase, moreover, directly topped the list, with a crimson explosion word attached to it. The heat is rising. Any netizen who opens his cell phone today will more or less be swept away by this incident. And at that moment, the originator of the whole thing Jiang Chen appeared at the airport unbeknownst to God. In the private VIP lounge at the airport, Su Jingchu looked at the hot search list in her cell phone screen with a dumbfounded expression. Jiang Chen the bastard. What the hell did he do? Did he drop a bomb on the internet? Since just a few moments ago, her cell phone suddenly started receiving all kinds of messages and calls. Various media outlets and partners have seen the internet buzz. Unable to contact Su Luowei and Jiang Chen, they both called over to ask her for specifics. Is it true that Morning Vista Entertainment is having huge operational problems? Will there be another delay in the new song of national goddess Su Luowei? What exactly is the relationship between Jiang Chen and Jiang Lang? Su Jingchu was filled with doubt after hanging up 5 or 6 calls in a row. Logging into the microblogging to see this, realized that the whole network has changed. The whole network is angry, scolding Jiang Chen and Jiang Lang talent. What the hell did you do? She lifted her head and looked at Jiang Chen with a dull gaze. It's nothing. It's just that I cursed Jiang Lang a few times during the interview. Jiang Chen had an innocent expression. I don't know why they were so agitated. At those words, the corner of Su Jingchu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Just a few curses? If it wasn't for the fact that she had just seen Jiang Chen angrily spewing a 40-minute video compilation of Jiang Lang's talent, she would have really believed it. What did I do to offend you? Why did you spam him for more than 40 minutes? Men's jealousy, is it really that strong? Luowei and I are going to be traveling for the next few days. You're not going to break up the company, are you? Su Jingchu expressed great concern about Jiang Chen's operation. You know, the business trip today was also arranged by Jiang Chen. She now very much doubted that this guy had deliberately found a reason to sideline himself and low so that he could engage in some crazy maneuver to do whatever he wanted in the company. What? Could it be that you still can't trust my character? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Su Jingchu skimmed her mouth and said with a look of disgust, Can't believe it. You have no character at all with me. Su Luowei on the side covered her mouth and snickered as she watched the two dislike each other. Every time Jiang Chen and Su Jingchu met, the two of them were somewhat incompatible, and not to damage each other a few times was simply not painful. Just when she wanted to say something, the airport's radio suddenly rang out. Attention passengers traveling on Flight XX. Boarding has now begun. Please bring your carry-on luggage and prepare to board. It was almost time to board the plane, so Su Jingchu sighed and stood up in a very sensible manner. She knew the two little mouths would have something to say in the next few moments of goodbye, so she wouldn't be here to be a light bulb and cause offense. However, she had just taken 2 steps away when she heard Jiang Chen call out to her from behind. Old Primrose, wait, what else? She looked back with a slight frown. It suddenly occurred to me that there wasn't much to eat on the airplane. Jiang Chen stood up with a calm demeanor and looked at her. Just stand here and don't move. I'll buy a few oranges to go. With that, he turned and headed out the door. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei both froze for a moment. Su Jingchu was a bit speechless. This guy, what's he up to again? This is an airport. Where do you get oranges for sale? But a few minutes later Jiang Chen walked back, and was literally carrying 2 bottles of orange water in his hands, which he shoved towards Su Jingchu's handbag. I didn't find any oranges, but 2 bottles of orange water is about right, and the water on the plane wasn't good, so take it to quench your thirst. Su Jingchu froze for a moment. This was the first time she had seen such a polite Jiang Chen. Could it be that he had really taken to heart what he had just said? Trying to redeem yourself in your own mind this way? She glanced at the orange water, which seemed to be just the flavor she liked. Okay. In a stiff tone, she returned, thanks. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand. You're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. On the side, Su Luowei's gaze gradually became a bit strange. Chapter 79 Zhang Lang's talent is now present. Honey, she shouted, not knowing why. She always felt that Jiang Chen's gaze toward Su Jingchu was a bit strange. This guy is probably being weird again. Thus, she somewhat angrily pinched Jiang Chen's waist. Su Jingchu's character has always been relatively simple. Usually do not like jokes. All the mind all pounced on the work above. Career-minded. On the means of these trick people. She absolutely play not Jiang Chen. With the orange juice just now, Su Jingchu must have gotten the short end of the stick somewhere. Otherwise where would Jiang Chen have been so nice to talk to? Hey! Seeing that Su Jingchu seemed to be satisfied with the orange water he bought, he then withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and pinched Su Luowei's small face. Send me a message when you arrive. Aha! Su Luowei gently hugged Jiang Chen and buried her head in his arms. Honey, will you be mad that you can't eat my breakfast while I'm gone? Of course I will. So how can I tell? You're angry? Su Luowei blinked at him. The original answer her mind was expecting was, I'll call you right away and tell you I'm angry. As a result, Jiang Chen said, I'll buy the headlines and have them print a whole side of Su Luowei. I'm pissed off so that whoever it is will know that I'm pissed off. Su Luowei immediately pinched him with some tears and laughter. Ignore you. On the way out, though, she still turned back with some fondness and hugged Jiang Chen before heading towards the boarding ticket check. The stewardesses on the side looked at the two with eyes full of envy. It's rare to see such a sweet couple. But, why do you always think that girl looks a little familiar? By the time Jiang Chen got out of the airport and drove himself back to the villa, it was already after 7 in the evening. There was no sign of Gong Yi in the living room, presumably hiding in her room to code words. Jiang Chen yawned and also headed for his studio. He hadn't coded today's manuscript yet. Meng Yao, I now have a strong suspicion that you must have been screwed over by that Jiang Chen senior brother-in-law. Magic City Conservatory. Dance practice classroom. The girls cried out and sat on the floor stretching their legs hard. This morning when all of them got up, they realized that their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and it hurt like hell to move them, especially going up and down the stairs. If you don't hold on to the stair railing, it's as painful as pins and needles. Yeah, Meng Yao, I even saw your senior sister's husband on the hot list this afternoon. He doesn't seem to have a good reputation right now. Is it really okay for him to teach you this shuttlecock drill? A girl asked questioningly. That's just it. I read those hot searches too. I heard that even Sister Luowei's company is on the verge of being ruined by him. He can't write himself and calls people jaded. It always seems like this master-sister husband is very pitiful. The girls murmured as Su Mengyao braced her long legs on the handrail of the dance practice room and stretched through clenched teeth. She had a frustrated expression. She originally thought that she had gotten a good fitness drill from Jiang Chen, but who would have thought that this shuttlecock drill looked simple? But jumping up was so tiring. Now she can't move her legs a bit either and walks with a limp. Walking down the road, many students cast strange glances, making one want to find a hole in the ground. It's a real shuttlecock. The internet buzz, however, is something she doesn't really believe in. She knew that the situation at Morning Vista Entertainment wasn't really as bad as she thought. Master Jiang Chen's brother-in-law wasn't as chestless and incapable of anything as everyone said. He can write songs, and he's still the good kind. This shuttlecock is just a little too pitiful. Just because he can write songs doesn't mean he knows calisthenics. 2 days in a row I've been tortured by this shuttlecock. Now that she recalled the scene of the day she had approached Jiang Chen for the song, she also had to start wondering if she had really been punked. This calisthenics is just so dope. She looked back at her screaming teammates on the ground with great guilt. There wasn't much time left until the party, and now everyone's legs are still hurting. Tomorrow. I'd better go to him tomorrow and ask him about it. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth, and her heart was also a bit torn. Had she known that she wouldn't learn this shuttlecock drill, it might even be better to directly ask senior sister Yan to help them choose a song. I'll go with you or you'll be fooled again. On the ground, a girl named Lin Shanshan hurriedly raised her hand and said, she felt that her captain was good at everything, just a bit of a fool, and if she went to Jiang Chen alone, she would definitely be fooled again. Well, tomorrow night, we'll go to him together. Su Mengyao nodded with some frustration. She now also felt that she was probably falling into the trap Jiang Chen had prepared. The mind was also getting progressively exasperated. Well, if she really found out that she was being punked by Jiang Chen's senior brother-in-law, then she would definitely let him know how powerful he was. In the studio, there was the constant sound of crackling keyboard tapping. After more than 4 hours, Jiang Chen finally finished coding 60,000 words. After uploading the manuscript, He clicked on the page again to see today's numbers. However, what made him all a little surprised was that after a day of fermentation, all the data of those years, the lights we blow together had actually come to a steep rise, perhaps due to the influence of online public opinion. Many passerby netizens had the curious idea of clicking on the page of the women's literature writing contest to see what the book was actually about. How could it make Jiang Chen spray angrily for more than 40 minutes? In this case, the number of readers of those years is skyrocketing. Originally, the book's popularity has risen very quickly, and now it is even more like a runaway wild horse, riding away. On the list, it had become a one-of-a-kind presence, and all the people from 2nd to 10th place combined were not as popular as it was, and the rate at which this figure is rising is still increasing rapidly. Perhaps it's because of this time of year that more and more internet users are getting off work. Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's talent. The heat of this matter also really began to ferment. What Jiang Chen was a bit happy about at this point was that fortunately he hadn't authenticated his Jiang Chen name when he first registered his microblog. Otherwise one's Twitter feed must have fallen by now. However, after thinking about it, he suddenly slid his finger and found the registration page to register an account for Jiang Lang Talent. Then sent a tweet, "Hello, I'm the writer Jiang Lang, and I've included a screenshot of my own writer's backend below." Only after doing all this was Jiang Chen contentedly closing his computer. This splash of traffic can't be wasted. It could make Gangnam Style next. At 12:30 in the middle of the night, when Jiang Chen had already finished talking to Su Luowei on the phone and got under the covers to sleep, several new phrases have crept back onto the hit list. Django is now on Twitter. Chapter 80, Su Luowei's family. Jiang Chen didn't pay any more attention to the hustle and bustle of the night. Early the next morning, some rare drizzle fell from the sky, and the wind filaments blowing in at the window lowered the temperature considerably. This is the time of year when the weather is turning cooler as fall turns to winter. After Jiang Chen got up, he first sent Su Luowei a message to pay attention to adding clothes, and only then clicked on Weibo. In one night's time, his Jiang Lang Talent microblogging account, surprisingly, rose more than 100,000 fans. And the comments section is full of all kinds of voices. How dare you come out? Believe it or not, I'll knock your dog's head off. I've read all 60,000 words of yesterday's update. Hurry up and update it. What the hell is going on back there? Brother, the bacon from my side of the family is especially delicious. I'd like to send you some. Can you send me the address? I curse you to eat instant noodles without seasoning packets forever. Of course, the most voices. Still, at Jiang Lang Talent, Jiang Chen scolded you for more than half an hour yesterday. You know, after all, yesterday's phrase, Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's talent, was on the top of the Weibo hot search list. Most of the fans who follow him came from this hotspot as well. Jiang Chen looked over the comments section page and realized that the netizens seemed to be up in arms to get him to respond to mixer writer Jiang Chen's angry spew. However, Jiang Chen laughed and ignored these remarks for the time being. The netizens basically have the attitude of watching the fun, and they can't wait for him to poke a hole in the sky, and they'll eat their melon rationally. Of course he wouldn't fall for it so easily. However, when he saw that on the microblogging hot search list, the hot search ranking of Jiang Chen angrily spraying Jiang Lang's talent had slipped to the 5th place. His eyebrows then slightly knitted. Apparently, after a night's time, most of the netizens watching this incident have dispersed. The heat of the event will only get less and less if there is no follow-up. This is also in line with the law of the internet, where netizens never stay on one thing for more than 3 days unless there is an update on the matter. Truth be told, the kind of all-over-the-web attention yesterday had the effect he was looking for, but it would naturally be better if we could add more fire to it. No one is too hot to handle in the entertainment industry. After thinking about it, he suddenly clicked on the main page of Jiang Lang Talent's microblog, edited a microblog, and sent it out. Frowny face Jiang Chen? Jumping clown. Come and fight if you don't want to. Half an hour later, Jiang Lang Talent domineeringly responds to Jiang Chen's words, once again rushed to the first position on the hot search list. The netizens of the melon eaters were excited after reading the tweet sent by Jiang Lang. Sure enough, the jungle responded. They love this kind of chaos-only thing. Hundreds of thousands of melon-eating netizens have run to the Jiang Lang Talent microblogging account under the message, Jiang Lang is out of his league. Come on, I'm with you. Everyone is responsible for defeating the morning dogs, and the revenge for taking my wife should be avenged today. Good job. Scold that shameless softy guy for me. Ha ha ha. I think Jiang Chen should definitely wimp out this time. What else can he do if he doesn't wimp out? He's a guy with no talent in his chest, and he dares to call the shots with Jiang Lang? Actually, don't you guys see it? Yesterday when Jiang Chen angrily sprayed Jiang Lang's mouth, he was obviously jealous. Jiang Lang is a genius, and is certainly susceptible to the envy of the mediocre. With the addition of the new hot search, The heat of Jiang Chen angrily spraying Zhang Lang's talent is once again rising rapidly, quickly rising back to the number one position. Originally has been some to lay down the four sides of the battlefield, but also once again returned to the fierce scene. Jiang Chen was once again mobbed by millions of netizens. This Jiang Chen, he really is a success but a failure. Tilted City Entertainment. Conference room. The middle-aged man listened to his subordinate's report and shook his head with a somewhat mocking smile. Tomorrow is the time Su Luowei has agreed with her fans to release her new song. Originally, he had only bought off a portion of the media to first create the topic of Chen Wei Entertainment suffering a crisis. When Su Luowei's new song was delayed, he would be able to use this topic to expand the scope of public opinion once again, launching an attack on Chen Wei Entertainment from all angles. After a long time, even if it doesn't affect the brands that have already signed a contract with Chen Wei Entertainment, it will definitely discourage those businessmen who are ready to cooperate with Chen Wei Entertainment. After all, we are all open for business. Looking for artists to endorse and shoot advertisements is just to sell products better. If Chen Wei Entertainment is already in crisis, then the number of brands willing to follow Chen Wei Entertainment is very limited. But what he never expected was that he had only just made his move when Jiang Chen, the asshole writer, had stirred up such a big basket. Now the whole internet is furiously spraying Jiang Chen, and the decadence of Chen Wei Entertainment's hiring of Jiang Chen as its music director has become more apparent. He didn't even have to bother pushing public opinion any further, as netizens spontaneously began to question the prospects of Chen Wei Entertainment. What a mess! The middle-aged man sighed. Sometimes, it's a pity when the opponent is too weak. Tomorrow is the time for the release of the new song that Su Luowei promised her fans. If she can't come up with a song again, then how should she explain to her fans? Jiang Chen, as the music director, actually doesn't even consider such things? Yao Sichun was also in the conference room. Nothing more than a loser who can actually serve as a music director? Simply ridiculous. He coldly snorted with some disdain. I've long said that Su Luowei will definitely regret letting him be the music director. Ha ha, it's still brother Yao who sees clearly. The middle-aged man laughed. If we had known that Morning Vista Entertainment was so unbearable, why did we have to make so many preparations in the first place? Mr. Lang, Su Luowei is not easy to deal with. Yao Si-chun, however, shook her head. As a national goddess, she has come this far in just a few years, relying on more than just her face value and her own hard work. The division behind her is also a huge force. Don't forget that Yan Shuexin still supports her all the time. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded, then frowned slightly. On Yan Shuexin's side, I've already asked someone to beg Wang Lin to act as a lobbyist, but I haven't gotten a message back yet, and I don't know what the outcome is so far. It doesn't matter if it didn't work out. Chen Wei Entertainment's current situation is a little worse than what was envisioned at first. Yao Sichun let out a cold smile, a gust of coldness flickering in her gaze. This time, even if Yan Shuexin is on their side, it will be very difficult to turn the tide again. The middle-aged man sneered. In that case, let's all look forward to what Su Luowei's next move will be, and hopefully this game will become a bit more interesting. The internet clamor continued for hours more. Zhang Lang talent bubbled up, but netizens still couldn't find Jiang Chen's microblogging, so they had to run to Su Luowei's microblogging below to comment. So much so that the national goddess's Twitter has been in a state of decline since yesterday. Luowei, fire Jiang Chen quickly. Don't let him plague Chen Wei Entertainment anymore. Goddess, leave him. I can give you a happier life. Wake up, Luowei. Jiang Chen really isn't right for you. He'll only ruin you. It's not too late to get a divorce. I asked and the Civil Affairs Bureau is working for the next 3 days. The netizens, as the old saying goes, continue to advise Su Luowei and Jiang Chen to divorce as soon as possible. This asshole writer is really not worthy of their goddess Su Luowei. But Su Luo never came forward to reply. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Su Luowei's Weibo suddenly updated with a dynamic video. In the video, Su Luowei didn't show up at Chen Wei Entertainment as netizens imagined, but appeared in a Hope Elementary School in a remote mountainous area, playing games with the children and seemingly taking part in some kind of public service activity. And according to the voiceover, this Hope Primary School was rebuilt on the address of a former disaster area, and many of the children in the school are single-parent families or even orphans. In the video, Su Luo, wearing a ponytail and a plain t-shirt and jeans, attends a donation event to donate $3 million to local education to support more children in the affected areas to go to school. Finally, she also called for more attention to the children in the disaster area. I hope that those who are able to do so can provide more help to the children over here. Unfortunately, though, the video went out without much response. The focus of the melon-eating netizens continue to be on top of her and Jiang Chen's relationship matters. Fans continue to urge Su Luowei to hurry up and divorce Jiang Chen and stop being victimized by him. but no one knew that the donor of this Hope Primary School was actually Su Luowei as well. Since her debut 6 years ago, she has been quietly donating all kinds of supplies and funds to children in disaster areas over here. After earning money, he contributed another $5 million to build this Hope Elementary School called Morning Glory. But this information she has not published anywhere, so people don't realize that the national goddess has been quietly sponsoring children in disaster areas over here all these years. Spacious, solemn office. The middle-aged man frowned slightly after listening to his subordinate's report. Are you saying that Lo doesn't need us to get involved in this? Yes, leader. The subordinate seriously reported. I've asked her what she means, but Miss Su said that she can solve the trouble on her own this time and doesn't need any help. The middle-aged man pondered slightly for a moment. Recently, the matter of Chunwei entertainment is a hot topic on the internet. The whole internet is discussing and questioning such a situation. Su Luowei really have the ability to be able to solve it? After a moment's thought, though, he sighed and waved his hand. Then let's listen to her first. This girl has always had her own ideas since she was a child. We can't control them even if we want to. It's good not to intervene. Her identity cannot be released to the public at this time. Speaking here, he sighed once again, his tone filled with a hint of helplessness and heartache. At a young age, letting her carry out the Heaven's Eye program, it's really bitter for her. Leader, Ms. Su's performance was excellent. With a hint of admiration in his eyes, the subordinate said, my daughter. Of course she's excellent. Mentioning his daughter, the middle-aged man's face couldn't help but show a touch of pride and softness. However, he immediately seemed to have remembered something. His expression once again cold, the color of majesty in his eyes biting. It's just a bit cheap for that asshole kid surnamed Zhang. Sooner or later, I'll make him pay it back with interest. Chapter 81, Yan Shuoxin's sister? Ha ha ha, trying to use the charity event to help Jiang Chen change the subject? Tilting City Entertainment. The middle-aged man sat at the tea table and laughed. Su Luowei is also too naive. It's simply impossible for netizens to buy into this old routine. He picked up the tea that was slightly smoking with white smoke and took a sip with a cold smile, then instructed the assistant beside him. Contact our media and ask them to step up their efforts. In addition, tomorrow is the time for Su Luowei's new song to be released. She ran to the mountainous region to do charity at this time, and I guess she also has the intention of using this as a shield. We can't let her get away with this. Let the media put out the circulars. It's time to wrap up this drama. Yes, I'm on it. The assistant nodded quickly and pushed his way out of the office. Chen Yuman was still sitting at the main seat on the tea table, but at this time, she was skimming her lips, seemingly somewhat less satisfied. Originally, he had thought of letting Chunwei Entertainment struggle for a while longer, so that he could also enjoy the thrill of conquering the national goddess for a while longer. I didn't expect Chunwei Entertainment to be directly beaten without a fight. It's no fun. Chen Yuman's tone carried a faint displeasure. It's already not bad. After all, the other party is just a little girl in her 20s. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. You don't look at how long we've been plotting, how many resources we've utilized. And in order to invite this great god Wang Lin, we even borrowed the family's connections. You should know what I'm doing all this for. Chen Yuman let out a petite laugh, her beautiful eyes flowing, charmingly glancing at him. Of course I know. Haven't people already promised you to play this one last time? After Su Luowei obediently submits, I'll call it quits and go home with you to properly raise my children. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's countenance then eased, slowly putting down the teacup in his hand. Don't worry, Su Luowei won't be able to escape. Although my Lung family isn't a prestigious family, but it's not hard to pin down a national goddess who has just debuted a few years ago. Then I'll wait. Chen Yuman daintily covered her mouth, picked up the teapot again, smiling and winking, and poured a cup of tea for the middle-aged man, lifting her hands and throwing her feet in a winking manner frequently, and somewhat playful. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Yuman, who had suddenly become well-behaved, and sighed softly in his heart. All these years he had been living a paper-drunk life, and for the first time, he wanted to marry a woman home, but he didn't expect that the other party's mind was not on him at all. The thing about fate is that it's so hard to tell. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chunwei Entertainment is in crisis. Su Luowei's new song may be delayed again. The microblogging hot search, suddenly airborne in the 3rd position. And many entertainment bloggers also popped up on the internet and began to analyze what kind of underlying reasons were behind Su Luowei's charitable gesture. Each of these bloggers, each with a different analytical process, came to a surprisingly consistent conclusion. That is, this charity event is nothing more than a tactic used by the national goddess to change the subject. Her new song, at this point in time, is absolutely unavailable. The former music director Yao Si-chun had left from Chunwei Entertainment a month ago, and the current music director is Jiang Chen is a mixed-up writer. What kind of songs can this guy write? This irresponsible attitude of Morning Vista Entertainment is a complete joke on the trust of the fans. For a while, there were more and more people on the internet who questioned Shenwei Entertainment and Su Luowei. Even some of the fans couldn't sit still. They have run to the bottom of Su Luowei's microblogging message, asking for specifics. There was even a sound circulating on the internet that the departure of the former music director of Shenwei Entertainment was squeezed out by the asshole writer Jiang Chen. This asshole wrecked the marriage of the national goddess back then, and now he wants to wreck the career of the national goddess. What a crime! The watermelon netizens are talking about it, and the comments under the charity video are increasing. But until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Luowei did not come forward to make any response, as if she had already acquiesced to the claims on the network. Fans waited for hours, disappointed. He then scolded Jiang Chen underneath the videos of various bloggers. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen, who was being furiously sprayed all over the internet at the moment, was leisurely lying on the sofa in his own workroom, watching TV. Nikki's on a business trip. He simply didn't go to the company today. Anyway, what he could arrange, he had already arranged. The next thing to do was just to quietly wait for the results. Buzz buzz. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Who was calling him at this hour? Hello, is this Jiang Chen? Pressing the answer button, a young man's voice came through the receiver. Which one? Jiang Chen, I'm Chen Charan. Ah, your class president. Jiang Chen froze for a moment at his words. Class monitor? Chen Charan? In his mind, the face of a boy from his high school days slowly emerged. It seems like there really was a class president in high school called Chen Charan. But, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He didn't seem to know this guy very well. Did he? The two even technically have a somewhat less than stellar relationship. When he was in school, Chen Charan was not only the class president, but also had the title of a rich second generation, and it was said that his family conditions were very favorable. But unfortunately, the girls in high school are more simple-minded. Only look at the face, does not look at the money. Chen Charan's family conditions are no better than others. Jiang Chen handsome. Jiang Chen at that time is not an unknown person. High school 3 years have been topped with the title of school grass. Very attractive to the attention of the girls. A pretty girl that Chen Charan liked and secretly slipped him a confession letter. It is because of this incident, the relationship between the two of the off has not been very deal with. Although Jiang Chen hadn't taken this to heart at all, Chen Charan had been on pins and needles, always wanting to find a chance to overpower Jiang Chen and prove her charm and womanhood. Originally, this guy was still thinking that Jiang Chen's face advantage could at most only be maintained in school to keep it up, and when he got out of the campus, what else could he compare with him? As a result, as soon as the two graduated from college, before Chen Shushun found an opportunity to power, Jiang Chen then directly married the national goddess Su Luowei as a young petite wife, and from then on embarked on the road of enviable asshole life. Chen Charan was also suddenly silent for a long time after that time. After bubbling up again, he also completely caved in, never mentioning anything related to Jiang Chen again. What's all the fuss about today? Jiang Chen, you're a big celebrity now. Tonight our class reunion. Are you free to attend? Chen Charan's smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. If you are in a bad mood, we as classmates can also drink with you. Jiang Chen laughed in his heart. This son of a... It can't be that he thinks he can do it again after seeing himself being furiously sprayed all over the internet on the hot list, right? Planning on stepping on your own ass at the reunion? Boredom. He was too lazy to go along with this old routine. Not available tonight. After faintly saying back, he directly hung up the phone. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he was too lazy to bother with these brats. Even if you find an opportunity to backload a hand during a class reunion, it's pretty pointless. After all, the opponent is really too weak. Not only does it not reflect its own realm, but it is also easy to get into trouble. And it's not a good idea. Wait for the screen on that cell phone to fade out. He yawned and prepared for a nap. This time, however, the phone rang again. Buzz buzz. Jiang Chen impatiently picked up his cell phone. Damn you, didn't I say I wasn't available tonight? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a cold, icy voice. I don't have a sister. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen froze, taking his phone down to take a look at it before twitching the corners of his mouth. Yan Shuexin? On the other end of the phone, Yan Shuexin's voice seemed to have cleared a few more points. Come to the Moon Feast house tonight. I have something to find you. What is it? It's about Wang Lin. She thinks there's something wrong with the contract and wants to talk to you again. Oh, hearing that it was a serious matter, Jiang Chen nodded his head somewhat lazily. Okay, go over there later. Hanging up the phone, a few girls in the exclusive box of the Moon Feast house quietly sighed in relief. Senior sister Shui Xian, did senior sister husband fall for it? Su Mengyao limped up and asked nervously. Yan Shueshi nodded. Then her brows furrowed in curiosity as she looked towards Su Mengyao's stiff walking movements. What's wrong with you? It's not because of that asshole senior brother-in-law. Mentioning this matter, Su Mengyao gritted her teeth. It's just as well that I tricked him over tonight. I'll make sure he looks good. Chapter 82 Surprise prepared by the girls. It was 6 p.m. And already a bit dark. The sky was no longer drizzling, though the temperature had dropped considerably. Jiang Chen changed into a jacket, looked at the time, and touched his somewhat hungry belly, sat up from the sofa and prepared to go out. However, when he passed by the living room, he found that Gong Yi, who had just been knocking on the keyboard here, had run off somewhere at this moment, and seemed to have gone out for something as well. He shook his head, giving up on the idea of asking the stupid woman if she wanted to bring food. Grabbing his car keys from the foyer, he walked to the garage. Jiang Chen's own ride was an SUV, not particularly expensive, just over $1 million, carefully selected for him by the little ninja, but it was a car he usually drove less, only occasionally when he went out fishing. He opened the door, tossed the keys aside, and started the car as two lampposts lit up, accompanied by the faint roar of the engine as it slowly drove out of the parking garage. The location of the Moon Feast house wasn't far from his neighborhood, but it was a little closer to the outskirts. When Jiang Chen drove to the entrance of the Moon Feast house's box courtyard, he found that the courtyard's gate was closed for some reason. The yard was dark and it didn't look like anyone was there. He honked the horn twice in a row and no one opened the door. What's the name of the game? He muttered with a slight frown. Could it be that Yan Shuexin hadn't arrived yet? It's a good thing that the yard is across the street from a farmhouse restaurant, and there happens to be a parking lot there. He simply turned the car around directly and drove towards that parking lot, and the security guard at the gate took one look at his decal and let him go straight away, and even gave a standard salute. Jiang Chen parked his car, picked up his cell phone, and headed out. He was ready to go to the courtyard gate to give Yan Shuexin a call. However, when he reached the intersection, he vaguely heard someone shouting his name not far away. Jiang Chen? Alas, if it isn't Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned his head in confusion, only to find that on the open space next to the parking lot, there were actually a dozen young men and women standing, all with somewhat familiar faces. Jiang Chen, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Someone said aloud, sounding a little excited. Are you? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then suddenly reacted. These people, nyet, they can't all be their high school classmates, can they? His expression was a bit frozen and speechless. Could it be that the location of the class reunion that Chen Churen had mentioned was this farmhouse? This Nima. What kind of drama is this? TV shows don't even dare to shoot like this. But looking at the group of people in front of him, there was nothing special in his heart. 3 years ago, when he came to this world, Jiang Chen had already graduated from college, and he had never even experienced college life, let alone high school. These people in front of him were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. There were memories of spending time with them in his mind as well, but it would take some effort to actually recall them. Hello guys. But since they had met, Jiang Chen didn't mind saying hello. Jiang Chen, are you here for the party too? A male student looked at the $1 million SUV behind Jiang Chen, his gaze filled with envy. Among their classmates, Jiang Chen was probably the one who had the most comfortable life. Not only had he married a national goddess as his wife, but he was also leisurely every day and didn't have to do anything. Since he had met his classmates, Jiang Chen was in no hurry to leave, and took down the cigarette case from the car, and after casually giving a few of his classmates who knew how to smoke a few cigarettes, he accompanied them and lit one himself. Under the smoke, the atmosphere of the reunion seemed to become slightly warmer. Jiang Chen, however, shook his head. I'm not here for a class reunion. All the students froze. Just happened to be going over there for dinner. Stopped here on the way. Didn't expect to run into you guys. Jiang Chen pointed to the opposite side and said. The crowd seemed a little disappointed, and a rather beautifully dressed female classmate flirted. Jiang Chen, tonight's old classmates gathering. You don't even support the show. Is it that you don't look up to us now that you're living a good life? Jiang Chen glanced towards the girl. Memories slowly surfaced in his mind, and he realized that this girl seemed to be the female classmate who secretly slipped him a love letter back then. I heard that Chen Churen chased her for 3 whole years in high school without success, and I don't know how it is now. No matter. I really have serious business today. We'll get together some other time. He chuckled, his tone flat. The right and wrong of that year even the original owner didn't care anymore. So how could he put it in his heart? Haha Jiang Chen, everyone knows that you are idle at home as a salted fish every day. What kind of serious business can you have? Just then, a somewhat piercing voice rang out. The crowd gazed over, only to see Chen Churen dressed in an exquisite suit and tie, dressed in an urban elite look, walking over from the other direction of the parking lot. The car he drove over today was also at the $1 million level. No worse than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen, we've all heard about you. Look at you. You have a sad face. When you encountered such a big thing, you didn't say anything to our old classmate. Chen Charan walked up to the crowd and looked at Jiang Chen, frowning slightly, saying with a hypocritical yet sincere face, just now on the phone he said he didn't have time. But this is still out? Do you want to drink alone? Although we as classmates can't help much, we can still drink together and relieve our boredom. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Chen Charan seemed to be caring about Jiang Chen with these words, but inside and outside of the words, they actually revealed a meaning that Jiang Chen didn't seem to be having a very good time right now. A female classmate. Not hearing his intentionality. Agreed. Yes, Jiang Chen, what's the point of drinking alone? We've seen all the Weibo hot searches in the past 2 days. You're in such big trouble. And now Su Luowei is out of town. Why don't you have a chat with us and be in a better mood? Yes, Jiang Chen, don't feel bad. Let's not get drunk tonight. Other students chimed in. We all know what you've been through. We don't know how to help you, but you have to move on. Eating soft food is comfortable, but the pressure is really bad. What's the point of talking so much? Get drunk, cry, and everything will be fine. It must have been a pretty rough time for you, too. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless as he looked at the talkative crowd, thinking to myself, where is the sad face? Wasn't it just a flashback to high school and a slight frown? Damn, Chen Charan grabbed a little detail and dared to talk nonsense. You're so good at making up. You wouldn't be working in the IC browsing department, right? Forget it. I really have something today. I'll get together with you guys next time. He waved his hand and said indifferently, although he understood in his heart that this doggone Chen Charan was deliberately picking a fight, but with his life experience, he was really too lazy to bother with the group of brats in front of him. Even if we explain things clearly, what can we do? There's no sense of accomplishment in pretending at all, and it's a waste of time. After one cigarette, he waved at the crowd and headed in the direction of the parking lot beyond. After delaying this half a day, his stomach seemed to be even hungrier, and for him, solving the problem of eating first was the proper thing to do. Chen Charan looked at Jiang Chen's back, but suddenly said, it's been so long, let's get you there and we can talk some more on the way. It was so hard for this guy to see Jiang Chen, so he wouldn't give up so easily, and planned to take advantage of the opportunity again to find a chance to continue to dig at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't bother to take care of him and walked straight forward. The other male and female students glanced at each other and followed along. It was hard to see Jiang Chen for once, and they wanted to see what this campus sensation from back then was busy with. The group crossed the road and arrived at the periphery of the Moon Feast House's courtyard of boxes. However, the courtyard was still dark at this time, and Jiang Chen walked to the door and was about to give Yan Shuoxin a call so that she could arrange for someone to open the door. Chen Charan, who was on the side, looked towards the courtyard and continued with I'm sure it's like this face. Jiang Chen, we're all old classmates. I think you should stop pretending. It's this time of day and the yard is still dark. Where does it look like an appointment? Wouldn't you rather drink by yourself than get together with us old school friends? Other students agreed. That's right, Jiang Chen, this is no fun. We all really want to relieve you of your boredom and have a drink with you. What can you mean when you're all alone with a hard heart and all alone? Drinking is the kind of thing that's meant to be crowded. The crowd was talking about it when the courtyard gates slowly opened at this time. Bang! 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 This was followed by several loud bangs, and everyone was startled by the sudden loud bangs and looked forward in shock. But he saw that the bright lights in the courtyard were all lit up at some unknown time. Inside the door, gift flowers roamed in midair. Through the fence of the yard, one could faintly hear there were girls arguing inside. I told you to wait for Director Jiang to walk in before setting off the fireworks. Why did you guys set them off ahead of time? Oops. I was so nervous when the door opened I forgot. I'm sorry. Me too. What now? Forget it. Hurry up with the next step. Where's the cake? The crowd didn't react. Again, he saw two pretty girls, carrying cakes, walking towards Jiang Chen with a smile on their faces. Director Jiang, happy birthday. Jiang Chen and all his classmates froze. Just as Jiang Chen was filled with doubt and was about to say something, Yan Shuoxin's figure unexpectedly appeared at the door as well. She glanced at Jiang Chen lightly. Come in. It's your birthday today. Everyone prepared a birthday party especially for you. So today is your birthday? Jiang Chen then reacted to the fact that he had been so busy with messy things in the past few days that he had actually forgotten about this matter. Behind him, his high school classmates all opened their mouths wide. This person. It seems to be Queen Yan Tian, right? I think so. I've only seen it on TV. I didn't expect to look better in person. The aura is so powerful. Wait, today is Jiang Chen's birthday? There seem to be a lot of girls in the yard. All seem to be quite pretty. All here to celebrate Jiang Chen's birthday? What's with the sudden bit of envy? Jiang Chen mother asterisk 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 her, what kind of days do you usually have? I can't believe I just comforted this asshole. If I call out to brother Chen now, can I follow them in? The atmosphere at the entrance to the courtyard was a little weird for a while. Chapter 83. We've been tricked by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also reacted only after a while. No wonder he could only see the courtyard in darkness just now. So the girls were preparing a surprise for him. Usually it was Su Luowei who was preparing these things, and he didn't care much about the time of his birthday. Anyway, usually as long as he didn't forget the little ninny's birthday, there was basically no problem. I didn't realize that little ninja had already left the magic city, and there were actually so many people in the courtyard preparing for his birthday party. The girls holding the cake at the door were Yinun and Chu Yofei. Both of them were not very old, completely young, looking like they were still in school, and they were still at the schoolgirl level. The delicate and soft youthful appearance made many male students at the scene secretly gulp. Jiang Chen touched his nose, because he found that the gazes of this group of high school classmates around him suddenly became a bit strange. This guy wouldn't be taking advantage of Su Luowei's absence from Mordor to purposely run here to steal fish, right? What are you looking at me like that for? What's going on today? He's completely in the dark, too. Jiang Chen secretly slandered in his heart. At this time, Yinun and Chu Yofei's expressions also froze a bit, because they didn't expect that so many people would appear around Superintendent Jiang. Both of them looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look on their faces, seemingly hesitating to go forward. Jiang Chen turned back and looked at his high school classmates around him. You all saw it. I do have serious business. Today seems to be my birthday. If you don't have anywhere to go, do you want to have a few drinks together? It was only then that the group gradually came back to their senses, and then their gazes towards Jiang Chen were all a bit complicated. Serious business? Bull asterisk 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 serious. Your serious business is to spend the night with a dozen pretty girls? The male students looked at Jiang Chen with gazes that were both odd and full of envy. They don't dare to say it explicitly, but who in their heart of hearts doesn't want this kind of life? Where is this guy drinking alone? Have you ever seen a group of beautiful women drinking with you? Jiang Chen this day. Life is also too dashing some. No wonder people don't come to class reunions at all. In this situation, no one would choose to drink with a dozen big old men. It's a real people pleaser. It's amazing that this asshole is enjoying himself so much when he's clearly being called out all over the internet. Compared to him, they're living a life that's worse than a dog's. Chen Charon's mouth was wide open, and his expression had long been completely frozen. He never expected that the serious matter Jiang Chen spoke of would be something like this. For a random birthday, there are more than a dozen girls to accompany them, and each one looks prettier than the school flower of their school. Compared to Jiang Chen, he hadn't caught up with a girl in 3 years of high school, so he could simply go jump in the river. Forget it, Jiang Chen, we'd better leave you alone, a female student said, her tone slightly unnatural, compared to the envy of the male students. The female students here felt a completely huge pressure. The girls in the courtyard were also bright and shiny, one more beautiful than the other, and they all had a feeling of being ashamed of themselves as they stood here at the moment. If you walk in again, there's literally no presence. The few pretty female classmates who were usually the most active in the class were silent and didn't say anything at this time, obviously agreeing with that girl's statement. Yes, Jiang Chen, the box on our side is already booked, so I won't bother you. Seeing that none of the female students had any intention of staying, the male students weren't good enough to shamelessly join Jiang Chen's birthday party, and one by one, they all refused with regret. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't say anything more about this. Waving his hand towards the crowd as a farewell, the group silently turned around and walked back, but Chen Charon was still standing in place with a dull gaze. A male student went up and gave him a hand, and he then reacted, schlepping back along with the crowd, obviously having been dealt quite a blow by the scene he had just witnessed. A group of people crossed the road, and compared to the laughter on the way in, everyone had become much quieter at this point. Jiang Chen looked at the backs of the crowd and silently sighed. He really didn't intend to pretend today. Who would have guessed that the Diva Yin Shuashin would actually cheat? The old master Jin Yong was right. The prettier the woman, the less she can be trusted. Starlight Entertainment News. In the office, Miao Qiubai's brows were slightly knitted. On the computer screen in front of her, today's hot list was displayed. The number of hot search phrases related to Chunwei Entertainment, Jiang Chen, and Jianlang talent was a full 7 or 8. And all this buzz was sparked by their video interview yesterday. The co-workers in the office were filled with excitement. Their Starlight Entertainment newspaper had never gained such a huge amount of attention since its inception. This kind of feeling that triggers vibrations all over the internet is a dream quest for every media person. Besides, Tilted City Entertainment had just called over a considerable amount of money as a reward. The other party assured that there would be an even more generous thank you fee when they finished off Chenwei Entertainment, and they hoped that they would continue to cooperate with them and target Chenwei Entertainment together in the meantime. Colleagues discussed where to go to celebrate tonight. Only Miao Choubai's brows stayed furrowed. For some reason, she always felt something was wrong. As if one had fallen into a carefully laid trap. It's a strange feeling, and there's no solid basis for it. Maybe it was just a woman's sixth sense, but it haunted her. Any response so far from Morning Vista Entertainment? She took a deep breath and looked at her colleague beside her. No. The male colleague wearing glasses shook his head and asked curiously, Sister Miao, what are you doing frowning all afternoon? Did Tilting City Entertainment pay less money? Nothing, it's just that I feel that things are going too smoothly. Rather, something is wrong. Miao Choubai shook his head. The male colleague with glasses laughed directly. Sister Miao, isn't it nice to have it go smoothly? We're just collecting money to do a job. Now that things are done and the money from Tilting City Entertainment has been called, what's the point of thinking so much? Miao Choubai sighed and didn't say anything, but that inexplicable feeling of something being wrong in his heart grew stronger. She carefully recalled the entire process of interviewing Jiang Chen, but realized that Jiang Chen's behavior was just too abnormal. This guy doesn't look stupid, so why would he want to give himself an interview at this time of day? And that Su Jingqiu clearly knew she was coming from a bad place at the beginning, and then suddenly agreed to her interview later on. It's even stranger that Jiang Chen didn't follow the norm during the interview either, spouting off angrily about Jian Lang's talent for over an hour. Was that someone completely unrelated to him? Simply out of jealousy of the other's talent? But even if Jiang Chen didn't understand the job of a music director, he wouldn't have done such a thing, right? On the side of Chenwei Entertainment, surprisingly, not a single person has stepped forward to block the all kinds of details don't make sense. Finally, there are so many voices targeting and questioning Chenwei Entertainment on the internet right now, but Su Luowei hasn't made any response so far, only releasing a charity video. Miao Choubai slowly analyzed the irrationality of an entry in his mind, his brows becoming more and more furrowed. Finally taking a deep breath, he looked at his colleague. Did Jiang Chen go to the office today? The male colleague of the glasses man shook his head. No. Outside of Chenwei Entertainment's company, there were paparazzi squatting, but they never saw Jiang Chen's car. Just then, a co-worker hammed and hawed. Editor Miao. I just received news that Jiang Chen's car left the villa at around 6 o'clock in the evening and then stopped near a private kitchen restaurant called Moon Feast House. Moon Feast House? Miao Choubai froze. She remembered that this restaurant seemed to have some relationship with Diva Yan Shuoxin, and Yan Shuoxin was Su Luowei's senior sister. A woman's sixth sense made her instantly stand up as if she had caught something. Come on, let's go there as well. I'd like to see this Jiang Chen. What the hell is he up to? Everyone in the office froze. It's come to this, to find Jiang Chen? Chapter 84 A Song for Yourself. It was only when Jiang Chen walked into the courtyard that he gradually learned that today's birthday surprise was actually the little ninja who had asked Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingqiu to prepare it specifically for him. Since Su Luowei was very busy these days and had to go on a business trip, in order not to delay her birthday to Jiang Chen, she had to entrust Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingqiu to help her prepare a birthday party to give Jiang Chen a surprise. And although Su Jingqiu took this on, she didn't have much time, so she had to find a few more impressive trainees in the company and then call Chu Youfei. Let them organize a birthday party for Director Jiang in the name of the company. In the past 2 days, Chu Youfei and Yi Muniai and a few other trainee girls were busy with this matter. In the courtyard, Su Mengyao and Gong Yi were both there, apparently having also received Su Jingqiu's notice. Besides Su Mengyao, there was another girl she didn't recognize, who seemed to be her classmate and followed along to join in the fun. Jiang Chen looked at the girls running around all over the yard. After coming to this world for several years, he had always spent his birthday with the two of them, and it was the first time he had attended a large, all-women birthday party like this, although a large part of the reason is because they, Morning Vista Entertainment, are basically all women. So naturally, the company organizes events that are all about women. He had originally thought that he, as the main character of the birthday party as well as the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, should make a speech or something, but then I realized that I was completely overthinking it. In this group of women's arrangement, a birthday is not just blowing out the cake, eating candles, and at most a few salutes. It is already very grand. So when Jiang Chen blew out the candles on the cake before entering, there was no other activity. This birthday party, too, gradually turned into a casual event for the girls to chat and party. The yard was exquisitely and beautifully decorated, with lots of pretty lights and cute dolls fully reflecting the girls' childlike spirit. From a distance, it looked counterintuitively like it was some girl's birthday. Dinner was served in a buffet format, with 2 food trucks filled with an assortment of high-end eats, drinks, and even wine. You can take whatever you want to eat, And the women, with their delicate little dinner trays, come together in twos and threes, chatting animatedly about all sorts of gossip. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was sitting alone on a stone bench, sullenly drinking red wine. Damn, this birthday looks dashing, but it's actually quite suffocating. Even if I didn't get a single gift, I didn't even have a single person beside me to help with the food. What a day. He sighed and silently forked up a steak into his own mouth before taking a large sip of red wine. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. Why, surrounded by so many girls, did he still have the feeling of being alone and drinking mulled wine? If I had known, I would have gone next door to a high school reunion. At least I could have bragged with my female classmates. Jiang Chen shook his head and took another big sip from his red wine glass. This red wine was said to be prepared by Yan Shuexin and it was very expensive. A bottle would cost nearly $100,000. The taste and flavor was nothing to write home about, and he had already downed a few glasses in a row, which had vaguely produced some drunkenness with his drinking capacity. The girls in the yard were also very curious about the 2 bottles of red wine and quietly took glasses to taste some. However, their alcohol consumption was obviously not as good as Jiang Chen's, and after just a few sips, they were all flushed. Just like that, Jiang Chen listened to the giggling and playful sounds of the girls and sat alone under the moonlight, drinking mulled wine in solitude. This feels, generically, like some bull asterisk. It was past 9 in the evening. Perhaps it was because today was a good day for drinking. Or perhaps this red wine prepared by Yan Shuexin was really good. In any case, he drank more without realizing it, waiting for the red wine in his cup to be drained once more. Jiang Chen exhaled softly, sat down at the stone table, and silently lit a cigarette. Looking at the pretty night sky and the girls frolicking in the yard, he mentally estimated the time. After a while, this birthday party should almost be over. Go back to take a hot bath, sleep beautifully, but also be considered to give this birthday a perfect end. However, just at this time, Xia listening Qing was not drunk, and suddenly raised her cup, blushing slightly and said loudly, "Director Jiang, it's your birthday today. Why don't you sing a song for everyone?" Upon hearing this, the group of girls froze for a moment before they all looked toward Jiang Chen with anticipation. Some of them had heard Jiang Chen sing before, while others had never heard of him. Anyway, it's Jiang Chen's birthday and it's always good to hear him sing a song. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes when he felt the gazes of the crowd. Who's the birthday girl anyway? Obviously the one having a birthday is himself. These women don't perform a few shows for him even if it's not enough, but they want him to sing for the crowd? But the drunken women, who seem to have no sense of reason, were up in arms and applauding. Sing, sing, Su Mengyao. This silly girl even watched the fun and fetched the guitar. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, but on today's special day, he wasn't pretentious. After exhaling a soft puff of smoke, he took the guitar. Who? The girls gave an excited cheer and gathered together, ready to watch director Jiang sing. What's the song to sing? Jiang Chen hugged his guitar and sat down on the stone bench, but he had no idea in his mind for a while. Is it hard to sing a song called Happy Birthday to Yourself? That's a little too boring. He tilted his head back and looked up at the starry night sky, and the half-curved moon. There was suddenly some emotion in his heart. Having come to this world for so long, it seemed that he hadn't seriously sung himself a song. How about, give yourself a song? An idea gradually emerged in his mind. He looked at the guitar in his arms for a long time before saying, "This song, for myself." The girls were all a little confused. A song for themselves? What is Director Jiang planning to sing? Chapter 85 Old Boy. The yard grew quiet. The girls applauded spontaneously. And even Yan Shuexin, who had always maintained a high cool aura, clapped her hands a few times with elegant gestures. She had seen Jiang Chen sing more than once, and knew that this guy's singing skill was actually no worse than that of a professional singer. She just didn't know what kind of song he would sing next. "Mengyao, this senior brother-in-law of yours can really sing?" Lin Shanxian looked at the enthusiastic trainee girls around her and instantly asked with some curiosity. She followed Su Mengyao over today, originally wanting to find Jiang Chen trouble. The shuttlecock drill this guy taught them was really too pitiful, making them unable to lift their legs from practicing. And she didn't expect to just run into Jiang Chen's birthday party. So after the two of them had combined their efforts, they planned to be polite first, and then after the birthday party had dispersed, they would have a good talk with this senior sister's husband. It will be. Sister Lovey has always said that Master Sister husband is a great singer. Su Mengyao nodded, although she had only heard Jiang Chen casually sing a song called Clouds and Smoke Become Rain. But looking at it from a point of view, Jiang Chen's singing skills were all very strong. And in this regard even Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin were not stingy with their compliments. Lovey-senpai? Lin Shanxian, however, bristled with disbelief. Who doesn't know that Sister Lovey is known to be good to her husband? What she said was definitely biased. Lin Shanshan propped her chin on her hands and looked at Jiang Chen in the field with some boredom. Forget it, we'll get him after he sings. She felt sure that this silly captain of hers had been fooled again. They are attending the 80th anniversary party of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Such a grand occasion. If you make a joke because of this shuttlecock drill, then you won't have the face to meet people in the future. Sister Meow, Jiang Chen seems to be in here, but this is a private kitchen courtyard. We can't get in. Outside the yard, Miao Choubai and a few male colleagues looked at the brightly lit small yard and the closed gate at a loss, listening to the sounds of girls frolicking in the yard from time to time. The people were all a bit facetious. Now that the whole internet was furiously cursing Jiang Chen, this guy was actually still enjoying life here? And by the sound of it, there must be at least a dozen girls in there. This is also, it's too extravagant. Can it be eaten? Dogs? They really deserve to be scolded. A few of the male co-workers cursed, but their gazes were filled with envy. We don't have to go in. We just have to be able to see what they're doing. Miao Choubai waved his hand and ignored the male colleagues whining. After arriving here, for some reason, that sixth sense in her heart that belonged uniquely to women also grew stronger. Distance to the truth. It doesn't seem to be far off. What was Jiang Chen? This asshole. Hiding? She took a deep breath and was determined to dig up the truth of the matter. Sister Meow, there seems to be a small gap in the fence over there, so you can see the scene inside the courtyard. A colleague responsible for scouting came back and reported. Okay, you guys get the cameras ready and we'll go over there. Miao Choubai nodded and walked over, with the male co-worker leading the way. Several people soon came to a more secluded corner. There was indeed a gaping hole in the fence, but it was in a lower position, only 30 centimeters high. Even more outrageous was the fact that there was actually a man lying next to a flower bed, drunk and murmuring something in a low voice. The spectacled male colleague covered his nose and gave the drunk a somewhat disgusted look, waving his hand as if trying to get rid of the booze-scented air in front of him. Before turning his head to survey the gaping hole at the fence, he only took one look at it, though, and couldn't help but stiffen his expression for a moment as he looked over at the male co-worker. Is this the gap you were talking about? This is not a gaping hole. It's a dog hole. But after a big turn, this is the biggest gap. The male co-worker's expression was also aggravated. You guys cut the crap and take off your clothes. Miao Choubai, however, didn't care and waved his hand to command. The man with the glasses froze for a moment, not understanding what she meant. Miao Choubai frowned and pointed to the ground again. Take off your clothes. At this time, just after a light rain, the ground on the grass and leaves with drops of dew, directly so lying up, will certainly get wet clothes. The man with the glasses reacted to this, but he gave a dry laugh and hesitated a bit. But, Sister Meow, I just wore one on. He pointed to the plaid shirt he was wearing, indicating that he didn't fit. Go back and reimburse you. Double. Miao Choubai said with an unquestionable tone. The male co-worker on the sidelines seemed to want to laugh a little. Miao Choubai glared at him again. One piece isn't enough. There's yours, too. Ha! 2 minutes later, two large men, bare-chested and weeping, shielded their chests with their hands and crouched silently to the side. A cool breeze blew gently across the clearing, causing both of them to shiver. On the floor, the drunken man suddenly felt as if the light around him was blocked for a moment. He opened his eyes in a daze, but suddenly realized that there were two big, shirtless men, surrounding his body, with a somewhat pouty expression, as if they were preparing to do something unseemly. His expression stiffened violently for a moment, then his eyes widened as he struggled. What little sanity remained made him want to detect the slightest hint of danger. I don't like men. You guys go away. The two male colleagues of the Starlight Entertainment newspaper were startled when they looked at the drunken man who suddenly struggled to his feet. It would be bad if the guy's voice caught the attention of those in the yard. They looked at each other and suddenly stepped forward together, one covering the drunkard's mouth with his hand and the other pressing down hard on him. Hush, be quiet. Just bear with us. We'll be quick. It'll be over in a minute. At those words, the drunk's body stiffened even more. Very. Over soon? No. Don't. His eyes became more frightened and he struggled more and more desperately. To the side, Miao Choubai spread two pieces of clothing on the ground and then slowly plopped down in front of that hole. The hole was low, but it was just big enough to accommodate a head. And through it, the scene inside the courtyard was clearly visible. She fixed her eyes forward, but she saw that at that moment Jiang Chen was holding a guitar, sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard, gently strumming it as if he was auditioning, and all the girls in the courtyard gathered across from him, waiting with anticipation. Even Yan Shuexin, a diva-level female singer, stood by with a glass of red wine, silently watching Jiang Chen's every move. Miao Choubai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Soon, Jiang Chen in the yard tuned the strings of his guitar, He looked at the moon in midair and said slowly and rather emotionally, "After this birthday, another year older. This song, old boy, give it to yourself." The girls in the yard looked at each other. Old boy? What's this song? Superintendent Jiang has just turned 24 even after his birthday. How did he get old? Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. It was actually a song he really liked. When he celebrated his 39th birthday, he put off all the announcements, sat alone on the roof of a high-rise building with his guitar in his arms, blowing the night breeze and looking at the brightly lit bustling night scene, and sang over it to himself. Now that time has changed. All the bits and pieces, people and events of those days have disappeared. He was once again celebrating his 24th birthday, and it was surprising that it was the same song that suddenly came back to him in his mind. Fingers gently strummed the guitar strings, and a melody with a faint sense of nostalgia resounded in the courtyard. The girls all quieted down and looked at him earnestly, and Jiang Chen's somewhat drunken and hoarse voice, driven by the melody, slowly opened its mouth. "That's the one I've been thinking about all day and night, the one I love so much. How the hell am I supposed to say this? Will she accept me? Maybe never say the words to her. I'm destined to be a wanderer. How can you be attached?" Listen to the magnetic voice. And then there's the song with a faint sadness that's never been heard before. Outside the courtyard, Miao Qiubai's incredulous eyes gradually widened. Chapter 86 Solo in the Moonlight. The cold wind kept blowing across this open space, and the colored lights in the yard reflected Miao Qiubai's face into different colors, but a flash of shock passed through her eyes. Jiang Chen can actually sing? And the raspy voice and singing voice was nothing like the folk singers she knew. How is it possible? This guy isn't jerk writer? How can he sing at such a professional level? In the courtyard, the girls who were listening to Jiang Chen sing for the first time were all filled with surprise, especially Lin Shanshan, whose previous impression of this Su Luowei's senior sister's husband was just 2 words. That is, asshole. I didn't realize that my senior sister's husband could sing so well. Why doesn't he go be a singer? Gong Yi looked at Jiang Chen and was also filled with complexity. She had seen Jiang Chen sing, and the song Clouds and Smoke Become Rain had lingered in her mind after she sang it. So much so that when he saw Jiang Chen now he couldn't help but think of that melody with a hint of sadness. Obviously when he was with Su Luowei in the past, he couldn't see that he had any talent at all. I didn't expect to write such a great song in the blink of an eye. This guy, was he hiding himself all this time? Gong Yi took a deep breath. The emotions in her heart were complicated. It's pretty hard to tell what it feels like when your best friend's husband, who you've been looking down on for 3 years, is actually a genius. Compared to the two of them, Su Mengyao's eyes were wide as she suddenly realized that what Jiang Chen was singing right now was yet another song she had never heard before. Old boy? But the last time she went to beg for a song, this asshole senior brother-in-law clearly said he was uninspired. Could it be that yourself cheated again? Dreams are always out of reach. Shouldn't we just give up? Blossoms and blossoms for another season. Spring, where are you? The courtyard was extraordinarily quiet, as if only Jiang Chen singing alone could be heard. The trainee girls all looked attentively at this director Jiang, who wasn't a few years older than them. I don't know why, but this song was obviously sung by Jiang Chen facing all of them, but all of them couldn't help but have a feeling in their hearts that they were loneliness. It was as if this world belonged to Jiang Chen alone. The bright white moonlight reflects the figure playing and singing alone. He is the performer and the listener. He is the one who expresses and the one who listens. He sings a song that is only his own. An inexplicable sense of loneliness was born in this courtyard. The girls looked at the guitar in Jiang Chen's hands and all slowly fell silent. Although the courtyard was filled with people, they could sense that no one here understood Jiang Chen. No one in the world understands him either. Youth is like a running river, too late to say goodbye. All that's left is numbness, and I don't have the same fervor I had back then. Look at the flowers floating in the sky, fading at the most beautiful moment. Who remembers the world she came to? Yan Shuexin launched herself into a rare daze. She had been carefully savoring Jiang Chen's lyrics and melody, and without realizing it, she found her own thoughts being brought into it. This song really does give off an inexplicable feeling. The old boy seems to be writing about himself, but he is actually writing about youth. Old represents now represents loneliness. The boy represents the past represents nostalgia and that remaining shred of fantasy and romance. So, Jiang Chen seems to have written another great classic song? She silently took a sip of red wine, her mind gradually becoming convinced that this song would surely resonate with many people as soon as it was released. After all, everyone has youth, and everyone's youth is full of nostalgia and regret. Yan Shuexin's gaze was once again complicated as she looked at the solo figure under the moonlight. Where does this guy's talent end? Anyway, how many years have passed and how many sorrows? Once upon a time, a young man envied the geese flying south. The figures of those who have gone their separate ways are hurrying away. Where is the future ordinary who give me the answer? the courtyard gradually became silent. At this time, everyone felt the meaning of Jiang Chen's song, Nostalgia for Youth. This is the song that director Jiang sings to himself. He's nostalgic for his youth and his past. But their minds, too, kept coming back to bits and pieces of their own youth. Once ignorant, once green, once simple pleasures, once regrets, and the guy who used to secretly like the trainee girls, looking at Jiang Chen, had long been filled with admiration. It wasn't the first time they had seen Jiang Chen sing. It was thought that the new music director was just a jerk writer who didn't know anything about anything. I didn't realize it was a super treasure that had never been opened yet. With him as the music director, how could Shenwei Entertainment collapse? Their future, do they even need to think about it? Compared to this director Jiang, the previous director Yao simply didn't even have the qualifications to graduate from school. All they have to do is just keep up with Morning Vista Entertainment. If you are eliminated because you didn't work hard enough, you will surely regret it for the rest of your life. The one who was there for me. Where are you now? Someone I once loved. What does it look like now? Have you gotten your wish? Is this the only way to pay tribute? Mengyao. This song was written by your senior brother-in-law himself? Lin Qianqian's gaze had long since become dull, turning her head and looking at Su Mengyao with some disbelief. This song, it's really good. If a thought popped into her mind. If they could perform this song at the school gala, it would be a sure way to get a ranking. Don't even think about it. This is a song that senior brother-in-law Jiang Chen definitely won't sing for us. Su Mengyao seemed to have seen her thoughts and directly skimmed her mouth. Ah, why? Lin Qianqian froze for a moment, somewhat confused. It's just that it shouldn't matter if you sing it once at the school gala. You can still promote the song. You don't even realize how expensive his songs are. Su Mengyao, who had seen Jiang Chen use one song to get a dozen or so of Shenwei Entertainment's trainees all lined up to change their contracts, came up to her roommate's ear and whispered in a low voice. What? You have to sign a 91% split contract before you can sing his songs? Lin Qianqian's eyes kept increasing in size. This is too. She was about to say it was outrageous, but quickly realized she was a little speechless, because it suddenly occurred to her that if she was faced with such a multiple-choice question, what would be the choice? Would she refuse? Although the 91% split sounded excessive, what was left of her sanity told her that she would definitely choose to sign that 91% split contract, because this kind of song is of treasure level. Just one song can establish her position in the entertainment industry. Thinking about this, her mood gradually became a little complicated at this moment. It seems like Morning Vista Entertainment has welcomed an unbeatable music director. Chapter 87, Horny Girls. At the hole outside the courtyard, Miao Qiubai's expression had been completely dumbfounded. His eyes wide open, his face full of unbelief. Perhaps it was because the night sky was relatively silent. She could hear every word of Jiang Chen's lyrics clearly. Let the years dry up your ideals. I'll never get the real me back. Looking up at a sky full of stars. The one that accompanied me in those days. Do you remember the stories here? What the hell kind of song is that? But why had she never heard of it? Old boy. Is there such a thing as a song in the world? This is a song written by Jiang Chen himself? Question after question haunted Miao Qiubai's mind. Jiang Chen doesn't seem to be the asshole writer who only has nothing better to do than what the internet says. He can sing and he can write songs. And both the songs he writes and the songs he sings are great. Miao Qiubai only felt a thud in his head and seemed to have suddenly figured out many things. Yeah, that's the only way Morning Vista Entertainment would recognize him as the music director. Only then will he give it about internet gossip. Everything that doesn't make sense is hidden underneath the reasonable truth. So, the rumors on the internet are all wrong. Jiang Chen, he's not a jerk writer. He's very talented and knows music. Life is like a merciless carving knife. Changed the way we look. Will it wither before it blooms? I had a dream. Miao Qiubai's complexion was very complicated. Although she had already surmised some facts, more doubts bubbled up in her mind immediately afterward. Since Jiang Chen wasn't as much of a wimp as the internet made him out to be, then why did he accept their interview that day? And why the intentional angry spewing of jadedness in the middle of an interview? Doesn't he realize that this will spark a whole internet debate? Why is he doing this? What's he up to? Miao Qiubai's brows were tightly furrowed. She felt that her brain was starting to become a bit confused again. It seemed like she had fallen into the middle of a huge vortex trap, and the creator of this vortex was Jiang Chen. The song in the courtyard fell slowly, and there was a silence for a long time before the applause started again. The girls' eyes were all slightly reddened, and their gazes toward Jiang Chen were both shocked and complicated. The song Old Boy was really emotional to listen to, and they didn't realize how much it had sunk in. I just don't know why director Jiang didn't just debut as a singer when he obviously sings so well and is so talented. With his face and ability, he could definitely become a bigger star than Sister Lovey. Unfortunately, no one could answer their doubts. And by now Jiang Chen had slowly stood up and put his guitar away. This special birthday party. And it's getting close to the end. Lin Qianqian, however, suddenly became nervous and pulled Su Mengyao hand. How? To do? Mengyao, this senior brother-in-law seems to be very powerful. Do we still have to go find him? Su Mengyao froze for a moment. Wasn't it you who kept saying you wanted to settle the score with him? Shu, keep it down. Lin Qianqian quickly waved her hand. A tangled face. I didn't. Originally, she had always been straight and firm, but at this time, she suddenly became unconfident. Because she suddenly realized that Jiang Chen seemed to be completely at odds with the image of a jerk writer she had imagined. A guy like that shouldn't just screw them over, right? Su Mengyao was also a bit hesitant. She knew that this senior brother-in-law wasn't a very good speaker, and if she really made him angry, no one would be able to speak up for them at that time. 2. Why don't we go to senior sister Shui Xian and ask her first? She said after hesitating for a moment. Lin Qianqian's eyes instantly lit up, and she nodded her head in a hurry. Right. We can ask senior sister Yan to help us with our ideas. While the two were discussing, Xia listening Qing in the front row suddenly turned her head. Sister Mengyao, what are you guys talking about? It's been so secretive. The other trainee girls also turned around, having just been hearing Su Mengyao and the two of them muttering and not knowing what they were talking about. Is there some kind of gossip? Tell us about it too. Xia listening Qing was already a bit drunk, flushed and smiling. Su Mengyao somewhat speechless stroked his forehead. This silly girl looks like really drunk. Yes, Sister Mengyao. Is there any inside information? Can you share that with us as well? Does Director Jiang have any new arrangements? We are not afraid to ask, so you will disclose it to us. The trainee girls, thinking there was really some gossip, gathered around and said. Su Mengyao froze for a moment. What was this? However, being looked at by so many girls' pleading eyes, she couldn't refuse, and hesitated for half a day before saying, Gee, it's not really much of a gossip. She briefly told him about the other day when she approached Jiang Chen to beg for a song, but Jiang Chen taught him to dance shuttlecock drills. The trainee girl's eyes widened. Director Jiang's original fitness exercises with a song called Materia Medica? Sister Mengyao, did Director Jiang say that this shuttlecock drill can take a place at the party? Xia listening Harvest's expression was also a bit dumbfounded as she swallowed a bit of saliva before asking tightly. Su Mengyao nodded, but was soon filled with bitterness again. That's what he said. But this calisthenics is really tiring to dance, and I'm kind of torn between believing him or not. She sighed softly as she finished, but realized that there seemed to be some silence around her. Puzzled, she raised her head, only to find that all the girls were actually looking at her with a very strange look. The look was odd, as if there was a hint of longing in the midst of envy and shock. Eventually it gets complicated again, but it's as if you're looking at a little cutie. Like, you. What's wrong with you guys? What are you looking at me like that for? Su Mengyao asked blankly. Chapter 88 Pretending is the way of the saints. Sister Mengyao, this shuttlecock drill, can you teach us to dance? Xia listening Qing asked blearily. Yeah, we want to learn too. The girl's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Yes, but this shuttlecock drill is very tiring to dance. I don't even want to dance anymore. Do you guys really want to learn? Su Mengyao was a bit skeptical. This shuttlecock drill is so tiring. Why do they all want to learn it? At that, however, the girls seemed to get even more excited. Think. Sister Mengyao, if you're too tired, why don't you let us dance? We're not afraid to get tired. I can learn now. Me too. Su Mengyao froze. She was really a bit confused by the scene in front of her. Why did all these girls suddenly become so active? Mu Ning, has something happened recently? She quietly looked at Yi Mun. Of this group of trainee girls, she was the only one who was familiar with Yi Mun. Yi Mu Ning sighed helplessly, then came to her and Lin Qianqian's ears and whispered softly. After a long time, Su Mengyao and Lin Qianqian both stared in disbelief. What? You mean, even Wang Lin Diva? Lin Qianqian was filled with shock. Even when Queen Wang Lin asked Jiang Chen for a song, she had to pay $8 million up front, and she didn't want a share? No way. What's going on here? Is this master-sister husband that good? Ahem. Right at this moment, Xia hearing Qing coughed and looked at them. Sister Mengyao, are you guys not too happy with this shuttlecock drill? Why don't you let us learn? We're not afraid of hard work, and we're not afraid to get tired. Yeah, we're willing to learn. This shuttlecock drill is too tiring. It's a little more appropriate for us. The other trainee girls gathered around. That's something that Director Jiang taught, and there are actually people who don't want to learn it? They couldn't pass up such a great opportunity. Seeing the girls each with a longing gaze, Su Mengyao and Lin Qianqian immediately felt some sense of crisis. Who said that? Of course we have to learn. We've all been practicing for days. There's no way we're giving up. That is, it's been eating all the pain for so long. so I'm going to stick with it no matter what. After hearing what Yi Mu-ning had just said, the girls had made up their minds that they would practice the shuttlecock drill no matter how tired they were. Even Diva Wang Lin personally approached Jiang Chen to beg for a song. What else would they dare to pick? At that, the trainee girls were a bit disappointed. Little abacus. Cracked. Miao Qiubai no longer remembered how she got back to the car. At this time there was only one voice in her mind. That is, she was cheated. The interview that day was a setup. Jiang Chen did it on purpose. But why did he do it? Miao Qiubai was puzzled. What good does it really do to Jiang Chen to angrily dislike Zhang Lang during an interview? Sparking questions and targeting all over the internet? Sister Miao. Shenwei Entertainment is on the hot search again. In the car, the man with the glasses had redressed. A blogger analyzed that Su Luowei's sudden appearance at the Hope Primary School in the disaster area and her participation in the charity event was entirely to divert the topic for Jiang Chen. Now the fans are very angry. Gathered under Su Luowei's microblog, scolding Jiang Chen, and there are also fans who told Su Luowei to stop helping Jiang Chen and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau as soon as possible to go through the divorce procedure. He held up his cell phone, his voice full of gloating. This Jiang Chen guy is also too stupid. Why did he curse Jiang Lang during the interview? He's on the verge of becoming a public enemy across the net now. Sister Miao, did you record all the videos of Jiang Chen partying with so many girls in the courtyard just now? Shenwei Entertainment is now in a moment of stormy times. This asshole is actually still enjoying his life here. I can guarantee that just this video, as long as it's released online, will definitely be able to trigger another hot search. And when the time comes, we can still ask for a fortune from Tilting City Entertainment. The I-Man said excitedly, but Miao Qiubai glanced at him with somewhat complicated eyes. The video she recorded, but it was a video of Jiang Chen singing. That song Old Boy could indeed attract a huge wave of eyeballs if it were released online right now. But it wasn't because of Jiang Chen's greed that everyone would be shocked as to why Jiang Chen sang so well. Forget this video. I'm not going to post it just yet. She mused for a long moment, but shook her head. Why? The man with the glasses froze. Miao Qiubai looked out the window with a complicated gaze. She knew that both Tilting City Entertainment and herself seemed to have fallen into a trap. A trap carefully set by Jiang Chen. What exactly was Jiang Chen's purpose? And why did Su Luowei run to the mountains for charity at this critical time? In here, what secrets were hidden? There were too many questions in her mind. And at this moment, she was eager to dig out the truth. She had a hunch that this might be an opportunity for their Starlight Entertainment newspaper to gain higher exposure. Go back to the company and start a detailed investigation into Jiang Chen tomorrow, she suddenly said. Okay, good. Although he didn't understand why Miao Qiubai had suddenly changed his mind. But the man with the glasses hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement, then slowly started the car and slowly drove away from the night. Is Lo's side ready? Aha. So, this is your plan to deal with Tilting City Entertainment? Get everyone's attention first, then put on a big show? In the yard, the birthday party was completely over. The girls also left the yard in groups, one after another. Yan Shuoxin had to wait for her assistant to come over and drive. So she hadn't left yet, and she gently shook her red wine glass, her petite body leaning against a stone table, her gaze complex as she looked at Jiang Chen. Or what? Compared to Yan Shuoxin's elegance, Jiang Chen's posture was much ruder and more casual. He directly sat on a stone bench with his legs forked out on all fours, his back leaning against the edge of the table, tilting his head back to look at the moonlit sky and gently exhaling a mouthful of smoke. The bigger the audience, the better, of course, for something like Pretending. He was also waiting for his valet. Drinking a car does not drive a car. Driving a car does not drink a car. He drank almost a whole bottle of red wine tonight. His head is dizzy. The steering wheel is definitely not to be touched. Crude. Yan Shuoxin's gaze seemed a bit disgusted, but Jiang Chen grinned. You don't understand the world of cultured people. The thing of pretending. Can that be called vulgarity? That's the way of the saints. Yan Shuoxin shook her head breathlessly, but after she was silent for a while, she suddenly asked again. Was what you said the other day true? What? After 2 months, you're going to quit singing? Oh, you mean this thing. Jiang Chen then remembered that he had once revealed his thoughts to the senior sister Yan on the chat software. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for all this messy trouble that Morning Vista Entertainment was suddenly experiencing, he probably would have proved his writing ability to the little ninny by now, and then be in the middle of a faster and faster pendulum swing around the house. Of course it's true. That's my dream. Your dream is to become a writer? Yan Shuoxin frowned slightly. Aha. But you're not fit to be a writer at all. You don't have the talent to write. Yan Shuoxin's fingers clenched tightly. She didn't know why this guy was always so obsessed with the profession of a writer. She felt that Jiang Chen was a musical genius, but writing was a real no-no, and that it was a waste of time to waste her talent by spending all her time writing all the time. Dare to bet? Jiang Chen, however, said indifferently. What? Dare to bet? Jiang Chen raised his head, glanced at her, and said again. Block what? Yan Shuexin frowned slightly. If I can become a real writer, then you'll join Morning Vista Entertainment. Chapter 89 Give you 500 to sleep with my brother. Let me join Morning Vista Entertainment? Why? Yan Shuexin froze for a moment. Jiang Chen shrugged. Sooner or later, I'll have to step down from the music director position. And when that time comes, Chenwei Entertainment is short of a music director. You think I'm suitable? Sure. Jiang Chen nodded. Actually, with him, whoever is the music director for this is fine. But it's obviously more convincing if it's a diva. At least it can calm down a lot of people and reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. How about a bet? He laughed. You have a good chance of winning. If I lose, I'll write you a song for free. You should know that my songs aren't bad. Sounds like it's good. Yan Shuexin's eyes moved slightly. For some reason, when she heard Jiang Chen talk about writing a song, the lyrics of the song called Red Beans slowly surfaced in her mind again. There was only her and Jiang Chen in the courtyard at this time, so perhaps if asked, Jiang Chen wouldn't evade. Good, then it's a deal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. However, Yan Shuexin's speech was faster. I'm not betting. She smiled faintly and directly rebuffed Jiang Chen's offer. What? Jiang Chen froze for a moment and looked at Yan Shuexin. What did it mean? No gambling? Then what are you doing here? Playing me? Buzz buzz. Just at this time, Yan Shuexin's cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was the little assistant who called. The person who helped her drive had arrived. She picked up her cell phone, and without explaining anything, she simply waved her hand in a dashing manner. Gone. Hey, really not betting? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, looking at her back and asking. No bet. You're not cut out to be a writer. Yan Shuexin didn't even turn her head back. Die of this heart. And work hard as your music director. Never mind. I'll ask next time. She wanted to see how long Jiang Chen could keep the song Red Beans under wraps. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at Yan Shuexin, who had left in style, and was somewhat speechless. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. A woman's heart is really like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Such a good thing delivered to the door is not even betting on it. And I do not know what this diva is really thinking. Waiting for Yan Shuexin's figure to completely disappear in front of the courtyard, he too shook his head and stood up, also taking a somewhat wobbly step toward the door. Birthday's over, go home. His car was parked in the parking lot of the farmhouse across the street, so it went in the opposite direction from Yan Shuexin, but as he passed a clearing, he suddenly heard a moaning sound. There was also a dark mass lying on the ground, struggling hard to creep forward, startling him. What the is this? Now that it's almost New Year's Eve, a lot of messed up jugglers will pop up and use offshoots to make money, so he shouldn't fall into someone else's way. Jiang Chen picked up the bottle of wine by the roadside with some caution and walked up to observe it carefully for a long time before realizing that the black shadow was actually a big man. Only the expression looked as if it was in some pain, and the drunken, lifeless-looking man was struggling on the ground. Damn, where'd the drunk come from to scare me? Jiang Chen was a bit speechless. It turned out to be a drunkard. He threw the bottle in his hand aside, but the drunkard heard him and actually struggled even more vigorously in his direction. Woohoo! Woo! Jiang Chen, it's me. Jiang Chen froze. This drunkard knew him? Who are you? Do I know you? The drunkard seemed a little angry. Dog day. Jiang Chen, see color and forget righteousness. I am Zhang Pong Yu. We've known each other since middle school. We even snuck into the girls' dormitory together in high school. Jiang Chen remembered only after a long time that he seemed to really have a high school classmate called Zhang Pingyu, and the two of them had always had a pretty good relationship. Been getting together a lot since middle school to steal chickens and, no, study hard. It wasn't until they went to college that contact between the two dwindled, and now it's been years since they've seen each other again. The appearance of Zhang Pingyu in his memory gradually overlapped with the appearance of the drunken man in front of him. Jiang Chen froze for a long time before reacting. My day. Zhang Pingyu, what are you doing lying here in the middle of the night? Enjoying the moon? Reward AF * King month. Can't you see that I'm drunk? Zhang Pingyu heavily exhaled a mouthful of wine breath, his face covered with tear tracks. I heard them say, you are eating over here. Originally wanted to come over to find you. Who knows? Zhang Pingyu suddenly cried out in pain. I didn't expect to get drunk halfway through, and by two shirtless men. Oh, too damn unlucky. At a class reunion, confessing to Yalin was rejected. I went out and met a homosexual again. Whoops. Zhang Pingyu was crying very sadly, but Jiang Chen was a bit disgusted. This guy was crying with a handful of snot and tears, and he couldn't hear what exactly he was talking about. Can only vaguely hear homosexuality, confessions and whatnot. Damn. This guy hasn't seen me in years. He's not going to start liking men, is he? Seeing a big man crying like this at night is really a bit disgusting. As if he had just been overpowered by someone. What is a good big man doing so pretentious? Jingle bells. Just then, his cell phone rang and it was the valet calling. Hello? Jiang Chen pressed the answer button. Boss, I'm already in your neighborhood. May I ask where you are? A man's voice came over the receiver. Jiang Chen looked at the whimpering Zhang Pingyu on the ground inside, hesitating for a while before saying, Dude, here's $500. Can you sleep with my brother? He planned to have someone send Zhang Pingyu to a hotel. This guy was drunk as a puddle. It was really hard to settle him down with just him alone. You also need to have someone by your side at all times when you have a hangover so that you don't vomit in the middle of the night and suffocate. He definitely didn't want to do that kind of thing and had to find someone else instead. What? What? The caller was startled. Old boss, I'm a serious chauffeur. Does not provide other services. Jiang Chen thought to himself, damn, I didn't let you provide other immodest services. Two big men sleeping together. What can happen? However, his head was also dizzy at this time. His patience and language organization skills were limited. That hook ate red wine when drinking nothing. I did not expect such a strong aftertaste. The last thing he wanted to do right now was to go home, take a hot shower, and get a good night's sleep, and didn't really want to waste any more time here. His tone grew impatient. I'll add another $1,000. Come here before you do. My brother can't wait that long. There was a pause on the other end of the line, as if hesitating. Jiang Chen sat down on the curb and lit a cigarette, only to feel his head a little clearer, and was trying to make his words a little clearer. Instead, the voice of the valet boy suddenly came from the other end of the phone with some gnashing of teeth. Okay, boss, I'll take it. Old me doesn't like women anyway, so I'll give it a go today. Jiang Chen directly froze. What? Meaning? He twisted his head to look at Zhang Pingyu, who was on the ground with a tear-stained face and was groaning in distress, and his mind was a bit turned around. What kind of demons and ghosts did he run into this night? Here's the thing. This friend of mine doesn't know what's going on. Anyway, overly sad, drunk and in need of care. That's why I asked you. He knew that the other party was misunderstanding what he meant and held up the phone to patiently explain. But the words were only half spoken when the valet boy swore in assurance. Don't worry, boss. I understand all of this. I've been through this kind of thing before. And I'll take good care of your brother and make sure he's satisfied. Jiang Chen's fingers rubbed hard between his eyebrows. Damn. It's exhausting. Vomit. Just at this time, Zhang Pingyu seems to be stimulated by alcohol again. Lying on the side of the road to dry heave. His face red. Looks very difficult. Jiang Chen sighed and said into the phone. Never mind. You come over here. Chapter 90, tonight at 9 o'clock. Post the song. 20 minutes later, a tall chauffeur boy directly picked up Zhang Pingyu from the ground horizontally and got into a cab. Jiang Chen was not petty, and added another $500 to the originally negotiated price, allowing him to find a good hotel and take good care of Zhang Pingyu. A total of $2,000 was transferred to the valet boy's cell phone. After the two left, he sat on the curb looking at the taillights of the cab's car, silent for a long time. He waited for a cigarette to finish before silently opening his cell phone and calling himself another valet. This time, however, he specifically checked female on the gender requirement box. It's an extra $20, but it's always worth the money. By the time Jiang Chen returned home, it was already nearly 11 o'clock at night. Gong Yi had already gone to bed long ago, but there was a glass of milk on the table, which seemed to have been prepared for him. Of course, Jiang Chen knew that this woman, Gong Yi, was definitely not that kind. Thinking with his toes, he knew that this matter was probably related to Neisan. He took 2 steps closer, and sure enough, he found a note pressed under the cup. Lo told you to drink the milk before going to bed. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. In the past, every time he had finished drinking, little niece would prepare a cup of hot pure milk for him. Drinking it would make my stomach feel better, and I didn't think that Nikki could remember this even now that she wasn't in the house. He didn't think much of it and just picked up the milk on the table and took a big gulp. Immediately afterward, though, his expression froze. After a long time, squirt the milk out of your mouth. Damn. Gong Yi, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Have you ever seen a calcium AD milk used to warm up your stomach? The next day, when Jiang Chen dizzily rose from his bed, noticed that I had actually received several missed calls on my cell phone. Among them, Su Jingchu's phone number alone appeared 3 times, and there was also an unrecognizable number that was called twice. What do you want with me in the morning? Jiang Chen yawned. Tapping his cell phone, he found that Su Jingchu had not only called him, but also sent several text messages. Jiang Chen, why can't you get through on the phone? Isn't he up yet? Hurry up and get up. Today is the day Luowei releases her song. Tilting City Entertainment has made another move. Lowe's on the hot seat. Seeing these messages, Jiang Chen gradually woke up as well. Is Tilting City Entertainment up to something again? He opened his microblog, and on the hot search list, the hot search phrases related to Jiang Chen and Zhang Lang talent had all lost a lot of heat. But a new phrase reappeared at the top of the list. Su Luowei's new song has been confirmed delayed. The buzz around this phrase is largely brought about by articles published by several well-known bloggers. Don't wait. The national goddess is still in the mountains, and a new song has been confirmed delayed. Charity is just an excuse? What exactly is the problem with the national goddess? Listen to Dawn's detailed analysis. Donating more money can't cover up the damage done by the soft-boiled man Jiang Chen, and the national woman still doesn't wake up? Several of the articles appeared at a relatively uniform time, all of them popping up out of nowhere at 7 or 8 o'clock this morning. The traces of human control are very obvious, presumably trying to rush the netizens to work before the heat is pushed up directly. And on the hot search list, a not very eye-catching phrase actually climbed to the 6th position. Shenwei Entertainment's former music director, Yao Sichun's new song is released. Jiang Chen looked at this hot search. His heart laughed coldly. Qingcheng Entertainment really played a good hand, releasing a song on the same day as Naysan? This operation is something that no one would probably believe if they said it wasn't intentional. Is this a case of being sure that Nikki can't come up with a song? So she wants to roast Morning Vista Entertainment on the fire? He skimmed his mouth with some disdain, then exited the hot search page to tap on Naysan's personal tweets. Sure enough, Su Luowei's microblogging was once again felled at this time. That charity video posted last night has over 1 million comments. However, the concern is not charity related. Lo, is it true that there will be a delay in today's new song? Then there's no need to ask. Director Yao has left Shenwei Entertainment. Ah, no way. He used to do all of Lo's songs. Now the music director of Shenwei Entertainment is Jiang Chen. Do you expect that asshole to write songs for Lo? The dog thing Jiang Chen. It's causing a lot of harm. Goddess. Wake up. Face value can't be a meal. Talent is the most important thing. Jiang Chen is a flower vase. It is highly recommended that he be kicked out of Shenwei Entertainment. Alas, Shenwei Entertainment is finished. Director Yao has now run off to Tilting City Entertainment to make songs. Lo, I've been waiting for this song for a month. Can you step in and respond to whether or not the song will be released today? There were all sorts of comments, but of course the most were still words cursing Jiang Chen. There is also a large portion of Su Luowei's fans who want Su Luowei to come out and respond to the questions on the internet. After all, they've been waiting for this song, and even if they can't release it today, they want a statement. However, Su Luowei's microblog seems to have fallen into silence, and has been slow to give a response. After brushing the comment section for a while, Jiang Chen probably understood the dynamics of the matter. He closed the microblog and slowly returned a message to Su Jingchu. What are you panicking about? There's no mole. Keep trading. 2 minutes later, he received a reply from Su Jingchu. What do you mean? Jiang Chen. Half an hour later, Su Luowei's microblogging finally updated its dynamics. Fans who received the news were thrilled to click through to Twitter. However, it was found that this dynamic updated by Su Luowei was still a video related to a charity event, and the video had a brief interview with all the dozen or so children in the Hope Primary School. All of these children have lost most of their loved ones, but still seem to have a vision and hope for the future. One by one, they faced the camera with innocent and simple smiles. At the end of the video, Su Luowei's figure appeared in the picture, once again calling for more attention to the children in the disaster area, and then bowed deeply to everyone. This video of hers, however, was not at all understood by the netizens, as fans left disappointed messages in the comment section. Lovey, are you really not releasing a new song today? Why do you always post these irrelevant videos? I can accept another delay, but don't use this as a way to get through to me. Luowei, speak up. I've been fanning you for 5 years. Can you respond to the online queries? In 10 minutes, the video had over 50,000 comments, and the national goddess Su Luowei never gave any reply again. On the other side, Jiang Chen had already hung up the call with Su Jingchu explaining, tonight at 9 o'clock, post the song. Chapter 91, The Release of Regret. Sister Jing, Ji1 and I have already put the application for separation on your desk. Shenwei Entertainment. Yaji Zhang and Ji1 finally made a decision, offered to terminate the contract with the company. However, both Su Jingchu and Su Luowei were not in the company at this time, so after Zhang Yaji put the application for leaving the company on Su Jingchu's desk, she also sent a text message as a reminder. In fact, no one else in the company knew that the two of them had secretly met with the manager of Tilting City Entertainment yesterday. Tilting City Entertainment promised the girls that they would arrange more notices and resources for them. In a month's time, they would completely break away from Shenwei Entertainment and sign with Qingcheng Entertainment. So by submitting the application to leave earlier, You can also detach yourself from Chunwei Entertainment earlier. Anyway, Su Jingchu had also said that as long as she stayed at Chunwei Entertainment for another month, she wouldn't pursue any breach of contract. After the text message was sent, Su Jingchu did not respond for a long time. Zhang Yaji shrugged her shoulders, thinking that Su Jingchu might have been in a hurry at the moment, and her own application to leave the company had undoubtedly made the current situation much worse, and it was normal for Su Jingchu to be angry and not want to give herself a reply for a while. In fact, what she didn't know was that Su Jingchu was indeed a bit frazzled at the moment, but it had nothing to do with her. Jiang Chen had agreed to the release of the new song with great difficulty, but she had been excited for a while and had hurriedly thrown herself into the preparations. After holding her tongue for so long, she was finally going to respond positively to Tilting City Entertainment for once, and she had to do it perfectly, without a single mistake. At 6 p.m. Tilting City Entertainment's official microblog was the first to update a dynamic. Director Yao's new song, Regret, has been released, performed by White Peach. Welcome to download and collect. Once the tweet was sent out, it once again set the internet ablaze. Regret? With that song title, Director Yao means business. I just listened to it. It's not bad. It's Yao Si-chun's usual style. Alas, it's a pity that the person who sings is Bai Tao and not Lu Luowei. In the past, Director Yao's songs were all for Lu Luowei. White Peach's style is quite close to Lo's. It's just not as popular as Lo's. Director Yao and Su Luowei releasing songs on the same day? This is to fight with Chunwei Entertainment? There must have been resentment in his heart when he left in the first place. What's the fight about? Didn't you see the hot search? Su Luowei's new song is delayed. Chunwei Entertainment should indeed regret not even keeping such a musical talent. No wonder everyone is now saying that Chunwei Entertainment is about to fail, and the national goddess is starting to go downhill. Netizens have gathered under this microblogging dynamic to express their views and opinions. There were even some good people who ran to the official microblogs of Su Luowei and Chunwei Entertainment to make war-inducing remarks. At Su Luowei, Director Yao wrote a song called Regret and asked if you regretted it. Ousting Director Yao for Jiang Chen? Now that someone else is releasing songs, you can only watch. Confused. Goddess. Hurry up and invite Director Yao back. Jiang Chen, that asshole director, can compare to Director Yao a hair? 8:30 in the evening. In the Morning Vista Entertainment Lounge, the artists were gathered in a slightly somber atmosphere, because just now, everyone had heard that Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen had already asked the company to terminate their contracts. Chunwei Entertainment's artists themselves weren't many, and with the departure of these two most popular ones, plus Lin Lorong, it was directly equivalent to half of the artists choosing to leave the company. This is certainly a huge change for Morning Vista Entertainment. Several artists gathered here this evening. Originally we'll be waiting to see if Mr. Su's new song will be released, but I didn't expect to wait for such a news. In the past 2 days, there were just too many voices on the internet against Chunwei Entertainment. But Mr. Su didn't make any statements within the company to appease the people, and after simply explaining his work, he went to the mountains with Su Jingchu. It is said to have participated in a charity event in the disaster area in order to divert the conversation on the internet, and also donated $3 million to local education. Unfortunately, though, this approach didn't achieve much. As soon as Yao Si-chun's new song Regret was released, the internet was once again abuzz with talk against Chunwei Entertainment. There were countless netizens who mocked and watched the show, and it was hard for Mr. Su's fans to refute. After all, today was originally the day Mr. Su promised his fans that a new song would be released, but now it's already more than 8 o'clock in the evening, and Mr. Su's microblogging still hasn't made any movement, not even a word of explanation. This song Regret is so hot. In the lounge, one of the young assistants suddenly marveled, and the crowd looked toward her. I was just looking at the data, and I realized that the song Regret, released just under 2 hours ago, has surpassed 50,000 plays. The little assistant spat out her tongue in some embarrassment and held up her cell phone. It's now in the top 10 positions on the eNetCloud New Songs chart. Go. At the words of the crowd are a little surprised, and then everyone has pulled out in their own cell phones, clicked on the software of the eNetwork Cloud Music. Sure enough, on the new songs chart, the song Regret had killed its way into the 8th position, with the number of plays and downloads soaring. After all, Yao Si-chun had worked with Mr. Su for many years and had gained some fame in his own right. Coupled with the heat brought about by various hot topics in the past 2 days, it made the song Regret a direct hit. The front page of Easy Cloud Music even has a banner page poster for the song. Today, do you regret? Music talent Yao Si-chun's new work Regret is released. Regret has over 5,000 reviews. Countless netizens who are looking for a good time have been at Su Luowei. Goddess, do you regret today? If Director Yao hadn't left, this song would be Mr. Su's, right? In the lounge, someone suddenly said. The crowd was a little silent as they heard the words. Yeah, Director Yao used to do all of Mr. Su's songs. If Director Yao hasn't left yet, then this song, now, should be Mr. Su's, right? I said long ago that after Director Yao left, Shenwei Entertainment would collapse sooner or later. And you still don't believe me? Lin Lorong coldly snorted with some disdain. See what I mean now? With Shenwei Entertainment's strength, it simply can't compete with Qingqing Entertainment. I advise you all to wake up a little bit. Don't follow the ship, Shenwei Entertainment, and sink into the water together by then. The crowd was silent and didn't say anything. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen looked at each other with a somewhat thankful and relieved look on their faces. Fortunately, they had signed a contract with Tilting City Entertainment a long time ago. Even if the ship of Shenwei Entertainment capsized at this point in time, it would have nothing to do with them. Anyway, they were already holding the life preservers distributed by Tilting City Entertainment in their hands. Let's go. No point in staying here. Back to the dorm. Lin Lelong bristled a bit and stood up. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen also nodded and got up to pack up their things. Just then, however, the lounge was suddenly filled with a sea of ringing cell phones. Tink, buzz, knock knock. The crowd pulled out their cell phones to take a look. Ha, it's Mr. Su's Twitter update. Chapter 92 Invisible Wings released. Lin Lorong froze for a moment and also took out her own cell phone and opened Weibo. However, she couldn't help but skim her lips after just one glance. This latest microblog posted by Su Luowei was again a topic related to charity. Hashtag disaster area reconstruction hashtag. Hashtag Hope Primary School hashtag. Hashtag fundraising ambassador Su Luowei hashtag. Below the topic is a charity video. The title is called, Everyone Has a Pair of Invisible Wings That Protect Us and Take Us Flying Ahead. Lin Lorong looked at the title with an expression full of disdain. You don't need to see this kind of video to know that it must be filled with all kinds of forced emotional and moving content. It is nothing more than conducting some interviews with children in the disaster area to highlight the pitifulness and gain sympathy. Either that or it's just touting Su Luowei's dedication to charity events to gain favor with fans. Nothing new at all. Su Jingqiu and Su Luowei wouldn't think that they could quell the netizens' comments just with such a charity video, would they? That's so naive. She slid her finger and casually clicked on the video. The video begins with an image of a group of children from the affected area laughing and playing in a school. A little different from the previous video, though. This one actually has a faint background melody that seems to have more of a feel to it, which is a nice improvement. And that's about it. Lin Lorong snorted coldly. Such a video would not be of any use at all. Fans want new songs, not charity videos. She was about to turn off the video, but the picture on her cell phone suddenly shifted, switching from a playground where kids are frolicking to the roof of a building. Holding her guitar, Su Luowei sat at a concrete raised platform on the roof of the building. It wasn't a tall building, and it was supposed to be the only school building in the school. Downstairs, there was the playground where the children were somewhat boisterous, and in the distance in the sky, the setting sun that was already almost touching the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the playground, stretching the children's silhouettes to a long time, and also fell on Su Luowei's body on the roof of the building. She wore a simple ponytail, no makeup, and her collar was topped by a pale neck, her hair at her temples gently carried by the breeze. She looked at the sunset in the distance, her fingers gently strumming the guitar strings, as if the somewhat faintly melancholic background music in the video just now was played by the guitar in her arms. Seeing this image, Lin Lorong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What does it mean? On top of the concrete raised platform, Su Luowei's guitar melody slowly came to an end and gently opened her mouth. Every time, all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time, even if it hurts, and no flash of tears. Listening to Su Luowei's soft and beautiful singing voice, Lin Lorong froze for a moment, her eyes gradually widening. No way. Could it be that the video is a song? As if hearing the question in her mind, below the video, a caption shows up. A new song, Invisible Wings, for all the kids growing up in the face of adversity. May the invisible wings take you out of your predicament to a new hope. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying through despair. Su Luowei's singing voice, which was gentle, carried a bit of faint sadness and melancholy. And the melody, very catchy. Lin Lorong's gaze gradually turned shocked and dumbfounded. The melody of this song, quite catchy, but how is this possible? Didn't Director Yao personally guarantee that it was impossible for Su Luowei to come up with a new song at this time? Unfortunately, no one could answer her questions. The video, at this point, suddenly changed. The camera panned again, and the images of the disaster area reports that appeared on the news that year were shown to everyone, paragraph by paragraph. The video, which had been serene, suddenly shook violently. This was followed by the collapse of a house. The camera suddenly plunges into darkness. So long. When the screen lit up again, the scene was in ruins. A broken body, dug out of the rubble. There was no clamor, not even much crying to be heard, whether it's the doctors and nurses, or the soldiers who rescue them. Everyone's expressions were a bit numb, as they hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. There was just one voice in the mind. Hurry up! Faster! Just a little faster and we can save another one. And the children hiding in the gap between the rubble, after being pulled out from it by a pair of big strong hands. There was also no surprise or relief on his face after getting out of the trap, only a face full of mute and dull, because the scene before them was just too subversive and hard to accept for them. Homes that have always been inhabited are in ruins, and once accompanied by relatives. In this moment, also all unknown. Don't think about it. They have a beautiful son. I saw. Everyday sunset. There will be changes, too. Su Luowei's eyes were slightly red when he first saw Jiang Chen writing this song on paper for the first time. She kinda didn't get the real meaning of it yet. She just thought the melody was nice. Until Jiang Chen was in his office, arranging for her to travel to the mountains. It was only when she came to this Hope primary school named after morning that she finally realized that there was such a deep meaning behind the song. It's a song that would be more appropriate to release there. Jiang Chen said indifferently, if it's done well, not only will it slap tipping city entertainment, but it will also raise some donations for the children in the disaster area. I know. I have invisible wings. Take me flying. Give me hope. The song continues, and at this point the artists in the lounge, basically, they've all tapped on this video and are looking at a scene on their cell phones with shock on their faces, listening to Su Luowei's softly sung voice with a hint of soothing and inspiring power. I finally see all dreams bloom, chasing the young. How loud and clear the song is. The video shifts frames one last time. From ruins, to the school in front of us. The children were laughing and playing on the playground. An innocent smile on a simple little face. In the distance the setting sun rested quietly in mid-air, reflecting all faces in reddish colors. A quiet and peaceful atmosphere. The disaster is over, and the invisible wings have flown them past despair. I finally, soaring, gaze with your heart and not be afraid. Where will the wind be? Just fly as far as you can. Lim Lorong only felt a wave of scalp numbness suddenly surging to the top of her head. The song. So that's what it means. Even her eyes reddened slightly when the video was seen. Damn. This. What the hell is going on? She clearly didn't want this. Invisible wings. Let the dream last longer than the sky. Keep one. Wishes. Let yourself imagine. Chapter 93 Reactions of the Parties. On the wall, the second hand ticked and ticked. The video played, but the lounge was silent. There were 7 or 8 people sitting in this room, but no one made a sound. It was a long time before someone raised their head and asked incredulously, this is Mr. Su's new song? Should it? It's so nice to hear. This song. My eyes are red. But didn't director Yao leave? When exactly did Mr. Su prepared this song? In everyone's mind, a question arose involuntarily. Who the hell wrote this song for Mr. Su? And it's actually so good? Yao Sichun has left Shenwei Entertainment and has written a song called Regret to fight with Mr. Su, so he definitely didn't write it. So who else could have written the song for Mr. Su? The artists in the lounge looked at each other with no answers in their minds. Only Chu Yofei clenched her fingers tightly, because she knew that this song must have been written by director Jiang. Only he could write such great songs in such a short time. As the songs As I Wish and Old Boy touch the heart. Obviously the lyrics don't seem too complicated either, but with one listen, it hits the heart and leaves you unsettled for a long time. When she just watched the video, her eyes also turned red completely uncontrollably, not just because the images in the video were enough to touch her heart, but more importantly, she thought of herself after listening to the song. How many times had she watched her grandmother's hunched back and secretly wiped tears from her eyes in the house? How many times has she been in the film city, facing rejection from crew after crew? Go back to your dorm room, red-eyed, and tell yourself in the mirror that you must be strong, must persevere. She wants to make money, enough money to get her grandmother out of the mountains and have a good life. Finally she bumped into Mr. Su and her job gradually became stable. The first time I heard the lyrics to Invisible Wings, she then felt an inexplicable touch in her heart. Yes, she has invisible wings too, though her wings were smaller and could only carry her in a slow flight. But eventually, despair will fly. How is this possible? Compared to the doubts of the others, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were completely in shock and stupefaction. They didn't expect that Su Luowei could actually release her new song today. That's not possible. When he met with the agent of Tilting City Entertainment yesterday, the other party had clearly said so. There were several musicians who could potentially work with Morning Vista Entertainment during this time, and they found a way to intercept them. It's simply impossible for Su Luowei to come up with a passable new song in a short period of time. So Chenwei Entertainment is simply unable to fight against Qingqing Entertainment. In the time to come, Chenwei Entertainment was bound to keep going downhill until it disappeared from the entertainment industry. And that's just the beginning, as Tilting City Entertainment's manager also secretly revealed to them. In fact, the person that Tilting City Entertainment really wanted to target was Su Luowei, not Chenwei Entertainment. This national goddess is also bound to gradually lose her popularity under the constant targeting of Tilting City Entertainment until she compromises with Tilting City Entertainment. By then even Su Luowei would be a member of Qingqing Entertainment. How could Chenwei Entertainment continue to exist? So taking advantage of this opportunity to join Tilted City Entertainment is the best choice. The agent of Tilted City Entertainment said it all. Neither Zhang Yaji nor Yi Jiwen created any doubt in their hearts, and even felt it was very reasonable. Yes. How can Chenwei Entertainment fight against Tilting City Entertainment? Available at. Now what's with this invisible wing song? Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen looked at each other, their gazes filled with shock and disbelief. Look guys, the song has been uploaded to eNet Music. Suddenly someone said. The crowd froze for a moment and hurriedly clicked on the EasyNet Cloud software. Type invisible wings in the search box. Sure enough, what showed up on the page was Su Luowei's latest uploaded new song. Su Luowei, Invisible Wings. Lyrics, Jiang Chen. Composer, Jiang Chen. Arrangement, Jiang Chen. Looking at the series of Jiang Chen names at the information column of the work, the lounge, suddenly silent for a moment. Everyone's mouths open. The song is, that asshole writer wrote it? How is that possible? In the spacious living room, Yan Shuoxin looked at the video on her cell phone with a complicated gaze. A glass of crystal clear red wine on the delicate coffee table. She likes to taste red wine. There are hundreds of bottles in the wine cabinet at home. Today is the day that Su Luowei's new song is released, even though there are rumors all over the internet that Su Luowei's new song will be delayed. However, she did know that Jiang Chen had once written a song for Su Luowei called The Wind is Rising, which was of high quality. She had expected this one to be released today, but I didn't realize that when I clicked on the video, it was Invisible Wings. I heard that this was a song that Luowei had inadvertently coaxed out of Jiang Chen at home. If it wasn't for the resourcefulness of the youngest sister, perhaps the song wouldn't have come out until now. So where exactly was the limit of that Jiang Chen guy's talent? Yan Shuoxin took a deep breath, a hint of complexity and shock flashing vaguely in her eyes. How can you let a guy like that quit singing so easily? This guy would be a loss to the entire Chinese music scene if he left singing. Must crush his dreams of being a writer. Looking at the figure of Luowei playing and singing in the video, Yan Shuoxin showed a rare glimpse of determination. Meanwhile, somewhere in a cafe, Wang Lin is looking through a copy of Solitude. Lately she's been a bit obsessed with reading books. And with each book she can feel as if she's becoming a bit more fulfilled. In her hand she was almost finished with this book, Solitude. I've heard that there's been quite a buzz on the internet lately about a book called Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. She was planning on checking it out, but just as she turned the page to the last chapter of Solitude, instead, the assistant handed over a cell phone. Su Luowei has released a new song. You said before that you would be the first to be notified. At those words, Wang Lin froze for a moment, then took the cell phone. Somewhat curiously, he tapped on the on-screen video. The video begins with an image of children playing in a Hope Elementary School. Then, Su Luowei appeared on top of the high platform on the roof of the building. 3 minutes later, the video playback ended. Wang Lin stared blankly at the gradually darkening screen, silent for a long time without speaking, until the assistant reminded gently. Only then did she put her phone down and let out a long, languid sigh. Qingqing Entertainment has really kicked the bucket this time. That kid from the Long family. The plans against Chenwei Entertainment are considered to have all fallen through. Just don't know how much bigger it will get next. That Jiang Chen is not a good talker. Alas. Chapter 94, the whole internet is abuzz. Oh my god. What's with the charity video again? Are we really not releasing a new song today? Is it so hard to give the fans a response? I declare that from now on I'm off the hook. After many netizens realized that Su Luowei's latest microblog was still a charity video, they didn't look at it carefully and directly launched a whine in the comments section. Drop, drop, drop. Somewhat secluded room. The middle-aged woman flipped through the comments and messages on her cell phone that were full of questions one after another, and a look of anxiety and disappointment couldn't help but show in her eyes. Mom, did Sister Lo post a tweet? On the bed, the young girl's face was slightly pale. 2 thin tubes were inserted in the mouth and nose, and the instrument beside the bed, every 2 or 3 seconds, would heart a drop sound, signaling the girl's physical condition. The vials of medicine dangled high above the bed, the drops falling, trickling down to the syringe on the back of the young girl's hand in what turned out to be a hospital room. Not yet. No. The middle-aged woman hastily put away the disappointment in her eyes and said with a faint smile, "Someone just texted Mom and I read it." At those words, a glint of disappointment suddenly appeared in the young girl's eyes. "Boy, don't wait up." The middle-aged woman looked at her daughter's pale face with some heartache and advised, "Your sister Lovey's new song may have been delayed by something. It probably won't be released until tomorrow. Let's do the surgery first. The doctor said we have to start preparing for it tonight." She couldn't bear to let her daughter know the truth. In fact, just now on her cell phone, she had already received the message that national goddess Su Luowei had released her latest microblogging updates. But that wasn't the new song my daughter had been waiting for. It's just a charity video. And now the internet is full of skeptical voices against Su Luowei. Even many fans have expressed their disappointment that the national goddess Su Luowei is the idol that her daughter has loved since middle school. Now that she was about to go into surgery, she didn't want her daughter to see the comments and be upset. The daughter, however, did not speak, and a long time passed, just when the middle-aged woman thought that her daughter should give up. My daughter, however, suddenly asked gently, "Mom, what are the chances that this surgery, my surgery, will work?" The woman froze for a long moment before forcing a smile. "What's the point of asking? The doctor said he was very confident it would work. No more than 30%. Yes?" the girl asked. The middle-aged woman's expression gradually stiffened on her face, looking at her daughter with some disbelief. "I heard your conversation outside the door the other day," the girl said softly. "You silly boy. What are you babbling about?" The middle-aged woman squeezed out a smile, but it was a bit of a holdover just as the words came out. Turning away, his eyes reddened and his throat grew choked. "Mom, don't cry. I'm not afraid." The young girl bit her lip and shook her head. "I've prepared, and I know that when I go into the operating room, I may never come out. But really not afraid. Don't you worry, kid. Stop it." The woman finally relented and whimpered. Tears fell like broken beads. All this time, she had been suppressing her emotions for fear that her daughter would see the signs. At this point it was finally taught. "Mom, thank you for all these years." The middle-aged woman whimpered and shook her head without speaking. "Can I have my cell phone?" The girl's eyes also gradually became a little red. What kind of person isn't afraid to die? She just doesn't want to make it hard on her mom. Before I go to the operating room, I want to send a tweet to Sister Lo. I've been listening to her when I've been sad for the past couple of years, and I wanted to say thank you to her as well," she said, biting her pale lip. "And, of course, farewell." Good. Faced with her daughter's last request, the woman simply couldn't say no. She handed the girl her cell phone. The girl took the phone and slowly tapped on Twitter. But a moment later, she suddenly let out a soft eep. Sister Lovey posted a new dynamic. The middle-aged woman wiped the tears from her face. That was just a charity video, not a new song. By this time, the girl had clicked on the video. She hadn't watched any of the recent internet sensations, wanting to see the world again in her final moments. Video point and click. It's the playground of a hopeful elementary school. The children were frolicking and playing. Then Su Luowei suddenly appeared on top of the high platform on the roof of the building. Every time, all strong in their lonely wandering. Every time, the girl froze. Is this video a song? It's a song she's never heard before. Could it be Sister Lo's new song? In the hospital room, the middle-aged woman froze as well. Su Lo's new song was released? She didn't seem to notice just now. Below the video, 2 lines of captions slowly emerged. Invisible wings, for all children growing up in the face of adversity. I hope that the invisible wings will take you out of your difficulties to a new hope. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying, give me hope. The room was very quiet. There was only the video on my cell phone. A constant stream of gentle and encouraging songs. The girl's eyes kept widening. The doctor outside the door gently pushed his way in. But when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but slowly stop in his tracks. Invisible wings. Let the dream last longer than the sky. Keep one. Wishes. Let yourself imagine. After a few minutes, the song slowly dropped. And in the hospital room, a pin dropped. The girl's gaze was a bit dumbfounded. And the middle-aged woman's expression was shocked. Daughter, that video just now. Is that your sister Lo's new song? The girl nodded, but there was still an incredulous gleam in her eyes. This song is really good, better than any of Sister Lovey's previous songs, and the song really touches the heart, as if it could give a special power. After listening to this song, she really doesn't seem to be so afraid of facing the next surgery. Everyone has invisible wings that would fly her out of despair. She lifted her head gently and saw the doctor who was waiting at the door. The other party is supposed to be here to take her to surgery. At this time, she inexplicably had a little more courage in her heart. She took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile to cheer herself up. Mom, I'm not afraid. I'm ready. We're together. Cheer up. Okay, go for it. Make sure you hang in there. Mommy's waiting for you outside. And at this point, there were also more and more netizens on the internet, clicking on this charity video. Half an hour later, Su Luowei's new song, Invisible Wings, was released. Of hot search phrases, directly to the top of the Hot 100 list. The whole internet is abuzz. Chapter 95, I found out Jiang Chen's new song. The various forces in the entertainment industry that had been paying attention to the open and secret battles between Qingqing Entertainment and Shanwei Entertainment were also in shock. Su Luowei's new song was actually released on time? But hasn't Yao Si-chun been poached by Tilting City Entertainment? Who else in the circle could write a song for Su Luowei? The various companies and artists in the entertainment industry were puzzled. Could it be that it was that teacher behind Su Luowei who made a move? Oh my god. This video is actually a song. Invisible Wings, Sister Lovey's new song is released. I'm sorry, goddess. I'm not human. I misunderstood you. Sister Luowei. I shouldn't have questioned you today. Please forgive me. God. I'm so mad. What have I been doing for the past 2 days? I finally understand why the goddess this keeps posting charity videos. I really want to slap myself twice. I'm not human, aha. Big night. Watching the video and then listening to the song with tears in my eyes. I'm sorry. I've decided to take out half of my salary this month and donate it to Hope Elementary School. Weibo. The number of hits on Su Luowei's charity video is climbing rapidly. Ever since netizens realized that this charity video was a song, they went straight into a daze. And when they finished watching the video, they were silent for a long time without speaking. It turns out that the national goddess hasn't been delaying her new song, and she hasn't been posting charity videos to distract the internet. She didn't let her fans off the hook and stayed in the mountainous region for the past 2 days. In addition to raising money for the local Hope Primary School, she also wanted to give the song to the local children. So what the hell have they been doing for the past 2 days? Questioning? Mockery? A little coaxing? Threats? Are they still human beings when they do such things compared to the goddess's charitable gestures? For a time, countless netizens felt incomparably hard and guilty in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to ruthlessly smack themselves. I've decided that I'm going to eat instant noodles tonight and save a meal and donate. My girlfriend yelled at me to buy her a bag and got smacked in the leg. That's money I decided to donate. Upstairs, is the hospital's Wi-Fi any good? It's so hard on the heart. $30,000 a month. $3,000 donation. Paid in full. No installments. Support the goddess. The student party can't get much money, so they can only donate $100. It's such a great song. I'm going to donate a little bit even for this song. In the comments section, netizens infected by the song expressed their guilt and determination. The song Invisible Wings by national goddess Su Luowei, although written for local children in the disaster area, sings into the hearts of everyone who, although they have not experienced the kind of horrific disaster shown in the video, the vast majority of them have had their own difficulties and adversities. When they heard the song, they just felt a special power inspiring their hearts. Hold on. Hope lies ahead. Hang in there a while longer, and surely you can fly out of despair. It's a song that inspires. Under the silence and shock of the netizens, the heat of all the charity video developments Su Luowei had posted in the past 2 days was also rising rapidly. Netizens spontaneously reposted the charity videos with apologetic texts. I'm sorry, goddess. I shouldn't have questioned you. Here's my money for beef this month. I'm donating it. For the first time in 3 years, I shed tears and felt immense regret over a song. It's a song that touches the heart. I don't have much money. I'll donate $200 for a peace of mind. For a while, the whole of Twitter was filled with various apologies and donations. And at this time, the somewhat humble office of the Hope Primary School Charitable Foundation in the disaster area was also completely in shock. Because just now, their charitable foundation's account has been receiving a steady stream of various donations. 1,000, 200, 50, 3,000. There are more and less. But the numbers are extremely large and are climbing rapidly. It wasn't until the head of the foundation clicked on the microblogging site that he realized that it was the new song by the national goddess Su Luowei that had helped publicize their charitable foundation. The middle-aged man slapped his head heavily and snapped to attention. 2 days ago, when Su Luowei donated $3 million to them, she seemed to have mentioned a word that she would help publicize with her new song in the next 2 days. But he didn't put much stock in it at the time and just thanked the national goddess for her contribution to charity. Unexpectedly, it seems like the entire internet is about to go into paralysis when a new song is released today. This influence was also too terrifying, and the middle-aged man's eyes were wide with incredulity. At night, 10 o'clock, the Starlight Entertainment newspaper's offices were brightly lit. A new song from the national goddess has been released. This is big news for the entire entertainment industry. After all, the entire internet has been buzzing over this for the past 2 days. There are questionable topics against Morning Vista Entertainment everywhere. As if they were paid to do so, various internet bloggers were frantically singing the praises of Chen Wei Entertainment and the young national goddess. I didn't realize that in just an hour's time, the situation had turned upside down. At the last minute, Su Luowei's new song was actually released, and it was an extremely catchy and inspirational song, Invisible Wings. Those of them who are in the entertainment media naturally cannot let go of such a hotspot. Even if you work overtime, you have to keep up with the pace on the web. If you wait until tomorrow to send out a circular, you won't even be able to have soup. Miao Qiubai sat in front of his desk with a complicated expression. After coming back from the Moon Feast house last night, she had been having a strong premonition that Chen Wei Entertainment must be hiding something that had been kept from everyone. The fact that they're losing ground to Tilted City Entertainment's offense is just an illusion. Sure enough, at this critical moment, Chen Wei Entertainment Su Luowei's new song was released, out of everyone's expectation. And all the questions and targeting on the internet in the past 2 days all converted into boosts for the song. A new song was released just an hour ago and it set the internet on fire. This sight has never been seen anywhere except for that one gala at the end of the year when it could be done. The previous efforts of Dump City Entertainment were all for naught. Miao Qiubai took a deep breath, his eyes vaguely flickering with deep shock. After carefully thinking about Chen Wei Entertainment's operations during this period of time in her mind, she couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in her heart. This manipulation of the internet conversation is just brilliant. All of them are being used. Who's really guiding Morning Vista Entertainment behind the scenes? She now strongly suspected that Jiang Chen's behavior in accepting her interview that day was completely intentional. For the sake of the interview, he angrily disliked the jungle and got the attention of the entire internet once again. And both yourself and the jungle have fallen into the middle of the trap. Miao Qiubai was thinking. Sister Miao, the Jiang Chen information you asked me to check. I found something. Just then, a tall, thin man in the office came up to her, a tablet held up in his hand. I found out that some time ago, national goddess Su Luowei seemed to have opened a live broadcast at her home. In that live broadcast, Jiang Chen sang a song that even caused quite a shock and sensation in the live broadcast room at that time. At those words, Miao Qiubai froze for a moment. Then why hasn't this video been circulated on the internet? Chapter 96 Exposing Jiang Chen. I don't know. The tall, thin man shook his head, his expression odd. After that live broadcast, although it also sparked some hot topics on the internet, they were all curses directed at Jiang Chen. There were even many netizens who said that they wanted to die with Jiang Chen, not knowing what was going on. This video was also obtained by contacting a netizen who had recorded the screen at the time, based on clues on the internet. Then did you ask her why this video wasn't released at that time? Miao Qiubai wondered. I asked. The tall and thin man nodded. He seemed a bit angry, saying that Jiang Chen was just too pretentious and was spreading dog food in the live broadcast, a video that he wouldn't have sent even if he'd killed himself. Speaking of this, he was also a bit speechless. This person seems to be a die-hard fan of Su Luowei, and doesn't quite want others to see Jiang Chen acting like a pussy. The corner of Miao Qiubai's mouth twitched. What the hell kind of reason is that? Besides that, there's something else that's very strange. The tall, thin man continued. What? I realized that some netizens also uploaded the video to Weibo at the time, but it didn't seem to take long for the platform to block it. I specifically looked for some netizens and asked, and the reason given by the platform for the ban was that Jiang Chen was smoking in the live broadcast room, which is a violation and will not be disseminated. I think that would be the main reason why you can't find this video on the internet. Miao Qiubai froze for a moment. Smoking in the live room so he was banned? When did Weibo become so tightly controlled? Even the videos posted by netizens are not allowed to show smoking? This may seem like a normal reason, but as a member of the media she knew that microblogging in general was not so tightly regulated. What the hell is going on? She couldn't think of anything for a while and had to give up. Never mind. Let's not think about that for now. She sighed and waved her hand. Show me the video. The tall, thin man placed his tablet on the desktop and tapped on the video in the screen. Jiang Chen in the video really looks a bit arrogant, holding his guitar and biting his cigarette, with a very beguiling look. Even the corner of Miao Qiubai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy really needs a beating. No wonder the fans are pissed off and don't want to post this video. But soon her expression froze on her face. It's your fault for falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously fulfill the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, the way you favor people. It's a temptation. The video showed Jiang Chen holding a guitar and singing to Su Luowei. The singing voice is clear, powerful and magnetic, just like a professional male singer. Most importantly, it was a song she had never heard before. And on the video pop-up, she saw the name of the song, The Moon Causes Trouble. A love song. 3 minutes later the video playback ended, and Miao Bai froze looking at the screen with a face full of disbelief. Such a great love song. Was it really written by Jiang Chen in 5 minutes? Sure enough, this guy can write songs. After all, she was outside the courtyard that day and was not quite sure in her mind. Now it is something that can be actualized. Jiang Chen, this asshole, has been hiding himself all along. He's not even the jerk writer the internet makes him out to be. He's a better than professional singer. Everyone was fooled by him. Miao Bai squeezed her fingers tightly as she felt that she had discovered a huge secret. Sister Miao. Currently on the hot search list, there are already 5 hot searches related to Su Luowei's new song. At this time, a colleague in the office asked loudly, "This is the best time to rub it in. What should we post?" Miao Bai opened the computer in front of him. As expected, at this time, on the hot search list, the hottest topic was still Su Luowei's new song, Invisible Wings, released. But right after that, several topics squeezed into the top 10 of the Hot 100. I'm sorry, I owe the national goddess an apology. Forwarding charity, please pay more attention to the children in the disaster area. Hanging on to regret. A song that touches the heart. I admit I cried. Miao Bai looked at these hot searches and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Just over an hour after Su Luowei's song was released, it created several top 10 hot topics, which was simply horrible. And the second topic on the hot search list was shocking. Invisible Wings was written by Jiang Chen? There's a fiery red pop next to this topic. Obviously, as time progresses, netizens listening to the song are gradually realizing that the lyrics and compositions of Invisible Wings are actually composed by Jiang Chen alone. Straight away, it shocked the entire internet. Jiang Chen, isn't he a mixed-up writer who actually writes songs? 2 days ago people were calling this guy out for his lack of talent. Why is he suddenly a musician? Miao Bai clicked into this hotspot and found that the comments section was full of hard-to-believe voices. No way. Jiang Chen wrote this song? Really? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If this song was really written by Jiang Chen, I'll eat live. How could that asshole write such a great song? Isn't he a writer? And writes songs? Writer's hammer. 3 years the grass could grow in his grave and he hasn't written a hair. Sister Miao, if we release this video of Jiang Chen singing on our hands now, it'll definitely set off the internet again. The tall and thin man beside him looked at the comments on the internet and said excitedly, "This is an exclusive. There is no similar report on the internet for the time being." Miao Bai couldn't help but be a little moved. They are in the media and any information that can blast the internet new is priceless. She now had 2 videos of Jiang Chen singing Old Boy and The Moon Causes Trouble in her hands, so there was no reason not to release them. If you miss the hot spots because of hesitation, you'll have all these videos on your hands. They, Starlight Entertainment News, are just a small online media outlet in the entertainment industry. The company had been losing money in the past 2 years due to poor management, and if it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have had to take her colleagues in the company to eat the lousy money given by Tilted City Entertainment. This is the kind of money that the big media companies don't give a damn about. Although the last interview with Jiang Chen was exploited, it also really made their Starlight Entertainment newspaper show some good face on the internet, and also made a lot of money from the side of Qingqing Entertainment as well. It would be nice to create a wave of heat by utilizing the 2 videos on hand again. The Starlight Entertainment newspaper will have a much easier time operating this year. As Miao Bai thought of this, the idea in her heart grew stronger, though she hadn't yet figured out if Jiang Chen was hiding something even more shocking. But keeping the company running is what matters now. She stood up and was about to arrange her tasks, but just then, a colleague suddenly stood up with a somewhat shocked expression. "Sister Miao, someone called over to look for you." He covered a microphone with his hand. Miao Bai frowned slightly. "Who's looking for me at this late hour?" "Not the important stuff first. There's work to organize right now." The co-worker froze for a moment, then said in a rather odd tone. But, he said, "His name is Jiang Chen." Words. The office grew quiet. Chapter 97, Reporter Miao. "Are you selling? Jiang Chen?" Miao Bai froze. What was he doing calling so late at night? She didn't hesitate for long, and after just a few moments, she walked over and picked up the phone. No matter what purpose Jiang Chen was calling with, she had to listen. After all, the other party had also been interviewed by them, and we belonged to a cooperative relationship. "Hello? Hello, how are you? Reporter Miao." A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Miao Bai immediately confirmed that the person on the other end of the phone was indeed Jiang Chen without a doubt. The guy's voice was not only lazy, it had a hint of cynicism to it, and there was simply no one else who could replicate that kind of underdog voice. "Superintendent Jiang, what's the reason for calling me at this late hour?" she asked, full of doubts. "It's nothing special, just a matter of counseling." "What is it?" "I've recently wanted to acquire a media company. And I was wondering if your Starlight Entertainment newspaper has a company for sale as a business. At those words, Miao Qiubai, however, froze for a moment. You say? Oh, reporter Miao, don't need to be surprised. I just recently wanted to acquire a media outlet. Jiang Chen's voice continued to ring through the phone. 10 minutes later, Miao Qiubai hung up the phone with a somewhat dull expression. Seeing this, the others in the office were filled with curiosity. Sister Miao, what did he say about Jiang Chen? The man with the glasses stood right beside her and asked suspiciously. He asked me, is our company for sale? Miao Qiubai glanced at him, the color of shock still in his eyes. What? Everyone in the office exploded. They all thought that this was a way of humiliating Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but curse and be righteously indignant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Humiliation. This is abject humiliation. Sister Miao, don't pay any attention to him. The soft rice man has nothing to do when he's full. It's so boring. It must be revenge for the last time we reported that he cursed Jiang Lang's talent and made him get scolded by the netizens for several days. Outrageous. Who does he think he is? Thinks he's rich? And don't take a piss and look at yourself. If I had to answer the phone, I would have cursed the hell out of him. Sister Miao, don't take it to heart. This kind of asshole just rejects it directly. The man with the glasses was also furious and advised Miao Qiubai. He felt that Miao Qiubai must have been infuriated by this incident. However, just at this time, the door of the finance office suddenly opened, and a slightly chubby woman stepped out of the office in a hurry, her face full of shock and excitement. Just now the company's account received a transfer of $1 million from a person named Zhang. What's going on? Did either of you negotiate a big order? Slightly chubby woman excitedly looked at the crowd. She is the company's accountant. This evening it happens to work overtime to organize the end of the month financial information. I didn't expect to just suddenly receive a text message notification from the bank that someone had transferred $1 million to Starlight Entertainment newspaper's account. However, after hearing her words, the entire office was slowly quieting down. 1 million? What's going on here? Everyone didn't say anything and looked towards Miao Qiubai in unison. Sister Miao, you sold it to him? The glasses guy's mouth dropped open. He knew that Miao Qiubai owned a large portion of Starlight Entertainment newspaper, both as the company's editor-in-chief and as a major shareholder. Have every right to sell their shares in the company. Of course not. Miao Qiubai, however, shook his head. Then the money is. He looked puzzled. Miao Qiubai's gaze gradually became odd as he glanced at him and then to the crowd. Jiang Chen said it's okay if we don't sell the company. This 1 million, $500,000 is our salary for these 2 months. And he's going to contract our company for 2 months. What? What? Everyone froze for a moment. Then their mouths dropped open. Contracting Starlight Entertainment News for 2 months for $500,000? What kind of operation is this? It was important to know that when they had helped Pouring City Entertainment before, the other party had paid them only about $100,000. The slightly chubby woman's mouth also opened, her eyes full of shock. $500,000 for 2 months' pay? She was an accountant. Naturally she knew better than anyone else. Starlight Entertainment newspaper had a total of more than 20 people, and each month's actual salary was actually only $200,000. This Jiang Chen, however, directly called $500,000. What does it mean? $250,000 a month? That's 0.25% raise for the whole group. Someone who was making $10,000 a month will get $12,500 straight away. In the office, there was a sudden gulping sound. Obviously this result has been projected by a number of people. A 25% salary increase. Who's going to top that? And what about the other $500,000? The spectacled man pushed up his glasses and muttered a question. He was also dumbfounded by Jiang Chen's sudden transfer of $1 million. Miao Qiubai took in the changes in everyone's faces and sighed quietly in his heart. This $500,000 is a bonus. Jiang Chen said that if we perform well, this $500,000 will be paid out as a year-end bonus. She had also felt that Jiang Chen's idea might not be supported by everyone before, but now it seemed that it might just be her own wishful thinking. Once again the office fell silent, and every now and then a gulp could be heard. It hardly takes much thinking for everyone to come to a conclusion. A year-end bonus of $500,000 is equivalent to 2.5 months' salary for everyone, which is higher than many large companies. Someone suddenly coughed. Sister Miao, this Jiang Chen. Ahem. No. What does Mr. Jiang want us to do? Everyone raised their heads, their gazes somewhat blazing towards Miao Qiubai. Yes, Jiang Chen. No. What does Mr. Jiang intend for them to do? Although they had just heard that Jiang Chen wanted to buy the company, which made them angry. But if the other side must do that and raise their salaries, then they will have to compromise. I'm sorry, Sister Miao. It's not that we don't love the company. Rather, Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang is giving too much. The glasses man's mouth also opened, full of stagnation, unable to say anything else. At this moment, everyone felt the evil power of capital. Jiang Chen, asshole, jerk writer. I can't believe you can't move and hit people with money. Being rich is a big deal. Ha, ahem. Yes, sister meow. What does Mr. Jiang intend for us to do? We can't afford to slack off on Mr. Jiang's orders. It's only 10 o'clock, I think, and we should have a meeting immediately to discuss it. Oh, I have a leak in my house this month, and I don't want to go home. It's quite comfortable to stay at the office. Everyone stopped what they were doing and gazed blearily at Miao Choubai. Miao Choubai felt the sudden change in the group's mouths and rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly in his heart. Assholes. They're all money-grubbing assholes. Could you guys be any more shameless? Is it true that your house is leaking? You that is figure people Jiang Chen's salary and bonus. However, after she took a deep breath, she raised her hand and pointed somewhat helplessly at the conference room next to her. Meeting in the conference room in 5 minutes. Although Jiang Chen's use of money to hit people was infuriating, there was simply no way for her to refuse. Starlight Entertainment newspaper needs this money for 2 months' pay plus year-end bonus. Could save the company too much cost. And the things that Jiang Chen had just commanded over the phone couldn't help but make her eyes flash with shock. Jiang Chen really wants to start dealing with Qingqing Entertainment. This guy even wants to. Is he crazy? Chapter 98, Qingqing Entertainment's reaction. Heavy Nanmu long table, black seats, luxurious conference room, huge projection screen, displaying a variety of data tables, tilted city entertainment. A wrap-up meeting about the new song launch was also being held. The man in the middle, Lung Fu Xian, sat on the main seat, looking at the data and information that his subordinates had compiled up, smilingly looking at the crowd. The song Regret has surpassed 50,000 plays in just 2 hours of release. It's currently at number 6 on the eNet Cloud New Songs chart, and I believe that if we invest some more resources tomorrow and vigorously publicize it, we'll be able to take the top spot straight away. White Peach, you're doing great. Beside the conference table, the very sexily dressed woman revealed a flirtatious smile and looked at Yao Sichun with a smile. It's not because director Yao wrote a good song. Otherwise, where could she have gotten such an achievement? Director Yao's talent is indeed admirable. Lung Fu Xian nodded smilingly. This song, Regret. I don't know how many people's hearts have sung the regret of loving but not being able to do so, and there's a lyric in it that I really like. Once I was treated with love and disdain, today I'm going to leave you high and dry. Ha ha ha. Although the connotations of the lyrics are a bit vulgar, they are extraordinarily resonant, so it's no wonder that they have triggered the resonance and response of so many netizens. Yao Sichun was also sitting in the conference room, hearing the compliments from the two. He didn't say anything, but he nodded rather conceitedly. The song, Regret, he started to prepare 3 months ago, and after many revisions and adjustments, he got the current version. This song was originally intended for Su Luowei, but unfortunately, she doesn't know how to cherish it. He pondered for a long time and sighed slightly. Hearing this, Bai Tao Ying smiled. Why should director Yao be troubled? That Su Luowei does not understand your talent, but Bai Tao understands Saying that, she winks at Yao Sichun with her charming eyes, the ambiguous implication of which can be understood by any man. However, Yao Sichun's heart did not fluctuate in any way after he glanced at her, because he knew that this woman just looked sexy and alluring. But in fact, like that Chen Yu man, she was also a master who did not like men in women. He shook his head and gave a mocking smile. But this song is still for Su Luowei. I just don't know. Will she feel regret after hearing this song? Marrying a loser like Jiang Chen will ruin everything for him. That's natural. Lung Fu Xian laughed out loud. Right now the entire internet is full of voices questioning Su Luowei. The time for the release of a new song has come and gone. Not only can't she come up with a new song, but she keeps using charity events to annoy netizens and try to divert their attention. The fans aren't little cuties. I see that her position as a national goddess is coming to an end. Yao Sichun took a deep breath. Everything that had happened so far was within his expectations. Let's hope that through this incident, it will make her recognize Jiang Chen's true nature. A loser is just a loser. Not worthy of her at all. Nice. Lung Fu Xian nodded. I've already made arrangements on the media side. As long as tonight's time passes, immediately point the spearhead of the conversation at Jiang Chen, inciting the emotions of the fans, and letting Jiang Chen take the blame. If Su Luowei still wants to keep her popularity, and her position as a national goddess, she has to give her fans an explanation on this matter, or else she's bound to shed her fans in large numbers. Let's move on to the next. A few people were discussing this when suddenly a staff member pushed the door and walked in, looking a bit flustered. Mr. Lang, Director Yao, we just received news that Su Luowei's new song has been released. At that, several people froze. What did you say? Lung Fu Xian asked. The staff wiped the sweat on his head and said again. Su Luowei posted a charity tweet an hour ago, but when you click on the video, it's a new song. Now the whole internet is exploding. His expression was also a bit bitter. In fact, they didn't want to come to the briefing just now, but when they first saw Su Luowei's microblog, the people in the company didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just an ordinary charity microblog. After all, this kind of tweet has been sent by Su Luowei several times. Who knew that it was only after a sudden call from other media outlets that I suddenly realized that the video was a new song. And now more than an hour has passed, and Su Luowei's new song has completely ignited the entire internet. How can that be? Yao Xichen's brows furrowed in complete disbelief. He had already departed from Chenwei Entertainment, and several other musicians had also given up on starting cooperation with Chenwei Entertainment under the arrangement of Tilting City Entertainment. So where did Su Luowei's song come from? Did she write it herself? Put that video up and let's watch it. Lung Fu Xian, however, was still calm and waved his hand, saying he wasn't sure what was going on, but he wasn't very worried in his mind. The possibility of Su Luowei composing her own songs had occurred to him, but the national goddess has limited songwriting skills, so if she wrote the song herself, it shouldn't be of high enough quality to affect the big picture. It's just a matter of spending a little more money and getting a few more media outlets to bother talking. The staff saw that none of the company's executives seemed to care very much. Somewhat anxiously, he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how. Forget it. There's no use just using talk. Better just watch the video. With a complicated look, he connected his computer to the conference room's projector and clicked on the video. In the conference room, the eyes of all the people looked in the direction of the curtain. The video opens with a clip of children playing in a school in the affected area. The background music is a melody with a hint of melancholy. Just by looking at the beginning of this, it totally looks like it's still some kind of video promoting a charity. However, after the staff's briefing, everyone knew that there was definitely something fishy in the video, and they all remained silent and continued to watch. Soon, Su Luowei appeared in the picture holding her guitar. She sat alone on the roof of the building, looking at the sunset in the distance, and the children playing downstairs, and slowly opened her mouth. Every time, all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time, listening to Su Luowei's song, everyone in the conference room froze for a moment, subsequently, gradually became speechless. I finally see all dreams bloom, chasing the young. How loud and clear the song is. 3 minutes later, the video ended. No one spoke for a long time in the conference room. Yao Xichen's gaze had become dull, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. As the music director, he was naturally able to judge the caliber of the song at first glance. Invisible Wings, a superb quality inspirational song, and very much in Su Luowei's style. It's like it was completely tailored to her. What's more, the lyrics and melody of the song are very well written, very rare kind of good. After listening to the song, 2 words couldn't help but pop up in his mind: hope. Yes, what the song is really trying to say is hope. The thing that any person in the midst of adversity and desperation longs for most in his or her heart is hope, and this song that sings it out. Chapter 99, Blocking Lusiki across the internet. The conference room was silent. Only the teacups on the tabletop were steaming, but no one cared to drink tea at this time, and the executives finally couldn't help but cross their fingers after watching the video. While Yao Xichen's gaze remained dull, his mind was filled with all sorts of doubts. Everyone, all have invisible wings. I can fly you, fly out of despair. The lyrics are simple, but they really touch the heart and give the most immediate encouragement. Better than any song he's ever written. But, how is this possible? Who wrote this song for her, anyway? Who is it? Who could have such talent? Yao Xichen couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Bai Tao's expression also froze for a long time. She and Su Luowei were singers who debuted at the same time, but for 5 or 6 years, no matter how hard she tried, her popularity and fans were completely outmatched by the other. Originally, she felt that with the support of the company and director Yao this time, she would finally have a chance to surpass Su Luowei for once. But when you see the images in the video, it cuts back in a flash from the scene of the disaster area back then to the serene and peaceful campus playground at sunset. She knew then that she had lost once again. And the loss was complete. This song, it's so well sung. For a moment just now, even she couldn't help her eyes reddening slightly for a moment, so it was obvious how infectious the song was. Now, what's going on with the internet? It was only after a long time that Lung Fu Xian gradually came back to his senses with an iron face. He didn't expect that Chenwei Entertainment would be able to come up with such a high-quality song despite the situation he had carefully set up. Mr. Lang, Weibo was just paralyzed for a minute, the staff member said with a bitter face. At those words, the conference room was once again briefly silent for a moment. Paralyzed. Paralyzed? What do you mean? According to the official statement given by Weibo, it seems like it's because too many people clicked to play this video in a short period of time, so even Weibo's server was a bit overwhelmed. After emergency maintenance by technicians, Weibo finally returned to normal after being paralyzed for more than a minute. The staff explained. Listened to him. Both Bai Tao and Yao Sichun were filled with surprise. A song that paralyzed Twitter? How is that possible? They hurriedly pulled out their cell phones and tapped on Twitter. Sure enough, the tweets have been able to open properly, but they still take a relatively long time to load. The stress on the servers doesn't seem to have completely eased up yet. It took a long time before the two men's cell phone screens gradually displayed the hot list. Among them, national goddess Su Luowei's new song Invisible Wings is released. I'm sorry, goddess. We owe you an apology. Charity ambassador, Su Luowei, calls for more attention to the children in the disaster area. 3 phrases, each in the top 3 on the Hot 100 list, and first, second place, with a deep red pop next to it. What was even more outrageous was that even the Weibo server is down. This hot search had climbed to the 6th position. Apparently the song, Invisible Wings, has completely exploded in popularity. Who wrote this song, anyway? Yao Sichun flipped through the microblogs with a complicated gaze, but the staff's careful voice came to his ears once again. Mr. Yao, Mr. Lang, this song has already been uploaded to the eCloud music platform, and in just 1 hour, it has gained 300,000 plays. What? White Peach's mouth dropped open. 1 hour, 300,000 times? This is outrageous, isn't it? Right now, the song is at number 2 on the new songs chart. The staff logged on to EasyNet Cloud Music on their computers and pulled up the information on the Invisible Wings production. The crowd looked on in unison. Sure enough, in the play count column on the screen, the number of 319,000 was clearly displayed. The number of commenters is also over 10,000 and rising. The crowd was silent as they watched the data on the projection. Compared to the song Invisible Wings, their song Regret with 50,000 plays in 2 hours is like a joke. What else is there to celebrate? Not even the slightest comparison. Damn. Where the hell did this song come from? Which musician is working with Morning Vista Entertainment? Why don't they get any news? Several people looked toward the information section of the work. Soon, everyone's eyes froze. Singing, Su Luowei. Lyrics, Jiang Chen. Composer, Jiang Chen. Arrangement, Jiang Chen. This song, was it written by Jiang Chen? This can't be right. Yao Sichun's eyes widened and she was the first to blurt out. How can this loser possibly write a song? And of this, quality song? His eyes were full of disbelief, though his heart desperately hated to admit it. He knew that the song Invisible Wings was better written than he was. And it's much better. In the conference room, the other two looked toward him. Only then did Yao Sichun realize that he was a bit out of line. However, after taking a deep breath and settling his mind, he still said in a deep voice, "There's absolutely no way that this song was written by Jiang Chen. I've seen that guy several times, and aside from being a little bit more handsome, he doesn't have any merits at all. How can a total slimeball who can't hold up a wall write a song?" Lung Fu Xian's brows were also slightly knitted. Now the development of things had completely exceeded his expectations. Whoever wrote this song, all of which means that Morning Vista Entertainment has been able, in this embargoed situation, to come up with new works. Most of their previous schemes had fallen through. If you want to continue targeting Morning Vista Entertainment, you'll have to start laying out the groundwork again. Things, on the contrary, are getting a little interesting. He actually smiled after a long moment of gaze contemplation. Yao Sichun and Bai Tao both looked toward him. No one could have imagined that Morning Vista Entertainment could react in such a way. What to do next? There's no need to rush. Lung Fu Xian waved his hand. I have to admit that we lost this encounter with Chenwei Entertainment. But, it's more fun that way, isn't it? He smiled slightly. Morning Violet Entertainment is just a startup company and doesn't have enough influence in the circle. So no matter what happens next, they can only be passive and defensive. And we're always going to be the ones on offense. And after a while, there's always going to be a time when we can't hold out. I'm curious to know how much longer Chenwei Entertainment can hold out under these circumstances. Upon hearing this, Yao Sichun and Bai Tao both breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Fu Xian was right. After all, Chenwei Entertainment was only a small studio. Even if they succeeded in releasing a new song this time, what could they do? Will they be so lucky next time? Yao Sichun was about to speak, but just then, another staff member pushed the door in. Mr. Lang, a cooperative media outlet just called and said something very strange. What is it? Lung Fu Xian took a sip of tea and asked lightly. Chenwei Entertainment's resistance made him feel interesting, and he was conceptualizing his next plan against Chenwei Entertainment in his mind. That media outlet said that there are now some fluff pieces related to our company's artists that have suddenly appeared on the internet. Take a look. The staff member hands over a tablet. Lung Fu Xian took the tablet, and on the screen was the content of the circular that the staff had already organized. Chunwei Entertainment speaks out, block tilting City Entertainment Lu Siki across the net. Revealed. The feud between Chunwei Entertainment and Lu Siki. By slapping the girl in public, actor Lu Siki has completely offended Morning Vista Entertainment. See these headlines. Lung Fu Xian couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Chunwei Entertainment is planning to block Lu Siki all over the internet? Are you kidding me? Chapter 100 Jiang Chen's Great Handsomeness. Blocking, a word that represents a special meaning in the entertainment industry. Whenever that word comes up, it represents a powerful force behind it. When an artist is blocked, either the big elders behind them have sent a message, or they have offended a giant company or figure in the entertainment industry. Whatever the case may be, having the ability to be able to do the whole blocking thing means power and status in the entertainment industry. But Morning Vista Entertainment is just a small studio. Do they have what it takes? And blocked all over the internet? Don't be ridiculous. Think you're a showbiz giant? This kind of words, even they, tilted City Entertainment, didn't dare to say it casually. Lung Fu Xian shook his head and handed the tablet back to the staff. I don't know what it's about. No need to bother. To be honest, he was more convinced it was a rumor put out by the boring media to attract attention. Chunwei Entertainment, if he really had such a stupid idea, what's the difference between that and looking for death? And why would he need to spend so much energy to deal with it? Mr. Lang, what should we do next? Yao Sichun looked at Lung Fu Xian with a complicated face. He didn't take the small episode that just happened to heart. Things like blocking artists from other companies across the internet are just too outrageous. The entertainment industry is not the one word of a certain company. Even those few giants in the industry want to completely block an artist. It's still hard to do so. No need to panic. Lung Fu Xian waved his hand. Su Luowei's song Invisible Wings has something to do with the topic of charity. So it's not too good to make a move. And it's the time when her momentum is at its peak. So clashing with her head-on will surely lead to a fire. We can only wait for the network to completely calm down before we continue to look for a breakthrough. But Su Luowei is no longer on fire. And it has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. So this time, why don't we change our mindset and go after Jiang Chen? Anyway, that guy is covered in flaws. Su Luowei will definitely have her hands full trying to defend him. And then it will be easier to turn back to Chunwei Entertainment instead. Yao Sichun and Bai Tao both nodded. That's all that's left for now. At 11 o'clock at night, the Magic City airport was besieged. It was only because there was a sudden rumor circulating on the internet that national goddess Su Luowei would be taking a flight back to Magic City tonight. Media and fans who received the news instantly surrounded the airport. National goddess, Su Luowei, and Invisible Wings are the hottest topics on the internet right now. If one is lucky enough to interview this popular little diva, any media outlet will instantly get a huge amount of exposure. Fortunately, the Magic City airport was not surprised by this kind of thing, and as soon as they saw that the situation was not right, they immediately arranged for dozens of security guards to set up a protective fence at the scene, and at the same time arranged for a dozen or so people to form a human wall, waiting for Su Luowei to come out from the airport. Though every time a celebrity shows up at an airport, it creates a certain amount of order on the scene. Yet airports are not averse to such a thing, and are even vaguely willing to go along with it. After all, every media shoot and exposure is also disguised as an advertisement for the airport, which gets tons of exposure every once in a while. It was nearing midnight, but the airport's A3 departure gate was still very noisy. Some of the people traveling on the same flights were startled to see this scene at the exit. It was only after finding someone to ask that they realized that the national goddess Su Luowei was on the same flight as them. Several of Su Luowei's fans opened their mouths wide on the spot, immediately dragging their own suitcases and joining the group waiting together on the spot as well. Finally, after 10 minutes, the regular passengers had pretty much dispersed. The figures of Su Luowei and Su Jingchu, a pedestrian, also slowly appeared at the exit of the flight. All the media raised their cameras in their hands at once and crackled with pictures. The airtight flashing lights directly turned the place into a daytime general. However, what made everyone a bit surprised was that Jiang Chen's figure actually appeared beside Su Luowei. I don't know how this guy got in the mix. Obviously, it was a big night time, but actually very tartly put on a pair of sunglasses, strutting in the main road of the exit. Flash lamps hit his face, cannot create the slightest impact. National goddess Su Luowei, on the other hand, was smiling as she wrapped her arm around Jiang Chen and tenderly followed him. All the media who saw this scene couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn, tart. Then there was a pang of sourness in his heart. How did the national goddess, this immortal flower, get stuck on this piece of cow dung? Jiang Chen? God has no eyes. But But even if there is resentment in your heart, the work must go on. The media pushed against the guardrail and surged forward. Su Luowei, can I ask you a question? Luowei. Invisible Wings has already exceeded 350,000 plays on EasyNet Cloud Music. May I ask what you have to say? Luowei. I heard that Yao Si-chun's regret was written especially for you. May I ask if this is true? Goddess. Can I get an autograph? May I ask? How did Yao Si-chun leave from Chenwei Entertainment in the first place? Is it convenient to disclose? Did Jiang Chen really write the song Invisible Wings? Dense questions poured in. Everyone asked their top concerns out loud. Although there are many peers on the scene and competition is fierce, but with any luck, you might get a reply. But unfortunately, Su Luowei never answered any questions and only smiled politely towards the crowd. No words were said along the way, other than signing autographs for a few fans. By the looks of it, I'm not going to answer questions today. The media were full of regret. But yet, it's understandable. After all, the amount of talk about the little national diva on the internet right now is too much. Su Luowei's every word and action was in the spotlight, and no artist would have accepted an interview at this time if it wasn't a situation that she couldn't refuse. But right at this moment, a male reporter suddenly shouted, "Jiang Chen, you're so handsome, can I ask you a few questions?" His voice was loud. It instantly attracted everyone's attention, and there were even some people who laughed out loud. Jiang Chen, so handsome? Even Jiang Chen looked towards him with some curiosity. Jiang Chen, big handsome guy, please, I just have a few questions. It'll be quick. Seeing that he had attracted Jiang Chen's attention, the man hurriedly shouted even louder. The crowd of media outlets all looked contemptuous. This guy is shameless too, to ask a question and actually yell out that Morning Dog is a big handsome guy? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law in this world? Aren't you afraid that you'll be beaten to death by Su Luowei's fans when you go out later? However, Jiang Chen, the tart, seemed to be satisfied with this name, and after giving him an interested look, he actually did slowly stop. Not bad, you have a good eye, but time is limited. So let's ask 2 questions. Jiang Chen said slowly. Listened to him. Everyone at the scene's expression froze for a moment. That's okay? Chapter 101. What Hook 8 question was asked. The airport, where people come and go, was a little silent for a while. The reporters held up their long guns and looked dumbfounded. Just call out that Jiang Chen is a big handsome guy and you can answer the question? What the is this operation? The crowd of media outlets all looked toward the male reporter with a bit of a daze. Beside Jiang Chen, Su Luowei stopped along with him. She glared at Jiang Chen with some helplessness and amusement, but didn't raise any objections. Obviously, she wasn't thinking of refuting Jiang Chen. It was only after seeing this scene that the crowd of media suddenly reacted. How did I forget about that one? I had long heard that Su Luowei was a famously virtuous wife, and that she was definitely obedient to Jiang Chen when she was out and about. At this time, as long as Jiang Chen is taken care of, it's equivalent to taking care of Su Luowei. Reporters really want to slap themselves. Such a simple thing. How just did not think of it? Giving away such a great opportunity for nothing. So the entire group slowed to a halt, with a human wall of security guards very dutifully surrounding them to prevent irrational fans and media from suddenly approaching. The security chief had explained in advance that as long as the night went well, each person would get a big red packet. The big red packet, naturally, was all provided by Chenwei Entertainment's Mr. Jiang, with the prerequisite of safely escorting the crowd to the car. Faced with such a good thing, the security brothers naturally had no reason to refuse. Each and every one of them were eyeing the wolf-like media reporters intently, fearing that there would be an ungrateful reporter who would run into their honorable Mr. Jiang. Director Jiang. First question. The reporter who had gotten a reply from Jiang Chen earlier was so excited that he hurriedly raised his microphone. All the media cameras were hastily raised at this time, although they didn't get to grab the chance to ask questions. In fact, the questions prepared by each media outlet were similar, and it didn't matter who asked the questions, as long as the footage was captured and broadcast anyway. With everyone's eyes on him, the reporter said loudly, Director Jiang, right now the internet is saying that Lu Siki of Qingqing Entertainment once intentionally slapped a female artist from Chenwei Entertainment on set. May I ask if this is true? Upon hearing this question, everyone in the room couldn't help but freeze. What the hell? When did a topic like this pop up on the internet now? Why don't they know? The reporter's expressions were a bit dumbfounded, and even Jiang Chen was very stunned, as if he hadn't expected the reporters to ask such a question. He glanced at the male reporter for a long time before nodding with a somewhat grave expression on his face. I don't know where you guys heard about this, but unfortunately, it's true. The reporters on the scene were amazed. No way. There's really such a thing? And Jiang Chen even admitted it in front of everyone? What's going on here? Then, as the music director of Chenwei Entertainment, do you have anything you want to say to Lusiki? The male reporter seemed to be even more excited and asked in a hurry. The camera's flash crackled and flashed at Jiang Chen. Shenwei Entertainment opposes any and all workplace violence. So I hope that Lusiki will immediately apologize to our artists and promise that similar things will not happen again. Otherwise our company will always reserve the right to pursue their responsibilities. Jiang Chen replied slowly. But this answer is very official and not the slightest loophole can be found. The male reporter seemed a bit dissatisfied and continued to pursue. Director Jiang, there are rumors on the internet now that Shenwei Entertainment is planning to block Lusiki across the board. May I ask if this is true? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Sorry, this is already the third question. Saying that, he waved his hand towards the crowd with Su Luowei in tow. Well, the questions have been answered and it's getting late, so let's all go back to bed. At that, the crowd of media outlets became anxious. Damn, what's the hook aid on this mother ******** ing reporter? Asking both questions? None of it is of concern to them. Wait, don't go. Answer another question. Lovey, when is the next song release date? Please? Can you give a response about the voices singing the praises of Shenwei Entertainment on the internet 2 days ago? Big handsome Jiang Chen, is the last question okay? Jiang Chen, you're so handsome. But no matter how many questions the crowd asked, Jiang Chen didn't even make any more responses. Under the protection of the security guards, he directly took Su Luowei to the nanny car at the entrance of the airport. The car doors closed and slowly drove forward, and the media on the scene could only sigh darkly. I'm sorry, today's trip was a waste of time. I can't believe I didn't get a single question. Blame it on that mother ****** ing reporter just now. What media? I think it's called Stars Entertainment. It's a terrible ing name. Where did that questioning grifter go? A group of reporters turned back aggressively, trying to find the reporter who had just asked the question. But after searching for half a day, he didn't see any silhouettes, and the man seemed to know that something bad had happened. And in a mere twinkling of an eye, he ran away without a trace. *********. The son of a is running pretty fast. A group of reporters cursed and put away their equipment and returned to their cars to prepare their fluff piece. There's nothing to write about, but it's better than writing nothing at all. What the hell is going on between that Lusiki and Morning Vista Entertainment? Why is this suddenly circulating on the internet? Is there something else on the inside that they don't know about? In a van, the male reporter who had just asked the question, with his big camera, was sweating as he got into the car, holding several kilograms of equipment. He ran more than 200 meters. Both were a little out of breath. In the car, Miao Qiubai and 2 other colleagues from the company were waiting for them. Mission accomplished? Miao Qiubai handed over a bottle of water and asked. Finished? Done. The male reporter heaved a sigh of relief and filled his mouth with another large mouthful of water before speaking. Damn, it's a good thing I ran fast, or I'd probably have to take a couple kicks. This mission arranged by Mr. Jiang is also too dangerous. It can't be helped. Who makes people pay more money? The other big camera machine was also tired, but looked quite excited. After completing the tasks arranged down by Mr. Jiang, the bonus at the end of the year should not run away, right? You guys, what exactly does Mr. Jiang intend to do by asking us to ask these questions? The male reporter in charge of the interview asked with a puzzled face. When I asked my question, it was obvious that the other reporters were looking at me a little differently. The male coworker in the driver's seat shrugged. Who knows? What the hell? Maybe it's a rich man's quirk. Just pay anyway. At that, several people in the car nodded silently. Yeah, what the hell? Just pay up. The car drove slowly. Miao Qiubai's gaze, however, was somewhat complicated. When Jiang Chen finished arranging these tasks over the phone, she could vaguely guess the other party's plan. But, is this really possible? Blocking Lucci across the net? That's a female artist from Tilting City Entertainment, while Shenwei Entertainment is just a startup entertainment studio. What the hell was Jiang Chen thinking? Chapter 102, Beijing Circle, Gu Shimeng, Sister Jen. I'm going to sleep first. Variety set, outdoor camping tent. Gu Shimeng yawned and said to her agent. She is participating in a live outdoor variety show to play songs for her new album. Currently, her new song is at #1 on the new song charts on Easy Web Cloud Music. As a professional female singer who graduated from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, she had already gained the title of a rising young flower in the singing world. Even though it had only been 3 years since her debut, this new song is one she wrote herself, and it gained a lot of heat just after it was released. The company also invested a lot of promotional resources into the song, and in just 3 days, it pushed the song to the #1 spot on the new songs chart. She knew that when she finished participating in this outdoor variety show, more people would learn about her new song. So for the next half a month, her song would stay at the top of the charts. Gu Shiming was very confident in her own songs. When she was studying at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, she had always had the title of Music Genius Girl. Since her debut, she has written all of her own songs, all of which have done well, so her popularity has risen very quickly. Brokers have even analyzed it. At her current rate of rise, in 2 more years, it might be able to break the record set by national goddess Su Luowei way back then. Although I have never met this national goddess who is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. However, Gu Shiming was confident that she could surpass the other party to become the new singing goddess. I heard that Su Luowei's popularity has been greatly affected over the years because of her marriage to Jiang Chen, and the number of her fans has dropped a lot, and her development has been stagnant. This was her best chance to outdo each other. Shiming, outside the tent. However, the agent's face was a bit strange, looking at Gu Shiming with a look of desire to speak. What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Gu Shiming was curious. I just received news that your #1 position on the new song chart has been reversed, Kang Xiui said with a sigh. She hesitated for a long time whether to tell Gu Shiming the news at this time, but this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. It was better to say it later than earlier. What? Gu Shiming froze for a moment, overtaken by second place. What did she do? The closest thing to her stats on the entire list is second place. Jiang Xiui, however, shook her head with a complicated expression. Gu Shiming was confused. Who is that? Yes, Su Luowei. Jiang Xiui sighed again. She knew that Gu Shiming had always treated Su Luowei as a target to surpass, and she didn't want to say this news if it wasn't impossible to hide it. What? How is this possible? Gu Shiming didn't believe it at all. A few hours ago, Su Luowei's name hadn't appeared on the list, and she had always been in the first place. Could the other person surpass her to become the first place with these few short hours? She took the cell phone from Kang Suyi with a face full of disbelief. On the screen, a song called Invisible Wings was playing. 3 minutes later, the video on the phone played. Gu Shiming froze and looked at the cell phone screen, completely silent. Invisible Wings, it's a great song. Is it sung by Su Luowei? But haven't her songs always been lukewarm? She had heard all the songs written by that Yao Si-chun. The man had a little talent but not much. In comparison, she felt she had written better songs. Otherwise her popularity wouldn't have risen so quickly. Moreover, she had recently heard that Yao Si-chun had left Chenwei Entertainment. Who the hell is the writer of this song? Could it be that some old-timer in the circle wrote a song for Su Luowei? She clicked on the artwork information page with some impatience, only to find that it actually showed that it basically had a name written on it that she wouldn't have expected at all. Singer, Su Luowei. Lyrics Jiang Chen. Composer Jiang Chen. Arrangement Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Gu Shiming's mouth finally opened wide in shock. That rumored asshole writer who also writes songs? Shiming, don't take this matter to heart. Victory and defeat are commonplace, Kang Xiui advised. This time Su Luowei's work took a great advantage of the heat. That's why it was able to obtain such a result. Let's try harder next time. She knew that Gu Shiming had spent a lot of effort for this one, just so she could surpass Su Luowei in one fell swoop. I didn't realize that national goddess could actually come up with a new song at the last crucial moment and achieve such a good result. Gu Shiming stared tightly at the phone without saying anything, but some unwillingness could clearly be seen in those beautiful eyes. She also didn't expect that a song she had carefully created would still be overtaken by Su Luowei after getting the first place in the new song chart. And the data between the two sides was still rapidly widening. She had always thought that her talent was even better than Su Luowei and Yao Si-chun, and it was only a matter of time before she surpassed the other. Sister Jiang, I'm fine. They, Chenwei Entertainment, were just lucky and happened to create a good piece. After a long time, she took a deep breath and handed the phone back to Kang Suyi. Chenwei Entertainment's shortcoming has always been its creative ability. I don't believe they can create the same quality of work it will next, and when the time comes, I'll invest more resources to overtake them in one fell swoop. It's best if you think so. Jiang Xiui looked at Gu Shiming's determined expression and slowly sighed in relief. Gu Shiming's grandfather is an old music professor who was quite famous in Kyoto's entertainment circle, and her father is also the boss of an old entertainment company in Kyoto. In this respect, Gu Shiming was the proper Beijing circle gidge, the national goddess. However, since Su Luowei's debut, she had quickly taken the title of national goddess by virtue of her stunning beauty and sweet personality, which made Gu Shiming very unconvinced in her heart, and had always taken Su Luowei as a target to surpass. It's good to have competition, so Kang Suyi didn't stand in the way of that. Gu Shiming's personal conditions were very good, and then with the resources of the Beijing circle behind her, she had every possibility of surpassing Su Luowei, but if she was struck down and lost her fighting spirit, there would be no hope at all. Go to sleep. When the recording here is over, we'll go back to Kyoto and study how to deal with Chenwei Entertainment. She patted Gu Shiming's back and said softly, In the face of this little gidge that she had watched grow up, she was also very patient, completely different from the rumored image of a strict and thunderous agent. Jiang Chen, that reporter just now. You arranged it, right? I can't believe I called you a big handsome. Handsome then? Nanny's car. Su Jingchu sat on the co-pilot and asked with a face full of suspicion and disbelief. Chapter 103 The Strongest Female Troupe. The question asked by that reporter on the scene was just too strange, and it didn't even look like a question that would be asked by a normal media outlet. Most importantly, but any normal person wouldn't call Jiang Chen a big handsome guy in public. Right, it was just too shameful. Outside the car window, the buildings and trees lining the road were sweeping backward at a rapid pace, but the ride in this $1 million nanny car has always been steady. Old first, your pattern is just too small. Jiang Chen sat on the wide and comfortable seat, a little irritated. Aren't you allowed to shout like that because people genuinely think I'm handsome? Che, do you think it's possible? Su Jingchu snorted coldly. Despite her mutual dislike with Jiang Chen, she seemed to be in a good mood. After all, Chenwei Entertainment has been holding back for so long this time, but it's finally raised its eyebrows for once. As soon as Invisible Wings was released, it directly lit up the internet, slapping all those who were previously not optimistic about Chenwei Entertainment in the face, and ruthlessly pulling back around. Just now she used her cell phone to check the data again. Currently Invisible Wings had successfully squeezed out the first place and took the top spot on the new songs chart. Even eNetCloud Music had worked overtime to produce a poster and hung the song in the most conspicuous position on the homepage. As Su Luowei's manager, she was naturally aware that in the 6 years since Su Luowei's debut, she hadn't even managed to make a song so hot when it was released. I have to say, this Jiang Chen guy usually looks a bit unreliable, but the songs he writes are truly amazing. Sure. The reason for this achievement was also related to Jiang Chen's arrangement. Interview process wildly dislikes jungle, buys water army to spray himself. She had been in the brokerage industry for more than 10 years and it was the first time she had seen such an operation. Lovey, I've just been messaged by several of the program directors already. She collected her shock as if remembering something and pulled out her phone to organize the messages she had just received. All of them invited you to sing, and specified that they wanted to sing this song Invisible Wings. And the opening price was basically around $6 million. At those words, Su Luowei was also a bit surprised. Her previous appearance fee for a song was basically hovering around $1 million, but she didn't think that this song would directly rise to $6 million, which is not even close to a price with the top kings of the entertainment industry. It seems that with the release of her new song, her popularity in the scene has increased. Sister Jing, you see to the arrangements. I'll be in Magic City during this time, Su Luowei said softly. Before, work matters were all arranged for her by Su Jingchu, and it was certainly the same now. Su Jingchu nodded, and compared to Su Luowei's surprise, she appeared much more subdued. The directors of these programs are actually not stupid, and the reason why they are willing to offer such a high price is entirely because they are running for the heat on the internet right now. Invisible Wings is only just being released now, and it's managed to have this kind of buzz. If any program could invite Su Luowei over to create a stage version of Invisible Wings, it would surely ignite the internet again. The value of this can be far more than $6 million. There's one more thing, is related to Jiang Chen. Su Jingchu suddenly looked at Jiang Chen again with an odd gaze. Just now, Wang Lin sent a message that as long as you're willing to serve as the mentor of the strongest female group, the program group can bid up to $8 million. At those words, Jiang Chen also froze for a moment. Wang Lin offered him $8 million to be on the strongest girl group? This variety show Wang Lin mentioned once when she came to the company last time. At that time he directly refused. I did not expect that after a period of time Wang Lin once again brought up, and also directly opened the price to $8 million. It seems that the other side really wants to get themselves on this show. Compared to Su Luowei's $6 million for a single song, his participation in an entire variety show for only $8 million might seem like a small amount, but it wasn't. Jiang Chen wasn't considered a debut star and didn't have any influence or fans in the music scene. Wang Lin, entirely because of the talent he showed, directly let the program group open the price to $8 million, which is already considered a sky-high price. I heard that the program team side originally had a lot of opinions, but Wang Lin Diva forcefully argued for it, and in the end, she even took out her status as an investor to force the issue, and only then did the team agree to it. Su Jingchu said with a face full of shock. The strongest girl group, which she had carefully studied, was a talent show variety show with an investment of more than $500 million. Once it airs, the impact is sure to be huge. And this girl group talent show has also boldly adopted many innovative program designs. For example, there is a mentor position on the show, and each girl on the show has to choose her own mentor and battle team in order to participate in the competition. This talent show is not only a test for the girls, but also a big challenge for the mentors. After all, the strength of the tutor's personal strength is no longer great. It does not mean that you can create an excellent female group. The tutor's ability to teach and the ability to shape the stage are very eye-catching to watch. This unique format of the competition is sure to gain a lot of popularity and viewers. Su Luowei's eyes lit up. Hubby, you go and participate. With your ability, you can definitely lead the girl group to get a ranking. Ever since the last time she made a bet with Jiang Chen on writing, Jiang Chen hadn't made much of a move, and she thought that Jiang Chen had completely given up. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to wave his hand. Forget it, participating in this kind of program will take at least 2 months to record. Not only can't earn much money but also delay writing. There's no need at all. Su Luowei instantly puffed up her mouth in anger. Sure enough, this Jiang Chen guy still hadn't given up on the writing thing. What do you mean you can't make any money? That's $8 million and you can't even be hired? Su Jingqiu snorted coldly. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and glanced at her faintly. 8 million is a lot? It's more than $8 million if I lie at home for 2 days. Upon hearing this, Su Jingqiu opened her mouth to retort, but her brain ran for a moment before she shut her mouth helplessly. After all, back then, Jiang Chen had spent just under 10 minutes in front of her to sell a song called As You Wish for $8 million, and Queen Wang Lin didn't want a share of it later. And the current internet sensation Invisible Wings is also from him. $8 million in 2 days may sound like a bit of an exaggeration, but if you think about it, it seems about right. She exhaled heavily and turned away from Jiang Chen. Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen with some tears and laughter. When he and Su Jingqiu came together, they would always exasperate each other to the point where they couldn't speak. This time, however, she was in favor of Su Jingqiu's idea. The investment in the strongest girl group is huge, and it's also led by Penguin Entertainment, one of the 3 biggest giants in the entertainment industry. If Jiang Chen could serve as a mentor in the strongest female group and take the rankings, then the boost to Jiang Chen's fame would definitely be huge. Not only would it establish him in the entertainment industry, but it would also allow his musical talent to be seen by a wider audience, which was something she very much wanted to see happen. With both Su Jingqiu and Jiang Chen no longer speaking, the car was somewhat quiet for a while. However, Su Luowei couldn't help but recall that last night, Yan Shuexin very rarely gave her a call in the wee hours of the morning. On the phone, Yan Shuexin, the eldest senior sister, was obviously a bit tipsy, and slowly told her about Jiang Chen singing at the Moon Feast House. That old boy song is high quality. He's a real musical genius. It's just that, doesn't seem to care much about his talent. I know I shouldn't intervene in these things, but it's a bit of a shame to think that if such a person is missing from the Chinese music scene, his songs should be seen by more people. From that point on, and I don't want him to continue to be immersed in a career as a writer, we can figure out a way to keep him. Although Yan Shuexin's words were more or less tinged with drunkenness, she took this matter to heart, because she also strongly agreed with her senior sister that Jiang Chen, with such outstanding musical talent, shouldn't be indulging in the unproductive field of writing. I don't know what's so great about being a writer that it can make Jiang Chen so obsessed, but this guy has been writing for so long and hasn't written anything. Su Luowei sighed softly in her heart, and in her heart she suddenly remembered what Gong Yi had once said to her. Just make him realize that he doesn't actually have the talent to write, and in a while, there's a National Young Writers Exchange in Mordor, so you can bring him along. I'll find some young writers and talk to him about it so he realizes the gap between his talent and that of others, and he won't always be so obsessed with writing. Why don't you ask Gong Yi about this matter when we get back? Su Luowei thought silently in her heart. 10 minutes later, reports about national goddess Su Luowei's return to Magic City appeared on the internet one after another, but to the dismay of a whole bunch of netizens, the videos released by the various media outlets didn't have much information to look at. And the goddess Su Luowei didn't answer any questions at all before returning to her car. Several of the fans' biggest concerns went unanswered. Only that tart Jiang Chen was interviewed, and that dog reporter, asking the same garbled questions. Shouldn't we ask Jiang Chen when he's going to be more conscious and leave the goddess? What's the point of asking all these questions? Who's that Lusky? Have you ever bullied any of Morning Vista Entertainment's artists on set? Should Morning Vista Entertainment block Siki Lu? Who cares about such things? However, since there really wasn't much to report on the footage reported at the airport today, the media outlets still released Jiang Chen's answers to the interview questions in their entirety in order to attract more views. It's just that the title is a bit of a euphemism. Jiang Chen and Su Luowei both appeared at the airport and faced with sharp questions. He even said so. Shocked, Jiang Chen is interviewed for the first time, yet he mentions another woman in front of Su Luowei. Jiang Chen and Su Luowei shows up at the airport, and a reporter's sentence stops everyone in their tracks. This kind of hangman's headline, it left many netizens full of curiosity to click in and leave cursing. Certainly the media coverage of this has been relevant, and it still raises some eyebrows. Chapter 104, A little goodbye is better than a new wedding. No wonder Luowei, this girl, won't let us intervene. It turns out that she had prepared for this. In the spacious, solemn office, the middle-aged man received a report from his subordinates with some surprise and shock. Originally, he was still thinking about how Chunwei Entertainment would get through this online public opinion, but he didn't expect it to be such an operation. With the song Invisible Wings completely overturned the situation, turning passive into active. This move is really beautiful. Let him also cannot help but be a little surprised. Only, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen's name in the report and frowned slightly. The composer of Invisible Wings is Jiang Chen? There's no misunderstanding with this message? He looked at the subordinate beside him and asked. No. The subordinate shook his head, and there was some surprise in his tone. I was also taken aback when I first saw this news, but after multiple verifications, the song was indeed written by Mr. Jiang Chen. It seems that Miss Su was indeed ingenious back then, choosing to marry Mr. Jiang Chen, and it's also a good story of a talented man and a beautiful woman. The subordinate gave a small pat on the back, knowing that his leader had been placing a big stone in his heart because of Su Luowei's flash marriage to Mr. Jiang Chen. It's just a song. The middle-aged man, however, shook his head. That kid is still far from being a match for Luowei. However, if you looked closely, you could also notice that the gaze in the other party's eyes seemed to have a slight hint of relief in it. Obviously, Jiang Chen's behavior was a bit out of the middle-aged man's expectation. The son-in-law, who was imagined to have done nothing, has some talent that can be said. He was fairly open-minded, and as long as his daughter was happy he could not care less about the other's family history. But he also did not want his daughter to be married to a jerk who did nothing. Leader, one more thing. The subordinate was a bit puzzled. Tonight, there are suddenly more rumors on the internet that Chunwei Entertainment wants to block Lusiki all over the internet. This matter is very strange. Oh, tell me about it. The middle-aged man looked at him. The subordinate continued to report. According to the information I got, these rumors don't seem to be coming from the side of Pouring City Entertainment, but a group of media outlets are saying the same thing. Obviously there are people behind the scenes who are pushing. But apart from Pouring City Entertainment, only Miss Su's Chunwei Entertainment can do this thing. I really can't figure out why Chunwei Entertainment would release such news. Are they really planning to block Lusiki? The subordinates were full of doubts, and the middle-aged man gradually frowned. Chunwei Entertainment had just fought a turnaround battle with Invisible Wings, and the best thing to do at the moment was to adjust itself, get rid of the entanglements of Tilting City Entertainment, and develop properly. So how could it be thinking of blocking Lusiki? With the influence of Morning Vista Entertainment, this is obviously somewhat unlikely. He didn't have any clue after thinking for a while. Keep focusing on it. Luowei's entertainment business is considered to be one of the best developed amongst all the heaven's eyes. We need to help at the critical moment. It will play a huge role in the future. I understand. The subordinate nodded, and then flipped up another report. According to the documents reported over from the Security Bureau, in recent times, there has been a large amount of foreign capital turning to our domestic entertainment market, and they believe that the next war without smoke will most likely take place in our entertainment field. Yan Shuoxin sat on the wide, soft sofa and looked at the flat panel on the coffee table that was playing a video of Jiang Chen answering a reporter's question. Director Jiang, may I ask if there is anything you would like to say to Lusiki? I hope that Lusiki can immediately apologize to our artists and promise that similar things will not happen again. Otherwise our company will always reserve the right to pursue their responsibilities. Now there are rumors on the internet that Morning Violet Entertainment is planning to block Lusiki all over the internet. May I ask if this is true? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Sorry, this is already the third question. Yan Shuoxin watched the video with a slight frown. Although Jiang Chen hadn't answered the last question positively during the interview, she knew that must be Jiang Chen's real purpose. The entire internet is blocking Luchi. Can it really be done? What the hell are you gonna do? Day 2. Jiang Chen slept until noon. After all, it had been a few days since he and Neisan had seen each other. A small goodbye is like a new marriage. Last night, he had hardened his little national petite wife until 2 o'clock before she went to bed. Nikki's midway plea for mercy didn't help at all. When it was over, the national goddess had gone limp and couldn't move. Jiang Chen gently stroked Su Luowei's smooth back, and after a few sentences of small talk, he suddenly took the opportunity to put forward his own idea. Daughter-in-law, let's take a trip to your house for the New Year's Eve this year. It's about time for me to meet my own old husband. He felt that Su Luowei was not ready for a baby so far, perhaps because of some pressure at home, and as the future child's father, he of course had to step in to resolve the matter. Su Luowei obviously did not expect Jiang Chen would suddenly mention this matter, froze for a long time before asking, how? Why did you suddenly bring up this matter? We've been married for 3 years and we haven't even seen our old man once. That's more or less inappropriate. What? Think your father would be unhappy with me? Don't worry, as long as we meet, I'll make sure he's happy and urges for grandchildren every day. Jiang Chen laughed and said with confidence, as a top heavenly king in 2 lifetimes, he was confident that he could solve whatever situation Su Luowei's family was in. He's not as immodest as you. Su Luowei, however, cried and laughed a little, but after coming into contact with Jiang Chen's somewhat determined gaze, her heart also paused for a moment. Jiang Chen's serious demeanor clearly didn't seem like he was joking. It's unlikely that this is going to stay under the radar any longer. If I don't see you up there again this year, this guy is going to get suspicious. Su Luowei sighed softly in her heart, gently wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and said gently, "Good my dad is also always chattering about wanting to meet you. Oh, tell me more. He seems to have a lot to say to you." By the time Jiang Chen woke up, it was already past 12 noon. After he and little Nasan finished lunch, they came to the company together, and Su Jingchu had long been eager to organize the current situation on the internet for him to see. Jiang Chen first asked about the situation on Weibo and learned that at this time, Su Luowei's new song Invisible Wings was released. Hot search phrase was actually still occupying the top spot on the list. After a night of this, it seems like the heat of the song is really starting to fester. And there are a couple of new hits on the Hot 100 list. 12 hours, over 80 million donations. The charity foundation of the disaster area sends a message to thank the national goddess. The mother tearfully thanks Su Luo that Invisible Wings gave her daughter great encouragement and the surgery was a great success. What happened between Shenwei Entertainment and Lu Siki? These hits, in turn, have once again pushed the Invisible Wings heat up. And many netizens who hadn't had time to click on Weibo yesterday have followed the song out of curiosity. Even Su Luowei's microblogging account had gained more than 2 million fans in one night's time, showing the influence of this new song. And that's obviously just the beginning. As time continues to progress, Invisible Wings will bring more attention and fans to Su Luowei. As for the song Regret released by Yao Si-chun, at this moment, I guess he really did regret appearing on the list of new songs. Just 2 hours after its release, the heat was all stolen by Invisible Wings. The comment section was also filled with all sorts of cynical and mocking voices. Che, it was originally a king coming down, but I didn't expect it to be scum. Ha ha, Yao Si-chun's song Regret, it's not sung to herself, is it? How dare you release a song at the same time as the national goddess? You don't know what you're doing? Director Yao, why do Su Luowei's songs sound better after you left? Damn, this son of a should have left a long time ago, delaying Lo's development. In fact, all the new songs last night got a lot of heat, but Yao Si-chun's Regret was clearly the one that got hurt the most. Who let this dog have a bad heart and had to release a song on the same day as Invisible Wings? Originally, he wanted to step on Shenwei Entertainment and pretend to be a bully, but he didn't expect to lift a stone and hit his own foot. Luowei, if this trend continues, your fan base will soon exceed 100 million. Su Jingchu's voice was excited. Among the artists in the same age group as you, no one else has this amount of fans yet, and as long as you build up for another year or two, you can become a new diva as well. Looking at the agitated Su Jingchu, Su Luowei was a bit teary-eyed. She was originally known as the little national diva in the entertainment industry, and it was obviously not very likely that she would want to be promoted to become a diva in a short period of time. This kind of title requires not only popularity, but also a long period of popularity accumulation and precipitation. As long as we can ensure that our popularity never wanes, when the time comes, we can naturally become a diva. So she wasn't in a hurry. Compared to that, she was more concerned about Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen could put more thought into his musical path, then in a decade or so, a true musical heavenly king might appear in the entertainment industry. It was the thing she was most looking forward to. Alright, enough of the small talk. Notify everyone that a work meeting will be held in 10 minutes. We're going to discuss the next work schedule. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and directly interrupted. Now Su Luowei's new song is released, is considered to completely solve the Shenwei Entertainment's current biggest predicament. The network sung down Shenwei Entertainment's various claims are not broken, and as all the various calculations of Tilting City Entertainment had fallen through, it was necessary for them to hold another meeting to study the subsequent work to be carried out. Okay, I'll set it up. Su Jingchu glanced at Jiang Chen. In fact, she had a lot of questions in her mind. She's also been following some of the rumors on the internet since yesterday, plus that unexpected reporter interview online yesterday. A thought bubbled up in her mind. Could it be that Jiang Chen really intend to block Lu Siki on a network-wide basis? Thinking about it, she didn't dare to slack off. Hastily, he turned and went out the door to make arrangements for the meeting. If Jiang Chen really thinks so, that would be too outrageous. The other party is an artist of Qingqing Entertainment. Chapter 105, Jiang Chen's reverse operation. What everyone doesn't know is this. Meanwhile, the gossip about Chenwei Entertainment will block Lusiki across the net in the entertainment circle is spreading more and more. The reason also sounds outrageous. Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, every company, artist, and agent in the entertainment industry that had worked with Lusiki began to receive a strange phone call. Hello, I'm a reporter from Star Entertainment newspaper. There's a hot topic related to you. Can I have an interview? Oh, what's the problem? I'm on the hot seat? Not. This question is related to Lusiki. I heard that Chenwei Entertainment is planning to block Lusiki all over the internet recently. You and Lusiki co-starred in the same TV series. May I ask what do you think about this matter? Will the blocking of Morning Vista Entertainment affect you? I'm sorry. This is something that I'm not quite sure about. Then may I ask if you are aware of the between Lusiki and Chenwei Entertainment? Toot. The phone was hung up hastily. In the course of one morning, however, dozens of entertainment companies and artists received calls for such interviews. What was even more outrageous was that even a few of the brands that worked with Lusiki were bombarded with similar calls. What's going on? Chenwei Entertainment is going to block Lusiki? In the actors' lounge on one of the sets, an actress put down the phone and looked at the others with a puzzled expression on her face. Morning Vista Entertainment? Are you kidding me? The bystander pondered for a moment before waving his hand. It must be a rumor. Chenwei Entertainment is just a small studio. How could it think of blocking someone? Fair enough, but the founder of Chenwei Entertainment seems to be the national goddess Su Luowei. She's been on fire these past 2 days. Indeed. Her song Invisible Wings I listened to last night. It's quite good. Then the blocking thing is even more of a rumor. Su Luowei must not be able to finish taking all the announcements alone right now. How would she have the time to block someone else? Makes sense. Rumor. Pure rumor. Tilted City Entertainment. Luo Yuzhen patiently explained into the phone. Think about it, Mr. Jean. Chenwei Entertainment is just a small studio. How could it think of blocking other companies' artists? This is simply impossible. Even if Su Luowei is even hotter now, it's still impossible. So you don't have to worry. There won't be any problems with asking Lusiki to endorse your product. It's normal to have a bit of conflict on set. That's just a means of hype. It was only after a good talk that Jean on the other side of the phone finally relaxed some of his heart. Jean, always the owner of a mineral water company. The brand has just been established not long ago. Urgent need to invest in advertising to enhance market awareness. That's why the other party intends to ask Lusiki to shoot the advertisement and act as the image spokesperson. Lusiki is not very famous but has appeared in quite a few dramas, and is one of those actors who is instantly recognizable but can't be named. Printing her on the packaging boosts the brand's affinity quite a bit. Okay, then our cooperation continues. However, you also need to eliminate this negative impact as soon as possible. I see that this seems to be on the hot seat. If our brand image is affected because of this incident, then I can only unilaterally stop the cooperation and pursue you for breach of contract. Mr. King was nonchalant on the phone. Don't worry, we have just received such news. Luo Yuzhen assured. We will immediately release a statement to resolve this matter, as soon as possible. The phone hung up and Luo Yuzhen heaved a sigh of relief. How many calls has this been today? Lusiki's collaborators themselves were few and far between, and he didn't expect all of them to call with questions. These assholes from Chenwei Entertainment. They actually used this way to disgust us. Think that's going to have an effect on us? Luo Yuzhen gritted her teeth and threw the phone onto the desktop with an exasperated sigh. Sitting across from her was the operations director of Leaning City Entertainment, Su Wenxiang. No need to be nervous. It's just a little trick. He grinned. There's absolutely no way that Chenwei Entertainment would ever think of blocking Lusiki, and they don't have that kind of strength. Then what are they doing this for? Luo Yuzhen gasped. Of course it's to find trouble for us. Su Wenxiang shrugged his shoulders. There's a back and forth. A while ago they robbed a lot of circulars. I guess they used this way to get back at us. Luo Yuzhen gritted her teeth. What did General Manager Lang say? At present, there is some confusion within Qingqing Entertainment because Su Luowei's new song was released on time, and many of the previously set plans and steps have all been disrupted, requiring the top to give the latest arrangements again. Mr. Lang also didn't expect Su Luowei to actually be able to come up with a new song within the time limit. Su Wenxiang sighed. But it's okay, Mr. Lang has already made the latest arrangements. Don't forget that behind Mr. Lang stands the Lang family. The reason why our Tilting City Entertainment has been able to develop smoothly all these years can't be dissociated from the support of the Lung family's capital. All these contradictions and conflicts within the circle are nothing more than petty fights in front of capital, and they can't make any waves at all. That's a relief. Luo Yuzhen gently exhaled a breath. With the big mountain of Lang family capital in place, the pressure on her heart was reduced by a lot. The entertainment industry itself is the world of capital. Shenwei Entertainment cannot escape the suppression of capital. Half an hour later, Tilting City Entertainment's official microblog directly released a statement document regarding the recent false statements circulating on the internet related to our artist Siki Lu. We would like to make a solemn statement once again. After investigation, our artist Lu Siki did not have any bad behavior during the filming of the drama, and the conflict between the artist and Shenwei Entertainment is purely a rumor and nonsense. Actors enter the theater. The set, all work, are arranged by the director. The artist can only choose to cooperate with or not. Our artist is only one of the thousands of actors in the crew, and has been working in strict compliance with the rules and regulations of the crew, without any overstepping of the rules. Therefore, all media are requested to stop spreading false statements immediately. Otherwise our company will pursue the responsibility of infringement in accordance with the law. Also, please move to the Dukong Dynasty crew for inquiries about work arrangements on the set. As soon as the statement was released, it drew the attention of various forces in the entertainment industry. Someone is actually rumoring about Lu Siki, an artist under Tilting City Entertainment? What the hell happened? The fermentation of several consecutive things also made the gossip. Shenwei Entertainment wants to block Lu Siki all over the internet, completely circulate in the entertainment circle. Of course most people laughed at the news. Morning Vista Entertainment wants to block Lu Siki all over the internet? This is really a bit whimsical. Who the hell is spreading rumors and why are they so outrageous? In fact, a lot of people have been paying attention to the exchange between Tilting City Entertainment and Shenwei Entertainment during this period of time. Yesterday, Su Luowei suddenly released Invisible Wings when everyone was not looking forward to it, and directly chopped down the top 3 positions on the hot search list. Many people in the circle were taken aback, not expecting Su Luowei to be able to smoothly come up with a new song under the deliberate suppression of Qingqing Entertainment, completely turning the tide against the wind. The song had completely exploded on the internet, but it was a bit of a pipe dream to say that they wanted to block the artists of Tilting City Entertainment based on that. Although the scale of Tilting City Entertainment was only medium, it was considered a veteran entertainment company in the circle, plus it had the support of the Lung family's capital behind it. The resources, connections and influence at hand were beyond the reach of the current Shenwei Entertainment. Shenwei Entertainment had won a battle, and the most important thing to do at this time should be to consolidate its strength and prevent Tilting City Entertainment from targeting its artists again. Nowadays, the media talks like farts and can't be trusted half the time. In the lounge of the set, a well-known male actor shook his head. Su Luowei is smart enough to have made it to the position of national goddess. How could she do something so stupid? Yeah, to be able to pull off a beautiful win like Invisible Wings, it means that Morning Violet Entertainment still has people in high places who wouldn't do something so irrational. Do you guys think someone is trying to target Morning Vista Entertainment on purpose? Trying to set up another conflict between the two companies? Muddy waters? That one is quite possible. Maybe it was in response to rumors on the internet. Or maybe it was actually accurate by the showbiz crowd. Just 20 minutes later, the official microblog of Shenwei Entertainment also released an announcement regarding the recent rumor that appeared on the internet. Shenwei Entertainment wants to block Qingqing Entertainment artist Lu Siki. We hereby issue a statement that such statements are untrue. Shenwei Entertainment is a law-abiding company, founded in the beginning, in line with the principle of common development, hand-in-hand operation to date. Such remarks have had a great impact on our normal business activities. Please spread the remarks of all media. Immediately stop irresponsible behavior. Otherwise, we will have the right to pursue their legal responsibilities. After the announcement, all parties in the entertainment industry had a "I knew it" look on their faces. See, I told you it was a rumor. Morning Vista Entertainment have personally come out to dispel the rumors. Only the crowd of management, including Su Jingchu, in the conference room of Shenwei Entertainment looked at Jiang Chen with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Just now, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Jiang Chen had someone release such a statement. Chapter 106, The Difficulty of Blocking Lu Siki. Why are you doing this? Do you not going to continue blocking Lu Siki? The conference room of Shenwei Entertainment was decorated in a rather minimalist way, with long white tables with some rather designed transparent back seats, very much in line with the style of a modernized company. However, at this time, Su Jingchu was looking at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why Jiang Chen had clearly put out the news that he was going to block Lu Siki, but why he was trying to dispel the rumors on the company's official Weibo account. Isn't that a contradiction? What? Even you know that I'm going to block Lu Siki? Is my mind that obvious? Jiang Chen, however, froze for a moment. Since Su Jingchu and Su Luowei had been traveling out of town some time ago, this was something that he had never told the two of them. Originally planning to mention his plan at today's meeting, he didn't expect it to be directly seen by Su Jingchu. more than obvious. Su Jingchu, however, bristled. We've long seen it. That reporter last night was arranged by you, wasn't it? He was singing along with you, acting quite well, but it's impossible to hide it from us. Now I guess it's just the Tilting City Entertainment group of cuties. Don't know anymore. She also snorted coldly when she finished speaking, expressing her disdain for Tilting City Entertainment. Okay. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. You guys guessed it. Then why did you still release such a disclaimer announcement? Su Jingchu was filled with puzzlement. She felt like she had guessed some of Jiang Chen's thought process. No matter what this guy did, it seemed like he liked to make a scene first, letting the whole internet know about it before reversing and reaping the rewards. 2 days ago, Jiang Chen deliberately let that reporter create so many hot topics on the network just to hype up the related topics, but he didn't expect to actually splash a pot of cold water directly, because our Chunwei Entertainment isn't strong enough. Jiang Chen sighed and said slowly, "What do you mean?" Su Jingchu was still puzzled. Literally. Jiang Chen shook his head. The doorway to this kind of thing was so deep that even if it was told, Su Jingchu's brain would probably find it hard to understand. He did want to block Tilting City Entertainment's Lu Siki, and he also wanted everyone to know that he was the one who blocked Lu Siki. But after all, Chunwei Entertainment was only a small studio, and if it really succeeded in blocking, such an approach would be a bit of a stonewall for a small studio, and it would be too much of a publicity stunt. That's why things like blocking should never be brought to the table, or else it will easily cause other forces in the entertainment industry to recoil. He wanted to make this gesture to tell everyone that they, Morning Vista Entertainment, had power, but were not just rash people who didn't know any rules. They were willing to abide by the rules of the game within the entertainment industry, and only then could they continue to thrive in the circle after bringing down Tilting City Entertainment in a cordial manner. But such deep considerations, obviously it's hard to explain to a barfly type like Su Jingchu. Do you have all the information I asked you to gather? He changed the subject directly. Collected. Su Jingchu saw that Jiang Chen didn't really want to talk about it, so she immediately bristled in anger. However, Jiang Chen's operations during this period of time had proven that his thought process was indeed very effective, so she didn't dare to continue singing the opposite tune. Honestly, he pulled out a piece of information from the file bag and laid it in front of Jiang Chen. This is all of Lu Siki's information, and it has information on all of the businesses she works with. Jiang Chen took it and carefully flipped through it. Now that the layout he had envisioned had basically been completed, whether or not he could bring down Tilting City Entertainment was still short of the most crucial link. Although Wang Lin, a veteran diva, had become a member of their Chunwei Entertainment camp by mistake because of his I Wish, but it wasn't that easy to completely block an artist from Tilting City Entertainment. Wang Lin was sort of the last card, and wasn't going to help him do something like this that offended people and didn't please them. Tilting City Entertainment wasn't a bunch of cuties either. They wouldn't just sit back and wait. And the entertainment companies and businessmen surrounding Tilting City Entertainment were even less likely to give him face. Su Luowei was also in the conference room. She glanced at Jiang Chen, who was carefully looking over the information, and didn't say anything. As long as Jiang Chen was willing to stay in the position of music director, she was willing to support whatever decision he made. The thoughts in Su Jingchu's mind were rather complicated. She knew that Jiang Chen wanted to block Lu Siki, and she was certainly happy to see such a thing if possible. But the rational thoughts in her mind kept telling her, it couldn't be. It's too hard to block an artist from another company. It was hard enough for them, Chunwei Entertainment, to turn the tide against the suppression of Tilting City Entertainment. Blocking an artist is really a bit whimsical. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's ability and musical talent that he had continuously demonstrated during this period of time, she would have been the first to stand up against it. But at this moment, everyone was expecting that Jiang Chen would come up with something special. This guy, after all, has worked a miracle. Can he continue to perform more miracles? Currently, Lu Siki has only taken on one drama, the ancient costume drama Great Kong Dynasty. In addition, she has also filmed 3 commercials, and 1 endorsement. It is said that there is also a variety program next month that has invited her as well. Su Jingchu took a deep breath, and when she saw that Jiang Chen was slowly flipping through the information in his hands, she stepped forward to help Jiang Chen organize all the key information on it. If we want to target Lu Siki, I suggest that we can start with those few collaborators. They are not from the entertainment industry. I believe that as long as they offer a more favorable price, they will all be willing to break their contracts with Lu Siki. This was the information she had immediately compiled after guessing that Jiang Chen wanted to block Lu Siki. Of course her idea was that she could mainly target those advertising partners. After all, that's how Pouring City Entertainment had targeted them in the first place. Jiang Chen looked at those advertisers' information she pointed out, thinking for a long time but then shaking his head. There's no point in having a price war. We can offer a more favorable price. And of course so can Tilting City Entertainment. and they're even better off in that regard. Then what do you mean? Su Jingchu was filled with confusion. How else can we target each other if we don't rob Lu Siki's advertisers? Lu Siki is an actress, and if you want to completely block her, you have to start here. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before slowly circling the words "the Great Kang Dynasty" on the information. Su Jingchu's eyes widened immediately. You want the Great Kang Dynasty crew to terminate their contract with Lu Siki? How is this possible? Lu Siki has been in the group for more than a week, and she's also one of the female lead actors. Although this drama isn't a big female drama, it's not like you can just change people. Things are made by people. How do you know if you don't try? Jiang Chen murmured. His idea was indeed to take a shot at Lu Siki in the play. It's very hard to try to do that. Though, he knew that one of the hardest hurdles in the plan to bring down Dump City Entertainment had come. Show me the details of the Great Kang Dynasty crew. He didn't say much and faintly ordered. No one spoke in the conference room as everyone looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to see how this new music director planned to target Lu Siki. Su Jingchu drew out a document and placed it in front of him, her tone full of regret. I know what you're thinking, but the investment in the Kang Dynasty is huge. The actors in it are basically all veteran actors. And the director is also one of the more famous costume drama directors in the circle. So I'm afraid it's unlikely to be possible to try to talk to them about this. Jiang Chen picked up the document and scrutinized it for a while, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Sure enough, just like Su Jingchu said, things were a little worse than he had imagined. The Dakang Dynasty is a large theater group, and the actors in it may not be as famous as those traffic stars, but they have a very heavy voice in the circle, and the show has been shooting for over a week now. It was very difficult to get them to voluntarily terminate their contract with Lu Siki. After all, once the contract is terminated, it means that many of the actors will have to reshoot their scenes, and the crew simply won't do something so thankless. Who are the producers of the show? Jiang Chen continued to ask. He didn't believe that this crew couldn't drill any loopholes at all. Chapter 107, asking for Wang Lin's help. Seeing that he still seemed to refuse to give up, Su Jingchu sighed and said, the producer's name is Han Shuer, a woman in her 30s with a very high status, belonging to the veteran Shenzhen of Kyoto's capital circle. There are a lot of ancient historical TV dramas that are invested by her Snow Flag film and television company. In addition, the Han family's business is doing great, not just in the entertainment industry. The bigger industry is in the real estate field and electronics. The family's assets are as high as tens of billions of dollars, so she's going to be a lot harder to talk to than the cast of the Great Kang Dynasty, and she probably won't even be tempted by any offer we can come up with. At those words, Jiang Chen once again fell into deep thought. He didn't realize that the producer of this TV series actually had such a big name. The $1,000 lady of Kyoto's capital circle? Honey, why don't? Let's just forget about it. Su Luowei also saw Jiang Chen's difficulty and advised at the right time. Now that Qingqing Entertainment has no way to target us again for the time being, we just need to develop peacefully for another 2 years. We can definitely surpass Qingqing Entertainment, and then look for trouble from them at that time. She didn't want to make things too difficult for Jiang Chen. If it's not possible, it's perfectly fine to wait a little longer. Su Jingchu nodded. She also felt that this approach was clearly more stable. Jiang Chen, however, skimmed his lips in his heart. What a loser. He only planned to solve the trouble of Leaning City Entertainment within 2 months. If it really took 2 years, how much rest time would be delayed? Little babies can make two. No matter what. Let's try it first. He took a light breath and made a final decision. Is there any way to contact this Han Shuer? Su Jingchu seemed to have guessed that he would say this inside. I've already investigated. Han Shuer is very low-key in the entertainment industry and rarely participates in activities, but with only a few appearances. It seems that they all had a good conversation with Wang Lin Diva, so it's no surprise that the two should know each other. And there's also recent news that Han Shuer's people are in Mordor, so if you want to get in touch with her, you can probably ask Wang Lin Diva. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly and put down the information in his hands. Aren't things just fine? Then hurry up and call Wang Lin. She took a song from me for only $8 million last time and left me heartbroken for 2 nights, so it shouldn't be too much to call for her to hold the line, right? Su Jingchu. Other staff. 10 minutes later, the meeting was over. Su Jingchu walked out of the door of the conference room with her task. She had a lot of work to do. Jiang Chen returned to his office, and after drinking a cup of coffee, he didn't stay idle, turned on the computer and looked at the fictional data for a while. A few days ago, his angry spewing of Jiang Lang's talent made several hot searches and brought tons of traffic to Those Were the Years We Blow the Lights Out Together. In just 3 days, all of his fictional stats had multiplied by as much as 2 or 3 times. The number of readers also passed the 5 million mark, with over 1,900,000 bookshelves in progress. Definitely counts as a real scare a million ladies. I'm guessing that by the end of this year, the jungle will be listed as one of the most unwelcome objects for women. And after the release of Invisible Wings, most of the netizens were diverted by the new topic. The internet is also much less vocal in response to the jungle. Although the Magic City Women's Writers Association is still calling for more people to join the team of accusers of Jiang Lang's talent, the impact it can create is already very limited. The Huaxia Literature Forum seems to have made up its mind to stand completely on Jiang Lang Saijian's side, and has been vigorously defending Jiang Lang Saijian's image on the internet. The publicity posters for those years, The Lights We Blow Together, can also be seen everywhere throughout the Huaxia Forum's website. Of course, the Huaxia Literature Forum is, after all, a semi-official organization. Doing things is still very much about the rules and regulations. In full support of the Jiang Lang talent, at the same time did not forget to appease other authors. When he opened his background messages, he found a sudden additional message in his inbox. Dear authors, as the women's literature writing competition recently organized by the forum has attracted a great deal of attention on the internet, in order to encourage more authors to join the competition and create works, and at the same time to protect the prizes and incomes of the existing authors, the organizers of the forum have decided to increase the prize pool for this competition from 1 million to 3 million. Among them, the first place won $2 million in prize money, the second place won $600,000 in prize money, the third place won $200,000 in prize money, the fourth to 11th place, the prize money are $30,000. Please participate in the authors. Continue to adhere to the code word. Create a future together. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. It seemed that this time, the organizers of Huaxia Literature hadn't put in a lot of blood in order to stabilize all the female authors. Took an extra 2 million straight out as a bonus. But after careful thought, he realized something was wrong again. Because the remaining 10 authors could only share $1 million when all of them were added up. Isn't this equivalent to the additional $2 million, all of which will be given to the first person? What's the difference between that and just giving him money? After all, even if Django doesn't show up, those authors will only get a share of $1 million. Now Jiang Lang has taken the first place position strongly. The prize money they split is also still $1 million, seemingly unchanged. But Jiang Lang's All Those Years We Blow the Lights Out Together has brought a huge amount of traffic and attention to the whole competition. Of course, all the female authors who entered the contest felt the traffic to their work increased dramatically during this time. Especially those books at the top of the rankings are following the jungle and eating up a lot of traffic. The least number of readers and commenters have more than doubled, and some have even gotten a few calls from publishing companies. This situation is gradually waking up female authors. It turns out that the appearance of the jungle is still not a bad thing for you. This guy is annoying but has a real ability to attract traffic. The wave of anti-jungle talent that had previously been making a lot of noise had gradually subsided. Thinking about this, even Jiang Chen had to start admiring the methods of the Huaxia Literature Forum. A simple operation, but one that directly appeased everyone. Not only does it give him an increased bonus, but it also ensures that the interests of other authors are not lost, so that the interests of all parties are gradually harmonized. I really have to admire the person who came up with this scenario. It should be the top management of the Chinese Literature Forum taking a shot at it. Of course, Jiang Chen also understands the main purpose of the organizers' sudden increase in the $2 million prize, to push for more work. Jiang Lang talent, you can take this $2 million bonus, but don't be affected by the public opinion on the internet. You can't break the shift. He gave a helpless smile and shook his head. This was the first time he had encountered this strange way of urging a shift. Thinking of this, he somewhat helplessly opened the software on his computer and continued today's coding task. When Su Jingshu returned to her office, she sent a message to Wang Lin, telling her about wanting her to lead Jiang Chen's meeting with Han Shuer. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon that she received a reply from Wang Lin. She could do this favor, but Han Shuer's time wasn't good for making an appointment, and she would have to try it first. Wang Lin's willingness to help caused Su Jingshu to let out a sigh of relief. Things seemed to be really gradually getting better, just like Jiang Chen said, but when she wanted to call to inform Jiang Chen of the news, only to find out that the other person's cell phone was always on hold, and they didn't know who they were talking to. Hello? In the office, Jiang Chen held up the phone and asked with a frown. Since just now, there has been an unfamiliar number has been constantly calling him. He originally thought it was a fraudulent phone call to sell tea, so he did not take care of it. I didn't realize that after a few minutes the call would come back again. Hey, Jiang Chen, it's me. On the other end of the phone, a somewhat naive man's voice came. Chapter 108, The Queen Wang Lin Who Messed Up the Game. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. He always felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall. Who are you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mother asterisk 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 or Jiang Chen. Just met me and forgot me. I'm Zhang Pingyua. On the other end of the line, the voice seemed a little hurt. Zhang Pengyu? Jiang Chen then remembered. No wonder he always felt as if he had forgotten to do something in the past 2 days. That day, Zhang Pengyu drunk. His mind is also drowsy. Did not have time to leave a contact information. Did not expect the other party is the first to call. I asked for your phone number from the chauffeur boy. I called you several times yesterday and didn't answer. I was afraid that you had something to do, so I didn't call again, Zhang Pengyu said in a naive tone. Jiang Chen remembered that he did receive a lot of missed calls when he woke up yesterday, but he thought they were harassing calls and ignored them. And Zhang Pengyu's sudden mention of the chauffeur boy also reminded him of the somewhat ruinous conversation he had that night. And his expression was complicated. Peng? No, Peng, you there. Not hurt, right? That day when parting, the chauffeur boy said to take good care of Zhang Pengyu. Also do not know what degree of development of the two. Zhang Pengyu sniffed, silent for a long time before he opened his mouth, his voice with a bit of crying, as if he had just experienced something hard to accept. It has. Already fine. A day or so has passed. It doesn't hurt that much. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Could it be that the chauffeur boy was really inappropriate that night? Taking advantage of Zhang Pengyu's drunkenness, he forced Zhang Pengyu's ass to do that? Don't be too sad. After all, everyone has a first time. And this is also a special experience. He hastened to comfort. I didn't expect Zhang Pengyu to be even harder. How can you not be sad? It's the first time that hurts. Woo, that's easy for you to say. Can you understand the feeling of pain that comes after having your defenses broken? I kind of can't understand it. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Of course you can't understand it. You've never tried it. Alright, don't get excited. Since things have happened we have to look forward. Don't worry, brother, I won't look down on you just because of this. Jiang Chen continued to comfort. Yeah, there's always time to move on. I've already thought about it. Zhang Pengyu took a deep breath. Isn't it just the first time you were rejected for confessing in public? I'll never chase after Xia Yalan again. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. You're talking about this? Or what? What do you think I'm talking about? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Somehow, when the misunderstanding was explained, some sense of inappropriate human disappointment arose in him again. Damn, that chauffeur boy. He didn't take the money and didn't do anything. Did he? Jiang Chen, do you have time tonight? On the phone, Zhang Pengyu suddenly said with a bit of a twist. No, I'm not interested in men. Jiang Chen directly refused. Asterisk. I'm not interested in men either. Zhang Pengyu gasped. I just have to go on a blind date tonight, and I heard that the other party will come with 2 people, so I have to find a companion as well. A blind date? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. Did you just get dumped? And you're already looking for the next one? What do you mean by being dumped? Zhang Pengyu corrected unhappily. That was just a failed confession on my part. I'm not in love yet. Besides, this blind date was arranged by the family. It's not a good idea not to go. I've already figured it out. Yalan is pretty and her family is rich. She and I are really not suitable. Why not? Isn't it better to be rich and beautiful? Jiang Chen wondered. Zhang Pengyu shook his head and said seriously. I've thought about it carefully. When I was a child, the fortune teller said that I have a hard life. The reason why the rich women don't want to accept me is probably because my life is too hardcore. So I'll just have to give up on giving up on Yalan. Find someone who isn't that rich. Get my feet on the ground and fight hard. And stop eating soft food. Jiang Chen was silent for a long time before he said with an exclamation. Peng, you're so shameless. Oh, thanks. Although Zhang Pengyu was shameless, Jiang Chen agreed to his request after hesitating for a moment. After all, he didn't have many friends in this world, and Zhang Pengyu counted as one. The two have been hanging out together since middle school and have not done a lot of bad things. Now that I've graduated from college and haven't seen much of you in years, I'd like to take this opportunity to get together. Moreover, Jiang Chen felt more or less guilty in his heart for what happened the night before. That chauffeur boy slept with Zhang Pengyu all night, and I don't know if he did anything strange. He intends to make amends by acting as a gatekeeper for his brother's love life. However, when he hung up Zhang Pengyu's call, he didn't have time to put down his cell phone before Su Jingchu's call came in again. Hey, Jiang Chen, Wang Lin has agreed to help, but the exact time is still to be arranged. I don't expect to be able to give an accurate response until tonight. Jiang Chen looked at the time. At this point, only a few hours had passed since the time of the morning's discussion, and he didn't think that Wang Lin's Diva was quite efficient. Good. Things went a little smoother than expected. As long as Wang Lin was willing to pull the strings, the probability that this matter could be negotiated would be much higher. However, when he was about to say a couple of flirty words to play the part, Su Jingchu's side had already hung up the phone. Damn old Cho. Sooner or later I'll marry Zhang Pengyu to you. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless as he looked at the cell phone interface that already showed the end of the call. Magic City, the busiest street. Hundreds of skyscrapers stand in a row, and from a distance, it looks like a steel forest standing in the city. Busy roads and traffic interspersed with them make for a busy and lively big city scene. Wang Lin stood on a 100-story high building, overlooking the pedestrians and cars that were as tiny as grains of rice downstairs, and couldn't help but sigh. Every time I come to your place, I can enjoy the busiest scene in Magic City. In the spacious, luxurious office that was more than 100 square feet, Han Shuer sat in front of her desk, signing several documents. Comrade Diva, why are you free to come to my place today? She looked up at Wang Lin and flirted slightly. It's not because of greed. Took someone else's stuff. So now you're sent here as a lobbyist. Wang Lin held a coffee cup in her hand, gently shaking the small spoon. Han Shuer raised her head curiously. Who is it? Can you be invited? Shenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen, ever heard of it? Han Shuer froze. It's the one that's been all over the internet recently. Su Luowei's asshole writer husband? Wang Lin nodded gently. What did he send you to me for? I don't think I've crossed paths with him, right? Han Shuer became even more curious. Who knows? Wang Lin shrugged. I guess it's to block an actress. That actress, who happens to be starring in the Great Kong Dynasty that you invested in. Han Shuer was dumbfounded. Just because of this kind of thing, you were invited out? It seems like I've become the jack of all trades in the entertainment industry now. Anyone who encounters something can think of me. Wang Lin sighed slightly. Doesn't this just prove that you, the singing diva, have your hands full? Han Shuer smiled faintly and said cheerfully. Tell me, what's the name of that actress that Jiang Chen wants to target? If I'm not mistaken, it should be called Lu Siki. Lu Siki? Doesn't have much of an impression. The part she appeared in shouldn't be too much. Han Shuer thought back to the actors who had signed up for the Great Kong Dynasty, and it seemed like there was such a person. This is a good idea. I'll make a call to the crew and have them directly terminate Lu Siki's contract. So easy? Wang Lin seemed a bit surprised. What can I do if it's not easy? You, a diva, have personally come to me, so I can't not give you face. Han Shuer smiled helplessly. And we've known each other since high school, girlfriends for so many years. You probably won't scold me for not helping. It sure feels good to have you, Missy, as a BFF. Wang Lin laughed a little and took a sip of her coffee. However, I purposely made this trip, but not to ask you for this favor. So what are you here for? Han Cheryl froze for a moment. Wang Lin winked. Of course, it's to make trouble. I hope you'll try not to agree to Jiang Chen. She suddenly smiled, looking at Han Shuer somewhat wryly. Ha? Han Cheryl froze. You aren't here to be a lobbyist? Wang Lin shrugged. Jiang Chen only asked me to pull strings. He didn't ask me to do anything else. Chapter 109 Curious Women. Wang Lin's statement obviously left Han Shuer somewhat unresponsive. She froze for a long time before saying, but I'm going back to Kyoto tomorrow. How can I have time to see him? You know that I came to Mordor this time, mainly to find a teacher for Yuer. That girl has been a bit rebellious lately. A few of the old professors in Kyoto have been exasperated by her, and a few of the professors on this side of Mordor can't find the time, so I'm having a headache. I know. It's precisely because of this that I feel that it's even more necessary for you to meet Jiang Chen. Wang Lin sat down on the sofa in the office and smiled slightly. Doesn't Yuer hate older teachers? That guy happens to be not too old. Han Shuer froze for a moment. You mean, letting Jiang Chen give it to teacher Yuer? After saying this, she was a bit dumbfounded herself. How is this possible? Isn't he a mixed-up writer? How can he be Moon's music teacher? I think it's better to forget about the meeting. Just help me reject him directly. You're not here to be a lobbyist anyway. There's no need to give you this face. Really not? Wang Lin smiled slightly. What if I say that he's actually a musical genius? Genius? Han Shuer froze, but quickly shook her head. So what if it's a genius? Which of the music teachers that Yuer had around her since she was a child were not well-known professors in the country? He's a mixed-up writer. No matter how talented he is, can he still compare to those professors? That's really hard to say. Wang Lin looked a little complicated. I used to think he was just a jerk, but then I realized, he is indeed a jerk, but a jerk with great musical talent, and I'm afraid no one in the younger generation in the field of music can compare to him. Oh, is it even better than you? Han Shuer still didn't take it too seriously. She was originally just trying to make a joke, but I didn't expect Wang Lin to actually nod her head seriously. It is indeed better than me. Really? False? Han Shuer looked at Wang Lin, who didn't look like she was joking, and was finally a little surprised. Well, Wang Lin smiled at her. See you? If I can get him to be a teacher for Moon, I promise it won't be any worse than any professor. Hearing Wang Lin say this, Han Shuer also detected a hint of difference. After all, Wang Lin would rarely praise someone so much, and it was still a young man. If you say so, it's not impossible to meet. She seemed a little heartened, but then again, she always felt as if she had fallen into a pit. Wait a minute, if you think so highly of him, why do you want me to try to reject him? Well, Wang Lin revealed a bad smile. Maybe it's because I'm a person who holds grudges. Who made him reject my invitation once? Also, I'd like to see just how far this guy can go under desperate circumstances. Anyway, this whole thing is interesting, isn't it? You're not thinking of using this to blackmail him so that he'll accept your invitation to the show, are you? Han Shuer gave her a blank look. Wang Lin looked down and sipped her coffee without speaking. It's so convincing. Han Shuer rubbed her forehead and sighed helplessly. So you're here to ask me to be the bad guy just to satisfy your bad taste? Not mine. Ours. Shenwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen uploaded all 30,000 words of the manuscript to the platform. At this point, the word count of those years, we blow the lights together has accumulated to more than 600,000, and the heat is very high. He was going to slow down the updates a bit to let the book absorb more traffic. By the time he finished dealing with the updates, the time came to exactly 6 o'clock, and he had an appointment with Zhang Pengyu for dinner tonight, so he packed up his things and prepared to go out. But at this time, it happened that Neisan's phone call also came in, asking him if he wanted to go to dinner together. Jiang Chen told him about the fact that he already had an appointment tonight, originally thinking that the little ninny would give up. She didn't expect that she seemed to be very curious about Zhang Pengyu. After 3 years of marriage, she hadn't even heard Jiang Chen mention the name much. Zhang Pengyu is my high school classmate, and a while ago, he was just hurt by a man. Jiang Chen had to explain. Ugh, when I ran into him the other night, he was so drunk that he kept mentioning 2 men's names on his lips. Now that he has finally come out of his heart and intends to reform, he begs me to take him to find a new love. The little nymph's eyes were wide open, her face full of disbelief. Really? Really? He's really being man, too? How can this be fake? Jiang Chen affirmed. That night, I witnessed him being carried to the car by a fierce man, and it was said that he went to a nice hotel afterwards, and the room charge was 500. Ah, Su Luowei let out another gasp of surprise, as if she was shocked at such a scene. Well, I'm off, so help yourselves to dinner. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Tonight, it's the first day of his reformation. I'd better go and support him. On the other side of the phone, the little ninja but suddenly said with great curiosity, Old hubby, can we also follow along? We'd love to see. Check out this classmate of yours. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's statement that sparked Su Luowei's curiosity, and she wanted to go along to see it. You, them? Su Luowei seemed to be with Yan Shuoxin's few people, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Is this kind of thing so attractive to girls? It's okay to be okay. He hesitated a bit, but it wouldn't be good if he found out. Surely you don't want people to know about this kind of thing, or else it could easily hurt your pride. Hubby, don't worry, we will definitely stay far away and definitely not let him find out. Su Luowei immediately assured. Okay, hubby, please. In the end, Nikki actually pouted. Jiang Chen could only nod helplessly. Then, okay. As it turns out, women's curiosity may be a little more robust than expected. By the time Jiang Chen pulled the car out of the parking lot, it was found that a few women had actually gotten together and were muttering about something in a heated discussion. It seems like all these women are interested in what goes on between men. And what made Jiang Chen a little surprised was that besides Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin, that little girl Su Mengyao was actually there as well. Her eyes lit up when she saw her car pull up and she waved. Si Fu. Chapter 110. The schoolmarm of a blind date. Jiang Chen rolled down the window. Su Mengyao immediately came forward and said joyfully, Senior sister husband, we've been training for the shuttlecock drill for the past few days, and we've already danced very neatly. When are you coming to check? You said before that if we can dance the shuttlecock drill well, you'll help us sing. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then remembered that he seemed to have actually promised this little girl some time ago. If they can do the shuttlecock drill well, they get one free appearance at their school party. Originally just a casual and perfunctory pretext, I did not expect the little girl to take it seriously. He was a little disbelieving. You guys have really been practicing? Of course, we've been training for hours every day, and now we've finally gotten some results. Su Mengyao nodded her head and said with some complacency. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Somewhat speechless. Doing shuttlecock drills for hours every day? You'll be exhausted. No wonder he hadn't seen Su Mengyao come to trouble him during this recent period. He coughed. Ahem. After training for so long every day, have you gotten enough rest for your brains? If you want to dance the shuttlecock drill well, you can't do it without plenty of energy. Su Mengyao froze for a moment. Rested enough? I'm not sleepy at all. Really? Jiang Chen questioned. If your brain is fine, take a couple steps and I'll take a look. Su Luowei froze and subconsciously took a few steps forward, but it was with a limp. Apparently, the aftereffects of daily shuttlecock drills haven't completely worn off. Oh, the road won't even go. And you're saying your brain is fine? No, not like this. Su Luowei was a bit anxious. There's nothing wrong with my brain. It's just my legs. So how do you prove that the problem with your leg wasn't caused by your brain? Su Luowei was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to ask such a question. Honey, Su Luowei, who was on the side, really couldn't stand it anymore, and went forward to pull Su Luowei aside, giving Jiang Chen a somewhat angry look. Every time Jiang Chen saw Su Luowei's face, he had to bully her a little, but this silly senior sister always fell for it. You guys will follow my car later. Don't get caught, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Aha! Su Luowei nodded with some tears and laughter. In order not to be discovered, they would take Yan Shuoxin's car over later. Jiang Chen honked the horn and drove the car out of the parking lot first. A few minutes later, Yan Shuoxin's sedan also slowly drove out of the parking lot and followed Jiang Chen's SUV. Zhang Pingyu and other women about the blind date location, located in the magic city of a relatively upscale music grill bar. Jiang Chen had been there once with Su Luowei. This store and Yan Shuoxin's Moon Feast building is also a single building, located in the suburbs near the riverside. The scenery is quite good. The internal decoration environment is quite elegant. The location layout is also more spacious, not crowded, belong to the mood of the petite bourgeoisie restaurant. It's quite appropriate as a location for a first blind date meeting. By the time Jiang Chen parked his car in the parking lot, the night was already completely dark, and Zhang Panyu, dressed in a suit, was waiting for him at the front door of the grill bar. However, when he saw that Jiang Chen was just in a normal t-shirt and shorts, he couldn't help but spit out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you dressed so casually? Damn. It's not like I'm on a blind date. What's the point of dressing so formally? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Zhang Pingyu smiled foolishly. It's also true that you are so handsome. If you also wear formal wear, you can steal all the limelight from me. Let's go. Let me see. What's coming from the opposite side? Jiang Chen waved his hand. After Zhang Pingyu bumped shoulders with him, the two of them walked towards the restaurant with a smile on their faces. Men's friendship is sometimes very strange. The two have not formally met for more than 3 years. A lot of words have not been said, but when they get together can be particularly familiar. As if they used to sneak together to meet on the internet cafe. But on the verge of entering the restaurant, Jiang Chen purposely glanced back. Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin both had already put on masks and hats at this time, and with the color of the night, it was actually hard to see what the two really looked like for a while. Su Luowei also waved her hand at him somewhat mischievously, seeing that none of the several people should be at risk of being discovered. Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Yan Shuoxin and Su Luowei were recognized here, this meal would probably not be eaten. Enter the grill bar, which is also dimly lit, because it's a music grill bar. There's a stage set up right in the middle of the restaurant, and there's a resident singer singing on the stage at the moment. Zhang Pingyu suddenly became a little nervous, took out his cell phone and carefully looked at the woman's photo, and checked the table number, before he took Jiang Chen and walked in a direction. He's got a date with someone for table 9, and there were already 2 girls sitting at that table. One of them should be Zhang Pangyu's blind date. Hello, is this Fang Xiaoqing? Zhang Pingyu walked up and asked. The girl sitting on the left side of the table blushed slightly. It's me. So you're the Zhang Pingyu that Aunt Li introduced, right? Yes. Zhang Pingyu laughed. Luckily, under his nervousness, the guy didn't forget to introduce Jiang Chen. He is my good brother. Jiang evening. This name is just Jiang Chen told him. Go out with a small number. After all, bastard writer Jiang Chen name is too loadsome. He does not want to be recognized. Both girls looked over towards Jiang Chen, who faintly greeted them before sizing them up. The girl called Fang Xiaoqing was not bad looking. Her skin was fair, although compared to the little ninny, she was less delicate and soft, and didn't have Yan Shuoxin's stunning in temperament. But amongst the mass of girls, she was already considered to be a good face. If she could be with Zhang Pingyu, it would be quite a good match. After briefly taking the gate, Jiang Chen sat down in his seat. The protagonist of this meal was Zhang Pingyu, whose role was only to play the auxiliary. Strangely enough, girls nowadays like to bring a BFF military with them when they go out on blind dates. But most of the time these girlfriends play the opposite role, pointing fingers and making all sorts of comments that give the dating guy a headache. That's why Jiang Chen's position for himself was clear, to take care of the girlfriends that the other party had brought with them, and to make room for Zhang Pingyu to give him free rein. If in this case, Zhang Pingyu can't even take the other side down, then don't come out on a blind date, and just live with the chauffeur boy on that day. Fang Xiaoqing obviously also did not expect that the friend that Zhang Pingyu brought would be so handsome. After freezing for a moment, he also scrambled to introduce his companion. She's Dong Yuhan, my roommate. Both girls must have only just graduated from college a short time ago. The look and temperament are on the youthful side. However, compared to Feng Xiaoqing, the one called Dong Yuhan was obviously even more beautiful. With fair skin, a tall and small nose, and rosy lips, just by looking at her face value, she was able to score more than 9 points. Jiang Chen silently estimated in his heart that this kind of face value was probably considered to be at the school flower level in the school. However, the little girl seemed to have some hostility towards him, probably because we all belonged to the same military division, and as soon as Dong Yuhan came up, she wanted to compete with Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, evening, how old are you? 24. Did you go to grad school? Jiang Chen shook his head. No. So join the workforce? Jiang Chen shook his head again. The little girl was a little confused. So what have you been doing for the past few years? Jiang Chen honestly said, mainly lying at home, relying on others to support. Dong Yuhan's gaze immediately became contemptuous. Turned out to be a nibbler. Chapter 111. Once and for all. You're so young. Don't you have goals and dreams of your own? There is. So what's your dream? The doctor said I don't have a very good stomach and I can only eat soft food. So I'd like to find a little rich girl and then lie around and eat soft food every day. The little girl heard the words directly froze. She did not expect this face value of the boys. The goal is so shameless. So much so that Sanguine was kind of shocked for a long time before squeezing out. You are so shameless. To be honest, she had originally been quite favorable towards Jiang Chen, but now she was infuriated. So you don't feel guilty lying around the house every day while your wife goes out and makes money? No, I gave myself to her. Isn't it right to be nice to me? But, doesn't the wife have a problem with you being like this? What woman can accept a husband like that? She can take it if she really loves me. Otherwise she doesn't. In the next few moments, Jiang Chen answered the little girl's questions with one sentence, but his answer always made the opposite party jump straight up and down in anger. Finally, Dong Yuhan couldn't stand it anymore and directly snorted coldly. You're doomed to never find a girlfriend in your life with this look. That's not necessarily true. I'm surrounded by beautiful women. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Che, bragging. Dong Yuhan decided not to bother with Jiang Chen anymore, obviously too enraged to even speak. On the other hand, Zhang Pingyu seemed to be chatting quite well with his blind date. The dog made a great effort to think of several jokes that made the little girl giggle. By the looks of it, 9 times out of 10, tonight's blind date will work out. Soon an hour or so passed. The orders and skewers were pretty much gone, and it was time for dinner to come to an end. Zhang Pingyu was planning to get up and behave and settle the bill. Instead, the music in the restaurant stopped abruptly, the light dimmed, and the spotlight above the stage came on immediately afterward. Everyone froze at the sudden change and looked towards the stage, only to see that on the stage, a boy with a somewhat youthful face appeared at an unknown time. He held up the microphone, clutching his guitar, looking a little nervous. Hello everyone, today is my 3rd anniversary with my girlfriend. This song, I love you so much. I want to give it to my girlfriend. I want to say to her, I really love you so much. Please marry me. This is a singing proposal? There was a brief moment of silence in the restaurant before a woo of uproar erupted. Everyone loves to watch the fun. Seeing this scene, Zhang Pingyu was not in a hurry to pay the bill and resumed his seat on the chair, looking towards the direction of the stage with interest. On stage, the music played slowly and the boys slowly opened their mouths. Dear girl, since I saw you the other night, his vocals are slightly more youthful. From the singer's point of view, to see of course is not professional enough. But in this kind of occasion, singing is the most important thing, is an atmosphere. As long as it is not too difficult to sing, there will be people to support the scene. Sure enough, 3 minutes passed. The boys' song ended slowly, and the restaurant erupted in applause. And the boys took advantage of the situation, dropping to one knee and opening the box in their hands slowly. Inside the box was a sparkling diamond ring. Ximing, marry me, okay? He gathered his courage and spoke up. Marry him, marry him. The restaurant erupted in a chorus of uproarious voices. At the table where the boys were looking, a girl stood up in great surprise, and then covered her face at some length. After a moment of shock, she finally nodded with a tear-stained face. The doggerel of rejecting the proposal and leaving on the spot didn't happen. And it's clear that the two are in a committed relationship. The guy was so excited to come off the stage and put a ring on the girl's finger. Who? The restaurant erupted in cheers once again, and the girl snuggled a little shyly into the boy's arms. A little embarrassed by a proposal that had sparked so much attention from so many people, the boys were a bit thicker-skinned, but after giggling, they also felt that this was not the place to stay for long. With the day going so well, it's important to grab some time to find a more romantic place to talk about love and solidify the relationship. He arched his hand toward the surrounding area in thanks before he somewhat nervously swept the girl out of the restaurant with him. The fervor gradually dissipated. How romantic. Both girls across the table were a little emotional. Dong Yuhan propped up her chin and looked in the direction of the stage with a longing face. If any boy could stand on stage and sing me a song, I would be moved to tears. Yeah, that boy looks like the kind of guy who is both responsible and loves his wife. Women seem to be naturally drawn to this romantic sense of ceremony. Jiang Chen listened to the conversation between the two girls, and with a sudden movement in his heart, he looked in Su Luowei's direction. Sure enough, the desktop where the little ninny was located was not too far away from here, and at this moment, she was also propping up her chin just like Dong Yuhan, her eyes shining brightly as she looked in the direction of the stage. When Su Luowei and Jiang Chen got married not long after they met, so there was no romantic proposal process, which has always been a regret in the heart of the little girl, though the mouth never said anything to Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen knew that the little ninja definitely wanted a romantic confession as well. The live proposal that just happened must have made her a little envious. When he thought of this, his mind suddenly moved and he looked back to the few people. Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. With that, he stood up and walked in one direction. Only after he left did Dong Yuhan look at Zhang Pengyu with a cold snort. Zhang Pengyu, this friend of yours is really shameless in his thinking as well. He actually keeps thinking of evening a rich woman and eating soft rice. You wouldn't be like him, would you? Of course not. Zhang Pengyu immediately waved his hand, selling Harry out. I actually don't know him very well. If he hadn't been clamoring to follow over tonight, I wouldn't have wanted to bring him. And the fortune teller said long ago that I have a hard life, and that the whole soft food thing doesn't suit me at all. His somewhat naive words once again made Fang Xiaoqing giggle. That's more like it. Only then did Dong Yuhan nod in satisfaction. However, as the female party's military advisor, it was obvious that she still wouldn't let Zhang Pengyu off so easily, just as she wanted to say a few more words. Instead, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from the stage. Ahem. Here's a song for the prettiest girl on the scene. Several people froze and their eyes went toward the stage, only to see that Jiang Chen, who had just been eating together, did not know when he also ran above the stage, following the example of the boy who had just been there, holding a guitar in his arms and a microphone in his hand. The only thing that was a little strange was that he also wore a mask on his face, making it impossible to see what he looked like. Only the clothes on his body hadn't changed much, so Zhang Pengyu's few people recognized him at a glance. Snap! The restaurant erupted in applause. This music grill bar has people singing on stage all the time, and we've all seen it before. Not far away, Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin's few people all cast their gazes over curiously, and they recognized Jiang Chen at a glance. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingchu's gazes couldn't help but look towards Su Luowei. They knew that the prettiest girl on the scene in Jiang Chen's words was probably referring to Su Luowei. What's this guy up to? Do you also want to follow the example of the boy just now and have a live confession in song? Su Luowei was also a bit surprised, but she understood Jiang Chen's meaning very quickly. After 3 years of sharing a bed, there was always some tacit understanding that no one else could detect. This guy probably remembered the proposal. She obviously never said that. Su Luowei's eyes were bright, both touched and looking forward to Jiang Chen on the stage, wanting to see what he would do. Soon the restaurant was quiet. Jiang Chen strummed the guitar strings in his hand, said softly, "Once upon a time." Chapter 112. Jiang Chen's confession object? Yuhan, that girl he was talking about. It couldn't be you, could it? At table 9, Fang Xiaoqing covered her mouth in surprise and looked at her roommate. Just now Dong Yuhan had said that if a boy could stand on the stage and sing a song for himself, he would be very moved. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen appeared on top of the stage a few minutes later, and at their table, Dong Yuhan happened to be the prettiest as well. Dong Yuhan herself was the school flower. It shouldn't be too much to say that she was the prettiest girl in the entire restaurant, right? So Jiang Chen's song is for Dong Yuhan? Is he planning to confess to Dong Yuhan? What did you all just talk about? That's all it took to take someone down? Fang Xiaoqing looked at Dong Yuhan with some disbelief. Dong Yuhan was also flabbergasted by the scene in front of her. Jiang Chen's song was for her? But why did he suddenly do this? Also, didn't talk about anything either? Just told him to get his ass in gear or it'll be hard to find a girlfriend, she said in a somewhat stunned voice. Then this song must be for you. Fang Xiaoqing had a face of sudden realization. He must have thought you were pretty and wanted to chase you. Yes? Dong Yuhan's face blushed slightly. In fact, she had such a suspicion in her mind, but was not quite ready to admit it. He had just finished speaking. Jiang Chen ran onto the stage. Where in the world is there such a coincidence? Actually, her first impression of Jiang Chen was quite good. Tall, good-looking and handsome. The only downside is that the mind is a bit shameless. It would be nice if that aspect could be changed. At this point, the guests in the restaurant were all a bit puzzled. Just once? What's this song? However, the few people at Su Luowei's table all had their eyes lit up. They knew that this must be another new song written by Jiang Chen. This guy writes songs. It's like there's no bottleneck. Always coming up with a shocking song without even realizing it. Su Mengyao pulled out her cell phone with some excitement, intending to record the image of Jiang Chen singing. Ever since the release of Invisible Wings, she and a few of her classmates had become almost fans of Jiang Chen. Everyone is curious to know what kind of work this director Jiang's next song will be. The last time Jiang Chen sang Old Boy and forgot to record the video, they were all counted several times when they went back. This time, she was sure not to forget. He's Jiang Chen? An inconspicuous corner. Tang Mengya was curiously surveying the masked boy on the stage. Auntie, is this the guy who wants to buy our company? If Jiang Chen were here, one must be able to immediately recognize that the one sitting across from this girl at this moment was the beautiful reporter of Starlight Entertainment newspaper. Miao Choubai. It's him. Miao Choubai looked in the direction of the stage with a somewhat complicated gaze. 2 hours ago, she was informed that Jiang Chen's car had left the company, destined for a music grill bar. She hesitated for a long time before deciding to make the trip over, and for some reason, she was now very interested in anything about Jiang Chen, especially after Jiang Chen proposed to buy Starlight Entertainment newspaper last time. Her heart, which had always been firm in wanting to run Starlight Entertainment newspaper well, became a bit messy for the first time. In fact, she was very resistant to this matter at first. The Starlight Entertainment newspaper was her heart and soul. How could she just sell it to other people? However, the words Jiang Chen had said on the phone back then always bubbled up in his mind uncontrollably. I can make Starlight Entertainment the biggest entertainment media in the country. How is this possible? I'm sorry, Director Jiang. I'm a bit busy right now and don't want to listen to your jokes. Might as well try it first then. What? How about I contract your company for 2 months? And after that, we'll discuss the matter again? Further on, Jiang Chen directly called over $1 million. That guy actually wants to make Starlight Entertainment News the biggest entertainment media in the country? Is it possible? Miao Choubai took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the stage. Tang Mengya is another shareholder of Starlight Entertainment newspaper, also her niece. Starlight Entertainment newspaper itself was a company she started with her own sister, Miao Chou Shui. But 2 years ago, Miao Chou Shui died because of an accident. So the part of the shares belonging to Miao Chou Shui were all transferred to Tang Mengya's name. This June, Don Moya graduated from school just in time. Originally, Miao Choubai had planned to arrange for her to familiarize herself with the company for a period of time, but she hadn't expected to run into the matter of Jiang Chen wanting to buy the company. So, tonight, he simply brought Tang Mengya along. If the company was really going to be sold to Jiang Chen, there was also an obligation to tell Tang Mengya. Auntie, are you really planning to sell the company to him? Tang Mengya asked with some doubt after carefully sizing up Jiang Chen for several moments. I don't know. Miao Choubai shook his head, his tone complex. The Starlight Entertainment newspaper has not been doing so well these past 2 years, and is already in a state where it can't make ends meet and can't hold on, and the savings in her hand are dwindling. If it was really like what Jiang Chen said, that he had the ability to bring new development opportunities to Starlight Entertainment newspaper, she actually didn't mind working with the other party for once. Tang Moya nodded thoughtfully. She didn't know much about what was going on in the company, but she just felt that it wasn't a bit too rash to just sell the company to someone casually. Did this guy named Jiang Chen really have the ability to make Starlight Entertainment newspaper better? Above the stage, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth under everyone's gaze. I want to see you smile. Trying to mess with you. I want to take you in my arms. 1 second red-faced in an argument. Turn around in the next second and make up. Some magnetic husky voice, with some faint sadness, resounded in this restaurant. After the guests at the table froze for a moment, they all wore surprised expressions, because this masked boy on the stage seemed to be a pretty good singer. And he sings songs that he's actually never heard before. What the hell kind of song is that? The resident female singer on the side also covered her mouth in surprise. Just now, before Jiang Chen wanted to go on stage, he stated that he didn't want any accompaniment, and she was still a bit skeptical. I didn't expect this boy, who was about his own age, to show a very professional singing voice as soon as he opened his mouth. You should know that the more you clear your vocals, the more likely you are to reveal problems on top of your vocals. But Jiang Chen's clean singing is great, with a gripping and magnetic voice. The melody of the guitar strumming in his hands also gives a faintly melancholic feeling. The restaurant grew quiet. The crowd was attracted by Jiang Chen's song and looked in the direction of the stage. Chapter 113, Confessions that belong to only 2 people. I'm not afraid of you crying. I'm not afraid of you screaming, because you're my pride and joy. A pair of eyes chasing you around. A heart that's been ready for a long time. Peng Yu, this friend of yours is a great singer. Fang Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Chen on the stage and covered her mouth in gradual surprise. She hadn't realized that the friend she had just had dinner with had such a talented side. His voice is so good. It doesn't even seem to be worse than a professional singer. But, how come I've never heard this song before? Once Upon a Time? What song is that? Dong Yuhan also froze and asked. Zhang Pengyu scratched his head. I haven't heard of it either. Maybe he wrote it himself. He remembered that Jiang Chen seemed to be the music director of Chenwei Entertainment now. Should be able to write songs, right? Upon hearing this, both girls couldn't help but widen their eyes. He still writes his own songs? Singing well and writing well are two completely different things. In fact, Zhang Pengyu was somewhat uncertain in his own mind, but at this time, of course, he was unconditionally on his brother's side, and he nodded his head affirmatively. Yeah, he'll write songs. The two girls looked to the stage in surprise once again. This time, however, their gazes were filled with shock, especially Dong Yuhan. She didn't realize that the boy she had just been despising was actually such a good singer and could write songs. If he's so good, why is he always thinking of taking soft food? Was it a deliberate attempt to amuse himself? Just once I'll show you the end of days. Laughing on a sunny day. Making a racket in the free air. Do you know the only thing I want? The melody of the song gradually rose. Su Luowei's side of the table. Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingchu's gazes at Jiang Chen both flickered with complexity. The song just once is a love song, right? It's pretty good. And great for confessions. Jiang Chen, when did this guy write such a song again? On the side, Su Luowei's eyes had long since become bright. She had been listening carefully to the lyrics of the song. Just once. I'll show you the end of days. It's really romantic. Is this Jiang Chen's promise to her? And in front of so many people. When she first got flash married to Jiang Chen, there were a lot of things that were simplified except for the wedding. It had always been a regret in her mind. What girl doesn't like romance? Unexpectedly, tonight, Jiang Chen was using this special way to make up for the regrets he had at first. Su Mengyao looked at Jiang Chen in the cell phone screen with a very excited expression. This time, she recorded the whole song in its entirety. Go back. It's sure to leave all the other girls speechless. They had long wanted to see director Jiang sing. In the restaurant, the guests looked more and more surprised. The more this boy sings, the more he listens. The song is supposed to be original, right? Never heard of it before. Someone had already pulled their cell phone out of their pocket and started recording the scene in front of them. It's a small world. I'll go with you to the ends of the earth. Stop looking in the corner where there's no worry. Growing old in carefree time. Tang Moya's expression also became a bit dull. She hadn't realized that this legendary jerk of a writer could sing so well. She looked to her sister-in-law with a shocked and puzzled expression. He's not. She had read Jiang Chen's profile. This guy, isn't he a jerk writer? 3 years of hanging out at home and not writing anything. A while ago, due to the angry spewing of Jiang Leng's talent, he was scolded on the hot list for a day or two before slowly dropping down. He actually sings so well? Miao Qiubai sighed softly. She had known for a long time that Jiang Chen wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Now that it seems to be true, the various operations of Chenwei Entertainment during this period of time should all be planned by him, right? The entire network was fooled by him, and now, he seemed to be preparing to take on Lu Siki of Qingcheng Entertainment. Come on, I'll tell you about him slowly. She took a deep breath, grabbed her hat from the table and put it on. Then he led Tang Moya out of the restaurant. Do you know my whole heartbeat? Dance as you wish. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen's song slowly fell. In the grill bar, there was thunderous applause. Good to hear. One more song. Handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Sing it again. Haven't heard it enough. Someone shouted at him in a loud voice. There was even a girl who paid for a bouquet of flowers at the front desk and went up to the stage to give them to him. However, the girl is about to want to give him a hug. Jiang Chen, however, politely refused. He smiled slightly and said into the microphone, "Sorry, everyone, I already have someone I like. She's right here in this restaurant. And this song, just now, is for her." Upon hearing this, the girl immediately ran off stage with a blush of embarrassment. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, laughed, then suddenly stretched out his finger and compared it to the shape of a love heart. It was a gesture he had taught Neisan once, and it meant love you. What others have, you will have, he said softly into the microphone. Su Luowei had already been moved to a slightly reddened eye at this point, and also stretched out her pretty fingers, comparing the same gesture to Jiang Chen. I love you too. A silent confession was accomplished without anyone being aware of it. Only Jiang Chen and Su Luowei understood the meaning of it. Su Jingchu looked at the two people's mutual confession. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. Jiang Chen, this bastard, coaxing women is really good. No wonder Su Luowei had to marry him in the first place. Originally, everyone thought that Su Luowei would regret it sooner or later, but in fact, this silly ninny had long ago given everything to Jiang Chen. She didn't regret it at all. Table 9. Fang Xiaoqing's gaze looked towards Dong Yuhan's direction in surprise. Yuhan, he said the girl he likes is in the restaurant. Isn't it confessing to you? I don't know. Dong Yuhan had a dumbfounded expression and was still a little nervous. Jiang Chen's confession came so suddenly that she didn't have time to think more. How? What to do? This is too sudden. I'm not prepared at all. Thinking about the deep scene of Jiang Chen singing on the stage just now, she felt another sudden blush, and it was as if a deer was thrashing around in her chest. It turned out that this Jiang evening was so powerful, and what he said before about eating soft food was just teasing himself. How is it possible to be a soft touch when you have such a brilliant talent? He seems to be coming down. But what do I do? Seeing Jiang Chen walk off the stage, Dong Yuhan's expression became even more flustered and nervous. It's okay, take it easy. Fang Xiaoqing comforted. In my opinion you should not agree so quickly first later. Zhang Pengyu watched the two girls muttering. His face changed several times, his expression a million times more torn. He was aware of the fact that Jiang Chen was already married. The guy's wife was a national goddess. So, what exactly are these two women discussing? Chapter 114, The Women Around Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen stepped down from the stage, he didn't choose to go back to Zhang Pengyu's table again, but instead went straight out of the restaurant. This blind date meal has been almost eaten. Zhang Pengyu the dog days to tease people to the flowers. Always do not need him to help cover up, right? By the river, under the moon, the evening breeze, the water sparkling, the roadside willow tree branches gently waving, like a woman waving long sleeves in the dance. Jiang Chen lit a cigarette rather leisurely and quietly waited for a few women to come out. The river flowed slowly in front of him. It had been a long time since he had sung in front of a large crowd, and for a moment it brought back a lot of memories of the time when he hadn't yet made his debut, and when he had taken up residency with his guitar on his back in some music restaurant like this. It was only $50 a day, barely just enough to eat, but he never gave up and enjoyed it. It is these little bits and pieces that have given him a lot of stage experience. It gave him a lot less to go on in his later journey to fame, but his goal in life was to eat soft food, and something like that was unlikely to happen again. He had quite a good time singing this song today, and I guess it made Neisan happy too. As long as he settled Tilting City Entertainment next, Neisan shouldn't have any reason to make him the music director anymore, right? Then he'll be able to lie at home again, free to eat soft food. Ugh, this guy wrote another song. Looks like we're going to have to work late again tonight to organize the copyrighted material. In the restaurant, Su Jingqiu sighed leisurely, her tone seeming somewhat helpless. However, Su Luowei, who was familiar with her, knew that Su Jingqiu was actually very happy at this time. After all, the better Jiang Chen, the music director, performed, the better the prospects for Chunwei Entertainment. It's a shame that this guy is just so addicted to writing that Queen Wang Lin declined all invitations to appear on the show. Su Jingqiu seemed to have remembered something and sighed leisurely again. Wasting such a good opportunity for nothing. You guys say where there is such a stupid person. Yan Shuoxin was silent and didn't say anything. Jiang Chen's songs always made her fall into deep thought. This guy was truly the most brilliant musical genius she had ever seen, and after a long moment of contemplation, she shook her head with some regret. He is wasting his talent. His songs should be on a higher stage, not in a place like this. At that, several of the women at the table nodded deeply. Jiang Chen's musical talent is truly beyond words, but is just too immersed in his career as a writer. We have to figure out a way to get him back on the right path. Su Jingqiu said. He's the music director of Chunwei Entertainment. He can't keep hanging around like this. Che, senior sister husband is just a stubborn donkey. In this world, besides senior sister Luowei, who else can convince him? Su Mengyao grunted. Speaking of this, several people's gazes were directed towards Su Luowei. The national goddess blushed slightly. Her eyes were still slightly red at this point, and she gently wiped the corners of her eyes before saying, "Actually, I have a way that might make Jiang Chen voluntarily give up writing." What method? Su Jingqiu asked. At this moment, she hoped most of all that Jiang Chen would devote himself single-mindedly to the work of Chunwei Entertainment. Told me that in a while, there will be a young writers' exchange in Magic City. If Jiang Chen is made to realize that he doesn't have the talent to write, it should make him give up writing altogether. Su Jingqiu pondered for a long time before instantly expressing her approval. Good, I think that's a good idea. I'll definitely bring him to it when the time comes, so that he'll give up writing. He can't be allowed to misrepresent himself any longer. This guy's writing is a complete waste of time. That's right. Peng Yu, why isn't your friend back yet? At table 9, Dong Yuhan and the others waited for several minutes without seeing Jiang Chen return. couldn't help but feel a little strange. Especially Dong Yuhan, who was both nervous and flustered in her mind at this time. It was only the first time they met, and this Jiang evening confessed to her in public. How should this be? She hasn't thought about a relationship yet, but that guy is really handsome and sings well. He probably went out for a smoke. Zhang Pingyu scratched his head and immediately digressed. Let's just leave him alone for now and continue eating. This barbecue meat tastes pretty good. He had just received a text message from Jiang Chen saying that he was going out for a smoke. Although he wasn't sure why Jiang Chen suddenly ran onto the stage to sing a confession song, he knew it must have nothing to do with this Dong Yuhan. Jiang Chen was a man with a daughter-in-law, and the national goddess Su Luowei was also much prettier than Dong Yuhan, but somewhat surprisingly, he had obviously digressed. Dong Yuhan, after hesitating for a long time, actually still said, "Why don't we go find him? The wind is quite strong at the riverside now, and if he goes outside to smoke just after he has had his fill, he will definitely catch a cold." "Okay, I'm already full. Let's go find him." Of course Fang Xiaoqing understood what her best friend meant. She knew that her best friend was probably moved by that Jiang evening, so she cooperated and nodded her head. Zhang Pingyu was a bit dumbfounded, but the two girls had already made their decision, so there was no way he could stop them. One could only honestly go and pay the bill and then follow the two girls out of the restaurant. Achoo! Jiang Chen stood by the river and suddenly felt his nose itching a bit, and sneezed a big sneeze. Damn! Who's counting on me behind my back again? He rubbed his nose and muttered. He was really smoking there. After Dong Yuhan walked out of the restaurant, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen who was sneezing by the river. "I've told you, if you're out in the wind at this time of day, you're bound to catch a cold, and it just so happens that I brought a shawl with me today." She hurriedly took out an exquisite shawl from her bag and hesitated for a long time, but blushed slightly as she handed it to Zhang Pingyu. "Pongyu, still, it's better if you take it over for me. Just say it's from me. Don't let your friend catch a cold." Okay, fine. Zhang Pingyu took it stiffly. Several people walked together in Jiang Chen's direction, but after just a moment, Dong Yuhan's steps slowly came to a halt, because she realized that there was already a pair of pretty little hands beside Jiang Chen, slowly draping a jacket over his body. She is. Dong Yuhan froze. Under the moonlight, Jiang Chen stood at the riverside silently smoking a cigarette, and he didn't know when, but at his side, there were several more women with stunning looks. One with eyes full of anger and tenderness was saying something to Jiang Chen, and seemed to be complaining that he shouldn't have run out to smoke at this time. One with a cool expression and a powerful aura, looking like a 10,000-year-old iceberg, but also standing quietly on the side, waiting for Jiang Chen to finish the cigarette in his hand. The last one, on the other hand, seemed much more playful and cute, sticking her tongue out at Jiang Chen and following behind the gentle girl, foxing and pointing a bit from time to time. Only Jiang Chen had a smiling look on his face, seemingly completely unconcerned. Ugh, isn't that the national goddess Su Luowei? Suddenly, a drunken man staggered out the door of the restaurant. When he saw this scene, he also froze for a long time. He thought that he was hallucinating from drinking too much, and rubbed his eyes with some disbelief. Chapter 115, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. But the scene in front of me remained clear. Wait, it seems like it's really Su Luowei. Soon, more and more people realized something was wrong. That's Queen Yen Tian standing next to her, isn't it? There was another girl who was pretty too. What was her name again? In that case, that man would be Gang Dog, right? It's really Jiang Chen. I've seen his interviews. The entrance to the restaurant gradually became noisy, and soon caught the attention of Jiang Chen and the others as well. Let's go. Identities exposed. Stop the deal. Seeing that Jiang Chen still seemed ready to make a mess, Su Luowei somewhat helplessly went up and took the cigarette from his hand, extinguished it and threw it into the garbage can, and then pushed him. Let's go. However, when Jiang Chen left, he also waved his hand at Zhang Panyu in a very flirty manner. Bye. Soon, the two cars slowly drove away from the place, surrounded by the crowd. At the entrance of the restaurant, bursts of clamor came from all around, but the place where Zhang Pingyu's few people were was somewhat silent. Dong Yuhan stood in place, her eyes a little dull, and she didn't say anything for a long time. An hour later, Jiang Chen returned home. Earlier in the riverside blowing a burst of evening breeze, he felt very comfortable, so at this time still some intention of lying down in the balcony reclining chair. Let the evening breeze serve his body. Su Luowei was also in a good mood tonight, and she wasn't angry when she saw this lazy look of his, and even prepared 2 bottles of beer and a plate of small dishes for him. But just as Jiang Chen wanted to take her into his arms and enjoy the starry sky and night scenery together, instead, the little ninny escaped, saying that she had something to go and chat with Gong Yi. Jiang Chen didn't force himself to do so, and enjoyed the cozy time alone with a small drink. When he finished a bottle of beer, Zhang Pingyu's phone call came this time. This guy probably sent Fang Xiaoqing home and tossed around until so late. Jiang Chen, you're also too ruthless. Dong Yuhan didn't say a word along the way. She's a little girl whose love life has just begun, and you're pouring cement into it. It's still your days that are comfortable. Zhang Pingyu sighed as soon as he answered the phone. Even if you pick a clear statement that you want to eat soft food, those pretty girls still can't help but like you. It took Jiang Chen a long time before he could probably figure out what he meant, hoping that Dong Yuhan thought that the song just once was sung to her, so she couldn't help but be moved? Ugh. Sometimes acting too good is also a kind of trouble. He sighed leisurely. Ah, Peng, you, convey a message to them for me. Don't get too caught up in it. I'm the man they can't have. On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a long time before Zhang Pingyu's voice came. Vomit. But after a moment's pause, he added with a sudden great deal of emotion. Jiang Chen, I've decided. I'm going to make money, get a good career, and then marry Xiaoqing back home. What? That's the right look? Not continuing to chase after your Xiao Yalan? Jiang Chen teased. No more chasing. Compared to Xiao Chang, Xiao Yalan doesn't suit me at all. Xiao Chang is the kind of woman who can get down to business. One day I'm going to make a name for myself and make the women who once looked down on me regret it for the rest of their lives. Jiang Chen nodded, rather sighing. Not bad. Seeing as you're so ambitious, I suddenly want to send you a message. What's the word? 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line for a long time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Chen, where did you get those two sentences from? They're too fierce. I now feel like I'm covered in inexhaustible strength, full of hot blood and vigor. Oh, that's for sure, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Anyone who read that back then felt the same as you. So what happened to all of them? Did they make any achievements? Zhang Pingyu asked immediately afterward. It's not that easy, and most people can only return to mediocrity after their fervor dissipates. Zhang Pingyu was a bit anxious. Don't Jiang Chen. I have prepared 2 entrepreneurial projects. Tomorrow to meet the investors. Now is in need of hot blood. You say 2 more hot blood. Let me feel a bit. A couple more words? Could be. Jiang Chen yawned. There's nothing difficult in the world. Aha! Just be willing to give up. Ha! All things come to an end. Yes, it's hard in the middle, and it's hard at the end, and it's hard as hell. Born to Run. Great poem. Thousands of dollars are scattered to dig holes. Ha! After a few words, Zhang Pingyu directly cried. Well, that's all the encouragement for now. You have a good day tomorrow. Zhang Pingyu seemed to want to say something else, but Jiang Chen had already silently hung up the phone. There was no talk all night. The next day, Jiang Chen was again woken up early by Su Luowei. Last night Su Jingqiu finally received a reply from Wang Lin, and at 10 o'clock this morning, Han Shuer could spare time to meet with Jiang Chen, so Jiang Chen had to go to the company early again today. Good thing Su Jingqiu had already prepared the details related to Han Shuer and the company to help Jiang Chen go forward to negotiate. As he yawned and pushed his way into the office, Su Jingqiu handed him another cell phone. Look at Weibo. Tilting City Entertainment has started messing things up again. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled as he took over the phone and tapped on the Weibo hot list. It was found that after a day's time, all the hot search rankings about invisible wings had plummeted a lot, but at the 3rd position of the hot search list, just a new hot search appeared on the Weibo hot search list. Jiang Chen suspected of plagiarizing others' achievements? The author of Invisible Wings is someone else? In this hot search, there was a blogger named Night Shift Bear who unflinchingly scolded Jiang Chen for thousands of words. How could Jiang Chen, a softie, write a song like Invisible Wings? I'll bet he got someone else to write the song and shamelessly put his name on it. If someone else didn't write it, I'll wash my hair upside down live. Invisible Wings is a good song and should be honored. I'm here to appeal to the entire internet to find the real author of Invisible Wings. Jiang Chen flipped through several more articles in succession. The articles were found to say pretty much the same thing, and there was even one that threatened to say that it had found the real author of Invisible Wings. It's a college student who's still in school. I had just finished writing this song when Jiang Chen shamelessly bought it for $20,000 and put his name on it. He told me at the time that a crappy song wasn't even worth that much. That $20,000 would be nice. So I sold it. He also said that if I was willing to give up the right of authorship, he could add another $5,000 to me. And I didn't think too much about it at the time, and thought that an extra $5,000 would be nice. So I agreed. But I didn't expect the song to be so hot. And Jiang Chen even said he wrote it himself. I felt at once as if I had been cheated. The article actually did have an illustration in the middle of it. A photo of a male college student being interviewed. A look of resignation and regret. It took me half a year to write a song like this. But I was cajoled and tricked by Jiang Chen into buying the copyrights. And now that Invisible Wings has exploded all over the internet, I really regret it very much. Underneath the article are the voices of various netizens who are righteously indignant. Damn. Jiang Chen is really too shameless to put someone else's song under his name. I knew this guy would never be able to write a song like this. It's so hateful to take advantage of college students who don't know any better and rip off people's songs. Strongly condemn Jiang Chen and demand that the song copyrights be returned. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless in his heart as he looked at these comments and this article. It's true that he wasn't the original writer of the song Invisible Wings, but it's definitely not this mother ******** ing college kid, either. Tilting City Entertainment is the real can make up I can't believe I found an actor. Damn. You're so good. Why didn't you get invited to the gala at the end of this year? Jiang Chen, what should we do now? Su Jingshu looked a little anxious. The heat of Invisible Wings had only just solidified, and she didn't expect to run into something like this. Xingqing Entertainment's purpose was obvious. Su Luowei's heat was too high to target now, so they turned to Jiang Chen. Compared to Su Luowei, Jiang Chen's reputation on the internet itself wasn't very good. The hatred of taking his wife could be more than just a segment. Many netizens were itching to knife Jiang Chen offline. That's why these articles, although they are all made up and have no substantial evidence, are still all over the internet. Netizens sometimes don't even care about the truth anyway, as long as they get a kick out of cursing. What else can we do? Jiang Chen waved his hand. Respond, of course. Damn. Even if the doggone Tilting City Entertainment says that I plagiarized, the object being plagiarized is actually a male college student, which is a bit too much. Su Jingshu froze for a moment. How to respond? Did you get that Twitter number I asked you to sign up for the other day? It's already registered. Su Jingshu hurriedly rummaged out a brand new cell phone from her bag and handed it to him. Registered with the name Jiang Chen. The official authentication identity is the music director of Chunwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen took the phone with a bland expression. 10 minutes later, a Jiang Chen account with a V sent out a microblog. It's true that I didn't write the song myself, and I apologize to all the netizens. Su Jingshu's eyes widened at the side, looking at Jiang Chen with disbelief. This is what you call a response. Chapter 116, Miao Bai who was whored out for nothing. Or what? Jiang Chen's gaze was full of dislike and contempt. I've long said that Xingqing Entertainment is too petty to do things, and can't become a big deal. Tossing around for half a day to come up with a third place on the hot search list. Letting the foreigners next door see it and think we can't afford to be on the hot search. I'm going to help him add fire directly and teach him what it means to be hot. Su Jingshu's face was filled with stupefaction, and she opened her mouth to say something, but she didn't know what to say, because last time, Jiang Chen had used this kind of reverse heat manipulation to push Invisible Wings to the #1 spot on the Hot 100 list. The network storm and public opinion that other entertainment companies are talking about. In front of Jiang Chen, it seems to be an interesting game that can be manipulated any way you want. This is it's a bit outrageous. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's microblogging rushed to the first place on the hot search list. Explosion. Jiang Chen himself has admitted that Invisible Wings is written by someone else. Jiang Chen's newly registered microblog also blew up directly, since this was the first time his official authenticated account had made an appearance on Weibo. Netizens were instantly interested and flocked to his comment section in a frenzy. At the same time, Jiang Chen's number of Weibo followers was rapidly increasing. Shameless. Following you just to come over here and scold you once a day. To actually use despicable means to cheat a college student out of a song. You're really too shameless. Dog thief. You still dare to show yourself? When will you come out to die? Still have the face to admit it? Thicker than a city wall. Under the righteous indignation of the netizens, Jiang Chen gets someone else to ghostwrite Invisible Wings. The heat of the moment is also rising. It has attracted the attention of more and more netizens. 10 minutes later, an online media named Star Entertainment newspaper suddenly released a recording on the internet. Actual hammer. Jiang Chen bought the song process dialogue recording exposure. The recording has the entire conversation of Jiang Chen buying a song from a college student for $20,000. But what makes netizens a bit strange is that the college student in the recording is not the male college student being interviewed, but a girl with a sweet voice. Of course the voice that paid for the song. After the netizens' careful comparison, found that it was Jiang Chen undoubtedly. The guy had just participated in an interview 2 days before, and his voice, which many could hear, was almost identical to the man on the recording. So this recording quickly rushed up the Weibo Hot 100 list to the second place, next to the same with a crimson color explosion word. The recording, in turn, has been played over 300,000 times in just half an hour's time. Netizens have praised the Starlight Entertainment newspaper for its quick action. The only slight complaint is that there are actually 2 commercials inserted into this recording. which is annoying. Starlight Entertainment News. You said, how much advertising money can I make on this order? In the office, the man with the glasses looked at his colleague with a somewhat dull gaze and asked in disbelief. $500,000. 2 ads, 1 for $250,000. Across from him, the male colleague in charge of interfacing with advertisers said in a stuttering tone. And the other party also said, if the broadcast volume can eventually break through 10 million, that price could be doubled. How much airplay is it getting now? The man with the glasses asked in a hurry. $400,000. Not far away. An excited voice came. Asterisk. It's only been a little over half an hour. If this momentum continues, it will only take a day to break through 10 million plays. The heat on the internet hasn't completely fermented yet, and many netizens haven't clicked on the tweets. The rate of growth in playback has been increasing. At those words, the glasses man's gaze froze a bit. So, they're going to make $1 million in advertising with just this recording? Their entire company? Over 2 months' salary? This, Nima. It's a money grab, right? Not far away. Tang Mengya's expression was also one of shock and disbelief, because this recording is what Jiang Chen just passed over. The advertisement was still inserted in by her own hand. $1 million in just a few minutes? Niao Choubai looked at the excitement and discussion of his colleagues in the company, and was very complicated in his shocked gaze. Just how long had it taken for that guy Jiang Chen to earn back all the wages he had paid them? If you do the math, Jiang Chen hasn't been whoring them for 2 months for nothing? What did you say? Jiang Chen admitted it? Inside the conference room of Tilting City Entertainment, Lung Fuxian frowned tightly and took the cell phone handed up by the staff. On both sides of the conference table, the executives of Tilting City Entertainment were basically present. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but have some odd expressions. Jiang Chen admitted on Weibo that Invisible Wings wasn't written by himself? What is the operation? How? A little hard to read? Chen Yuman sat in the main seat in the very center of the conference room, and her brows were also slightly furrowed. Originally, the crowd was discussing how to continue to deal with Chen Wei Entertainment and Jiang Chen. I didn't realize that the meeting had just gone on for 10 minutes when I received a piece of news that took everyone by surprise. Jiang Chen, faced with the public opinion on the internet, directly tweeted to admit that he had found someone to write his song for him. Giving up Su Luowei and starting from Jiang Chen's point of view was a strategy that Lung Fuxian had formulated yesterday. This guy is all cursed on the internet. Finding topics of conversation from him is half the battle. They didn't expect that the circular to throw dirty water on Jiang Chen would only be issued for more than 2 hours, and the evolution of things would be completely out of their control. How could Jiang Chen admit it? Is he crazy? What the hell is he planning to do? Lung Fuxian frowned. What else could it be because of? Yao Sichun snorted disdainfully after reading the information on the Weibo hotlist. I'm guessing the song itself was written by someone he had ghostwritten. Only it just happened to be crooked and poked by us. That Star Entertainment newspaper? Didn't it all come out with the recordings? He can't even admit it if he doesn't want to. The college girl on the recording is supposed to be the original author of Invisible Wings. We just need to contact her to get more evidence of Jiang Chen buying songs. Upon hearing this, the executives in the office actually nodded their heads after careful consideration. They felt that this explanation given by Yao Sichun was reasonable. Chapter 117, Meeting the Capital Circle Missy. Someone suggested, since the Star Entertainment newspaper was able to get the recording, it must have gotten in touch with the college girl. I suggest that we can commission this Star Entertainment newspaper to help us continuously expose Jiang Chen. But as soon as his words left his mouth, someone else soon questioned, but will they just help us? Just give the money. $1 million should be about right for this level of exposure. Makes sense. Those doggies are known for their information. Wait, this asshole Jiang Chen isn't short of money either. Do you guys think he'll pay to buy the news against him as well? It's possible. If it were me, I'd definitely buy it. Public opinion on the internet is very unfavorable to Invisible Wings right now. I think we have to raise the price. We can't let Jiang Chen have his way. Make a direct bid of $3 million. Take it in one fell swoop. Don't delay by negotiating or pulling with the other party. The conference room was buzzing with discussion, but Lung Fuxian kept frowning tightly. He always felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had always been led by the nose by others, a feeling he had never felt before, and it made him very uncomfortable. However, he had carefully considered Yao Sichun's words, and from the information he had so far, it was already the most reasonable speculation. That song Invisible Wings he had asked a lot of veteran musicians about and they all raved about it. It was really hard for him to believe that that asshole writer Jiang Chen could write such a song. And with Invisible Wings being such a hot topic on the internet nowadays, how could Jiang Chen have taken the initiative to admit that he bought the song if he wasn't forced to do so? This kind of thing is very bad for Invisible Wings. Unless he's a cutie. Perhaps. The people from Star Entertainment newspaper had already contacted Jiang Chen privately, offering a high price to get Jiang Chen to buy the recordings they had. The price, however, was not negotiated, so Star's Entertainment newspaper, in a fit of ruthlessness, exposed the recording, and Jiang Chen simply also broke the pot. Admit it directly. This kind of thing is not illegal anyway. At most, netizens can only morally condemn him for a while, and after a while, they will naturally and slowly forget about it. The mind slowly surmised what was going on. Lang Fuxian took a deep breath and said slowly, "Let's contact the Star Entertainment newspaper first. If the other party really has more evidence of Jiang Chen's song buying, pay for it, any amount of money will do." Good. The meeting was adjourned. In the conference room, only Chen Yuman and Lang Fuxian remained. What? Starting to get a headache? Chen Yuman looked at the frowning Lang Fuxian and suddenly smiled delicately. Lang Fuxian rubbed his brow and laughed. How can that be? These things in the entertainment industry are nothing more than a game to me. So what if we let Shenwei Entertainment temporarily pull off a win first? In front of capital. They're all just jumping clowns. I can lose countless times in this kind of game, but my opponent always has only one chance. So no matter how long the game lasts, the ultimate winner can only be me. Chen Yuman, however, seemed a bit unconvinced and bristled. Speaking so powerfully, how come you still haven't taken down Shenwei Entertainment? Humph. Lang Fuxian snorted coldly. What's the rush? Sooner or later. Chen Yuman blinked and didn't try to provoke him any further, but instead turned to ask. I've heard that there's a rumor on the internet lately that Shenwei Entertainment is going to block Lusiki? It's just smoke and mirrors. Lang Fuxian laughed coldly and shook his head. With the strength of Shenwei Entertainment, how could it possibly do such a thing? It's just trying to use this kind of small trick to nauseate us a bit. It's really boring. Morning Vista Entertainment is acting like a drunk right now, punching left and kicking right with no semblance of discipline. And I'm kind of curious as to what's going on in their heads. Now that the entire network is targeting Jiang Chen's public opinion, the release of Invisible Wings must have also been affected by a considerable amount of influence. And how do they plan to break this? The internet clamor continues, but the protagonists in the conversation don't care. At this moment, Jiang Chen's car was slowly parked at the entrance of an upscale cafe, which was the place where the Beijing Circle's Miss Han Shuer had an appointment with him. Falling Moon, a cafe that was once reported by the media as the most expensive in the Magic City. It is said that the coffee in this store is basically priced at more than $3,000 or $4,000 per cup, and some expensive coffee beans can even be sold for tens of thousands of dollars a cup. And the investor behind this store is the Han Group. The cafe is large and the interior is both luxurious and elegant. If you are willing to spend $5,000 to order a cup of coffee here, you will be somewhat surprised to find that each set of tables and chairs here are not quite the same shape, actually all individually designed. Each set of tables and chairs has its own theme and design concept, just like a delicate work of art. Seated around the cafe, both independent and not incompatible, looks very beautiful, and in the middle of the cafe, there was a very expensive-looking piano. Perhaps it was the early hour, but no one was playing on it at this time. The cafe wasn't exactly full of customers, with only a handful of tables. Of course, anyone who can still sit here leisurely drinking coffee at this time of the day is obviously of an unusual status. The cafe was filled with a light, refreshing scent. Jiang Chen didn't take a few steps before a pretty waitress girl took the initiative to walk up and gently inform him. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Han is already waiting for you on the second floor. Jiang Chen sized up the waitress girl in front of him and realized that the other party's clothes and attire and temperament were exquisite. Obviously a professionally trained service staff, completely different from those ordinary coffee shop waitresses. Okay, lead the way. He nodded, then slowly walked up the stairs, led by the waitress girl. When he arrived at the second floor, he was somewhat surprised to find that the layout and scenery of this floor was actually completely different again, because it's not too much to say that this place is a garden in the sky. Both sides of the road were lined with fresh flowers, with dewdrops visible on top of the petals, all of which should have been picked fresh off the bouquet that day. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling glass and shines above these flowers and green leaves in a colorful glow. Jiang Chen even saw a delicate and compact swing not far away. In his heart, he could not help but lament that these rich people, damn it, really know how to enjoy themselves. A place this big, just for coffee? In the middle of the garden, there was only one table. As for Diva Wang Lin, she was already sitting at the table, savoring a cup of coffee with an elegant posture. Chapter 118 The Kangxi Dynasty. Welcome, Director Jiang. Han Cheryl was using a water bottle at the moment, slowly misting a cluster of flowers. Although this Beijing Circle miss was already in her 30s, she still looked charming and her looks and figure were well maintained. Seeing Jiang Chen walk over, she lifted her head and shot a glance before smiling and greeting him with an introduction. This place doesn't usually host other guests. It's for my own use. Looking good. Jiang Chen nodded and said. It was supposed to be a polite remark, but Han Schwerer put down the kettle and looked at him with interest. Oh, what exactly is good about it? Jiang Chen froze. The question was odd. It's as if you made a casual, polite comment, it's fine. Others ask in return, how good is it? That would be more or less rude. What's the point of being so serious about something you just mentioned? Of course this kind of question wasn't hard for him to answer. He smiled gently and pointed to the middle of the garden. It's a nice sunny spot, and it would be nice to remove the table and move these flowers and set up a chaise longue for napping. At those words Han Schwer and Wang Lin both froze for a moment. Remove the flowers and remove the table? Then what's the difference between this place being empty and a balcony? And, such a nice place, and you only think of using it for naps? The corner of Wang Lin's mouth twitched slightly. This answer was very much in line with Jiang Chen's style. After all, this guy is the asshole writer who lies at home every day and doesn't have to think about anything. Han Schwer's brows, on the other hand, knitted slightly. The reason why she was willing to agree to meet with Jiang Chen today was because of her best friend's request, and the second was to examine whether Jiang Chen was suitable to be her daughter's teacher or not. It was only a moment's effort before she sensed that Jiang Chen didn't seem to be a very good talker and had a mixed personality. How can such a person be his daughter's teacher? Superintendent Jiang really does think differently. No wonder the internet says you're the best at eating soft food and being a jerk. She looked at Jiang Chen and also said with no trace of politeness. Jiang Chen, however, didn't seem to care about it and just shrugged his shoulders. It's just jealousy. Who would turn down a good-looking and rich wife? Ha! Han Schwer, however, shook her head, clearly not agreeing with Jiang Chen's statement. She's the kind of woman who is both rich and beautiful, but doesn't want her husband to be a jerk who spends his days moping around. Most women are strong after all, and a man who's too much of a wimp will just be no fun at all for her. So 10 years earlier, she had gotten a divorce from her own husband. The Muscatel coffee here is good. You can try it. She sat down on a chair and asked the waiter to show Jiang Chen the coffee list here. Oh, then add more sugar. This coffee thing is too bitter for me to drink. Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand and said directly. At those words Han Schwer couldn't help but feel angry in her heart. Adding more sugar? Does this guy know how much a cup of coffee costs here? What about drinking it as sugar water? Han Schwer was a coffee lover. Otherwise she wouldn't have opened such a cafe in a place like Mordor, where there was so much land. Knowing that the investment in this cafe had exceeded $200 million, I didn't think that Jiang Chen didn't care at all, which made Han Schwer's impression of Jiang Chen in her heart couldn't help but be a little worse. Of course, the visitor is a guest. She didn't say anything, and waved for the waitress to get ready. Wang Lin's inquiring gaze looked over, but she silently shook her head. This guy, it doesn't fit. Seeing this, Wang Lin sighed slightly in her heart, some disappointment in her eyes, but she didn't say anything more. Jiang Chen is actually very talented, but just a little too casual and lethargic. She had originally thought that Jiang Chen would more or less restrain himself and pay attention to his attitude since he was begging Han Schwer today, but she didn't realize that this guy was really not polite at all. Who is Cheryl Han? There is no room for sand in your eyes. This meeting today is not expected to turn out too well. Sure enough, wait for the coffee to be served. Jiang Chen just took a shallow sip. Han Schwer then picked up her cup and said with a clear and cold gaze, Superintendent Jiang can just go back if he only came to me for the matter of Tilting City Entertainment's Lu Siki. The filming of Dekong Dynasty has already begun. Lu Siki is one of the female lead actors, and it's impossible for the theater group to change the actors. At those words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He didn't expect Han Schwer to open the door and reject his intentions before he even opened his mouth. How did the other party know? He looked at Wang Lin next to him. The only person here who could break the news to Han Cheryl was Wang Lin, a veteran diva. However, Wang Lin was as unconcerned at this moment, her eyes slightly looking in the direction of the ceiling, her fingers shaking the spoon in her cup, as if she didn't even notice Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang Chen's heart was suddenly clear. Damn, so doggone divas like to talk gossip behind their backs too. But he didn't care too much in his mind. Even though things were a bit unexpected, it didn't really matter. He didn't come here today to beg. Oh, Mr. Han misunderstood. He withdrew his gaze. I didn't come here today for this matter. Han Schwer's brows furrowed slightly as she sniffed. It's not about Lu Siki? Then why are you looking for yourself? I heard that Mr. Han is a producer, and his Snowflag Entertainment has invested in many costume dramas. Jiang Chen took out a document from the bag he was carrying and placed it in front of Han Schwer. It just so happens that I have a script here as well, and I'd like to ask Mr. Han if there's any value in investing in it? Han Schwer and Wang Lin both froze for a moment. Script? What kind of operation is this? The two men's gazes were filled with doubt, especially Wang Lin, who had originally thought that Jiang Chen had come for Lu Siqi's matter. Who knew that the other side had come up with a script? She knew that Jiang Chen could sing as well as write songs, so if the guy came up with a song, she wouldn't even find it unusual. But what's with the script? Han Shuer didn't say anything even when she glanced at Wan Lin, but directly picked up the copy of the script on the table. She wanted to see what Jiang Chen wanted to do, but when she opened and flipped through the first page of the script, her gaze couldn't help but change slightly, because the title of this script was familiar to her. The Kangxi Dynasty. It's only a word away from the one she invested in, the Great Kang Dynasty. Chapter 119. I'll buy this script. Director Jiang, what do you mean by that? Han Shuer asked with a slight chill in her gaze. Don't worry, Mr. Han, this script doesn't have anything to do with the Great Kang Dynasty. It just has a similar name. You can take a closer look. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Only then did Han Shuer frown and continue to look down. Soon she noticed something unusual, as she realized that the script was thick, but there wasn't much content. Probably only a few episodes of the plot. Just very detailed writing. The script is divided by shot, and actually spells out the set, the actors' lines, the changes in their demeanor, and their mental activity for each shot. There are even subplots drawn in some places that are detailed to a fault. It's safe to say that any director could take this script, cast the actors and go straight to shooting. Of course, the most important thing in determining whether a script is worthwhile is the plot. Maybe it's because the name of this script is very close to the Great Kang Dynasty. A hint of anticipation also arose in Han Shuer's heart, and she sank her mind down and began to carefully read the content on the script. As the helmsman of Snow Flag Entertainment, she had read many scripts for historical costume dramas, but it's the first time I've seen a script like this one, which is written according to camera divisions, and the story of it, however, was becoming more and more alarming to her the more she read. The beginning of just a few episodes lays out the changing of the empire, the ascension of the young emperor to the throne, and the plots of the powerful ministers against the throne. The Emperor Kangxi, in the play, was only 8 years old when he ascended the throne, and the entire affairs of the court were supported by an old woman, Empress Dowager Wang. The name of the drama is Kangxi Dynasty, so the young emperor in the drama must have to establish his own dynasty. How on earth did the emperor, who was only 8 years old, slowly reclaim his power from the game of the four most powerful ministers, and then create a strong empire of his own? This kind of thing, really, can it be done? Without realizing it, 20 minutes passed. Han Shuer didn't say a word. Her brows locked as she flipped through the script page by page, seemingly completely immersed in the plot. Wang Lin beside her was a bit surprised. Han Shuer had invested in more than a dozen costume dramas over the years. What scripts hadn't she read? Why are you so interested in this script of Jiang Chen's? Jiang Chen, however, didn't say anything, silently savoring the coffee in his cup, and even asked the waiter to refill it after finishing it. This script, of course, was what he had written down after slightly adapting it from the Kangxi Dynasty TV series in his mind. While the history of the two worlds is slightly different, it is largely similar. As far as he knew, the last dynasty of this world also had such a young emperor who succeeded to the throne at the tender age of 8 or 9, and it reigned for 50 or 60 years. The only thing that's a bit unfortunate is that the history and culture of this world has been very badly damaged due to various historical reasons a couple hundred years ago. Many of the historical documents stored in the repository were burned to the ground, causing great difficulties for historians in their research. Today, while historians know what probably happened in each dynasty, the details of it are impossible to extrapolate without enough historical documents to provide information. So the one that Han Shuer invested in, the Great Kang Dynasty, although it's a historical costume drama, it's actually not that different from making it up. When Jiang Chen read the script for the Great Kang Dynasty yesterday, he felt awkward that this kind of historical story, which relies purely on the author making things up, might have a bit of uniqueness to it. But the storytelling and historical underpinnings of it, compared to the Kangxi Dynasty, are so much worse, not even on the same level. After all, one's fantasies, and historical events that actually happened, that's a completely different thing. It was only after another 10 minutes that Han Shuer slowly looked up from the script in front of her. With a vague glint of shock in her eyes, the script in her hands had turned to the last page before she had to stop, or she felt afraid that she might be able to continue reading. Jiang Chen took out the script. The writing is just too good. Every detail, set, and character portrayed in it is very real and vivid. Each character in the play has their own interests and aspirations, as well as their own personality and way of thinking. Emperors, ministers, empress dowagers, and even palace concubines and eunuchs. The destinies of hundreds of people are intertwined, not at all messy, and together they form this huge story. This story structure is so awesome. It was almost as if it had actually happened. It is important to realize that many of China's current dynasties have gaps in their historical examination that desperately need to be filled. And most of the costume dramas they're making now are really just fantastically created stories based on the larger vein of history. Compared to Jiang Chen's script, the vividness of the characters alone is much worse, not to mention all the courtroom rivalries, and the backgrounds and settings of each character. Where on earth did Jiang Chen get such a script? Wang Lin, who was on the side, also took the script over, but after just a few glances, she exuded the same look of surprise as Han Shuer. This script, it's really well written, and some of the handwriting on this script, it's actually, Director Jiang, where did you buy this script from? Han Shuer looked at Jiang Chen and asked with a rather shocked expression. She'd been entrenched in film and television for over a decade and hadn't touched a single script like this one. She knew basically all those authors who liked to write historical dramas, and she didn't seem to have heard of anyone writing such a script. What? My handwriting? Mr. Han can't see it. Even Diva Wang Lin can't see it? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed. Han Shuer froze for a moment and looked at Wang Lin. Only then did Wang Lin raise her head and lock eyes with her, nodding with a somewhat complicated gaze. It is indeed his handwriting. When she first got the lyrics and melody of As You Wish from Jiang Chen, she naturally recognized Jiang Chen's handwriting. A momentary lapse of concentration had just occurred, also because of the realization of this. She hadn't realized that Jiang Chen usually did scriptwriting in addition to songwriting. Han Shuer froze when she heard this, then looked at Jiang Chen with a somewhat incredulous tone. So, this script was written by Director Jiang? Her mind was full of doubts. Didn't Wang Lin say that this guy is just a jerk plus a musical genius? Why are you still writing scripts? It's just a slight understanding. The basic skills of a writer. Nothing unusual. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Unconcerned. Han Cheryl then remembered. That's it. The guy still seems to be a writer. Although rumor has it that he hasn't written anything in 3 years and is just a jerk of a writer. But, assholes, who can actually write a script like The Kangxi Dynasty? Who can believe this kind of thing when it is said? Chapter 120, Theme Song of the Kangxi Dynasty. The atmosphere on the second floor of the cafe was somewhat silent for a while. Han Shuer looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised gaze. You know, the script of the Great Kang Dynasty was all bought by her from a well-known old writer in Kyoto, and the movie and television rights alone cost more than $1 million. That old writer was in his 50s, had written several historical costume dramas, and was very rich in writing and experience. But the Kang Dynasty he had written was a complete heaven and earth compared to Jiang Chen's Kangxi Dynasty. There is no comparison. Just now, Director Jiang was going to ask about the investment value, right? I've read this script and it has investment value. She took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen. Name your price. I'll buy the script. Wang Lin on the side was a bit surprised and couldn't help but look at Han Shuer. It's only been a few minutes? You've decided to buy? In fact, she just doesn't understand the current market for costume historical dramas. Han Shuer can be sure that this Kangxi Dynasty after broadcast will become a historical costume drama among the classics. At present, China is really too short of this high-quality historical costume drama. Mr. Han misunderstood. I'm not here to sell scripts. Jiang Chen, however, smiled faintly and waved his hand. I just want to simply ask for advice on whether a script of this quality has any value for investment. This script, I'm planning to keep it for my own shooting. After all, we at Shenwei Entertainment haven't produced a TV series yet, so I'm afraid we'll lose a lot of money if we invest hastily. Han Cheryl froze for a moment. Not here to sell her script? Are you kidding me? There were so many people in the entertainment industry who made dramas, so if they just wanted to inquire about the value of the investment, why make a big deal of contacting themselves through Wang Lin? However, after a little bit of mental contemplation, she realized what Jiang Chen meant. I'm afraid this guy is still here for the sake of Lu Siki's matter. He just doesn't want to take the initiative to talk, so he took such a script as a front. Trying to get yourself to budge? Oh, nice try. She gave an icy smile and her complexion quickly returned to normal. What? Shenwei Entertainment is also starting to plan to move towards film and television dramas, and director Jiang wants to switch to being a producer? It's not impossible to try. Jiang Chen humbly said. I wrote the script for the Kangxi Dynasty in great detail, and every single shot was considered. I think if we pull together a temporary crew now, we should be able to make it to December as well. In this way, counting the time for publicity and promotion, it shouldn't be difficult to grab a prime New Year's slot. Han Shuer's face suddenly changed. This is because the projected airing time for her investment in the Great Kang Dynasty is the New Year's time slot. In those days families loved to watch TV and could reap a wave of high ratings. But if the Kangxi Dynasty also airs in that time slot, the Great Kangxi Dynasty won't be competitive at all. Is Director Jiang threatening me? Han Shuer's gaze was a bit icy. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, as if he didn't know at all. What? Could it be that the airing period of Dekong Dynasty is also in the new year? So, coincidental? Han Shuer's face was expressionless as she quietly watched Jiang Chen's performance. The expected airing time of the Great Kong Dynasty had long been officially announced on Weibo, and she didn't believe that Jiang Chen didn't know. Forget it, how about this? Jiang Chen's face didn't change, and he hesitated for a long time before seeming to make up his mind. I'll put in more effort, let the crew work extra hours, and save a little bit of time on publicity, and try to air it a month before the year. That way the timing is staggered with the Great Kong Dynasty, and there's no competition between our two families. At those words, Han Shuer's face became even more ugly. Even Wang Lin raised her head in surprise and glanced at Jiang Chen. She had just looked over the script and realized that if Jiang Chen's Kongxi Dynasty was aired a month earlier, then the ratings of Dekong Dynasty would definitely be minimized. It's a toss-up whether it will even get airtime on TV. After all, TV stations aren't stupid enough to waste a short period of prime time on such a drama that is both similar and completely uncompetitive. The stories of the two scripts are just too different, no matter which way you look at it. Jiang Chen's Kongxi Dynasty is in a state of complete victory. Han Shuer really hated to take the kettle aside at this point and nourish Jiang Chen's face. This asshole, who was clearly threatening, even pretended to be so unconcerned. However, as the person at the helm of Snowflag Entertainment, what scenes had she not seen before? At that moment, he also did not change his face and said coldly, Director Jiang said it so easily. It's a bit too easy to imagine shooting a TV series. Director, actors, sets, props. I won't talk about these problems of the crew. What resources can Shenwei Entertainment take out just for publicity? On the TV station side, how many people do you know? Which leaders do you know? We, Snowflag Entertainment, have been developing in the field of TV dramas for so many years, and we rely on more than just money, even if the quality of the scripts is not as good as yours, Shenwei Entertainment. But I can guarantee that even if you do get the Kongxi Dynasty made, it's still not clear who will end up surviving on the TV screen. Hearing her words, Jiang Chen but laughed, not caring at all. To be honest, he really does not worry about the problem of filming. His mind has all the memories of watching the Kongxi Dynasty back then. What a one-by-one against the filming of the Kongxi Dynasty is not difficult at all. When the time comes, a random director, as long as it's not a cutie, will always be able to shoot what he wants. The only problem is publicity and contacts on the TV side. Of course the sky was the limit, and when that time came, he would naturally have other ways to be able to solve it. Publicity is an area where we really aren't as good as Snowflake Entertainment, he said faintly, but I have my own way. Big deal. I'll just write another song to promote this drama. Mr. Han should know that my songs aren't too hot on the internet. In terms of filming, although I've never been a director, I'm sure what comes out isn't any worse than anyone else's. Han Shuer let out a cold laugh. Jiang Chen really thought this director thing was too simple. A crew of hundreds and thousands of people, actors, sets, props, camera positions, even logistics. Any slip-up in any area can cause big problems for the crew. How can an inexperienced director take control of the whole situation? I guess the scene was already a mess before the scene was finished. She looked at Jiang Chen and said with some disbelief, Director Jiang, there's no need to say big words. Not to mention you have the nerve to mention the song you wrote? Have you forgotten that the internet is still hanging on the list of hot buttons for cursing you out? You're not thinking about which college girl you're going to fool into writing you a song again, are you? Or are you planning to copy someone's song? I'll admit, your songs are hot on the internet, but it seems like they're all curses that don't help with the promotion. Han Shuer's tone carried the slightest hint of mockery, clearly meaning to go toe-to-toe with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also sighed slightly. The netizens nowadays, they really like to make things happen. How can we call it copying when it comes to our cultural people? Talent has actually always existed quietly in this world. It doesn't belong to you or to me. I've just been lucky enough to be a talent mover. Han Shuer let out a cold laugh. What? Superintendent Jiang is already babbling after being poked and prodded? Jiang Chen smiled and didn't explain, taking out a data disk from his bag and placing it faintly on the desktop. Actually, I got college students to write this song to promote the TV show 2 years ago. I wonder if Mr. Han would be interested in helping me see if this song can be used as the theme song for the Kongxi Dynasty? Does it have any publicity value? Words. Han Shuer and Wang Lin both froze. Jiang Chen, already got the theme song already? Chapter 121 Borrowing Another 500 Years from Heaven. Han Shuer looked at the data disk on the desktop with some uncertainty. To be honest, she wanted to reject Jiang Chen right now and have him leave immediately. The curiosity in her heart, however, made her take a deep breath and beckoned the store's employee over. Bring over a computer. She was curious to know where exactly Jiang Chen's bottom line came from. How dare you go against yourself when you're obviously asking for something? Also, What makes him think that a theme song alone can compare to Snowflake Entertainment's promotional channels and resources? Soon, a laptop was fetched, and Han Shuer inserted the data disk into the computer, only to see only an audio file displayed on the screen. Borrowing another 500 years from heaven. Han Shuer frowned slightly. Borrowing another 500 years from the sky? What's this song? Now the promotional song for Dekong Dynasty is called 1,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains, which she personally asked a senior musician in the circle to write, mainly highlighting the vastness and expanse of the empire. The melody was stirring and rhythmic, and she felt satisfied after listening to it, so she simply didn't believe that the song Jiang Chen took out would be even better. With that thought, she dragged her mouse and clicked on the audio file on her computer. As soon as the music plays, it's a jangly, full-bodied introductory melody, with the sound made by traditional instruments such as horns, drums, gongs and other percussive instruments. The atmosphere is magnificent. It was like a generation of legendary emperors who had conquered the four directions and were sitting on the dragon chair high above, accepting the pilgrimage of 10,000 people, and as far as he could see, tens of thousands of Gingo and Iron Horsemen stood solemnly, flags flying, overflowing with murderous energy, and the neighing of warhorses resounded frequently. It was as if something big was about to happen. Han Shuer's gaze flickered with a shocked color. The melodic aura was even more majestic than 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, somewhat out of her expectation. Afterward, Jiang Chen's voice slowly sounded, along the gentle curves of the rivers and mountains that rise and fall. Let the horse love the Middle Kingdom, love the North and the South. In the face of icy swords and stormy amorous company, cherish the golden years that God has given me. His voice also seemed to sound not quite the same as usual, very thick, giving off a sense of calmness and depth. I don't know how he did it. These opening lines sound fairly calm, but soon the melody begins to rise. To be a man with a liver and guts, and to be a man with no fear of hardship, the spirit remains the same year after year. There is a bitter and a sweet side to being a human being, and good and evil are separated on both sides, all for the dream of tomorrow. The lyrics were subtitled at the bottom of the screen, and Han Cheryl listened carefully to the lyrics. She didn't know as much about sound as a musician, but as a producer she had her own perspective. For example, does the song match the theme of the script? Does the theme song sound good? Does it have promotional value? It's safe to say that Jiang Chen's song has been pretty good so far, with a catchy melody and well-written lyrics. However, she, who was familiar with the plot of the Great Kong Dynasty, was quietly relieved in her heart, because she realized that something seemed to be missing from Jiang Chen's song, and it didn't quite match the theme. The Kangxi Dynasty tells the story of an emperor, but the song doesn't sing about the emperor. It's a nice melody, but the theme doesn't match and the publicity will be much less effective, so she's not worried. Soon enough, though, the chorus of the song comes out. See the hooves of iron clanking across the miles of rivers and mountains. I stand on the cusp of the wind and hold tightly to the spinning sun and moon. May there be peace and prosperity in the land of smoke and fire. I really want to live another 500 years. When Han Shuer heard this, her expression changed violently for a moment. It's amazing how these few lyrics changed the whole mood of the song a bit. The 4 lines of lyrics were all depicted from the emperor's point of view, but the line "I really want to live for another 500 years" was directly sung to bring out the eloquence and grandeur of a generation of legendary emperors. It was then that she realized why the title of Jiang Chen's song was called "Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky." Yes, what exactly is the thing that a generation of legendary emperors crave the most? Is it power? The rebellious and powerful ministers in the court have been taken down one by one, and the power has reverted back to the imperial power. Is the world at peace? All the wars in the world have been pacified, and the whole of China is a peaceful and happy world. Is it expanding your territory? All around the empire, it's been actively subjugated. All under the sky is the king's land, and all under the land are the king's subjects. What kind of bravado and dominance is this? What else under the sun can stop you? All of the goals that were set at the time of his ascension to the throne have been realized. When I look at the world, I can't believe that there are no more enemies that I can fight. I really want to live another 500 years. See the hooves of iron clanking across the miles of rivers and mountains. I stand on the edge of the wind and hold the sun and moon tightly as they spin. May there be peace and prosperity in the land of smoke and fire. I really want to live another 500 years. I really want to live another 500 years. I really want to live another 500 years. The music ended slowly. Han Shuer and Wang Lin glanced at each other, and neither of them spoke for a long time in their eyes. Han Shuer, in particular, looked very complicated, because she knew that Jiang Chen wasn't wrong. The song was majestic, with a stirring and heroic melody, written from the perspective of an emperor. The prosperity of the empire, perfect for the theme song of a dynastic historical drama such as Kangxi Dynasty. If this guy actually released this song "Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky" on the internet, it would be a sensation. After all, this guy is on fire on the internet right now. The whole internet is currently buzzing about Jiang Chen looking for college students to buy songs. And even Jiang Chen himself tweeted to admit the truth. But Han Schwer took a deep breath. Oh, jokes. How can a song like Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven be a buy? If she couldn't surmise what was going on by now, she was a little too stupid. This asshole is probably creating a hot topic on purpose and the whole internet is screwed. The songs were all written by him. They couldn't have been bought. How could anyone get college students to buy 2 songs of such high quality in such a short period of time in a row? Do you really think that a song of this quality is a cabbage that you can find everywhere? In all the years she's been investing in TV shows, she hasn't seen a few songs. Besides, it's not like the person who wrote the song is a cutie pie. Can't you tell a good song from a bad one? Who would want to sell a song of this quality? Han Schwer's gaze gradually became complicated. She had invested more than $30 million in the Great Kong Dynasty, and according to estimates, if this TV series could be aired properly at the end of the year, the revenue should be more than $50 million. But if Jiang Chen really rushes Kongxi Dynasty before the end of the year, then she will lose her money. $30 million all down the drain, though $30 million is nothing to her. But in business, losing tens of millions of dollars for no reason is not a happy thing. Wang Lin didn't say anything on the side. She knew that both sides had currently entered a critical moment of negotiation. The conditions offered by Jiang Chen were completely different from what she had envisioned. And originally, she had thought that Jiang Chen would at most come up with a song to use as a bargaining chip. I didn't expect this guy to threaten Han Schwer with filming a TV series. Now things are a little difficult. Chapter 122, Collaborative Shooting? Jiang Chen, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you, Han Schwer said in a cold voice. I admit that what you took out impressed me. I can offer you $10 million for the script and the theme song. Plus I can give you a certain percentage share. What do you think? Han Schwer knew that if Jiang Chen took the script out in front of her, he must have meant to make it a condition. That's why her opening price was high. $10 million was enough to buy a script and theme song for a historical costume drama, which was already sky high. You know, she had only spent over $1 million when she first bought the script for the Great Kong Dynasty. But the quality of this script by Jiang Chen was far above that of the Great Kong Dynasty. And as a producer, she didn't want to let go of such a high-quality script, so she was willing to pay a little more. Han's group isn't short of money, and neither is she. There's nothing wrong with spending a little more money as long as you can pick up the script. However, Jiang Chen still shook his head. Mr. Han misunderstood. I'm not here to sell scripts. If Mr. Han is really interested in the Kongxi Dynasty, we can instead work together to film this TV series, with Chunwei Entertainment taking more than half of the shares. At this moment, Jiang Chen also stopped hiding and revealed his truest thoughts. He came to find Han Schwer today. Lu Siki's matter was just incidental. What he hoped for more was to borrow Snowflag Entertainment's influence in the field of TV dramas to help Chenwei Entertainment to rapidly develop the market. After all, at the moment, Chenwei Entertainment can only develop and grow in the field of music at the moment, and the field of film and television dramas does not have any connections and resources at all. Snowflag Entertainment, on the other hand, has been rooted in the field of TV dramas for more than 10 years, and if the two sides work together on a TV drama, Chunwei Entertainment will be able to take this opportunity to completely cross over into the field of film and TV dramas. Jiang Chen does not have a lot of good scripts on hand. As long as there are enough contacts, resources and influence in the film and television industry, all of these can ensure that Chunwei Entertainment will steadily develop in the future. As for Luscious, if the two sides can reach a partnership, Chenwei Entertainment will also be one of the producers of Kongxi Dynasty. What resistance will there be to uncontracting Lu Siki at that point? Han Schwer sniffed, but her brows furrowed slightly. Co-shooting? Jiang Chen actually had this idea? It will cost about $30 million to film Kongxi Dynasty, with both of us, Chunwei Entertainment and Snowflag Entertainment, contributing $15 million each, while I will then provide the script and theme song, and Snowflag Entertainment's side will be in charge of the filming and publicity. For the profit share of this TV series, Chunwei Entertainment has a 70% share. What does Mr. Han think? Jiang Chen said. Han Schwer frowned and took a deep breath. To be honest, there wasn't really any problem with this idea of cooperation that Jiang Chen had proposed. After reading the script of the Kongxi Dynasty, she was confident about the drama, which was definitely a production that could make money. However, Jiang Chen's proposed split was a bit of a lion's share. Although the script and theme song were provided by Jiang Chen, Snowflag Entertainment's resources, experience and connections in the field of movies and dramas were also a huge hidden asset. There is no way to accurately calculate these resources into money, but they can make a huge difference in many cases. Morning Vista Entertainment, on the other hand, is a complete amateur. It is a bit unrealistic to work with such a layman and ask for a 70% share. In her opinion, even if they worked together, Snowflag Entertainment should at least take over 60% of the share. Director Jiang, if your first request after we start working together, shouldn't it be for the crew to terminate their contract with Lu Siki? Han Shuer looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. She certainly hadn't forgotten what exactly Jiang Chen had come to find herself for today. Although Lu Siki was only a minor character, at this time, she was qualified to be used as one of the bargaining chips. Currently the only person who could help Jiang Chen block Lu Siki was himself. And if Jiang Chen wanted his help, he would have to make concessions. Jiang Chen smiled expressionlessly and didn't deny it. If we start working together, and Shenwei Entertainment is one of the producers, it shouldn't be too much to ask for such a small request, right? Of course it's not excessive. Han Cheryl smiled slightly, but, instead, she shook her head. The Lung family behind Leaning City Entertainment is also a big family in Kyoto, and I don't really want to get involved inside the conflict between you and Leaning City Entertainment, so I can't agree to this condition. Script plus theme song, $12 million. If Director Jiang is willing to sell it, I can also give you an additional 10% profit share, but the co-production thing, forget it. Han Shuer's tone was very dry. As the heir to a business family, she was certainly well-versed in the ways of negotiation, and compared to Jiang Chen, she wasn't actually in a hurry. It was Jiang Chen who wanted to block Lu Siki, not her. There was no need for this kind of thing to have to be talked out today, so she very keenly grabbed Jiang Chen's only soft underbelly, intending to adopt a delaying tactic, using Lu Siki's matter to slowly hang Jiang Chen and force him to make concessions. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. 12 million plus a 10% share? It seemed high, but if he remembered correctly, the Kangxi dynasty, in his world, generated hundreds of millions of dollars in profits from an investment of a mere $20 million. If it wasn't for the sake of blocking Lu Siki, he really didn't want to work with Snowflag Entertainment. It seems that there is still a lot of disagreement between our ideas. Seeing that Jiang Chen had been brooding and not speaking, Han Shuer continued. I think it's better for Director Jiang to go back and think about it first, and it's fine to talk about the cooperation later. She smiled slightly and took a gentle sip of the coffee she had in front of her. The situation was all under her control at this moment. Of course she could work with Jiang Chen, or she could terminate Lu Siki's contract. It's just a small actor. Would the Lung family still turn their backs on themselves over this kind of thing? But since you have a bargaining chip on your hands, why not utilize it? Co-shooting is fine, but there's no need for Shenwei Entertainment to take up so many shares, right? 40% is what she feels is the right price point. Now that the two companies, Shenwei Entertainment and Xingcheng Entertainment, were fighting each other, Jiang Chen would definitely be more anxious than herself, and she had all the time in the world to wait for Jiang Chen to make more compromises. Jiang Chen looked at Han Shuer expressionlessly, his brows slightly furrowed. To be honest, the ending was a bit different from what he had first envisioned. He hadn't expected that both the Kangxi dynasty and borrow another 500 years from heaven had been taken out, but neither of them had managed to take down Han Shuer. It was important to realize that the profits from these two works had far exceeded the losses caused by Han Shuer's termination of Lu Siki's contract. Worthy of being the big miss of the Han Group, it's really hard to take advantage of dealing with this kind of business family. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart and didn't speak again, slowly savoring the coffee in front of him. He needed some time to organize his subsequent thoughts. Han Shuer, on the other hand, and Wang Lin glanced at each other, and a hint of a smile passed through their eyes. Jiang Chen, let's see what you do this time. Be a good boy and compromise. For the rest of the time, both women very tacitly did not talk about anything related to the Great Kang dynasty, but instead chatted about some dispensable trivialities. Han Shuer even asked Jiang Chen a few questions about Su Luowei, and took out an exquisite gift box for Jiang Chen to pass on to Su Luowei as a small gift between women. Inside that gift box lay an exquisite diamond necklace that looked like it should be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. Surface courtesy was done in a way that could not be picked out. However, Jiang Chen didn't have much heart to appreciate it, and casually accepted it before preparing to get up and say goodbye. Han Shuer's refusal was somewhat unexpected, and it also stirred a trace of mendacity in his heart. A stern look appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Damn! If Han Shuer really dared to not give face and was dead set on going against himself, then even if he spared offending two major capitals, he would still make this woman's Great Kang dynasty bloodless. He opened his mouth and was about to just say goodbye. Just then, however, there was a sudden burst of elegant piano sounds from downstairs. Han Shuer and Wang Lin both gazed towards the downstairs, only to see that in front of the piano in the center of the hall, there was a beautiful girl playing the piano elegantly at an unknown time. She looked like she was probably only about 15 or 16 years old, but her piano playing was not bad. It already compares to many professional pianists who are just starting out. Chapter 123, A piano piece. The setting of this cafe is already very comfortable and cozy. And what the girl played happened to be a rather muted tune, very much in line with the laid-back and quiet atmosphere of the cafe at this time. The guests in the cafe obviously possessed a certain level of music appreciation, and while savoring their coffee, they closed their eyes and enjoyed the piano music of the young girl. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in much of a mood to do such idle things at the moment. He planned to gather his staff when he got back and study the filming of the Kangxi dynasty. Whether Han Cheryl fought or not, he was prepared for the worst. Of course, at this moment, Han Shuer and Wang Lin's gazes were both attracted to the girl at this moment, so Jiang Chen didn't rush to get up and say goodbye, but asked the waiter to bring another cup of coffee again. 12,000 a glass. 2 more cups of coffee and let the woman bleed out. Finally, a few minutes later, the young girl's piano piece was played. The cafe erupted in applause. The girl was only 15 or 16 years old, but she showed a very professional level of piano playing, which made the audience in the cafe very impressed. Her piano talent is really good. Wang Lin smiled faintly. Wait a few more years and she'll become a famous female pianist in China. Han Shuer's gaze was also permeated with a hint of satisfaction. As a mother, of course she liked to hear others praise her daughter. She turned her head back and was about to say something, but suddenly saw Jiang Chen on the opposite side of the room and couldn't help but remember that this director Jiang seemed to know a lot about music as well. Invisible Wings and Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky are all high-quality songs. Wang Lin even recommended him to be her daughter's music teacher. Thinking like this, she also wanted to hear Jiang Chen's opinion. Director Jiang, what do you think of the piano piece just now? It's average. It's passable. Jiang Chen's mind at this time was actually not on that piano song, thinking that the girl was just an employee in charge of playing the piano in the store, and casually waved his hand and said, at those words, Han Shuer's face couldn't help but change. Yu's piano talent and level of proficiency is one that many of the country's leading music professors are not shy about praising, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was actually just average, barely getting by. The guy has some musical talent, but he's a little too proud of himself. Director Jiang really is a musical talent with such a high vision. She snorted coldly and said with a cold biased face, this piece was written by Professor Du Sangyun especially for Xiaoyu to prepare her to participate in the Huaxia Youth Piano Competition. Superintendent Jiang wouldn't know anything about the piano at all, so he couldn't hear it, right? Han Shuer's words weren't polite at all, and even vaguely carried a hint of mockery. Luna? It was only after hearing Han Shuer's tone and the way she addressed the girl that Jiang Chen noticed a hint of something wrong. He recalled that from the information he had read, Han Shuer seemed to have an only daughter named Han Luoyu. He is the sole heir of the Han group and has been very favored since he was a child. Only rarely appears in public, so there is no photo above his profile. Could it be that girl is Han Luoyu, Han Shuer's daughter? It dawned on Jiang Chen that no wonder Han Shuer's face looked so ugly after hearing his words. Han Luoyu was the jewel of the entire Han clan, and since she was young, she had hired various famous teachers to train her, making her much better than her peers. Thinking about it that way, that average comment I just made did sound a bit harsh, but he wasn't good-natured either. Although he knew he had said something offensive, he did not explain and simply stood up with a sneer. What? Superintendent Jiang is angry and plans to just leave? Han Shuer coldly snorted. Oh, of course not. It's just that I suddenly remembered something to do with the piano. Jiang Chen glanced at Han Shuer. I'd like to borrow the piano for a bit. Mr. Han shouldn't mind, right? Han Shuer froze for a moment. Jiang Chen wanted to play the piano? Be my guest. After a long moment, she nodded expressionlessly. No matter what Jiang Chen did, it couldn't affect the decision in her heart. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to easily enter into a partnership with his Snowflag Entertainment. Under the gazes of the two, Jiang Chen slowly walked toward the stairs. Oh, I'd like to see what he's planning to do. Han Shuer looked at Jiang Chen's back, took a sip of coffee, and said coldly. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the gazes of the two women behind him as he walked step by step on the steps of the staircase. The piano has always seemed to him to be more of a ceremonial instrument, elegant, dignified, and with a little romantic mystery. There is no musician who doesn't like the piano. That's why he rarely played the piano after coming to this world, because the instrument seems to have a magic power. It was fascinating to explore, and he was always afraid that he might not be able to control himself enough to play more. But once he was hooked, it was hard to pull himself out. However, on this current occasion, he was planning to let go. The outcome of today's negotiation with Han Cheryl was somewhat unexpected. Han Shuer was proud, and Han Luoyu was also proud that Chenwei Entertainment really wasn't as precipitated and accumulated as Snowflag Entertainment in the field of movies and dramas. But in music, the other side is a little overconfident. Han Luoyu, the jewel of the Han group, preparing for the youth piano competition? Maybe it's time to show them what real piano music is. Hello, may I play a song? Jiang Chen's voice rang out in the cafe, somewhat abruptly, but maintaining the most basic of manners. Although he wanted to teach Han Shuer a lesson, he didn't want to weaken his Morning Vista Entertainment's momentum in this well-dressed cafe. Han Luoyue's piano sound came to an abrupt end, and she turned back to Jiang Chen with some shock. No one in this cafe had ever bothered her while she was playing the piano. Seeing the girl up close, Jiang Chen realized that Han Luoyue looked a lot like her mother, and although she was only 16 years old, she was already a beautiful woman in her own right. The skin was delicate and fair, and she wore a beautiful and expensive dress like a proud little princess. At this moment, however, Han Luoyue's brows furrowed slightly. The piano, a birthday gift from her grandfather on her 12th birthday, was worth over $3 million. Although it is placed in this cafe, it is not at all going to be played by just any other guest. I'm sorry, this piano. She shook her head and was about to decline when a waiter came along at a quick pace. But just at that moment, Han Shuer's voice came down from the second floor. Moon, let him play. Han Luoyue raised her head and realized that her mother was standing on the second floor looking at her. She froze. Mom knows this guy? She remembered that her mother seemed to be meeting a guest today. Even Aunt Lin had come. Could it be the man in front of her? She gave Jiang Chen a curious look and hesitated for a moment, then nodded and stood up from the piano chair. I was a little reluctant, but I had to listen to my mom in front of so many people. Jiang Chen looked around, and at this moment, the guests in the entire cafe were all looking this way. With his experience, he was naturally accustomed to this kind of public gaze and wasn't nervous at all. Still, he took a soft breath and adjusted himself before walking slowly over to the piano and taking a seat in the chair. It's about honoring the instrument and the music. Wang Lin had also stood up from her chair by now, curiously coming to Han Shuer's side. She was also curious to know what exactly Jiang Chen was planning to do. Han Shuer's refusal just now was already obvious. What else could this guy do? Is there even going to be a song? To convince Han Cheryl like she convinced herself in the first place? Chapter 124 The Canon. After Han Luoyue got up from the piano chair, she directly sat down at the nearest table, her gaze filled with curiosity as she surveyed Jiang Chen. She remembered that her mom and Aunt Lin always mentioned the words musical genius when they left the house this morning. Could it be the guy in front of her? But he looked like he wasn't more than a few years older than himself, so how was he a musical genius? Han Luoyue pouted her lips, a bit unconvinced in her heart. She was a piano genius. Her level was already almost comparable to many professional pianists. She didn't think this young guy could surpass herself. With everyone watching, Jiang Chen seemed to have finally adjusted himself. He reached out his fingers and gently tapped the piano keys. Ding! The piano made a crisp sound. The sound quality is excellent, very pleasing to the ear, and it's a great piano. He also owned a multi-million-dollar piano in his last life, but the tone of that piano sounded a little different than this one when you listen closely. Good pianos are unique, and each one has its own character that deserves to be savored. He saw the hunt for a moment and pressed a few more keys at random. Ding! 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 The unstructured sound of a piano is a constant refrain in this cafe. Jiang Chen carefully felt the timbre of the piano, and a faint surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. The performance of the piano was even better than he had imagined, showing that the piano must have come from a world-class master, and that the usual maintenance had been done very well. This behavior of his, however, looked a bit strange in the eyes of the onlookers. The crowd had originally thought that Jiang Chen was going up to play the piano, but what is he doing now? Does this guy not know how to play the piano? Just want to get up there and try? On the side of the cafe, a few foreigners in suits shook their heads regretfully. Originally they thought that the Chinese girl played the piano well. He was about to admire it more closely, but he was not expecting to be interrupted by this oriental man. Han Shuer's brows were also slightly furrowed. Jiang Chen's somewhat amateurish behavior at this point made her have to start doubting Wang Lin's judgment a bit. This guy, is he really a musical genius? She took a deep breath and turned around a little disappointed, not intending to waste any more time on Jiang Chen. However, things quickly changed a bit. The sound of the piano suddenly intensified. Jiang Chen seemed to have finally found his form, and the fingers that landed on the piano keys gradually became more numerous. From the very first finger, gradually it becomes 2, 3 roots, 1 hand, 2 hands, and the piano tone, which was originally incredibly messy, gradually became regular. A beautiful melody flowed from his hands. Han Cheryl froze and turned to look downstairs, and the guests in the cafe are gradually realizing it. The somewhat disorganized piano sound seems to be evolving into a piano piece. Melody. Very nice to listen to, and they never seem to hear about it. Jiang Chen's 10 fingers flexibly roamed around the piano keys like an experienced pianist who was feeling the timbre of the piano in front of him and then expressing his thoughts as he pleased. Ding, 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 ding 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 ding. The piano is getting denser, while the tempo is picking up. The toddler has learned to walk, and then walks faster and faster. and in the end even runs. Han Luowei froze, her eyes gradually widening as she looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief. She found this piano piece. Surprisingly, she had never heard it before. But, it's great to listen to, and this way of playing, it's also very novel. Second floor. Wang Lin's eyes also opened wide, a hint of shock flashing in her gaze. The last time she saw Jiang Chen play the piano was when she had a bet with Yin Shuoxin. Jiang Chen sang the song As I Wish with piano accompaniment in front of her, but at that moment, Jiang Chen didn't open his mouth. He was playing a real piano piece. As a singer, she certainly means something. It's hard to write songs, but it's even harder to compose piano music. Songs are able to express emotion through all aspects of lyrics, accompaniment and singing, and where the melody fails, the accompaniment, lyrics and singing make up for it, but not piano music. A good piano song can only express the emotions in it through the melody. The melody is what the listener feels most directly. In this case, the ability to write a great piano piece inevitably requires that one has studied the meter to the nth degree. At present, there are not many excellent pianists in the whole of China, but there are even fewer musicians who can compose excellent piano music. Ding 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 ding. The cafe grew quiet. The guests were gradually discovering the unusual nature of the piano piece, and they put down the coffee cups in their hands and savored it. And the piano melody, too, grew rich and continuous. Before one melody has completely dropped, another one catches up. It was like two children chasing and playing with each other. If you listen carefully, you will find that there are many different emotions in this melody. At times it gives a feeling of serenity, and at other times it is cheerful and sad. The guests all slowly closed their eyes and felt the elegant piano piece, letting their emotions wander completely in time with the melody of the piano piece. The few blonde foreigners on the table to the left had all stood up, their gazes exaggerated as they looked toward Jiang Chen. Some even covered their mouths in shock. Looking at the mouth, one could vaguely discern that it was saying something like "My God." Han Shuer and Wang Lin didn't speak, and both of them glanced at each other, seeing the incredulous gazes in each other's eyes. This tune by Jiang Chen, it's kind of nice to hear. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Chen's fingers flew up and down, his eyes slightly closed. It was as if he was completely immersed in the piano music. Ding 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 ding. 3 minutes later, the sound of the piano slowly dropped. The cafe was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into applause. Jiang Chen stood up from his chair after exhaling deeply. It's been a while since I've played a classic piano piece like this, and my technique is still slightly rusty. It seemed to work well though, as the guests around him applauded, and he gave a slight salute to those around him in response to the applause. Han Shuer and Wang Lin stood on the second floor and also applauded. This nice piano piece deserves their applause. Jiang Chen straightened up and saw the two upstairs as well. However, he didn't choose to go up the stairs again, but instead beckoned the waiter after lingering his gaze on Han Luowei at the side for a moment. Tell your Mr. Han that I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. The waitress girl froze. What do you mean? This is going away? She opened her mouth as if to say something, but Jiang Chen had already straightened his clothes and walked towards the cafe door. The piano piece has been played. He proved what he had just said, that Han Luoyu's piano music was, indeed, average. Besides, he had intended to say goodbye, and since he had already gone downstairs, there was no need to make another trip up at this point. If Han Shuer doesn't agree to cooperate, then we'll all see the real thing underhand, and the narrow road will be won by the brave. He pushed open the door of the cafe, his gaze skimming over Han Luoyu on the side. At this moment, the little girl's expression was completely dumbfounded. He laughed in his heart, thinking that this little girl knew how to play the piano. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to understand the charm of the canon. So what will Cheryl Han choose next? Chapter 125 Wimpy Negotiations. There was silence in the cafe. The crowd seemed to be still immersed in the sound of the zither just now. When Han Luowei on the second floor learned from the waitress that Jiang Chen had left first, she really wanted to shout him back immediately and throw the coffee in her hand in his face. This guy, he's really not polite at all. After all that coffee, a casual hello and go? What now? She gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Lin. It was also the first time she had encountered someone like Jiang Chen who was not at all polite, but it was also unlikely that they wanted her to directly bow down to Jiang Chen. Time was on her side anyway. She wasn't in a hurry at all, and she could keep stalling. People fight for a breath. Buddha fights for an incense burner. The big deal was that she wasn't going to make any more money from the Kong dynasty, and she wasn't going to let her voluntarily compromise with Jiang Chen. I think he must not have gotten far by now, so we'd better hurry up and have someone chase him back. Wang Lin shrugged her shoulders and said in a calm tone. What? Han Cheryl raised her eyebrows and looked at her best friend. What's with this silly BFF? Helping out an outsider? We've already lost. Wang Lin, however, sighed languidly. How did you lose? Han Cheryl frowned. Look at the moon. Han Shuer froze for a moment at her words, then looked toward the stairs. Only the usually smart and lively Han Luoyue's expression at this moment appeared very dull, her eyes staring blankly at the piano in the center of the cafe. The pretty eyes were a little complicated and a little incredulous, as if they were still recalling the piano piece they had just played. Her heart is in turmoil. Wang Lin sighed leisurely and said, Han Luoyue grew up surrounded by various famous teachers. No one in her age group was better than her. And just now, Jiang Chen's performance had given her a big shock. After all, Jiang Chen looked like he was only in his early 20s, not a few years older than her, but such a young fellow could leave her far behind in the field of piano. Does this mean that she's actually poorly endowed? You know, the people who taught her were all well-known professors in China, and under such conditions, they all lost to others? That piano piece just now, is it really that powerful? Han Shuer showed a look of surprise and looked at Wang Lin with some difficulty in placing it. She doesn't know much about music theory. He just thought that Jiang Chen's piece was very good, not like something an average person could play, but he didn't expect it to disturb Han Luoyue's state of mind. Wang Lin's gaze was a bit complicated as she nodded before taking a deep breath. Very impressive. She's not a pianist. But yet, I can tell that the piano piece that was just played was awesome. The melody was very beautiful and played in a completely different way. The kind of piano music she couldn't play, much less write. Han Luoyue is the same. That is, the realm of true geniuses. Wang Lin sighed softly in her heart. Originally thought that Jiang Chen's musical talent was already surprising enough, but I didn't expect this guy to actually. Han Shuer clenched her fists with a very indignant expression. That asshole Jiang Chen. He must have done it on purpose. He purposely played piano music in front of Han Luoyue to undermine his own daughter's self-confidence. Han Shuer clenched her teeth in anger, but after being angry for a long time and changing his expression several times, he also didn't think that there was any better way. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly and take a seat in her chair. Give the call. Lin, this guy shouldn't have gotten far. In this round, they did lose. Just thought about how to suppress Jiang Chen. The result of a turn of the head. Home were stolen. Cannot lose it. Jiang Chen came out of the cafe, went straight back to his car and slowly lit a cigarette. He had already thought in his heart that if Han Shuer didn't change her mind after smoking this cigarette, he would just drive away, and he wouldn't choose to work with Han Shuer again for the Kanchi dynasty. Big deal. He'll make his own version of the Kanchi dynasty and make sure to air it before the end of the year, so that the great Kanchi dynasty will lose airtime. It's as good as blocking Lu Siki. Only this way time is much slower and things are much more complicated. And at the same time will also be tied up with Snowflag Entertainment. If possible, it would be best to have Snowflag Entertainment take Chunwei Entertainment in the field of movies and dramas. But success is in the hands of man, and planning is in the hands of God. If things are not possible, there is no need to force them. We're all out here. Whoever wimped out is a stickler. When the cigarette in his hand was almost burned out, Jiang Chen started the car with an expressionless face and prepared to go back to the company to study the filming of Kangxi Dynasty. At this time, however, the phone next to him suddenly rang. Hello? Jiang Chen picked up the phone and a cool voice came from the other end. It was Wang Lin. On your terms, Yuki agrees. Oh, Jiang Chen sneered in his heart and was about to say something, but the opposite party had already hung up the phone directly. Obviously, this Wang Lin diva didn't want to give Jiang Chen the chance to act like a pussy. Jiang Chen didn't care, laughed, put away his cell phone, extinguished his cigarette, and walked towards the cafe. When Jiang Chen re-entered the second floor, he found that Han Luoyue, the little girl, had run up at some point and was sitting beside Han Shuer. She didn't say anything, but her gaze had been surreptitiously sizing up Jiang Chen, both complicated and curious. Oh, Mr. Han, my car was started. Why did you suddenly call me back again? Jiang Chen looked at Han Shuer in front of him and asked indifferently. Han Shuer's face was ugly. This asshole, playing this knowing trick again. With a cold face, she didn't mention what had just happened with the piano piece and got straight to the point. Director Jiang, let's not beat around the bush. I agree to the matter of terminating the contract with Lu Siki. In addition, I'll offer $12 million to buy the script of Kanchi Dynasty, and the copyright of Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky. After the TV series starts broadcasting, it will also give you an extra 10% share. If you promise we can sign the contract right now. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart and didn't rush to speak. He knew that the real negotiations were finally about to begin. He slowly sat down in his chair, and was in no hurry to speak, but first beckoned for the waiter. A cup of coffee, the kind that costs 12,000, with extra sugar. Okay, Mr. Jiang, wait a moment. The waitress' little sister hurriedly agreed and turned around to get ready. Han Shuer had been coldly watching Jiang Chen's performance, the gaze in her eyes growing more and more exasperated. It was the first time she had ever experienced such a fossilized negotiation. Chapter 126. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Oh, Mr. Han, I've said many times that I won't sell the copyrights of the script and songs. Jiang Chen finished ordering his coffee before he turned back to Han Shuer and said, looking straight into her gaze, the only way of cooperation that I can accept is to co-produce this drama, with me providing the script and theme song, and both parties co-financing it, with Chunwei Entertainment owning a 70% share. That's never going to happen. Han Shuer flatly refused, and both sides, after a lot of ranting and raving, began to sit on the ground and argue reasonably. Snowflag Entertainment has been rooted in the field of costume dramas for more than 10 years, and its resources and connections are not comparable to those of Chunwei Entertainment. Morning Vista Entertainment is only contributing a little bit of money, and they want to share 70% of the profits? Director Zhang's appetite is a bit too big. Oh, Mr. Han, don't forget, I also provided the script and theme song. Even if we start working together, I'm afraid the copyright is still in Director Zhang's hands, right? Why care about these details? The authorized use does not affect our cooperation. I can allow Morning Vista Entertainment to contribute, but not more than 20%. Oh, why doesn't Mr. Han open up the pattern a bit? Isn't it good for us to work together and reach a win-win situation? It's also a win-win for me to win twice outright. After 20 minutes of discussion and argument, the two actually still did not reach a consensus, but the profit sharing is from the beginning of the 7-3, gradually to the direction of 50-50 to start advancing. After all, 73 cents was just a sky-high price that Jiang Chen had casually shouted out. He also knew that this split ratio was absolutely unacceptable to Han Shuer, but negotiation is like this, asking for a price in the sky, sitting on the ground to return the money. As long as the final can be negotiated into a 50-50 split, it is also considered that Chunwei Entertainment took advantage of the bargain. After all, Chunwei Entertainment really does not have any resources in the field of film and television drama. In addition to the money, basically is to be a shirker. The hard work is done by Snowflake Entertainment, and they have to accumulate Snowflake Entertainment's connections and resources in the process. Although Jiang Chen is currently trying to loosen the 50-50 split, Han Shuer still thinks that it's too much of a loss for Snowflag Entertainment to be in charge of both the crew and the publicity channels, and that it's too much of a loss to only get half of the profits. If possible, she prefers to just buy the script and theme song and shoot it herself. Both sides addressed this issue for another half day. In the end, Jiang Chen only agreed to invest an additional $2 million, but the two sides could only split the money 50-50. Anyway, this drama is sure to make money. He doesn't care if Chunwei Entertainment throws in an extra million or two, but the script is definitely not for sale. Snowflag Entertainment now has only one way to go, and that is to work with them. To be honest, if it wasn't for Lu Siqi's matter, he wouldn't have wanted to work with Han Shuer. There were plenty of companies in the country that could make TV dramas. Negotiations were at an impasse for a while. Han Shuer's face was a little red with anger. Director Zhang, negotiating like this is simply no sincerity at all. I don't see any need to talk anymore today. Lu Siqi, I won't terminate my contract. Jiang Chen wasn't polite at all either, slapping the table. If I remember correctly, it was Mr. Han who called me back, right? Do you really think that Snowflag Entertainment's resources and connections can be of much use? If I wasn't trying to save trouble, Chunwei Entertainment is fully capable of filming the Kanshi dynasty on its own, so we can compare then and see whose ratings are higher. You, aside, Han Luoyue and Wang Lin were both a bit dumbfounded. It was the first time Han Luoyue had seen her mother so defeated, and Wang Lin had never seen her best friend get this angry. Knowing that Han Shuer was a great lady of the capital circle, there weren't many people around who dared to be angry with her. Just when both thought they would continue to argue, Han Shuer, however, suddenly took a deep breath and calmed down to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I can agree to all of your conditions, but I also have a request that I hope Director Jiang will agree to. Jiang Chen secretly cursed in his heart. Damn, this woman is really difficult to deal with. I can't believe they won't let up at all when it comes to this point. Say, what's the request? He asked warily. Han Shuer mused for a moment, but her gaze looked in Han Luoyue's direction. Falling Moon is going to participate in the Huaxia Youth Piano Competition in 2 months, but her music teacher is currently unavailable for the time being, and I hope that during this time, Superintendent Jiang will be able to serve as the youngest daughter's music teacher. Jiang Chen sniffed and froze. What the hell? Being Han Luoyue's teacher? He gazed towards Han Luoyue, and the little girl seemed to have been startled by her mother's words at this moment, and sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, she immediately turned her head aside in some panic. But the two fingers in front of her body were unconsciously tangled together. No way. Mom wants this guy to be my teacher. This guy doesn't look much older than himself, so why is he his teacher? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He had always thought that Han Shuer was willing to compromise because she wanted Han Luoyu to play the piano piece she had just played in the competition. That was the main purpose of his sudden choice to play canon here. One was to prove his piano skills, and the other was also to throw out new bargaining chips to make Han Shuer compromise. But to his surprise, what Han Shuer eventually proposed was such an odd request. As long as you say yes. Han Shuer took a deep breath. Whether it's terminating Lu Siqi's contract or co-investing in the filming of Kangxi Dynasty, I can promise you that. And you don't have to budge on the investment money, we'll each take half. Han Shuer's tone was somewhat helpless. Although in business, whatever is going on is not as important as her daughter. The reason she was willing to work with Jiang Chen was also for Han Luoyu. If it wasn't for the piano piece that had just made Han Luoyu feel as if she had lost her soul, how could she have been willing to compromise so easily? Now that the Huaxia Youth Piano Competition was approaching, how could Han Luoyu prepare for the competition when her state of mind suffered such a great impact? If he was easily eliminated down the line in the tournament, I'm afraid it would have an even greater impact on Han Luoyu's state of mind. Han Luoyu has put a lot of effort into this competition and she hopes her daughter will get a good result. The only person who could help Han Luoyu untie her heart now was Jiang Chen, so she had to compromise with Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen made it clear that he wanted her to pave the way for Chenwei Entertainment, she still had to accept it. Sure, Jiang Chen on the opposite side of the table didn't know the twists and turns in this, and didn't know that one of his piano songs had already made Han Luoyu lose her mind, but instead felt that Han Shuer was putting the cart before the horse. He thought that if it was just to win the piano competition, it wouldn't be better to just teach Han Luoyu the canons and let her play it when she competed. Why should you have to travel so far to study after him and lose time? He shook his head, about to decline. Han Shuer, however, took a deep breath and said in a firm tone, Director Jiang, this is the basis of our cooperation. You should know that I only have one daughter. Everything about her is of the utmost importance to me. If Superintendent Jiang doesn't agree, there's no way for our cooperation to continue. Lu Siqi, I will definitely not terminate her contract. Of course, if Superintendent Jiang agrees, the tuition will be paid by me at the highest standard, as long as Superintendent Jiang can teach her with all his heart. This, Jiang Chen frowned, hesitating once again. The negotiations had reached this point, and he could also feel the final firmness in Han Shuer's tone. If the two sides want to work together, then this is the condition that must be reached. While he was hesitating, Han Luoyu on the side was clenching her teeth in anger. This guy, what do you mean? You're a piano genius yourself. Other teachers are dying to teach themselves. Mom had already said so, and this guy was actually so hesitant to say yes? It's really pissing me off. After hesitating for a long while, Jiang Chen finally sighed and chose to agree to Han Shuer's request. Although it was a bit troublesome to teach Han Luoyu, it was the best possible outcome. It wouldn't take more than a few hours to teach this silly girl anyway, so think of it as an after-dinner digestive exercise. But when he finally agreed, he emphasized one more time, yes, but only for a maximum of 2 months. This sentence, again, made Han Luoyu, who was on the side, furious. Good. Han Shuer, however, didn't care much and nodded her head. 2 months was more than enough time for my daughter to adjust back to her mindset. Any longer than that, she didn't feel comfortable with her daughter following Jiang Chen. This asshole, all the time. Let's sign the contract then. There's no need for the Great Kang Dynasty to continue filming. Let's work together directly on the basis of the Great Kang Dynasty crew and change the script to the Kangxi Dynasty. The venue props and actors are pretty much the same. With a few tweaks, Han Shuer waved and called out to the staff to prepare the contract. Jiang Chen naturally had no problem with any of these things. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Han Shuer jointly pressed their handprints on the contract. The two sides reached an agreement to jointly invest $15 million in the Kangxi Dynasty TV series, and each occupies a 50% share of the ratio. Snowflag Entertainment is responsible for filming and publicity and promotion, while Chenwei Entertainment is responsible for providing scripts and promotional songs. However, Han Shuer, in order to allow Jiang Chen to properly teach Han Luoyu, directly stated that she would allow Chenwei Entertainment to only contribute $10 million when she finally signed the contract. The extra $5 million was paid by her as a tuition fee for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood up and briefly shook hands with Han Shuer. Happy cooperation, but I hope Mr. Han won't announce to the public for the time being that I wrote this script for the Kangxi Dynasty. Why? Han Shuer's gaze was a bit puzzled. The Kangxi Dynasty was written so well. Shouldn't Jiang Chen want the more people to know about it the better? Alas, Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Every family has a difficult lesson to learn. My family doesn't agree with my dream of becoming a writer, so it's not good for me to announce these things now. He actually made a bet with Su Luowei. As long as he could write his own work, Su Luowei would no longer force him to be the music director. But But now that the problems with Tilted City Entertainment are still unresolved, he's not going to announce his status as a writer just yet. Mr. Han, you also know, although I'm a person who is empty of talent, but has always been very low-key, even if others on the internet misunderstand me, I'm not willing to talk back. That's why I've been on several hot searches lately. It's really helpless, and I hope that both of you will keep it a secret for me on this matter. Han Shuer's gaze, however, gave Jiang Chen a very odd look. You, low profile? What the hell do you have to do with that word? However, the two had just talked about cooperation, and there was no reason for her to refuse such a small matter. So after thinking about it, she directly nodded her head and agreed. What about the termination of Lu Siki's contract? When does Director Jiang want me to announce it? The sooner the better. Of course. Damn it. I'm going to have a hard time for one more day that woman stays in my crew, as well as the group of mother ********* ing black fans from Tilting City Entertainment cursing me on the internet every day. I've long wanted to smack them in the face. You aren't trying to keep a low profile? I do want to keep a low profile, but strength doesn't allow it. So what can I do? Jiang Chen spread his hands and his expression was innocent. Cheryl Han. Wang Lin. Chapter 127, The Diva's Bad Taste. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen left the Falling Moon Cafe with the contract. Han Shuer stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, watching Jiang Chen's car slowly drive out of the parking lot. I thought you were going to put him on your show and just let him go? She looked at Wang Lin and suddenly wondered. She had originally thought that Wang Lin would take the opportunity to bring up that strongest girl group thing. Wang Lin sighed slightly and shrugged again. Forget it, he definitely won't agree. This guy is a real music genius. The value of that piano piece just now is incalculable. How could he put a mere $8 million of notice fee in his eyes? You're going to give up? Of course not. Wang Lin shook her head, then revealed a somewhat mischievous smile. This morning, I suddenly heard something even more interesting from Yan Shuoxin. Oh, Han Shuer froze slightly. What is it? Wang Lin blinked. National Young Writers Exchange. Ever heard of it? Han Cheryl shook her head. A few of the women around Jiang Chen seem to be planning to make him go to this exchange meeting. Wang Lin explained. Because they feel that Jiang Chen doesn't have any writing talent, so they want to take advantage of the exchange meeting to let the outstanding young writers blow Jiang Chen, so that he'll completely give up writing. At those words, the corner of Han Shuer's mouth twitched. Jiang Chen has no writing talent? How can someone without writing talent write a script like the Kangxi dynasty? Not to mention young writers. I'm afraid even that group of older writers can't write it, right? Who else could blow his self-confidence? And so on. She suddenly realized why Jiang Chen wanted her to help him hide the script. He wouldn't be doing it just so, to be able to act like a pussy on such occasions, right? She knew that men had a bad taste for bragging and an even more boring hobby of playing the role of a pig in a poke. She couldn't help but feel a little speechless at the thought. These guys? Really? So boring. Don't you find it interesting? Wang Lin's expression, however, was very interested. When I think of those young writers arrogantly showing off in front of Jiang Chen at that time, I find it very interesting. How about it? Do you have the time to accompany me to this exchange meeting? I've already asked my assistant to get the invitation. I'm not as boring as you guys. Han Shuer shook her head expressionlessly. This afternoon, I'm going back to Kyoto. Falling Moon will stay in Magic City during this period of time and study with Jiang Chen. She's been a bit rebellious lately, so help me look after her. Don't let her learn from Jiang Chen. No problem. Wang Lin nodded. Han Luowei, this girl is also she watched grow up. With their own children is not much different. To help take care of it naturally no problem. But after she took a sip of her coffee, she brought up the incident that had just happened. Are you really not going to the exchange meeting? Don't you want to see that group of young writers showing off and fooling around in front of Jiang Chen? It's fun just thinking about it. The corner of Han Shuer's mouth twitched. Then, I'll just fly over and take a look then. Good. You sure do like this boring stuff too. When Jiang Chen returned to the company with the contract, several people from Su Jingshu had long been waiting in her office. Snowflag Entertainment actually really agreed? Su Jingshu asked with some excitement. They had all been informed in advance about the final outcome of this negotiation. Su Jingshu really never dreamed that Jiang Chen actually convinced Snowflag Entertainment to terminate Lu Siki's contract? How on earth did he do that? Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin were both in the office, and both of them looked at Jiang Chen with great surprise. Han Shuer, as the big miss of the $10 billion group, was neither short of money nor good at talking, so what exactly did Jiang Chen use to convince the other party? Old first, open the pattern a little. Jiang Chen sat very leisurely in his own chair and said slowly, I merely wrote a theme song for the Great Kong Dynasty. Who knew that Han Shuer would actually keep begging me to take Han Luowei as a student? Even begged us Chanwei Entertainment to co-invest in the filming of Great Kong Dynasty. Originally I wanted to refuse, but she was really sincere. Back and forth mentioned several times. I also had to reluctantly agree. This is the contract. With that, he took the contract documents out and put them on the desktop. We need to contribute $10 million for 50% of the shares, so call it in the next few days when you have the money ready. At that, the few women in the office froze outright. Snowflake Entertainment invites Chenwei Entertainment to co-finance the Kong Dynasty? And they only need to contribute $10 million to get 50% of the shares? What the hell is going on here? Is Cheryl Han crazy? Su Jingchu picked up the contract with a face full of disbelief and carefully flipped through it. It wasn't until her eyes landed on the lower right corner, where Snowflake Entertainment's Han Shuer's signature and the company's official seal, that she was convinced that what Jiang Chen said wasn't wrong at all. Snowflake Entertainment really agreed to work with them and also take care of filming, promotion and publicity. Most importantly, they only have 50% of the shares. A few of the women looked at each other. All were a little shocked. How the hell did you do that? Su Jingchu froze for a long time before looking at Jiang Chen, asking incredulously, how do I know? Jiang Chen waved his hand leisurely. Maybe rich people's thinking is different from ours. When I first met Han Shuer, she was holding a water pistol to nourish water on roses, and she didn't feel very smart about it either. At those words, the corner of Su Jingchu's mouth twitched. Han Shuer nourishing water on roses with a water pistol in broad daylight? Really? It should be for Han Luoyu, right? Just as several people were all looking at each other, Yan Shuoxin suddenly said. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei both looked toward her. Yan Shuoxin continued. Han Luoyu is the only heir of the Han clan and has been very favored since she was a child. So if it's for the purpose of letting Han Luoyu study under Jiang Chen, then this amount of money from filming the Great Kong Dynasty is really nothing to the Han clan. Only then did Su Jingchu come to a realization. I'm telling you, Han Shuer is the founder of Snowflake Entertainment. How could she be so stupid? Han Luoyu was the jewel of the entire Han group and the only daughter of Han Shuer. It was not surprising that Han Shuer made these concessions for her daughter. After all, these big capitals were not short of money themselves. A diva is a diva. Really is a great icy cleverness. Jiang Chen sighed softly. Originally, I wanted to hide it for a bit, but I didn't expect you to guess everything straight away. Yan Shuoxin hummed softly and didn't say anything. In the office, Su Luowei's expression was however a bit tangled. Here she knew Jiang Chen best. Where would this guy take the initiative to praise others? It's good that he didn't sneer at you a few times. So the words just now must have been another intentional taunt from this guy. It's just that other people can't hear it. She looked at Jiang Chen half helplessly and half angrily. This guy was being weird again. Chapter 128, Dismissing Lu Siki. Well, the extra questions will come later. Jiang Chen waved his hand. There are still a lot of things to be done now. If you want to completely block Lu Siki, it's not enough to rely on Snowflake Entertainment to help. Bring over all the advertisers' information that work with Lu Siki later. I'll study it. In addition, the voice cursing me on the internet now is just too small. The dog days of Tilting City Entertainment doesn't even bother to spend this amount of money on the water army, and he still needs me to help him think of a way to do it. Old Primordial. Later on, you also buy some water armies and fire up the heat. Su Jingchu couldn't help but be a little speechless. Again buying water army to scold himself. Can this guy arrange a little normal task? However, the various things that had happened during this period of time had proven that Jiang Chen's operation, although strange, was very effective. There was no way for her to refute anything further, so she could only honestly take the task and go back to prepare. You guys have nothing to do but go about your business too. I'm ready for a little literary work. After Su Jingchu left, Jiang Chen waved his hand again and reminded Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin. He planned to point out from time to time that he hadn't given up writing yet, so that Nikki could prepare herself mentally. He does have a bit of a lot on his plate lately, though. Not only do you have to write the script, but you also have to update. Those were the years we blow the lights out every day. Inexplicably took on another job teaching little girls today. It's not a ing life. It's imperative that you address Dumping City Entertainment immediately to get your life back to being laid back. Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin glanced at each other, stood up, and walked towards the door. But just as they stepped out of the gate, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the two men, because just now, they had all received a file from Diva that was a video of Jiang Chen playing the piano in a cafe. According to Wang Lin, it was because of this piano piece that Han Shuer chose to work with Chenwei Entertainment, and at the same time allowed Han Luoyu to study under Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen didn't say any of these things. That piano piece, they've all just been secretly listening to it. It's really catchy. How long is this guy going to hide his musical talent? Yan Shuoxin took a deep breath. The Young Writers Exchange. Wang Lin said that she would be there. I've got the invitation. It'll be held at the Magic City 100 Books building in 3 days. Su Luowei took a deep breath and nodded. 3 days later must make Jiang Chen collect his thoughts and give up writing. Spend all your time on music. The cast of The Great Kong Dynasty. It was already time for a noon break. The crew paused to film and start putting out the meal. Next to the filming site is a makeshift tent set up where the cast members who have wrapped up their work can rest. Perhaps it was because it was a Saturday that the crew handed out lunchboxes with 2 extra chicken thighs. The actors gathered in 2s and 3s with their boxed lunches and chatted as they ate their boxed lunches. The Great Kong Dynasty features several actors from Tilting City Entertainment, but other than Lu Siki, it's all dragon roles. At this point several people were gathered and chatting. Ugh, have you guys seen the hot search in the past 2 days? You mean about that asshole writer Jiang Chen? Yeah, it's been all news related to him the last few days. He even mentioned Sister Siki during his interview the day before yesterday. An actress playing a courtesan suddenly looked at Lu Siki. Sister Siki, there are rumors on the internet right now that Chenwei Entertainment is planning to block you all over the internet. You slapped that girl from Chenwei Entertainment a few times on the spot that day. Nothing will happen, right? Oh, it's all just rumors. Lu Siki gave a somewhat disdainful sneer. How large is Chenwei Entertainment? A small studio. What can it do to block me? Do you guys think it's possible? Unless that Jiang Chen is crazy and thinks the entire entertainment industry is run by his family. At that, several of the actors laughed. Fair enough, how is that possible? Humph, just a few slaps. Who made that stinky girl disobey? That's right, I haven't seen her for the past few days, so I guess she's gone home to cry. He. I don't think Chenwei Entertainment will dare to send actors over again. But, Su Luowei's Invisible Wings released in the past 2 days seems to be very hot. Is it really okay? Afraid of what? The previous courtesan actress bristled. Didn't you see the hot search this morning? That song was written by Jiang Chen who found someone to write it for him. It's already been solidified. Even the recording has been released. He cajoles college students into selling songs and shamelessly puts his name on them. Now that the entire internet is full of voices cursing Jiang Chen, where's the time to care about anything else? That's true. Even if Chenwei Entertainment wants to do something, the company will step in to defend us. The crowd was talking in tongues. At that moment, however, someone pulled open the door of the tent and poked halfway in. Lu Siki, Director Wang is looking for you. Go there. Lu Siki froze for a moment. Director Wang Zongkai? That was the general director of the Kong Dynasty. What was he doing looking for himself all of a sudden? Is there something wrong with the scene that was shot in the morning? Okay, I'll be there now. She put down her boxed lunch and stood up in a hurry. The other actors were all looking at Lu Siki's back with some envy. Ugh, it's just nice to be the lead actor. There are directors looking for it all the time at dinner. We usually can't even get a word in with the director if we want to. By the time we're done with this movie, we should have some footage as well. The rest tent for the director's crew wasn't in the same place as the actors, but it wasn't far from this place either. Lucius found the place after only 2 minutes of walking, but wait until she pulls open the tent door. However, he found that inside the tent door, besides Wang Zongkai, there were actually a few people that he hadn't seen at all. Looking at that dress, it seemed to be a staff member on the producer's side. Director Wang, you're looking for me? Lucius smiled slightly at a few people before asking. She had long inquired about the producer of the Kong Dynasty, which was invested by Han's Group, Snow Flag Entertainment. Snow Flag Entertainment is also definitely considered a big name in the field of TV dramas, and many well-known TV dramas are invested by them. As a drama actor himself, such a company should never be offended. That's why she puts herself on the spot as soon as she walks in the door. However, the atmosphere inside the tent seemed a bit odd. In the face of her smiling face, everyone did not show any expression, including Wang Zongkai. All of them remained silent. The atmosphere was slightly cold, and Wang Zongkai sighed slightly before speaking. Siki, this time, I asked you to come here because I have something to inform you. What? What is it? Lu Siki realized that something was wrong and looked at a few people, asking with a dry smile. The cast and crew of the Great Kong Dynasty are planning to terminate your contract. Wang Zongkai took out a document and set it in front of her. Here's the termination letter. Take a look at it and sign it if there's nothing wrong with it. At those words, Lu Siki directly froze. Chapter 129 Borrowing Another 500 Years from Heaven is released. Unwind. Dismissed? She looked at Wang Zongkai with a little bit of disbelief. Director Wang, I've been in the group for more than a week. Why did I suddenly terminate my contract? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Or did I not perform well somewhere? I can change anything that's wrong. Wang Zongkai waved his hand, his tone somewhat indifferent. This is the final decision of the director's team after discussion, and there's no particular reason. It's just that suddenly you don't feel that you're suitable for the current role, and we're planning to replace you. Lu Siki was a bit flustered. It was her first time to act in such a big production as the Kong Dynasty, and she was also the female lead. How could she give up so easily? Director Wang, please give me another chance. Wherever you think I didn't act well enough, I can change it. I've been reading the script of the Great Kong Dynasty every day and my understanding of the character has been strengthening. I can definitely perform better. Okay, stop it. Wang Zhongkai directly interrupted her. The role you are playing now will be played by an artist from Chunwei Entertainment. You should understand what I mean. Upon hearing the words Morning Vista Entertainment, Lu Siki just couldn't help but freeze. Her role would be played by an artist from Chunwei Entertainment? What's going on here? You'll sign the termination letter. And for the delay, the crew will compensate your company for the breach of contract as agreed in the contract. Wang Zhongkai set the document in front of Lu Siki. Lu Siki's expression, on the other hand, was a bit dull. She looked at Wang Zhongkai and then at the others in the room, her mind in turmoil. So, it was Chunwei Entertainment that stole her role? How is that possible? How did they do it? The cast and the producers behind the Great Kong Dynasty are very powerful. It's simply not something that a small company like Morning Vista Entertainment can sway. The producers? Lu Siki suddenly remembered the strangers in the room. They should be the staff of Snowflag Entertainment. Did they do it? They're the only ones who can change the crew's decision at this point. But, why would Snowflag Entertainment do this? Lu Siki walked out of the tent with the termination contract in hand and a somewhat dull expression. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was the agent calling. Apparently, by this time the company had also received news that the crew had offered to terminate their contract. She opened her mouth and was about to say something when the agent on the phone suddenly sounded a little exasperated. Siki, come back first. The Great Kong Dynasty has cancelled its contract with all the artists of Qingqing Entertainment. Lu Siki couldn't help but open her mouth wide. They're all out of contract? What the hell is going on? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Chen's ghostwriting fiasco has intensified on the internet. After the water army Su Jingqiu arranged entered the scene, it directly topped the hot search to the #1 position. Jiang Chen's microblog also received more than 400,000 comments in just a few hours. All of them are cursing him. Of course, although Invisible Wing's fever has climbed with all this talk, but the internet has brought a lot of publicity to the song. In particular, the fact that Jiang Chen voluntarily admitted to ghostwriting and the revelation of the song-buying recordings made the online public opinion more and more serious. Netizens have demanded that Jiang Chen come forward to give a statement and immediately return the song's autograph to the female college student, as well as compensate enough royalties. However, Jiang Chen's microblogging has never given a positive response, as if it has completely fallen into silence. Such an attitude obviously did not satisfy the netizens, and more people gathered in the comment section of Jiang Chen's microblog. Just as this topic is generating more and more attention, 3:30 in the afternoon, the cast and crew of the Great Kong Dynasty suddenly released a message. Unfortunately, due to the actors' personal reasons, the crew has completed the termination of the contract with Tilting City Entertainment Lu Siki this afternoon. The actor's role in the show will be subject to recasting and additional footage. The message went out and didn't attract much attention from the netizens. However, it has also caused many people in the entertainment industry to wonder. After all, the Kong Dynasty has already started shooting for a week. How can it suddenly terminate the contract with the actors? Is there something wrong with Lu Siki's body? Some people called the crew with doubts, and there were even a few companies that were planning to take advantage of this opportunity to get Lu Siki's role. But for some reason, all the calls to the crew didn't connect, and it was as if the crew and producers of the Kong Dynasty had completely disappeared. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the official microblog of the cast and crew of the Kong Dynasty once again released a message. The theme song of the Kong Dynasty is released. Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky. Sung by Jiang Chen. Lyrics by Jiang Chen. Music by Jiang Chen. Welcome to Play and Listen. The message sparked a lot of attention from netizens straight away. There was no other reason than the word Jiang Chen. Right now, Jiang Chen's heat on the internet could be said to be higher than many traffic stars, although most of them were cursed. But he is heat, and the word Jiang Chen just attracts traffic and eyeballs. Han Shuer was worthy of being at the helm of Snowflag Entertainment, grasping the big picture of events more accurately than many professional managers. After brushing the microblogging for 2 minutes, he directly clapped his hands and asked the staff to release the theme song this afternoon, in order to rub off on Jiang Chen's traffic. Normally, the Great Kong Dynasty has only been shooting for a week, and it's still very early in the process of publicizing the theme song. But this opportunity to rub Jiang Chen's heat is very rare. Anyway, the heat is not rubbed for nothing. Rubbed not for nothing. Han Shuer, based on the principle of watching what was going on, directly asked the staff to highlight Jiang Chen's name in the message. Singer, Jiang Chen. Lyrics, Jiang Chen. Composer, Jiang Chen. Arrangement, Jiang Chen. A series of Jiang Chen. directly to the top of this hot search to the first place. Jiang Chen's new song Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven released. Countless netizens who were furiously cursing Jiang Chen in the comment section had just exited Jiang Chen's microblog when they saw this hot search. It froze for a moment. What's going on? Jiang Chen wrote another song? Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky? Or the theme song to the Great Kam Dynasty? Netizens were puzzled and clicked into the song. A resonant, full-bodied, bold introductory melody suddenly began to play. Along the gentle curves of the rivers and mountains that rise and fall. Let the horse love the Middle Kingdom, love the North and the South. In the face of icy blades and snowy swords and wind and snowy amorous company. Cherish the golden years God has given me. Chapter 130. Lin Lurong's shock. Jiang Chen's voice rang out. It's like 1,000 armies, swallowing mountains and rivers. See the hooves of iron clanking across the miles of rivers and mountains. I stand on the cusp of the wind and wave and hold the sun and moon tightly as they spin. May there be peace and prosperity in the land of smoke and fire. I really want to live another 500 years. The netizens all froze. This song, was it written by Jiang Chen? You don't think so? That's nice. After listening to the song, they only felt a rush of hot blood to their hearts. It was as if he was already clad in armor at the moment, in a battlefield of swords and daggers. Wherever the war flag pointed, the brazen iron horsemen swarmed up, 10,000 horses galloping, unstoppable. Artillery roared in the distance. A blackened shell slamming into the enemy's rear. The once unbeatable enemy army showed horror underneath this attack and retreated. And you are standing on top of a mountain not far away, silently watching the scene. After this battle, the world is at peace. There is no more rival in the world. The only regret you have before you is not being able to live a few more years. If I could borrow another 500 years from heaven, how far will my empire prosper? Netizens have been exuding shocked expressions. This song. It sounds so up-tempo. As soon as the melody started, I felt like I was enthroned. So this is how it feels to be an emperor. So cool. After hearing this song, I instantly felt like I could do it and was ready to give it another go in 5 minutes. This song, is it really sung by Jiang Chen? Why am I so unconvinced? Netizens clicked on the song's information in disbelief, only to find that the song's lyrics and compositions, including the singing, were really only by Jiang Chen. This has the internet abuzz with how is this possible? Such a nice song. Was it written and sung by Jiang Chen? But isn't that guy a jerk writer? Not looking for someone to buy a song? How did you write such a song? It had previously come out all over the internet that he had bought invisible wings from a female college student. For a while, netizens were in a daze. This Jiang Chen guy, can he write songs or not? Morning Vale Entertainment. Before Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky was even released, all the artists received a message. The company will start resuming normal announcements and work for all artists one after another in 3 days. And everyone can already contact their assistants and agents at this time. There is currently an increasing amount of talk on the internet about Morning Vista Entertainment. Although Invisible Wings suffered from some online public opinion, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was no longer possible for Chanwei Entertainment to be easily suppressed by Tilting City Entertainment. So Jiang Chen, after some consideration, planned to end the artists' examination early. All artists who have not asked the company to terminate their contracts before today can start resuming their normal work one after another. The artists who received the news gathered in the big lounge, ready to communicate with their agents later on about what to follow up. Since the release of the company's Su's Invisible Wings, the depressing atmosphere in the company seemed to have instantly improved a lot. It turns out the company isn't struggling under the dumpster entertainment crackdown. I didn't expect that once Mr. Su's new song was released, it directly triggered the entire microblogging. And even set several new song list records in a row. Now Invisible Wings not only is the first place on the new song list of eNetCloud Music, but also directly appeared in the soaring list and top 500 list. The rising speed is very fast, and will soon be able to be among the top 10 position. Although in the past 2 days, there seemed to be some more public opinion storms on the internet with director Jiang, but the artist's confidence in the company was also strengthened a lot. After all, finding someone to buy a song was not a big fatal problem. There are a lot of things in the entertainment industry to buy songs, and director Jiang just impersonated the original author and could only morally condemn it. Lin Lurong, Zhang Yizhi and a few others were also sitting in the lounge at this moment, but their expressions were a bit unnatural. It's a good thing that the artists of Morning Vista Entertainment are back to work, but it has nothing to do with them, because they had already submitted their contract termination applications to the company. In a month's time, they would completely break away from Chanwei Entertainment and sign with Qingcheng Entertainment instead. Originally thought that Chanwei Entertainment was on the verge of closing down. I didn't realize that a song called Invisible Wings had turned the whole situation around. The company was once again revitalized. which made them all a little unnatural, as if they had chosen the wrong path and missed some great opportunity. Humph. So Invisible Wings was bought. I told you how a jerk like Jiang Chen could possibly write a song. Lin Lorong skimmed her mouth, looking at the various messages on her cell phone, and said with some contempt, the sudden release of Invisible Wings the night before had kept her up all night. Although Tilting City Entertainment's side had replied multiple times, saying that it didn't affect the big picture, she always felt that something wasn't right. It wasn't until this morning when she swiped to the top of the microblog about Jiang Chen's hot search for buying a song, that her mood was much better. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to come up with a song in such a short period of time. So it turned out that this song was one that he had long ago swindled from someone else's female college student. It's really shameless. This guy wants to actually have the face to admit it. How can his face be so thick? She said with some indignation. Hearing her words, the other artists in the office didn't say anything, although they didn't really want to believe that Invisible Wings was written by director Jiang by someone else. They didn't have any evidence. Most importantly, Jiang Chen himself has admitted on the internet that Invisible Wings was indeed not written by him. What else is there to say? However, in the lounge, Su Luowei, who usually didn't talk much, shook her head at this time and said firmly, Invisible Wings was written by director Jiang himself. Director Jiang is very good at writing songs. The crowd looked toward her. Su Luowei, you don't really think he's going to help you out just because of what Jiang Chen said in his interview 2 days ago, do you? Lin Lorong snorted coldly. Just with Chenwei Entertainment also wanting to block Lu Siki all over the net, do you think it's possible? At those words, Su Luowei gently bit her lips and did not speak again. She knew that Jiang Chen could sing and write songs, but it was indeed a bit unrealistic to want to block Lu Siki all over the internet. Besides, if he really wrote the song, why did he admit it on Weibo? Does he have nothing to do after eating his fill? Seeing that Su Luowei was stopped by her own question, Lin Lorong let out a somewhat smug sneer. What are you fantasizing about now that even the recordings are out on the internet? No, not like this. Su Luowei's small face was red with anger. Forget it, young consort, don't argue with them. Tao Wanrong on the side gently pulled her arm. In fact, even she felt that in all probability, that song was something that Jiang Chen had found someone to buy. After all, there is so much information and evidence coming out on the internet now. When Lin Lorong saw that Su Luowei stopped talking, she suddenly let out a cold snort, and like a general who won a fight, she sat down in her own position. You guys watch, Jiang Chen won't be able to be complacent for long. It's useless even if Invisible Wings is hot. Now that there are more and more questioning voices on the internet, he will definitely be sanctioned. You guys look at the tweets. But right at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, the Great Kong Dynasty crew released a notice. At that, everyone froze for a moment and opened up the tweets on their phones. Sure enough, the cast of the Great Kong Dynasty, 2 minutes ago, made an announcement. Unfortunately, due to the actor's personal reasons, the crew has completed the termination of the contract with Tilting City Entertainment Lu Siki this afternoon. There will be recasting, and additional footage of the actor's role in the show. Seeing this message, everyone was a bit puzzled. Kong Dynasty is a large-scale drama program with an investment of tens of millions of dollars, and the cast is up to thousands of people. How did you suddenly terminate your contract with Lu Siki? Young concubine, Sister Jing is calling for you to come over to her place. The side of the Great Kong Dynasty has given a few roles and asked you to audition for them tomorrow. At this time, someone suddenly pushed the door in and said to Su Luowei. At those words, everyone froze. Chapter 131, continuing to block Lu Siki. As more and more netizens clicked on the song Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky, the topic about Jiang Chen buying the song also received more attention again. Did Jiang Chen buy Invisible Wings or not? What's the deal with Borrow from the Gods for 500 more years? Can Jiang Chen write songs or not? A lot of questions are in front of the net. The Snowflake Entertainment banner has also gotten a lot of exposure in this case. At 6 p.m., Snowflake Entertainment once again announced the news that the ongoing filming of the Great Kong Dynasty would be changed to the Kongxi Dynasty. The song Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven will also be officially released on music platforms as the theme song of Kongxi Dynasty. The change has sparked a lot of debate among netizens. The theme is so good, so the drama shouldn't be too bad, right? Fans who like to watch costume dramas have been following the official microblog of the cast and crew of Kongxi Dynasty. And netizens who don't watch many dramas have learned that there is such a drama that will be aired at the end of the year. In just these few hours, Han Shuer had directly saved nearly tens of millions of dollars in publicity and promotion fees with her 2 microblogs and Jiang Chen's heat. Even Jiang Chen, who was brushing his cell phone, had to sigh and admire. For so many days, the only person who could see the business opportunity in the online public opinion and accurately grasp it was this woman. True to form, she is a strong woman in the capitalist world. In the entertainment industry, there are also more and more people who notice that something is wrong. The Kang dynasty dismissed Lu Siki and then chose to work with Jiang Chen? What's going on here? Does it mean, is Chunwei Entertainment really planning to block Lu Siki? The companies and artists were very surprised when they thought about it. The gap between the two companies, Tilting City Entertainment and Chunwei Entertainment, could not be said to be like a rift valley, but it was definitely not small either. How did Morning Vista Entertainment come to be for real? Are they crazy? That's an artist from Tilting City Entertainment. Even if this drama is terminated, they still have a lot of other resources. What the hell was that group at Morning Vista Entertainment thinking? There were some people in the circle who had a good relationship with Chunwei Entertainment, and they also called Chunwei Entertainment to ask about the specific situation. Blocking Lu Siki? This is absolutely impossible. Chunwei Entertainment. Su Jingshu held up the phone and explained loudly. Director Ku, aren't you clear about what's going on with our Chunwei Entertainment? Those on the internet are all rumors. Our cooperation with Snowflag Entertainment? That's really just a coincidence. Mr. Han of Snowflag Entertainment looked at the song written by our director Jiang and took the initiative to contact us. Yes. We're just a small studio. How could we even think about blocking someone? Lu Siki did have a bit of a problem with our company. She beat up our artist on the set at the time. A pretty well-behaved little girl. Our superintendent Jiang means to let her apologize and forget about it. It's impossible to block something like that. Don't you know my character? Never tell a lie. Good. Lovey's work would appreciate your support. Good. Bye. Putting down the phone, Su Jingshu heaved a sigh of relief, then somewhat helplessly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen in front of her desk. Why do I feel like I've learned the hard way as well? This is already the 17th call today. Since it just started, she's had a steady stream of people from the entertainment industry calling her and poking around. She responded to all of them as Jiang Chen had instructed. Lu Siki does have a bit of a problem with our Chunwei Entertainment, but blocking Lu Siki is absolutely impossible. It's definitely a rumor. You're not learning. You're growing. Remember, no matter what the outside world thinks, we must not admit to blocking Lu Siki. Jiang Chen, who was in front of the desk, said indifferently. Su Jingshu nodded. Before she didn't understand why Jiang Chen was doing this, but now it was a sudden and somewhat understandable. No matter what circle is not welcome to the rash. No matter whether you have strength or not, you must follow the rules of the circle to make it easy for everyone to accept. So even if Jiang Chen wanted to block Lu Siki, he would never admit it in the open. This way, even if people know the facts, they can't do anything about Chunwei Entertainment. Shouldn't we go after Lu Siki's collaborators next? Su Jingshu put away her cell phone and excitedly placed a stack of information in front of Jiang Chen. These are the profiles of the businesses she works with. Are you going to contact them all? Perhaps the blocking of Lu Siki has taken the first step, so that the gold medal agent felt a different kind of pleasure. The feeling of being chased by dozens of phone calls to ask questions is simply not too bashful. So, she couldn't wait to find out Jiang Chen's next step. I've read all these business profiles, and most of them are small brands. Jiang Chen, however, shook his head. If all of them were to contact each other once, I guess it wouldn't have much effect and would be a waste of time. Su Jingshu froze for a moment. What then? You're not going to continue? Of course not. Jiang Chen pointed to a business profile on the very first page of the profile. Strike the snake. The one with the most brand potential among all the businesses is this one. As long as we can take down this merchant and do some more leading, we can block Lu Siki again. And the other merchants will soon realize that something is wrong as long as they aren't too stupid. Su Jingshu looked at the name of the merchant that Jiang Chen pointed to, Jinsha Mineral Water. This is a local mineral water company over in Sichuan, and the product sales are currently limited to the local area. Jiang Chen explained. I've looked at their mineral water products. They're doing quite well, and they're quite popular over in Sichuan. They are planning to enter the national market in the near future, and for this purpose, they have launched a distilled water, and it is for this distilled water that they have partnered with Lu Siki to endorse. Lu Siki's popularity isn't that high. What's the point of asking her to endorse? Su Jingshu was a bit disdainful. Jiang Chen, however, shrugged. In fact, he could understand the idea of a small, local company like this. Hiring a top-tier traffic star for endorsements certainly gets you higher visibility, but the cost is not low. How can a small, local company like this, which has just made money not long ago, be so bold as to gamble on something that has no visible results? Might as well hire a starlet and try a promotional wave first to see what the market feedback is. But, after reading the information of this family, he found that Jinsha designed the product packaging and price are good. There is every potential to promote to the whole country. What this mineral water company actually lacks the most is publicity. If we can establish cooperation with Jinsha Mineral Water Company in this regard, It might be a long-term and stable client for Chunwei Entertainment. When we take this company, let Luowei make an endorsement ad for them. Su Jingchu was a bit surprised. The ones Luowei is currently endorsing are big brands. Do you really want her to endorse such a small company that sells water? Don't underestimate these water-selling companies. It's possible to become the richest man in China by selling water. Jiang Chen casually explained and didn't go into detail on the issue, but instead turned to ask, the person I asked you to find yesterday, have you found him yet? Found it. You asked me to look for Netflix female singers yesterday. Su Jingchu nodded. Xia listening Ching in the practice group happens to know one, so I had her invite someone over today. Jiang Chen nodded. When the man arrives, bring him directly to me. Understood. Chapter 132 Internet singer Ji Ruoshi. Mr. Feng, let me explain. Tilted City Entertainment. Luo Yuzhen held the phone and patiently explained. Instead, a mid-range man's voice came from the other end of the line. Don't talk about so many useless things. You just need to tell me why the Great Kong Dynasty suddenly terminated its contract with Lu Siki? Mr. Feng, it's a normal arrangement for the crew to change actors temporarily. You know, the roles in the drama are subject to strict screening, and even if you pass the audition, it's normal to find out that they don't fit during the filming process and replace them temporarily. Yeah, the middle-aged man was a bit unconvinced. Just a few days ago, someone said that Chunwei Entertainment was going to block Lu Siki. Today the Great Kong Dynasty terminated its contract with Lu Siki, and also turned to work with that Jiang Chen. Who can believe it when it is said that there isn't a little bit of something fishy here? Tell me honestly, is it true that Morning Violet Entertainment is planning to block Lu Siki all over the internet? Luo Yuzhen hurriedly said. I can assure you that this is impossible. You don't worry about working with Lu Siki. It's impossible for Chunwei Entertainment to block Lu Siki. I've been in the industry for more than 20 years, and I've never heard of such a thing. Forget it. It's better for me to change this advertisement. The middle-aged man, however, remained unconvinced. Our brand doesn't want to take this kind of inexplicable risk. Mr. Feng, listen to me. Luo Yuzhen continued, but there was already a busy signal on the other end of the line. Dodo dodo dodo. The phone was hung up. Luo Yuzhen put the phone down with a grimace, and sitting beside her was none other than Lu Siqi. Lu Siki heard all of the conversation between the two just now, and her face didn't look too good. Sister Luo, Mr. Feng is planning to terminate his contract? She looked to her agent. Luo Yuzhen nodded with an iron face. The brand had taken her almost half a month to negotiate in the first place. Almost $1 million in advertising. Signed for 3 years. Did not expect to be terminated directly. After the announcement of the Great Kong Dynasty's termination of contract with Lu Siki, immediately attracted the attention of various brands working with Lu Siki. Previously, Luo Yuzhen was still able to explain that it was impossible for Chunwei Entertainment to want to block Lu Siki. It was purely a rumor. But now Lu Siki has been kicked out of the cast, while Jiang Chen of Chunwei Entertainment has written a theme song for the Kong Dynasty, in which if you say that there is no Chunwei Entertainment in the operation, little cutie, wouldn't even believe it. Various brands immediately called, and these people don't know much about what's going on in the entertainment industry, so they don't know if Lu Siki has been blocked or not. Anyway, they get artists to do commercials for the promotion of their own products, and if they let their advertising money go down the drain because of it, they can't even cry. No one has money in their pockets, so who would want to take such an inexplicable risk? Anyway, Lu Siki is just a small actress, so the big deal is to get another person for the commercial. Sister Luo, what now? Lu Siki said with a somewhat flustered expression. She hadn't taken Chunwei Entertainment seriously before, but after the crew of Great Kong Dynasty terminated their contract with her, she was really a bit flustered. What if Morning Vista Entertainment keeps biting itself in the ass? It shouldn't affect your career, should it? What's the point of panicking? Things haven't reached a serious point yet. Luo Yuzhen waved her hand. Isn't it just a drama? When the time comes, the company will just find you another role. Brand parties outside the circle don't understand. Can we in the entertainment industry still be fooled over by Chunwei Entertainment? You don't have to worry too much about these advertisers. They're all small businesses, although 2 were cancelled. But it doesn't affect anything. They're all just signed in the recent past. They haven't been paid yet. There's no pressure to terminate them. I've held off on all the other merchants for a while, giving up some of the price, but it's better than nothing. Most importantly, the endorsement contract for Kinza Mineral Water, retained. The business consultants in the company have analyzed this company's market potential, and there are a lot of benefits if you can keep endorsing their products. After all, mineral water is a thing that's everywhere, and every bottle of water you sell is like raising your profile a little bit. At those words, Lu Siki was slightly relieved. Luo Yuzhen put down her cell phone and also gritted her teeth a little. Damn Chanwei Entertainment. Actually using such underhanded tactics, do you really think that this can influence us? You wait here, I'll go communicate with General Manager Lang. With that, she stomped on her heels and headed for the office door. Luscious looked at her back and nodded. After Luo Yuzhen left, she then sighed softly, still looking at her cell phone with some sadness and some indignation. Damn you Morning Vista Entertainment? That's so hateful. Listen Haru, you said that the music director of Chunwei Entertainment wants to see me? Why do I always feel something is off? Chunwei Entertainment. Outside the company gate, the three girls walked through the spacious factory. While surveying the surroundings, he chatted a bit suspiciously. Ji Ruoshi looked at Xia Wanqing. I remember that Jiang Chen wasn't known as the asshole writer? What the hell does he want with me? I don't know. Xia listening Cheng shrugged. But it must be a good thing, or else I could call you over? I'm telling you, our superintendent Jiang is actually very powerful, and this is definitely a rare opportunity. Awesome what now the whole network is cursing the voice of your director Jiang. Ji Ruoshi, however, sighed somewhat helplessly and shook her head. I told you a long time ago, instead of signing up with a small entertainment company like this, why don't you do a live broadcast with me? I have 8 million fans now, not much better than you being a trainee. That's right. Listen Haru, you haven't been in this company long enough to be brainwashed. Another short-haired girl also helped out. I came here today with Psyche specifically to advise you. We three sisters graduated from school together back in the day. Now you haven't moved a bit. My fan base isn't as high as Shirshir's, but it's still over 3 million. When are you going to focus on this? Ouch. Xiao listening Ching pushed Ji Ruoshi forward. My dream is to be able to stand on a bigger stage. Anyway, you believe me. Director Jiang must have summoned you for something good. Just go. Ji Ruoshi and the other girl glanced at each other, both of them somewhat speechless and helpless. Ji Ruoshi sighed. This sister of hers is really a bit stupid. Summon? What kind of word is that? This stupid girl won't be sold by others and count the money for others, right? Alright, I'll listen to you and meet this asshole. Director Jiang. She continued, but I wasn't there to see him. I wanted to see what he had used to fool you like that. I'll come back to rescue you silly girl when I reveal his true colors. The short-haired girl also said. That's right. Sure. You're smarter, so make sure you don't get fooled by their fancy words later. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Soon, several people walked to the office door. Xia hearing Harvest went up and knocked on the door. Come in. In the office, Jiang Chen's voice came. Xia listening Ching spat out her tongue and opened the door, then pushed Ji Ruoshi inside. Chapter 133 The Love of You at 105 degrees Celsius. Your name is Sissy? In the office, Jiang Chen sized up the girl in front of him and asked. Ji Ruoshi, a Netroots female singer. Looks quite cute. Voice style tends to sweet system. Very popular with boys. With more than 8 million fans on the live streaming platform now, it's already considered a relatively big anchor. Ji Ruoshi nodded, but her gaze held a hint of skepticism as she looked at this hefty music director. Jiang Chen's name could be said to be hot on the internet during this period of time. When she was live streaming, she would occasionally joke about the hot stunt of asshole writer Jiang Chen. Didn't realize. Good sister Xia hearing Ching actually called over to say that this director Jiang wanted to see herself. Should not be. Want to hold yourself accountable, right? A thought popped into Ji Ruoshi's mind, but quickly shook his head again. The other side should. Not so boring. Forget it, don't think too much. No matter what Jiang Chen was looking for himself to do, he couldn't forget the purpose of this trip, which was to reveal this guy's true colors, then rescued his good sister. Xia hearing Ching, be on your guard. Whatever that guy says later, it just falls on deaf ears. After all, back then, even the national goddess Su Luowei was fooled by him. Always be careful. Ji Ruoshi secretly cheered herself up. Very well, I'll call you Z from now on. Jiang Chen nodded, seemingly satisfied with her name, and then wrote the word sure in large letters on top of a piece of information. The corner of Ji Ruoshi's mouth twitched. What the hell kind of name is this? It's so hard to hear. She didn't say anything though. It was someone else's home turf after all. The little girl had already made up her mind in her mind that she wouldn't open her mouth first until the other party had stated their purpose. Otherwise she would easily fall into a trap. It's a fight. Be careful with every step you take yourself. On the side, Su Jingchu looked at Ji Ruoshi and was also curious. What did Jiang Chen call this little netizen over for? How on earth was he planning to snatch the endorsement advertisement of Jinsha Mineral Water Company from the hands of Tilting City Entertainment? Do we rely on this little internet sensation in front of us? After Ji Ruoshi encouraged herself a few times in her mind, she realized that in the office, it suddenly became a bit quiet. She looked up suspiciously and realized that this director Jiang was writing something on a piece of paper. She was a bit staggered. What was going on? I can't believe you're busy on your own and not saying a word? Waited for several more minutes. She saw that Jiang Chen didn't seem to have any intention of stopping yet. The heart was a little speechless. What the hell did the other guy want with himself? She looked at the time and realized that the situation wasn't getting any better. So she had to speak first. Director Jiang. If there's nothing else, can I? She wanted to say could she go back first? She had a live broadcast tonight. Since the other party didn't open their mouths, then this battle should be considered a win for themselves, right? But right at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped his pen and handed her the piece of paper filled with words. This song, take a look at it, and if you can sing it, go to Agent Su and sign a contract for a 91% split. Ji Ruoshi froze for a moment as she sniffed. Signed the contract? What kind of contract? She wasn't about to sign a contract. Is it trying to fool me? She was instantly wary in her heart and hesitated for a while before taking the paper from Jiang Chen. Just see that the writing on the paper is slightly ugly. Gone with the wind. However, looking at the content, it looks like a song. Ji Ruoshi looked at the title above and realized it was a song she had never seen before. The Love of You at 105 degrees Celsius. Is this? She looked at Jiang Chen with a slightly puzzled gaze. A jingle. Jiang Chen said lightly. I wonder if you're interested in making an advertisement for the Jinsha Mineral Water Company in Sichuan? 30 minutes later, Ji Ruoshi took the contract and walked out of the office with a somewhat dull gaze. And the two people outside the room had long been somewhat impatient. When he saw her walk out, he rushed up to her. What's taking so long? The short-haired girl hurriedly asked. Did that Jiang Chen snub you? Did you ruthlessly reject him and then expose his true colors? Ji Ruoshi's expression, however, was complicated, and she gave her a dumbfounded look and murmured. I signed with Morning Vista Entertainment. What? The short-haired girl was stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Why? Are you crazy? Did you get fooled by him too? What exactly did he tell you? Ji Ruoshi also looked at the contract in her hand with some tears in her eyes. He didn't say anything and just gave me a song. And then said I could write me a few more songs if I was willing to sign. I agreed to it on a whim. Ouch. The short-haired girl slapped her forehead. Why are you so stupid? How can he write songs when he's a douchebag writer? It's all over the internet that he bought invisible wings. What about the song he wrote for you? Let's see. It's at here. Ji Ruoshi hurriedly pulled out the piece of paper Jiang Chen had written from the contract documents and handed it to the two. The short-haired girl and Xia Listening Ching took it and looked at it carefully together. The Love of You at 105 degrees Celsius? Super Idol smile. Not as sweet as yours. August noon sun. Not as bright as you. 10 minutes later. The expressions of the two men also became completely dumbfounded. This song, it's quite catchy to sing. The melody and lyrics are simple, but it has a sweet feeling that suits your style. Xia Listening Ching took a deep breath, her gaze shocked as she looked at Ji Ruoshi. Is this really a jingle? Yeah. Ji Ruoshi nodded dully. Director Jiang himself said that it was a commercial song written for a distilled water. That's nice. Xia Listening Ching's tone instantly became very envious. We tried to find Director Jiang to write a song at that time. But not only were we not agreed to, instead we were scolded, while you had a new song as soon as you arrived. The short-haired girl seemed to come back to her senses at this point, and froze as she looked at Ji Ruoshi. She didn't expect that the legendary asshole Jiang Chen was looking for her sisters for this kind of thing. That's a really well-written song. The internet celebrities, sing on the internet every day though, but there is not a single song of his own. If a company can write songs for them, the future development potential can be completely different. Jiang. Did Director Jiang say if he's planning to sign any other netizens? She gulped and looked at Ji Ruoshi. I can sing too. If he thinks my voice isn't sweet enough, I can also clip it a little more. Ji Rashi. Xia Listening Ching. Chapter 134 Zhang Peng Used Trouble. Jiang Chen didn't let Ji Ruoshi leave. Half an hour later, he had Su Jingshu bring the person directly to the recording studio. Love You at 105 degrees Celsius was a jingle he had prepared especially for Kinsale distilled water and needed to record it as soon as possible. Just as Su Jingshu left the office and Jiang Chen was about to take a look at the latest situation on the internet, a somewhat unexpected call came through. Hey, Jiang Chen, do you have time now? The call was from Zhang Pengyu. The voice, however, sounded as if it was a bit down. What's the matter with you again? I accidentally broke someone's company vase and need to pay for it. Can you first lend me some? Zhang Pengyu stammered. Didn't you go to meet the investor today? Why did you break someone's vase? Jiang Chen froze. All I broke was the investment firm's vase. What are you doing smashing someone's vase for a good reason? Here I am, seeing Aaron Shaw, and her fiancé. Zhang Pengyu was silent for a long time before he said. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, sensing a hint of something wrong. Xiao Yalan is the girl that Zhang Pingyu failed to confess her love to at the last class reunion. Zhang Pingyu wouldn't have a conflict with someone's fiancé, would he? Where are you now? He asked directly. Mangrove Capitol Building. 3rd floor. Damn. You're good. Just wait. I'll go over now. Jiang Chen said somewhat helplessly. Zhang Pingyu is his hairdresser. I remember that at that time. After school at noon, he often did not go home to eat in order to be able to play a little bit more in the internet cafe near the school, but ran to Zhang Pingyu's home to dabble in food. The guy's house was near the school, and after eating, the two would then sneak off together to the computers in the little store nearby and surf the net for 2 hours. So this dog looking for his own help. It is really not good to sit back and do nothing. Otherwise in the future to meet Zhang Pingyu his parents are embarrassed to say hello. He sighed softly and called Su Luowei to explain the situation. Drove straight out of the office. On the way, he hesitated and dialed Han Shuer's number again. Hey, Mr. Han. Why? Director Jiang. What else is going on? On the other side of the phone, Han Shuer seemed to have just gotten off the plane, and the sound of the airport's radio could be faintly heard in the earpiece. However, she sounded relaxed and seemed to be in a good mood. Apparently, by taking advantage of Jiang Chen's bad reputation, Kangxi Dynasty gained a high level of popularity on the internet. This operation saved her a great deal of money. The next step is to officially start shooting as soon as we receive the complete script of Kangxi Dynasty from Jiang Chen's side. At that time, she can also take the opportunity to announce the author of Kangxi Dynasty, and then rub a wave of Jiang Chen heat. It is simply a multi-touch. Han's group should have a branch in Magic City. I think I'd like to ask Mr. Han for a favor, Jiang Chen said after thinking for a while. Oh, Han Shuer was a bit puzzled. What favor? Half an hour later, Jiang Chen rushed to Mangrove Capital's office building, only to find 2 police cars still parked in the parking lot, and had some bad feelings in his heart. Zhang Pingyu, this son of a, wouldn't beat someone up, would he? He parked his car and walked quickly into the office building. Fortunately, the floor that Zhang Pingyu gave wasn't very high, and Jiang Chen didn't wait for the elevator in order to hurry up, but instead walked straight up the stairs. When he arrived at the offices on the 3rd floor, he found a number of employees standing outside the door of one of the offices, pointing and seemingly discussing something. He hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd and stepped into the office, where, thankfully, the imagined mess did not appear. In the office, it still kept tidy. Only a pile of vase shards was scattered on the floor in the corner. Zhang Pingyu's clothes also did not have traces of tearing with others, and he honestly sat on the chair with just a somewhat dejected expression. 2 policemen, who were standing in front of him, were questioning Zhang Pingyu about something. Trespassing into another person's company, willfully destroying other people's property, is punishable by detention for a period of not less than 5 days and not more than 10 days, and a fine of $1,000. So you'll come with us. There was a younger policeman who sternly scolded a few times before reaching out to pull Zhang Pingyu. Wait! Jiang Chen rushed forward and stopped the policeman. Who are you? Why are you obstructing official business? The young policeman asked with a slight frown and a furrowed brow. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and pulled Zhang Pingyu up from his seat. I'm his friend, comrade policeman. It's not just breaking a vase. We'll just compensate for it as we should. There's no need for detention for this kind of civil dispute. Is there? The young policeman seemed to be a bit irritated by the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen, but after a pause, he said, it's fine if you don't take anyone away, as long as you reach a settlement with the owner. When he finished, he gestured to the side. Jiang Chen looked in the direction, only to see a man and a woman still standing on one side of the office. All looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. The woman looked a little familiar. She should be her high school classmate. Xiao Yalan. That man is Li Hao, Xiao Yalan's fiancé and today's investment interviewer. And I just realized that both Xiao Yalan and him are employees of Mangrove Capital. Zhang Pingyu's voice came from behind. Jiang Chen instantly guessed the matter in his mind. Zhang Pingyu was presumed to have clashed with this Li Hao and broke the vase when he lost his hand. Damn! What a pure hooker ate dog blood plot. He was a little speechless in his mind. Li Hao also noticed the gazes of the 2 men at this moment, and immediately let out a cold smile. I will not agree to a settlement. Such a savage must be locked up, no matter who is called in. It is useless. Jiang Chen frowned. Things were definitely trickier. After all, this is not a simple civil dispute, but an emotional plus civil dispute. Whatever it is, when it comes to feelings there is no reasoning and negotiation is extremely difficult. But what goes around comes around, and you still have to try it first anyway.